Family, who understands? I've crossed over to become the most tragic side character, Sig, in One Piece, but I ended up smashing Shanks' head with a bottle in Windmill Village. His crew looked like their eyes were about to pop out. With an arrogant expression, let me tell you, when I just arrived in Windmill Village, I was completely stunned by the ship at the port. Goodness, that tattered flag, those 3 scars, the red-haired pirates. He actually stopped here. My heart was pounding like a drum. The script was finally about to begin. Oh wait, I need to explain this from the beginning. It's simply outrageous. I opened my eyes and was completely confused. I mean, one second I was at home watching short videos, and the next second I was lying in a shabby wooden house, surrounded by fishing nets and torn maps. The strong smell of the sea almost knocked me out. I was wondering which film crew was pranking me when my head buzzed, and a bunch of chaotic memories were crammed into my mind. Something about a mountain bandit king, an 800,000 bounty, the 56th emperor cut down. Family, who understands? I've directly crossed over to become that ultimate clown Sig in One Piece. That's right, the one who smashed Shanks' head with a bottle and then was treated as a snack by the King of the Sea, a top-tier side character. At that moment, I had one thought. It's over. I'm done. For I become the guy who can't even survive the 4-episode rule. No way. I can't just accept my fate like this. An excellent young man from the 21st century who has watched over 1,000 episodes of anime, am familiar with the script. This outrageous fortune has finally come to me. I need to change my fate. First of all, I absolutely cannot confront that big eel heathen. Secondly, that Shanks, who has the power of the face fruit, I need to keep my distance from him. No, I need to make good use of him. But when I calmed down and thought about it, I realized something was off. According to the plot, my scene with Luffy and Shanks wouldn't happen for another year. But here I was, already at Gorba Mountain. How had the timeline moved up? Now I was in trouble. The plot hadn't started, and my advantage as a prophet was useless. I had no choice but to lay low and bide my time. That year, let me tell you, was a time of patience and endurance. I first had to win over this bunch of misfits under me. The old Sig was miserly towards his brothers, relying purely on violent suppression. What kind of combat power could that yield? I called them all to the deck and started painting a big picture for them. Brothers, I clear my throat. I was wrong before, but from today on, we're not playing around. We're going to do something big for freedom and dreams. You won't believe it. Those guys looked at me like I was an idiot. Their eyes were full of, dude, what are you on? And a few were obviously recalling the unfortunate ones I had exiled a few days ago, their faces turning pale. Goodness, trust isn't built on words alone. Without a second thought, I turned around, went back to the cabin, and dragged out all the big treasure chests I had hidden. With a crash, I opened them, and the golden belly almost blinded them in the sunlight. See this? I pointed at the pile of money. This isn't just mine, it belongs to all of us. From today on, we earn money together and eat meat together. Everyone gets a share. In that moment, I clearly saw their fear and doubt in their eyes slowly turn to shock, and finally into fervor. The strongest roughneck among them shouted, "The boss is right. For our dreams, I'm all in." Now, the hearts of the people were united. I trained them hard on that shabby mountain for a whole year, pushing them to their physical limits and tactics. Finally, the appointed time had arrived. I stood at the bow of the ship and waved my hand with enthusiasm. Brothers, let's get to work. We've been dormant for a year. Now, let's feast. Our goal is Windmill Village in the East Sea. The ship erupted in cheers, and the wolfish nature that had been suppressed for a year was unleashed. When we arrived at Windmill Village, the scene at the beginning unfolded. I saw Shanks' ship, and a huge stone finally dropped from my heart. The script hadn't changed. With my rowdy little brothers, I swaggered into the village's small tavern. Let me tell you, the tavern's landlady was quite striking. The moment I pushed open the door, the whole world fell silent. It was silent because these guys saw the real deal. I'm telling you, at the big long table at the back of the bar, sat a group of people with a completely different aura, and the one at the front, with hair like a burning cloud, was none other than Shanks himself. His crew was no pushovers. Either one was chewing on a cigar, clearly up to no good, and another chubby guy was munching on the menu. Goodness, these were tough characters. In the corner was a little kid with spaghetti sauce on his face, puffing up his cheeks and bragging. The kid shouted, "Shanks, when can I become the Pirate King?" Shanks was calm and smiling, giving him motivational talks about dreams needing time, courage, and perseverance. I was about to fall asleep listening to him. Was he giving a life coaching class? The surrounding pirates looked deeply thoughtful. It was simply ridiculous. Just as this touching moment of brotherly love was unfolding, it was my turn to take the stage. I kicked open the door and shouted, "Landlady, bring me 10 barrels of the best wine." But the landlady didn't even lift her eyelids, lightly replying, "Sorry, we're sold out." Family, who understands? Getting a sold out right in front of my little brothers? Isn't that just a slap in the face? My anger flared up instantly. Just as I was about to blow my top, that red-haired guy, Shanks, surprisingly smiled and handed me an unopened bottle of wine from his table, saying, "Friend, if you're thirsty, this bottle is for you." I tell you, I was overjoyed inside. Isn't this how the script goes? I took the bottle, looked at his calm face, and smashed it right on his forehead. With a bang, I opened his head. The wine mixed with glass shards flowed down his red hair, and the whole tavern fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. His crew's eyes turned red, and their fists cracked ominously. That kid Luffy yelled and rushed at me. But what could that little body do? I deftly sidestepped and kicked him, sending him flying into the corner. I stood with my hands on my hips, launching into my long-prepared monologue. "You guys, a bunch of rats at sea, dare to act tough in front of me, Sig, who has an 800,000 belly bounty. I've beaten at least 80 of punks like you." Just as I was getting into it, Shanks stood up like nothing happened, helped that kid I kicked up, patted his shoulder, and whispered something. At that moment, I thought, does this red-haired guy have some special XP? How can he still smile after getting smashed in the head? Then, he led his crew, who were holding back their anger, away amidst my mockery. My little brothers were almost laughing themselves silly, praising me for being awesome. But they didn't know I was panicking inside. This isn't a joke. I'm a time traveler. I know this is just the beginning of the plot. That kid Luffy will definitely come to ambush me tonight. Sure enough, just as I was halfway through my seafood risotto, that kid sneaked in through the back door, mumbling about becoming the Pirate King, and then dashed at me like a little cannonball. What happened? With 3 punches and 2 kicks, I directly tied him up like a big zongzi. I practiced the Navy SIG styles more proficiently than I eat. Dealing with a kid who hasn't eaten the gum fruit is just a piece of cake. My inexperienced subordinates were immediately excited, shouting that they wanted to tie up this kid for ransom. I shouted back at them, "Do you understand? We need to broaden our horizons. Kidnapping for ransom is so low tomorrow. I want to make a fair trade with red-haired Shanks in front of the whole village." Early the next morning, the entire Windmill village was in an uproar. The village chief, along with the villagers, was searching everywhere for Luffy. When Shanks heard this, his face darkened, and he immediately started looking for him too. Just when they were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, I swaggered in with my men. I cheerfully shouted at them, "Hey, isn't this the village chief and that useless pirate captain from yesterday? Looking for someone?" Shanks' gaze instantly turned sharp, cold as a blade. He said in a calm voice, "Mountain bandit, do you know what you're doing?" I deliberately kept him in suspense. "Of course, that kid is with me. But, if you want me to let him go, you have to pay a price, right?" As soon as I finished speaking, I felt my legs go weak. An invisible pressure like a mountain slammed down on me, making it hard to breathe. Is this the power of Conqueror's Haki? Damn, it's too intense. I immediately backed down with only one thought in my mind. This red-haired really would fight me to the death for Luffy. I quickly raised my hands in surrender. All right, big brother, I was wrong. Luffy is in our bandit's den. He'll take you there." As I conceded, the life-threatening pressure slowly dissipated. Shanks continued to look at me coldly, as if his gaze was saying, "At least you know your place." So guess what happened? When Shanks and his crew stormed into my lair, the scene they saw nearly made their eyes pop out. That little brat Luffy, whom they treated as a treasure, not only wasn't hurt at all, but was happily playing on a human slide made by my burly subordinates, laughter echoing throughout the cave. The expressions on Shanks and his crew's faces were, I tell you, more spectacular than seeing a ghost. My jaw nearly dropped to the ground. I was all set to go on a rampage, but then I realized I had stumbled into some kind of parent-child event at a kindergarten. My subordinates, who usually look fierce and intimidating, have all turned into super dads, pulling out their stash of snacks to feed Luffy. Everything from jerky to wild fruits, shoving it all into his mouth. Goodness, these rough men are almost melted by that little sunbeam named Luffy. There's this bearded giant who usually doesn't blink an eye when cutting someone. But now he's grinning at Luffy and laughing like a fool, even whispering to someone next to him about wanting to go home and have a kid like that if he ever quits. Who can understand this? This contrast is simply overwhelming for me. As for Luffy, that little guy is carefree. The moment he sees Shanks, he immediately slides down from the human slide and runs over, excitedly showing off, "Shanks, look, these uncles are super fun." Shanks squats down and ruffles his hair, his gaze filled with such fondness that I can barely watch. He glances up at me, and the expression in his eyes is so complex. There's surprise, relief, and something else that I can't quite understand. As soon as I saw that the atmosphere was set just right, the tension between the two sides seemed to have dissipated, and I had successfully made a good impression in front of the future Pirate King and the current 4 emperors. This move was simply a huge win. So, I clear my throat, slipped over to Shanks, patted him on the shoulder, and lower my voice to speak mysteriously. Brother, I see you have an extraordinary bone structure and a bright forehead. Are you interested in a free fortune-telling? Let me tell you. As soon as I said that, Shanks was stunned, and his crew had expressions like, is this mountain bandit crazy? Shanks squinted at me and laughed. A diviner? You, a mountain bandit king, have this skill? Of course. I raised my eyebrow confidently and said, my divination is faster than my knife and more accurate than my fist. I can see the past and know the future. If I'm wrong, you don't pay. Just consider making a friend, and I'll give you a free reading. He seemed to be intrigued by my bold move and actually agreed. I brought him alone to a small wooden cabin that I had my subordinates work on overnight in the back mountain, claiming that a completely quiet environment was necessary for divination. In reality, it was just a place for playing tricks. Inside, there was only a broken wooden table. I casually tossed a glass ball and threw together a few worn-out cards with incomprehensible drawings, instantly creating a strong atmosphere. As soon as Shanks sat down, I got straight to the point, skipping all the unnecessary rituals. I looked into his eyes and said word for word, you've been in this Windmill village for a whole year, not for some nonsense about resting from sailing. You're just waiting for someone, a kid named Luffy. You want to see if he's qualified to become the next world-changing figure, right? Boom. My words hit like thunder, and Shanks's ever-casual face instantly froze. His pupils contracted sharply, and his gaze became as sharp as a knife, as if he wanted to see right through me. How do you know? His voice had grown heavy. I smiled slightly, not answering directly. I gently tapped the glass ball with my finger and continued to add, not only do I know this, but I also know that you almost drowned in the sea when you were a child, and I know that when you were an intern on Roger's ship, you were so scared the first time you had to stab someone to protect your companions that your legs went weak. Are these details enough? At this point, Shanks was completely unsettled, and the shock on his face was impossible to hide. I tell you, at that moment, the way he looked at me was like he was staring at a monster. I looked at him, and it seemed like his CPU was about to overheat, so I decided to hit him with a bombshell. I leaned forward and whispered in a voice only we could hear, I also know that you have connections with those 5 old men in the world government, and even you've come into contact with the king who truly hides behind the scenes, above them. A pirate who can connect with the pinnacle of world power. Shanks, do you still think I'm just an ordinary mountain bandit? As soon as I finished speaking, an overwhelming aura of killing intent instantly enveloped the entire wooden cabin. I felt a cold sweat break out on my back, and the air seemed to freeze, making it hard to breathe. Wow, is this the pressure of the 4 emperors? It really felt like I was about to drop dead right there. But he is Shanks, after all. That killing intent came and went quickly, retracting in an instant. He looked deeply at me, his eyes filled with caution and curiosity. Who exactly are you? I shrugged my shoulders and put on an enigmatic expression. I am who I am, a fortune teller who wants to be your friend. That kid Luffy has limitless potential. As his guide, there will be plenty of times he'll need my help in the future. He was silent for a long time, then finally stood up and walked out without saying a word. I knew that what I said today would stir up a storm in his heart. And just like that, it passed. Then, in the blink of an eye, 5 years went by. During these 5 years, I took my group of subordinates to a deserted island where not even a bird would poop and directly started a hellish training camp. I broke down the Navy's 6 forms and taught them. Every day was filled with training except for eating and sleeping. Moonwalk, iron body shave, they had to practice until they dropped. Anyone who dared to slack off could forget about eating. Life was unbearable. The whole camp was filled with their cries of despair. But the results were remarkable. After 5 years, these former mountain bandits underwent a complete transformation. Their gazes became as fierce as wolves. And if you took them out and said they were elite Navy forces, some would actually believe it. I haven't been idle myself. Besides mastering the Navy 6 style, I've also figured out observation Haki and armament Haki. Now, in this new player village in the East Blue, I can pretty much walk around freely. The only regret is that I haven't even touched the Conqueror's Haki yet. Sometimes I wonder, with all this effort, what have I really changed? The plot seems to be going the same way. Shanks's arm still ends up sacrificed to save Luffy, feeding it to the Sea King. It seems like my role as a time traveler isn't of much use. But then I think, to hell with fate. Even if I can't change the world, can I change myself? I've got an elite team under my command, and I'm a skilled fighter myself. So why am I still stuck on this damn island? So, I gathered everyone together, stood at a high point, looked down at the weary yet determined faces below, and loudly declared, "Brothers, it's been 5 years. Our hard days are over." Upon hearing this, the crowd below erupted, each one almost brought to tears with excitement. I shouted, "From today on, we are no longer mountain bandits. We are going to set sail to the vast ocean. Let everyone hear our name. I want the name Mountain Bandit King Sig to echo throughout the world. Let's go. To hell with the Grand Line." Oh. In the valley, their suppressed cheers from 5 years erupted, deafening. They were no longer eating coarse grains or living in broken wooden houses. Instead, they had a luxurious battleship. Let me tell you, when Boss Sig led us to that secret harbor, everyone was dumbfounded. That was no ordinary ship. It was like a moving fortress on the sea. The giant eagle sculpture at the bow was incredibly imposing, and the shimmering golden words Mountain Bandit King on the sail were blinding. Family, who understands? After being cooped up in the mountains for 5 whole years, eating coarse grains and training every day, suddenly being told that your ride is this top-tier battleship felt like winning 500 million. No, it was even better than that. The brothers went crazy, hugging and crying, tears streaming down like they were free. 5 years. All the grievances and sweat were worth at the moment we saw this ship. With a single command from Boss Sig, we all sprang into action, and the efficiency was off the charts. Dismantling wooden houses, harvesting crops, moving equipment, the whole mountain stronghold was like it was on fast forward. And soon it was emptied. All our belongings were loaded onto the ship, the hold packed to the brim, the armory stocked with all kinds of weapons. And there was even a dedicated training area. Goodness, they were preparing to hustle at sea too. With a long blast of the horn, our Mountain Bandit King officially set sail. The sea breeze blew on our faces. The salty and free scent was refreshing. But, let me tell you, it didn't last 3 seconds. These landlubbers from the mountains saw such big waves for the first time and collectively collapsed. One by one, they turned pale, hugging the ship's rail and vomiting uncontrollably. It was a messy scene. Boss Sig stood at the bow, steady as a mountain, looking at our cowardly state and scolded us. "Stand up straight. You guys are already down with this little wind and waves? Have you forgotten why we set sail? Freedom, glory, to become legends." He even taught us how to adjust our breathing and sway with the rhythm of the waves. You know what? It actually worked. Slowly, everyone adapted. From being seasick rookies at first to later having a bonfire party on the deck, we, the mountain bandits, finally started to look like pirates. Just as we were gradually getting used to life at sea, fun came knocking. The lookout spotted a ship, a seemingly wealthy merchant vessel. That ship was decorated extravagantly, and it seemed like gold and silver jewels were glimmering on the deck, as if it was afraid others wouldn't know it was rich. I felt something was off at that moment. Are there really still merchants doing live-streaming sales like this these days? Big Boss Sig thought the same way. He smirked, and his smile was like a fox seeing a chicken. He said to me, "This ship is too fake. It's either a fool or a trap." However, we specialize in dealing with all kinds of defiance. The boss immediately ordered everyone to be on high alert, but to hold off on taking action for now and to play it cool. He sent a few brothers over in a small boat, pretending to negotiate, saying, "We're the Mountain Bandit King. If you know what's good for you, hand over half your treasures and we'll let you go. Otherwise, haha." Guess what happened next? The captain on the other ship, wearing a silver mask and nicknamed Ghost Jack, was also an old hand. When he saw our stance, he knew we were in the same line of work. The two bosses exchanged intense glances across several dozen meters of sea, and the air was filled with the sound of CPUs running at high speed. In the end, Jack spoke first. He suggested we go big and said, "Since we're all in the same business, how about a match? Whoever brings down the other side's flag first wins everything, including the ship and the crew. Are you up for it?" Goodness, isn't this the legendary father-son game? Sig instantly laughed. What was there to be afraid of? I tell you, as soon as they finished speaking, there was no time to prepare, and the battle broke out directly. The ship on the opposite side, called the Phantom Merchant, quickly revealed dozens of dark cannon barrels after a few clicks of its disguise. We were the same. All cannons opened fire. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the surface of the sea was like setting off firecrackers during the new year, with flames soaring into the sky. Shells were raining down on the opposite side. Jack originally thought we were just little monsters from a newbie village, but as soon as he engaged, he realized something was wrong. Our gunners were firing as if they had hacks. But that wasn't the end of it. The most impressive move came next. While both sides were exchanging fire, our best brothers directly used a shave to cross dozens of meters of sea, like a heavenly justice descending and air dropped onto the enemy's deck. The scene was simply a dimensional strike. Jack's men were still in shock, while our people were already cutting through them like chopping vegetables. In less than 15 minutes, the battle was over. The people on the Phantom Merchant, those who fell. Not one could stand. That ghostly Jack was also a tough guy. Seeing the situation was hopeless, he took a deep breath, plunged his dagger into the deck with a whoosh, and shouted to Captain Sieg, "You win. I admit defeat." Sieg walked over, patted his shoulder, and gracefully said, "You are a worthy opponent. I will take the ship and cargo. You and your men can either join us, or I'll give you a few small boats to leave." In the end, Jack took his remaining loyal followers and disappeared over the horizon in a small boat. As soon as they left, our ship erupted with thunderous cheers. The brothers lifted Captain Sieg high, jumping and dancing. We won. Our first battle at sea was a resounding success. The plundered gold and silver treasures piled up like mountains, and everyone was beaming with joy. Sieg, even after winning, remained grounded and clear-headed. He told us, "Brothers, today is just the beginning. The East Sea is, to put it simply, a newbie village. The real tough nuts like that old man Carr from the Navy, we can't touch yet. Our goal is the broader sea." And so, our reputation as mountain bandit kings was firmly established in the East Sea. But let me tell you, we're different from other pirates. We don't engage in massacres or rob civilians. We only target fellow big fish and generally just collect a toll, since we all know the Navy's 6 styles. Fighting them is like child's play. There's no need to use lethal force. In just a few months, our fleet grew larger and larger like a snowball, capturing ship after ship, so many that we didn't have enough manpower. So guess what? With not enough manpower, we had more money than we could spend in a lifetime. Let me tell you, back in the day when we first seized a batch of new treasures, the brothers went crazy, their eyes shining with gold. And they could be happy around the piles of coins for the whole day. But now, it's all numb, completely numb. The gold coins pile up like a small mountain. And the rare treasures shine so brightly that it almost blinds you. Everyone just takes a glance, says, "Oh," and goes back to what they were doing. Who understands this feeling? Family? It's that kind of emptiness where the money is so much that it's just a string of numbers left. Everyone understands. No matter how much of this stuff there is, it can't turn into our hard power. It's just a pile of pretty stones. On the other side, the Eastern Sea Navy is almost boiling over. I heard that in the operation rooms of their various bases, the leaders hold meetings every day, sighing over our boss, Sig's bounty notice. The photo on that bounty notice looks quite handsome, with a wild flair and a bit of cleverness. Those Navy folks are really troubled, saying our boss is like a mudslide in the pirate world, playing completely by his own rules. Just think about it. Which pirate robs a merchant ship and only takes half? Our boss does just that. He takes the money while leaving a way out, making those ship owners both hate and fear us, but not to the point of wanting to fight us to the death. What is even more outrageous? We also play the role of garbage collectors, conveniently taking care of those real pirates who burn, kill, and plunder, tying them up and directly sending them to the Navy. Good heavens, this operation has really burned out the Navy CPU. They want to send troops to eliminate us, but they don't have a strong enough reason. After all, we are helping them maintain order. What do you call this? This is called a closed-loop business model, family. So, the Navy is in a real dilemma. There's an old colonel who bangs on the table every day, saying Sig is too tricky, stirring up the waters of the East Sea more and more murky. The young officers, feeling unconvinced, shout every day that they want to show us some color. There's also a female lieutenant colonel who analyzes everything clearly, saying our boss knows exactly how to measure the situation, always jumping around the Navy's bottom line, able to reap benefits without pushing things to the extreme, making them particularly passive in public opinion. Just when they were troubled, the intelligence officer brought more surprises. Our boss's bounty has increased again. and their essay tip-off saying we're brewing something big. Now, the atmosphere at the entire Navy base has become even more tense. Like it's about to celebrate the new year. You wouldn't believe it, the Navy is in pain, but the public opinion is quite interesting. Our mountain bandit king's reputation has polarized completely. In the taverns of various small towns, we are practically the hottest topic. The old bartender, while wiping glasses, brags to people. Have you heard? That Sig guy took down a whole ship of villainous pirates again, took half the treasure, and sent all the people to the Navy. This is well done. The Annies at the market are also chatting, ever since Sig and his gang showed up nearby. Those little thieves don't dare to show their heads. My man runs a ship. Although he has to pay toll fees, at least he can come back safely. Which is better than being robbed clean by those bloodthirsty beasts, right? Even the little soldiers in the Navy base are whispering privately, saying our boss-ass moves seem like he wants to become some kind of dark hero. Of course, there are those who understand, saying our boss is just being strategic, not killing indiscriminately, not offending the Navy, while also earning a good reputation. This business is quite shrewd. This has really angered the old pirates in the EC. Just think about it. We're stealing their business and taking the spotlight. How can they tolerate it? So, on a dark and windy night, more than a dozen big pirate leaders with bounties adding up to several billion gathered for an offline meeting on a broken island. The theme was simple: how to get rid of us. A Scarface guy with a bounty of 89 million was the first to bang the table, saying we can't let them be so arrogant anymore. We must join forces to erase them from the map. Others chimed in, but some felt apprehensive, saying our boss is not easy to deal with, clever, and has fierce subordinates. That Scarface guy smashed a bottle, shouting, "That's why we need to unite. If we don't stick together, sooner or later we'll be taken down one by the Navy or SIG." These people started to huddle together and strategize, discussing cutting off our supply lines, subverting our people, and even trying to lure us into the Navy's encirclement. Let me tell you, it was a chaotic scene, all kinds of schemes spilling out. What was going on our ship at that time? I tell you, it was fantastic. Our boss Sig was lying on the deck sunbathing, tossing a commemorative coin in his hand, with his latest bounty notice on it. 100 million berries. 100 million, brothers. This number is practically legendary in the EC. And looking at our brothers, who isn't a notable figure. Bounties of 60 million, 70 million, 80 million are everywhere. Anyone we casually pull out could dominate a sea area. Everyone was boasting and joking with their bounty notices. Who would have thought that just a few years ago, we were a bunch of mountain bandits? Our boss looked at us, also particularly proud. He sat up and said, "Brothers, 100 million, this is just the beginning. The EC is still too small. Our target is the entire Grand Line. We need our names to resonate throughout the world." As soon as he said this, the deck exploded, and the cheers almost knocked the seagulls down. Of course, behind the glory, troubles also came. Just like I said at the beginning, there's too much money, and the spoils on the ship are piling up like a mountain. How to deal with it has become a big problem. Selling directly to the black market? The quantity is too large, and it's easy to expose. Hiding it on an island? We're afraid it wouldn't be safe. For this matter, our boss held several meetings. In the end, he decided we need to establish our own secret sales channels. We can't always rely on others. A portion of the treasures will be sold in batches, and the rest will be hidden in several absolutely secure places. The Navy isn't idle either. Through intelligence analysis, they guessed our two current pain points: lack of manpower and too much money with nowhere to put it. So they started laying out their plans. I heard they sent many plainclothes officers to infiltrate various islands, closely monitoring all suspicious transactions, trying to economically strangle us. At the same time, they strengthened patrols on remote islands, looking to find our treasure locations. These guys want to play a big chess game with us. But to be honest, being this tense every day is quite tiring. A few days ago, to lighten the mood, our boss suggested having a fishing competition on the ship. Wow. The whole deck instantly became lively, every brother with a rod, sitting in rows. The scene was spectacular. Someone even joked with our boss, saying, "Boss, is your fishing skill half as good as your fighting skill?" Our boss laughed and said, "That depends on whether the fish are willing to cooperate." The competition was in full swing, with all sorts of fish being caught. Everyone excitedly prepared to take the fish to the storage room. But when we got to the door, hey, we were dumbfounded. Guess what? There was no space left in the storage room for fish, gold coins, jewels, antiques. All stuffed full, with not even a place to step. Looking at the mountain of treasures, and then at the lively fish in hand, the brothers exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. In the end, with no other choice, we could only string the fish together and hang them on both sides of the ship to dry. Our mountain bandit king ship had turned into a moving treasure vault and the largest fish drying ground at sea. Our boss is very shrewd. He saw that everyone was a bit too carefree because of the excess money and knew he had to step in and give a warning. That night, the moon was particularly bright, and our boss called everyone to the deck. With the sea breeze blowing, it felt particularly comfortable. His voice wasn't too loud, but it had a penetrating quality. He said, "Brothers, I know what you're thinking. I know, we went from the mountains to the sea, and each of us made a fortune. Our hearts have gone wild, and we started to ponder whether it's time to wash our hands of this. I tell you, the boss is really sharp when it comes to reading people. He made it clear. Do you want to get on land and live a cozy life with a wife and kids? Fine, I won't stop you. But let me be upfront. This ship is a home, but also a den of thieves. Once you choose to leave, no matter how you fare out there, whether you live or die, don't think you can come back. You know the rules of the sea." When he said that, the deck fell silent. Indeed, aren't we all wanted criminals with bounties of millions hanging over our heads? Do you really think you can live in peace once you get on land? That's naive. Just when everyone was feeling anxious, the boss dropped a bombshell. He looked at the few brothers who seemed most hesitant, smiled slightly, and said, "I know what you're worried about." And then, let me tell you, it was explosive. The boss announced that anyone who wanted to leave would receive 10 million Bailey from his own pocket, as a reward for the hard work over the years, and as startup capital for the future. Family, who understands this? This ISNT just parting ways. It's like a year-end bonus. At that moment, a few brothers couldn't hold back their tears, crying that they would follow the boss for life. But there were also some whose longing for a stable life couldn't be hidden. The boss waved his hand and said, "The road is yours to choose. Don't make it sound like a life-and-death separation. Go on, find the life you want." In the following days, the ship docked at several islands, and indeed, some people took the money and got off the ship to start their new lives. Each time, the boss stood at the bow, watching their figures disappear without saying a word. After sending off these people, the boss gathered the rest of us together, and he spoke openly. He said that those who stayed were the true family who wanted to turn this vast sea upside down. Our unity relies not on coercion, but on shared dreams. I was watching from the side, thinking to myself, wow, what a move. The boss's operation was a mix of both reprimanding and giving money, followed by a wave of motivational talk, focusing on psychological massage. It was as if he had mastered the knowledge of enterprise management from a past life. A pure dimensionality reduction strike. The team was streamlined and morale increased. But then strange things started happening. We had been sailing for several days, and the weather was unusually calm. There wasn't a single ghost of the Navy or our enemies in sight. The boss was puzzled too, and we decided to stop at a trade port called Shangchao Island for supplies and to gather some intelligence. However, as soon as we landed on the island, I felt something was off. The island was bustling with people, but there were always a few pairs of eyes, like they had radar, staring intently at us, filled with calculation. The boss noticed it too, but kept his composure, making sure we ate and drank as usual. Later, we found out those guys were the Navy's undercover agents who had reported our movements and were waiting for us. That night, while we were drinking in a tavern, the boss's keen sense of observation was like having a cheat code. He sensed the atmosphere was wrong. Just as he got up to settle the bill, I spotted a newspaper on the bar with a bold headline, "Top 10 bases in the East China Sea unite to hunt down Pirate King." Suddenly, everything became clear. No wonder it was so quiet. It was the calm before the storm, and they were hiding a big move. The boss, being tough, paid the bill without changing his expression and even smiled at the owner, implying, "I'll remember this meal." Then he led us to withdraw immediately to the dock. I tell you, just as we hurried back to the ship, ready to stage a grand escape, a figure suddenly appeared on the deck. It was as if she walked out from the shadows, silent and graceful, with long hair as dark as ebony and a tight leather outfit that accentuated her figure. Her aura and gaze were striking. Right away, I knew she was someone formidable, Sure enough, when the captain spoke, his voice deepened, directly revealing her identity. She was the infamous bounty hunter, Katarina Rose, with a bounty of 65 million berries. When she heard this, instead of panicking, she smiled even brighter. I tell you, she had this confident demeanor down perfectly. She walked over boldly and said, Captain Sig, I've long admired your reputation. Your mountain bandit kingship is even more impressive than the legends say. The captain, being an old hand himself, kept his composure and asked, Is your visit just a coincidence? Or are you here to cause trouble? Guess what? This woman got straight to the point, saying she was there for an information exchange. She claimed to have crucial news that could change the captain's fate in the East Sea, and all she wanted in return was a ticket to escape quickly. After hearing this, the captain's eyebrows furrowed for a moment, then relaxed, clearly intrigued. But he still didn't let her off easy, teasingly saying, Katarina Rose, there are no free seats on my ship. Well, this Katarina was bold too. She leaned in close to the captain's ear and whispered something. I couldn't hear exactly what she said, but judging by the captain's expression, it was definitely explosive news. It was probably the kind of information that suggested if you didn't run, you'd be buried by tomorrow. The captain's mind was racing with calculations, and finally, with a wave of his hand, he said, All right, you can board as a guest. Let us go. Just like that. Our voyage unexpectedly gained a stunning beauty worth over 60 million berries. The captain led her to the captain's quarters, and let me tell you, our ship was wealthy beyond imagination, with gold and jewels piled up along the corridor, the golden shine almost blinding. When they reached the captain's quarters, the captain made a grand gesture, opening his enormous safe right in front of her. For those who understand, that safe was filled to the brim with berries and gems. The glow made the entire room smell like gold. The captain was blatantly showing off his wealth, trying to gauge her reaction. Katarina's eyes lit up. Her desire was unmistakable, but she was highly skilled, casually touching the gold coins, and then calmly saying, Captain, you're truly a treasure hunter. As for me, I'm just a collector of stories. How about we exchange our collections? The captain was quite pleased with her reaction, and the two began plotting in that golden room. After hearing all the intelligence, the captain's face turned dark. It turned out that Katarina not only informed us that the Navy was on the move, but even more explosively, several well-known pirate crews in the East Sea had temporarily formed an alliance, with the target being our mountain bandit kingship. I was outside the door and heard everything clearly. The boss directly asked, Are you saying that I'm not only being watched by the Navy, but I've also become the public enemy of the entire East China Sea pirate circle? Catalina, with an air of nonchalance, walked to the window and looked at the sea, saying, The pirate alliance, isn't it just for profit? Some people are jealous of you, some are afraid of you, and more want to step on you to rise to power. Now the question is, do you want to be the hunted prey, or do you want to team up with me and become the hunter who sets the rules of the game? It's all about reverse PUA. The boss was silent for a long time, and finally spoke. You're right, sitting and waiting to die is not my style. Let's do it. We will team up, not only to break this situation, but also to give them a big surprise in return. Just like that, the two of them officially formed an alliance. As soon as Catalina left, the boss immediately picked up the phone bug and called me in. He told me everything in detail and then, with a furrowed brow, asked me, The news this woman brought is too significant. How much do you think she can be trusted? I thought for a moment and said, Captain, the fact that she can obtain such confidential information indicates that there are forces behind her that we are unaware of. We do indeed lack intelligence right now, but we must also be wary of her having her own agenda. The boss nodded, saying that this situation is one where we want both sides. He instructed me to immediately conduct a covert investigation into this woman's background, while also having the intelligence team keep a close watch on the several allied pirate groups in the EC. We must take action before they do. I received the order and went out, leaving the boss alone in the room, staring blankly at the sea outside the window. Meanwhile, Katarina stood on the deck, her hair blowing in the night wind, looking quite graceful. She flicked a super mini phone buff from her wrist and said to the other end, Tell those guys not to follow Sig anymore. With me around, everything will be fine. After finishing, she hung up with a snap, not giving the other side a chance to speak, exuding an air of control. At the same time, on a nearby naval patrol boat, a group of sailors was gathered around a phone bug, worried. They had been chasing us for so long, and suddenly they received an order from above. Stop the pursuit, and let a mysterious third party handle it. The ship erupted into chaos, with a young sailor shouting, "Why should we? We were so close to catching them." An old veteran advised him, "An order is an order. I heard that woman named Katarina is quite capable. If she can handle it, it saves us trouble." Then the phone bug rang again, filled with the sound of various base leaders arguing. Some insisted on continuing the chase, while others suggested utilizing external forces. Finally, a weighty voice made the decision. We can't confront head-on. We all know Katarina's capabilities. A direct approach will only lead to greater casualties. All units withdraw and remain vigilant. Just like that, the naval boat turned around and left in defeat. The next morning, as dawn broke, the deck became lively. Katarina changed into a tight-fitting sports outfit and was exercising there. Let me tell you, her figure and movements were a perfect combination of strength and beauty, with sweat trickling down her cheeks. The hundreds of brothers on our ship, who hadn't seen a woman in ages, were all wide-eyed. They pretended to pass by or hid in corners to steal glances, whispering incessantly. My goodness, was that figure sculpted by the sea god himself? That strength! Could one punch kill a sea king? Several young lads turned as red as a monkey's, and two even got so excited they started bleeding from the nose, making for a hilarious scene. But the most interesting part, although everyone was watching and discussing, not a single person dared to say anything frivolous, all maintaining a very subtle distance. Katarina noticed this too. She seemed ready to punch anyone who dared to act up, but realized it wasn't necessary, her face showing a mix of surprise and amusement. At this moment, the boss also came out of the captain's cabin. He looked at the scene, momentarily stunned. Then a hint of appreciation flashed in his eyes. When Katarina saw the boss arrive, she deliberately added a few difficult moves, and that curve, wow, made the nose-bleeding lads even more embarrassed. The boss cleared his throat, his voice not loud but filled with authority. Have you all seen enough? We have important business to attend to today. With that, everyone scattered like they had been zapped by electricity, returning to their places. Once the crowd dispersed, the sounds of playful banter filled the deck. "Haha, Jack, your nosebleed could paint the ship. You know nothing. She's a goddess. Who can resist?" The boss looked at this group of clowns, feeling both amused and exasperated, probably thinking that his ship had been single for too long, and now a bombshell had arrived. After the commotion settled, the boss gathered us at the front of the ship and announced loudly, "Brothers, tonight our target is Ghost Island. I know you follow me to achieve great things, and tonight is when we make the Name Mountain Bandit King known throughout the East Sea." He glanced at Katarina beside him and continued, "This lady, Katarina, will fight alongside us for our shared glory." As soon as the brothers heard this, their blood surged, and they cheered, their morale skyrocketing. However, what we didn't know was that at this moment on Ghost Island, in a massive cave, a dozen figures were huddled around a fire plotting. These people were all ruthless characters with bounties worth tens of millions, like One-Eyed Wolf Mike and Ghostface Lilith. All old foes of the boss. One-Eyed Wolf Mike asked in a deep voice, "Can that woman Katarina really lure Sig over?" Ghostface Lilith sneered, "She's quite clever. But no matter how clever a fox is, it can't outsmart a pack of hunters." A thin man, called the mechanic, pointed at various markings on the map, grinning. "The traps on Ghost Island are all set. With the big guns we've prepared, if Sig dares to come, he'll have no way back." They thought Katarina was one of them and that this was a sure win. Mike raised his glass and said fiercely, "Remember, we want not only Sig's life, but also all the treasures on the Mountain Bandit King." These pirates each controlled one or two islands, treating this sea as their backyard. But let me tell you, the problem arose here. There was always someone who didn't know better and had to make a mess in your backyard. This Sig was that ultimate troublemaker. He set up a protection fee system, demanding half the cargo from passing ships, regardless of who was backing them. Wasn't that outright robbery? These big pirates were furious, feeling their dominant positions were being pressed into the ground. So, these people unprecedentedly united and held a pre-war mobilization meeting on Ghost Island. Goodness, the scene was chaotic, with iron being struck and knives being sharpened, the map covered in scribbles, making one wonder if they were preparing for college entrance exams. Each one thought they were the chosen ones, about to take down Sig, divide the treasures, and reach the pinnacle of life. But what they didn't know was that this game was no longer just between them and Sig. The scene shifted to Sig's mountain bandit king. Let me tell you, Sig was a master of showing off, standing on the deck in the middle of the night, enjoying the sea breeze without turning back. He began his personal speech to the beautiful Katarina beside him. Katarina, I know you have your own schemes. But remember, in these waters, I am the rule. Want to play tricks? I alone can set you straight. His confidence and demeanor were impressive. Anyone who didn't know would think he was some domineering CEO. But he had calculated everything except for the fact that Katarina was the true mastermind. For those who understand, this lady was playing in a high-stakes game. On the surface, she seemed to be a pirate allied with Sig, but secretly she was a top undercover agent for the Navy. Her mission was to stir the pot. She aimed to let Sig and the pirate coalition fight to the death, ideally with both sides perishing, allowing the Navy to come in for a clean sweep. So you see, she began her performance. Casually in front of Sig, she hinted that the people on Ghost Island seemed to be preparing a huge trap and advised him to be cautious. On the other hand, she sent false information through secret channels to the pirate coalition, saying that Sig actually intended to take them all out. This operation lit the powder kegs on both sides. Even more astonishing lay ahead. Just near Ghost Island, several Navy ships had already quietly gathered. The commander issued strict orders, waiting for the fight on the island to break out, ready to seal off the waters and capture everyone. Now, with all three forces in position, the grand show officially began. Sig, with Katarina and a group of subordinates, swaggered onto Ghost Island. As soon as the little minions on the island saw Sig, their legs turned to jelly, and they ran back to report in a panic. Meanwhile, the big pirate leaders were still sitting in the cave, pretending to be experts. Each of them sneering and saying, he's here? Let him in. Our welcome ceremony has long been prepared. I tell you, their so-called welcoming ceremony is just filled with all kinds of traps along the way. And what happened? Sig's subordinates, one by one, were like they were on cheat mode. Things like spikes, rolling stones, and hanging ropes seemed like amusement park attractions to them. They dodged with such ease and even had the mood to joke and bet with each other. The big pirates in the cave watched this scene through binoculars, their jaws almost dropping in shock. The deadly traps they had meticulously designed looked like a joke to the others. Damn, this isn't right. It must be that bitch Catalina who leaked information. A lowly lackey crawled back to report. Now, the pirate alliance was in chaos. The one-eyed guy named Mike slammed the table in anger, but more people started to doubt their lives. Just as everyone was shouting and arguing, a hot-tempered guy couldn't take it anymore, drew his sword, and killed the few lackeys who had come back to report, shouting, "What are you all shouting about? Just go for it." Prepare to confront them head-on. At that moment, the one referred to as the wise man in the alliance, Robert, an old man, saw the situation and felt a deep sense of dread. He thought the waters were too deep and that his teammates were as clueless as pigs, unable to lead. So he coughed a couple of times, stood up, and said, "Everyone, I'm old and can't keep up anymore. I'm leaving first. Take care of yourselves." After saying that, he turned around and slipped away, planning to escape on his own small boat. This old guy thought he was clever, able to withdraw in time. But he never expected that while the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole is behind. As soon as he set sail, he found the sea was filled with the Navy's signal lights, and the entire Ghost Island was surrounded tightly. The Navy's broadcast sounded coldly. "Captain Robert, we've been waiting for you for a long time." Robert's heart sank. He knew he had become the first sacrifice. In the next second, the Navy launched countless shells. But strangely, these shells made almost no sound. These were the Navy's specially made silent shells, designed for assassinations. Poor Robert and his ship were instantly blown to pieces in a silent explosion, sinking to the bottom of the sea. On the island, only Catalina heard the faint sound of the air being sliced, her lips curling slightly in a smile. Everything under her control. Meanwhile, those big pirates were still unaware that they had lost a strategist. They had sent out a group of elite officers to test Sig's strength and ran into Sig's subordinates in the woods. What happened? It was not a fight at all, but a one-sided massacre. Sig's men quickly wiped out this group of officers without them even sending a distress signal. At the mountaintop, the big pirate leaders watched helplessly as their men were cut down like vegetables, and they finally couldn't hold it in anymore. The leading strong man trembled with rage and let out a thunderous roar down the mountain. Sig, you cowardly rat that only knows how to hide. Come out and fight us for real. I'll tell you, Sig was listening from below, looking completely unfazed, even digging at his ears. He stood by the firelight, his shadow stretched long, wearing that kind of "is that it?" expression, utterly ridiculous. He slowly raised a hand, as if greeting or provoking, and shouted up the mountain. Hey, brothers, why so angry? Looks like my welcoming ceremony is quite on point. Don't just shout up there, come down and have some fun. It's just right for you to see which version of me, the rumored one or the real one, makes you despair more. Family, who understands? The lethality of these words is harsher than. The pirate leaders at the mountain top turned pale. They had hesitated a bit before, but now they were completely fired up. Retreat? How could they mix in the underworld after retreating now? The burly man in charge couldn't take it anymore, swung his giant axe, and bellowed as he jumped down from the mountain, with others following like dumplings, rushing down in a flurry. The scene was no different from a group of angry wild boars descending the mountain. Once they joined the battlefield, the pressure on my brothers intensified immediately. But let me tell you, Sig himself, it was like watching a show, lightly clapping his hands, the smile at the corner of his mouth never fading, saying, the game has only just begun. The moment he finished speaking, he vanished in a swoosh. I tell you, that speed was simply inhuman. He darted around among these big pirates like a ghostly shadow. No one could see his movements clearly, only hearing the clashing of weapons and cries of agony. This was no longer a fight. It was one-sided artistry, a demonstration of dimensionality reduction. Those pirates had thought they were numerous and powerful, but what happened? One by one, they fell like paper, singled out by Sig. A hooked-nosed guy was about to make a fierce remark, saying, Sig, are you crazy? Do you think a few words can scare us? Another dual-wielding guy sneered along. Don't dream. Today it's either you die or we die. Goodness, they really set the flag there. I was watching from the side, feeling embarrassed for them. Sig chuckled in anger, shook his head, and sighed, looking at them as if they were a bunch of fools. Sigh, why can't you understand? In the next second, his figure suddenly flashed, so fast that an afterimage appeared at the spot, and when he reappeared, those two who had spoken fiercely were already clutching their necks and falling down. The battle ended incredibly quickly. When the last loudmouthed pirate was silenced with a sword by Sig, the entire battlefield fell silent. So quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Sig stood amidst the pile of corpses, not a speck of dust on him, not even breathing hard. He raised his hand, asking with a unique flair, Now, does anyone still think they're qualified to fight me? The remaining pirates were so weak in the legs that they didn't dare to say a word, helping each other as they rolled and crawled into the darkness. You think this is over? Navi. Sig looked at their fleeing backs, sneering coldly, surely thinking, You thought you could come and go? He lightly tapped the ground with his toes, and in an instant he flew up. Yes, you heard that right, he flew up. Using the moonwalk from the Navy's 6 techniques, he pursued them as easily as walking, stepping on air. The fleeing pirates looked back, their expressions frozen in shock, seeing a ghost under the moon chasing them, slaughtering them like chopping melons, heads flying everywhere. As he killed, Sig muttered softly, Each of you with bounties over tens of millions, here with me. What is the difference from meat on a chopping board? I can cut you however I want. Those pirates, before dying, had their eyes wide open, probably never figuring out how they got entangled with such a monster. And let me tell you, all of this was clearly seen by a woman hiding in the shadows. Her name was Catalina, an undercover agent for the Navy. At that moment, she was crouched behind a rock, covering her mouth tightly to avoid screaming. Family, who understands that feeling of a worldview collapsing? She watched those big pirates that the Navy high-ups were troubled by, being crushed like toys in front of Sig. Her legs went weak, propped against the rock to avoid collapsing, with only one thought in her mind. The so-called encirclement by the Navy is a huge joke. She trembled as she took out a din mushy, her hands shaking like she had Parkinson's. When a call connected, her superior's urgent voice came through. Report the situation. What happened on the island? Why is communication cut off? Catalina swallowed hard, her voice trembling. Sir, it's over. All over. Sig, he alone, killed all the pirates that came to encircle The other end fell silent instantly, and after several seconds, an incredulous roar erupted. What did you say? One person? This is impossible. The Navy officers in the command room turned pale upon hearing Catalina's report, looking as if they had seen a ghost. A mustached officer muttered, "This isn't a human. This is simply a demon from a myth emerging." They finally realized that their understanding of Sig was merely scratching the surface. Over here, the Navy was in chaos, and on our side, the battle ended, and my brothers couldn't contain themselves, erupting in thunderous cheers. "Boss is awesome. Boss, you're simply incredible. I thought today would be a tough battle, but I didn't expect you to solve it all by yourself." The way they looked at Sig was no longer admiration. It was fervor. It was faith. But Sig, he simply cleaned the blood off his sword, looked up at the moon, and said, "This is just the beginning. Our journey is still long." With that one sentence, everyone calmed down, their gazes becoming even more resolute. Just then, that Navy undercover agent Catalina surprisingly stepped out herself. She tidied her hair, instantly transforming from the scared little girl into a charming enchantress. She walked over, clapping her hands and swaying her hips, her voice sweet as honey. "Boss Sig, your strength is truly unfathomable, so captivating. What are your plans next? Do you need a smart and beautiful woman like me to strategize for you? I'm telling you, this girl knows how to handle situations." As a result, Sig didn't even pay her any mind and directly ordered his subordinates, "Stop dawdling. Get to work. Strip these guys of everything valuable, especially their identification, collect them all, and we'll go to the government later to exchange for a bounty." Catalina was stunned at that moment, but she reacted quickly and immediately understood. Sig is extremely pragmatic and not fooled by beauty tricks. She watched with great interest as our people efficiently cleaned up the battlefield and looted the spoils, probably even more shocked inside. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked Sig, "Boss Sig, you guys are so strong. Why have I never heard of you slaughtering civilians or clashing head-on with the Navy?" Sig glanced at her and said, "We have our own rules. Power is for protection, not destruction. Clashing head-on with the Navy? No need. It would only slow us down in getting things done." Then he changed the subject, pointing at the bodies on the ground, and said to Catalina, "Want to prove your worth? Don't just talk. Go collect their identification tags and let your actions speak." This woman is also tough. Without saying a word, she got to work, moving quickly and professionally, even discovering a lot of hidden information. When she handed the things over, Sig finally showed a satisfied smile for the first time. "Next." Sig laid his cards on the table. "I know you have connections with the Navy." Catalina's expression changed, but she still forced herself to stay calm, admitting to her past, but swearing that she only wanted to follow Sig now. Sig smiled meaningfully and said, "All right, I'll let you stay. However, I'll be watching your every move." After dealing with this woman, Sig immediately summoned all the crew members, his expression darkening as he began to lecture. "It felt great to win today, right? But think for yourselves, how many times was it you who couldn't handle things? How many times would you have been done for if I hadn't stepped in? Have you all forgotten the 6 styles training?" He specifically called out names, making everyone blush with embarrassment. "From today on, the training intensity doubles. No one is allowed to slack off. The enemies we face will only get stronger. If you don't want to die, then train hard." So while others were having a celebration banquet, the deck of our ship, the Mountain Bandit King, was already filled with crew members sweating profusely, training like crazy. Catalina stood by watching, her eyes wide. The 6 styles which the Navy treasures were here, basic skills everyone could perform. She understood clearly, and her mind was racing with calculations. I'm telling you, her expression at that moment was practically screaming that she was determined to stick with this man. At first, she might have been thinking about how to use our boss and form some kind of partnership. Now, wow, she was completely in awe. The way she looked at Sig was like staring at a rare treasure. She admired not only his fighting skills, but was also captivated by his profound demeanor. So, this girl was also a doer. Without saying a word, she rolled up her sleeves and jumped in, actively helping the brothers focus on details and guiding us in practicing the 6 styles. Sig watched from the side with a grin, and those two quickly established a tacit understanding of experts sparring against each other. But then, Just a couple of days later, trouble struck. I was practicing the shave when suddenly there was a loud crash from the side of the ship, and a Sea King shot up like a submarine-launched missile. Several brothers on the deck were stunned. And guess what? Catalina didn't even blink. She dove straight into the sea. That movement, that speed was incredible. We just saw a flash of sword light, and that Sea King, which was bigger than a small mountain, didn't even make a bubble before sinking to the bottom. When she jumped back on the deck, soaked through that figure, cough, cough, let's just say several brothers immediately had nosebleeds, and the scene became quite awkward. Catalina had the ability to turn this awkwardness into her stage. She shook her hair, splattering us with water, then grinned and teased. "What's wrong, guys? Are you all stunned looking at me? Next time a little snack like this shows up, you all handle it yourselves. Do you have to wait for me to put on a wet shirt show before you get moving?" Her words made everyone laugh, and the atmosphere instantly became lively. Sig also came over and rarely complimented her, saying she was quite strong. But then he immediately scolded us, saying that starting tomorrow, we would have extra practice, specifically training on how to fight Sea Kings. After this incident, the atmosphere on the ship became even more intense. In the evening, Sig and Catalina even directly sparred on the deck, giving us rookies a live demonstration. My goodness, family, who understands? That was not just a sword fight, it was art. At first, we could still see the moves clearly, but later, the entire deck was filled with sword shadows, and the air was sliced with a hissing sound. I felt like if I got any closer, my hair would get cut. The scene was like a movie effect. We were all dumbfounded, forgetting to drink the alcohol in our hands. After they finished, both of them stood there with their swords, and Sig said lightly, "Swordsmanship is not just a killing technique. It is also a form of cultivation." Catalina added with a smile, "Everyone has infinite possibilities." These two sentences pumped up our group of rough men. While we were enthusiastically building camaraderie, the folks at the Navy headquarters were having headaches. I heard they held a meeting specifically to discuss us. On the table was a classified document about Catalina, stating that her joining had raised the threat level of our ship, the Mountain Bandit King. These Navy colonels all looked worried, like they were constipated. What was their dilemma? It was that our boss Sig played by his own rules. If you say he is strong, he can take on a dozen big pirates like it's a game. If you say he is bad, he never harasses civilians and doesn't proactively attack the Navy. Now the Navy was stuck. How should they set the bounty? If they set it low, it wouldn't match his strength. If they set it high, it would seem like they were grouping him with those who indiscriminately slaughter the innocent, fearing to send a wrong signal. I'm telling you, the Navy side was probably burning out their CPUs over this. In the end, they had no choice but to send an elite team over to secretly monitor us. And us? We didn't take this to heart at all. Ever since Sig took down those dozen big pirates, our reputation in the East Sea has been booming. Now, when sailing on the sea, if we see other pirate ships from afar, we don't even need to act. They turn and flee faster than rabbits. The brothers on the ship bragged daily with their wine flasks, saying our boss is now the living signboard of the East Sea. However, Sig and Catalina were very clear-headed, reminding us not to get too carried away, saying the real challenge had yet to come. Guess what? The challenge came just like that. After drifting at sea for a long time, our fresh water ran out, and we finally found an unnamed island that wasn't even on the map, preparing to go ashore for supplies. To be honest, when we docked, I felt a bit uneasy. The island was too quiet, with hardly any sound of seabirds. Sig's expression was also quite serious. He probably sensed something was off about this place. There was no choice. Running out of water was deadly. That night, Sig took a few of us with him, holding torches to go into the island to find a water source. The forest was so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of you, with eerie noises coming from all directions, making it quite creepy. Fortunately, after walking for a while, we heard the sound of water. Pushing through the last patch of bushes, a clear lake appeared before our eyes, bathed in moonlight, looking like a fairyland. We found water. We were so excited we almost cried, and one by one, we rushed to the lake's edge to drink. The water was incredibly sweet. Finding the water source, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, built a fire by the lake, and celebrated while drinking. But just when we were the most relaxed, I noticed that Sig's expression suddenly changed. It seemed like he sensed something with his observation Haki, but he wasn't quite sure. He held his drink and pondered, and in the end, probably feeling too tired, he kept silent, thinking it was just an illusion. Just then, a guy on the boat got drunk and staggered over to the lake to urinate. While unbuckling his belt, he was grinning at the lake. As soon as he looked down, he instantly sobered up. I tell you, under that lake, pairs of blood-red eyes suddenly lit up. It was as if countless red searchlights had turned on underwater, all staring at him. That guy sobered up in an instant. Didn't even have time to pull up his pants and scrambled back, his voice pitched higher. Boss. In the lake. There's something in the lake. Sig stood up abruptly, his eyes sharp as a knife. He shouted, "Everyone, prepare to evacuate." Although the brothers didn't know what was happening, they absolutely obeyed the boss's orders and immediately ran to the boat in an orderly chaos. Sig took a few people to the lakeside to assist, but as soon as we arrived, the entire surface of the lake exploded with a loud bang. A gigantic shadow burst out of the water, covered in slippery tentacles. Its head alone was bigger than our boat. "Retreat," Sig ordered again, but he drew his sword and stood at the back to cover our escape. The monster roared and charged towards us. Sig was enveloped in armament Haki, looking like a black iron war god, and instead of retreating, he charged forward to meet the monster. That scene is something I will never forget. Sig's sword was as fast as a lightning storm, weaving through the monster's dense tentacle attacks. With each strike, it created a burst of sparks and the monster's roars. The monster was truly fierce. Its tentacles hammered down like a torrential rain. Sig concentrated all his strength and used a skill called breaking waves, whale slash, shooting out like a cannonball, and struck the monster on the head with a single sword. With a thunderous boom, the monster was forced back repeatedly. Sig seized the opportunity, his sword strikes relentless, and he managed to knock that massive creature down to the ground. When the battle ended, Sig stood next to the monster's corpse, panting heavily, his face full of excitement. He was probably reflecting on how, unexpectedly, this newbie village in the East Sea hid such a formidable creature. But just then, the surface of the lake behind him started to act up again. 1 pair, 2 pairs, 10 pairs. Countless red eyes floated up from beneath the water again. Sig had just defeated one, and when he turned around, he discovered that the entire lake's surface was densely packed with its companions. I tell you, at that moment, it was like poking a hornet's nest. This guy Sig was also tough. Instead of running away, he laughed and checked his gear, talking to himself. All right, so the EC is raising the intensity for me, huh? Bring it on. Goodness, when he let out that roar, the whole lake seemed to boil over, and those red eyes shone even brighter. He stood there by the lake, showing no fear at all, his eyes filled with excitement. I thought to myself, does this guy have a fighting addiction? The next second, he directly shouted, "Sword howl, lake surface slash." I tell you, he was so fast that I couldn't even see his figure. A flash of light passed by, and his sword swooshed down onto the surface of the lake. That scene was unbelievable. He cleaved the entire lake open with one sword strike, and the water walls exploded to the sides, revealing the dark, murky lake bottom. He was just suspended in midair, shouting down, "Come out! Why are you hiding? Come out and fight!" At this moment, the monsters at the bottom of the lake were completely provoked, howling as they surged upwards. I focused my eyes, and my goodness, there were long, tentacled creatures, hard-shelled ones, and even giant fish that could swallow a small boat, a massive swarm of them bursting out like dumplings, all rushing towards Sig. Sig didn't run. The light in his eyes was as if he had discovered a new continent. He transformed into a bolt of lightning and dove straight into the pile of monsters. The sword light flickered chaotically, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. I can't remember how long this fight lasted, but Sig was soaked through, unable to tell if it was sweat or lake water. Just when I thought he could barely hold on, it seemed like an explosion of emotions occurred within him. A deafening roar erupted. I tell you, in that instant, an invisible shockwave exploded from him, and the entire lake's surface was lifted. The surviving, half-dead sea beasts, as if they had seen a ghost, instantly turned from ferocity to fear, scrambling and diving back towards the lake bottom, fleeing at breakneck speed. Can you believe it? This guy awakened his Conqueror's Haki in a desperate situation. He was stunned himself, closed his eyes to feel it, and then murmured, "So, this is Conqueror's Haki." After saying that, the smile at the corner of his mouth couldn't be hidden. Once the Conqueror's Haki was unleashed The commotion was immense. Black and red lightning centered around him instantly enveloped the entire island. The trees on the island drooped their leaves. The birds in the sky flapped their wings and fell. The wild boars and beasts in the forest all lay flat with their eyes closed. Goodness, it was a physical clearing, directly creating a silent barrier over the entire island. The commotion here was also seen by the crew on the ship. They all leaned over the ship railing, staring at the black and red apocalyptic scene on the island, completely dumbfounded. No way. Did the captain do that? This is definitely the legendary Conqueror's Haki. They were all so excited that their faces turned red, as if it were New Year's, waiting for their captain's triumphant return. But among the crowd, there was a woman whose expression was quite complex. She was Katarina, an undercover agent of the Navy. While others were enjoying the spectacle, she was analyzing the implications. A storm of thoughts surged in her heart. Conqueror's Haki. How is that possible? A pirate from the East Sea actually possesses such kingly qualifications? She looked at the oblivious, cheering pirates around her, and her heart was as clear as a mirror. These bumpkins had no idea what this meant. Having mastery over all 3 types of Haki, he could be a big shot in the new world. What kind of monster was staying in the East Sea, this beginner's village? Is it because the internet speed is fast here? The more Katarina thought, the more alarmed she became. She realized this was serious and needed to report immediately. Taking advantage of no one paying attention, she quietly slipped to the side, took out a small device, and quickly sent out encrypted information. She knew this news was enough to send the entire Navy headquarters into a frenzy. On Sig's side, after awakening his new power, he was in high spirits. When he walked out of the forest, he looked like an emperor on a tour. The crew surrounded him, chattering and flattering him. "Captain, you're amazing. That light was like a deity descending." "Exactly. Who would dare mess with us on the Mountain Bandit King's ship now?" Sig waved his hand to quiet them down, then said with a special flair, "All right, stop flattering me. Remember, power is meant to protect our family, not to show off. From now on, we'll use this new weapon to carve out our new world." Upon hearing this, the crew became even more excited. Meanwhile, at the East Sea Navy base, the atmosphere in the command room was tense enough to squeeze out water. A group of high-ranking Navy officers stared at the confidential report sent by Katarina, their expressions resembling that of seeing a ghost. "Sig, awakened Conqueror's Haki? Are you sure this isn't an April Fool's joke?" The commander rubbed his temples, feeling his blood pressure rise. The intelligence minister looked serious. The report is absolutely true. Moreover, he is very likely to have mastered all 3 types of Haki. The meeting room instantly erupted. "Impossible. How could a low-bounty pirate have such strength? Our assessment has serious issues. What's the use of saying this now? This guy's already a massive threat." The group was in chaos. Some advocated immediate encirclement, while others felt that since he hadn't actively attacked civilians, they might recruit him as a warlord. But more believed it was raising a tiger to trouble. Finally, the commander slammed the table. "Everyone stop arguing. Strengthen surveillance. No one is allowed to act rashly without my orders. I will report to the higher-ups." Meanwhile, the Mountain Bandit King's ship was wandering aimlessly at sea again. They arrived in an unfamiliar island, and Katarina, the only educated person, couldn't help but approach Sig, saying, "Captain, we have no navigator. If we keep sailing aimlessly, something will go wrong sooner or later." Sig laughed heartily. "What are you afraid of? This is the fun of adventure." Katarina facepalmed, thinking she really couldn't manage these illiterates. She could only suggest, "Then at least let's circle around the island to scout and draw a simple sea chart." Sig agreed and let her take charge. So, Sig took Katarina and a few elite crew members and boarded a small boat to the island. The rainforest on this island was primitive, dense enough to block out the sun, humid and stuffy. As everyone carefully moved forward, suddenly a strange sound echoed from the forest. Sig raised his hand, and everyone immediately crouched down. After a while, a bizarrely shaped giant beast staggered out from the forest, its size larger than their ship. Sig remained calm, whispering, "Don't move. Slowly retreat, find a favorable terrain." Everyone quietly retreated. This encounter made Sig reflect. Goodness, they say the East Sea is the weakest. Yet even a deserted island has such monsters. What kind of dragon's den or tiger's lair is the new world? Katarina listened while frantically taking notes in her little notebook, realizing this was all merit. With Sig, this top-tier combat power, beside her, she felt an overwhelming sense of security, making the investigation exciting. Just as they delved deeper into the island, Sig suddenly stopped. His beast-like intuition told him someone was watching from the shadows. To see what was going on, he abruptly stepped on the air, and with a whoosh, he flew into the sky. Navy 6 techniques, moonwalk. Using the high vantage point, he quickly locked onto the peeper, a pirate hiding behind a rock, dressed in ragged clothes and looking as thin as a monkey. The old pirate had been hiding well, but when he looked up and saw Sig standing in the air like a deity, his CPU almost burned out. In his understanding, only monsters in the Navy could use this technique. He didn't dare think further, terrified and scrambling deeper into the forest. Sig watched his panicked escape, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth, thinking, "Want to run? No way. That old fellow was surprisingly fast, I tell you." Relying on his familiarity with this broken forest, he darted around like a slippery loach, trying to shake me off. But he didn't stop to think about who I was. I directly activated my observation Haki, and goodness, even if he turned into a fly, he wouldn't escape my grasp. With that lingering stench about him, he was practically a moving target. I could pinpoint him even with my eyes closed. In no time, I followed the smell to a dilapidated cave, its entrance partially blocked by some stones, making it quite concealed. I kicked the stones aside, and the musty air mixed with the odor of aged pickled vegetables nearly knocked me out. Using the light from the entrance, I immediately spotted the old man huddled in the corner, shaking like a leaf. When he saw me, he abruptly dropped to his knees, and his performance was truly tearful. Family, who understands? This acting talent deserves an Oscar. With snot and tears all over his face, he clung to my leg and began to cry, saying he was just a useless old man willing to give up all his treasures and any secrets he knew, begging me to spare his life. I couldn't help but chuckle coldly inside, thinking he was putting on a show like an empress's in the palace. While he cried, he secretly glanced at me from the corner of his eye, and when he realized I was alone, a glint of calculation flashed in his gaze. Wow, he thinks I'm young and wants to play dirty. He started telling me stories, saying that his childhood dream was to be an adventurer, but he ended up going astray, and now he just wants to return to his roots. He even advised me not to get too involved in bloodshed at such a young age. I thought to myself, fine, old actor, I'll play along with you. I looked at him with a blank expression, deliberately pretending to be a bit swayed, and said, "All right, get up. I'm in a good mood today. I'll give you a chance." I told him that I wasn't interested in his past, but I could listen to the secrets he had to share. I want him to feel that his little cleverness has succeeded, to see a glimmer of hope for a counterattack. Only when a person sees hope from despair and then has that hope extinguished can it be called true collapse. When this old guy heard it, he indeed took the bait. The despair in his eyes immediately turned into secret delight. He stood up trembling, pretended to be weak, and said, "My lord, I can hardly move with these old arms and legs, but I have a few boxes deep in my cave containing some maps. If you don't mind, you can go take a look yourself." He wants to lure me deeper and then find an opportunity to ambush me. I was as clear as a mirror in my heart, but I still nodded expressionlessly and followed him deeper into the cave. On the surface, he appeared to be stumbling, but in reality, all his muscles were tense. That little bit of killing intent was as obvious to me as a searchlight in the night, thanks to my observation Haki. Finally, we reached a corner where he felt I had completely exposed my back to him, and the moment seemed ripe. Suddenly gritting his teeth, he shouted something like "Sea Beast Roar" and lunged at me. Seriously, is that all he could do? Without even looking back, I swiftly slashed my knife, and a cold light flashed as his left arm, which he had prepared to use for a sneak attack, was severed from his body. Blood splattered all over me. I turned around and looked down at him, rolling on the ground holding his severed arm, and coldly said, "Sneak attack? With your skills, you're still too inexperienced." Now he was completely stunned, realizing he had encountered a tough opponent. All his schemes were just a joke in the face of absolute power. He covered his wound and started to weave one last story for me, claiming that there was an ancient king's treasure in this sea area, with the treasure map divided into 3 parts, the first of which was beneath an abandoned lighthouse called Phantom Island. As soon as I heard this, I couldn't help but laugh. Good grief, Ghost Island? I'm very familiar with that broken place. Not to mention the lighthouse. Even a living blade of grass is hard to find. Dozens of pirate crews have turned that island upside down, and they didn't even find a single coin. At this point, to still use such a common lie to fool me. I shook my head. People like this are a waste of breath. With a swift motion, I sent him on his way. Looking at his lifeless head, I said lightly, "Do you really think I'm a fool? Ghost Island, luckily I've been there. In your next life, remember to choose a place I don't know to spin your stories." I walked out of the cave, feeling no waves in my heart. This old waste, abandoned by the crew and forced to hide on a broken island. Lying and deceiving was his instinct, and accelerating his own death was his choice. Back at the camp by the coast, that group of mountain bandits was still laughing foolishly, while Catalina looked quite worried about me, with an expression that said I was up to no good again. Didn't we discover a bunch of oddly shaped wild fruits on the island? They were colorful and looked quite tempting, so I waved my hand and let everyone have taste. As a result, good heavens, these weren't fruits at all. They were practically a diarrhea-inducing miracle, aiming for a collective eruption. Before long, the entire beach was filled with whales, and my subordinates were all clutching their stomachs, their faces turning green, completely drained. One brave soul even asked me tremblingly, "Boss, next time there's a surprise like this, could you try it out first for us?" I glanced at them and said, "So why am I fine? It seems you all have been training too little lately. Your stomachs are as fragile as those of college students. One touch and they break. Starting tomorrow, training will be doubled." As soon as these words came out, they instantly felt their sphincters tighten. Compared to devilish training, a stomach ache was like heaven. They all immediately forced out smiles and started begging for mercy. Katarina had long hidden in the woods, probably cursing me alone for being the only woman on the ship. This scene was indeed a bit awkward. Once the commotion subsided, I stood at the bow of the ship, letting the sea breeze blow against me, and finally remembered the serious matter at hand. Our group of landlubbers, with no proper sailors among us, would eventually be doomed at sea. As I pondered, my gaze fell on Katarina. Isn't she an undercover agent for the Navy? This is just the ready-made solution. In the middle of the night, I went straight to knock on her cabin door. Let me tell you, in the corridor of the ship, those little rascals were all eavesdropping with their ears perked up, thinking there was some juicy gossip. They were whispering to each other, afraid of missing out on some major life event. As soon as I entered the room, I closed the door behind me and said straightforwardly to her, "Katarina, I know you are with the Navy." She screamed in shock, her face turning pale. She still tried to act tough, saying something like, "I'm a bounty of tens of millions. How could I possibly have anything to do with the Navy?" I directly grabbed her hand, looked in her eyes, and said, "Stop pretending. I know you have a watch bug. How about we make a deal? Tell me honestly, have I killed a civilian so far? Have I attacked the Navy? I'm a really good person." She was completely speechless, standing there in a daze. I looked at her, my smile deepening. "You help me contact the Navy and obtain the navigation information we need. In return, I guarantee your safety and let you stay on this ship as our Navy mole." Catalina's eyes widened in disbelief as she asked me, "You want me, a Navy informant, to continue staying with you pirates? Aren't you afraid I'll betray you?" I laughed. "Catalina, you and I both know that in this sea, the rules are set by the strong. I dare you to stay, so I'm naturally not afraid of you running away. Besides, with you here, if we ever really run into the Navy, you might just become our ace in the hole. Don't you think?" Catalina didn't say anything at that moment. Let me tell you, the look in her eyes was like she was acting out an inner struggle, conflicted and calculating. And then suddenly, she sprang to life. She stared at me and said word for word, "All right, Sig, I'll work with you. But remember, if you dare to play tricks on me, I, Catalina, will be the first to make you understand why the flowers are so red." Hey, I was amused at that moment. This was the effect I wanted. Let's gamble. ISNT life, just a big gamble. Let us see who has more chips and who has bigger guts. Goodness, I had just turned the undercover agent. And then the scene shifted. Guess what? At the East Sea Naval Base, that colonel was so anxious that he was about to go bald, pacing back and forth in his office, almost cracking walnuts. His best informant, Catalina, was missing. His heart felt cold, as if the cabbage he had carefully nurtured had been dug up by a pig. Just when he was about to lose his mind, the phone on his desk rang. As soon as he picked it up, Catalina's urgent yet steady voice came through. "Colonel, it's me. To make a long story short, Listen carefully. Oh, at that moment, the Colonel's heart was in his throat, and he quickly asked if she was safe. Then Catalina dropped a bomb on him, saying she had been compromised, that I had captured her, and that I specifically wanted to collaborate with the Navy. The condition? Very simple, just needed a top-notch sailor. I'll tell you, after hearing this, the Colonel was almost overwhelmed. Collaborating with pirates? Isn't that ridiculous? But then he thought, isn't this also an opportunity? A great chance to infiltrate our ranks. He immediately asked Catalina, does this Sig have any other schemes? Catalina replied, this is just the beginning. He has grand ambitions, but we can take advantage of this. All right, this Colonel is quite tough. He gritted his teeth and decided on the spot. Okay, we'll prepare people for you, but you must guarantee your safety. This matter couldn't be decided by him alone. The next day, the Navy headquarters held an emergency meeting. A group of big shots sat there, each speaking up. Some suggested sending an experienced veteran, while others said to send a newcomer with a clean background. Who understands this? It's just like a workplace meeting, focusing on a discussion style, and after a long time, there was no conclusion. In the end, a head of intelligence had an idea, suggesting they could find a retired Navy member for special reasons, create a false identity for her, and send her. Great idea. They immediately settled on a tough person, a blonde beauty named Allison Harvey. Let me tell you, her figure and aura were simply walking hormones. She was once a Navy elite, but retired due to family issues. Yet, deep down, she was an adventurer. When she heard about this mission, 100 Danger, she just laughed. Haha, this is exactly the life I want. She was practically a top player with a rebellious spirit. So, Allison put on her gear, tied her hair in a high ponytail, looking fierce, and set off. And guess what? The next day, while I was on the deck enjoying the sea breeze and contemplating life, I saw a small, shabby boat swaying over, with a blonde beauty standing on it. Who else could it be but Allison? Goodness, I had the expression of an old man on the subway looking at his phone. Did the Navy think I was a 3-year-old? I just placed the order yesterday, and today they delivered it to my door with express shipping. This is too coincidental. I directly had my subordinates bring the person up. This Allison is still putting on a show, saying something about encountering a storm, the ship sinking, and that she is the only survivor. The look in her eyes, that little expression, Oscar owes her a little golden statue. I watched her perform for a long time and couldn't help but laugh. Slowly, I took out a piece of paper from my pocket and unfolded it in front of her. Ms. Allison Harvey, stop acting. You're a Navy elite, right? Wow. Her face immediately turned pale, and she reacted quickly, pulling out the dagger from her waist in a flash, ready to fight me at any moment. I waved my hand at her, signaling her to calm down. Don't get excited, don't get excited. In this era, information is power. I know all about your little schemes. The order from your headquarters just came down yesterday, and I already know about it today. If there are no issues within your Navy, that would really be a miracle. I looked at her ever-changing face and continued. Now there are two options. Either you keep acting and I watch you perform, or you lay down your weapons, and we cooperate. What I can offer you is far more substantial than what those Navy guys are promising. Allison's hand holding the dagger was trembling, but in the end, she slowly put the knife away and gritted her teeth, saying, All right, Captain Sig, I'm listening to your terms. I must say, Allison really is something. Ever since she boarded our ship, the Pirate King, it felt like she was on a roll. Whatever undercurrents, reefs, or treacherous weather we encountered, she handled it effortlessly, directing us as if we were in an F1 race. My rough-and-tumble crew was left dumbfounded. They were almost turning into her fan club, shouting Miss Allison is amazing every day. Meanwhile, Katarina was not idle either. She sensed something was off. How was it that our ship seemed to have a sixth sense, always dodging Navy patrols and ambushes? She quickly reacted and contacted that colonel with her secret phone bug. Sir, the situation is critical. We have an insider. We must investigate immediately. Upon hearing this, the colonel was furious, slamming his fist on the table so hard that it left a dent, and ordered the entire base to go on high alert, conducting a thorough investigation to root out this insider. What was the result? They searched high and low, combing through all documents and interrogating everyone. Yet not a single trace of the insider was found. This grand investigation ultimately fizzled out. The colonel was so infuriated that he couldn't sit still in his office. Feeling like he was punching a pillow, and had to stifle his frustration, continuing his own secret investigation. Just when the Navy was in chaos, I tell you, fortune smiled upon us. Early in the morning, one of my men rushed out of the hold where I kept my gold and silver treasures, shouting that he had discovered a treasure map. I took a look and, wow, it's ancient parchment with mysterious symbols. The musty smell of history mixed with the salty scent of the sea. It's intoxicating. This thing is simply an invitation to adventure. My subordinates are still mumbling, saying they don't know if this picture is real or fake. I couldn't help but laugh and held up the picture, saying to them, real or fake? How do we know without investigating? Aren't we in this business for this very reason? I pointed at a small circle on the map that no one had noticed, my voice filled with excitement. And look here, this is definitely not an ordinary mark. I bet this mark likely indicates the location of an extremely rare devil fruit. As soon as I said this, the air in the entire cabin froze, and the next second it exploded. A devil fruit. That's something that can elevate a person to greatness in an instant. What is money compared to that? Power is the only hard currency in this sea. Everyone's eyes started to gleam with greed. I slapped the map in front of Allison and said, Navigator, it's up to you. Allison took the map, and her professional demeanor immediately kicked in. She took out her navigation log and star chart, and with a flurry of calculations and comparisons, she worked on that ancient map like a tiger on the prowl. After a while, she suddenly slapped the table, her eyes shining. I have a rough judgment. This location should be on the edge of the East CG-202 naval base. Everyone gasped in shock. A naval base? Isn't that like walking into a death trap? Everyone looked at Allison with suspicion, wondering if she was trying to lead us into a fire pit. But Allison stood her ground, facing all the doubts with confidence. She straightened up and said, let me tell you that scene, wow. She said firmly, I know what you're thinking, but since I've chosen to travel with you, my loyalty lies here. The treasure map doesn't lie. As soon as I saw the situation, I stepped forward, scanning the faces of my companions on the ship. My deep gaze revealed an undeniable authority. I spoke directly and told these brothers, I trust Allison. So what if she used to be in the Navy? That doesn't mean she will stab us in the back. I'm telling you, we're pirates here to seek treasure and make a fortune, not cowards tied down by past issues. If we can't even dare to take this little risk, what are we talking about conquering the seas for? You might as well go home and hug your kids. As soon as I finished speaking, the atmosphere immediately changed. Everyone temporarily suppressed their little schemes. At this moment, Allison was quite helpful and immediately added that she was well informed about the Navy's operations, including patrol routes and rotation times. Wow, isn't this just like playing a game with a god's view? We could take advantage of this information gap to smoothly maneuver right around to the treasure's face. Let me tell you, this story starts with those two former Navy girls, Catalina and Allison, getting on the ship. When they first arrived, the brothers on board were indeed skeptical, but soon we realized it was actually great. Through them, we managed to connect with the EC Naval Base. Family, who understands? Collaborating with our arch-rival Navy is simply a high-end business strategy. I specifically held a meeting to be clear with everyone. I know what you all want, but don't forget, in this sea, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. We help the Navy clean up some troublesome small fish, and, in return, the Navy gives us the green light and provides intelligence and supplies. This deal is a surefire profit for us. Since this cooperation started, our lives have indeed become much more comfortable. The navigation charts provided by the Navy clearly mark the safe zones, allowing us to operate with complete freedom. There have been a few times when the Navy carried out major operations, and we received the news in advance, perfectly avoiding them. It was simply fantastic. I am very clear about the situation. In this world, whether it's pirate crews or the Navy, their internal dynamics can never be a united front, as there are interests and factions everywhere. In 2 lifetimes, am all about breaking the deadlock. Enemies can be friends, and friends can be enemies. It all depends on how you operate. The path I want to take is one of becoming the king of bandits. Unprecedented. Guess what? Just as we reached a consensus on our side, a colonel on the Navy's side was about to go bald from worry. He hung up the call with the brigadier general, pacing in his office, muttering how crazy the world is that the Navy is actually going to cooperate with pirates. But there's nothing he can do. That's the order from above. The brigadier general made it very clear on the phone. ISNT, the 7 warlords an example? For greater benefits, sometimes you have to compromise. Collaborating with the SIG pirate crew is for long-term planning. The colonel had no choice but to curse and complain while picking up a pen to start making plans, thinking that even if they cooperate, they have to keep a close watch on us. At that moment, lo and behold, a shabby ship drifted over, flying a skull flag that looked like a child's drawing. They called themselves the Children of the Storm, and I nearly laughed out loud when I heard that. What a cringe-worthy name. I stood at the bow, looking at these rookies too lazy to let my men take action. I drew my sword instead, feeling good today, just to add some fun to the voyage. The fight, let me tell you, was a total mismatch. In no time at all, they were in disarray. I tied up these novice pirates on the deck to sunbathe, and they were all crying and wailing. I told them, the weak are just stepping stones for strong. However, I'm giving you a chance. If you provide valuable information, those who perform well not only can live, but can also join us. The group immediately started whispering to each other, and some actually shared useful information, so I had them untied and gave them some water. But their leader, a young kid, was pretty stubborn. When I asked him to speak, he actually told me to get lost. Fine, you got guts, huh? I simply waved my hand and had him dragged into the black room. He was still shouting, "Get lost, you Navy dog." I chuckled coldly and told my crew, "Let him stay in there, don't kill him. He is still useful to the Navy alive." Then, the little minions on the deck heard heart-wrenching screams coming from the cabin, and their faces turned white with fear, shaking like leaves. Hey, let me share a secret with you. Those screams were from an old tape recorder I had. That kid inside was staring at the recorder in confusion, while my people were almost laughing their heads off. I picked up the walkie-talkie and casually said, "Switch to side B." Immediately, more desperate screams came from the recorder, and the rookie pirates on the deck completely broke down, crying that the captain must be undergoing torture and that they were doomed. The main focus was on emotional instability and collapse. Katarina, that sister, came over again, questioning me with righteous indignation about why I was doing this. I explained to her, "This is called strategic intimidation, you understand? Scaring them to death makes it easier to manage when we hand them over to the Navy. Besides, a bunch of cowards can't stir up any waves on my ship." She was furious after hearing this, saying it was wrong to use violence to counter violence, and that things should be resolved humanely. I thought to myself, "Miss Navy, your ideals 1T survive 3 days at sea. Fear is the most effective rule in these waters." Watching her storm off in anger, I was actually a bit annoyed too. This sister and Allison are always on my ship trying to incite rebellion, feeding my bandit brothers motivational speeches about how glorious it is to be in the Navy and to protect civilians and earn respect. I taught them the Navy's 6 styles to help them fight, not to turn them into some righteous partners. Now morale is scattered, and it's hard to lead the crew. I've already made up my mind. Once I get my hands on this treasure, I won't hold back. I can turn this vast sea upside down all by myself. When the time comes, I'll return on a ship full of gold and silver, showing them who the real winner is. What I don't know is that little girl, Catalina, is meticulously writing down all my secrets in her diary. She not only analyzes my personality, but also discovers a fatal secret. She writes in her diary, "Sig's power seems to have some limitations. He cannot sustain it for long during battles. According to the base's research, his special moves may only last a few minutes, which might be our only breakthrough." She is calculating all this, and even writes an essay to her colonel, saying that we must divide my crew and weaken my control to catch me during my few minutes of real man time. Let me tell you, this girl is not only clever, but also has a good writing style, even elevating the theme by saying that the light of justice and peace will eventually shine on this sea. Goodness, is she writing a college entrance exam essay? After finishing this, Catalina hides her diary tightly. There's no way around it. I've already taken her wristwatch phone, and now the only way for her to communicate with the outside world is the oldest method, writing letters. These 2 girls, Catalina and Allison, have gone back to World War II, starting a primitive intelligence war. With just a look, Allison understands and quietly says, although notes are old-fashioned, sometimes they're the safest. We need to find an opportunity to send this thing down the ship unnoticed. The plan is set. Catalina suggests that when the ship gets close to the treasure map location near the naval base, they will pretend to inspect supplies at night, and slip the little notes into the supply box. Allison will create some distractions to draw my and my crew's attention. You know how it is, opportunities come and go. A few days later, on a stormy night, Allison accidentally knocks over a barrel of fresh water on the deck, making quite a racket. My men and I rush over to handle it, and no one notices as Catalina, like a spy, swiftly slips those papers filled with my dark secrets into the prearranged supply box, covering it with a piece of old canvas. The next day, the supply ship really arrives. I watch as the supplies are moved over, completely unaware that contraband is mixed in. Catalina and Allison are both on edge. That night, they stand by the ship, looking at the lights of the naval base in the distance, silently praying. They don't know that a big show has already begun due to their little notes. On the other side, at the naval base, a group of sailors is busy counting the supply boxes they receive from me. Suddenly, a soldier digs out an envelope from under a pile of parts. His eyes light up, and he immediately reports it. The matter is escalated up the chain of command until it reaches the commander. The seasoned officer sees that this is no ordinary item and immediately calls all the colonel-level officers in the base for a meeting. In the conference room, the atmosphere is incredibly serious. A dozen colonels, like they're a United Nations assembly, stare intently at the envelope. The officer carefully opens it, revealing the letter written by Catalina outlining my weaknesses. As the contents are read aloud, the air in the conference room becomes thick with tension. The letter exposes all my secrets, my operational modes, potential weaknesses, especially my ultimate move that can only last a few minutes, all clearly written out. It even includes Catalina's suggestions on how to deal with me. After a brief silence, the conference room erupts in chaos. An older colonel speaks first. Catalina's intel is crucial. SIG indeed has a time limit. This is our breakthrough. Another younger officer immediately chimes in. Exactly. Let's set a trap and overwhelm him when he's weak. There are those focused on tactics, psychology, and technology, all starting to devise strategies. Suggestions fly about dividing my crew, psychological warfare to cause infighting, using surveillance equipment to monitor me. Goodness, to catch me, these people are almost pulling out all the stops. Finally, the highest-ranking brigadier general stands up and declares, "The enemy is strong, but we have wisdom and justice. Catalina and Allison have already lit the signal for us. Now, let's lay out the plan. Wait for the perfect moment to take down SIG." With a command given, a dozen colonels set off, and a net aimed at me quietly unfolds. Orders are rapidly transmitted via encrypted telephone to the G202 naval base near the treasure site. As soon as the Navy receives the notification, everyone immediately goes into combat mode, with the telephone lines nearly bursting from the activity. The commander assures the other end of the line. Rest assured, headquarters. Within 2 days, G202 base will be fully prepared, ensuring that SIG has no way to return. The entire base transforms into a high-speed war machine, with personnel moving ammunition, adjusting equipment, and analyzing intelligence, all working tirelessly. The naval forces of the entire East China Sea are mobilized to weave a huge net for me. And what am I doing? I'm still standing on the deck, enjoying the sea breeze, completely unaware that I have become the first boss to be sacrificed in the updated version. I look at my crew, each with gleaming eyes, not loyalty to me, but greed for the treasure. I see clearly. These people are just a bunch of temporary workers, a horde gathered together for money. Once the treasure is found, the first to stab me in the back will be them. I have already made up my mind. Once this job is done, regardless of whether I find the treasure or not, this team will be disbanded on the spot. I want to find true partners who can live and die together, not this bunch of useless people who can't even prop up a wall. Although it's exhausting to sail this big ship alone, it's better than bringing along a group of ticking time bombs that could blow up at any moment. Look at my hawk. He sails a small boat alone and lives freely, right? While I was contemplating life, the elite G202 Navy couldn't hold back any longer. They didn't have my treasure map, but relying on their high skills and boldness. They decided to go to the island first to scout the way, wanting to set up surveillance and traps in advance to catch me like a turtle in a jar. Guess what happened? As soon as these guys set foot on the island, trouble struck. A thick fog suddenly enveloped the island. I tell you, it was so dense it felt like a milk cap had been added, and you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. It was damp and cold. The compass and GPS all malfunctioned, and even the most experienced guides were confused. This island was truly sinister. They started wandering around in the woods, even experiencing hallucinations, with some hearing voices and others seeing non-existent lights and shadows. This scared the elite group badly. A young soldier's voice trembled. Are we lost? Their squad leader was still trying to hold it together. Stay calm. We are elites. But just as he finished speaking, a crow's caw echoed through the woods, chilling everyone to the bone. Just when these people were on the verge of mental collapse, their base leader stepped forward. This guy was tough. He shouted, "We are the elites of G202. What are we afraid of? Everyone, muster your courage." After shouting, he took a deep breath, and both his hands and the twin blades he held were instantly covered with a layer of black armed Haki. He shouted, "Watch closely my signature move, Sky Splitter." 2 arcs of blade light flashed, and that dense fog was actually split open like jelly, creating a path. This move stunned everyone and instantly boosted their morale. The base leader led them along the path he had cut, but he knew in his heart that this island was definitely not a good place. If they stayed any longer, they would become the victims of traps. So he decisively ordered, "Everyone, stop exploring, retreat immediately. We underestimated this island. Return to base and report." But what they didn't know was that as they retreated, pairs of ghostly white pupils were quietly watching them from the thick fog. These were creatures they had never seen before, their bodies almost blending into the mist, with only their eyes shining. They were curious about this group of humans, especially the base leader who could use Haki. The base leader also sensed something was off, feeling like he was being watched, but couldn't find the source. In this tense atmosphere of being spied on, the Navy ran back for their lives. Finally, they saw the coastline and their ship, scrambling aboard as if they had seen their relatives, hastily setting sail to escape. Back on the ship, the G2-2 base leader immediately reported this bizarre experience to his superior, the Brigadier General. He described the thick fog, the creatures with white pupils, and his own speculations in detail. After listening, the Brigadier General fell silent for a while and realized this was not a simple matter. The Navy High Command urgently held a meeting, and the final conclusion was, "This island is too sinister. We can't send our own people to their deaths." However, didn't we have intelligence saying that the bandit King Sig wanted that treasure badly? Let him go. Can you believe this? These Navy people are good at using others to do their dirty work. They don't dare go themselves. So they want me to step on the landmine and act as the version pioneer, right? They decided not to send a large force, but to conduct small patrols in the surrounding waters, monitoring from a distance, waiting for me to dive headfirst into the trap of that mysterious island so they could reap the benefits. And I, Sig, stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the island shrouded in fog in the distance, still pondering one thing. If there really is a legendary devil fruit on that island, should I eat it or not? This thing can give me superpowers, but the price is becoming a landlubber, which is a deadly debuff in a vast ocean. Let me tell you, this thing is really like opening a blind box. It's exciting, but I'm also afraid of getting a thank you for your patronage. What if I end up with a natural type fruit, like the thunder fruit or the flame fruit? I would take off right there and then declare that this sea is mine. But what if I end up in a tragic comedy? For example, after eating, I turn into a salted fish that only spits bubbles, or I'm as slippery as if I were covered in oil. Would I still keep the title of the king of mountain bandits? In the future, when people mention me, Sig, would their first reaction be not a maritime hero, but that slippery man who understands family? The imagery is too strong. I can hardly bear to think about it. No, I must play this safe. Before going to the island, I need to gather all the intelligence. I can't rush in blind. But while I'm brainstorming, I turn around and wow, the atmosphere on the ship is off. The deck is so quiet, and my brothers are avoiding eye contact. They might as well have "I want to run away" written on their faces. I know what's up. There must be someone with ulterior motives, thinking about whether they can defect to the Navy and wash their hands clean. A bunch of cowards. I cursed them in my heart, but I didn't show any expression. I cleared my throat. My voice wasn't loud, but I made sure everyone could hear me clearly. Everyone, if you think there's no future following me, Sig, now, immediately step forward. I won't stop you. I deliberately paused for a moment, my gaze sharp as a knife. slicing through their faces one by one. I wanted to see who would be the first to crack. And what happened? They all huddled together like quails, their heads bowed lower than anyone else's, not daring to make a sound. They knew that I despised betrayal the most, even if it's just a thought. Very well, I sneered coldly. Since you've chosen to stay, throw away those thoughts that shouldn't exist and feed them to the fish. We are mountain bandits. We are wolves. We are not the pathetic dogs begging for mercy in a naval shelter. With these few words, the temperature on the ship probably dropped several degrees. A few of the bolder ones, trembling, inched forward and stammered, "Boss, we're definitely on the same page as you. It's south, just that this place is too eerie. What if? What if what?" I stared at him. Was he afraid of dying? Or was he more afraid that his greed had nowhere to go? In our line of work, ISNT every day like putting our heads on the chopping block. If you're scared, then don't come out here. Although I scolded them, I knew deep down that relying solely on pressure wound tea solved the problem. You have to give a sweet date after a slap. This set of PUA, oh no, I mean the art of leadership I still understand. So I shifted my tone and softened my approach. I know everyone has their own little calculations and dreams they've thought about. This adventure is indeed dangerous, and I can't guarantee that everyone will come back in one piece. I looked at them and sincerely said, "But Sig, want to be clear with you. Once this job is done, regardless of whether we profit or lose, your future is up to you to decide. If you want to continue following me, I welcome you. If you want to take your money and go home to marry a wife, I won't stop you. I've even prepared gold coins and small boats for you, and I'll send you off in style." As soon as these words left my mouth, the effect was immediate. The deck erupted in excitement. Faces that were previously filled with worry now lit up with joy as they began chattering about whether to open a tavern or buy land to become landowners. Seeing their pathetic expressions, I felt both angry and amused. These guys, without my guidance, would probably have been picked clean to the bone out here in the ocean. However, at least their spirits were steadied. But deep down, I still had a thorn in my heart. It was those two women on board, Catalina and Allison. My crew's eyes were glued to them, but I sensed that these two women were not simple. In this vast ocean, the more beautiful something is, the more dangerous it often is. I had to be cautious. 2 days later, we finally arrived. That island, how should I put it? Looked like it was soaked in milk, covered in thick, impenetrable fog that sent chills down my spine. An old sailor leaned over and said, "Captain, this fog doesn't feel right." I held the binoculars, seeing nothing clearly, but I still acted tough. "What are we afraid of? The treasure map points right here. Ready to land." We sat in the small boat and plunged into the thick fog. As soon as we landed, the ground was covered in slippery moss, and the shadows of the trees clawed and danced in a mist, resembling a scene from a horror movie. My subordinates began to cramp in their calves. One young man couldn't help but ask, "Boss, are there really devil fruits here?" I shot him a glare and said, "Is there ISNT there? Just go in and see for yourself. Remember, life comes first, treasures come second." The sky quickly darkened, and we had no choice but to set up camp. I opened a bottle of rum and drank while using my observation Haki to sense the surroundings. However, this damn fog acted like a signal jammer, making it impossible to perceive anything clearly. I could only feel some vague life fluctuations. I instructed my subordinate to keep an eye on those two women while I closed my eyes, trying to push my Haki to the limit to see if I could penetrate this layer of fog. Just as I was half asleep and half awake, all the hairs on my body suddenly stood on end. An extreme sense of danger made me snap my eyes open. Good grief. A gigantic, pure white monster, seemingly made of mist, was silently floating right in front of me. I instinctively reached for my knife and shouted, "Who is it?" That thing seemed to be startled by me, and with a whoosh, it vanished back into the thick fog, moving as fast as an illusion. I immediately yelled, "Everyone, be on guard." The entire camp erupted into chaos, and torches were lit, but even though we illuminated the surroundings as bright as day, we still couldn't see the shadow of that thing. That night, who would dare to sleep? Everyone stayed awake with their eyes wide open until dawn. The next day, while I had everyone pack up, I pondered over that thing from last night. It was white like mist. Could it be a creature that had eaten some special devil fruit? The snow fruit? It didn't seem likely. We continued to walk deeper into the island in the direction where that thing might have appeared yesterday. Before long, We found huge footprints on a patch of damp mud. This confirmed it. What happened last night was not a dream. The footprints were bizarrely shaped, completely unlike anything a normal creature would have. We followed the footprints, and the fog grew thicker. Eventually, I discovered a cave ahead with a gentle white light shining out from the entrance. My heart skipped a beat, and my intuition told me that the answer was inside. I drew my knife and cautiously led the group inside. The walls of the cave were covered in glowing moss, illuminating the entire cavern like a fairyland. At the deepest part of the cave stood a figure. It was the large white monster from last night. It just stood there quietly watching us, seemingly without any hostility. My men were nearly scared to death, each one shouting to retreat. They seemed unable to see the creature clearly, only feeling a strange aura. I told them to be quiet, took a few steps forward, and cautiously said, "We mean no harm." The monster seemed to understand, from its body made of mist. It extended a hand, also formed of mist, and gestured deeper into the cave, inviting us to proceed. I steeled my heart and decided to trust at once. But the further we went in, the more frightened I became. From the depths of the cave, more and more small, white, gas-like creatures floated out, like glowing clouds, dancing around us. This scene was simply breathtaking, too beautiful to describe. Then, I realized the most terrifying problem. I turned around and saw my subordinates, each one wearing a face of confusion and fear. They couldn't see these beautiful, glowing creatures at all. In their eyes, this was just an ordinary, damp, and eerie cave. Wow. So this is a cyber tour just for me. This treatment is too special. I was just about to communicate with these spirits again, but when I turned around, I saw my brothers, and their eyes had all turned into eerie blood red at some point. Let me tell you, that look in their eyes was definitely off. It wasn't the gaze of someone looking at a monster. It was the kind of resentment that had built up for 800 years, suddenly finding an outlet and bursting out all at once. They were staring at each other, and even started looking at me, their expressions twisted to the point where I almost thought I had stumbled into some kind of underworld murder mystery scene. Who understands this? Folks, 1 second, we were good brothers riding the waves together, and the next second, it was like we were about to stage a dramatic fight like in Tiny Times. Just short of pointing fingers and asking why you were wearing clothes like Pinru. My heart sank. Oh no, this mist is toxic. It's not harmful to the body. It directly attacks your petty side, magnifying all those little issues in your heart infinitely. I quickly shouted, "Everyone calm down. We're a team." But what happened? No one listened to me. Instead, I was met with louder insults, and two guys had already started pushing each other. One big guy pointed at another skinny guy, spitting as he shouted, "Why did you get more than me last time we split the loot?" The skinny guy retorted, "How can you even say that? Every time we go out to sea, you're slacking off more than anyone else, and when the storm came, it was me who helped you secure the sails. Damn it, all the old grievances have come to light. You call me coward, and I blame you for the unfair distribution of profits. It's all a mess." Of course, there are a few brothers still holding on, gritting their teeth and gripping their weapons, sweat dripping from their foreheads, clearly battling the negative emotions in their heads. This can't go on. If the monster doesn't take us down, we'll end up annihilating ourselves first. Verbal persuasion is useless. We must run. I quickly scanned the surroundings, and in the corner of the cave, I saw a faint beam of light. The exit. It's over there. Stop fighting. Listen to my orders. I drew my short knife, not to attack anyone, but to strike hard against the stone wall beside me, trying to wake them up with the noise. But it was no use. Several pairs had already gotten into it, flashing blades everywhere. I charged straight into the middle of the fiercest fight, using my body to force them apart, and shouted, "Follow the light. Retreat." I was blocking the indiscriminate attacks of my completely crazed brothers with a knife, while protecting those who were still somewhat sane, guiding them towards the light. Let me tell you, it was chaotic, but I had to hold on. I am a captain. Finally, I managed to drag a portion of them out of that hellhole. As soon as they saw the daylight outside, the red glow in their eyes diminished a bit, as if they had just woken up from a nightmare, looking bewildered at the knife in their hands and their injured companions. I just wanted to breathe a sigh of relief and slumped down to the ground, only to see an even more chilling scene. Those brothers who were most affected. Their faces began to blur, It was like a television with poor signal showing static. Their features were almost melting into the white mist. I instantly understood. This wasn't possession or control. This was assimilation. They wanted to turn us into the new natives of this island. Could I tolerate this? I was fucking furious. A surge of fire shot up from my feet straight to the crown of my head. I took a deep breath, and that power within me, that innate kingly quality, that thing called Conqueror's Haki, erupted like a volcanic explosion, bursting forth. I slowly drew my sword, closed my eyes, and infused all that dark red aura into the tip of the blade. Let me tell you, that energy was something else. The air began to hum. Facing a white creature that floated towards me, I growled, open, and slashed with my sword. When that thing hit my sword energy, it shook as if thrown into a pressure cooker, and boom, it exploded into a wisp of green smoke. The primal aura activated. It was that violent. With each strike, I chopped through them like cutting vegetables. Those white creatures were no match for me. But just as I was enjoying the kill, I suddenly felt a chill down my back. My brother's expressions were off again. They were exchanging glances with that female Navy officer named Katarina not far away. Were they plotting? Good grief, this woman had already been feeding my people nonsense behind my back. Just waiting for the moment, I turned my back on them to make a big move. My battle instincts are so sharp that I don't even need to look back. I directly ask, what do you want to do? Didn't you say you couldn't see the enemies in this fog? Or do you have other ideas now? As soon as I said that, they all froze, their raised weapons pausing in midair. I could still see the struggle in their eyes, but it was useless. That female Navy officer had brainwashed them too effectively. A strong man was the first to crack, conjuring a large fireball in his hands while shouting the name of his move. Kiss of the Fire Dragon. I couldn't help but want to laugh. Were they putting on a stage play here? Following that, moves like Shadow Assault and Gale Slash came one after another, each of them revealing their trump cards and launching them towards my back. I consider you as brothers, and you treat me as the final boss to be defeated, right? All right. I didn't even take a look. I simply sidestepped and effortlessly evaded all attacks. At that moment, my heart sank, but more than that, I felt anger. Are you really going to betray me? I asked one last time. What answered me was their even crazier gazes. Fine, then don't blame me. I no longer held back. The Conqueror's Haki within me was unleashed completely, a full 200%. With a thunderous roar, the entire island trembled, and the sky was dyed an eerie black red. The shock wave of this power swept across, and my brothers were like being struck by an invisible hammer, trembling all over, the madness in their eyes instantly fading, their minds clearing for just a second. Wake up! I shouted at them. But just then, that Catalina started her antics again, shaking a small brass bell. She began to PUA like she was chanting, "Are you willing to spend your whole life as mere support for him? Think of your families, think of wealth and glory. Becoming a Navy admiral, returning home in splendor." Good heavens, the way she painted that pie in the sky was both round and big. The clarity in my brother's eyes was instantly filled with greed once again. I looked at all of this and suddenly laughed. I laughed particularly loudly. Haha, very good. I straightened up, and my momentum changed abruptly. I'm not someone who drags things out. Since you have chosen, I won't force you to stay. After today, we'll be done with each other. But remember, it was you who betrayed me first. As soon as I finished speaking, I moved. Let me tell you, I didn't even draw my knife. I simply raised my finger, and the air seemed to freeze. Those former brothers rushing towards me suddenly felt a series of muffled cracks in their bodies, and then, like marionettes with cut strings, they fell one by one. There wasn't a drop of blood or a scream. It was clean and neat, strikingly elegant. This move was simply a pro-max version of a dimensionality reduction strike. Hiding in the shadows, Katarina and another female naval officer named Allison turned pale with fright. Their carefully planned betrayal felt like a joke in front of me. How? How is this possible? Allison stuttered, unable to articulate her words. I leisurely walked in front of them, the dark red aura pressing down on them so hard that they could barely breathe. The game is over, ladies. I coldly looked at them, originally thinking of letting you off the hook, but you insisted on pulling these little tricks, forcing me to clean house myself. They still wanted to draw their swords and resist, talking about the glory of the Navy. I really couldn't be bothered to waste words with them. With a flash of my figure, by the time I stood still again, their heads were already spinning in the air, maintaining that expression of heroic sacrifice on their faces. All right, the riffraff has been cleared out. That damned feeling of loneliness has come back. But now is not the time to feel sad. The booming sounds from deep within the island were growing louder, as if some big creature was about to emerge. I felt the power within me growing stronger from the recent killings as I headed towards the center of the island. Passing through the last layer of thick fog, I saw it, a massive natural cave, in the center of which stood a gigantic stone emitting a soft white light, and all the mist was emanating from there. Surrounding the giant stone were a few large creatures covered in white fur, their eyes shining with intelligence. Well, it seems I found the final boss's room. I tell you, these fluffy big guys look pretty cute, but once they start moving, wow, they're as hard as anything. I directly maxed out my Conqueror's Haki and armament Haki, with the black and red aura wrapping around my sword. The special effects, let me tell you, were like the budget was burning. But when I struck, it made a clang sound like hitting diamond. That thing only created a few ripples like water waves and completely absorbed my earth-shattering blow. I was dumbfounded. What ridiculous defense is this? It just left a few shallow white marks, and the next second, the wound healed itself without even leaving a scar. And you know what's even more disgusting? The harder I hit, the thicker the surrounding mist became, and this mist could even heal them. Isn't this just like those cockroaches that can't be killed, focusing on companionship? Unbelievable. I am outputting crazily here, shaking the entire island to its core, with black and red light pillars shooting up into the sky, poking holes in the clouds above. The Navy outside the island must be dumbfounded with their jaws dropped, probably wondering what kind of divine battle this is. They've never seen a scene like this. In their understanding, the strongest attack is just a cannonball. But I know the struggle I'm facing. Who understands my pain? My blue bar is almost empty, while those guys on the other side are still full health and full mana, acting like nothing's happening. I can't keep this up for long, so I quickly think of a plan. Those fluffy monsters must be powered by that glowing stone in the middle, so I'll take out the source first. I poured all the remaining power into the tip of my sword, and my whole body transformed into a shooting star, charging towards the giant rock. I thought to myself, surely this time I would shatter it, right? But then something even more absurd happened. As soon as the tip of my sword touched the stone, there wasn't even a sound. My earth-shattering move was completely swallowed by it. It was as if it had been sucked into a four-dimensional pocket, vanishing without a trace. Utterly clean. At that moment, I had one thought. It's over, I've hit a brick wall. This stone is the real boss. Before I could react, the stone suddenly unleashed a tremendous force of attraction, and I felt like a nail being pulled by a magnet, unable to move at all, directly yanked toward the stone. Let me tell you, that feeling was so bizarre. It was as if the space around me had frozen, and I could only watch helplessly as I got closer and closer to that stone. Just as I was about to touch it, countless complex patterns suddenly lit up on the stone, and then my consciousness was directly sucked into it. Goodness, this isn't just a stone, it's practically a supercomputer, giving me an experience of consciousness upload spanning millions of years and letting me live out 100 million different life scenarios. I have seen countless parallel versions of myself. Some are admirals, some have become ordinary fishermen, and some have even become kings of the world. I have experienced countless cycles of life and death, love and hatred. While the outside world may have only passed a few minutes, I feel as if I have lived for several centuries, with so much information in my mind that my CPU is about to overheat. When I finally open my eyes and regain my senses, the entire world has changed. Those furry little monsters are gone, and the huge rock that had tormented me has turned to dust and scattered in the wind. The mist over the island has vanished. The sun is shining brightly, and life is peaceful, as if everything that just happened was a dream. But I know it wasn't a dream. I feel like I've been reborn. The three-color Haki inside me is more harmoniously unified than ever, flowing smoothly like never before. I try to clench my fist, and the Conqueror's Haki and armament Haki merge seamlessly, as simple as breathing. This isn't just battling monsters. This is clearly an adventure, a gift of cheats coming my way. I closed my eyes and released my sensory dominance. The outlines of the entire world became vividly clear in my mind. I even caught a glimpse of the future, standing by the sea, with just a thought, a glance, the vast naval fleet outside shattered like paper, instantly breaking apart and sinking to the bottom. Ha! Catalina, Allison, your good days are over. I sneered. The script of the future is to be written by me. No time to waste. The naval forces outside were still buzzing around like headless flies in their blockade. Suddenly, their warships began to disintegrate without warning, one after another, like unboxing packages. The scene was truly spectacular. The communicator was filled with wails and cries. They would never know how they perished. In the end, those naval officers reacted quickly, shouting to abandon ship, running towards my island with moon steps. I stood on the mountaintop, coldly watching this group of drenched chickens. It used to be you chasing after me, but now the tide has turned. I gave them no more chances, opened my arms, and unleashed the upgraded Conqueror's Haki without reservation. It was no longer just a simple mental shock, but an invisible force of rule-level power. In an instant, the entire sea fell silent, and everyone lost consciousness, forever remaining in this sea along with their shattered warships. The whole world became serene. I stand by the sea, feeling the sea breeze and looking at the devastated surface of the water, and I can't help but feel a bit emotional. Strength, this thing, truly is a double-edged sword. But now is not the time to think about these things. I'm facing a very practical problem. Though I look good, I've destroyed all the boats. How am I going to leave this island? I can't really swim all the way like that old man, Rayleigh, can I? All right, it seems I have no choice. I took off my shirt, revealing my perfect muscle lines, and plunged into the icy sea. If I'm going to swim, as the king of mountain bandits, I have to swim with the aura of a king. As I swam, I pondered, just how strong am I now? The 4 emperors of the New World? It feels like if I encounter them now, they'd just be upgraded minions. Even all 4 of them together probably wouldn't be enough for me to fight. Since that's the case, I should set my sights higher. A bold idea popped into my mind. The celestial dragons, those so-called world nobles, don't they claim to be gods? Aren't they untouchable? Then I'm going to touch them and see whether their divine power is tougher or my fists are tougher. Yes, that's it. Once I reach the shore, my next step is to head straight for the holy land of Mariewa. I want to show the whole world what true, absolute power looks like. But speaking of which, this sea is way too damn quiet. Where's the so-called era of great pirates? Where are the pirates? Where's the navy? Not even a passing ship in sight? It's really boring. It would be nice to have an unwitting fool to practice my skills on. And guess what? My mouth seems to be on a roll. Whatever I say comes true. I have to tell you, just after I finished complaining, I caught a glimpse of a wisp of black smoke rising on the horizon. Right after that, a faint cry for help slipped into my ears. Wow, here comes the action. I was so excited at that moment. Without saying a word, I paddled so fast, it was almost like a motor, and charged straight towards the direction of the black smoke. As I got closer, I saw that it was quite a scene. A shabby little boat that looked like it was about to fall apart was bobbing in the waves like a piece of paper. On the boat stood a blonde girl, her dress clinging to her body, but her demeanor was impressive, obviously a young lady from a wealthy family. Beside her were an old butler and 2 injured bodyguards, all 4 of them looking extremely worried. Why were they worried? Because behind them, several pirate ships flying the skull and crossbones were chasing them like a swarm. The pirates on those ships looked rough and raucous, making a racket that could be heard from far away. The leader, a red-haired guy, let me tell you, had a lewd grin, drool almost dripping onto the deck, his eyes fixed on the young lady like a hungry wolf seeing meat. These pirates had no decency. Their leader shouted that this canary must not be harmed and should be captured alive to serve as a prominent decoration on their ship. His crew responded with whistles and cheers, the scene resembling a large-scale workplace bullying incident. As for the people on the little boat, they were surprisingly tough. The young lady was clearly terrified, but her face was tight with determination, not showing any fear. Her 2 bodyguards, one old named William and one young named Arthur, looked like they could barely stand but still protected her like 2 gate gods. The old butler was even more outrageous, grabbing a paddle and preparing to fight. Just as the pirate ship crashed into them, ready to board, the young lady stepped forward and shouted at the red-haired pirate captain, "You scum, listen. If you want me as a prisoner, you must let my people go. Otherwise, I'd rather jump into the sea than let you succeed." Family members, who understands? I was stunned. What era is this? Still putting on such a show of deep loyalty and self-sacrifice. But I have to admit, it was somewhat inspiring. Her two bodyguards shouted in unison, "Miss, we are the swordsmen of the Vanderlyn family. Even if we die, we will carve a bloody path for you." Their loyalty was touching, bringing tears to one's eyes. The red-haired pirate, named Jack, was initially taken aback by this, then grinned even more perversely. "You've got guts. I like that. But my dear, you're too naive." With a wave of his hand, his pirates surged forward like they had been injected with adrenaline. Just then, at the critical moment when battle was about to break out, wow, let me tell you, a person fell from the sky. I'm not joking, just one person, dressed in a black robe, casually walking down as if taking a stroll, literally descending from the clouds, moonwalking. What a showy entrance. He landed so lightly on the surface of the water between the little boat and the pirate ship, his toes barely touching the water, not even causing a ripple. Everyone was dumbfounded. The pirates fell silent in an instant. The red-haired Jack was also confused, pointing at him and asking, "Who the hell are you?" The guy in the black robe, "That is me, Sig." Didn't he even lift my eyelids? My voice was not loud, but clearly reached everyone's ears. "Foolish insects. Your noise has awakened the sleeping dragon. I tell you, this bee is just putting on a show, and I give a perfect score." There was an obstinate pirate captain who charged at me with a roar. What happened? I didn't even lift a finger, and that guy was like he hit a ghost. Frozen in midair, his expression changed from fierce to terrified, and then with a thud, his knife fell, and he slumped down back onto the deck. I said softly, "Quiet. I repeat, this sea area does not allow any violence." At this moment, all the pirates quieted down, each one scared like a quail. Red-haired Jack's face changed multiple times. But after so many years in the game, his thieving heart remained alive. He secretly signaled his men. Hundreds of pirates stealthily raised their muskets. I sneered coldly in my heart. How foolish. Just as they were about to fire, I flickered and appeared among them like a ghost. With a light flick of my sleeve, an invisible force diverted all their gun muzzles, and the bullets went off with a crackle, all shooting into the sea without even touching a hair on me. At this point, Jack completely lost his composure, roaring as he charged at me with his knife. The two bodyguards also showed some guts. Seeing the opportunity, they rushed in as well, and a massive brawl erupted in an instant. Just when the fight was at its peak, in the distance on the horizon, a fleet came sailing over. Flags flying that were identical to the badge on the young lady's chest. Reinforcements had arrived. The pirates, witnessing this scene, immediately lost their morale and turned to flee. Red-haired Jack was also a coward. Seeing he couldn't win, he shouted and attempted to lead the retreat. Then, I hovered in midair and asked in an extremely calm tone, "Did I let you leave?" As soon as the words left my mouth, all the pirate ships seemed to be locked in place on the surface of the sea by invisible chains, unable to move. The expressions on their faces shifted from relief at the thought of escaping to sheer terror in an instant. With a gentle wave of my hand, the sky became overcast with dark clouds, thunder and lightning roared, and towering waves dozens of meters high surged on the sea, surrounding them like walls of water. I tell you, that scene was no different from a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. I didn't give them any more chances, just coldly said, "I hope you understand in your next life that true power is meant to protect peace." As the last word fell from my lips, an invisible force instantly swept across the entire pirate fleet. Those sturdy ships decayed and crumbled like they had been accelerated through time by hundreds of years, rapidly turning to sawdust and sinking to the seabed within seconds. As for the pirates, they didn't even have time to scream. Under the terrifying water pressure and energy shock, they evaporated one by one, leaving not a trace of blood behind. In less than a minute, over 1,000 pirates, along with their ships, were completely gone, as if they had never existed. When the fleet of that young lady arrived at the scene, what they saw was a calm sea and a few disheveled people on our little broken ship. Their whole family stared in shock. Her father, a duke, held her and asked for a long time before figuring out what had happened. As for me, I had long since finished and left, concealing my achievements and name. I am floating alone at an altitude of 10,000 meters, standing on a small boat that I don't know where it came from, taken from some unfortunate soul. This thing is being held up steadily above the clouds by my Conqueror's Haki. To be honest, I am surprised myself. When did my Conqueror's Haki become this powerful? Others' Conqueror's Haki can at most stun a few lackeys, but mine directly defies Newton's laws and lifts the boat into the sky. This skill is undeniably ahead of its time. I can feel the world-destroying power within me. Every inch of muscle seems forged from steel, yet incredibly light. Those pirates earlier, I didn't even put in much effort. Suddenly, I feel that the so-called emperors of this sea, those 56 kings, seem just like that. Perhaps it's time to show this sea what a true mountain bandit king really is. I tell you, as soon as I made this bold statement, the background music almost started playing on its own. But in the next second, oh boy, my stomach went off like a performance. It was rumbling loudly. Let me tell you, does anyone understand? My three-color dominance was about to be overshadowed by this embarrassing noise. One moment, I was the man conquering the sea, and the next, I turned into a starving loser. The dignity of a top-tier warrior was gone in an instant. I realized at that moment, what's the use of just being able to fight? I need partners. At the very least, I need a cook. Otherwise, with my cooking skills, I almost set the ship on fire last time. The black smoke was so thick that even rats would go around it. And a navigator is a must. With my sense of direction, I could get lost in the East China Sea. I'm practically a disgrace to people with no sense of direction. But here's the problem. Where can I find people? This East China Sea is basically a beginner's village. Once I unleash my Conqueror's Haki, I can easily take down a bunch. And it's hard to find anyone who can stand straight and talk to me, let alone top-tier talent. I can't do this. I must make my move. The target is the Grand Line. That's where the strong thrive. Just as I was worrying about how to get there, my observation Haki brought me good news. Someone clueless just walked right up to me. A shabby ship, flying a skull flag, with iron chain written on it. It looks like they're into human trafficking or something shady. I tell you, those bastards saw my little boat, and their eyes turned green, as if they hadn't had a score in hundreds of years. The captain, named Harvey, was staring through a telescope for a long time, then directly ordered, "Capture him alive." I guess he wanted to sell me for a couple of bucks. A few small boats rowed over, with several beefy guys on board shouting at me. "Hey kid, where did this refugee come from?" I was sitting in the small boat at the time, not moving at all, just quietly watching their performance. These fools had no idea what they were getting themselves into. There were still a bunch of people locked up under the boat, and from the noise, you could tell they were scared stiff like quails. Well, when you run into these pirates, surviving is already considered good luck. When they got close enough, one of the leading pirates saw that I wasn't reacting and got anxious. He pulled out a flintlock pistol and bang. He fired right at me. And what happened? With a clang, the bullet hit something like a wall and fell into the sea. Let me tell you, the expressions on those people's faces were like they'd seen a ghost. Their jaws nearly dropped. I grinned, lightly pushed off the ground with my foot, and in an instant, I landed on their deck like a cannonball. Now, I brushed off the dust from my hands, and it was your turn to choose. Would you like to hang out with me, or go feed the fish? Captain Harvey seemed quite temperamental. Seeing the situation was not in his favor. He actually pulled out a knife inlaid with sea prism stone from his waist. Good grief. Did he think I was a devil fruit user? Hilarious, buddy. My main forte is physical prowess, you know? Make your move, he shouted. His henchmen, armed with various shabby gadgets inlaid with sea prism stone, cautiously surrounded me. I couldn't be bothered to waste words. I shifted my body and appeared right in front of Harvey's face. His eyes widened like copper bells, and he didn't even see how I moved. I gently placed my hand on his wrist, and with a snap, that precious knife fell to the ground. "Greed will get you killed," I whispered to him, just when these people were too frightened to know what to do. The sound of a horn echoed over the sea again. Good grief, things were about to get even livelier. Several more slave-catching ships arrived, and the one leading them was nicknamed Black Shark, clearly just as unscrupulous as Harvey. These guys weren't here to help. They were here to take advantage of the chaos. Black Shark shouted to Harvey, "Hey Harvey, looks like you've kicked a hornet's nest. How about you share some of the goods with us?" It was simply a live-action black-on-black drama. I watched these people start to integrate their internal resources, and I almost laughed out loud. That Black Shark is quite perceptive. He guessed I was a Navy undercover agent after seeing me use the 6 styles a couple of times. But his greed got the better of him. and he started stirring up the other captains, suggesting they team up to eliminate me and then divide the spoils. All right then, since you all want to wipe me out so badly, I must help you fulfill that desire. I didn't waste any more words with them. A bit of Conqueror's Haki leaked out, and those minions fell like wheat being cut down. Then I unleashed my might. Let me tell you, that scene was like chopping vegetables. One punch for one little kid, one kick for one unlucky guy. Their previous arrogance instantly turned into howls of despair. By the end, those pirate leaders looked at the sea of corpses, completely dumbfounded. I stood there, barely catching my breath, and waved at them. Come on, surrender and you won't be killed. I'll give you a chance. But that black shark Jack was still tough, glaring with red eyes and shouting. Surrender? It's better to die here than end up and impel down. Brothers, let's fight to the death. All right, I appreciate your spirit. Then let us make your deaths a bit more dignified. They launched their final suicidal charge, throwing everything at me. Electrified harpoons, poison daggers, all coming at me. I took a step in the air, watching them perform like clowns down below. Once their tricks were exhausted, I swooped down and delivered a heavy punch, taking out the loudest one, Black Shark, in an instant. Now, the remaining dozen leaders completely collapsed, unable to hold their weapons steady. When the fight was over, I turned and walked towards the ship's cabin, kicking open those iron cages. You're safe now, I told the terrified slaves inside. In an instant, cries, laughter, and cheers erupted. But just then, the Navy patrol ship arrived. A weaselly-looking brigadier general with round glasses stepped out. It was a notorious rat brigadier. As soon as he boarded the ship, he gave me a smirk that didn't reach his eyes and said, "The mantis stalks the cicada," unaware of the oriole behind. "Mr. Sig, you've worked hard. Now, it's up to us Navy." As soon as I heard it, I laughed. This old guy is clearly in cahoots with those pirates, and now he wants to take advantage of the situation? I looked at him, my tone calm but cold. Brigadier Mouse, the people I saved are not for you to dictate. I will not allow anyone to drag them back into the darkness. The Conqueror's Haki I possessed unconsciously radiated out, causing the Navy soldiers behind him to start trembling in their legs. Brigadier Mouse's expression changed slightly, but he still forced a smile. "Mr. Sig, don't misunderstand. We are just acting in accordance with the law." I stared at his twinkling, restless eyes, fully aware that this guy's calculations were far more complex than they appeared on the surface. But let me tell you, at that moment, I couldn't care less about figuring him out. My heart was completely caught up with those poor slaves. That guy named Sig didn't have time to waste with this rat brigadier. He sneered, making it clear, "Don't talk nonsense with me. I don't trust you." I watched as his words fell, and in an instant he vanished. Seriously, he just disappeared from where he was standing, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared like a ghost on the deck of the naval warship. Goodness, the sailors on the ship were dumbfounded. Before they could react, they felt an invisible force explode, as if the air had solidified. The rat brigadier turned pale, shouting for everyone to back off. But the panic in his voice was impossible to hide. What followed was pure personal showtime. Sig's skills were simply incredible, as if he had activated a cheat. He used both fists and feet, moving so quickly that only afterimages were visible. The naval soldiers fell like dumplings, one after another. But what was most impressive, he was precise in his strikes. Everyone was just knocked out, not a single one seriously injured. While fighting, he declared, "See clearly, this is justice, not letting you be used as guns for the wicked." This left the sailors utterly confused, each of them feeling uneasy. The rat brigadier was both shocked and furious, but after seeing Sig's strength, he understood that confronting him head-on was not an option today. As a result, Sig didn't give him a chance to think. Let me tell you, the real explosive moment was yet to come. Sig's gaze sharpened, his aura suddenly surged, unleashing a pressure 100 times stronger than before. Charging straight at the rat brigadier's face like a tsunami, I felt a constriction in my breath, even from so far away. As for the rat brigadier, one second he was standing there like a man, and the next he froze completely, his pupils dilating, drool trickling from his mouth, performing a brain shutdown right there, turning into the foolish son of a landlord. "General, what's wrong with you?" The nearby soldiers were terrified, wanting to help him, but they were pushed back by the invisible aura, stumbling everywhere and unable to get close. Who understands family members? The commander was incapacitated by just a glance from someone. How could this battle continue? The entire warship was thrown into chaos. Sig seized this opportunity and quickly moved the slaves. But looking at the terrified young sailors, he seemed to have a twinge of compassion. He suddenly retracted that terrifying aura, and the whole world instantly returned to normal. He stood there, his voice not loud, but everyone could hear him clearly. I am not here to fight you. I am here to take away these people who should be free. Remember, justice is not blind obedience to orders. It is about using your own hearts to judge right from wrong. I tell you, this speech is simply a dimensional reduction strike. Those naval soldiers, looking at me, looking at each other, their eyes full of confusion and hesitation. Sig saw that the moment was right and said, clear a path. Let justice pass. Silence, a dead silence. Then a miracle happened. A naval soldier quietly stepped aside. Then the second, the third. They actually opened up a passage. At the moment the rescued slaves stepped onto the beach, the sunset shining on them, they all cried uncontrollably. Without saying a word, they knelt down in unison and bowed to Sig. Sig quickly helped them up, saying, get up, this is what you deserve. Go live your lives. Meanwhile, a more dramatic scene unfolded on the warship. Those naval soldiers seemed to suddenly realize something and started to cheer. Yes, why should we still obey that fool brigadier's orders? Coronel, let's take them home. The naval colonel, an old soldier who looked very composed, stared into the distance for a long time, then suddenly waved his hand, issuing an order that left everyone dumbfounded. All hands. Change mission. Board all survivors. Return to base. We will protect them and help them find their home. Damn! At that moment, the slaves were first stunned, then erupted into thunderous cheers, tears streaming down their faces even more fiercely than before. See, looked at all of this. A slight smile appeared on his lips. He nodded at them and said, you did well. Remember today's feeling. After saying that, he turned and left, humbly hiding his achievements. Later, I heard that the naval headquarters was in an uproar. Brigadier General Mouse and his subordinates were called back for an inspection and were completely dumbfounded, their spirits utterly crushed. Scientists said it was due to being overwhelmed by an extremely high level of Conqueror's Haki. Now the high-ranking Navy officials couldn't sit still, with more than a dozen brigadier generals and several major generals arguing around the table. Some felt that there was something suspicious about this. Brigadier General Mouse was never a good person and might have been trying to pull a fast one, only to run into a tough opponent. But another faction believed that regardless of the situation, Shiji's abilities were too dangerous and must be eliminated. Just as the argument reached a boiling point, a thunderous piece of news came in. All the more than a dozen warships sent to monitor Shiji's mountain bandits had sunk. Not a single survivor. At that moment, the entire conference room fell into a deathly silence. The next second, a major general slammed his fist on the table, his eyes reddening. This is a declaration of war against our entire East Sea Navy. We must retaliate. Now, no one mentioned any conspiracy theories anymore. And everyone's opinion instantly united. Get him. We must get him. Previously, they hadn't put a bounty on Shigu because he hadn't harmed civilians or the Navy. Now, with their faces swollen from the humiliation, they couldn't hold back anymore. They immediately began discussing the bounty amount. This kid can use 3 types of Haki, the starting price. I propose 500 million, said a major general. Immediately, someone opposed. 500 million? Who do you look down on? He wiped out our more than a dozen warships. At least 700 million. The discussion became increasingly heated, and in the end, they gritted their teeth and settled on a number that would make the entire East Sea tremble. 800 million berries. I tell you, as soon as this bounty notice came out, the entire East Sea went crazy. Newspapers were flying everywhere, and all the taverns were talking about this man named Sig. 800 million. In the weakest sea, the East Sea, that's simply unbelievable. A legend was born just like that. However, even stranger things happened. The Navy sent people to scout Sig's lair, and the result was a scene of carnage. There were corpses everywhere, but not a single Navy soldier was among the dead, only his own men. Sig had slaughtered his own band of robbers and then vanished without a trace. This move left everyone dumbfounded. What on earth did this guy want? Was he crazy? Or was he playing a grand game? At this very moment, at the center of the storm, Sig himself was walking leisurely down the street wearing a straw hat. Listening to the discussions around him, he curled his lips in disdain, filled with mockery. 800 million? That's just giving alms to beggars. He believed he was worth at least 5 billion. He walked into a tavern where bounty hunters and pirates were buzzing with excitement, bragging loudly. Have you heard? That Sig says he can use all 3 types of Haki. A bearded bounty hunter scoffed disdainfully. Him? In this small place called EC, what kind of character could come out? He probably hasn't even fought a decent battle. The crowd was still cheering him on, and a burly guy raised his cup, spitting as he spoke. I think that 800 million bounty is just the Navy bragging, trying to save face. I'll tell you, every word of that conversation went straight into the ear of the guy next to me. His face immediately darkened. He originally wanted to keep a low profile, but this group of oblivious people just had to provoke him. He slowly stood up, walked to the bar, and intentionally lowered his straw hat a bit, revealing a pair of eyes sharp as knives, with a hint of mockery for the fools. He tapped the table. The sound wasn't too loud, but the entire tavern instantly fell silent. He said, "Bartender, give me the largest rum you have." After a pause, he glanced at the gossiping group, smiled, and added, "Today, I'll use it to rinse my mouth and cleanse the junk that got into my ears." Goodness, the moment those words left his mouth, the bartender's hand started to tremble while pouring the drink. Sig took the glass without even looking at it, downed it in one gulp, and then slammed the glass onto the bar with a bang. The meaning was clear. A storm was coming. He turned around, leisurely took off his straw hat, and placed it on the bar. In that instant, I swear, the entire tavern was like someone pressed the mute button. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating his face, the very one I had only seen on the wanted posters, now crystal clear. The pirates and bounty hunters present had their eyes gleaming green, like hungry wolves seeing meat. 800 million berries. Folks who understands. This is no ordinary person. He is clearly a walking gold mine. Everyone's forehead seemed to have the words "get rich" etched on it. Fists clenched tightly, saliva almost dripping. Sig looked at these people, the corner of his mouth curling into a sneer, that smile dripping with mockery. He casually remarked, "Looks like my reputation is quite substantial." His voice wasn't too loud, but it pierced into everyone's heart like a needle. However, don't rush to act, he paused. Soon you'll understand. 800 million is just an appetizer for me. After saying that, he put his straw hat back on, turned, and walked out, leaving behind a stylish silhouette and a casual remark. "If you want to take the money, you'd better have a life to spend it." Just like that, he disappeared at the door, leaving a room full of fools blinded by greed. This group of people, as if on steroids, rushed out, terrified that the money would grow legs and run away. The tavern owner could only sigh at the scene, probably praying that his establishment wouldn't be torn apart. But little did they know, Sig hadn't planned to run. He was just walking his dog. He deliberately slowed his pace, leading this group to a dark little grove outside the city, and then he stopped. He turned his back to the panting pursuers, his voice cold and mocking as if it came from the depths of the earth. "Hey, brothers, why aren't you sleeping at this late hour? Chasing me for what? To line up for a free meal?" A bold bounty hunter mustered up the courage to shout, "Sig, your bounty is 800 million. We're here to claim what's ours." Upon hearing this, Sig laughed disdainfully. He slowly turned around, the moonlight illuminating his face, his gaze sharper than a blade. "Oh, yours? What makes you think I'm standing here waiting for you to catch me, rather than waiting for you to come to your doom?" The moment those words fell, let me tell you, the scene was unbelievable. It was just a split second. That guy's eyes widened. An invisible aura exploded. The air around them solidified. Even the wind stopped. Those who had just been making a racket were now trembling like they had seen a ghost. A few stubborn ones, unwilling to back down, charged forward. What happened? Sig didn't even move. He just stood there. Those who rushed at him didn't even touch the hem of his clothes. It was as if they were struck by an invisible hammer, each one spewing blood and flying out, instantly lifeless. The entire process was as fast as a mirage. When everything quieted down, Sig stood alone in the grove, surrounded by bodies sprawled across the ground like cut wheat. He looked at the battlefield littered with spoils, sighed, and muttered to himself, "Sigh, dealing with you guys with bounties in the millions, I don't even need to draw my sword. Just using my Conqueror-S Haki is enough to shake you like this. Invincibility really leaves one helpless. Folks, who understands? This kind of Versailles is simply etched into the DNA of showing off. The few who had the luck not to charge forward and survived were already scared out of their wits, faces pale, crawling back while stammering. Monster he-s not even human Sig didn't chase after them. He just watched them run away, leaving behind a parting remark. Go on. Tell everyone in the East Blue that if they want to mess with me, Sig, they better consider if their lives are worth it. After this incident, word spread like wildfire, and within a few days, the entire East Blue knew about it. Sig's 800 million bounty was not a pass, but a death warrant. Those who survived exaggerated their tales of how they escaped from the monster, but every night, they had nightmares. From then on, the name Sig became a taboo in the East Blue. For the next month and a half, this guy didn't sit idle. He mingled with merchant fleets, visiting all 7 major islands in the East Blue, dealing with all kinds of disobedience. Any pirate crew that didn't have their eyes open, he promptly wiped out. This made the pirates of the entire East Blue start to behave, and public order improved. The Navy was green with envy. They were supposed to be the enforcers of order, but now the old-timers in the East Blue were more afraid of Sig than the Navy. Several meetings were held at the Navy base, and a group of generals were on the verge of turning gray from worry. They found they couldn't catch a glimpse of Sig. It was as if he had a heavenly eye behind him, always able to avoid their deployments. In the end, they could only decide to strengthen patrols to maintain a presence and prevent the public from thinking the Navy was just sitting around. As for Sig, his attitude towards the Navy was also very subtle. He kept to himself. He was well aware that his goal wasn't to play hide and seek with the Navy. He thought it was fine for the Navy to clean up the small fry. That saved him trouble. What he wanted to deal with were the true masterminds stirring up chaos in the sea. During this period, let me tell you something even more outrageous. This guy discovered that his Conqueror-S Haki seemed to have mutated. He could actually influence people's minds and even modify their memories. Goodness. ISNT this just like a physical exorcism followed by a mental formatting. He gave this move a particularly kitsch name, calling it mind-weaving shadows. In simple terms, it's mind control. He can format your mind with one click, reinstalling a system of kindness. To test this new ability, he captured a bunch of notoriously bad pirates as guinea pigs. He didn't kill them. Instead, he brainwashed them one by one, deleting all the memories of their burning, killing and looting, and then implanted a new ideology of protecting the weak and that everyone has a responsibility. After doing all this, he left this group of newly minted pirates on a remote little island while he hid in the shadows, using his observation Haki to secretly observe. At first, the islanders were terrified, thinking a group of bandits had come. But after a few days, everyone was dumbfounded. These pirates were more helpful than living bodhisattvas. They actively helped villagers repair houses, went fishing to share with everyone, and even drove away other pirates causing trouble. Once a child fell into the water, and it was a former pirate captain who rescued him. I tell you, Sig saw everything in secret and understood in his heart. The most powerful force is not to knock someone down, but to turn bad people into good ones. That is the true dimensionality reduction strike. Half a year passed like this, and many newcomers emerged in the East China Sea, and Sig's name was almost becoming a city legend. But the big boss didn't care about these empty titles at all. He found a small, remote island and secluded himself there every day, practicing and researching an advanced version of his mind-weaving technique. He was no longer satisfied with simple brainwashing. He wanted to understand how to fundamentally influence people's hearts, resolving conflicts through mental power rather than fists, and promoting understanding between people. Occasionally, lost pirates or adventurers would stumble upon this island, many of whom carried past grudges and pain. At first, Sig really believed in this whole thing, thinking of himself as a living bodhisattva who could save all beings. He used his mystical abilities to provide psychological counseling to these lost sheep, helping them put down their weapons and become enlightened. Hey, guess what? At first, the results were really good. One by one, they became harmless, and Sig almost believed it himself, thinking he had found the ultimate key to world peace. But what happened next? After half a year, their old habits popped up like mushrooms after rain. Murder, robbery, that pirate-like ferocity returned. Who understands family? That feeling when you sincerely set up a spiritual healing class, and the students turn around and go out to stab people on the street. Wasn't that a total waste of effort? ShikiMeets collapsed. He realized that forcibly changing people's hearts was harder than performing plastic surgery on the earth. No matter how much you poured in that spiritual chicken soup, if their inner desires and traumas weren't resolved, it was all in vain, like building a castle on the beach, washed away by a wave. He figured it out. No wonder so many researchers are bald. The soul transformation technique he painstakingly developed couldn't even withstand the test of time. Looking at those old patients he had dragged back, the more Sig thought about it, the angrier he became. These guys were originally death row inmates. Why did he bother to save them? Wasting his time, wasting his youth. The next moment, an unlimited fighting tournament broke out in that cave. Blades flashed, blood flew, and the scene was something out of a restricted movie. When Sig finally emerged from the cave, he was full of killing intent, and with a powerful gesture, he collapsed the entire cave to prevent that nauseating bloody smell from wafting out. He understood now. Changing someone's memory in a short time was feasible, but relying on external force to change a person for life? Dream on. So boring. Sig shook his head and decided to find some fun elsewhere. Thus, I followed him to a completely different place. This place was incredible. On one side was the blue sea, and on the other was the golden desert. Simply half water and half flame. The sun hung in the sky like a big fireball, and the architectural style on the street was strange. Neither Eastern Sea style nor New World style, full of exotic charm. The market was bustling, and the air was filled with the scents of spices and roasted meat, but the most eye-catching were the bronze-skinned beauties wearing light saris, jingling and dazzling. Sei, dressed in his signature black coat, walked casually under the blazing sun, a nonchalant smile playing on his lips. Let me tell you, the people around him instinctively made way for him. Wherever he went, it was like the center of a fashion runway. After all, he was a mountain bandit king, and the desert was his home turf. He sauntered into a shabby bar that had been agreed upon, filled with smoke and chaos, clearly a mixed crowd. He was here to meet a fervent fan of his. Goodness, as soon as he entered, he spotted a person sitting in the corner of the bar, with a hat pulled low, but on the table lay a worn-out magazine with Sig's bounty notice on the cover. The moment the person saw Sig, he was so excited he trembled, standing up. Sig. Captain, I'm your diehard fan. Sig chuckled, thinking to himself, with such a notorious reputation, someone actually wanted to become a fan? He sat opposite and curiously sized up this guy who called himself Jack. Jack was also something of a character. He remembered every one of Sig's battles clearly, practically a walking encyclopedia of Sig. He spoke passionately about how he had endured countless lonely nights thanks to Sig's glorious deeds, dreaming of becoming a legend on the sea himself. When he got emotional, Jack suddenly stood up and went to the bar for 2 glasses of dark beer. Sig just watched him, appearing indifferent, but in reality, his observation Haki was already at its maximum. Jack returned with the drinks, raised his glass, and his gaze was so devout it was like he was swearing in. To Captain Sig, to your free spirit. Sig lifted his glass and clinked it with Jack's, taking a small sip. But at that very moment when Jack went to get the drinks, Sig had already caught a whiff of something. Beneath the beer foam, there was a hint of conspiracy. He understood clearly. This was no fan meeting. This was a banquet of betrayal. Those who seemed to be drinking and chatting around were all listening intently. Just when everyone thought he was going to fall for it, Sig gently placed his glass on the table, his gaze sweeping across the room, as if looking at a group of kindergarten kids. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone in the bar heard him clearly. Your act is too poorly performed. As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible pressure enveloped the entire room. The assassins disguised as customers turned pale, their palms sweaty. Sig stood up, his black cloak billowing, his aura fully unleashed. I, Sig, am someone you can scheme against with your little tricks? I've noted this down. But seeing as you, Jack, have at least sincerely admired me, I want to kill you. Remember, respect is earned through power, not poison. After saying that, he walked out as if nothing had happened. When he reached the door, he suddenly stopped and without looking back added, I'll give you a chance. Put down your knives, forget this matter, and choose a new path. In the world of the strong, loyalty is deadlier than poison. The people in the bar were stunned, and Jack was the first to react. He stood up, his voice trembling but firm. Everyone, Captain is right. I choose to follow him. What about you? Goodness, after that loud shout, others began to react one after another. Why fight against a monster when it was sweeter to be his underling? Thus, a group rushed out of the bar, bowing to Sig's back. The scene was spectacular. Jack led the vow. I, Jack, swear with my life, wherever you point, I will go. Others followed suit, some even kneeling down, showing true remorse and loyalty. Sig watched quietly, giving a slight nod. Just like that, a group of people who were ready to take him down turned into his new crew. But changing hearts isn't that easy. These newcomers, especially a few young ones, appeared obedient on the surface, but secretly they were calculating. They thought no matter how strong Sig was, he was still human, and humans have weaknesses. They trained and fought with Sig, learning his every move, but in reality, they were looking for opportunities, thinking of someday taking his place. One day, the opportunity arose. They had just taken down a pirate crew and were holding a victory feast. Sig, indulging for once, drank excessively and ended up passed out in bed, snoring loudly. The young guys saw this, and their eyes lit up. An 800 million berries bounty. Lying there unguarded. This was a ticket to the pinnacle of their lives. They crept into the cabin, nervous yet excited. One of the bolder ones reached out to check Sig's breathing, but as soon as his finger got close, Sig's eyelids twitched. Scaring him so much, he quickly withdrew his hand. In the end, Sig merely turned over and continued sleeping. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, a ghostly voice rang out. Don't waste your effort. I already knew what you were planning. Damn, these people were petrified on the spot. Sig was not drunk at all. He slowly sat up, his gaze sharp as a knife. Last chance, are you sincerely surrendering, or are you rolling out? You choose. The young men instantly broke down, kneeling with a thud, tears and snot flowing as they began to act. Captain, we were wrong. We came over because we were worried about your safety when we saw you were drunk. Our loyalty to you is as clear as day. Their cries were heart-wrenching, and if I hadn't been watching the whole time, I might have almost believed them. Sig watched them perform with no expression on his face, and when they had cried enough, he finally spoke slowly, but his tone dropped from 0 to absolute 0 in an instant. You lot think you can give me a surprise? What a waste of my time. These people were completely stunned. Sig's face was as cold as ice. Be honest. Don't resist. I'll give you a quick end. The instinct to survive made them turn and run. As they reached the door, one of them turned back in despair and shouted, Sig, do you think we came unprepared? We've already put slow-acting poison in your food. Don't you feel a stomachache now? Sig, upon hearing this, not only didn't get angry, but instead laughed. His smile, full of mockery. Slow-acting poison? I'm the guy who is immune to all poisons. Your little tricks haven't even touched the edge of my bowl. Now, they had lost their last card and were utterly hopeless. Sig looked at them and delivered his final judgment. Want to live? Fine. Kill your companions. The last one, standing. I'll let him go. Or, you can all come at me together. I'll play with you. This was a devil's choice. However, the desire to survive overwhelmed everything in an instant. The next moment, blades flashed, and former brothers stabbed each other without hesitation to stay alive. The scene was hell on earth, screams and cries blending together. Sig watched coldly, not even blinking. In the end, when the dust settled, only Jack was still standing. He was covered in blood, wounds deep enough to see the bone. Looking at Sig with pain and pleading in his eyes, he began to confess, saying he was afraid of living in Sig's shadow, that he sacrificed friends and lovers to climb up, and he knew he was wrong, only asking for a chance. He spoke with such genuine emotion, tears mixed with blood streaming down, saying he finally understood that true power is about protection, not plunder. After listening, Sig stared at him, a complex glint flashing in his eyes, and slowly said, The game of power is always accompanied by sacrifice, but if you truly wish to change, perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope. Unfortunately, I'm not your father. I have no obligation to indulge you. Before his words fell, a sword had already pierced Jack's chest. Jack looked down in disbelief at the sword in his chest, using his last bit of strength to ask, "Why?" Sig's expression was as cold as a stone. Jack, you betrayed everyone who trusted you, all for your own selfish desires. You've already thrown trust in the trash. So don't blame me for sending you on your way. As soon as I drew my sword, with a whoosh, that bastard Jack went down like a deflated doll. He moved his mouth, trying to say some last words, but ended up not letting out a sound and just breathed his last, looking at his corpse. I thought to myself, don't mess with me. You can't handle it. Taking care of this traitor left me feeling incredibly relieved. In this sea, there are plenty of corpses, but what's lacking are brothers you can trust with your back. After dealing with this mess, I figure I needed a place to unwind and gather some intel on the New World's rules. Let me tell you, the place I found is top-notch. Called the Wheel of Fortune Palace, a massive and impressive casino. Goodness, it was dazzling, and as soon as you stepped in, the air was filled with the scent of money and hormones. Intoxicating. The owner of this casino, I tell you, is a legend. Katarina Scarlet Redfield, a female pirate with a bounty of 450 million, with hair as red as if it were on fire and a figure that's deadly attractive. She always wears that kind of smile that says I'm charming, but dare to touch me and you'll regret it. This lady not only can fight, but she is also incredibly smart, running the casino like a well-oiled machine, making it a shining emblem of the New World. I, like a carefree person, wandered around inside wearing my sunglasses. This place is simply a live broadcast of the myriad facets of life. Some people win big in one go, laughing like a 200-pound child while hugging their chips. Others lose everything, pounding the table and cursing with red eyes. I personally saw a well-dressed nobleman lose his temper, pointing his finger at the dealer and accusing them of cheating. And what happened? In less than 2 seconds, several men in black suits surrounded him and politely escorted him out. Who understands family? In this place, you can't afford to lose. That's far more embarrassing than losing money itself. But that's not the most critical part. Let me tell you, the most powerful aspect of this casino is that its backstage is managed by one of the 4 emperors, Aunt Charlotte Lingling. Got it? When you gamble here, every penny you win is being watched by Annie's people. Every penny you lose is equivalent to offering tribute to Annie's pirate crew. So, this casino isn't afraid of you causing a scene. They even have a special skill. If you suspect there's something fishy at the table, you can ask the manager to dismantle the table for inspection on the spot. If they actually find a problem, the casino will compensate you with 10 billion berries right then and there. But if there's nothing wrong, then you'll have to pay for your defamation. This tactic is ruthless, pure strength crushing down. Who would dare to challenge the territory of one of the 4 emperors? To this day, I haven't heard of anyone who truly dared to demand a table dismantling. I also heard a gossip that there used to be a reckless pirate who was quite ruthless. He flipped the table at another casino, and as a result, the next day, he along with his ship and entire pirate crew vanished from this world, with no living person or dead body to be found. The waters of this new world are quite deep. I have been lurking in the casino for several days, observing everything and calculating my next move. However, before I could wait for an opportunity, trouble found me first. That night, as I stepped out of the casino looking for a quiet place to smoke, I felt something was off in a dark alley. Just as I lit my cigarette, a group of over a dozen pirates suddenly appeared from all directions, each clutching a knife, looking at me as if I were a pile of walking gold bars. The leader, a burly man, pointed at me and grinned. Sig, the big shot with an 800 million bounty. Who would have thought we'd corner you here? If you know what's good for you, hand over your head, and we'll make it quick. I was so angry that I laughed. These useless people think they can use my head to gain experience and level up. What do they think they are, Peaches? I had a cigarette dangling from my mouth, without even taking my hands out of my pockets, just watching them. Let me tell you, the whole process was ridiculously fast. My cigarette had barely burned a quarter of the way, and in the alley, besides me, there wasn't a single person who could stand. The ground was littered with groaning, useless bodies, and the air was thick with the smell of blood. I walked up to the leader in front of me, and he trembled like a leaf in fear. I squatted down, patted his face, and coldly told him, "Remember, today I spare your life as a dog, so you can go back and deliver a message. My name, Sig, is not something someone like you can mess with. If I see you again, you won't be so lucky." After saying that, I turned around and left, hiding my accomplishments and name. The next day, however, this incident blew up. Dozens of pirate corpses, each with bounties in the tens of millions, lay in the alley, and the entire city was in a state of panic, with the casino's business dropping significantly. At first, the Navy remained calm, thinking it was just pirates taking care of each other, a routine occurrence, and their emotions were stable. But the survivor I let go spilled the beans about what I had done. When the Navy heard that it was the notorious Sig who had taken out these pirates with an 800 million bounty, they were shocked. And I heard that the Navy headquarters phone lines were almost overwhelmed with calls. Documents that were previously ignored became the highest level of urgent intelligence. The intelligence room at Navy headquarters was lit up all night, with a group of bigwigs gathered around a table, each with an increasingly sour expression. My appearance in Big Mom's territory seemed to have thrown them into chaos. They were as anxious as ants on a hot stove, and I tell you, the meeting room was noisy, with each person trying to analyze the situation. One said, "This is bad. Sig probably joined Big Mom, and now her crew's combat power has skyrocketed." Another countered, "No, if he really joined, wouldn't Big Mom announce it to the world with a bang? There must be something fishy going on." Another one, pretending to be deep, said I was secretly negotiating with Big Mom to change the balance of the New World. Goodness, I just came here for vacation, and they had already played out an entire Game of Thrones in their heads. Finally, the leader slammed the table and ordered the highest level of surveillance to be activated, sending spies to surround Big Mom's front door like an iron barrel, fearing that I might unwittingly create a nuclear bomb. While they brainstormed over here, the one truly worried was the casino owner, Catalina. Let me tell you, this lady was under real pressure. Sitting alone in her luxurious office, looking at the newspaper with my scandal with Big Mom, her face turned pale. She had seen me in action and knew my level. Now her mind was racing. What a disaster. Why did this devil come to our place? Did Big Mom send him to intimidate me? Or did he come to take over territory? Who understands this workplace crisis? When a superior suddenly parachutes in a colleague with an outstanding resume, who knows if they are here to assist you or replace you? The more she thought, the more anxious she became. She knew she couldn't rely on guessing. She had to confront Big Mom directly. This lady was tough. She changed into her most impressive red battle robe and headed straight for Big Mom's castle. When she arrived, the scene was something else. Big Mom sat on a throne like a mountain, her aura making it hard to breathe. Catalina held her ground, showering Big Mom with compliments, first pledging her loyalty, then expressing her hardships, and finally cautiously bringing up my situation, saying she was a bit worried and feared there might be trouble at the casino. Guess what happened next? Big Mom listened, paused for a long time, frowned, and said, "Sig? Who's that? I've never heard of him." Goodness, my 800 million bounty didn't even leave an impression on her. Then she changed the subject, looking at Catalina with a meaningful smile. "My dear child, since you're here, I've been particularly craving that creamy cake lately. You didn't forget, did you?" Catalina probably felt like 1,000 alpacas ran through her mind, but she had to smile. "How could I forget, Mother? Your wish is my command." Just as she finished speaking, let me tell you, that thing couldn't even be called a cake. It was a mountain of cake, weighing hundreds of tons. It completely blocked the palace door. When Big Mom saw that cake, her eyes lit up and her previous impatience vanished instantly, smiling like a 200-pound child. What Sig? What New World balance? All forgotten? She grabbed a fork and started devouring the cake, and everyone in the palace, including her children, breathed a sigh of relief. I realized that in Big Mom's world, there was no problem that a giant cake couldn't solve. This wasn't just a Yonko. This was a living treasure that ruled with desserts. When Catalina came out, one of Big Mom's sons even came over to pat her shoulder and said, "You've worked hard. If there's anything in the future, just let us siblings know. You know how Mom is. We all have to keep her mood stable." After this trip, Catalina's mind was clear as a mirror. She had temporarily secured her position, but understood that, to put it plainly, she was just a white glove making money for Big Mom's family, with most of the profits going to her. This lady had great ambitions. She was unwilling to settle. After returning, she began to ponder how to build her own little treasure trove, how to secretly develop her own power. Her biggest dream was to get her hands on a top-tier natural-type devil fruit, whether it was the magma fruit, thunder fruit, or preferably the water fruit or stone fruit. She had even worn out the picture book, but unfortunately, such treasures were not easy to find. And as for me, while they were in a frenzy over my affairs, I was in Catalina's palace of fortune, experiencing what it meant to be incredibly wealthy. I went in with a 100 belly, purely out of boredom, looking for some fun. To my surprise, I started winning from the slot machines all the way to the poker table. It was like I was possessed by the god of gambling. I'm telling you, I was just playing intuitively without using any observation Haki. And somehow, I went from 100 belly to hundreds of thousands in no time. The people around me were stunned, and I found it outrageous myself. But as I kept playing, I started to feel something was off. Was the waitress a bit too enthusiastic? Why did the dealer look at me with such kindness? Even the fat guy next to me, who was losing his mind and just shouted that I was cheating, was promptly escorted out by 2 security guards with smiles on their faces. And their movements were incredibly professional. I instantly understood that this wasn't luck at all. The casino recognized me and was trying to cheer me up in every possible way. This wasn't gambling at all. It was simply a precise feeding strategy, fearing that if I got unhappy, I might cause a scene. Interesting. I want to see what this woman named Katarina is really up to. All right, you're not pretending anymore, so I won't pretend either. I tell you, at that moment, my mindset completely changed from a gambler to someone inspecting the work. When I sat down, I was so relaxed. Adding chips? Just go ahead. After all, it's not my money. The feeling was incredible, like playing an unlimited coins version of Do Diju. How could I lose? Tell me how I could lose. The looks from the onlookers around me were almost piercing through me. One moment they said I was a prince in disguise, and the next they said I was some great pirate from the Grand Line. Their imaginations wilder than a black hole. I can't be bothered with them. I just enjoy being the center of attention and the feeling of being in control. After playing a few rounds, I won so much that I can barely fit it all. The casino couldn't sit still any longer. A guy who looked like a manager approached me with that standard fake smile that couldn't be more typical. I could already guess his line, something like, "Dear guest, you're really lucky," or "We have even more exciting games." Translated, it basically means, "Dude, please stop fishing in the lobby. Leave some room for the rest of us. Let's go to a private room and talk." Just what I wanted. I stood up and brushed off the non-existent dust on my clothes. The atmosphere, let me tell you, was silent within a 10-meter radius. I raised an eyebrow at the manager and said, "All right, lead the way. But let's be clear if it's still this child's play. I might just flip the table." The manager nodded and bowed, leading the way through the opulent hall, directly to the deepest part of the casino, in front of a huge, luxurious door. When the door opened, wow, this office looked like it belonged to some king's palace. A woman in a bright red gown stood with her back to me in front of the massive floor-to-ceiling window. Just from her silhouette, I knew the main character had arrived. When she turned around, her face was indeed beautiful, but her gaze was sharp like a knife. Clearly not someone to be trifled with. "Welcome, Mr. Sig. I am the owner here, Katarina." I walked in confidently, sat down on the sofa, crossed my legs, and said with a smile, "Ms. Katarina, I've long admired you. This place is indeed nice. The luck here is so good that it makes one reluctant to leave." I deliberately emphasized the word luck, knowing my family would understand the top-notch sarcasm. She wasn't angry. She sat across from me and got straight to the point. "Mr. Sig, let's not beat around the bush. Your way of playing is about to put my casino out of business. I hope we can find a pleasant way to cooperate." I laughed. I directly turned around and opened the box, revealing all her secrets. "Ms. Katarina, I heard you used to be a top navigator, an excellent cook, and had a keen eye for identifying rare treasures. A person like you, how could you be content to stay here, working for others and earning just a meager salary?" As soon as these words were spoken, her calm expression finally showed a crack. Everyone has their own choices. Although she said that, her eyes had already changed. As soon as I saw the opportunity, I leaned forward, lowered my voice, and said, "Stop talking to me about that. I believe there is another way for us to cooperate, a way that is more beneficial for both of us. You have connections and channels, and I have special talents. Tell me, what do I need to give you for you to be willing to come with me?" This was essentially trying to undermine a powerful figure right in front of them. Katarina fell silent, clearly not expecting my directness. She stared at me for a good half-minute, then suddenly smiled, a smile that carried a hint of testing and playfulness. "Mr. Sig, your words are indeed tempting." She lightly tapped the table and continued, "How about this? I have a few names of natural-type devil fruits, the thunder fruit, the ice fruit, and the sand fruit. If you can bring me any one of them, we will have a basis for cooperation." I have to tell you, as soon as she said that, I almost laughed out loud. This is not a test at all. It's simply a direct rejection. These few fruits, which one of them isn't something legendary? She talked about them as casually as if she were buying cabbage at a market. This woman is ruthless. But can she scare me? No way. My smile has not changed at all. In fact, it has become even brighter. Miss Katarina, to be honest, I really don't have in my pocket right now. However, I shifted my tone, looking into her eyes. Not having it doesn't mean I can't get it. My value is not in what I have in my pocket, but in what I can bring to you. Give me a month. I extended one finger, just 1 month. You can choose any of the 3 you mentioned earlier, and I guarantee it will be in front of you a month from now. I was painting a picture so grand that even I almost believed it. Katarina was completely stunned. She probably had never met someone so full of hot air in her life. But my gaze was too sincere, too confident, so confident that it caused her to waver slightly. A month, she murmured, as if weighing the risks and rewards of this deal. A month. I confirmed again, give me a chance, and I will give you a future. In the end, she nodded, her eyes sharp as an eagle. All right, a month. Sig, I remember you. I hope you're not just talking big. Otherwise, out here on the sea, no one can save you. The deal was struck. Actually, I had a bigger plan in mind, a crazy plan that could shake the whole world. I want to take down the celestial dragons. But this was too explosive. If I told her now, she could report me and have me arrested on the spot. I had to first lure her onto the ship with the devil fruit, let her see my strength, and then gradually pull her into my huge whirlpool. During this month, I didn't look for any fruits at all. I used all my intelligence networks to dig up every detail about those worthless celestial dragons. A month later, I returned to that office empty-handed, but with an aura that felt like I was 8 meters tall. Katarina was smoking, and when she saw me like this, a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes, as if to say I knew it. I didn't wait for her to speak and confidently walked up to her, announcing, "Katarina, I didn't bring the fruit." She frowned, but I quickly added, "I have a clear grasp of their whereabouts. Are you willing to join me to retrieve them?" She was taken aback, forgetting to smoke. "What do you mean?" I started giving her lessons, my voice filled with persuasion. "Think about it. Who is the richest in this world? Who has the most valuable things in their hands? The celestial dragons. Where did Hancock, the Empress's sweet fruit, come from? It was fed to them as a plaything when they had slaves. The devil fruits in their hands are so abundant that they could be used as food. My plan is to go directly to their hometown, Mary Geos. We won't steal. We'll just take it by force. Just imagine, once we succeed, let alone a natural-type fruit. What do you want that you can't have? Your name will resound throughout the new world, and your bounty will shoot up in no time. By then, you won't have to care about anyone's face. I can see that she has been completely swayed by me. In her eyes burns a flame called ambition. She wants to get in the car, but is afraid of the speed. I didn't give her a chance to hesitate. I reached out my hand to her and made the final invitation. So, Katarina, do you dare to join me at the top of the world to witness a fireworks display that will overturn everything? She stared at me intensely, as if trying to see through my soul. In the end, she extinguished her cigarette and placed her hand on mine. Tell me your plan. At that moment, I knew in my heart that I had hooked this big fish. I have to tell you, this woman is truly bold. Once she makes up her mind, her execution is off the charts. She immediately sold off her entire fortune, turning valuable items in the casino, art pieces, special gaming tables, into cash and supplies. Rumors spread like wildfire outside, claiming she had offended Big Mom and was about to run away. But she didn't care at all, focusing entirely on our grand venture. Once I got on the ship, I realized I had struck gold. This lady's sailing skills are like a human GPS. No matter how complex the waters, she navigates them like they're her own backyard, hitting every target perfectly. We sailed smoothly, heading straight for the holy land of Mariewa. However, while we were sailing smoothly, her former employer had completely exploded. Not long after we set sail, a senior officer from Big Mom's pirate crew stormed into the casino, furious, shouting in front of everyone, "Katarina, you traitor! How dare you sell off Mama's property and run away? What do you think you can escape to?" Wow. As soon as this news broke, the entire Big Mom pirate crew went crazy, launching a massive search across hundreds of islands. The commotion was so great that even the Navy headquarters was alarmed. Admiral Sengoku urgently called a meeting with the 3 admirals. They gathered around a table, all looking serious, unable to figure out just how big of a mess Katarina had caused to anger one of the 4 emperors like this. The high-ranking Navy officers were just as baffled. Akiji slowly analyzed the situation, saying, "I'm telling you, something's off here. Big Mom runs a family business that values loyalty. Who would dare to defect? That would be asking for death, unless something major happened inside." Upon hearing this, Sengoku frowned so hard he could squash a fly, immediately decided, no matter the reason, we need to keep a close watch on this. Level 1 alert. Prevent this madwoman from taking advantage of the situation, and also see if any of the other emperors will join in. If the balance of the new world is disrupted, it won't be a joke. Let me tell you, they really underestimated the old lady. That woman was furious, and it wasn't tea just because of a piece of broken cake. What was it? It was face. It was the foundation of her rule. The people under her, who wasn't terrified of her to the point of death before sticking with her. Now, Katarina, with her thick eyebrows and big eyes, has actually betrayed her. If this gets out, how can she lead the team in the future? So, this time she made such a big fuss to kill the chicken to warn the monkey, telling the world that anyone who dares to touch her people, touch her cake. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, she will drag you out and grind your bones to ashes. The scene shifts, and over here with Katarina, we are sailing our little broken boat, braving the wind and waves, and finally arrived at a small island that looks like a paradise. The place is beautiful, with clear mountains and rivers, clearly not overdeveloped. Both of us were exhausted, just wanted to get ashore quickly to replenish some food and drink. After all, we still had 7 days of travel to that hellhole of the celestial dragons, and we couldn't run out of supplies. As soon as we stabilized the boat, we saw a crowd gathered around the port wall. We were curious and went over to check it out. When I looked closely, I almost popped my eyes out. There was a brand new bounty poster on the wall, and the person drawn on it was none other than this big sister head, Katarina. The portrait was truly lifelike, with an expression as cold as if she had been owed 8 million. But the key point wasn't that. The key point was the bounty amount below, 1 billion berries. Capture alive or dead. 1 billion. Does anyone understand what that means? My head buzzed, and I was completely stunned. Previously, the Navy headquarters had put a bounty of 450 million on her, and I thought that was outrageous. But the old lady was even more ruthless, directly doubling it. This was just a bounty notice. It was practically telling bounty hunters around the world, "Come quick, there's a moving gold mine here." I secretly glanced at Katarina and found she was surprisingly calm, with a slight, almost imperceptible smile at the corner of her mouth, as if this 1 billion had nothing to do with her. I quickly pulled her to the side and whispered, "Sister, we are currently walking billion berries, and there are probably eyes everywhere on this island. We need to get out of here." Katarina nodded, scanning the surroundings calmly, and said, "Running is useless. The old lady's influence is much greater than you think. Let's split up. You gather supplies, and I'll go gather some information to see what this madwoman is really up to." So we parted ways. When we met up again, Katarina told me she had found out that the old lady was serious this time and had invested a lot because it had been too long since anyone dared to openly betray her. We couldn't afford a delay. As soon as we got the supplies, we quickly set sail under the cover of night. By nightfall, Katarina started showing off her skills. I tell you, her navigation skills were incredible. She could find her way by looking at the stars, more accurate than my phone's navigation. She insisted on teaching me, and it felt like being in a high-level math class. I closed my eyes and opened them, and before I knew it, the night had passed, and morning came with me, remembering nothing. As we were sailing forward, a pirate ship flying a skull flag suddenly charged into the New World. The people on board looked like young greenhorns fresh from the West Sea, excited and lively, popping beer barrels and singing and dancing, just having a great time. The scene was like a large party. But then, disaster struck. Just as they were having fun, a Navy warship appeared like a ghost. A man stood at the bow, wearing a vice admiral's coat, exuding an aura that was 8 meters tall. He was holding 2 large axes, and his gaze was as cold as ice. I later learned that this guy was named Benjamin Fury, nicknamed the Reckoner, and he was ruthless. It is said that his whole family was slaughtered by pirates when he was a child, and he survived by hiding in a beer barrel. So he hated pirates the most and would kill any he encountered without hesitation. As soon as those young greenhorn pirates saw him, they instantly switched from party mode to survival mode, trying to escape as fast as they could. Unfortunately, it was all in vain in front of Benjamin. He leaped onto their ship in a single step and swung his axes like he was on a rampage, effortlessly taking down those young people still dreaming of being the Pirate King. The so-called Captain Roy and the warrior girl Leo were all knocked down on the deck, doubting their lives. After Benjamin finished the fight, he looked down at them from above and coldly said, "The New World is not a place for you weaklings to run rampant." Then he ordered his men to bind the survivors and prepare to take them back for trial. While this guy's methods were extreme, it seemed, he had a point. Back to Katarina and me. We also started to get serious. There was a duke on this island, and we overheard people in the tavern boasting that he had a natural-type devil fruit that had been kept for 30 years. When Katarina heard this, her eyes lit up, and her greedy little gaze was impossible to hide. For this fruit, we spent several nights dressed in night gear, sneaking into the Duke's palace like two geckos. I have to tell you, I really didn't want to do this sneaky stuff. It feels so degrading. I'm a man who prefers to face challenges head-on, but I couldn't resist Katarina's plea. With her puppy eyes, looking all pitiful, she said to me, "Sig, I know you don't like this, but it's for my dream, for our greater future, okay?" What could I do after she said that? My heart softened, and there I went. It's just being a gentleman for a change, risking it all for a friend. So, we plunged into the night, and that marked the beginning of my career's blemish. Let me tell you, I've never felt so suffocated in my life, scurrying around that dilapidated Duke's mansion like a rat, learning all this nonsense about stealth and listening for sounds. Here I am, a tough guy, acting like an assassin. It was ridiculous. And what was the result? For several days, we turned that mansion upside down, and not even a piece of fruit peel was found. I told Katarina at that time, I said, "Let us stop with the nonsense and dragging our feet. Why don't we just pay him a visit directly?" I really couldn't hold back my temper anymore. Katarina probably was also getting fed up with all this useless effort, and surprisingly, she nodded in agreement. Well, opportunities come when you least expect them. We found out that the Duke was going to the port to inspect his precious ships. Wasn't he that a perfect KPI delivered right to our doorstep? So we decided to go for it. We quickly put together some disguises and blended into the bustling crowd at the port. It couldn't have been easier. Just as the Duke got out of his car and started pointing at his shabby ships while his guards were distracted, Katarina and I exchanged a glance. The moment had come. I dashed forward, and before the guards could react, I grabbed that pampered Duke like a little chick and turned to make my escape. Now we had stirred up a hornet's nest. The captain of the guards shouted so loud that the entire port could hear, "Protect the Duke. The enemy is in the crowd." A whole bunch of people surged forward like a tide. I was thrilled at that moment, finally able to stretch my muscles. I tossed the Duke back and stood back to back with Katarina. That feeling ignited instantly. I'll tell you, those guards are just for show. I went straight in like a humanoid tank, and no matter what weapons they had, I knocked them down one by one like kids, carving out a bloody path for us. Katarina was even more fierce. Her movements were like a bolt of black lightning, darting through the crowd. Each kick landing precisely on the joints of those guards, making them lose their fighting ability instantly, lying on the ground howling. Who understands family? The thrill of me and my top-notch partner coordinating perfectly and wreaking havoc everywhere is just too exhilarating. That Duke's face was pale the whole time, shaking like a leaf, constantly shouting to stop us. Stop? Can they really stop us? With this bunch of useless drunks, they weren't even enough for me to warm up. In no time, we broke through the encirclement, leaving with our loot. We dragged that old man back to our safe house and tossed him into the basement. Goodness, this guy really can't handle being scared. A stench spread out, and it wasn't a metaphor. He really peed himself. Katarina started interrogating him, asking where the devil fruit was. In the end, the old man cried like a 300-pound child, repeating over and over, "I don't know, I don't have it." I was furious at that moment. Wasn't this just playing with us? I was about to go up and give him a dose of physical persuasion when Katarina stopped me. Her gaze was colder than ice as she drew a small dagger and lightly scraped it across the Duke's chubby face. This tactic was much more effective than me beating him up. The Duke's psychological defenses crumbled instantly, and like squeezing toothpaste, he finally spat out some useful information. He said that the rumors about the devil fruit were indeed true, but the fruit was not with him at all. It was in the hands of a group of pirates who were foolishly trying to trade it with the king for some royal treasure. I exchanged a glance with Catalina, and we both saw two words in each other's eyes. What the heck? After all this time, we had the wrong script and had kidnapped the wrong person. But let me tell you, the most outrageous one is that king. While we were causing chaos, he was first furious, ordering a citywide lockdown and deploying the royal guard, making it seem like the end of the world. And then he turned around and threw a party in the palace, singing and dancing as if everything was just fine. This move was simply a masterclass in performance art, executing crisis management flawlessly. He knew very well that this situation was not simple. Someone was likely trying to use it against him, but he remained calm and collected, using pleasure to numb everyone, preserving his own authority first. Since the target was those pirates, the Duke was no longer useful. We tossed him into the cellar, locked the door, and walked away without looking back, listening to his pig-like screams. Meanwhile, that old fox of a king was not idle either. A bunch of noble lords heard about the incident and rushed to the palace to express their concerns, but in reality, they were just trying to probe the king's intentions and see if there was an opportunity to benefit. In the end, they were all dismissed with just a few words from that old man, who calmed these scheming individuals and sent them home, reminding them not to cause trouble at this time. Let me tell you, once those old foxes left, the old king sat on the throne all by himself, looking incredibly pleased, with his mouth nearly stretching to his ears. He was probably thinking, whether you are smart or foolish, you all have to be my pieces on the chessboard. This old guy is all about power tactics. In the following hours, there was a hidden undercurrent on the entire island. The major family factions appeared calm on the surface, but secretly their small groups were in turmoil, filled with mutual suspicion and frantic alliances, just like a palace intrigue drama. But the king was right. This little commotion would soon be forgotten because an even bigger scoop emerged. The pirates who truly possessed the devil fruits finally made a move. I adjusted the strategy with Katarina right away. The goal was clear, and next came figuring out how to get the goods from those people. As the scene shifted, guess what? Those unfortunate pirates were holding a struggle session around a bonfire, looking glum. In the center was that devil fruit, and they all had worried expressions. The captain kicked the sand and cursed, "Damn it, we've run from so many countries, and not a single king dares to take this thing. They're all afraid of the responsibility." One of his subordinates sighed. "Yeah, this thing is rumored to be amazing, but no one knows what it's actually good for. It's practically a hot potato, and it's one that explodes in your face. We can't even sell it. Who understands the pain? Guarding a mountain of gold only to find it's a hot iron? Who wouldn't break down?" Just when these people were about to lose hope, a young guy, a spirited fellow, suddenly stood up, his eyes shining. "Bosses, we're thinking too small. Why do we have to sell it to kings? Those people are as timid as a needle's eye. We can change our approach, spread the word that we know the secret of this fruit, and only trade with those who have guts and strength." Think about it. Those ambitious nobles and pirate captains, what wouldn't they do for power? Let them handle it themselves. We just sit back, watch the show, and collect the money. Wow, I was behind a rock at a distance, wanting to applaud him. This kid would be wasting his talent if he didn't get into multi-level marketing. As soon as the pirates heard this, their eyes lit up like they saw a lighthouse in the dark, and they immediately gathered around to discuss the details of the plan. And all of this, Katarina and I were watching clearly from behind a rock not far away. Katarina was holding a small telescope, completely engrossed, muttering to herself, "This pattern, this color. I feel it's of the paramecia type." Her gaze was like a scholar seeing a rare paper, almost pulling out a notebook to take notes. I thought to myself, who cares what type it is, as long as it can be sold for money? I patted the knife on my waist and gave her a look. "Stop studying. Let's get to it. The longer we wait, the more dreams we have. Starting at 1 billion berries, folks. If this works out, we'll achieve financial freedom and retire early." Katarina and I exchanged a glance, and like cats in the night, we quietly crept over. Just as we were about to succeed, my hand was almost on the fruit when Katarina suddenly grabbed me and whispered in my ear, "Wait, I think we should figure out the fruit's abilities first so we can sell it for a good price and avoid risks." At that moment, I felt like 1,000 alpacas were galloping through my mind. "Big sister, this is robbery. Do you think you're at a vegetable market picking and choosing?" Just that second of hesitation ruined everything. A pirate who had just woken up rubbed his eyes and mumbled, "Who-s there?" Instantly, the entire camp erupted. All the pirates jumped up, some drawing their swords and others lighting torches. As the flames illuminated the scene, we were immediately exposed. I cursed under my breath. Thinking this was it, we could only go all out now. But surprisingly, Katarina was even quicker than me. She shouted that we meant no harm. We were just passing by to hear the commotion, and with a flick of her finger, several smoke bombs were thrown out. With a loud bang, thick smoke billowed, and the entire camp was instantly shrouded in darkness, filled with coughing and shouting. Taking advantage of the chaos, we rushed straight to our target and grabbed that devil fruit. But before I could even celebrate, a shadow swooped in with the sound of wind. A burly man wielding a giant axe, probably the captain, blocked our way with a fierce look that seemed ready to eat us alive. You want to take my treasure? Did you ask my axe first? I was just about to jump in, but Katarina pushed me back. I understood. She was about to put on a show. I stepped aside to support her, wanting to see if her worth of 450 million was justified. And guess what? Family, who understands? This sister is simply unstoppable. Her whole aura changed, like an elegant yet deadly cheetah weaving through the crowd. At first, those pirates underestimated her because she was a woman, but once they engaged, they were left dumbfounded. What does dimensionality reduction mean? This is it. She fought against many as if she was strolling in her own backyard. Those pirates couldn't even touch the edges of her clothes with their swords. The pirates quickly realized and started to group up to attack her. But what happened next? It got worse. Their coordination was as chaotic as a pot of porridge. They either hit their own people or got knocked into a mess by Katarina's counterattacks. I couldn't help but laugh. This wasn't fighting. It was just them delivering their heads to her. I had only one thought in my mind. It's worth it. It's so worth it. Those 450 million berries are practically a friendship price. The battle scenes were absolutely magnificent. Katarina soared through the air with a scissor kick while stepping on an empty barrel, and as she landed, she rolled to dodge an attack, while effortlessly taking out two ambushers. Her movements were so smooth it felt like we were filming a movie. I was right beside her, taking care of the minor enemies and providing cover. Before long, that group of pirates was in disarray, each one lying on the ground groaning. We exchanged a glance, and without saying a word, picked up the devil fruit from the ground, wrapped it up, and took off running. Just as we were about to escape the woods, a horrific scream, like that of a pig being slaughtered, suddenly came from the direction of the cellar. I hesitated, and Katarina shot me a look. Don't worry about it. The important thing is at hand. So we ran without looking back and made our way back to the entrance of the cellar we had originally come from. Once inside, I went over to untie the Duke. He looked completely exhausted, but his eyes were filled with the relief of having survived. I patted his shoulder and said, "Brother, the intel was spot on, thanks." He smiled wryly and said, "I didn't expect you to actually make it." Katarina's gaze was as cold as ice, and she added, "You didn't deceive us. Consider yourself lucky. What happened today stays between us, understand?" The Duke nodded frantically like a chick pecking at rice, clearly terrified. I sensed that Katarina had more to say, but she held back because the Duke was present. The Duke was perceptive too, seeing the atmosphere. He immediately closed his eyes and covered his ears, pretending to be dead. I cleared my throat and told him, "You're free now. Hurry up and get lost." He looked as if he had been granted a reprieve and scrambled away. We didn't linger, taking the fruit and slipping out through another route. Left alone in the cellar, the Duke probably cried all the tears he had left. However, he was truly lucky. Not long after, his guard team found him and rescued him. But this old guy was tough. When he reappeared in public, he was all dressed up in a suit, looking nothing like someone who had just crawled out of cellar. He even concocted a story, claiming he had been captured by two unmatched masters who had taken offense at the pirates and swiftly wiped them out. The other old foxes on the island initially thought he was bragging, but when they sent someone to check the scene, they were stunned by the carnage. It looked like a giant robot had trampled through, with bodies everywhere and no survivors. Now everyone believed him and started to fear what kind of gods had come to the island. If even a highly bountied pirate crew could be so easily wiped out, then what about these old foxes who had been entrenched on the island for years? Would they too become fish on someone else's chopping block overnight? Fear, like a shadow, crept silently into the hearts of every leader of power. If the Duke truly received help from some top assassins, then our status, power, and even lives could be threatened at any moment. An elderly family patriarch whispered at a private gathering, his tone filled with worry. This statement was like a stone thrown into a lake, sending ripples through the other leaders present, some showing fear, while others secretly calculated their responses. The Duke's close ties to the king only intensified this unease. On the chessboard of power, they had carefully maintained a delicate balance, but now, that balance seemed to face an unprecedented challenge. Every faction began to ponder how they would protect themselves if the Duke truly possessed power capable of overturning the status quo. Should they cooperate, resist, or seek new allies? In this tense atmosphere, the undercurrents on the island became increasingly apparent. Some factions began to secretly ally, sharing information and jointly monitoring the Duke's movements as a precaution. Others quietly recruited stronger bodyguards and warriors to bolster their defenses. Meanwhile, those organizations already skilled in assassination and espionage began to operate more frequently, trying to uncover the mysterious masters' backgrounds to gain an edge in future conflicts. The calm of the island was replaced by an invisible storm. Every leader of influence, whether publicly or privately, felt unprecedented pressure. Every step they took felt like walking on thin ice. A slight misstep could plunge them into an irretrievable abyss. In this unseen war, everyone had to reassess their positions and how to ensure their safety and interests amidst the turmoil triggered by the Duke's disappearance. Faced with the king's direct inquiry, the Duke felt an unprecedented pressure. Once the king became suspicious, even a minor misunderstanding could escalate into an irreparable crisis of trust. Thus, on a sunny afternoon, the Duke was summoned to the palace's secret chamber, facing the king's sharp and doubtful gaze. He made a decision to confess. "Your Majesty, I must clarify that the mysterious masters I mentioned are not an assassination organization I possess or control." The Duke's tone was calm and firm as he slowly recounted his kidnapping, including the dark cellar, his encounter with the pirates, and how he waited in despair for rescue. "My rescue was purely by chance. As for those masters, I share your curiosity and wariness about their true identities and intentions." The Duke deliberately omitted details about the devil fruit, knowing such information would only complicate matters. He continued, "I understand this experience sounds unbelievable, but it truly happened. I chose to present it this way out of concern for the public, to avoid unnecessary panic. I believe the real threat, whether from those mysterious masters or other factions, should be faced together, not create rifts among ourselves." After listening to the Duke's account, the king fell into silence for a moment, his gaze wavering between evaluation and trust. Finally, he sighed and said, "Duke, I appreciate your honesty. In this unpredictable era, trust is invaluable. I hope that we can maintain this transparency and cooperation, both between us and for the entire country." The king's tone revealed understanding and relief. He continued, "We will enhance monitoring of the coastline and secretly investigate the identities of those mysterious figures. Meanwhile, I hope you remain extra cautious. After all, you're not only my important assistant, but also a pillar of this country." This secret meeting left the Duke with a temporary sense of relief. Though the crisis was averted for now, the real test had just begun. For the stability of the country and the trust between himself and the king, he had to act with even more caution. At the same time, he needed to prepare secretly for any potential changes. During the voyage away from the island, the sea breeze carried a salty scent, brushing against the deck, while the waves gently lapped against the hull, creating a rhythmic sound. Sig and Katarina stood by the railing, enjoying the rare tranquility, though a hint of tension lingered in the air. Ever since leaving the island, Katarina's sharp glances had made Sig feel somewhat uneasy. Finally, unable to resist, Sig broke the silence with a cough, trying to ask in a light-hearted tone, "Hey, your gaze has been piercing through me this whole way. Is there something we can talk about openly?" After saying this, Sig awkwardly smiled, attempting to ease the atmosphere. Katarina's gaze shifted from the distance to Sig, her expression serious and earnest, yet her eyes hid complex emotions. Katarina's questioning felt like a sudden storm, making the atmosphere on the ship tense. Her eyes held both dissatisfaction and a subtle hint of concern. "Sig, I need an explanation. When fighting those pirates, you clearly had the opportunity to showcase your true strength. So why'd you hold back all this time? Could it be that your bounty of 800 million is just a baseless rumor?" Sig's expression darkened slightly as he gazed at Katarina, his eyes filled with both understanding and helplessness. "Katarina, you've misunderstood. In a world like ours, power is a double-edged sword. Misuse it, and it will harm you. My restraint in battle isn't because I lack strength, but because I'm weighing risks against rewards. He paused, letting his words slowly permeate the air. You see, true strong individuals never easily reveal their trump cards. The enemies we faced on that coast, while formidable, were also limited. I chose to act only when necessary to ensure our safe retreat. Moreover, every battle should be strategic, not just a display of personal valor. Furthermore, Sig's tone softened, yet carried an undeniable firmness. My strength is proven through countless battles. The 800 million bounty is not just a name. But more importantly, I value our cooperation and how to achieve our goals with minimal cost. We are partners. Trust and reliance on each other are our greatest weapons. After hearing this, Katarina's expression eased, and she nodded, understanding Sig's intentions. I understand now. I was too impatient. In this world, caution and strategy are indeed more important than blind displays. We are a team, and trust is our foundation. Her tone revealed acknowledgement and a sense of hope for the future. With the misunderstandings resolved, the relationship between Sig and Katarina became even more unbreakable, their trust and tacit understanding reaching a new height. As the ship sailed steadily over the Azure Sea, the two began to intensively prepare for the upcoming actions, targeting the residence of the Celestial Dragons, Mariewa. During these precious 3 days, Sig and Katarina wasted no time. They formulated a detailed plan on the ship, from how to approach Mariewa to how to secure the best deal for the devil fruit amidst heavy guards. Every step was scrutinized repeatedly. Sig utilized his rich experience and understanding of the Celestial Dragon's habits to develop multiple contingency plans to deal with potential emergencies. Meanwhile, Katarina used this time to strengthen her physical abilities and combat skills, ensuring she could unleash her maximum combat power when necessary. In Mariewa, that sacred place shrouded in clouds and mist, where ordinary people find it hard to tread, the Celestial Dragons continued their lavish and closed-off lives as always. However, in recent days, an unusual atmosphere began to quietly spread among them. The usually commanding and self-important Celestial Dragons collectively felt a vague sense of unease. This feeling was like a sixth sense awakening within their seemingly ethereal bodies, faintly warning them that an external force was quietly approaching, threatening their peace. A young Celestial Dragon, draped in a luxurious robe, lay lazily on a sofa made from the pelts of rare beasts, cradling a crystal ball, yet his eyes revealed a rare worry. "Father, I have a premonition that something significant is about to happen soon, which may affect us," he whispered to the elderly man beside him. The old man was his father, a high-ranking noble among the Celestial Dragons. The old Celestial Dragon stroked his beard, a fleeting glint appearing in his eyes. "Your intuition has always been sharp. Perhaps it's time to make our guards more vigilant. Notify them to strengthen the security measures in Mariewa, especially for those outsiders attempting to approach. They must be thoroughly interrogated." Meanwhile, in the Sky City of Mariewa, the officials responsible for security urgently convened a meeting to discuss how to respond to this unknown threat. Although they were unaware of the specific reasons, the Celestial Dragon's instincts were never baseless. In an instant, the entire Mariewa was enveloped in a tense and mysterious atmosphere. The frequency of patrols increased, and a covert surveillance network was activated, with all Celestial Dragons and their servants on high alert, waiting for the potential storm to come. Behind all this, Sig and Katarina were steering their ship, gradually approaching this mysterious place. They were confident in the plan they were about to implement, unaware that their actions had quietly triggered the sensitive nerves of Mariewa. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, within a grand and solemn building, Admiral Sengoku stood by the window, gazing at the unusually thick clouds outside. His brow furrowed as he sensed the undercurrents hidden beneath the cloud cover. An ominous premonition lingered in his heart. "I feel something is off lately. It seems something significant is about to occur," Sengoku muttered, his gaze deep, trying to penetrate the clouds and glimpse the storm that was coming. At that moment, a hearty laugh broke the office's gloom as Navy hero Garp walked in, still wearing his carefree demeanor, habitually picking his nose and appearing relaxed. "Hey, Sengoku, What are you worried about this time? This is our Navy headquarters, a fortress, indestructible. What could possibly go wrong? Stop frowning all day. Come on, let us go out for a breath of fresh air, Garp said, patting Sengoku's shoulder. Try to lighten the mood with his characteristic optimism. Sengoku turned around, looking at his old comrade with a mix of helplessness and a hint of a smile. Garp, you're always so optimistic. But sometimes my instincts tell me that beneath the calm surface lies a raging tide. Especially recently, pirate activities seem to be more frequent, and Sengoku hesitated, intuitively sensing that there was definitely something strange hidden away, but not fully exposed. Garp's expression slightly sobered at this, but quickly returned to a relaxed demeanor. Well, even if something big happens, our Navy isn't weak. When the time comes, we'll just team up and wipe those guys out. However, for now, let's enjoy this rare moment of peace. Sengoku sighed, knowing Garp's character, and refrained from saying more. The two walked out of the office side by side, although they had different views on the upcoming challenges. Their deep friendship and steadfast belief in justice allowed them to trust each other at all times and face the unknown challenges together. Above the Navy headquarters, that cloud seemed to have temporarily quieted down, waiting for something. In the vast and boundless Grand Line lurked a secret empire that sent shivers down people's spines, the territory of the Celestial Dragons. There lies a dark abyss interwoven with power and evil. The Celestial Dragons, a noble race claiming to be direct descendants of the creators, walk with bubble helmets on their heads and draped in silks and satins, yet beneath their finery lie cold and twisted hearts. They tread upon the golden road of Mariewa, riding in luxurious palanquins borne by slaves, treating all things in the world as mere weeds. Even the air seems to yield to them. Whenever they appear, the surroundings fall into silence. The populace lowers their heads in fear of a cough that could shake the entire island. That is a unique symbol of authority for the Celestial Dragons, proclaiming their untouchable status. Within the Celestial Dragon's palace, the silent cries of slaves echo. Those unfortunate souls from around the world, either captured due to war or sold due to family downfall, endure hellish torment on this paradise island. They're forced to wear heavy iron chains, laboring day after day until their last breath. The Celestial Dragons take pleasure in abusing slaves, viewing them as playthings that showcase their power, completely disregarding their most basic dignity and right to live. During a grand feast, a young Celestial Dragon wears a contemptuous smile, casually throwing a priceless glass of red wine that strikes a kneeling slave's face, instantly staining that humble soul red. The surrounding guests not only fail to condemn this act, but find it amusing, their laughter mingling with flattery for power and indifference to humanity. This is the true portrayal of the world of Celestial Dragons, a grotesque paradise built on brutality and enslavement. Under the brilliant yet oppressive light of Mariewa, the desires of the Celestial Dragons surge like dark currents, ready to devour the innocent at any moment. As they stroll through the bustling streets, those eyes accustomed to looking down on all life occasionally flicker with greedy light, especially when they catch sight of a beautiful woman on the street. This desire becomes impossible to suppress. These women, perhaps diligent vendors at the market or shy florists by the roadside, should lead ordinary and free lives. However, when misfortune falls into the gaze of the Celestial Dragons, all beauty comes to an abrupt halt. With just a gesture, a squad of armed slave soldiers will ruthlessly surround her, ignoring her struggles and pleas, forcibly taking her into that resplendent cage, the harem of the Celestial Dragons. There, beauty is no longer a gift from heaven, but a shackle that binds their souls. Once held dreams and freedom turn into an unreachable fantasy. They are forced to wear luxurious garments, their faces adorned with exquisite makeup, yet their eyes betray despair and reluctance. The Celestial Dragons consider this imposed affection given in the name of power, entirely ignoring the cries and tears of those imprisoned souls. In this world constructed by iron laws and prejudice, love and respect have become the most extravagant fantasies. Every night, the laughter of the Celestial Dragons echoes through the palaces of Mariewa. Behind that laughter lie the silent cries of countless innocent women, their fates as powerless as petals swept away by the wind, only able to drift along. In that era, when storms seemed imminent, the sky above Marieva also appeared shrouded in an unusual haze. It is said that there was a fisherman warrior named Fisher Tiger, with his fearless spirit and extraordinary strength, wrote a heart-stirring legend. Those eyes, filled with anger and determination, could penetrate all injustices in the world. One day, Fisher Tiger burst into the sacred realm of the celestial dragons like an untamed whirlwind, not for any other reason, but for the deep-seated justice within his heart and the belief in liberating all suffering souls. Wielding a burning torch in full view of everyone, that flame not only illuminated the darkness, but also ignited the fierce fire of rebellion against tyranny. This raging fire not only set a corner of the celestial dragon's palace ablaze, but also ignited the dormant spirit of resistance in countless hearts. As the flames soared, Fisher Tiger broke into the abyss where the slaves were imprisoned. His figure darted like lightning amidst chains and cries, each step accompanied by the breaking of shackles and cheers of regained freedom. Strength and courage became the clarion call for liberation, inspiring those slaves who had long lived in despair to rise together and resist the seemingly invincible rulers. In that unprecedented feat, thousands of slaves broke free from the chains that bound them, seeing the light of day once more. On their faces were expressions of disbelief and boundless hope for the future. From then on, Fisher Tiger's name became synonymous with freedom and rebellion, inspiring more people to join the fight against the tyranny of the celestial dragons. Under the azure sky, the port of the celestial dragons sparkled like a gem set in the ocean. The air was filled with voices, and various flags danced in the breeze, weaving a complex and vivid tapestry. Sig and Katarina walked side by side through the bustling crowd, every stall and every shout reflecting the prosperity and complexity of this land. Sig suddenly stopped, his gaze crossing the throng to a magnificent building in the distance, a mysterious smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Katarina, I'm going to take you to meet someone, an old man you have never seen before, whose strength and wisdom are enough to shake the boundaries of our understanding. Katarina was taken aback, her brows furrowing slightly, clearly surprised by this sudden proposal. A powerful old man? That doesn't sound like an ordinary introduction. Who is he, and why do we need to meet him? Sig pretended to be profound and shook his head. The answer will be revealed when we meet. His past is a legend, filled with glory and wisdom, and you can only truly appreciate the shock of it when you see it with your own eyes and hear it with your own ears. Trust me, this journey will not be in vain. After saying this, Sig led the way deeper into the port, with Katarina following closely behind. Although she had doubts in her heart, she was more filled with curiosity and anticipation for the secrets about to be unveiled. The sunset poured like molten gold into an old, cozy bar in the Sabeti archipelago, the air thick with the mixed aromas of wooden furniture and rich liquor. At the bar sat a legendary figure, Rayleigh, the Dark King, dressed in his iconic floral shirt, with a pair of old-fashioned round glasses hanging around his neck. His eyes behind the lenses, sometimes sharp, sometimes lazy. Rayleigh held a seemingly ordinary wooden cup that hid stories within, gently swirling it, the amber liquid rotating in the cup, reflecting the dim light around. His face was marked by the traces of time, but also etched with the lines of resilience and freedom. It was a demeanor that only a seasoned pirate who had weathered many storms could possess. Rayleigh's gaze pierced through the dim light of the bar and gently landed on Sig and Katarina. A glimmer of interest crossed his weathered face. Although Sig did not directly mention his name, Rayleigh could sense the arrival of these two unexpected guests, especially the clear purpose shining in the young man's eyes, seemingly coming specifically for him. Sig chuckled and said, "I didn't expect to actually find you, you old fossil." Old fossil? That's an interesting title. Rayleigh replied with a calm smile, his eyes reflecting both appreciation for the fearless younger generation and a hint of inscrutable depth, not displeased by Sig's straightforwardness, but rather showing unexpected tolerance for this unmasked curiosity. Seeing this, Sig confidently approached the bar and told the owner, "I'll cover this elder's expenses." His tone was filled with youthful impulsiveness and generosity, as well as anticipation for the unknown challenges ahead. Sig's action seemed to silently declare that today's meeting was no coincidence, but a carefully arranged encounter. Katarina followed closely behind, her gaze filled not only with curiosity about Sig's actions, but also with caution regarding what was about to unfold. In front of the legendary elder, even the battle-hardened woman felt a hint of nervousness and reverence. Rayleigh gently stroked his chin, seemingly assessing the situation. He slowly stood up, and though his casual posture revealed an undeniable sense of power. Interesting, it seems today is a suitable day for storytelling. As he spoke, he gestured for the two to follow him to a more secluded table. However, surprisingly, Rayleigh showed no signs of anger or tension at Sig's subtle revelation of his identity. On the contrary, the aura surrounding him maintained an indescribable calmness and composure. With a slight smile, his expression contained both the tolerance of an elder towards a junior and the hidden wisdom of a sage. "Kid, your gaze is sharp. It's not easy to recognize this old bone of mine amidst the noisy crowd." His words carried a hint of teasing, but showed no signs of being offended. He gently patted the chair beside him, indicating for Sig and Katarina to sit down. "However, if you want to get something from me, it's not just about buying drinks." As Rayleigh's voice fell, the atmosphere in the bar subtly changed. The customers, who had been whispering out of curiosity, now resumed their conversations as if nothing had happened. The invisible aura emanating from Rayleigh made the surrounding space feel different. Seeing this, Sig not only did not retreat, but instead became more determined. He looked directly into Rayleigh's eyes, showing the resolve of a young warrior facing an elder without humility. "We came to find you because we are on a path filled with unknowns and dangers and need guidance. I heard you are someone who has sailed the Grand Line and witnessed countless miracles." Katarina silently nodded beside him, her gaze filled with respect for Rayleigh and a longing for future exploration. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh's eyes flickered with light as he assessed the sincerity and determination of the two young people. Finally, he sighed lightly, his fierce aura completely receding, replaced by kindness and anticipation. "Well, since that's the case, let me hear your story, and then I will decide whether it's worth sharing some wisdom and experience from the ancient times." After speaking, he raised his wine glass once more. This time, it was a toast to the future and a reminiscence of the past. The bar owner acted swiftly and efficiently, apologizing to the other customers in a firm yet apologetic tone. "Everyone, I sincerely apologize. There are some special circumstances in the shop today, and I hope you can understand. We will certainly make it up to you another day." Although the customers were somewhat taken aback, feeling Rayleigh's extraordinary presence, they all tacitly packed their things and left, casting curious and envious glances before departing. Katarina's shock was evident as she incredulously looked at Sig and whispered, "How did you know that this elder is the legendary king of the underworld, Rayleigh? And how did you find him so accurately?" Her voice was mixed with surprise and confusion. Clearly, such a discovery far exceeded her expectations. Sig's lips curled into a mysterious smile as he softly replied, "In this world, every legend has its trace. The key lies in whether you are willing to seek it and how you interpret those clues. As for the stories and whereabouts of Senior Rayleigh, they are not entirely secrets within specific circles." Sig's words revealed that he had a vast network of information and keen insight, allowing him to sift through numerous clues to find the answers he sought. In fact, the answers had long been there. As the last customer left, the bar became exceptionally quiet, leaving only the three of them with the sounds of their breathing and the occasional clinking of cups. Rayleigh sat quietly, everything unfolding as he had anticipated. His deep gaze flickered with memories of the past and appreciation for the exploring spirit of the younger generation. "All right, now it's just us." Rayleigh lightly coughed, breaking the brief silence. "Since you were able to find me and have the courage to face the unknown, let me hear your story and why you need my help. Remember, true wisdom and power are often only given to those who prove their worth and determination." Rayleigh's words carried both a test and encouragement. Rayleigh's gaze became deep and complex after hearing Sig's words, as if there were undercurrents beneath a calm sea. He gently set down his wine glass, the liquid inside swaying slightly, reflecting the flickering light on the ceiling, just like the fluctuations in his heart at this moment. Attacking the celestial dragons. Rayleigh's deep voice echoed in the empty bar, each word carrying immeasurable weight. This was not just a battle. It was a declaration that would shake the world. "Do you understand what this means?" Sig's expression showed no signs of wavering as he looked directly into Rayleigh's eyes and answered firmly, "We understand. This is not merely a pursuit of personal freedom. It is about breaking the chains and revealing the truth hidden under the facade of peace. We know that once we embark on this path, we will face the hostility of the entire world order, including but not limited to the Navy headquarters, the 7 warlords, and even the attention of the 4 emperors." Katarina, beside him, clenched her fists, her eyes showing both fear of the unknown challenges and an unwavering dedication to her ideals. She added, "We are not acting blindly. We know this is a gamble, with our lives and beliefs at stake. But just as you once sailed the Grand Line with Pirate King Roger, we have our reasons for doing this." This woman likely misunderstood the situation, thinking that Sig's actions would lead to conflict or violence. After all, wasn't it because she needed a natural-type devil fruit of her own? Upon hearing this, a flicker of barely perceptible appreciation crossed Rayleigh's eyes. He slowly nodded, reminiscing about those legendary years. Courage is commendable, but courage alone is not enough. In this world, power, wisdom, and most importantly, companions, are all indispensable. Are you prepared to bear all the consequences of this? In the bar, as Rayleigh's words fell, the air seemed to freeze. "We are ready." Sig's response was concise and powerful, resonating like an oath in this little tavern that was about to witness history. And Rayleigh, the former king of the underworld, looked at these young challengers, feeling a complex mix of emotions and deep thoughts within him. Times change, and the new generation's wave will inevitably rise, and he might see in them a reflection of his past self and the era of dreams and freedom. Sig's words, like a sudden gust of sea wind, swept through the subtle atmosphere of the bar. Sig unexpectedly made a request. "Senior Rayleigh, I have an ungracious request. May I spar with you? I long to experience the power of the strong from the old era firsthand. For me, this is not only a test of my own strength, but also a tribute to the past." Hearing this, Rayleigh's expression became subtle, with a mix of surprise and a hint of stirred interest in his eyes. He lightly coughed, and a smirk of curiosity appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Oh, Sig, are you underestimating an old man, or do you really have complete confidence in your own strength? You should know that the waves of the old era are far more turbulent than you imagine." Upon hearing this, Katarina couldn't help but feel a bit nervous for Sig. She was well aware of Rayleigh's unfathomable strength. Even among the young generation, those who excel would likely seem like children compared to this former king of the underworld. However, Sig's expression remained resolute as he stood up, his eyes shining with eagerness. "Senior Rayleigh, I mean no offense. My pursuit of power has never ceased. I believe this is also an inheritance and respect for the spirit of the strong in your generation. Please give me this opportunity to personally experience that shock." Rayleigh slowly stood up. Although his figure was not as upright as in his youth, the aura emanating from him was as steady as a mountain and as surging as the sea. He gently patted Sig on the shoulder, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. "Aldrikt, say, I admiro courage." But remember, true combat is not just about proving strength. It is also about protecting what you cherish. Come on, let me see how heated the blood of the new era can boil. As soon as Rayleigh's words fell, the atmosphere in the bar instantly became heavy and solemn. The confrontation between the two was no longer just a contest of skill and strength, but a clash of beliefs between two eras, a dialogue that transcended time and space. Everyone present, including Katarina, could feel the impending energy in the air. An unprecedented contest was about to begin. Sig's face wore a relaxed smile, yet his eyes concealed an undeniable determination and seriousness. Rayleigh, the former maritime overlord, quickly sensed something unusual about Sig with his rich experience and keen intuition. To him, Sig's demeanor was not the typical arrogance or bluster of youth, but a steadiness and confidence built on a solid foundation of strength. This kind of aura is often found only in those who have undergone countless battles and stand at the pinnacle of the world. It was this unique quality that piqued Rayleigh's interest. For him, the clash with Sig was not merely a simple confrontation, but an opportunity to validate the strength of the new era, an important exchange between the old generation and the new. Rayleigh understood that with the passage of time and the changing tides at sea, The rise of the new generation was an inevitable trend. He was willing to be that bridge, passing on the wisdom and experience of the old era through his sparring with Sig, while also witnessing the awakening of the new era's strength. As the standoff deepened, the air in the bar seemed to freeze, and everything around appeared to come to a standstill. The momentum between the two strong figures, Sig and Rayleigh, rose to a peak, forming an invisible storm that swept through every corner. They did not immediately strike, but engaged in a more subtle, psychological, and willpower contest, attempting to gain the upper hand in presence and diminish the other's sharpness. Rayleigh was secretly astonished. He did not expect that, even as Roger's right-hand man, having experienced countless storms, he would find it difficult to completely suppress Sig's rising battle intent. This forced Rayleigh to re-evaluate his opponent, realizing that Sig was perhaps far more complex than he seemed, with hidden strength and determination that could make anyone who underestimated him pay the price. Interesting, Rayleigh murmured, a spark of excitement flashing in his eyes. The significance of this duel had transcended mere victory or defeat. It symbolized the inheritance and transcendence of eras, a recognition and test of the potential of the new generation by the old. Just then, Rayleigh's aura abruptly changed, shifting from steady as a mountain to sharp as a blade. The calm before the storm was suddenly shattered, and an indescribable pressure surged forth, aimed directly at Sig. This was a perfect fusion of his years of combat experience and profound inner strength, a true display of the power of the title king of the underworld. Faced with Rayleigh's sudden pressure, Sig not only did not retreat, but instead his gaze became even more resolute, the power within him igniting like a roaring flame. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Come on, Senior Rayleigh, let us show the world what a true warrior's heart is in this duel." Sig's proclamation echoed throughout the bar, breaking the silence and announcing that this cross-era contest had officially begun. Sig was surprised. Rayleigh's overwhelming aura seemed to suddenly retract without a trace, and the heart-pounding pressure from earlier was just an illusion. Rayleigh's calmness made Sig admire this senior even more, and he grew increasingly curious about what kind of experience it would take to reach such a level of control. Rayleigh smiled and adjusted his glasses, his wise eyes shimmering with a gentle light. His words carried a hint of teasing, yet retained the dignity of an elder. "It's not good to make a big fuss here, my friend. If we destroy this bar, the owner will be upset. Besides, our exchange should not be confined to this small place. Let's go, young man, to a broader space outside. There, we can unleash ourselves without worry, and let others see what a true duel is and what the collision of two generation spirits looks like." As Rayleigh spoke, he walked toward the door, his back appearing particularly carefree, inviting Sig into an epic adventure. Sig looked at Rayleigh's back, his blood ignited completely. He quickly composed himself. Outside the door, the sun was shining brightly, and an open space awaited them. There, a stage for the clash of old and new era powers was about to be set. Rayleigh stopped, turned to face Sig, and his eyes shone with a serious light, his words carrying a note of undeniable seriousness and concern. "Before we begin, Sig, I must ask clearly, does your name contain? Do you possess the Conqueror's Haki? Also, how well do you master the 3 types of Haki? Observation, armament, and conquerors?" Although Rayleigh's expression was serious, the concern in his words was genuine. Those with the name-dan holders of Conqueror's Haki often had the potential to change the world. The level of mastery of the 3 types of Haki directly influenced the course and safety of combat. As an experienced veteran, Rayleigh did not want to cause irreparable consequences due to a friendly spar. "Don't get me wrong, kid. I'm just worried my attack power might be too much for you." At this point, Rayleigh couldn't help but smile slightly, a grin that seemed a bit wild yet warm. That smile contained nostalgia for the glorious past and care for the younger generation. Sig was momentarily taken aback, but then responded with a determined gaze. "Don't worry, Senior, there is no din my name. I'm currently training in the Conqueror's Haki, and as for the observation Haki, while I can't say I'm a master, I have quite a bit of insight." Then, with a hint of youthful arrogance, Sig challenged Rayleigh without holding back. "Senior, I hope you can give it your all. If you hold back, you might find failure comes faster than you expect. Come on, let me see the legendary figure of the Pirate King in his prime." At these words, Rayleigh's eyes flashed with a long-lost light, moved by Sig's fearlessness and spirit of challenge. He chuckled lightly, a mix of helplessness at Sig's arrogance and admiration for the younger generation's courage to challenge the strong. "Hey kid, your arrogance reminds me of myself when I was young. All right, since you insist, I won't hold back. But don't blame me for not warning you. The sea is ruthless, and so is battle." Katarina, watching Sig from his side, felt a mix of emotions. She was confident in Sig's strength, but facing a legendary figure like Rayleigh made her somewhat worried. Internally, she muttered, "Sig, can't you tone down the bravado a bit? If this old man gets serious, you might really lose your head." Despite this, Katarina maintained her calm expression, trusting Sig's judgment and strength at that moment. With Rayleigh's agreement, the atmosphere in the entire venue suddenly grew tense. Rayleigh's body was covered in armament Haki, resembling a bronze statue, emanating an invisible pressure. Sig, not to be outdone, also exuded a sheen of armament Haki on his body, like steel in the dark night, hard and cold. The two stepped forward almost simultaneously, as if two immense forces were tearing at the air. Next came the thunderous sound of their fists colliding. At that moment, the entire world seemed to tremble. Katarina nervously closed her eyes. Although she was a pirate, watching such an intense duel up close still filled her with unease and fear. At the moment their fists met, a powerful shock wave spread out, causing items around the bar to rattle, dust and wood chips swirling in the air, forming a temporary cloud that obscured the view. As the smoke gradually cleared, Rayleigh and Sig each stepped back a few paces, facing each other. Rayleigh's expression grew serious, acknowledging Sig's strength. He coughed lightly, a barely perceptible smile on his lips, thinking, "This kid really has some skill to remain undefeated under my full force." It seems he's not just all talk. Sig was slightly out of breath, but his eyes sparkled with excitement and the joy of a challenge well met. This clash with Rayleigh not only validated his strength, but also provided a valuable learning opportunity. Sig straightened his back again, ready to face the next round. The real battle had only just begun. "Not bad, Sig. You really have some talent. But don't forget, I'm an old guy who has weathered many storms. Next, I'll show you what real combat looks like," Rayleigh said, filled with appreciation. Under the pressure of Rayleigh's mountain-like armament Haki, Sig felt the weight but quickly assessed the situation. He calculated silently in his mind that the strength of Rayleigh's armament Haki, compared to his own, was about 1/3 of his capabilities. This analysis boosted Sig's confidence as he pondered that if he could withstand such power, then even against the top-tier beings of the New World, he could still take them down one by one. "So that's how it is, Senior Rayleigh. Your strength is indeed well-deserved. This also makes me more certain that as long as I keep improving, I, Sig, can leave my own legend in this sea." Sig's words carried a hint of confidence and a vision for the future, his gaze growing firmer as he envisioned standing at the pinnacle of the pirate world. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh's eyes flashed with admiration, recognizing that such insight and spirit at such a young age was truly rare. As Rayleigh and Sig simultaneously drew their swords, a powerful yet invisible force began to surge around them. Their Conqueror's Haki not only enveloped their bodies, but also created visible waves on their weapons, like a materialized halo, causing the blades to refract unusual colors in the sunlight. As both sides' momentum rose, the sky itself seemed oppressed by this force, and the air twisted subtly. The very space trembled, heralding an earth-shattering duel about to commence. Katarina, standing not far away, felt an unprecedented pressure. Her body trembled involuntarily, a strong dizziness and headache crashing over her, making it hard for her to stand. This sensation was a new experience for her. This was the impact of Conqueror's Haki on the surrounding environment and the unprepared observer. Gritting her teeth, she tried to steady herself, her gaze fixed firmly on the two confronting figures, feeling both shocked and awed. Is this the battle of true strongmen? Katarina pondered, never having so directly felt the impact of a strong person's aura on the environment. This was not just a contest of physical strength and skill. It was a battle of will and spirit. Through the confrontation of their Conqueror's Haki, Rayleigh and Sig silently communicated their determination and strength. This level of competition far surpassed ordinary battles. Under such a powerful aura, Even seasoned pirates found it hard to remain calm. Among the onlookers, many showed signs of discomfort. Some covered their ears, others collapsed to the ground, and some even fainted. To be precise, most people lost consciousness after feeling unwell due to this overwhelming energy. In this tense atmosphere, the eyes of Rayleigh and Sig met, sparking a silent fire. Then, like lightning, two figures crossed each other, sword lights flashing. The collision of their Conqueror's Haki causing visible shockwaves, freezing the entire scene, with only the unwavering sound of swords and the heartbeat of the strong echoing in that moment. As the fierce clash of Conqueror's Haki between Rayleigh and Sig erupted, an indescribable pressure spread out like a solid force, the surrounding air seemingly torn apart. Emitting a faint howling sound, the clouds in the sky were pulled apart by this power, revealing an unusually clear yet ominous blue sky. All present, whether pirates, passers-by, or curious onlookers in the distance, without exception, lost consciousness under this immense energy shock, collapsing to the ground. The remnants of smoke and energy intertwined in the air, forming a strange scene, with the halo of Conqueror's Haki surrounding the two warriors, like two giant dragons entangled in the sky, probing and colliding, trying to devour one another. Sig and Rayleigh's figures flickered in the distortion of energy, every tiny movement accompanied by tremors in the space, indicating that this battle had transcended the realm of normalcy. Ha! Sig let out a low roar. The sword in hand, empowered by the Conqueror's Haki, unleashed an extremely sharp sword energy, attempting to penetrate Rayleigh's defenses. Rayleigh, with a smile at the corner of his mouth, calmly swung his sword in response, his blade also entwined with Conqueror's Haki. The two clashed in mid-air, producing a deafening explosion that sent ripples of energy radiating outwards, further devastating the surrounding environment. This battle was not only a contest of physical strength and skill, but also a clash of will and belief, a dialogue of souls between two powerful figures from different eras. In that moment, Rayleigh seemed to see a reflection of his younger self, filled with a thirst for the unknown and the courage to challenge everything. Sig felt the weight of history and the accumulation of experience in Rayleigh, a precious treasure bestowed by time. All of this was silently passed down in this thrilling battle, despite Rayleigh's extensive battle experience. The passage of time had indeed made his body less flawless than in his youth. Facing the vigorous power contained within Sig's youthful physique and his unexpectedly skilled use of Conqueror's Haki, Rayleigh felt an unprecedented challenge. In this confrontation of power, even the so-called Dark King began to feel a hint of helplessness. Sweat slid down Rayleigh's forehead, dripping onto the dry ground with a faint yet clear sound. A complex emotion flickered in his eyes, a mix of surprise, admiration, and a barely perceptible fatigue. Rayleigh secretly sighed. Indeed, the times are progressing, and the growth rate of the younger generation far exceeds his expectations. This kid who knows no bounds actually forces me, Rayleigh, to take this seriously, he murmured to himself. His words carried a hint of bitterness, but also ignited his fighting spirit. Taking a deep breath, the latent power within him was awakened once more, and the flame of battle reignited in Rayleigh's eyes. Just as Rayleigh adjusted his state, preparing to deliver an even stronger counterattack against Sig, he found an inexplicable sense of comfort rising from deep within. This was not just recognition of Sig's personal strength, but also a pride in the emergence of such an outstanding young person in the new era. Rayleigh realized that perhaps this was what was meant by inheritance, and it was time for the new generation's brilliance to shine upon the sea. Come on, Sig, show me all your strength, and let me see if you are worthy of inheriting the glory of this era. Rayleigh shouted, his voice filled with encouragement and anticipation, deciding to fight with all his might, not only to conclude this battle, but also to validate the potential and value of the younger generation. Upon hearing this, Sig's eyes sparkled with determination and gratitude. At this moment, he stood at a turning point in history, co-authoring a new chapter with a legendary figure from the old era. Sig knew that completely defeating a legendary figure like Rayleigh was not his true goal. What he pursued was to learn and grow through the struggle, rather than mere victory. Therefore, he carefully controlled his power, ensuring that the release of Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki was just right, showcasing his strength without truly harming this respected senior. The exchanges between the two were like a dance, with each move rich in meaning, testing both skill and will. Every counterattack from Sig was precisely controlled to match Rayleigh's strength, engaging in an invisible dialogue that explored the essence of power and the significance of generational change. Rayleigh sensed Sig's rare respect and self-restraint, and a sense of appreciation naturally arose within him. As the battle continued, Rayleigh gradually reduced his use of the three types of Haki, opting for a more traditional and less exhausting fighting style. Taking a deep breath, his chest rose and fell as if injecting new vitality into this special contest, silently expressing respect for Sig. Well done, Sig. You have already proven your strength and demeanor. Although Rayleigh's voice was slightly fatigued, it was filled with sincere encouragement. In this era of powerful figures, encountering a young person like you, who possesses both strength and restraint, is truly rare. Upon hearing this, Sig retracted his fists surrounded by armament Haki, his expression revealing a hint of surprise and emotion. The battle with Rayleigh was not just a simple demonstration of martial prowess, but also a spiritual baptism. It allowed him to better release and master the power of his Haki. Thank you, Mr. Rayleigh. Your guidance and tolerance are more valuable than any victory in battle. Sig replied sincerely, his gaze firm as he found direction for the future in this contest. The confrontation between two generations of strong figures transformed into a ritual of inheritance at that moment. Rayleigh's eyes flickered with complex emotions, both astonished by Sig's strength and feeling sentimentality for the rise of the younger generation in the new era. He looked at Sig in disbelief. This once obscure young man had displayed such astonishing control and potential in battle. Sig was not only comparable to him in strength, but also remarkably able to control the Conqueror's Haki and armament Haki with a natural ease, as if it were second nature. Incredible, Rayleigh murmured, his heart surging with waves of emotion. This child, if he could maintain such a growth rate, could potentially seize the positions of the four emperors and even the throne of the Pirate King in the future. Rayleigh's thoughts drifted far, seeing the outline of a new era in pirate history slowly taking shape. Sig's performance reminded him of those legendary strong figures who often rose quietly in unnoticed corners, ultimately rewriting history with overwhelming force. Sig was like a brilliant gem buried deep in the mountains. Once unearthed, it could shine brightly and illuminate the entire world. Sig, you're hiding too deeply. Rayleigh concealed his inner shock and adjusted his mindset to approach this confrontation with a more serious attitude. Tell me, what is your true purpose? Is it for challenge, for proof, or to find a path to greater strength? Sig gazed at Rayleigh, his eyes filled not with fear, but with a desire for the future and respect for the strong. Senior Rayleigh, my goal is simple, to become stronger, strong enough to protect everything I cherish, strong enough to carve out my own path in this turbulent pirate world. And to spar with a legendary figure like you is an indispensable lesson on my journey to growth. Sig gently lifted the unconscious Katarina, her pale face indicating that she had been affected by the residual waves of the Haki clash. His movements were gentle yet firm, even after such a fierce confrontation. He did not forget to protect his companion. Turning to Rayleigh, he said, Senior, today's clash has been immensely beneficial, but I still have people I must protect. Please allow me to take my leave for now. I will surely return to seek your guidance another day. Rayleigh watched Sig's departing figure, a complex mix of emotions surging within him. Sig not only demonstrated unimaginable strength, but also possessed the gentleness and sense of responsibility to protect his companions. This inevitably reminded him of his younger self and the days spent fighting alongside his friends. Rayleigh paused for a moment, then slowly nodded, pondering in his heart. Indeed, the future pirate world may truly become more exciting and unpredictable because of such young people. As Sig took Katarina and gradually moved away, Rayleigh stayed behind. Gazing in the direction, they disappeared. His heart was filled with both anticipation for the future and a hint of unease. It is extremely rare for top-tier powerhouses to fight multiple opponents. Yet Sig not only possesses such potential, but also has a profound understanding and control over power. Such an existence is undoubtedly a significant variable for the future. The world ahead is fraught with troubles, but also filled with infinite possibilities, Rayleigh muttered to himself. He then looked up at the vast sky. There were birds flying freely and clouds drifting with the wind. Everything appeared so calm and full of life. Taking a deep breath, he made up his mind that no matter how the future changes, he would do his best to guide and help the younger generation like Sig, ensuring they walk more steadily and further on the path of pursuing their dreams. Admiral Sengoku sat in the spacious and solemn office of the Navy headquarters, his brow furrowed, his gaze piercing through the window at the distant horizon. Several urgent reports were spread out on the desk, each revealing unusual dynamics from different sea areas. However, what troubled him the most was not the information on these papers, but the faint sense of oppression in the air, a tremor of Conqueror's Haki that only top-tier powerhouses could evoke. The concentration of this level of Conqueror's Haki was so high that it could be clearly sensed even from far away in Marineford, unlike ordinary fluctuations, resembling the undercurrents surging in the depths of the ocean, heralding the arrival of a storm. Sengoku understood well that the release of Conqueror's Haki to such an extent was no coincidence. It often heralded significant events. It is the territory of the celestial dragons. Sengoku murmured to himself, while a storm surged in his heart. The celestial dragons, as the actual controllers behind the world government, have always acted covertly. Now, the leakage of Conqueror's Haki undoubtedly signifies that something extraordinary is happening there. Among the presents he sensed, Sengoku was particularly familiar with one. It was the mark of Rayleigh, the former vice captain of the Roger Pirates, whose existence remained like an indomitable lighthouse at sea, guiding countless pirates forward. But why would Rayleigh appear in the territory of the celestial dragons? Could it be a conflict with a powerful figure in the New World? Sengoku quickly filtered through the possible emperors in his mind, each of whom could easily shake the world's landscape. Red-haired Shanks, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, Beast Kaido, or Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Any one of them intersecting with Rayleigh would be enough to cause turmoil in the world. Immediately, he activated emergency communication, notifying all G-level and above generals to closely monitor developments in various locations, especially paying attention to the vicinity of the Red Line, where the celestial dragons are located. Sengoku commanded through the communication device, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. At the same time, he ordered to strengthen the vigilance around Mariewa, as we cannot let any potential crisis affect the stability of the world. With the order given, the Navy headquarters quickly entered a state of full alert. Battleships started up, and Navy soldiers prepared for action. An unknown storm seemed to be approaching. Sengoku understood that this incident was anything but simple and might become a key point in changing the world's structure. As the supreme commander of the Navy, he had to be ready to face all the challenges ahead. Sengoku's emotions became increasingly chaotic. That other unfamiliar yet powerful emperor's presence struck his nerves like an invisible giant hammer. The five elders, those five mysterious figures at the pinnacle of world power, usually kept a low profile and rarely intervened in specific matters. If they truly took action, the severity of the situation would far exceed imagination. Is it really related to the five elders? Sengoku speculated in his heart, but as soon as this thought arose, he denied it himself. Although the five elders are powerful and hold significant authority, they almost never personally engage in combat, let alone release Conqueror's Haki. The appearance of this aura likely indicates an unprecedented variable, a new situation that even the five elders cannot easily control. At this moment, Sengoku felt an unprecedented loneliness and heaviness. Without the three admirals and Garp, these capable assistants by his side, he bore the weight of the entire world alone. In the Navy headquarters, every hurried figure passing by and every taut nerve reminded him that as the admiral, he must be the stabilizing force, ensuring the Navy remains steady and that a corner of this world remains stable, regardless of how the outside world roils. Sengoku stood up and walked to the window, his gaze piercing through layers of clouds, attempting to see through the fog to discern the truth beyond. Taking a deep breath, he tried to calm himself. Now is not the time for wild speculation, he told himself. I need accurate intelligence, then formulate a response strategy. He then picked up the communicator again and contacted the Navy Intelligence Department. Send the most elite Navy forces to Mariewa. I need to know what exactly is happening there. At the same time, activate all backup intelligence networks to gather all information regarding that unknown emperor's presence. We must be fully prepared. After putting down the communicator, Sengoku turned to the world map hanging on the wall, silently calculating in his heart. In this vast ocean, every change in the weather could be the prelude to the birth of a new order. As a warrior guarding the peace of this sea, he could not retreat in the face of any strong enemy or unknown challenge. No matter who comes, as long as they threaten the balance of the world, the Navy will never allow it. Sengoku silently vowed, his eyes shining with determination. In the deepest part of the world government, in a chamber where the 5 elders are located, the 5 robed elders were seated around a circular table, the atmosphere exceptionally heavy. Each of their eyes revealed deep surprise and caution. Clearly, the 2 sudden waves of Emperor-level Conqueror's Haki had also drawn their heightened attention. How is this possible? One of the 5 elders, holding a pipe, slowly exhaled circles of smoke, his tone laced with incredulity. How could the territory of the celestial dragons become a stage for the 4 emperors to compete? Another elder, a wise man with a long white beard, gently stroked his chin and mused. Although there is pressure in the aura, it does not carry a murderous intent, unlike ordinary battles. Could it be that the 2 strong figures are engaging in some form of communication? Communication? The pipe-smoking elder frowned. How could there be such leisure between the 4 emperors? Moreover, choosing to do it in the territory of the celestial dragons, the intention behind this is likely not that simple. Indeed, the 3rd elder, seemingly the youngest, had sharp eyes. However, we need not worry excessively. Since there are no signs of life and death struggles, it indicates that the situation is still within a controllable range. We just need to observe the changes while enhancing surveillance over the celestial dragon region. At this moment, a faint light suddenly emerged from the crystal ball in the center of the room, revealing a blurred image. The scene of the distant celestial dragon's dwelling was visible. Though the image was not very clear, one could sense that the air there seemed to tremble under the pressure of 2 forces. It seems necessary to dispatch CP0 to investigate this matter in secret, the long-bearded sage suggested. If a new power is rising in the shadows, or if a new alliance is forming among the 4 emperors, we must be informed in advance. The 5 elders exchanged glances, and without needing to say more, they reached a consensus. On the chessboard of power, any slight movement could trigger a chain reaction. No unknown factors can be allowed to threaten the foundation of the world government. So it was decided, the pipe-smoking elder announced. He added at the same time, to inform Admiral Sengoku of the Navy headquarters to ensure he maintains the overall situation and prevents the matter from getting out of control. The atmosphere in the secret chamber returned to calm, and the 5 elders continued their unfinished agenda, but each person's heart was filled with a bit more vigilance. With the clash between the 2 from the old and new eras, the entire sea seemed to be shrouded by an indescribable force. The collision of Conqueror's Haki was not merely a contest of strength, but a fierce confrontation of will and aura. This power was difficult for ordinary people to bear. Even distant islands felt the tremors. Under this overwhelming energy impact, hundreds of thousands of nearby residents were caught off guard. Most of them fell into a sudden unconsciousness at the moment when the 2 strong figures clashed, as if being instantly swallowed by the night, their consciousness sinking into an endless abyss. As time slowly passed, those who had been affected by the Conqueror's Haki gradually awakened. Their consciousness melted like thin ice in winter, returning to the real world. But waking up did not mean liberation. The splitting headache felt as if thousands of hammers were pounding in their skulls, causing them to instinctively hold their heads and moan, trying to alleviate the sudden pain. Confusion and bewilderment were written on everyone's faces. Their eyes filled with incomprehension and fear, whispering among themselves, eager to learn what had happened from those around them. Some covered their foreheads and struggled to ask, "What is going on? How did I end up here?" Others asked their companions in trembling voices, "Did you see it? Was it a dream?" That power. Some, despite feeling the same pain, shared the shock they experienced before losing consciousness, the kind of power that could change the color of the heavens and earth. Amidst this chaos and unease, people began to realize that what they had just gone through was not merely a simple fainting, but a witness to a brush with a legendary Pirate King's power. Rumors about the duel between the two emperors spread rapidly through the streets, with every awakened person becoming a part of this legendary story, even if their participation came in such a painful way. In Katarina's dream, everything seemed to come alive. Those opponents she once conquered with her sword tip, those shadows hanging deep in her memory, reappeared like ghosts. The dream turned into a chaotic battlefield. The scenes of past battles flashed before her eyes like a revolving lantern. With every sword swing, every dodge, and every life-and-death struggle feeling exceptionally real and urgent. Katarina, the female pirate known for her ruthlessness and strength on the seas, found herself instinctively clenching her fist to regain that confidence she had in controlling everything in reality. But this time was different. The enemies surrounding her were no longer mere images from memory. They approached her step by step with vengeful fury. Every opponent's gaze burned with resentment and hatred, trying to drag her into endless darkness. Sweat trickled down her forehead as fear, this long-lost emotion, surged like a tide, making her heart race uncontrollably. She began to run, navigating through the labyrinth formed by her past battles, each step feeling incredibly heavy, each turn presenting new challenges. These resurrected foes not only tested her physical strength but also eroded her will, making her question her choices and power. Just as despair was about to engulf her, a spark of rebellion ignited deep within Katarina. Suddenly stopping, her eyes shimmered with determination and defiance. The battles of those years taught her one thing: no matter how great the fear, only by facing it head-on can one find a way out. So, she took a deep breath, transforming her inner fear into anger and strength, and began to fight back. On the battlefield of her dream, Katarina fought against numerous resurrected opponents with her own strength, each slash accompanied by her indomitable will, every counterattack representing a transcendence of self. This dream was no longer merely a reenactment of the past. It became a trial of the spirit, a journey of self-redemption. Sig, the once arrogant mountain bandit king, now displayed a rare gentleness and concern. Standing by Katarina's bed, watching this usually strong and cold woman tremble in her sleep due to fear, a complex emotion surged within him. Even a powerful warrior like Katarina had a vulnerable side, especially after experiencing a clash with his own world-shaking Conqueror's Haki. He gently sat at the bedside, hesitated for a moment, then lightly patted Katarina's back, attempting to comfort her in this simplest way. Sig's voice was as soft as possible, even though it was not easy for him. "It's okay, Katarina, just a dream. There are no monsters here, only us safe." With Sig's gentle touch and whispers, Katarina's trembling seemed to gradually subside, and her tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly. Although she was still asleep, the evident fear seemed to be slowly retreating, replaced by a subtle sense of reassurance. Sig stayed there, guarding her until she completely calmed down. As Katarina fully awakened, she found herself lying in bed, with Sig sitting at the bedside, his usually provocative eyes now revealing a rare tenderness. A subtle atmosphere filled the room, and both could feel an unprecedented ambiguous aura in the air. Katarina cleared her throat, trying to break the awkward silence. "I had a terrible dream." Her voice was a bit hoarse, and as her gaze inadvertently met Sig's, she quickly looked away, a blush unconsciously rising on her cheeks. Sig smiled slightly, his smile carrying a hint of affection that he himself was unaware of. It seems that even Katarina, with a bounty of 450 million berries, can be scared sometimes. His words were teasing, yet hidden with concern. Katarina shot him a glare, but the anger in her eyes was clearly not resolute. Instead, it resembled a little girl's pout. "Don't mention it. It's all because of your Conqueror's Haki clash." Though she said this, her tone was not reproachful. Instead, it carried a hint of reliance and trust. Sig was taken aback for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter, his laughter filled with relief. "All right, I owe you one this time. If you need anything in the future, just say the word." The promise sounded casual, but was exceedingly sincere. Katarina's lips curled into a faint smile, and an inexplicable emotion rose in her heart. "I have it noted down. Don't think you can back out later." As she spoke, The distance between the two seemed to unconsciously close, and the air was thick with an ambiguous atmosphere. When Katarina finally woke from her nightmare, she realized that her perception of Sieg had changed unknowingly. In that chaotic and terrifying dream, Sieg appeared like a guardian angel, wielding his sword to cut down all threats and granting her an unprecedented sense of security. This feeling overlapped with the scene in reality where Sieg sat by her bed, gently comforting her, stirring an unprecedented affection within Katarina. Gazing at Sieg, her eyes sparkled with complex emotions. His rugged features, which might seem coarse on ordinary days, appeared exceptionally reliable at that moment, even carrying an indescribable charm. Her heartbeat seemed to race faster than usual, and the blush on her cheeks became increasingly evident. A feeling known as infatuation quietly spread in her heart. Sieg sensed Katarina's unusual gaze and awkwardly cleared his throat, trying to break the sudden awkwardness but unsure of how to speak. Between them, a subtle tension slowly flowed through the air, making time feel slow at that moment. Ultimately, it was Katarina who broke the silence, her voice low and tinged with shyness. "Sieg, thank you for appearing when I was most helpless, whether in dreams or in reality." The words slipped out, and even she was surprised by her own candid expression of gratitude and dependence. Sieg was taken aback for a moment, then a rare, gentle smile crept onto his face. "Hey, we're partners, aren't we? Supporting each other is what we should do." The words were simple, but laden with meaning. The night deepened, and the starlight outside intertwined with the subtle atmosphere inside, adding a touch of romance to the moment. Between Katarina and Sieg, the originally clear boundaries became blurred due to this unexpected event. The newly budding emotions between them were like a seed, quietly taking root and sprouting in unknown seas, awaiting the future storms and sunshine to witness its growth. In a hidden corner of the Celestial Dragon's territory, a seemingly unremarkable little CAF was surrounded by several Revolutionary Army members sitting around a round table. This place, far from the hustle and bustle, served as a safe location for them to exchange information and discuss plans. The aroma of coffee wafted through the air, adding a subtle warmth to the tense atmosphere. One of the Revolutionary Army members stirred his cup of coffee gently, his gaze deep in thought. He broke the silence with a low voice. "Have you all noticed that the air in this area seems different lately, as if something significant is about to happen?" His voice was soft but clear. Another member, with a hint of surprise, picked up the conversation. "Are you referring to that royal aura? Indeed, it's not just powerful. It could tear the sky apart and instill awe." The presence of such a being in the Celestial Dragon's territory was truly perplexing. A female Revolutionary Army member with short hair and sharp eyes frowned in contemplation and said, "If I'm not mistaken, that other aura should belong to King of Hell Rayleigh, the legendary Pirate King's first mate. Even after stepping off the stage of the sea, his strength remains a mystery. His appearance here must have some unknown reason behind it." There was a moment of silence at the table as everyone nodded, clearly realizing the complexity of the situation. An older Revolutionary Army officer slowly spoke, his voice deep and powerful. "This is not merely a coincidence. We need to gather more intelligence. The collision of these two royal powers could signify a new shift, both for the world government and for us. We must report this to Commander Dragon. Perhaps this is the opportunity to change the world." In a secret base within the Revolutionary Army, the atmosphere was particularly grave. Commander Dragon, who had just received the report, stood before a massive world map, his finger gently tracing the location of the Celestial Dragon's territory, his gaze deep and complex. "If we could pull these two royal powers to neutrality or even into the Revolutionary Army, it would undoubtedly have a significant impact on overthrowing the Celestial Dragon's rule. This is not just an opportunity. It may also be a gamble." Dragon's low voice echoed in the room, each word carrying weight. "We cannot act directly. We must find a suitable way to make contact through wisdom and understand their intentions." A far-sighted Revolutionary Army strategist stepped forward and suggested, "We can start by gathering intelligence to understand why these two powers converge at this moment. At the same time, we should look for individuals who have had interactions with them and gradually establish contact through intermediaries." Dragon nodded, a glint of insight flashing in his eyes. Then it settled. dispatched the most astute scouts to closely monitor the situation's development, while also contacting allies in various locations to gather all information regarding these two powers. Remember, our goal is to strive for neutrality or even to recruit them. In this world, sometimes the most powerful weapon is not force, but the hearts of the people. As the orders were given, the Revolutionary Army quickly sprang into action, and a silent contest quietly unfolded. Beneath a gloomy sky, an ancient and eerie dungeon stood in a desolate area, surrounded tightly by towering stone walls. The walls were covered with moss left by the passage of time, intertwined with occasional withered vines, creating an atmosphere of neglect and oppression. Atop the stone walls, watchtowers stood every few meters, with flickering yellowish lights inside reflecting the vigilant figures of the guards. Clad in dark armor and wielding sharp spears, their eagle-like eyes scanned the surroundings, ensuring that no slightest movement escaped their watchful gaze. Passing through a heavy iron door required pulling a thick iron chain, accompanied by a harsh metallic scraping sound as the door slowly opened, revealing the gateway to another world. Upon entering, one would immediately feel a cold, damp breath hitting them, and the air was filled with the smell of mildew and rust, making one shiver involuntarily. Inside the dungeon were narrow, winding corridors lined with tightly packed cells. Most of the cell doors were made of cold iron bars, through which one could see the dim light inside. Occasionally, low moans or frenzied mutterings could be heard, revealing the despair and suffering of the prisoners here. At the end of each corridor, fully armed guards stood watch, either motionless like statues or patrolling back and forth, the sound of their boots echoing on the stone floor adding to the ominous atmosphere. In particularly important areas, one could see technological runes faintly glowing on the walls, meant to enhance security and prevent prisoners from using magic to escape. Additionally, at the center of the dungeon, there was a spacious monitoring room filled with complex mechanisms and technology. This was the heart of the entire dungeon, responsible for monitoring the conditions of all the cells and ensuring that no accidents occurred. In summary, this dungeon is not only physically protected in layers, but also reveals an extreme emphasis on security in every detail, making any attempt at escape or invasion nearly impossible to succeed. As one delves deeper into the dungeon, the light grows dimmer, with only a few flickering oil lamps casting weak glimmers of light that create shadowy images around, adding a sense of horror and the unknown. The air is thick with dampness and mildew, mixed with an indescribable scent of blood and decay, creating an intensely oppressive feeling of nausea with each breath. The floor of the cells is covered in filth, with a mixture of dirt and dried blood forming mottled patterns, and in the corners lie piles of tattered straw, the only bedding for the prisoners. In some cells, sewage drips from cracks in the walls, producing a monotonous dripping sound that echoes in the silence of the space. Like a Grim Reaper's countdown, it serves as a reminder that time here seems to have lost its meaning. Continuing along the corridor, one finds a special room devoid of prisoners. Instead, it is filled with various torture devices, each exuding a cold and malevolent aura. Chains and shackles hang from the walls, and heavy iron balls and whips are piled in the corner, their surfaces smooth and stained with dried blood from frequent use. The most striking feature is an iron interrogation table, on which various intricate and cruel devices are fixed. Sharp spikes, adjustable shackles, and a large will clearly meant to apply extreme pain through twisting or stretching. In one corner of the room sits a set of finely crafted surgical instruments that, instead of being tools for saving lives, have become instruments of torment for souls. Nearby, a massive iron furnace burns with a roaring fire, surrounded by various branding irons, quietly lying there but telling tales of countless nights filled with screams and pleas for mercy. The existence of these tools silently speaks of another side of the dungeon, not just imprisonment, but also extreme torment of body and spirit. In the deepest part of the dungeon, there's an area specifically for holding those pirates who once roamed the seas freely, now reduced to prisoners. The atmosphere here is heavier, and even in the dim light, one can feel an unusual wildness and defiance. The pirates are confined in their cells, exuding a unique scent that mixes the brine of the sea with traces of battle. Their clothes are tattered, stained black with blood and mud, and some wounds have yet to fully scab over, still slowly oozing blood that mingles with the surrounding air, forming a faint blood mist. Their eyes are hollow and dazed, a stark contrast to their former images as sea dominators. The once arrogant and untamed spirit has been replaced by endless darkness and despair, their expressions numb, showing no signs of struggle or resistance, as even the flames in their hearts have been extinguished. In this sunless place, hope seems like the most extravagant fantasy. All they can do is silently endure the ruthless mockery of fate, waiting for an end that they do not know when will arrive. On the walls of the cells, faint markings can be seen, scratched with nails or sharp objects. Some are the names of their hometowns, some are portraits of loved ones, and others express longing for freedom and oaths. These trivial marks have become their only spiritual solace, recording the glimmers of humanity deep within them that have not been completely extinguished. Occasionally, when a faint sound of waves from the outside world reaches them, a flicker of barely noticeable light shines in the eyes of these pirates. It is an infinite nostalgia for the free sea and the last trace of affection for their past lives. However, this glimmer quickly fades, replaced by deeper numbness and silence, because they know that seeing the light of day again in this bottomless dungeon is an unattainable wish. In this despair and resentment, the pirates often let their thoughts drift far away, fantasizing about one day being able to take revenge on those lofty celestial dragons for themselves and countless fellow oppressed souls. This hatred burns like a dark torch in the dungeon, igniting the flames of revenge even in the deepest darkness. They secretly communicate in hushed voices, sharing rumors and legends about the outside world's resistance against the celestial dragons. Each conversation is like feeding the beast within their hearts that is about to awaken, allowing it to grow stronger, waiting for the moment of eruption. However, the cruelty of reality makes them understand that such opportunities are slim. The celestial dragons, as the ruling class of this world, possess unimaginable power and resources beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Beneath their scepters lie countless enslaved souls and trampled lives. In this system, the fate of slaves is almost predetermined. With only a few miraculous escape cases, most can only silently accept their destiny. Every corner of the dungeon is soaked with the blood and tears of past prisoners. Those bloodstains cannot be washed clean even by the surging waves. Whenever night falls and the sea breeze carries the salty moisture over the dungeon's stone walls, it seems to whisper tales of stories that have never been recorded in history, about struggle, failure, and sacrifice. The seawater and blood seeping through the cracks form a thick dark red layer, as if the earth itself mourns for these unfortunate souls, recording a history that should not be forgotten. The master of this dungeon is named Zacharias von Demir, a name notorious in celestial dragon society for its extreme brutality and ruthlessness. Zacharias has a pale and gaunt face, with golden hair always carefully braided and adorned with pearls and gems, showcasing his unparalleled status. His eyes are a cold light blue, exuding a proud indifference to all living beings, and a sneer often lingers at the corners of his mouth, as if all things in the world are mere toys in his hands. Zacharias' brutal actions are infamous in the underground world. He revels in the endless torment and humiliation of those so-called inferior beings, viewing it as entertainment. He often personally supervises the most brutal punishment processes in the dungeon, inventing a series of horrifying torture methods for those who resist his authority, such as using technology-enhanced devices that ensure that the tortured experience extreme pain while their minds are utterly destroyed, preventing them from thinking about escape or resistance ever again. One of his special pastimes is to select the most defiant prisoners on specific days and force them to fight fierce beasts in an arena for his and his guests' entertainment. In these bloody spectacles, the fate of the losers is singular, either being torn apart by technological monsters in front of a crowd or executed on his orders, demonstrating his absolute power and disregard for life. Zacharias is also keen on collecting so-called artworks. These artworks are actually rare items plundered from various places, as well as beings he considers exotic or peculiar, which he keeps imprisoned in a special area of the dungeon as his private exhibits for his enjoyment. To him, these are not only symbols of wealth, but also embodiments of his endless pursuit of power. Zacharias von Demir slowly opens his eyes in the midday sun, a splitting headache making it difficult for him to recognize his surroundings. Struggling to sit up, he finds himself in a luxuriously decorated bedroom, the opulent decor contrasting sharply with the bright sunlight outside, yet failing to dispel the chaos in his heart. Looking around, the strange yet familiar arrangement made him feel a moment of dizziness. "Which palace is this? Again?" he murmured, as the scene from last night's wedding gradually became clearer in his mind. "That's right. This is the sleeping chamber specially arranged to celebrate his 1672nd marriage." He vaguely remembered the revelry at last night's banquet, the flattery and sycophancy of the guests, and the woman chosen as the bride, a noble girl from a distant land, beautiful yet timid. But at this moment, she curled up in a corner of the bed, her eyes filled with fear and unease. Zacharias rubbed his temples, trying to wake himself up, noticing the remnants of last night's revelry on him. His clothes wrinkled, reeking of alcohol, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. He stood up, his bare feet touching the soft carpet, walked to the window, and pulled the curtains open with force. Blinding sunlight instantly flooded the room, illuminating his indifferent face. "Someone come," he shouted, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. Moments later, several attendants hurried into the room, trembling as they awaited his orders. "Prepare a cold shower. I need to wake up immediately, and take my new wife to have breakfast, ensuring she is well taken care of." With the command given, the attendants swiftly acted, not daring to delay for a moment. With the attendants' assistance, Zacharias bathed and changed. The cold water seemed to alleviate his headache slightly and made him a bit more alert. Dressed neatly, he entered the dining room, ready to start another day as a celestial dragon noble. The dining table was filled with sumptuous food, but he had little appetite. His mind occupied with how to further consolidate his position and power, and how to showcase his authority through new means. His gaze inadvertently swept across the bride, sitting quietly and timidly across the table, still unable to adapt to the drastic change in her identity. A hint of disdain flashed through Zacharias' mind. He felt that this game had lost its initial novelty, but he quickly suppressed that emotion. Putting on a kind smile, he began to converse with her, even though he knew it was merely another form of power display, unrelated to feelings. Zacharias' smile melted away like winter ice, replaced by a cloud of gloom on his face. His gaze became sharp and cold, as the knife and fork in his hand traced a silver arc through the air, aimed directly at the bride, the sharp blade reflecting a chilling light in the sunlight, stopping just a few millimeters from her cheek. The bride turned pale with fear, her pupils dilated, instinctively shrinking back, her hands gripping the tablecloth tightly as if it were her only lifeline. Her heart raced like a drum, almost bursting from her chest, her throat dry, unable to even scream. Just at that critical moment, the guards standing behind the bride reacted swiftly. They were well trained, almost silently extending their strong arms to firmly grasp her arms at the same moment she attempted to flee, preventing any potential chaos. The guards acted both quickly and cautiously, to avoid angering their master while also protecting the new lady from real harm. "You should understand," Zacharias' voice was low and cold. Each word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. "In this house, obedience is the most basic rule. Your fear, your panic, will only make me more weary." His words revealed an undeniable authority and a deep fatigue regarding the power game behind this marriage. The bride, with tears in her eyes, realized she was merely a pawn in this power game, powerless to resist. Everything around her seemed to remind her she was no longer free but belonged to this celestial dragon. The guards released her arms, but she no longer had any thoughts of fear. She simply sat there quietly, her eyes filled with helplessness and despair. The dining room at this moment, while still resplendent, was filled with an atmosphere of extreme oppression. The other servants dared not breathe, fearful of becoming the next target of his rage. Zacharias picked up his utensils again as if nothing had happened and continued his unfinished breakfast. Suddenly, Zacharias von Demir's thoughts were interrupted by a sudden idea. It was a thought that sparked more interest in him than the delectable food on the breakfast table. Today was the day to select the devil fruits. Devil fruits. These mysterious natural products could grant the eater incredible powers, but the cost of permanently losing the ability to swim. In the world of celestial dragons, they were not only symbols of power, but also tools to control and toy with others. A cruel smile crept across Zacharias' lips, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He particularly enjoyed the process of making his female slaves consume these fruits, as certain fruits could unleash the eater's latent, extraordinary abilities, turning them into even more bizarre and unique works of art. This practice not only satisfied his craving for novelty, but also served as an alternative display of power, proving his supremacy by altering others' destinies. Standing up, he gently wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin and decided to head immediately to the site for selecting the devil fruits. As he moved, the attendants quickly followed, the air thick with tension and anticipation. Zacharias von Demir decided to set off for a secret auction only open to celestial dragons. This grand event not only gathered the latest captured and well-trained slaves, but would also showcase a batch of previously unseen devil fruits, each representing unpredictable power and value. For Zacharias, this was not merely a shopping trip, but a feast to showcase his power and wealth. As the group navigated through the intricate secret passages, they finally arrived at the luxurious auction house located underground. Here, the lights shone brightly, and the decorations were extravagantly lavish, yet concealed dark dealings unknown to the outside world. Celestial dragons dressed in fine clothes gathered in this enclosed space, the air thick with anticipation and greed. Zacharias von Demir's gaze inadvertently met that of the young and charming female host on stage. Her smooth and magnetic voice, coupled with her graceful demeanor, undoubtedly captured the attention of many celestial dragons present. Even if there was a stir in his heart, Zacharias, like the others, understood clearly that the celestial dragon master behind this host was no ordinary figure, and challenging their authority would be courting trouble. Thus, this primal impulse was quickly suppressed, transforming into a playful smile at the corners of his mouth. The female host continued her introduction, her voice conveying a deliberately crafted sense of mystery and temptation. Esteemed celestial dragons, next, we will present the first highlight of today's auction, a girl from the distant east, with skin as white as snow, innocence hiding allure, unrefined and waiting for you to bestow her a new fate. She not only possesses rare beauty, but is also rumored to come from a family that once held ancient secret bloodlines, possibly hiding unexpected value. As the curtains slowly opened, a seemingly underage girl appeared before everyone, dressed simply, yet her natural beauty was hard to conceal. Her eyes sparkled with fear and confusion, her pitiful appearance stirring the possessiveness of some present. The celestial dragons whispered among themselves, assessing her true value, and the atmosphere in the air grew increasingly intense. As the auction price continued to rise, the girl on stage became paler, her eyes revealing despair and fear as she foresaw the tragic fate that awaited her. The atmosphere in the auction house was tense and oppressive, with each bid hitting her fragile spirit like a heavy hammer. The staggering price of 27 million berries was finally set, marking her successful acquisition by a celestial dragon and confirming her identity as a commodity once again. The flamboyant auctioneer, although accustomed to such scenes professionally, could not help but show a hint of imperceptible sympathy at this moment. With a forced smile and her usual teasing tone, she announced, "Congratulations, esteemed celestial dragon, for winning this precious item at the high price of 27 million berries. May she bring you endless pleasure and surprise, becoming a brilliant gem in your collection." After speaking, she sent a meaningful smile to the winning bidder, a smile that concealed her helplessness and adaptation to this complex game. Other celestial dragons present expressed various emotions. Some lamented, some envied, and some remained indifferent, but without exception, they accepted this outcome. For the girl, this price was both a label of her fate and the beginning of her endless suffering. Guided off the stage under the gaze of complex expressions, she walked towards an uncertain future, each step heavy and slow, her back filled with loneliness and helplessness. As the last slave was taken away, the atmosphere in the auction house reached another boiling point. The auctioneer timely adjusted her tone, her words filled with obvious excitement and mystery as she announced, "Dear Celestial Dragon Nobles, what follows is the true climax of this auction. The supreme treasures from the depths of the sea, the legendary devil fruits. These fruits contain powerful forces that can overturn the world, transforming mortals into extraordinary beings. Among these fruits, the most precious are those that grant the user extraordinary charm or make their skin as smooth as silk. They represent not only power, but also the ultimate luxury and beauty." As soon as she finished speaking, whispers and gasps filled the auction house. The expressions of the celestial dragons twisted with greed and anticipation. A suitable devil fruit could not only enhance personal strength, but also serve as a capital for flaunting, even playing a key role in power struggles. Especially those fruits that could change appearances or enhance charm became the coveted treasures of many celestial dragons pursuing perfection and control. As the first devil fruit was displayed, emitting a faint, strange glow with surface patterns flowing as if alive, it caused the people present to breathe rapidly. The auction intensified, prices skyrocketing in a short time, each bid accompanied by silent struggles and a thirst for power among the celestial dragons. As the auction reached a fever pitch, Zacharias von Demir's gaze was firmly locked on the three devil fruits about to be presented. First up was a fruit hailed as the rarest of the natural type, the flow fruit. It was rumored that the user could transform into an invisible water, freely navigating through any crevice and controlling water flow with a power great enough to shake the oceans. Next were two paramecia-type fruits, one called the illusion manipulation fruit, allowing the user to manipulate others' senses and create endless fantasy worlds. The other known as the metal weaving fruit, which granted the user the ability to manipulate and shape metal at will, creating indestructible defenses and weapons. The auctioneer's introduction sent the entire venue into a frenzy. Zacharias knew that if these three fruits fell into someone else's hands, it would pose a potential threat to his status. He was determined to acquire them at any cost. From the beginning of the auction, competition was exceptionally fierce, especially for the flow fruit, which started with a staggering opening bid of 500 million berries, with each increment in the millions. Zacharias remained calm and resolute, engaging in a tug-of-war with several other determined celestial dragons. After dozens of rounds of bidding, he ultimately secured this natural treasure for an astonishing price of 2,200,000,000 berries. Following that, the auctions for the illusion manipulation fruit and the metal weaving fruit also commenced. Though not as hotly contested as the flow fruit, they still attracted considerable attention. Zacharias employed strategy, making his moves at critical moments, securing the two paramecia-type fruits for 800 million berries and 1 billion berries, respectively. Throughout the process, he showcased the substantial financial power and unwavering determination of a celestial dragon, but simultaneously felt unprecedented pressure and difficulty. After all, spending over 100 million was no small amount, even for a noble like him. When the final hammer fell, a complex mix of applause and whispers filled the auction house, some in awe, some envious, and others commenting on such extravagant spending. Although Zacharias' expression was slightly grave, there was a glimmer of ambition and expectation in his eyes for the future. Today's investment would bring him immeasurable returns and solidify his status in celestial dragon society while casting a shadow over a broader world. Zacharias von Demir contemplated the uses of these devil fruits in his mind, a proud smile unconsciously forming at the corner of his mouth. The first thought was for the precious flow fruit. In his eyes, if he allowed a loyal and promising female slave to consume it, it would not only greatly enhance her abilities, making her more effective in protecting herself or executing tasks, but could also provide unprecedented experiences and services during intimate moments. This idea filled him with an inexplicable excitement, envisioning himself at the pinnacle of power and pleasure, unmatched by anyone. As for the illusion manipulation fruit, a peculiar light flickered in Zacharias' eyes. To him, the potential of this fruit was limitless. It could be used to manipulate others' minds, creating perfect dreams and fantasies for himself, and could strategically deliver a fatal blow to opponents. More importantly, it could satisfy his innermost secret desires within the world of illusions. He could create any beautiful scenery and characters he longed to see, whether ancient goddesses or future dream beauties, all would submit to his will, available for his admiration and play. These thoughts ignited a wildfire in Zacharias' heart, intensifying his inner desire. He could not wait to return to his palace and begin implementing his plans to turn these newly acquired fruits into tangible power and pleasure. At this moment, the boundaries between power and desire blurred. Zacharias seemed to see himself standing at the pinnacle of the world, everything within his control. The heavily guarded perimeter of the auction was like a fortress, showcasing the astonishing level of security in the celestial dragon world. As the auction concluded, a series of complex security measures were immediately activated to ensure that every celestial dragon noble and their possessions left safely. The first thing that caught the eye was a defensive line composed of heavily armored soldiers, clad in shining armor, wielding advanced weaponry. Their faces stern and watchful of their surroundings. These warriors had undergone strict selection and training, not only skilled in combat, but also fiercely loyal to the celestial dragons, always ready to respond to any emergencies. Behind them is an invisible protective net made of high technology, an unseen barrier capable of identifying and blocking any unauthorized entry or exit. From energy shields to advanced sensors, this system can detect and respond to potential threats at the first moment, ensuring safety within the area. Additionally, in the skyline, aircraft patrol continuously, equipped with the most cutting-edge reconnaissance technology, making it impossible for any minor ground movements or unexpected aerial intruders to escape their surveillance. Beneath the ground, a complex network of tunnels and emergency shelters is ready, just in case. Moving through such layers of protection, Zacharias von Demir and his entourage feel particularly at ease. To the outside world, this is almost an insurmountable fortress, but for the celestial dragons, it is merely a part of their daily life, a symbol of their status and privilege, and an indispensable guarantee for maintaining their rule. Under this strict protection, Zacharias has already begun to contemplate how to further consolidate his power and enjoyment using the newly acquired devil fruit. Among the many guards, two stand out, Sieg and Katarina. Despite their heavy armor, the muscle contours and extraordinary temperament beneath are still evident, and an aura of killing intent subtly surrounds them. On the surface, the two appear no different from the other soldiers, faithfully executing their duty to protect the celestial dragons. But deep within, they are brewing a bold plan. Sieg and Katarina, two pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million, have successfully infiltrated the Celestial Dragon's Guard using their exceptional disguise skills and precise timing, replacing two original guards. Their purpose for this mission is not only to lurk close to the lofty celestial dragons, but also to seize the natural flowing devil fruit that causes sensation at the auction. In their eyes, any celestial dragon foolish enough to bid on such a precious fruit in public is undoubtedly seeking their own demise. Sieg and Katarina, known for their ferocity and cunning in the New World, are already adept at taking lives. They plan to use this opportunity not only to seize the invaluable devil fruit, but also to declare to the world that even the celestial dragons cannot remain unscathed under their blades. After the auction ends and the crowd disperses, Zacharias von Demir returns with his newfound treasure, completely unaware that he has been locked onto by two pairs of sharp eyes. Sieg and Katarina follow closely behind, secretly observing Zacharias' every move, waiting for the best moment to strike. As night falls, Zacharias returns to his palace, where the defenses seem formidable, but in front of two masters, they appear riddled with flaws. Sieg and Katarina, relying on their combat experience and tacit understanding, silently infiltrate the palace, avoiding layer after layer of guards, closing in on Zacharias' private collection room. Just as Zacharias is lost in fantasies about the power of the devil fruit, a chilling killing intent suddenly envelopes the entire room. Turning around abruptly, he sees two figures appearing particularly menacing in the dim light. It is Sieg and Katarina, their gazes sharp as leopards, exuding an irresistible threat. Celestial Dragon, your foolishness has made your head a prize for us. Sieg's deep voice carries a hint of mockery. Hand over the flowing devil fruit, and perhaps we can give you a quick end. Katarina's words are as cold as ice. Each word strikes at Zacharias' nerves. Faced with this sudden crisis, Zacharias von Demir's reaction is typical of a celestial dragon's arrogance. Standing there like a noble peacock, he casts a disdainful look at the two intruders, completely unaware of the imminent danger. In his eyes, Sieg and Katarina are nothing but two ants daring to offend the majesty of the celestial dragons, unworthy of his respect. You lowly bastards dare to invade my palace. Zacharias' voice is filled with contempt. Kneel. Kneel before me at once. Do you know who I am? I am a celestial dragon, one of the rulers of the ocean world, waving his scepter as if driving away disobedient livestock. He is entirely oblivious to the fact that Sieg and Katarina are not ordinary foes. His arrogance and pride, at this life-and-death moment, sound particularly jarring, as if provoking fate itself. However, Sieg and Katarina are not intimidated by his momentum. They exchange a glance, a cold smile flashing through their eyes, mocking Zacharias' ignorance. The killing intent radiating from them grows stronger, and the air is thick with the tension of an impending explosion. Celestial dragon? Sieg scoffs disdainfully. In our eyes, you are merely a fool about to lose everything. Katarina coldly adds, your life, your wealth, and your so-called dignity will all turn to nothing. Now, hand over the flowing devil fruit, and perhaps we can spare your life. Zacharias' anger appears pale and powerless before Sieg, as he pulls out his firearm. Attempting to use violence to defend his dignity, an invisible force instantly shatters his plans. Sieg's movements are as swift as lightning. In the blink of an eye, Zacharias' firearm, along with his right hand, is cleanly severed, as if cut with a scalpel, leaving no room for resistance. In the face of this scene, shock and fear are written all over Zacharias' face. The arrogance and confidence he once had have vanished, replaced by deep despair and helplessness. Sieg's voice echoes in the silent room, like a death sentence. I hope you can be sensible and stop engaging in such trivial matters. This sentence, though plain, sounds like a thunderclap to Zacharias. Faced with powerful figures like Sieg and Katarina, all resistance is futile, and all struggles only hasten his doom. At this moment, he is no longer a high and mighty celestial dragon, but just an ordinary man trembling before an unknown fate, having lost all support. The appearance of Sieg and Katarina is like a flash of lightning that shatters Zacharias' deluded world, making him truly feel what powerlessness and fear are for the first time. Faced with his failure and unprecedented humiliation, a raging fire ignites within Zacharias. Unable to accept that he, as a celestial dragon and one of the rulers of the ocean world, would suffer such disgrace, anger and resentment boil in his chest like magma before a volcanic eruption, ultimately transforming into venomous curses spewing forth towards Sieg and Katarina. You two lowly bastards! Zacharias roars, his voice filled with hatred and madness. How dare you treat me, a noble celestial dragon, with such disrespect? You will pay for this. The ocean world will not spare you, and your souls will suffer eternally in hell. However, the curses do not stir any waves in Sieg and Katarina. In their eyes, Zacharias' anger is merely a ridiculous performance that cannot change his predicament at this moment. Sieg curls the corner of his mouth into a cold smile. A trace of mockery flashed in her eyes. Your roar is like that of a lion trapped in a cage, unable to do anything but howl. Remember, not all rules can be set by you, and not everyone will be intimidated by your authority, added Katarina coldly. In this world, strength is the only truth. Your status and wealth are nothing but a pile of waste paper in front of true power. Now, stop your pointless curses and obediently hand over the flowing demon fruit, or perhaps you might save your life. Faced with these two unwavering opponents, Zacharias' anger gradually turned into despair. The power and status he had relied on for so long became meaningless at this moment. Sieg's words pierced through the remnants of Zacharias' courage like a cold sword. Looking around, he realized that the place he was in was indeed, as Sieg said, a sealed underground room completely isolated from the outside world. This meant that no matter how loudly he called for help, the guards outside would not hear him and could not come to his rescue. This underground room is airtight. No matter how much you shout, the guards outside won't hear you. Sieg's voice was calm and indifferent, narrating a trivial fact. It's time for us to have some fun with you. Upon hearing this, True fear finally showed in Zacharias' eyes. He began to realize that he had fallen into an inescapable trap, and Sig and Katarina were the hunters manipulating it all. He tried to cry out for help, but the sound echoed off the walls of the basement, ultimately dissipating into the air with no hope of a response. The screams followed, but that sound was also mercilessly swallowed by the enclosed space, with not a single sound able to escape. Zacharias' despair and pain turned into a lonely echo in this sealed basement, unknown and unrescuable. Sig and Katarina's plan was meticulous and cruel, using Zacharias' own defense system to trap him in an absolutely isolated environment. For Zacharias, at this moment, he truly experienced what helplessness and despair meant. The once arrogant power became worthless in front of true strength, and he was merely a pawn in this game, at the mercy of others. Under the cold gazes of Sig and Katarina, Zacharias' dignity was completely crushed. When they gently stepped on his fingers, that slight pressure felt like a heavy burden, enough to shatter his will completely. If they wanted, just a little more force would crush his fingers in an instant. Please, please spare me. I am willing to pay any price, as long as you can spare my life. Zacharias' voice trembled. He could no longer care about the pride of the celestial dragons. All his grandiose words seemed so pale and powerless in the face of life and death. His eyes were filled with pleading, his body twitching in fear. The former majesty and arrogance long gone, leaving only a thirst for survival. Sig and Katarina exchanged a glance, reading each other's thoughts in their eyes, and did not immediately respond to Zacharias' pleas. Instead, they maintained their silence, allowing this silence to become an invisible pressure oppressing Zacharias' already fragile nerves. Eventually, Katarina spoke, her voice coldly rational. We will consider your request, but before that, you must understand one thing. In our eyes, you are no different from anyone else. There are no privileges, no exceptions. The only reason you're still alive is that we allow you to live. Sig added, remember, what happened today is just the beginning. We do not like pointless violence, but we will not tolerate any form of provocation. If you wish to keep your life, it is best to remain low-key from now on and not let us notice you again. Zacharias nodded vigorously, fully aware that he had no room for negotiation. He could only pray that these two terrifying enemies would keep their promise and spare him. Sig and Katarina did not use any particularly cruel means, but their precise psychological tactics and clever use of the environment were enough to make this once high-standing celestial dragon completely collapse. Zacharias' fear was not just a reflex to external threats. It was a profound realization of the instant collapse of everything he had relied on in the past: power, status, security. Now, he was on the brink of a mental breakdown. The original arrogance and confidence reduced to an empty shell, replaced by endless fear and chaos. His gaze was hollow, his soul already departed from his body, leaving only a trembling shell. Sig and Katarina calmly observed everything before them. Psychological conquest is often more effective than physical harm. Zacharias' mental breakdown was part of their plan. Once they confirmed that he had completely lost the will to resist, they swiftly and efficiently achieved their true goal, taking away the 3 precious devil fruits. The entire process was like a carefully orchestrated drama, and Zacharias was the most helpless actor in this play. Sig and Katarina's methods were brilliant. They not only seized the fruits, but also thoroughly destroyed their opponent's mental defenses, achieving the effect of intimidation and warning. As Sig and Katarina quietly withdrew from the basement, the city under the night remained tranquil, as if nothing had happened. But in Katarina's eyes, the existence of these 3 devil fruits shone like 3 brilliant stars, illuminating a certain corner of her heart. Staring in disbelief at the treasures in her hands, complex emotions surged within her. Sig's decisiveness and strength made her admiration and affection for him rise once more at this moment. In this world, few men possess such courage and ability. Sig not only planned and executed this nearly perfect operation, but also, in an almost artistic manner, made the opponent completely surrender, deepening her feelings for him. Incredible, Katarina whispered, her voice tinged with awe and admiration. You always manage to surprise me. Sig turned his head, a slight smile on his lips. his eyes sparkling with a gentle light. "We are a team, Katarina. Every victory is our joint effort." His words were like a spring breeze, warm and reassuring. Although the night cloak concealed most of her body, Katarina's curves were still outlined beautifully in the moonlight. Her beauty had a wild charm, yet did not lack feminine tenderness, making it particularly captivating against the night backdrop. Sig's gaze lingered on her for a moment, revealing tenderness and appreciation in his eyes. "Tonight, we celebrate," Sig proposed, his voice carrying a hint of ease and joy. Under the cover of night, Sig and Katarina found a hidden corner to enjoy their spoils. As Sig picked up the flowing devil fruit without hesitation and handed it to Katarina, a flicker of surprise and disbelief flashed in his eyes. The value of this fruit was enough to drive countless people mad, yet Sig offered it to her as casually as if he were sharing a piece of ordinary fruit. "This is for you, Katarina," he said, his tone relaxed as if he were giving her something trivial. Looking at Katarina, his eyes were filled with trust and encouragement. "No need to be polite. We are family. Go ahead and eat it. You'll become stronger." A surge of complex emotions welled up in Katarina's heart. The power of the devil fruit was an immense temptation for any warrior, and yet Sig had unhesitatingly placed this power in her hands. This trust and generosity moved her deeply and strengthened her resolve to fight alongside Sig. As she took the flowing devil fruit, her hands trembled slightly. She took a deep breath to steady her emotions, then placed the fruit in her mouth and began to chew slowly. As the fruit's juice spread in her mouth, a strange energy began to flow through her body, and she could feel herself undergoing an incredible transformation. Sig watched quietly from the side, a satisfied smile on his face. Just as Sig and Katarina were basking in the joy of victory and preparing to leave the Celestial Dragon's living area, the island's tranquility was shattered by a series of urgent alarm sounds. The noise echoed through the night sky like thunder, breaking the island's peace and signaling that a storm was about to arrive. The Celestial Dragon's residence was known for its strict defenses, where any slight anomaly could trigger heightened alertness. When the guards discovered that the Celestial Dragon noble, Zacharias von Demir, was in a state of mental breakdown, the island's defense mechanisms were instantly activated. Alarm bells rang out in succession. In an instant, the atmosphere on the island turned tense and chaotic. The guards quickly assembled and began searching every inch of land in an attempt to find any possible clues. They could hardly believe that someone could inflict such serious harm on a celestial dragon under their tight protection. For the celestial dragons, this was not only a personal disaster, but also an insult to the dignity of the entire celestial dragon race. The island was brightly lit, and the guards moved through the night, creating a tense and busy scene. Helicopters and drones circled in the sky, searching for any suspicious targets. The entire island seemed to transform into a massive military base, with every corner under tight surveillance. News quickly spread across the entire island and even reached other islands. The Celestial Dragon's influence and power were so vast that this incident rapidly drew attention from all sides. People began to speculate about what kind of force could cause such destruction in the Celestial Dragon's territory. Just as Akainu, one of the 3 Marine admirals, stepped into the Navy headquarters, he immediately sensed the tense atmosphere in the air. His return coincided with the chaos engulfing the entire Marine headquarters. The phone rang incessantly, and the communication channels were filled with anxious voices, all asking the same question: what happened in the Celestial Dragon territory? Akainu's footsteps were steady and powerful, maintaining his usual calm even in such an emergency. His iconic square face stood out under the lights, and his resolute expression conveyed an undeniable authority. He walked straight to his office. Along the way, Navy soldiers made way for him, their awe and expectation evident in their gazes. Once in his office, Akainu quickly sat down and began listening to his subordinates' reports. Intelligence officers scrambled to compile the latest news, trying to piece together a complete picture. Akainu's gaze was sharp, missing no details. The safety of the Celestial Dragon territory was directly related to the stability of the world government, and any oversight could lead to unpredictable consequences. The situation had been confirmed, an intelligence officer reported. Celestial Dragon Noble Zacharias von Demir was attacked by unknown assailants, and was currently in a state of mental breakdown. Preliminary assessments indicated that this was a premeditated action aimed directly at the authority of the celestial dragons. Akainu furrowed his brow, fully aware of what this meant. As the cornerstone of the world government, the safety of the celestial dragons could not be compromised. This incident was not only a personal attack, but also a challenge to the entire world order, and a swift response was necessary, not only to uncover the truth, but also to ensure that similar incidents would not happen again. I must see Sengoku immediately to understand what has happened on a larger scale. Akainu, known for his impatience, could not wait even a moment longer. Inside the Marine headquarters, the atmosphere in Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office was so tense it felt palpable. This experienced admiral sat at his desk, frowning, with an unprecedented worry in his eyes. The phone rang repeatedly, each ring striking his nerves, reminding him how urgent the crisis before him was. Each call was a distress signal from various places, all telling the same story, an attack on the celestial dragon territory. Moreover, the situation seemed more severe than anticipated. Someone actually dared to attack the celestial dragons in that place. Sengoku whispered, disbelief evident in his voice. The celestial dragons, a race that had enjoyed supreme privileges since the establishment of the world government, had their territory regarded as a forbidden zone, with no one daring to violate it easily. Yet now, someone had the audacity to break this taboo. This was not only an attack on the celestial dragons personally, but also a blatant provocation of the authority of the world government. Just as Sengoku was lost in thought, contemplating how to respond to this sudden crisis, the office door was gently pushed open and a familiar figure walked in. It was Akainu, one of the 3 admirals, who had just returned from a mission, but immediately sensed the abnormality in the Navy headquarters. "Admiral, what happened?" Akainu asked directly, his voice steady and powerful. Sengoku looked up, meeting Akainu's gaze. No words were needed between them, as years of fighting alongside each other had forged a deep mutual understanding. Sengoku briefly informed Akainu about the attack on the celestial dragon territory, and Akainu's expression instantly turned serious, though he showed no sign of panic. "We cannot let this happen again," Akainu stated succinctly and forcefully, expressing his determination to uphold world order. Sengoku nodded in agreement. They both understood that in the face of such a crisis, the Navy must demonstrate unprecedented unity and strength. "Now, only the 2 of us remain as admirals in the Navy headquarters," Sengoku said. "We must quickly devise a plan to ensure the safety of the celestial dragons and prevent the situation from worsening." Akainu nodded and immediately offered his insights and suggestions, and the 2 began to discuss their response strategies in detail. In that moment, despite the turbulent external circumstances, the core of the Navy headquarters remained calm and rational, preparing for the battle that was about to come. As time passed, the atmosphere at the Navy headquarters gradually shifted from initial tension to orderly busyness. Each department began to act according to plan, whether it was reinforcing troops or collecting intelligence. Every task was proceeding in an orderly manner. In the command center of the Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku held the phone firmly, his tone steady and resolute, each word filled with authority. He was in an urgent call with the representative of the Celestial Dragon's territory, trying to calm their emotions and convey the actions the Navy was about to take. "Please rest assured," Sengoku said, "the Navy will absolutely not sit idly by. We have decided that one of the 3 admirals, Akainu, will personally lead an elite force to provide support, ensuring your safety and stabilizing the current situation." On the other end of the line, the representative of the Celestial Dragons fell silent for a moment, clearly digesting the news. For the Celestial Dragons, the title of the 3 admirals represented an unbreakable line of defense, signifying absolute safety and assurance. Akainu's involvement undoubtedly brought a turning point to the crisis. "Admiral Akainu will come personally?" The other party's voice revealed a hint of surprise, followed by evident relief. This is truly wonderful. We trust the Navy, and we trust Admiral Akainu's abilities." Hearing the response, Sengoku's tense facial lines finally softened a bit. At this moment, the trust of the Celestial Dragons was crucial for stabilizing the situation. He continued, "We will resolve the issue as soon as possible and ensure that similar incidents do not occur again. Please remain vigilant." But do not panic too much. The Navy will always be your strongest backing. After hanging up the phone, Sengoku turned to look at Akainu, who was preparing to set off. Akainu had already donned his combat gear, and his eyes shone with determination. Sengoku knew that Akainu was not only a powerful warrior, but also a trustworthy leader. With him on the front lines, the morale of the Navy would be greatly boosted. Akainu, Sengoku's voice carried a hint of seriousness. You bear a heavy responsibility on this mission, not only to resolve the immediate crisis, but also to demonstrate the Navy's strength and determination to the world. We believe you can accomplish the task excellently. Akainu nodded, offering no extra words, only a firm and powerful response. Admiral, I understand. Rest assured, I will never let you down. As the team led by Akainu set off, the atmosphere at the Navy headquarters shifted from tension to a proactive action-oriented mindset. Each department worked closely together. Intelligence analysis, resource allocation, and subsequent support. All steps were orderly. At that moment, the Navy showcased its powerful strength and efficient execution as the world's guardian. As Akainu's figure disappeared through the gates of the Navy headquarters, leading an elite naval team toward the Sabeti archipelago, Sengoku's thoughts did not leave with him. Instead, his brow furrowed, a hint of subtle worry flickering in his eyes. In this moment that should have been calm, a series of sudden events followed one after another, causing even this battle-hardened veteran to feel a headache. Why do things always happen one after another? Sengoku mused inwardly, his tone tinged with helplessness. Each crisis meant the Navy had to go all out, and this continuous series of challenges was undoubtedly a significant test of the Navy's overall strength and adaptability, especially for combatants at his level, who should be the last line of defense against the most thorny and dangerous situations. However, now he had to frequently engage in various unexpected events. This not only consumed a lot of energy, but also, to some extent, distracted the Navy's attention and resources. Such destructive and provocative actions should not occur. Sengoku's words carried deep concern, referring to those who dared to challenge the Navy's authority, even having the audacity to lay hands on the celestial dragons. These actions not only disrupted the peace and order of the world, but also announced to the world that the Navy's control was showing cracks. Sengoku stood up and paced slowly in his office, each step seemingly contemplating the next countermeasure. Relying solely on force could not fundamentally solve the problem. In the current situation, in addition to immediately addressing the crisis at hand, there was a need to take a long-term perspective, seek the root cause of the problem, and formulate more thorough preventive measures. We need to strengthen our intelligence network and provide early warnings for potential threats. Sengoku already had a preliminary idea in mind. At the same time, internally, strengthen training to improve the overall quality of the Navy. Externally, strengthen cooperation with various countries to form closer alliances to jointly maintain world peace and stability. Just as Sengoku was deep in thought, the office door was pushed open again, and a communications officer hurried in, holding the latest intelligence report. Sengoku took the report and quickly scanned it, already formulating a new plan in his mind. In the face of the constantly changing situation, the Navy must maintain a high level of vigilance and flexibility, always ready to respond to new challenges. Meanwhile, at the Sabeti archipelago, the naval team led by Akainu was rapidly approaching the target area. The sky was overcast and the sea was turbulent, but Akainu showed no signs of fear. Under his leadership, the morale of the naval personnel was high, with each person aware that their mission was not only to quell a crisis, but also to protect world peace and justice. As night fell, the residential area of the Celestial Dragons on Mariewa was brightly lit, almost like daytime. On the streets, streetlights illuminated the entire area, covering every corner with light and leaving no shadows. Beneath this brightness, guards moved swiftly among them, their steps hasty yet orderly, their eyes flashing with vigilance and focus. These guards, dressed in uniform, wielded various weapons, either acting alone or forming small groups to carefully search every corner where clues might be hidden. At this moment, any small detail could be the key to unraveling the mystery. Fear and a sense of responsibility intertwined within them, driving them to not dare slack off. We must find the truth, an older guard said to his younger companion beside him, his voice low yet filled with determination. If a celestial dragon were really harmed on this land we protect, then He did not finish, but everyone understood the implications of his unfinished words. In this residential area, the safety of the celestial dragons was viewed as the highest principle, and any action that threatened their safety was absolutely intolerable. Once such a tragedy occurred, it would not only harm the celestial dragons themselves, but also be a significant blow to the duties of all guards. If a celestial dragon were indeed to face misfortune here, it could be foreseen that countless guards would pay with their lives as punishment and warning. Therefore, every guard was like a tightly wound machine, wholly devoted to the search effort. They checked every door and window, questioned every resident who might have witnessed the incident, leaving no potential clue unexamined. The air was thick with tension and anxiety, each person's heart bearing immense pressure, yet they did not give up. Because they know that their efforts are not only to uncover the truth, but also to protect the peace and tranquility of this land. In such an atmosphere, the Navy led by Akainu quietly arrived. Like a breath of fresh air, it dispelled the gloom hanging over the residential area. Akainu's appearance not only gave the guards immense confidence, but also reassured the residents of the entire region. Under Akainu's leadership, the Navy quickly integrated into the search operation, fighting alongside the guards to uncover the truth behind the incident. In a corner of the Sabeti archipelago, the hidden Sig grinned coldly, with a provocative glint in his eyes. This man, who was already the king of mountain bandits, had long made a name for himself in the New World, becoming a term of terror in certain circles. However, for Sig, this was far from enough. What he craved was a reputation that would make the whole world tremble, a name that would instill fear in enemies even when drawing swords against them. If there was to be chaos, it should be on a grand scale. Sig muttered to himself, his voice laced with arrogance. If he only created chaos within a small area of the New World, his name would never surpass those of the true sea overlords. He needed a stage, a platform that could draw the world's attention. The Navy's 3 admirals, or that legendary fleet Admiral Sengoku. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Sig's eyes. How thrilling it would be to engage them here. For Sig, facing off against the Navy's top combatants was not only an honor, but also an opportunity to prove his strength. He longed to make his name resound across the skies, forcing those who once looked down on him to re-evaluate this self-proclaimed king of mountain bandits. However, Sig was not a reckless person. Confronting the Navy, especially the 3 admirals or Fleet Admiral Sengoku, would be a life-and-death struggle. The guys in the New World should know my name, Sig thought. Otherwise, wherever I go, I'll have to use my sword to chop off others' heads for them to be afraid. Sig stood atop the clock tower. Under the moonlight, his figure appeared exceptionally proud. The entire world beneath his feet. His gaze, like 2 sharp blades, pierced through the night, locking onto Akainu below. The confrontation between the 2 strong men was like 2 mountains about to collide, with an invisible tension in the air that made one hold their breath in anticipation. Akainu, as one of the 3 admirals of the Navy, would naturally not be easily intimidated. His gaze was equally sharp, facing Sig's provocation head-on. His presence was like an unshakable volcano, ready to erupt with scorching magma and consume any challenger. The surrounding Navy soldiers and guards felt the tense atmosphere and involuntarily stepped back, giving the 2 strong men enough space. This was not just a contest of gazes, but a clash of wills. Perhaps in the next moment, an earth-shattering battle would erupt. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. Sig's cold smile became more pronounced as he reveled in the tense atmosphere. Meanwhile, Akainu maintained a steady posture, making no unnecessary movements, simply using his presence to tell everyone that he was the embodiment of Navy justice, not to be provoked. The standoff between the 2 was like a duel between night and day, one representing order and justice, the other chaos and freedom. The sparks between them were enough to ignite the entire Sabeti archipelago and even affect the entire New World-esque landscape. However, just when everyone thought a great battle was imminent, Sig suddenly burst into laughter, his voice filled with arrogance and disdain. Akainu, our battle does not need to happen on such an occasion. One day, I will show you true power, and then the whole world will remember my name. With that, Sig turned and leaped down from the clock tower, disappearing into the night, leaving behind a series of echoes and a group of stunned Navy and guards. Akainu watched the direction Sig left, a hint of unnoticeable seriousness flashing in his eyes. Sig's figure traced an arc across the night sky, carefully calculating his jump trajectory to avoid harming the innocent elite Navy. Although there were very few scoundrels among the Navy, most Navy soldiers fought with a sense of justice to protect civilians. Sig did not wish to confront these people head-on. His goals were grander and more far-reaching. However, Akainu's pursuit showed no hesitation due to Sig's caution. This Navy general, filled with an extreme sense of justice, had an almost obsessive dedication to anyone who dared challenge the Navy's authority. With a low roar, Akainu's hands gathered scorching magma, which moved like a living thing, forming a deadly trajectory in the air, heading straight for the direction Sig was fleeing. Sig keenly sensed the high temperature coming from behind, knowing it was Akainu's magma fruit ability at work. He rolled in the air, skillfully adjusting his landing spot to evade the deadly attack. Upon landing, he did not stop but continued to move quickly, using the cover of the night and terrain to try to shake off Akainu's pursuit. However, Akainu's chase was far more tenacious than imagined. Every time Sig attempted to conceal his figure, Akainu's magma attacks followed like a shadow, declaring that no matter where he fled, he could not escape the sanctions of justice. A sense of respect rose in Sig's heart. He had to admit the powerful will and combat strength of such an indomitable opponent, even in a hostile state. Yet at the same time, this ignited a fighting spirit deep within Sig, wanting to show Akainu his true strength in a fair duel. As the night deepened, their chase gradually moved away from the densely populated areas into a desolate region. Here, they could unleash their powers without worrying about innocent bystanders. A fateful duel was now inevitable, and the outcome of this duel would directly influence the future trajectory of the new world. Akainu's voice echoed through the night sky, fervent like a war drum, roaring loudly towards Sig's hidden direction. "You cowardly rat hiding away. Why don't you show your head and have a proper fight?" Akainu's words were filled with provocation, eager for a thrilling battle to prove that his sword of justice was unstoppable. However, Akainu was not reckless. Deep down, he remained vigilant about Sig's sudden disappearance, fearing it might be a carefully designed ploy to draw him away. As the king of mountain bandits, Sig undoubtedly possessed intellect beyond the ordinary and should not be underestimated. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes seemed pale and powerless. Akainu firmly believed that as long as he gave his all, the so-called king of mountain bandits before him was definitely not his match. With Akainu's shout, the surrounding air seemed to grow even tenser, mobilizing all his strength and preparing for any potential ambush. Akainu's magma ability gives him an unparalleled advantage on the battlefield, allowing him to maneuver effortlessly in both defense and offense. His eyes, burning with the flames of justice, are fixed on every possible corner, leaving no chance for Sig to launch a sneak attack. However, Sig does not reveal himself immediately. He seems to be waiting for something or planning his next move. This silence makes Akainu even more alert. In a true master duel, it often comes down to wits and strategy rather than mere brute force. Every action of Sig's may hide deeper intentions. Akainu contemplates various possibilities in his mind while feeling confident in his strength. As long as Sig dares to show himself, he is certain he can defeat him and uphold the dignity and justice of the Navy. At the same time, he is prepared for unexpected situations. After all, in this crisis-ridden new world, anything can happen. As night deepens, the confrontation between the two becomes increasingly enigmatic. Akainu's patience and vigilance, along with Sig's cunning and calmness, create a smoke-free psychological battle. Who will break the deadlock first, and how this confrontation will end remains uncertain. But one thing is certain: in a clash of absolute strength, only true warriors can laugh in the end. Akainu's gaze is like a torch, locking onto the solitary Sig, whose laughter is filled with disdain and contempt. Do you really think that just because you are an 800 million bounty pirate, you have the right to exist under my fist? Akainu's words are sharp, showing no concealment of his disdain for Sig's strength. He originally thought he would face a carefully laid trap or a cunning ambush strategy, and he was already prepared for a complex situation. However, upon discovering that his opponent is alone, his attitude shifts instantly, revealing utter contempt for Sig. I thought it would be some kind of trick or a different kind of encirclement. I didn't expect it to be just a mindless fool. Akainu's tone is filled with sarcasm, indicating that Sig's existence is hardly worth mentioning and certainly poses no threat to him. In his view, what Sig does is merely a foolish act of overestimating himself. Facing a true strongman, the result can only be self-destruction. However, Akainu's confidence is not unfounded. As one of the 3 admirals of the Navy, he possesses the fearsome magma fruit ability and has accumulated rich experience from countless battles. Under the weight of absolute strength, many so-called strong enemies have crumbled before him. Therefore, facing Sig, Akainu has absolute confidence that victory is already in his grasp. Sig, facing Akainu's provocation and disdain, shows no signs of panic on his face. Instead, he wears a calm and composed smile. "I won't kill you," he says calmly, "but I want to see if you are as powerful as I imagine." This statement is like a sharp sword, directly targeting Akainu's pride and challenging the limits of this Navy general. As the words fall, the momentum between the two suddenly rises like a storm, and the air pressure seems to become heavy. The grass on the ground sways under the invisible pressure, almost bending over, as if silently narrating how intense the upcoming battle will be. The confrontation between Sig and Akainu is no longer a simple verbal exchange, but a true contest of strength. Every inch of air is filled with the energy about to explode, like the calm before a storm heralding an unprecedented tempest. Sig's composure comes from his confidence in his own strength and a profound understanding of combat. A true strongman-esque duel is not only a contest of physical power, but also a battle of will and wisdom. As the top combat power in the Navy, Akainu's inner pride and belief also prevent him from easily backing down, even when facing such a tricky opponent. This confrontation, to some extent, has transcended the realm of victory and defeat, becoming a validation of the strength and beliefs of 2 powerful warriors. Under the cover of night, the duel between Sig and Akainu officially begins. Their battle is like the most spectacular symphonic movement in the world, with every move containing boundless power and wisdom. Sig wields his long sword, the blade shining like a silver snake emerging from its hole, with each strike precise enough to split the air, leaving behind dazzling sword scars. Meanwhile, Akainu transforms into the embodiment of lava, and with every punch, accompanied by roaring flames, his lava-like fists seem to open the gates of hell, tearing the ground apart and unleashing destructive power. Akainu, your strength is indeed astounding, but I will not back down. Ignorant little thief. You have no idea what kind of existence you are challenging. Sig's swordsmanship is agile and varied, with both thunderous assaults and intricate, delicate combinations. At times, he approaches Akainu with lightning speed, trying to find a flaw for a deadly strike. At other times, he retreats like a cunning fox, using speed and distance to control the battlefield, preventing Akainu's lava from getting close. Akainu's offensive, on the other hand, is wild and domineering. Every strike from his lava fist seems to declare his invincibility to the earth. The clash between lava and sword light ignites sparks that illuminate the night sky. It seems you do have some skills, but I will not lose. You brat, you can actually withstand me for this long. That's somewhat interesting. But the outcome of this battle will not change. The battle intensifies as Sig's sword technique becomes sharper, every sword strike accompanied by the sound of slicing wind, targeting Akainu's vital points. Akainu's magma power grows even more violent. Every punch seems capable of triggering a small earthquake, shaking the ground. The two weave through the air like 2 meteors streaking across the night sky, leaving behind brilliant trails. The elite Navy soldiers who followed Akainu are gradually calming down after witnessing this thrilling duel. Standing aside, their eyes are glued to the battlefield, astonished by Sig's courage while puzzled by his foolishness. In their view, daring to directly provoke Admiral Akainu is undoubtedly a path to self-destruction. Unbelievable. Someone actually dares to challenge Admiral Akainu directly. This is simply seeking death. Indeed, Admiral Akainu's strength is that of one of the 3 admirals of the Navy, and the outcome for this pirate is predictable. As the battle progresses, the Navy soldiers start to communicate, their trust and respect for Admiral Akainu evident. In their hearts, Akainu is not only a powerful warrior, but also a symbol of justice and order. Whenever Admiral Akainu's magma attacks descend like divine punishment, a sense of pride wells up in them, feeling proud to be part of Admiral Akainu's navy. Look, Admiral Akainu's magma attacks are simply invincible. Yes, that kid Sig probably regrets his impulsiveness now. In their eyes, every action of Admiral Akainu is filled with confidence and composure, and every punch seems to declare to the world that justice will ultimately triumph over evil. As the battle neared its end, the elite Navy officers were increasingly convinced that Admiral Akainu would live up to expectations and bring that arrogant pirate to justice. Now, all they had to do was wait for Admiral Akainu to return triumphantly with the pirate's head to vindicate the Navy. Indeed, Admiral Akainu's strength had never been mere talk. This battle would surely prove his power once again. However, they did not realize that Sieg was no ordinary pirate. His strength and determination far exceeded their imagination. Standing on the battlefield, surrounded by lava, Akainu's gaze held both the warmth of battle and surprise at Sieg's displayed power. Never had he thought that a pirate with a bounty of 800 million could withstand him for so long, even matching him move for move. Such strength was enough to capture his attention, even in the New World. Who exactly is this kid? To be able to contend with me in battle is no small feat. What is his true purpose? Sieg's swordsmanship was like a storm. Each strike contained profound internal power, and every swing precisely found the weak points in Akainu's lava defense. Akainu's lava attacks were equally ferocious. Each punch could shake the earth, turning everything in its path into scorched earth. Their duel was a feast for the eyes and a testament to their strength. Zeke, you have indeed made me see you in a new light. To be able to battle me to this extent, you are extraordinary. Tell me, what is your true purpose? Standing with his sword, the tip lightly touching the ground, Sieg smiled with a meaningful expression. Purpose? Perhaps it is merely to prove one thing. Locking eyes with Akainu, his gaze sparkled with an indomitable light. To prove that in this vast ocean, there is no absolute justice or evil, only the law of survival for the strong. And I, Sieg, am determined to be one of those strong. Akainu's disdainful smile was as hot as lava. It was a mixture of confidence and arrogance, signaling that he was about to unleash his full power. The momentum suddenly surged, like a sign of an impending volcanic eruption. Even the experienced elite Navy officers felt an invisible pressure that made the air heavy and breathing difficult. However, Sieg maintained a seemingly nonchalant attitude, with no hint of fear in his eyes. Instead, he displayed a sense of anticipation and excitement. Facing Akainu's momentum, he simply smiled lightly and said, "Finally, you have some decent skill. Let me see just how strong you can get." This statement was like a sharp knife, cutting through the tense atmosphere and touching Akainu's nerves. A flicker of anger passed through Akainu's eyes, quickly replaced by an even stronger fighting spirit. The pirate before him was not an opponent to be easily dismissed, but a worthy enemy to whom he would give his all. Very well, since you are so eager to witness my strength, then let me show you the true power of lava. Akainu's voice was deep and authoritative as his words echoed. The surrounding lava seemed to respond, becoming even more violent. Immediately, Akainu's attacks grew fiercer. Each punch seemed to tear through space, and the power of the lava seemed capable of incinerating everything, distorting even the air itself. Sieg responded with even faster movements and more precise swordsmanship. Every flash of his sword carved a path through the lava. Though arduous, he remained resolute. The duel entered a new level, with every movement embodying their understanding of battle and their thirst for victory. Akainu's lava and Sieg's sword light intertwined in the night sky, each collision resembling the clash of celestial bodies, emitting dazzling light. The watching Navy held their breath, knowing this would be a decisive battle. Akainu's eyes burned with fierce determination as he took a deep breath, as if to draw in all the oxygen in the world. In this moment, he held nothing back. The power of the magma fruit surged within him, like a volcano ready to erupt. Lava, hellfire, Akainu roared. His voice echoed like it came from the abyss, shaking the hearts of those who heard it. His fists thrust forward, and the power of lava gathered in his palms, forming a massive lava tornado that swept towards Sieg, carrying destructive heat and pressure. This was not just a physical impact of lava. It was a baptism of high temperatures, capable of melting all matter. Even steel would turn to liquid in an instant. The surrounding navy gasped in shock. They knew this was one of Akainu's ultimate techniques, the lava tornado known as Hellfire, which had claimed countless enemies on the battlefield and was regarded as the pinnacle of Akainu's magma fruit abilities. At this moment, it surged towards Sieg with thunderous force, threatening to turn this sea area into a sea of fire. However, faced with such a terrifying attack, Sieg appeared unusually calm. A slight smile crept across his lips, and there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, he exuded a strange excitement. With a flicker of his figure, he vanished like a phantom. The next moment, he was already at the edge of the lava tornado. Interesting, truly interesting, Sieg murmured to himself, gently waving his long sword to slice through the lava tornado. The sword light weaving through the lava as if performing a dance. Though the power of lava was formidable, it could not touch him under Sieg's sword. The aftershocks of lava, Hellfire rolled across the surface of the sea, creating towering waves, but Sieg remained steady as a mountain, completely unharmed. Lightly landing on the water, he pointed his sword at Akainu, his eyes sparkling with a provocative light. "Is that your ultimate move?" As soon as Sieg's words fell, the surrounding navy erupted in disbelief. They could hardly believe that Sieg had so effortlessly withstood Akainu's strongest attack. It was simply inconceivable. A flicker of astonishment crossed Akainu's face, which quickly returned to a cold demeanor. The pirate before him was far more troublesome than he had imagined. And Sieg had demonstrated through action that his strength was not just that of a pirate daring to challenge an admiral, but a powerful opponent capable of directly confronting him without falling behind. The whispers of the elite navy were like waves crashing against the shore, soft yet filled with shock. Their eyes were wide with disbelief as they witnessed something that seemed impossible. For a long time, Akainu had been an insurmountable peak in their minds, a symbol of navy justice and a nightmare of all pirates. Lava, Hellfire was recognized as a devastating skill that had turned countless enemies to ash, and no one could withstand its might. Yet now, all this common knowledge had been overturned. Sieg, a pirate they considered to be just a newcomer with no reputation, had effortlessly received Akainu's strongest attack in an almost elegant manner. The lava tornado that could destroy everything was to him merely a gentle breeze. How is this possible? One Navy officer murmured softly, filled with confusion and shock. His companion stood beside him, equally dumbfounded, as if they had lost the ability to speak, only able to express their astonishment through their eyes. Could it be? Could it be that we have always underestimated this pirate? Another Navy finally found his voice. There was a hint of awe in his tone, but more so a wariness of the unknown power. They began to reassess Sieg's strength, realizing that they might be facing an unprecedented, formidable foe. The other Navy personnel present, whether experienced veterans or fresh recruits, were deeply shaken by this scene. They watched as Sieg stood on the ground, his sword tip pointed at Akainu. The calmness and confidence emanating from him told everyone, "I, Sieg, am not the weakling you imagine. I'm the true king of the mountain pirates in these waters." This battle not only changed the elite Navy's perception of Sieg, but also made them aware of the complexity and variability of the pirate world. With strong foes everywhere, no opponent could be underestimated, for around the next corner, they might encounter a dark horse like Sieg, breaking all conventions and creating new legends. Akainu's inner turmoil was not reflected on his stern face, but the cold sweat that appeared inadvertently betrayed his true feelings. The Sieg before him was no ordinary individual. He was a powerful figure capable of leaving a significant mark in the great pirate era. The second in command under the four emperors? Akainu thought to himself, no, this man's strength likely surpassed that category. He had the capital to stand on his own and even had the potential to become a new generation of maritime overlord. Akainu's gaze sharpened. Any underestimation of such an opponent would be a fatal mistake. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to summon the power of the magma fruit again. This time, he was determined to spare no effort, pouring all his strength into a single strike. attempting to decisively end this battle. Magma, Hellfire, second form, Akainu roared, his voice filled with unprecedented determination. As he spoke, the surrounding magma seemed to respond to some sort of summons, boiling in a more frenzied state. With suffocating heat waves permeating the air, Akainu's hands came together, gathering the world's fury and power. Then he suddenly pulled them apart, forming an even larger and more intense magma tornado, its power enough to change the color of the heavens and the earth. However, Sig's reaction was equally swift. He had long anticipated that Akainu would not give up easily. The moment the magma tornado formed, Sig's body shot forward like lightning, dashing across the ground at an incredible speed. With every step he took, steam was raised, but this steam evaporated instantly upon contact with the magma, leaving only a hissing sound. Interesting, this is truly fascinating. Sig's voice echoed in the symphony of magma and sea breeze, his sword light weaving through the magma. Each swing of his sword left marks in the magma, as if painting on the canvas of lava, every stroke filled with power and beauty. Magma, Hellfire, second form? Then let me showcase just how exquisite my swordsmanship is. Sig's voice was full of confidence. His figure became blurred in the interplay of magma and sword light. But every flash of the sword tip signified a precise cut, and the magma tornado gradually disintegrated under his sword, ultimately transforming into countless tiny fragments scattered on the ground, creating a spectacular volcanic ash rain. This battle was not just a contest of strength, but also a competition of wisdom and will. Sig and Akainu, two strong figures, staged an epic showdown under the night sky, each clash powerful enough to shake the entire sea. Meanwhile, the watching Navy personnel were already awestruck by the intensity of the battle, their eyes reflecting both reverence for the unknown power and an infinite yearning for the duel between strong opponents. Finally, as the last wisp of magma smoke dissipated, Sig and Akainu stood facing each other again, their gazes meeting in silent communication, confirming each other's strength and determination. In the office of Admiral Sengoku, the originally tranquil atmosphere was completely shattered by the sudden news. The sound from the den mushi, mixed with hurried breaths and incredulous tones, made Sengoku furrow his brows, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. "What did you say? Repeat that." Sengoku's voice was steady and powerful, yet could not hide his shock. He stood up from behind his desk and walked to the window, gazing out at the distant sea, hoping to witness the legendary duel through the layers of clouds and mist. The den mushi's voice rang out again, repeating the unbelievable news. "Report, Admiral." Admiral Akainu encountered an unprecedented challenge while pursuing an unidentified pirate. This pirate not only possesses strength comparable to an admiral, but also fought Akainu to a standstill in a one-on-one duel. The shockwaves from the battle even caused a sonic explosion, creating a spectacular scene. Sengoku closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, trying to calm the waves within him. As an experienced admiral in the struggle between the Navy and pirates, new formidable enemies always emerge, but a situation like today still made him feel unprecedented pressure. This was not only because Akainu's strength was well known, but also because it meant that a new force in the pirate world had emerged that could not be ignored. "Find out the identity of this pirate," Sengoku commanded, his voice imbued with undeniable firmness. At the same time, notify all nearby Navy forces to remain vigilant and be ready to assist at any moment. We cannot allow any event that threatens the authority of the Navy to occur. After hanging up the phone, Sengoku returned to his desk and picked up a preliminary report on the battle between Akainu and Sig. The report detailed every aspect of the battle, including the techniques used by both, the destruction caused, and the testimonies of witnesses. As he looked at the report, Sengoku's thoughts drifted back to his younger days, those times when he fought alongside his comrades, those years of struggling for justice. It seems that this world is becoming interesting again, Sengoku thought, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth, his eyes shimmering with complex light. Every showdown between strong figures is a test of the Navy's strength and a reshaping of the pirate world structure. As the highest commander of the Navy, he must be prepared to face all upcoming challenges, send out orders to strengthen the vigilance of the Navy headquarters, and simultaneously dispatch intelligence personnel to investigate the background of this mysterious pirate. We must understand our enemy to better protect the peace of these waters. Sengoku's words revealed an undeniable determination as he gazed out the window towards the distance. There lies an endless battlefield belonging to both the Navy and the pirates. Admiral Sengoku set down the documents in his hand, his gaze deep and filled with complex emotions. The name Sig was not unfamiliar to him, but the once somewhat famous king of the mountain pirates in the East Blue could now stand toe-to-toe with Admiral Akainu, which undoubtedly overturned his understanding of Sig and the entire power structure of the East Blue. Sig. Sengoku murmured the name softly, quickly recalling all the information he had about Sig. The East Blue, a seemingly calm sea that hides countless dangers, has always been regarded as the cradle of pirates, nurturing numerous ambitious newcomers. But Siegfried, the former mountain bandit king, was never seen as a contender against the admirals of the Navy. However, the facts are right in front of us. Siegfried not only achieved that, but did so exceptionally well. Sengoku stood up and walked to the map in the office, his finger gently sliding over the EC area, his eyes revealing deep contemplation. The EC, it turns out, hides such potential, he muttered to himself. His evaluation of the East Sea quietly rose. This sea area, along with pirates like Siegfried, is far more complex and powerful than it appears on the surface. The intelligence department immediately ordered to comprehensively gather information on Siegfried, including his activities during his time in the East Sea, combat experiences, and potential allies and enemies. Sengoku issued the command, his tone carrying a hint of urgency. We need to understand what made Siegfried grow from a small bandit in the East Sea to a strong man capable of contending with the admirals. Meanwhile, Sengoku also began to consider adjusting the Navy's deployment in the East Sea. If the East Sea could produce a powerhouse like Siegfried, then it is likely that there are more unknown potentials yet to be explored. Turning to face the window, his gaze directed towards the distant East Sea. It seems it's time to reassess the strategic value of the East Sea. Notify all branches to strengthen patrols in the East Sea, especially in those intelligence blind spots that have not yet been fully grasped. Katarina, dressed in a tight leather outfit, stood on a concealed high ground, gripping a telescope tightly in her hand, gazing at the fierce battle in the distance. Her heartbeat quickened with the rhythm of the fight, her eyes sparkling with disbelief. Siegfried, the man she deeply loved. At this moment, he was locked in a fierce confrontation with Akainu, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy. And the shocking scene made this long-famous pirate almost unable to believe her eyes. Siegfried, she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. Are you really this strong? Lowering the telescope, she gently covered her chest with her hands, as if to suppress the excitement within. Katarina knew Siegfried was an extraordinary pirate, but witnessing him battle against the Navy's top powerhouse, Akainu, and managing to hold his ground gave her a new understanding of his strength. It seems I have underestimated Siegfried, Katarina muttered to herself, a hint of pride and comfort flashing in her eyes. She felt proud of Siegfried's growth. At the same time, she realized that she needed to become stronger to be worthy of standing by his side. Raising the telescope again, she continued to observe the battle's development, silently praying for Siegfried. Katarina understood that the outcome of this battle would not only affect Siegfried's personal fate, but could also change the entire landscape of the pirate world. No matter the outcome, I will be by his side, Katarina firmly told herself, her eyes burning with determination. The real test had just begun, but she was already prepared to face all challenges alongside Siegfried, no matter what the future held. The dust of battle had yet to settle, but Katarina's heart already had its answer. The aftermath of the battle was like a furious beast, rampaging across the land, tearing apart the once solid ground, transforming it into a wasteland. The duel between Akainu and Siegfried was no longer merely a clash of 2 powerful individuals. It was a collision of nature and will, an epic battle capable of rewriting history. Beneath their feet, a crack several kilometers long, like a scar on the earth, spanned the battlefield, signifying the brutality and extraordinary nature of this fight. Each collision of moves was accompanied by deafening roars, shock waves of energy sweeping through like tsunamis, raising clouds of dust and obscuring the light of the sky. Akainu's magma and Siegfried's Haki intertwined, creating breathtaking scenes. The lava surged like a dragon, imposing and destructive, incinerating everything in its path. Siegfried's Haki, on the other hand, was like a fierce wind, unstoppable, each punch seemingly carrying the power to reshape the world. The spectators around, whether Navy soldiers or pirates, were deeply shocked by the scale and intensity of this battle. They held their breath, not daring to relax for a moment, fearing they might miss any instant. This battle was not only testing the strength of Akainu and Siegfried, but also, in an invisible way, testing everyone's courage and belief. As time passed, the intensity of the battle showed no signs of diminishing. Instead, it became increasingly heated. Akainu and Siegfried, two powerful figures, seemed to be locked in a stalemate, each blow exerting their full strength, each move containing resolute will. In their eyes, there was only each other, nothing else. It was as if the entire world had frozen at this moment, leaving only their existence. The aftermath of the battle receded like a tide. What remained was a ravaged battlefield and a stunned silence. Those elite Navy members standing on a mountaintop, trying to witness this century's battle, were all, without exception, shaken and staggering from the shockwaves of the fight, with some even falling into temporary unconsciousness due to the overwhelming impact of the strong. Their eyes were filled with awe and fear, mixed with an infinite yearning for the confrontation between strong. Akainu, the admiral of the Navy headquarters, had an unprecedented gleam in his eyes. Facing the man named Siegfried before him, he felt for the first time an indescribable admiration. In countless battles, Akainu had seen too many so-called strong men, but in front of Siegfried, those people seemed so small. Siegfried's power was not only reflected in his destructive capability to tear the earth apart, but also in his unwavering will. That spirit of resilience even in the face of despair. Siegfried, Akainu's voice echoed across the battlefield, containing rare praise. Your strength deserves my respect. To engage with an opponent like you is an honor for me, Akainu. This statement, like a gentle breeze sweeping over the scorched earth of the battlefield, left everyone present in shock. It should be noted that Akainu is a legendary figure in the Navy. His recognition is a tremendous honor for anyone. And Siegfried, who could occupy a place in Akainu's assessment, was enough to prove his strength and courage. Upon hearing this, Siegfried's mouth curled into a slight smile, a confident yet respectful expression. Akainu, he replied in a deep voice, your strength also makes me see you in a new light. To battle with an opponent like you is your fortune. Our fight will become a tale sung through the ages. Akainu stood on the ravaged battlefield, feeling the fatigue surging within him, like land yearning for rain after a long drought. Every breath became heavy, the air grew thin, and every muscle contraction felt like a reminder that his body had reached its limit. Secretly astonished, he watched as Siegfried, after enduring such a high-intensity duel, still maintained such an easy demeanor. It was as if he was facing a monster that never tires. Siegfried's physique was like an inexhaustible volcano, continuously releasing astonishing energy. Even Akainu, as one of the top powers in the Navy, had to admit at this moment that there was an insurmountable gap in endurance between him and Sig. This gap could not be bridged by mere skill or strength. It stemmed from Sig's almost perverse physicality and recovery ability. Just as Akainu was lost in thought, Sig's figure suddenly moved, not pausing at all, as if he were taking a leisurely stroll, effortlessly stepping away from the battlefield. This action stirred Akainu's heart again. Sig's departure was anything but awkward. Instead, it exuded a sense of composure, as if he were telling everyone that this battle was merely a warm-up and that he had more trump cards yet to reveal. As Akainu watched Sig's gradually distant figure, a mix of emotions welled up inside him. Although today's confrontation seemed evenly matched on the surface, in reality, Sig was the one who held the upper hand. Sig's departure felt more like a declaration that he had more important matters to attend to rather than getting entangled with Akainu here. This battle was a profound lesson for Akainu, making him realize that there were still many unknown, powerful beings in the world whose existence could overturn the current order. The news of this thrilling confrontation spread rapidly like wildfire to every corner of the Navy headquarters, even reaching the heavily guarded residence of the Celestial Dragons. The guards whispered among themselves, discussing fervently, each face filled with shock and disbelief. To them, the Navy admirals were superpowers standing at the pinnacle of the world, embodiments of justice and symbols of invincibility. Yet now, an unknown figure could actually match one of the admirals, Akainu, in battle and even retreat unscathed afterward. It seemed like a myth, hard to believe. Did you hear? There's a guy who can actually fight to a standstill with Admiral Akainu, exclaimed a young Navy soldier, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he eagerly shared the astonishing news with his colleagues. Yeah, they say that guy's name is Sig, and he left the battlefield like nothing happened. What a top-tier monster. Another soldier chimed in, his tone filled with awe and curiosity. The news quickly reached the Celestial Dragon's residence, where the highborn nobles expressed great concern over the matter. Although they lived in their own world, the battle between the Navy admirals and powerful enemies concerned the balance and stability of the world, naturally tugging at their heartstrings. The Celestial Dragons began to discuss whether this pirate named Sig would pose a threat to their supreme rule, or if he would be an indispensable part of the new order. At the Navy headquarters, the higher-ups convened an emergency meeting to discuss how to respond to this sudden variable. Fleet Admiral Sengoku wore a grave expression. Sig's appearance meant that the dynamics of the pirate world were about to undergo dramatic changes. The Navy had to be fully prepared to face the impending storm. We must reassess Sig's strength and the forces behind him, Sengoku said solemnly. Intelligence Department, immediately launch a comprehensive investigation. I want to know where Sig came from, what his intentions are, and whether he has accomplices. On the other side of the Navy headquarters, the two other admirals, Kizaru and Akiji, also learned of the showdown between Akainu and Sig through a den mushy. Kizaru's trademark lazy smile now bore a hint of seriousness, while Akiji's calm demeanor subtly revealed some confusion and disbelief. Akainu actually let a pirate slip away right under his nose. Kizaru's voice carried a tinge of incredulity. That's not his style. Akiji pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Do you remember Akainu's past? The tragedy of that pirate slaughtering his village is a deep-seated pain for him. Logically, he would never let any pirate go easily, especially not a formidable enemy who could fight him to a standstill. Kizaru nodded in agreement. So, this Sig is indeed a tricky character. His strength probably reaches a level we can't even imagine. The conversation between the two admirals revealed their deep understanding of Sig's power. Akainu's past experiences made him harbor an almost instinctive hatred for pirates. The fact that such a hardened warrior allowed a pirate to escape speaks volumes about Sig's terrifying combat prowess. It seems we need to reassess Sig's threat level within the Navy, Akiji said, his tone cautious. We can't underestimate his strength just because he's a suddenly emerged pirate. Perhaps he is the key figure who will change the world's dynamics. Kizaru chuckled lightly, his indifferent eyes sparkling with wisdom. Interesting, really interesting. This world always brings us unexpected surprises. Sig, that name I will remember. The brief exchange between the two admirals was filled with recognition of Sig's strength and concerns about the future situation. Kizaru and Akiji had just returned from the front lines, where they dealt with matters concerning one of the four emperors, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, only to be shocked by this news. They had thought that handling the affairs of the four emperors would keep them busy enough. However, the confrontation between Sig and Akainu was like a thunderclap, splitting the calm night sky, making them realize that the storms in the pirate world were far more complex than they had imagined. I never expected that, just as we resolved the trouble with Big Mom, we would hear such explosive news, Kizaru said, though a hint of seriousness lay hidden in his smile. This world is indeed full of surprises. Akiji appeared deep in thought. The confrontation between Sig and Akainu not only signified the emergence of a new power, but also hinted that the balance in the pirate world might be disrupted. We must closely monitor the development of the situation to ensure that the Navy can respond in a timely manner. The return of the two admirals undoubtedly brought new vitality and wisdom to the Navy headquarters. They not only possessed rich combat experience, but also had exceptional strategic vision, capable of viewing the current situation from a macro perspective and formulating the most appropriate response strategy. It seems we need to expedite a more in-depth investigation into Sig, Kizaru suggested. At the same time, we must keep an eye on the movements of other pirate crews to prevent them from taking advantage of the chaos. On the way back to the Navy headquarters, Akainu's heart was filled with complex emotions. He repeatedly recalled the confrontation with Sig, feeling more and more incredulous. During the battle, Sig's displayed strength was already shocking enough, but what surprised Akainu even more was that Sig seemed not to have gone all out. This implied that Sig's true strength might far exceed Akainu's estimates, possibly reaching an unimaginable realm. Sig, just how much power are you still hiding? Akainu silently pondered, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. What an extraordinary powerhouse. Akainu, as one of the top forces in the Navy, has always been known for his calmness and decisiveness. But this encounter with Sig has made him feel unprecedented pressure. Sig's unfathomable strength made him realize that even he could not fully predict or control the situation. This feeling is rare for the usually confident Akainu. It seems that the pirate world is about to welcome a new giant, Akainu thought to himself, his expression serious and grave. The Navy must reassess the threat posed by Sig and formulate corresponding countermeasures. Akainu knows well that Sig's emergence is not only a challenge to the Navy, but also a signal that will profoundly impact the entire pirate world's landscape. As a member of the Navy, he has the responsibility and obligation to stop any force that may threaten world peace and justice. And Sig has clearly become an opponent that cannot be ignored. As Akainu's footsteps gradually approach Navy headquarters, his thoughts become clearer. In the office of Admiral Sengoku, the air seems to freeze. Only the faint sound of pen tips scratching paper can be heard. Akainu stands in front of the desk, staring directly at Sengoku and the other two admirals, Kizaru and Akiji, their eyes reflecting both concern for their comrades and vigilance against unknown powerful enemies. Akainu, is this Sig really that strong? Sengoku puts down the document in his hand and gazes sharply at Akainu, trying to find the answer in his eyes. Akainu remains silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Yes, Admiral. Sig's strength is on par with mine, and in some aspects, he may even have the upper hand. As soon as these words are spoken, the atmosphere in the room becomes even heavier. Kizaru and Akiji exchange glances, surprise flashing in their eyes, which is soon replaced by deep contemplation. So, what we are facing is not just an ordinary pirate, but a super powerhouse that could change the landscape. Akiji's voice is low and powerful, his words like ice, creating an invisible pressure. Yes, Akainu nods. Sig's emergence means that the balance of the pirate world may be disrupted. We must reassess the Navy's strategic deployment to ensure we can respond to various possible situations. Kizaru lightly taps the table, his gaze seemingly penetrating the walls of the office. Looking towards the distant sea, we need more information about Sig to understand his background, motives, and relationships with other pirate crews. Only then can we formulate effective countermeasures. Sengoku ponders for a moment before making a decisive decision. Immediately dispatch intelligence personnel to gather all information about Sig. At the same time, strengthen the Navy's training and upgrade equipment to improve our ability to respond to emergencies. We cannot sit idly by. We must take the initiative to seize the advantage. The atmosphere in the conference room becomes tense and filled with fighting spirit due to this series of decisions. Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru, as the top forces of the Navy, know well the heavy responsibilities they bear. They prepare to face the forthcoming challenges and protect the peace and justice of the world. As the meeting concludes, the three admirals leave Sengoku's office, each returning to their posts to begin implementing the plans discussed in the meeting. Every corner of Navy headquarters is filled with a sense of readiness for battle, heralding the approach of a storm. And behind all of this, Sig's name rises like a new star, drawing a new line of demarcation between pirates and the Navy. The road ahead is filled with uncertainties and variables. But one thing is certain: Sig, this newly emerged pirate powerhouse, will become an existence that the Navy and even the entire world cannot ignore. In Admiral Sengoku's office, a heated discussion about Sig's bounty is underway. Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru are seated around a round table, each face marked with seriousness and determination. The air is thick with a tense and focused atmosphere as everyone prepares mentally for the imminent decision. I believe we should set Sig's bounty at an unprecedented height. Akainu speaks first, his voice firm and powerful. Based on his performance, it should start at least from 2 billion berries. Akiji furrows his brow, scanning the table, taking a deep breath before slowly saying, 2 billion berries is indeed an astonishing number, but considering Sig's strength and influence, it may be necessary. We must send a clear signal to the world that the Navy will not stand by in the face of any threat. Kizaru chuckles lightly, shaking his head, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. I agree with Akainu and Akiji, but we also need to consider the subsequent impact of the bounty. Such a high bounty may provoke more pirates to challenge authority, attempting to make a name for themselves. We need a comprehensive plan that deters enemies while avoiding unnecessary turmoil. The debate continues for hours, during which the three admirals' viewpoints collide, sparks flying. They discuss various possible scenarios, from potential alliances between Sig and other pirate crews to how the Navy can adjust its tactical layout to respond to higher intensity conflicts. Ultimately, after a heated debate, they reach a consensus. 2 billion berries as the initial setting for Sig's bounty. Sengoku's voice echoes in the conference room. The decision receives unanimous approval. But this is just the beginning, Sengoku continues. We must closely monitor Sig's movements and be ready to adjust the bounty amount at any time. Our goal is to ensure peace and order at sea, no matter the cost. Deep within Navy headquarters, in a dimly lit intelligence analysis room, a group of analysts in Navy uniforms are busily sorting through all information about Sig. The screens display records of Sig's past, from his early days in a mountain bandit crew to his later exploits across the 7 seas. Each click, each report, is building Sig's personal profile, attempting to piece together a complete image. Although Sig's strength is impressive, he has always acted alone, says a senior analyst. His voice is particularly clear in the quiet room. This may be his greatest weakness. Without a large force and numerous subordinates, even if he is personally powerful, he would find it difficult to contend against those well-established pirate crews or the Navy's large-scale operations. Another analyst takes over, fingers flying across the keyboard, pulling up a series of data and charts. According to our analysis, aside from the guy who betrayed and left him, all the other members of Sig's previous mountain bandit crew died in a conflict on an island. This indicates that, despite Sig's personal bravery, he clearly lacks experience in team cooperation and protecting his comrades. Yes, the third analyst adds. Moreover, Sig's style of doing things is overly unilateral. He seems to prefer acting alone, which somewhat limits his potential for development. In the world of pirates, personal strength is undoubtedly important, but establishing a solid team and alliances is often the key to survival and growth. The discussions in the intelligence analysis room continue, with each person contributing their insights and analyses, trying to understand Sig and his behavioral patterns from different angles. However, even under such deep analysis, certain traits of Sig remain elusive, like a mysterious veil shrouding him, making it difficult to fully uncover. Nevertheless, a senior commander eventually summarized that Sig's emergence undoubtedly brings new challenges to the Navy. We must closely monitor his movements while also considering how to leverage his current isolated state to formulate more effective strategies. After all, a lone hero, no matter how brave, is ultimately not invincible. As the discussion concluded, the analysts began organizing their materials to report to their superiors. The sun shone on the shimmering sea surface. Seagulls circled in the air, emitting cheerful cries. However, for the residents of the 4 seas and the New World, this afternoon was anything but ordinary. An unprecedented bounty notice swept through every island, every port, every tavern, and every corner like a hurricane. People gathered together, tightly clutching the bounty notice featuring Sig's portrait, which boldly displayed the staggering figure of 2.5 billion berries. This is a bounty worthy of a maritime overlord, unseen before, shocking everyone. 2.5 billion berries. This is insane. At a dock on an island, an old captain looked at the bounty notice, hardly believing his eyes. The crowd around him buzzed with discussions, some marveling at Sig's strength, while others expressed surprise at the Navy's response. In a noisy tavern, the bounty notice was pinned to the bulletin board, attracting the attention of numerous pirates and merchants. Among them, A young pirate gently traced the description of Sig's achievements on the bounty notice, attacking the celestial dragons and resisting Akainu, with a gleam of envy and awe in his eyes. This is a guy who can even stand up to a Navy admiral, too. 5 billion berries. Is he really just one person? The speed at which the news spread was astonishing. Soon, even the most remote islands knew about Sig's bounty amount. For many residents of the small islands, too. 5 billion berries is an astronomical figure. It is hard for them to imagine that one person could have such a high value. For those ambitious pirates and hunters, this news undoubtedly ignited their desires, too. 5 billion berries is enough to drive them mad. However, in a hidden bay of the New World, Sig stood on the deck, gazing at the distant horizon, holding the bounty notice with a hint of a cold smile on his lips. 5 billion berries, huh? The Navy really thinks highly of me, he murmured to himself, a glint of defiance and pride flashing in his eyes. For Sig, this bounty notice is both an honor and a challenge. From this moment on, he would become the prey of countless pirates and the Navy, but he was not afraid. The bounty of 5 billion berries would only make him walk more resolutely on the path of maritime domination. Deep within the New World lies countless dangers and opportunities. This is the ultimate stage for pirates and the battlefield for the strong. Here, for pirates known as the Four Emperors reign supreme, each ruling over vast seas. Their names like mythical beasts that strike fear into hearts. When Sig's 5 billion berry bounty notice swept in like a whirlwind, even the Four Emperors paused their affairs to discuss the strength of this East Blue Mountain Bandit King. In a volcanic island's lava palace, Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard, a veteran figure in the New World, sat with his pirate crew around a table where the scorching bounty notice lay. 5 billion berries. Whitebeard's voice was deep and powerful. This kid certainly has big ambitions. However, surviving under Navy Admiral Akainu and attacking the celestial dragons shows he has some skills. In a distant sea, Charlotte Linlin, known as Big Mom, was enjoying delicacies at her banquet. Upon hearing of Sig's news, she put down her golden cup, her eyes flashing with interest. 5 billion berries? The little guy from the East Blue has some guts. I wonder how well he makes desserts. Perhaps I should invite him to my tea party. Wait, isn't this the guy who took one of my subordinates? Damn, he actually has such strength. In a mist-covered sea, the mysterious Kaido, known as the Beast, stood atop his castle, looking down at his beastly subordinates. Holding the bounty notice, a cold smile crept onto his lips. 5 billion berries, huh? An ant from the East Blue dares to challenge the order of the New World. However, such an opponent is what excites me. In a corner of the East Blue, far from the clamor and dangers of the Grand Line, lies a tranquil and prosperous island. Here once lived members of Sig's pirate crew who chose to stay after deciding not to follow Sig on a more perilous journey. They began a simple yet fulfilling life with the wealth generously bestowed by Sig. The island is lush with trees, the sea breeze gently blowing, and the birds singing, resembling a paradise. These former mountain bandits are now residents of the island, some running small taverns, some becoming fishermen, and others becoming farmers, diligently cultivating the land. They marry and have children, build cozy little homes, acquire fertile land, and live stable and happy lives. Every night, they gather around the bonfire, sharing adventure stories from their youth with Sig. Those days, though filled with uncertainty and danger, left them with endless memories and laughter. On this day, when the latest newspaper crossed the sea to reach this small island, it prominently featured Sig's 5 billion buried bounty notice. The island's residents gathered together, looking at the report, and some couldn't help but take a puff of their cigarettes, slowly exhaling a ring of smoke, sighing. Indeed, our mountain bandit king is still as domineering and invincible as ever. In their eyes, there was both nostalgia for their past adventurous life and recognition and pride in Sig's strength. Although they chose a comfortable life, their admiration and trust in Sig never changed. In their view, Sig is not only their former leader, but also a respected friend, a legendary figure who always stands at the pinnacle of strength. As time passes, these former mountain bandits may gradually grow old, but Sig's story will forever live in their hearts, becoming a precious treasure they share with future generations. For Sig, These companions left in the East Blue are also an indispensable part of his glorious past, witnesses of that passionate time. No matter where they are, their hearts are always connected, guarding the memories of dreams and freedom together. Sig stood at the bustling port, sunlight casting on his face, the sea breeze bringing a salty, damp scent, yet he felt an unprecedented sense of unease. The image on the bounty notice felt like an invisible shackle, tightly locking down every one of his actions. Whether in the lively market or in quiet alleys, people could recognize him at a glance, as if his face was deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. Hey look, isn't that Sig? The Pirate King who escaped from Admiral Akainu's grasp. I heard he even attacked the Celestial Dragons. What a ruthless character. The whispers and pointing of the crowd put immense pressure on Sig. Every step he took could be monitored, and every word he spoke could become intelligence in the ears of his enemies. This feeling of being known by the entire world was not as glamorous as he had imagined. Instead, it made him feel an unprecedented loneliness and vigilance. Boa Hancock's beauty was not just in her appearance, but also in her noble and powerful aura. She had long, lustrous black hair that flowed like the brightest stars in the night sky, gently swaying in the wind. Her skin was as white as snow, and her features were exquisitely sculpted, especially her deep-set eyes, which sparkled with wisdom and gentleness, resembling the brightest twin stars in the vast galaxy. Often dressed in luxurious garments, her robe interwoven with gold and red, she showcased her noble status as the Queen of Amazon Lily while exuding an unassailable majesty. The Empress resided in a mysterious island guarded by serpentine creatures, located in the New World, known as Amazon Lily. Surrounded by clear, azure waters, the island was lush and vibrant, a true gift of nature. In the center stood a magnificent palace, the Empress's residence, blending ancient and modern architectural styles, resplendent and grand, symbolizing her authority and glory. The palace's interior was lavishly decorated, with every detail exuding an aristocratic air, and portraits of past queens of Amazon Lily hung on the walls, evoking a sense of historical weight. Amazon Lily was not only beautiful, but also concealed many secrets. The Empress, a female ruler in the world of pirates renowned for her beauty and strength, felt a complex surge of emotions as she looked at the newspaper laid out before her. It boldly displayed the bounty notice for the mountain bandit Sig and his daring deeds in challenging the Celestial Dragons. The Celestial Dragons, those who saw themselves as the world's nobility, had been provoked by someone labeled as the Mountain Bandit. This was undoubtedly a shocking blow to the entire world order. A flicker of shock crossed the Empress's face, followed by a hint of almost imperceptible admiration. She understood the cruelty and arrogance of the Celestial Dragons, having suffered endless torment and humiliation at their hands. At this moment, seeing someone dare to stand up and challenge these self-important rulers ignited a spark of joy in her heart. However, alongside admiration, there was also a glimmer of concern in the Empress's eyes. Challenging the Celestial Dragons meant facing the wrath of the world government, an almost insurmountable force. Sig's courage was admirable, but his future was fraught with uncertainty and danger. The Empress silently prayed for this brave mountain bandit, hoping he could find a way to survive the storm. Sig, this man who shook the world by the name of Mountain Bandit, stood on the deck, the sea breeze brushing against his face, alleviating some of his heavy thoughts. Ever since he gifted that rare devil fruit, the flow fruit, to Katarina, he had felt a subtle change in the way she looked at him. It was a gaze filled with tenderness, mixed with a hint of admiration, even a faint affection that left Sig puzzled and confused. He had experienced women's admiration before, but Katarina's gaze felt unprecedentedly different. That devil fruit was not only a boost to her abilities, but also a liberation of her spirit. In her eyes, Sig was not just the one who gave her power, but also a hero who dared to challenge authority and pursue freedom. However, for Sig, all of this came too suddenly, leaving him somewhat caught off guard. He had never imagined that a simple gift could trigger such profound emotional changes. Sig began to reflect on what made Katarina develop such feelings for him. Was it that devil fruit? Or was it his resistance against the Celestial Dragons that touched some soft spots in her heart? Or perhaps it was his domineering strength, being able to stand toe-to-toe with Akainu. During this time, Katarina transformed into a sea Venus after donning her carefully selected attire, with every turn and every smile exuding an irresistible charm. The clothing clung to her graceful curves, accentuating her already outstanding figure, like the scorching summer sun, making it hard to look directly at her. The unique fragrance she emanated was like the mysterious floral scent from the depths of the ocean, fresh like morning dew, intoxicating and unforgettable. Since that day, Katarina seemed to have become an indispensable presence by Sig's side, always silently by him, like a thoughtful caretaker, taking care of his daily needs. Whether organizing the cabin, preparing meals, or handling trivial affairs, she managed everything with great order and without complaint. More importantly, she always provided him with the gentlest care and encouragement whenever Sig was tired or needed support. Sig felt both warmth and a hint of awkwardness from this. He was used to being alone, and at times he felt at a loss in the face of Katarina's meticulous care. When Sig first partnered with Katarina, he was like an untamed wild horse, free-spirited and defiant. At that time, her eyes sparkled with a challenging light, her actions exuding a spirit of unwillingness to yield. However, after weathering storms together and fighting side by side, Katarina's attitude subtly changed. Now, in front of Sig, she had become like a docile kitten, her gaze filled with tenderness and dependence, her demeanor radiating an unprecedented closeness. This transformation surprised and intrigued Sig, unable to help but ask, "Katarina, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly so nice to me?" Sig's words carried a hint of caution, fearing that his question might disrupt this rare harmony. Katarina was taken aback by Sig's question, her cheeks flushing slightly. Trying to conceal her inner turmoil, she spoke in a somewhat proud tone, "There's no special reason. I just think you're not bad and worth treating like this." Despite saying that, her eyes betrayed the truth, an undeniable concern and care. Looking at Katarina's expression, Sig felt a warmth swell in his heart. This was not just a superficial change, but a genuine expression of Katarina's inner feelings. He chuckled softly, "Thank you, Katarina. No matter what your reasons are, I feel very honored to have your trust and companionship." Katarina shyly and expectantly asked Sig, "So, where are we going to explore next? Is there any special place you want to go?" Her eyes sparkled with curiosity and a desire for the unknown. As long as she was with Sig, any place was filled with infinite possibilities. Hearing this, Sig gazed towards the distant horizon, a longing for the unknown swelling in his heart. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Katarina, his eyes gleaming with determination and confidence. "Since we are in this vast sea area, why not explore to our heart's content? I think we can start by wandering around this ocean city to experience its culture and customs. Perhaps we can discover something interesting." Sig's words revealed his confidence in their abilities, believing that he and Katarina could handle any unexpected situation and wouldn't easily fall into trouble. This confidence was not blind. It was built on countless battles and challenges, a profound understanding of his own strength. Upon hearing this, a spark of excitement flashed in Katarina's eyes as she nodded without hesitation. "Great idea. I'm also looking forward to seeing another side of this city. Maybe we can find some precious treasures or rare ingredients." Her voice was filled with a love for adventure and a desire for the unknown. Clearly, she couldn't wait to start this new journey. The joy in Katarina's heart surged like the rising tide, wave after wave. When Sig first approached her with the proposal to work together, she never dared to hope that their relationship would extend beyond the incident with the celestial dragons. At that time, she was solely focused on the task at hand, never imagining that as events unfolded, her connection with Sig would become so close that she now couldn't bear to imagine life without him. In the past few days, Katarina had devoted herself wholeheartedly to taking care of and accompanying Sig, believing it to be a way to express her gratitude and cherish their bond. She knew that someone like Sig, free as the wind, would be difficult to keep if he decided to leave. Therefore, she chose to let her actions speak, hoping that through her efforts, Sig could sense her sincerity and reluctance. Every day, she would wake up early to prepare a sumptuous breakfast for Sig, and while Sig was busy, she would silently support him, always ready to help. In the evenings, she would share her experiences and feelings of the day with Sig, listening to his thoughts and offering him comfort and encouragement. These seemingly ordinary actions were, in fact, manifestations of Katarina's deep feelings for Sig, hoping that through these little gestures, Sig would feel the warmth of home and leave a trace of concern in his heart. Katarina's figure was undoubtedly a focal point of attention. Her curvaceous form swayed with the island breeze, attracting the gazes around her. However, when she walked alongside Sig on the sandy beach, she displayed a different kind of charm, gentleness and reliance like a little bird. Lightly linking her arm with Sig's, her face radiated a smile of contentment and happiness, making the whole world feel gentle at that moment. Meanwhile, Sig, to better blend in with the crowd and avoid unnecessary trouble, had undergone clever disguise and transformation. Though his appearance had changed, the inner confidence and composure could not be concealed. Even with a new face, he maintained that reassuring aura, making Katarina feel an immense sense of safety and trust. As they strolled along the coastline of the island, with fine white sand beneath their feet and the sound of waves crashing on the shore in their ears, the air was filled with the salty scent of the sea and the fragrance of tropical plants. They occasionally stopped to admire the seagulls soaring in the sky, or bent down to search for shells and corals, enjoying this rare moment of tranquility and freedom. Sig would occasionally share interesting stories about the sea or recount his past adventures in his deep, magnetic voice. Katarina listened intently, occasionally gasping in surprise and laughter, her eyes sparkling with admiration and affection. Such moments were invaluable to them. In each other's company, all worries and troubles seemed to dissipate, leaving only pure joy and warmth. Just when Sig and Katarina were immersed in the tranquility and beauty of the island, enjoying each other's presence, a group of uninvited guests shattered this peace. A group of local ruffians lounged lazily under a nearby coconut tree, their eyes brazenly scanning Katarina's enviable figure, a malicious smile playing on their lips. One of them toyed with a sharp dagger in his hand, the blade reflecting a cold glint in the sunset. Sig and Katarina, however, remained unfazed, as any one of those ruffians could easily twist their heads off like a ball to kick. After a brief hesitation, the ruffians' provocation was ignited by Sig's calmness, and they began to discuss Katarina's figure in crude language, filled with disrespect and contempt for women. One of them, clearly the leader of the group, smirked coldly, his eyes gleaming with unmasked desire as he stepped closer, seemingly planning to take more direct action. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, the air thick with a stifling aura. The ruffians gradually formed a semicircle, surrounding Sig and Katarina. Their movements and glances revealed clear hostility, as if they were about to launch an attack at any moment. It was evident that these ruffians did not intend to back down easily, continuing to harass Sig and Katarina with provocative and vulgar language, attempting to weaken their will through verbal assaults. One of them, a burly man with a face full of blubber, bellowed loudly, "Hey, beauty, stop following this guy. Come with us. I guarantee you'll have a blast." Another was even more obscene, making lewd gestures while emitting a nauseating laugh. "Yeah, look at your figure. You must be a stunner. Come back with us, and you'll enjoy endless fortune." Faced with the provocation of these ruffians, Sig did not immediately resort to violence, but chose a more cunning way to diffuse the tense situation. A hint of mockery flashed in his eyes, and a barely perceptible smile curved his lips as if plotting a carefully designed game. "Do you guys think everyone should bow down to you?" Sig's voice was deep and clear, resonating with an undeniable authority in the evening sea breeze. "You've got quite a nerve to act so recklessly here. Don't you know this is a place where people can easily kill and burn without leaving a trace?" Every word Sig spoke struck like a hammer on the hearts of the ruffians, their expressions shifting from pride to anger, the flames in their eyes nearly igniting. This provocation was undoubtedly a great insult to them. "It seems you don't know what self-awareness is," Sig continued, his tone laced with a light mockery. "In this world, some people think a few muscles can intimidate everyone. But you're wrong. True strength is not meant to bully the weak." Katarina stood aside, listening to Sig's words with admiration in her eyes. Sig not only possessed great strength, but, more importantly, had a just heart. His words undoubtedly ignited the anger within the thugs, but they did not dare to act recklessly, as they could sense that the man before them, along with the woman by his side, were not to be trifled with. Their presence was like an invisible wall blocking these thugs. You better get lost quickly, or you'll face the consequences, Sig warned in a tone that brooked no argument. The thugs' faces flushed as if they had heard something they shouldn't have. They then tightened their grips on their daggers and charged at Sig. In the face of the sudden attack from this group of thugs, Sig remained completely calm. His body was as agile as a cheetah, swiftly dodging the first wave of fierce dagger strikes. The air was thick with tension. Sig's gaze became even sharper. "Foolish actions will only hasten your demise," he said coldly, his voice deep and powerful, echoing like a sound in a valley, sending chills down spines. Then, with a flicker of his form, he moved like a specter among his enemies, each strike precise and deadly. In the blink of an eye, several thugs were incapacitated, collapsing to the ground, groaning in pain. Meanwhile, Katarina elegantly drew her short sword from her waist, the blade glinting like a moonlit sprite, with every swing carrying a melody of death. She did not initiate attacks, but skillfully used her speed and technique to deflect every enemy strike, all while looking for opportunities to deliver fatal blows. When the last thug fell, a profound silence enveloped the area, leaving only the sound of waves crashing against the shore and a few distant, lonely bird calls. Sig and Katarina stood side by side, breathing steadily. The earlier battle was merely a routine practice. Not a trace of blood was on them, yet they inspired awe, making it clear that these two were not to be underestimated. "Remember, strength is not to bully the weak, but to protect the innocent," Sig said to the fallen enemies, his voice a blend of warning and teaching. "If you're willing to turn over a new leaf, this world will offer you a second chance." With that, he and Katarina turned to leave, leaving a group of half-dead thugs lying on the ground, filled with fear and regret. Sig suddenly realized that his temper seemed much improved compared to before. In the past, he would have surely twisted their heads off one by one and kicked them like balls. But thinking about it, they had done nothing particularly harmful apart from their chatter and wanted to spar with him. Breaking their arms and legs could be seen as a small lesson for them. Once Sig and Katarina's figures disappeared from view, the group of thugs dared to tremble as they stood up, their eyes filled with terror and confusion. They huddled together, whispering about everything that had just happened, trying to understand why the man and woman possessed such extraordinary power. That man, he was like a legendary warrior, taking them down with a single punch. "It's terrifying," one thug stammered, his voice still trembling with fear. And that woman, the way she wielded her sword was as graceful as a dance, yet every strike was lethal, another added, his face pale, clearly shaken by Katarina's swordsmanship. They exchanged fearful glances, filled with an unprecedented sense of defeat. For a long time, they had relied on the Blood Wolf Gang's power to bully others in this area, never encountering such a formidable opponent. But now they had to face reality. In front of true strength, their so-called power was utterly insignificant. "We need to go back and tell the boss that those two are not to be messed with," a more rational thug suggested, his voice shaking, but his eyes showing a hint of determination. "If we confront them head-on, the entire Blood Wolf Gang might be wiped out." The group fell silent for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. Faced with such an enemy, the Blood Wolf Gang's strength alone was far from enough. They needed to seek stronger assistance, or at least maintain distance to avoid further conflict. Thus, this group of once arrogant thugs now left the beach like defeated soldiers, dejected and filled with fear of the unknown and uncertainty about the future. They began to doubt whether the power they had always pursued was merely superficial vanity. True strength required wisdom, courage, and respect for life. In a hidden stronghold far from the coastline, the leader of the Blood Wolf Gang sat at a heavy oak table, which was laden with various delicacies and bottles of fine liquor. The dim light filled the air with a mix of cigarette smoke and strong alcohol, creating a mysterious and indulgent atmosphere. Beside the leader sat several scantily clad beauties, who either caressed or fed him, showcasing the prestige and luxury of his position. Hearing that a few useless thugs, who could have been absorbed into his Blood Wolf Gang, had encountered such a situation, the leader's gaze sharpened, exuding an aura of authority without anger. He played with a coin in his hand, seemingly lost in thought. Not long ago, He received reports from his subordinates about the mysterious couple, and their descriptions piqued his interest. Many unknown, strong individuals were hidden in these waters, and anyone who could easily defeat his men was certainly not to be underestimated. But it was clear that this was a provocation. A man and a woman dared to do such things without backing from any force. Which character on the island was behind this? It was indeed an interesting matter. 18 million berries, the leader slowly spoke, his voice deep and magnetic. This bounty was enough to drive anyone mad for money. But what I seek is not just something that can be bought with money. He set the coin down and turned his gaze to the night outside the window, where lights twinkled, hiding countless undercurrents and secrets behind the bustling scene. I want to know the true identities of that couple and their purpose for being here. If they are friends, the Blood Wolf gang would like to befriend them, but if they are enemies. At this point, the leader's gaze turned cold. Then, even if it costs 1,000 times more, I will make them regret coming here. The night's revelry continued, with beauties surrounding the leader, using song and laughter to mask the impending storm. But in the leader's heart, plans were already forming on how to mobilize resources to investigate the mysterious couple. In this world filled with opportunities and dangers, information often determined victory more than brute force. In the Blood Wolf gang's secret chamber, the atmosphere was so heavy it felt almost tangible. The leader's fury was like lightning in the dark night, illuminating everyone's faces and the fear in their hearts. The thugs who had been humiliated on the beach were now kneeling on the ground, trembling. They knew that any defense against the leader's anger would be futile, useless. The voice of the leader was as cold as frost, each word like a sharp blade piercing the pride of these people. You not only lost the face of the Blood Wolf gang, but also made our enemies look down on us. In the secret chamber, the darkness surged like a living thing. As the leader's words fell, countless pairs of eyes suddenly appeared in the surrounding shadows, flickering with a green light, like beasts lurking in the dark. These were the Blood Wolf gang's secret weapon, a group of well-trained wild wolves, loyal to the leader. The best tools for executing punishment and erasing traces. You're no longer qualified to call yourselves members of the Blood Wolf gang. The leader coldly scanned the people kneeling and begging for mercy. Let the wild wolves decide your fate. With a command, the door of the secret chamber slowly closed, cutting off the light from the outside, leaving only a pitch-black space. The wild wolves surged out from all directions, their green glowing eyes like messengers from hell, ruthlessly devouring the former gang members. The screams and pleas echoed in the secret chamber, but were soon drowned out by the roars of the wild wolves. The leader stood on a platform, expressionless, watching it all unfold, while his mind was calculating the next step. To restore the Blood Wolf gang's prestige, a strong stance must be demonstrated, and eliminating these incompetent individuals was the first step in declaring to the outside world that the Blood Wolf gang would not be provoked. The air in the secret chamber thickened with fear. The beautiful women serving the leader maintained their alluring appearances, but their hearts were already turbulent. They knew that in this world filled with power and violence, beauty could sometimes be more fragile than strength. When the leader's gaze swept past, they could feel the indifference and unpredictability contained within it. It was a pressure that sent chills down their spines. As the roars of the wild wolves gradually subsided, the lights in the secret chamber brightened again, but the lingering smell of blood reminded everyone of what had transpired here. The beautiful women quickened their movements. Whether in dance or massage, they exerted themselves more than ever, trying to divert the leader's attention and avoid becoming the next sacrifice. The leader sat in his chair, expressionless, seemingly lost in distant thoughts, pondering how to strengthen the Blood Wolf gang, how to find leads on the mysterious man and woman. Yet even in deep contemplation, he could keenly perceive the changes around him. The tension and efforts of the beautiful women did not escape his eyes, but he showed no emotional fluctuations, quietly enjoying the service as if everything was under his control. Remember, the leader's voice suddenly broke the silence in the secret chamber. In this world, only the strong can survive. If you want to keep your positions, you must become stronger, both physically and mentally. This statement was like an order, tightening the hearts of the beautiful women. The leader's words meant that more tests and challenges were about to come, but it was also an opportunity to prove their worth. In this survival of the fittest world, They had to learn to adapt and even surpass themselves to find a foothold in this chaos. Sig recalled the days he spent in a mountain bandit group. Life back then was simple and rough, facing life and death with his brothers amidst blades and swords. In such an environment, enjoying a massage or any luxurious service was nearly impossible. A group of big men would pat each other's backs and occasionally joke around. That was their entire way of relaxing. That raw friendship and mutual support became the most precious memories of those hard years. But now, the situation was entirely different. Fighting alongside Katarina, experiencing storms together, allowed him to feel an unprecedented depth of emotion. On the island, as night fell and the moonlight flowed like water, there were few figures on the quiet streets. But in the shadows, an unknown force was quietly at work, eyes sharp and vigilant like a hawk in the night, searching for targets. This force was the Blood Wolf Gang. Since their subordinates faced defeat at the beach against Sig and Katarina, the leader had issued a strict search order, vowing to uncover the identities of the mysterious man and woman. Blood Wolf Gang spies were spread throughout every corner of the island, disguising themselves as fishermen, blending into merchant caravans, or hiding among the staff of inns, gathering information in various ways. Every clue was carefully recorded, and every detail was scrutinized repeatedly, forming an invisible net that gradually tightened, aiming to capture Sig and Katarina. However, Sig and Katarina were completely unaware of this. They were immersed in each other's company and the tranquil life on the island, enjoying every moment of ease and freedom. During the day, they explored the island's beautiful scenery, and at night, they talked about ideals and the future under the starry sky. For them, this time was so precious that the whole world seemed to temporarily forget them, granting them a rare tranquility. Yet behind this tranquility, a crisis was quietly approaching. The Blood Wolf Gang was powerful and well-informed, and their understanding of Sig and Katarina was gradually increasing. The leader's patience was wearing thin, eager to personally deal with the pair who had brought him shame, to prove the authority and inviolability of the Blood Wolf Gang. However, Sig and Katarina were not unprepared. They had gone through countless battles and challenges, possessing keen intuition and extraordinary combat skills. Even while enjoying this peace, they remained vigilant, ready to face any potential danger. For them, the unknown threat only fueled their fighting spirit, not instilling fear. The enormous bounty from the Blood Wolf Gang sent shockwaves across the entire island, like a stone creating ripples in water. 18 million berries was undoubtedly a fortune that could change many lives. Thus, various forces on the island, whether pirates, merchants, or other criminal organizations, rolled up their sleeves and joined the competition to find Sig and Katarina. The scene on the island grew increasingly bizarre. Under the dim streetlights, countless figures moved through the alleys, clutching images of Sig and Katarina, their eyes filled with greed and urgency. Some disguised themselves, mingling with the crowd, trying to catch any possible clues from casual conversations. Others directly questioned passersby, using various methods to induce leaks of information. Every corner of the island, whether in bustling markets, quiet ports, or dark alleys, was permeated with a stifling, intense atmosphere. On this night, shrouded in moonlight and suspicion, every inch of land on the island seemed to don a mysterious veil. People gathered in groups under the yellowed lights, their conversations rising and falling, weaving a tense and expectant symphony. Sig's name, like a spell, was mentioned repeatedly, each mention sparking whispers and gathering gazes. Have you heard? The Blood Wolf Gang has offered a sky-high bounty for that Sig, who is said to be quite a tricky character. A ragged man tightly held a crumpled bounty notice, whispering to his companion. His eyes sparkled with the greed of seeing a shortcut to wealth. Tricky? No matter how tricky a character is, they can't resist the lure of money. Another person responded disdainfully, wearing a worn-out leather jacket with a sly smile at the corner of his mouth. I know a few friends who are thriving in this area. It's just a matter of time before we find Sig. Such conversations are continuously unfolding in every corner of the island. In bars by the docks, and even in narrow alleyways, people are discussing Sig and speculating about his whereabouts. Some believe he has escaped to the other side of the island, while others are convinced he is hiding in some dark corner of this town. However, regardless of the claims, the lack of concrete evidence makes this search seem more like a blind chase. In a remote warehouse district, a group of heavily armed pirates gathered around an old map, marked with several routes in red ink. If I were Sig, I would choose this route. A burly pirate confidently pointed at a spot on the map. It's sparsely populated, easy to hide, and not far from the port, ready for a quick getaway. But don't forget, Katarina is also on the bounty list, another pirate reminded. The two of them want to be acting separately. We need to consider her possible location at the same time. Amidst the discussions filled with arguments and analyses, everyone is trying to piece together the complete clues from limited information. In the hustle and tension of the island, an unbelievable fact quietly emerged just as everyone, including Blood Wolf Gang's spies, greedy hunters, and even ordinary residents, were frantically searching for Sig and Katarina. This mysterious pair seemed oblivious to it all, peacefully lying in a nondescript tavern room, deep in slumber, unaware of the storm surrounding them. This tavern, located in a more remote corner of the island, usually had little business and few customers. Its owner, a kindly middle-aged man, was busy polishing glasses, completely unaware of the recent sensational events on the island. It wasn't until a group of anxious searchers burst in, urgently asking if he had seen Sig and Katarina, that the tavern owner suddenly realized the extraordinary identity of his guests. The two people you mentioned, they did stay here last night. The tavern owner's voice was low and cautious. Unbelievable. Overnight, his tavern had become the center of this bounty storm. They looked like ordinary travelers. I truly didn't expect. The searchers were initially stunned, but quickly reacted, clamoring to check that room. The tavern owner hesitated for a moment, but ultimately led them to the closed door. Behind the door was a realm of tranquility, isolated from the chaos outside. Gently pushing the door open, they found Sig and Katarina lying on the bed, breathing evenly, clearly still asleep and unaware of the commotion outside. This scene left everyone present dumbfounded. They found it hard to believe that their target, worth 18 million berries, was so defenselessly appearing before them. For a moment, greed, shock, and hesitation intertwined in everyone's hearts, and the scene fell into a brief silence. However, at that moment, Sig's eyes slowly opened, sharply sensing the unusual atmosphere in the room. Katarina woke up as well, and the two quickly rose to face the unexpected guests at the door, a glimmer of alertness flashing in their eyes. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze, all eyes focused on this mysterious pair, waiting for whatever might happen next. Sig's voice, calm yet carrying an undeniable authority, pierced the tense atmosphere of the room. He showed no fear in front of the intruders, but rather a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. This group of burly men was clearly blinded by the high bounty, their eyes filled with nothing but greed. The long swords were drawn, their blades reflecting faint light, and the air was thick with a sense of imminent tension. What do you mean by this? C'est slov du spook. His voice, though not loud, resonated like low thunder, instilling awe. Do you think you can just barge into someone else's room with your swords? Faced with Sig's question, the group of men seemed hesitant, but their greed hadn't dissipated. Instead, it was further ignited by Sig's calmness. However, they did not know that the man before them was far stronger than they had imagined. Just as the two sides were locked in a standoff, the atmosphere, taut with tension, Sig suddenly moved. His eyes flashed, and an invisible force seemed to be unleashed around him, a manifestation of his unique Conqueror's Haki. This power spread like ripples, touching the depths of each person's soul, instantly leaving the group of men in a blank state of consciousness. Their vision went dark, and suddenly, they seemed to fall into boundless darkness, losing all sensation. Sig's Conqueror's Haki was not only a force to intimidate foes, but also a mental shock capable of instantly stripping the weak of their fighting spirit. At this moment, the once aggressive men were rendered limp on the ground like puppets, their faces filled with confusion and fear, having completely lost their earlier arrogance. Sig calmly withdrew his Haki, surveying the fallen men around him, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. This farce was far from over. The storms on the island would only grow stronger. But at least for now, he and Katarina had obtained a moment of peace, and those greedy pursuers would become pawns in their plan. Katarina got out of bed and walked over to Sig, gently patting his shoulder, her eyes filled with admiration and trust. She knew that with Sig by her side, no matter how difficult the situation, there was a possibility of overcoming it. Sig turned to face Katarina, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes as he softly said, "It seems we've run into a little trouble." There was a wry smile in his tone, but no hint of panic. To him, this was just another challenge about to come their way. Noticing the tavern owner's expression, Sig understood. The usually gentle owner now wore an unnatural look of tension and worry, clearly hiding something from them. Sig decided to ask directly, hoping to quickly understand the situation to respond accordingly. "Owner," Sig's tone became serious. "Are our recent visitors related to you? Can you tell us what happened?" Faced with Sig's direct questioning, the tavern owner appeared somewhat uneasy. He knew very well that Sig and Katarina were not ordinary people, and he had inadvertently gotten involved in this turmoil. Taking a deep breath, he decided to stop hiding and told them everything as it was. "It's like this," the owner began to narrate. "Ever since the Blood Wolf Gang's bounty on you spread, the atmosphere on the island has become very tense. All sorts of people have started inquiring about your whereabouts. I thought you'd already left, but unexpectedly." He paused before continuing. "When those people came, I really couldn't refuse their questioning and had to reveal that you were living here. I didn't expect this would bring you trouble, and I'm truly sorry." Sig frowned slightly upon hearing this, but he didn't seem to blame the boss. In such circumstances, ordinary people have very few choices. He nodded to show understanding and comforted. "It's not your fault, boss. At times like this, it's difficult for anyone to make the best judgment. Right now, the most important thing is that we need to think of a way to get out of the current situation." Katarina listened quietly from the side, her gaze filled with both trust in Sig and a calm analysis of the current situation. Sig looked out the window at the sky, gradually brightening with the first light of dawn, his mind racing with thoughts. The actions of the Blood Wolf Gang were undoubtedly provoking them to their limits. This conflict was now unavoidable. Sig was fully prepared to face the impending storm. It seemed that the Blood Wolf Gang was determined to wipe them out today. Sig's voice carried a hint of coldness, but more than that, it was resolute. He turned around, his eyes meeting Katarina's, filled with concern and determination. Perhaps it was time to give them a surprise. Upon hearing this, Katarina stepped forward, gently placing her hand on Sig's shoulder, well aware of his abilities and understanding his character. She spoke softly, "Sig, let me handle this time. You focus on ensuring our safety. Let me take care of them. I will give you a safe space so you won't have to take risks personally." Sig smiled slightly at her words, appreciating Katarina's bravery and feeling grateful for her concern. Standing by the window, he gazed at the increasingly bright horizon, a surge of complex emotions flooding his heart. Looking back, the strongest person on this island had a bounty of just over 200 million, which paled in comparison to Katarina. This woman, who held a special place in his heart, had a bounty of several hundred million, and her strength and reputation were unmatched in these waters. "Do you know?" Sig turned around, his gaze softening as it landed on Katarina. "The strongest person on this island has a bounty of just over 200 million. You, my woman, are a master with a bounty of several hundred million. I think it's time to showcase your strength and see if you've become rusty or declined." Katarina's lips curled into a slight smile, a glimmer of confidence and determination flashing in her eyes. She lightly stepped in front of Sig and said softly, "Don't worry. My strength has never declined. Over the years, I've been honing my skills just to be your strong support at critical moments." Upon hearing this, Sig felt a warm current surge in his heart as he tightly grasped Katarina's hand, sensing the strength and trust she transmitted. Katarina was not only a powerful warrior, but also an indispensable part of his life. At that moment, he was even more determined to fight alongside her. "Then let's give the Blood Wolf Gang a shocking lesson." Sig's voice was filled with fighting spirit as he exchanged glances with Katarina. Both understood each other without needing many words and were ready. On the island, as the morning light began to appear, the streets grew bustling. But the atmosphere today was entirely different from usual. The appearance of Sig and Katarina was like a drop of oil splashed into a boiling pot, instantly igniting the nerves of the entire island. People were astounded to find that this pair, hunted by the Blood Wolf Gang, not only chose not to hide, but boldly walked down the street, heading straight for the lair of the Bloodwolf gang. Look, that's Sig. He actually dares to appear openly, a vendor exclaimed, almost dropping his goods. And that woman, Katarina, with a bounty of several 100 million, another passerby added, their eyes sparkling with disbelief. The news spread like wildfire among the crowd. Many brave individuals, either driven by the lure of the bounty or out of fear of the Bloodwolf gang, chose to become informants, hurriedly running toward the direction of the Bloodwolf gang to relay this astonishing news to the infamous gang leader. Sig and Katarina had anticipated this. There was no trace of panic in their eyes, only calmness and determination. Their steps were steady, unconcerned about the impending storm. They knew that their appearance would surely provoke the full retaliation of the Bloodwolf gang, but that was part of their plan. As they drew closer to the Bloodwolf gang's lair, the number of pedestrians began to dwindle, and an oppressive silence filled the air. Every step of Sig and Katarina felt like a drumbeat, heralding the impending battle. Yet, they showed no signs of fear, instead wearing faint smiles, as if everything was under control. Finally, the lair of the Bloodwolf gang appeared in sight, a massive fortress built of stone, surrounded by stern guards. Sig and Katarina stopped in their tracks, exchanged a glance, and then moved forward in unison, facing the fortress like two warriors about to step onto the battlefield. The guards of the Bloodwolf gang, who had been lazily leaning against the doorframe, regarded Sig and Katarina with disdainful and contemptuous looks. They were used to mocking every passerby with crude remarks, especially those who seemed easily intimidated outsiders. However, when they attempted to tease Katarina in the same way, they failed to realize they were facing an entirely different opponent this time. Katarina moved like lightning. In the blink of an eye, the throats of two guards had been slashed open by her seemingly unremarkable dagger. The action was clean and decisive, showing extraordinary combat skills and calm judgment. The guards' expressions instantly shifted from contempt to disbelief and terror. They didn't even have time to let out a scream before collapsing to the ground, blood staining the earth beneath them. Everything around seemed to freeze at that moment, with only the sound of the wind and the distant crashing waves breaking the silence. Sig and Katarina continued forward, not looking back at the two guards lying on the ground. Their steps were firm and their expressions calm, as if what had just happened was merely a trivial interlude. This scene shocked everyone nearby, including the fleeing informants. They stopped, turned to look at the couple, filled with awe and confusion. Sig and Katarina's actions proved they were true powerhouses, daring to directly challenge the Bloodwolf gang, something unprecedented in the island's history. As Sig and Katarina's figures disappeared before the gates of the Bloodwolf gang's lair, a wave of whispers and astonishment erupted among the onlookers. No one dared to underestimate this couple any longer. They had become legendary heroes, willing to stand up against evil forces even in such a dangerous environment. Inside the Bloodwolf gang, when the news broke, chaos ensued. The gang leader furiously slammed his fist on the table, vowing to dismember those two who dared to provoke him. But at the same time, he felt a twinge of unease. After all, those who could silently eliminate the guards were certainly not easy opponents. The members of the Bloodwolf gang began to feel tense. An unprecedented battle was about to unfold on this land. Sig and Katarina stepped into the territory of the Bloodwolf gang like two tigers invading a wolf's den. The onlookers outside, who had originally planned to follow Sig and Katarina and report to the Bloodwolf gang, were filled with terror after witnessing Katarina's shocking strike. They instinctively covered their mouths, fearing that any sound might draw the attention of these two mysterious powerhouses. Heartbeats quickened, sweat trickled down their foreheads, and their eyes were filled with disbelief and deep fear. One of them, trembling, carefully described the scene to his companions. Did you see that? That woman, with just a dagger, took out the guards of the Bloodwolf gang. The others listened, dumbfounded, exchanging glances filled with disbelief. For years, the Bloodwolf gang had ruled the island with an iron fist, and almost no one dared to challenge them directly. Yet today, this man and woman were so bold, not only avoiding confrontation, but actively attacking, which seemed utterly inconceivable to them. The news spread rapidly through the crowd like wildfire. Soon, the entire island knew that two people dared to openly provoke the Bloodwolf gang. Some were shocked, while others felt invigorated. After all, For the residents living under the shadow of the Blood Wolf gang, this was undoubtedly a breath of fresh air, showing them the possibility of resistance. Meanwhile, within the Blood Wolf gang, when the names Sig and Katarina were mentioned, the leaders' faces turned grim. These two were not ordinary characters. They were truly tough opponents. In his anger, the gang leader had to admit that their methods were indeed skillful. Being able to eliminate the guards so quietly in such a short time indicated their high combat skill and calm minds. The guards on the tower initially thought that, with the advantage of height and their firearms, they could easily control the situation. They shouted loudly, ordering Sig and Katarina to drop their weapons and raise their hands in surrender, attempting to intimidate the uninvited guests with authority and force. However, their confidence and arrogance evaporated in the next moment. Just as he finished speaking and was about to pull the trigger, Katarina's figure vanished from his sight like a phantom. The guard's heart tightened, and an inexplicable fear enveloped him, as if countless eyes were watching him from the shadows. Instinctively looking around, he found no suspicious signs, only a vague sense of chill creeping up his back. Then he felt a coldness on his neck, as if a cold blade had gently brushed against him. The guard instinctively reached for his neck but froze at that moment. Katarina had silently appeared behind him. The sharp dagger was pressed against his skin, and with a slight movement, it could be fatal. "Now, it's your turn to surrender," Katarina's voice echoed in the guard's ear, deep and menacing, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. The woman before him possessed speed and agility beyond the ordinary, along with terrifying combat skills. The guard on the tower slowly raised his hands, giving up resistance. In front of this mysterious woman, any struggle was futile. The act of surrender rang like a heavy hammer, striking a blow to the morale of the Blood Wolf gang. Sig and Katarina's actions were not just a direct provocation to the Blood Wolf gang, but also a challenge to their dominant position. The arrival of Sig and Katarina was like an unstoppable storm, sweeping through the entire territory of the Blood Wolf gang. From the moment they stepped into the realm of the gang, they had resolved to eradicate this cancer and provide an account to all the oppressed innocents. Their plan was meticulous, their goal clear: to give the Blood Wolf gang a bloody lesson, making them deeply understand that bullying others recklessly would ultimately lead to their own downfall. Katarina's actions, with her ghost-like speed and precise attacks, instilled dread in the guards of the Blood Wolf gang. Every time she appeared, it meant the end of another life. Her figure moved like an invisible wind, weaving through enemies and leaving behind a trail of shock and confusion. Those once invincible guards, upon seeing Sig, would instinctively glance around, fearing that the ghostly woman would suddenly appear and deliver a fatal blow. Sig stood like a mountain, steady as a rock. His very presence was a deterrent. Lacking Katarina's speed and stealth, every action he took was filled with power and determination. He coordinated seamlessly with Katarina, one facing the enemy head-on, the other launching a flanking attack, causing the defenses of the Blood Wolf gang to crumble in an instant. As Sig and Katarina delved deeper into the core of the Blood Wolf gang, everywhere they went left behind a wasteland and despair. The members of the Blood Wolf gang began to realize that this couple was not ordinary challengers, but true destroyers. They started to scatter, hoping to save their lives in this catastrophe. In a luxurious yet eerie conference room in the core area of the Blood Wolf gang, the gang leader's face was like a stormy sky, burning with rage. He slammed his hand on the table, his voice filled with fury and unwillingness. "Let those fools outside die as many as they can. As long as our elite remains alive, how much storm can they stir?" As soon as the gang leader's words fell, the atmosphere in the conference room became tense and strange. Present were the high-ranking members of the Blood Wolf gang, who usually enjoyed the glory and wealth that power brought, but at this moment, they felt an unprecedented crisis. However, to placate the furious leader and to protect their own interests, they all echoed his sentiments, showering him with praise and flattery. "The leader is wise and powerful. Our elite forces are more than capable of handling any challenge. Yes, leader, your strategy is absolutely correct. We just need to hold our ground. Those provocateurs are ultimately just clowns. Leader, your wisdom shines like a beacon, illuminating our path forward. We will surely weather this storm and make the Blood Wolf gang even stronger." Though these words were filled with flattery, they also reflected to some extent, the confidence and determination of the Blood Wolf Gang's higher-ups. With the elite forces of the Blood Wolf Gang, they believed they could still control the situation and dissipate the threat posed by Sig and Katarina. However, they did not realize that the arrival of Sig and Katarina was not just a simple conflict, but a challenge to the very foundation of the Blood Wolf Gang's rule. Just as the high-ranking members were discussing countermeasures in the conference room, trying to salvage the situation, Sig and Katarina had already quietly approached their core territory. They were well aware of the internal situation of the Blood Wolf Gang, and each of their actions precisely struck at the enemy's vital points. After the outer defenses collapsed, the elite forces of the Blood Wolf Gang became their new target. Sig and Katarina worked seamlessly together, utilizing terrain and tactical advantages to systematically dismantle the elite forces of the Blood Wolf Gang. Each raid was like a sharp knife, tearing through the gang's defensive network. To them, the so-called elite of the Blood Wolf Gang were nothing but paper tigers. Once the outer defenses were lost, their fragile essence was laid bare. As the fighting deepened, the elite forces of the Blood Wolf Gang gradually fell apart, and the atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly heavy. The roar of the gang leader and the flattery of the higher-ups were gradually replaced by the real sounds of gunfire from the battlefield. They began to realize that the challenge posed by Sig and Katarina was far more severe than they had imagined. The future of the Blood Wolf Gang was now facing an unprecedented test. The gang leader's last line of defense was a pack of mutated wild wolves he had carefully nurtured over the years. These wild wolves, genetically modified and specially trained, were massive, muscular, and had teeth as sharp as knives, their eyes revealing the cruelty and cunning of beasts. They were confined in sturdy cages made of heavy steel, which were incredibly robust, making it nearly impossible for even the strongest human to break them. Driven by hunger and anger, these mutated wild wolves awaited the leader's command, ready to pounce on any unfortunate target that fell into their grasp. The leader understood that these mutated wild wolves were his trump card against Sig and Katarina. Even the strongest warriors would feel powerless in the face of such numbers and power. Therefore, when Sig and Katarina approached, he did not immediately order the release of the wolves, but waited for the best opportunity to deliver a deadly surprise to these uninvited guests. At the headquarters of the Blood Wolf Gang, a heavy door symbolizing power and authority suddenly crumbled like paper with a deafening crash, splintering into pieces that scattered like shrapnel, while smoke quickly filled the hall, making it difficult to discern direction. Before the smoke had cleared, a dozen corpses were thrown in, landing heavily on the ground with a dull thud. The elites and underlings in the hall, who had been anxiously discussing how to deal with Sig and Katarina's assault, were now left dumbfounded by this scene. Their faces were filled with shock and fear as they struggled to believe that the bodies on the ground were once their comrades, now reduced to piles of flesh under the enemy's hands. What is happening? One of the underlings stammered, his voice trembling, clearly terrified by the scene before him. In such a short time, had they already reached our headquarters? The atmosphere in the hall instantly dropped to freezing point, as everyone realized the seriousness of the situation. Sig and Katarina's combat abilities far exceeded their expectations. Like ghosts, they had silently infiltrated the core of the Blood Wolf Gang, breaking through defenses one by one until they reached the heart of the organization. The elite members of the Blood Wolf Gang exchanged glances, beginning to realize that against such enemies, sheer brute force might no longer be sufficient. What Sig and Katarina demonstrated was not just extraordinary combat skills, but also a manifestation of strategy and intelligence, always able to predict the Blood Wolf Gang's next moves and strike with deadly precision at the most unexpected moments. At this moment, the higher-ups of the Blood Wolf Gang had to reassess the situation. If they did not take more decisive and intelligent measures, the power and resources accumulated over the years could vanish overnight. They began urgent discussions, attempting to devise strategies to counter Sig and Katarina, while also considering how to calm the internal panic within the gang to prevent the entire organization from descending into chaos. Just as the higher-ups of the Blood Wolf Gang were immersed in shock and panic, trying to find a way out, two figures suddenly appeared at the entrance of the hall, breaking the deathly silence like divine soldiers descending from the heavens. Sieg and Katarina, the rising stars from the island, entered the hall with a calm demeanor, their presence lighting up the entire space like a flash of lightning. Sieg's gaze was resolute, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. "What method are all of you preparing to die by?" This sentence hit the hearts of the Blood Wolf Gang's higher-ups like a heavy hammer, instilling an unprecedented sense of pressure and despair. Katarina stood beside Sieg, elegant yet cold, every inch of her skin exuding a lethal aura. Her gaze swept across everyone present, penetrating their hearts to see their fears and weaknesses. She did not speak, but her silence itself was a form of intimidation, making the members of the Blood Wolf Gang feel suffocated. Faced with such a scene, the higher-ups of the Blood Wolf Gang exchanged glances, their hearts filled with conflict and struggle. On one hand, they were reluctant to easily give up the power and status they had accumulated over the years. On the other hand, they also understood that against formidable opponents like Sieg and Katarina, any resistance could be futile. In the silence of confrontation, time seemed to freeze. All eyes in the hall were focused on Sieg and Katarina, waiting for their next move. Under the command of the Blood Wolf Gang leader, a group of elite subordinates armed with various strange weapons surged towards Sieg like a tide. However, Sieg merely smiled faintly, already having a plan in mind. At this moment, Katarina, like the embodiment of death, glided through the enemy ranks like a specter, her dagger resembling the Grim Reaper's scythe, taking a life with each swing. Blood traced arcs of crimson in the air, dripping to the ground with a soft and chilling sound. Katarina's movements were precise and lethal, each action calculated, as if issuing a silent warning to all challengers. Sieg stood still, his gaze penetrating through the chaos to meet the Blood Wolf Gang leader's eyes, filled with both disdain and determination. Katarina, with her ruthless efficiency, gradually closed the encirclement until the elite members of the Blood Wolf Gang fell one by one, leaving only a floor covered in corpses and the scent of blood lingering in the air. The space, once filled with noise and vitality, had now transformed into a battlefield filled with bloodshed and eerie silence. The air was thick with a pungent mix of the smell of death and metal. It was the scent of blood, strong and nauseating, reminding every surviving soul that this was a stage of brutal reality, not a paradise of fantasy. Shattered wooden door fragments lay scattered on the ground, quietly recounting the violent impact that had occurred not long ago. Those once living pirates were now just cold corpses, carelessly discarded in the hall, their positions twisted, expressions frozen in the fear and pain of their last moments. The blood-soaked ground resembled an abstract canvas of death, recording the fierce battle that had taken place. In the hall, the previous clamor had completely vanished, replaced by a deathly silence. This silence was not peaceful, but oppressive, like an invisible hand tightly gripping every person's throat, making it hard to breathe. Even the sound of breathing became abnormally clear, each heartbeat like a tolling bell, reminding everyone how fragile life appeared here. In this dead silence, only the figures of Sieg and Katarina stood out distinctly. Standing there, it was as if they had just crossed over from another world, forming a stark contrast with the surrounding environment. The leader of the Blood Wolf Gang, a seasoned veteran with a ruthless heart, was slowly rising from the high throne, moving with calm composure, each step striking a chord in the hearts of the onlookers. As he walked, the air in the entire hall seemed to freeze. Everyone held their breath, afraid to make any sound, lest they break this heavy atmosphere. The applause began softly, like the night wind brushing the treetops, and then gradually grew louder, like the low growl before a storm, echoing throughout the space. The applause was not enthusiastic. Rather, it carried a mocking tone, ridiculing the fallen subordinates and the bravery of Sieg and Katarina standing before him. A group of brave men, their voices deep and magnetic, laced with a barely perceptible sarcasm. It was truly simple and easy to kill off all my useless subordinates. Each word was like an icy blade, sharp and cold, penetrating the heart. As he stepped down from the throne, the face that had been shrouded in shadow gradually came into view. The expression was not fierce. On the contrary, there was a chilling calmness and composure. Those deep-set eyes seemed capable of swallowing all light, the flickering glimmers revealing a disregard for death and a thirst for power. The further he walked down, the more one could feel the ghostly chill radiating from him. It was a temperament honed through countless battles and brushes with death, evoking a sense of awe and fear, like a beast lurking in the shadows, ready to pounce on the next target. Finally, he stopped at a distance not far from Sig and Katarina, their gazes meeting, and sparks seemed to collide in the air. The leader of the Blood Wolf gang's lips curled into a cold smile, devoid of any goodwill. Only the delight of a hunter regarding his prey. Slowly, he spoke, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. You indeed have courage, and you do have the ability. But in this world, that is not enough. You killed my men, which means you have made enemies of me. I am curious, what do you plan to do next? In this chilly and tense atmosphere, the appearance of the leader of the Blood Wolf gang was like a shadow in the dark, his gaze sharp and filled with threat. The scattered remnants of battle around bore witness to the fierce clash that had just occurred. And now everything was still, with only him facing the two brave challengers, Sig and Katarina. The leader of the Blood Wolf gang continued, his tone laced with disdain and pride. They are dead, those useless fools. But now, I have more energy to recruit subordinates who are stronger than them. His gaze shifted between Sig and Katarina, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. I must thank both of you. If it weren't for you, I would have hesitated to eliminate those incapable fellows. However, when his next words came out, Sig could hardly suppress a laugh. This leader, a well-known figure in the underworld, actually wanted to recruit the two of them as his subordinates. Your strength has impressed me. The leader's voice revealed a hint of sincerity, especially your courage and decisiveness. That is exactly what I need. I think, if you're willing, we could cooperate under my command, and you would receive far more resources and opportunities than you have now. Faced with the proposal from the leader of the Blood Wolf gang, Sig and Katarina did not respond immediately. Instead, they chose another response, sarcasm. This attitude was undoubtedly a direct challenge to the leader's authority, but they seemed unconcerned about the potential consequences. Sig's lips curled into a cold smile, speaking in a nonchalant tone. You look so androgynous, like you just ran out of some theater troupe. Since you want to recruit us, why haven't you made a move yet? Are you just a waste of space? A leader in name only? Katarina chimed in, equally unyielding, with an almost mocking tone. Yes, we all thought the leader of the Blood Wolf gang should be someone with courage and prowess, but turns out he is just a pillow stuffed with empty words. Their words were sharp, each sentence like a knife stabbing at the leader's sore spots. The leader's expression darkened, the air around them instantly solidifying, the atmosphere becoming tense. Anger flashed in the leader's eyes, yet it did not explode immediately. Instead, he took a deep breath, trying to maintain his composure. These two young people's strength should not be underestimated. If he acted rashly, not only might he fail to subdue them, but he could also damage his own reputation. You have guts. The leader spoke slowly, his voice low and filled with threat. But I can give you a chance to reconsider. My patience is limited, so don't make me regret giving you this opportunity. Outside on the streets, some ordinary people afraid of the Blood Wolf gang's oppression, and some hidden experts were observing everything in various ways. Some of them used binoculars to spy on the happenings inside the gang's headquarters from a distance. Others approached quietly, trying to capture more details. When they heard Sig's merciless sarcasm, the reactions among the crowd varied. Ordinary people might only feel an indescribable fear, worried about Sig and Katarina's safety, while also fearing that the Blood Wolf gang might retaliate against innocent civilians. Meanwhile, those experts were filled with a mix of shock and concern. Did they not know that the leader of the Blood Wolf gang's methods were more powerful than all his subordinates combined? One expert muttered softly, clearly astonished by Sig and Katarina's actions. In his view, these two were either ignorant and fearless or possessed absolute strength capable of contending with the leader of the Blood Wolf gang. This is going to be the catastrophic showdown. Another expert shook his head and sighed, secretly speculating about the outcome of this conflict. For these bystanders, this was not just a clash of power, but also a test of courage and wisdom. Upon hearing Sig and Katarina's mockery, the muscles in the leader's face twitched, and his aura suddenly intensified, a powerful presence spreading like a hurricane, causing the temperature in the entire room to seem to drop a few degrees. Anger flickered in his eyes, yet he maintained a fearsome calmness. Seeing this, Sig was not deterred. Instead, he laughed even more heartily. Looking at the leader, his tone was filled with disdain. "Is this the extent of your ability, and you dare to recruit us as your subordinates? Truly, a toad wearing a frog's skin, ugly and pretending to be grand." This statement sent ripples through the air, the tense atmosphere reaching its peak. The leader of the Blood Wolf gang's expression darkened further, and the flames of revenge burned in his deep-set eyes. However, just as they realized that the two people present were not ordinary individuals, possessing not only extraordinary strength but also formidable courage, the voice of the gang leader resonated deeply and threateningly. "Very well, you have successfully piqued my interest. I will give you a chance to showcase your strength, but remember, this is the territory of the Blood Wolf gang, and the rules are set by me." The leader of the Blood Wolf gang lightly pressed a concealed button hidden within his sleeve. Suddenly, a low mechanical roar echoed through the room, as if some colossal machine was awakening. Following that, the ground began to tremble slightly, accompanied by a rhythmic and dense sound, like the pounding of hooves as thousands of horses galloped, resonating through the space with a tight rhythm and overwhelming momentum. This sound was akin to the beating of drums before a military battle, heralding the imminent clash. Everyone present felt an unprecedented tension. Even their breathing grew heavy. The air was filled not only with the sound of machinery operating, but also with an indescribable aura of death. Sig and Katarina remained vigilant, their eyes fixed firmly on the gang leader, bodies slightly leaning forward, ready to respond to any sudden situation. They understood that this was no ordinary demonstration, but rather a test meticulously orchestrated by the gang leader, perhaps also a warning. As time passed, the thunderous sound, reminiscent of hooves, gradually became clearer, indicating that something was slowly rising from deep within the ground. The floor in the center of the room began to part slowly, revealing a deep crack, from which a faint glow flickered, signaling the imminent emergence of some unknown entity. As the crack widened, darkness was gradually penetrated by beams of ghostly green and blood-red light. Countless pairs of eyes glimmered in the darkness, exuding a ferocious aura unique to beasts. A mingled scent of blood and decay wafted forth, causing hearts to race. These eyes belonged to creatures from the depths of the earth, and their masters were slowly emerging from the darkness. So numerous that they were almost impossible to count. At least 1,000 muscular, hulking wolf dogs, their eyes flickering like ghostly flames in the dim light. The size of these wolf dogs far exceeded what an ordinary person might see, each possessing astonishing strength and agility, radiating a fierce aura that could make any living being tremble. A smug smile appeared on the face of the Blood Wolf gang leader as he slowly spoke, his voice laced with a cruel pride. "These are my treasures. They have devoured countless humans to cultivate such invincible combat power. You can still surrender now." Sig and Katarina remained unfazed, having already undergone numerous life and death trials. Although the scene before them was shocking, it did not waver their resolve. Once they entered this room, there was no turning back. Surrender was not an option for them. Sig's gaze swept over the snarling wolf dogs, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "No matter how many treasures you have, they're just a bunch of beasts. True combat relies on wisdom and courage, not numbers." Katarina gripped her weapon tightly, her eyes sharp as a hawk, ready to face the challenges ahead. "We will not give up easily," she stated firmly. "We will prove that even your so-called treasures cannot stop our advance." Sig's taunting voice echoed in the room, his words like icy daggers aimed directly at the heart of the Blood Wolf gang leader. "What use are these wolves? If this is all you have, you best clean your head and prepare to have it taken off." His voice dripped with disdain and provocation, each word striking the gang leader's pride like a heavy hammer. The leader's face turned ashen, his eyes igniting with raging fury as he could no longer tolerate such insult. Without hesitation, he issued a command, leaping down from his high seat, a gigantic 6-meter-long cleaver appearing in his hand, its blade shining with a cold silver light. Like a lightning bolt slicing through the night sky, he stepped into the void, his figure agile like a cheetah, the massive blade carving a perfect arc in the air. the airflow around the blade producing a sharp whistle, threatening to tear through the space. With a mighty roar, raging wave slash. With his furious shout, the giant cleaver struck down towards the position of Sig and Katarina, the wind from the blade causing the air to tremble and forming a visible shockwave. The power of raging wave slash was astonishing. It was not merely a display of strength, but also the culmination of the leader's years of martial arts mastery. With each strike containing the momentum of a towering wave, aiming to completely crush any obstacles. This move tested not only the user's strength and skills, but also represented the ultimate manifestation of their mental will. The spectators outside, whether members of the Blood Wolf gang or other martial artists, maintained a safe distance, fearing being caught up in the impending fierce battle. Their eyes flickered with complex emotions, anticipation for the upcoming bloody scene and sympathy for the fate of Sig and Katarina. After all, challenging the leader of the Blood Wolf gang was never an easy task, especially when he showcased his most lethal technique. "Look," a seasoned pirate whispered to a young apprentice beside him. "This is the fate of the ignorant." The Blood Wolf gang leader's raging wave slash has once killed dozens of masters with a single strike. These two fools dare to challenge him. They're truly seeking their own demise. Another seemingly experienced observer nodded, adding they might have some real skills, but in front of the Blood Wolf gang leader, that little bit of skill is utterly insignificant. The power of raging wave slash is not something to be taken lightly. The surrounding discussions surged, and almost no one believed that Sig and Katarina could survive this battle. Some even began to speculate whether, after this fight, the Blood Wolf gang leader would challenge the other spectators to assert his absolute authority. However, despite the seemingly hopeless situation, Sig and Katarina remained calm. A cunning glint flashed in Sig's eyes as he calculated something. Meanwhile, Katarina tightened her grip on her weapon, her muscles tense and ready to face the forthcoming storm. Just as the raging wave slash was about to descend and the tension in the air reached its peak, Sig suddenly issued a command. "Katarina now." Katarina reacted swiftly, her form darting to the side like an arrow released from a bow, avoiding the direct impact of the raging wave slash. At the same time, Sig also took action, opting not to clash head-on, but cleverly dodging the leader's attack using the surrounding environment for cover. The raging wave slash landed where they had originally stood, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris, but Sig and Katarina were already gone. Although the leader's attack was powerful, it failed to hit its target. The spectators outside were stunned at this scene, then erupted into a clamor. Unexpectedly, Sig and Katarina were able to easily evade the Blood Wolf gang leader's lethal move, prompting a reassessment of their strength. The synergy between Sig and Katarina, along with their calmness and wit in a critical moment, shocked everyone present. Those who initially thought they were doomed began to reconsider their judgments. Sig faced the Blood Wolf gang leader, his eyes glinting with a mocking light. Standing unfazed by the surrounding threats, his voice carried an undeniable confidence. "Listen, if you're willing to put down that big knife and deliver a raging slash to your own head, I can pretend nothing happened and all grievances will be wiped clean." The leader was taken aback at first, then burst into a wild, disdainful laugh filled with contempt and anger. "Delusional," he roared. "Who do you think you're to ask me to destroy my own future?" Sig shook his head helplessly, as if explaining to an unruly child. "Someone like you, I could take down with a single punch. But sometimes, living requires more courage than dying. Your choice now will determine your future path." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere around them grew even tenser. The leader's wolf dogs let out low growls in response to their master's emotional shift. However, Sig's composure left everyone astonished. His words were boastful, yet they revealed an indescribable confidence that he truly had the ability to back them up. Katarina quietly observed everything from the side, her eyes reflecting trust in Sig and readiness for the impending battle. Every word from Sig held deep meaning, as he attempted to end this conflict in a different way, even if it seemed utterly absurd. The leader's laughter gradually ceased, his gaze becoming colder, his grip on the massive knife tightening. Clearly, Sig's proposal did not sway him. Instead, it ignited a stronger fighting spirit. He prepared to attack once more, intending to respond to Sig's provocation with action. Seeing this, Sig smiled slightly, having anticipated the leader's reaction. He exchanged a glance with Katarina, signaling her to prepare for the upcoming fight. They silently understood each other, ready to face the Bloodwolf Gang leader's more intense onslaught. The spectators around held their breath, awaiting the next moment. They did not know if Sig and Katarina had the ability to fulfill their promises, but they understood that this confrontation would determine the fate of many, including the Bloodwolf Gang leader himself. Besi. Katarina's eyes sparkled with determination as she softly said to him, "Don't worry, I'm confident I can take this guy down." Her tone revealed an undeniable resolve, clearly confident in her abilities. Meanwhile, the wolf dogs summoned by the Bloodwolf Gang leader began to exhibit unusual behavior. They sensed a special aura emanating from Sig, a presence known as Conqueror as Haki. This Haki could only be mastered by a very few extraordinarily gifted individuals, capable of intimidating weaker creatures and even influencing the minds of the strong to some extent. Upon sensing this aura, the wolf dogs tucked their tails between their legs, their previously fierce gazes becoming hesitant, unwilling to take another step forward. Sig and Katarina were no longer mere opponents, but had become an insurmountable obstacle. This scene not only shocked the Bloodwolf Gang leader, who had never seen his wolf dogs so afraid, but it was even harder for him to accept that this fear stemmed from an apparently ordinary man. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by anger. Among the onlookers, this scene also caused a huge stir. People began to whisper, discussing the origins and strength of these two strangers. "Did you see that? Those wolf dogs actually dared not approach them." "Yeah, how is that possible? The Bloodwolf Gang leader's dogs are notoriously fierce and have never feared anyone. It seems these two are definitely not simple. There must be something special about them for the dogs to be so afraid. Who are these two? I've never heard of such figures before. Maybe they are powerful warriors from afar, here for some reason to challenge the Bloodwolf Gang leader. In any case, this is quite an eye-opener today. Such a battle is probably hard to see once in a lifetime." The clash between the Bloodwolf Gang leader and Katarina instantly ignited a tense atmosphere throughout the scene. The leader swung his massive, 6-meter-long blade, each strike accompanied by a whistling wind aimed at splitting the space. Meanwhile, Katarina deftly maneuvered between the blade's edge, holding a sharp dagger in each hand, each swing accurately targeting the gaps in the leader's defenses. When the knife and dagger collided, the sound of metal clashing was sharp and clear, sparks flying, appearing particularly dazzling in the dim room. Each contact felt like a tremor between heaven and earth, the collision of power distorting the surrounding air. As time passed, the Bloodwolf Gang leader began to feel an unprecedented pressure. The shock within him intensified as he realized that this woman before him seemed to surpass him in skills and moves. Katarina's movements were fluid and precise, each strike containing incredible speed and power, and she seemed to always anticipate the leader's next move, causing his every attack to miss. Sweat began to bead on the leader's forehead, and his breathing grew heavy. He started to realize that this was not just a contest of strength, but also a battle of intelligence and skill. Katarina's fighting style was tricky, always finding opportunities to counterattack at the most unlikely moments. This woman, the Bloodwolf Gang leader, thought to himself, her combat experience and techniques were far richer and more sophisticated than I imagined. Who exactly is she? Why does she possess such astonishing strength? However, even in such a disadvantaged position, the Bloodwolf Gang leader showed no sign of retreat. Gritting his teeth, he decided to unleash all his potential and would never easily admit defeat. He began to adjust his strategy, attempting to find a flaw in Katarina's defense in hopes of turning the tide of battle. Meanwhile, Katarina remained focused and calm, handling each of the leader's attacks with poise. Her fighting style was both fierce and graceful, each movement resembling a dance of death, causing everyone present to hold their breath. In this brief yet intense exchange, the Bloodwolf Gang leader's clothes were already tattered by Katarina's daggers, blood gushing from his wounds, dripping onto the cold floor and producing a faint yet exceptionally clear ticking sound. This sound echoed in the quiet battlefield, becoming the only melody, sending chills down spines. Katarina stood there, expression calm. Her words were like ice in the cold wind, instilling a deep-seated chill. It has been a long time since I last took action, and I have become somewhat rusty. However, I am still accustomed to letting my opponents bleed to death. The leader of the Blood Wolf gang felt a chill in his heart upon hearing this. He had originally thought of himself as the ruler here, possessing absolute power and strength, but at this moment, facing such a calm and deadly opponent, he felt a real threat for the first time. He realized that he might have underestimated Katarina's strength and determination. However, the leader of the Blood Wolf gang was not someone who would easily yield. He quickly adjusted his breathing, trying to mentally escape this passive situation. He knew he had to concentrate and use every bit of strength he had to have a chance to turn the situation around. In the final rounds of confrontation, the leader of the Blood Wolf gang finally showed signs of fatigue and fear. He began to plead for mercy, his voice trembling noticeably. "Please, spare my life. Whatever you want, I can give it to you." However, Katarina showed no hesitation, her movements swift and lethal like a ghost in the night. Amidst the blurred shadows, the dagger found the leader's vital spot with precision. The blade pierced his chest, followed by his throat. Each attack was accurate, leaving the leader almost no chance to catch his breath. His eyes were filled with disbelief and despair. He tried to speak, but could only make intermittent, indistinct gurgling sounds, like a drowning person struggling for one last breath. As his consciousness gradually faded, his last thought was one of regret for provoking such a strong enemy and scolding the reckless behavior of the gang's outer members. Why did it come to this? This was the last question in his mind before it dissipated. He couldn't understand how he had fallen in such a predicament, provoking monsters like Sig and Katarina. Life quietly ended amidst confusion and chaos. Sig stood aside, watching everything unfold with little change in expression. For him, this was merely another proof of the importance of strength. He turned to Katarina, and without words, their eyes exchanged understanding and support. After the battle ended, the whole room fell into a brief silence, with only the sound of the Blood Wolf gang leader's collapse and his final gasps echoing in the air. Sig and Katarina surveyed their surroundings. The end of this battle was just a small step in their journey. More challenges awaited them ahead. The surrounding crowd, having witnessed this thrilling battle, was visibly shocked. Their whispers rose and fell as they discussed Katarina and Sig's extraordinary skills, especially Katarina's stunning combat techniques. "Did you see that? That woman's skills are terrifying. Like a killer straight out of hell," a bystander said quietly to a companion, his voice filled with awe. Another listener nodded in agreement. "Yes, she and that man are an unbeatable duo." The leader of the Blood Wolf gang was like a paper tiger in front of them. These two must never be provoked. A seemingly influential figure in the underworld warned his subordinates. "We need to remember their faces and issue a warning back home, telling everyone in our territory not to mess with these two hellhounds." "Exactly," another voice chimed in. "The fate of the Blood Wolf gang leader is the best lesson. We don't want to invite disaster due to a moment of impulse." These whispers and warnings quickly spread through the crowd, creating an invisible pressure. Everyone realized that Sig and Katarina not only possessed extraordinary combat abilities, but their presence seemed to herald a new order about to be established in this underworld where strength was everything. Sig and Katarina had clearly proven their strength. As the news spread, people began to reassess their positions and actions. Some forces that had originally intended to oppose Sig and Katarina started to consider whether to change their strategies to avoid provoking these unpredictable powerhouses. Sig and Katarina's eyes met, flowing with a sense of tacit understanding and trust. Although the battle was intense, its purpose was not to conquer or dominate. Their actions on this island were more to fulfill their mission rather than get involved in unnecessary conflicts. Katarina softly said, "Clearing obstacles, that's all. We don't need more enemies, nor allies. We only need those wild dogs that won't block our way." Sig nodded, his gaze sweeping around, able to perceive every hidden secret in the corners. "We have no intention of playing power games, but if someone insists on provoking us, we won't back down. Strength is the only thing that can keep us moving forward." They began to tidy up the battlefield, ensuring no unnecessary traces were left, while also searching for potentially useful information. Sig discovered a map on the Blood Wolf gang leader, marked with the coordinates of some islands and dense notes that seemed to record some trading routes. Katarina checked the leader's weapons and equipment, finding a finely made short sword, which she kept as a souvenir or a future tool. She said to Sig, "This thing is well made. It might come in handy later." Sig replied, "We need to leave here quickly to avoid more trouble coming our way. The remnants of the Blood Wolf gang will likely discover their boss is dead soon, and we should not wait for them here." The two quickly left the scene, their figures soon disappearing into the night, leaving only debris and the lingering smell of blood. The onlookers continued to whisper, filled with curiosity about this mysterious pair, yet also felt an unprecedented sense of awe. In the following days, Sig and Katarina's names swept across the entire island like a storm, even spreading to more distant places. People began to spread tales of a woman whose knife skills were elusive like a ghost. They were fearless, yet never easily made enemies, only striking when necessary and leaving no survivors. After Sig and Katarina left, the atmosphere on the island became unusually tense. Those forces that had been hiding in the shadows, observing, now exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting complex emotions, fear, caution, but more so, a submission to the instinct for survival. Every word from Sig and Katarina was sending them a clear signal. Ignoring this signal would have consequences. The fate of the Blood Wolf gang leader had already given the most direct warning. A seemingly leading middle-aged man, dressed in luxurious robes and with a serious expression, cleared his throat, breaking the silence. "Friends, we have all seen it. Strength is the only language in this world. Sig and Katarina have already made their position clear." The crowd nodded in agreement. This middle-aged man's words were effectively setting the tone for the actions to come. "We do not need to become enemies, but we must not become their targets either." Another woman, dressed in tight-fitting clothes and with sharp eyes, added, "What we need is to find a balance that can protect our interests while avoiding unnecessary conflicts." "Agreed," someone interjected. He was a burly man with a deep, powerful voice. "We must unite, share intelligence, and collectively resist external threats." The presence of Sig and Catalina poses a challenge to us, but it also presents an opportunity to reassess our alliances. Everyone present began to discuss quietly, exchanging opinions, and soon reached a consensus. They decided to form a temporary alliance aimed at maintaining peace and stability on the island while guarding against any potential external threats. This alliance would regularly share intelligence and coordinate resources to ensure the safety of all members. As the news spread, more factions were drawn to join, collectively committing to abide by the alliance's rules and avoid unnecessary conflicts. Under the indirect influence of Sig and Catalina, order on the island began to take on a new form, with relationships between factions becoming more delicate yet stable. However, this did not mean that all tension and hostility had vanished. There were still small factions, motivated by greed or ignorance, attempting to challenge the new order. But they would soon realize that the island was no longer the place where one could act with impunity. The emergence of Sig and Catalina, along with the ensuing alliance, had quietly changed the rules here. Strength and wisdom had become the keys to survival. The peripheral members of the Blood Wolf gang were filled with fear and unease upon learning the news of their leader's demise. Faced with such formidable opponents as Sig and Catalina, any attempts at revenge would only be futile and could even bring about greater disaster. Thus, they began to take action, try to erase their ties to the Blood Wolf gang to avoid becoming the next targets. Some chose to flee the island, hoping to start anew elsewhere, changing their names and going into hiding to completely escape the shadows of their past. Others remained on the island, cautiously altering their identities, blending into other factions or becoming ordinary people, acting discreetly and refraining from any activities that might attract attention. In every corner of the island, news of the Blood Wolf gang leader's death spread rapidly, and those who had previously interacted with the gang began to tread carefully, severing ties to avoid being drawn into the turmoil. For a time, the underground world of the island seemed to have undergone a reshuffling, with the existing power structure changing overnight. The taverns and markets on the island, once bustling with activity, fell into a notable silence. People whispered about the legends of Catalina and Sig, while also probing each other to identify who had been peripheral members of the Blood Wolf gang to avoid inadvertently befriending potentially dangerous individuals. For those who truly understood the situation, this period was undoubtedly a torment. They had to constantly guard against unknown threats while striving to maintain an appearance of calm to avoid unnecessary suspicion. As time passed, the downfall of the Blood Wolf gang gradually became a warning to everyone on the island that strength and caution were the true paths to survival. Those surviving peripheral members of the Blood Wolf gang, regardless of how they chose to escape their past, had to admit that a new era was dawning. And they might only serve as footnotes in history, witnessing all these changes. Just as the factions on the island were busy reassessing their relationships and figuring out how to respond to the new order brought by Sig and Catalina, a puzzling rumor began to circulate quietly in various corners. According to eyewitnesses, the seemingly unfathomable pair did not leave the island as expected. Instead, they leisurely began to explore the island's attractions, as if they were just ordinary tourists here to enjoy the scenery and experience local culture. They strolled along the beach, enjoying the cool sea breeze, paused in front of ancient temples to savor the weight of history, and even sampled various snacks at the market, chatting amiably with the locals, appearing nothing like individuals who had just endured a life-and-death struggle. Such behavior left all factions bewildered. At the same time, it deepened their awe of Sig and Catalina's strength. How is this possible? A young gang member quietly asked in a tavern. They are such powerful warriors, yet they act as if nothing has happened. That precisely demonstrates their strength, a seasoned figure in the underworld slowly replied. True warriors do not wear their battles on their faces. They can control their emotions and do not let external disturbances affect their state of mind. This level is something we can hardly aspire to. Indeed, another voice agreed. They are like legendary hermits, acting at will yet capable of unleashing astonishing power at any moment. Such opponents are best approached with caution. As the news spread, the factions on the island began to treat Sig and Catalina with greater caution. They dared not approach easily or provoke them recklessly. Instead, some clever merchants and gang leaders began to ponder whether it would be possible to establish friendly relations with these two mysterious travelers by offering services or gifts, at least to ensure their interests would not be harmed. The attitude of Sig and Catalina not only showcased their confidence in their own strength, but also made the factions on the island realize that power was not merely a contest of force, but also a reflection of mindset and wisdom. In this atmosphere, life on the island gradually returned to normal, friction among different factions decreased, and a new order based on mutual respect began to take root. When Sig and Catalina were enjoying tranquility atop a mountain on the island, a dissonant sound suddenly broke the peace. They heard laughter in the distance, mixed with a woman's cries for help and resistance. Though the sounds were faint, they were particularly jarring in the serene mountain woods. A cold glint flashed in Catalina's eyes as she turned to look at Sig, whose expression had also grown serious. In such circumstances, it was impossible to turn a blind eye, even though their purpose for this outing was relaxation and exploration. It did not mean they would allow injustice to occur before their eyes. "Looks like our break is over," Catalina said softly, her tone carrying an undeniable resolve. They quickly approached the scene. There, they saw a group of men surrounding a young woman, attempting to commit violence against her. The girl's eyes were filled with fear and despair, yet she still tried to resist despite the overwhelming odds. Sig stood in place, fully aware of Catalina's capabilities and knowing she could handle any sudden situation on her own. Therefore, he chose to stay put, giving her enough space to deal with the matter. Catalina, just as Sig expected, strode confidently towards the group of men, her eyes glinting with a cold light. The moment the men saw Catalina, their smiles instantly froze. Initially thought to be just another easily manipulated prey, the woman before them exuded a heart-stopping aura. Her calm and sharp gaze felt like icy cold, creating an unprecedented sense of oppression for everyone present. Katarina stood before them, her posture elegant and composed, but her presence was unsettling, like the stillness before a storm. The group of men, upon seeing Katarina approach, did not immediately retreat, but instead grew bolder. Their eyes filled with desire. With self-satisfied smiles, they believed the woman before them would become their next plaything. One of the men, likely the leader of the group, brandished a dagger, attempting to assert his dominance in a barbaric manner, his tone laced with mockery and provocation. "Hey, beauty, You look far more interesting than our original plan. How about joining us? I guarantee you won't be bored tonight." The others chimed in, their voices mixed with alcohol and arrogance, seemingly unaware that Katarina was not someone to be trifled with. The daggers in their hands glinted menacingly in the sunlight, but this threat appeared feeble in front of Katarina. However, her reaction was unexpectedly calm. She showed no anger or fear, merely standing there quietly, her eyes resembling two bottomless lakes, hiding unfathomable depths. "You seem to have forgotten." Katarina's voice was steady and indifferent. "This is not a place where you can do as you please." As soon as she finished speaking, a burst of laughter erupted from the group of men, who thought it was just Katarina's bluff. But at that moment, Katarina moved. Her speed was so swift that the naked eye could hardly catch her movements. In just a few seconds, all the daggers were snatched from the men's hands. They hadn't even had time to react before being overwhelmed by Katarina's aura. She gently tossed the seized daggers to the ground, her gaze devoid of pity, only showing disdain for their foolishness. "Your toys are meaningless to me," she said. "If you want to keep a shred of dignity, get lost and don't let me see you again." Yet they stubbornly retorted, "We prefer to conquer women like you, who have flavor." "You think I have flavor, do you?" Katarina's voice was calm and deep, but each word pierced like an icicle. "Then you should be grateful, because this will be your last time feeling any flavor." After her words fell, Katarina moved like lightning, displaying agility and strength beyond the ordinary. In the blink of an eye, the group of men had all lost their heads, unable to react in time to Katarina's lethal skills. After dealing with them, Katarina said nothing more and turned to leave the scene. The woman witnessing the bloody spectacle felt as if the world had collapsed in an instant. Her eyes widened, reflecting terror and disbelief, unable to comprehend how everything had happened in such a short time. Her lips trembled, her throat felt choked, unable to scream, only producing faint whimpers. Her heart raced violently, each beat reminding her that she was still alive, instinctively wanting to flee this place filled with the scent of death. Her feet felt as if they were rooted to the ground, unable to move. She couldn't believe that the group of men who had just been eyeing her hungrily had now turned into a pile of corpses on the ground. The woman's gaze shifted to Katarina and Sig, seeing Katarina's departing figure and Sig's steadfast and silent presence. In her heart, the images of these two began to grow complex. They were both saviors and harbingers of death. She felt grateful for their rescue, yet feared their methods. Although deep down, she longed for safety and hoped they could take her away from this terrifying place. The fear of the unknown kept her from speaking out for help. She feared becoming the next target, afraid of drawing the attention of these seemingly powerful figures. So, she tightly covered her mouth, trying her best not to make any noise, lest she attract their attention. Her gaze flitted between the two and the corpses, her heart filled with conflicting emotions, not knowing what would happen next or if she could wake from this nightmare and return to a normal life. All she could do at that moment was to remain undetected, waiting for an opportunity to escape, or hoping that these two mysterious figures would notice her existence and provide her with a safe way out. Sig followed Katarina's steps, slowly descending along the mountain path. His steps were steady, but his gaze occasionally flicked to Katarina's profile, pondering something. Finally, he couldn't help but ask Katarina, "You know, sometimes I'm really curious why some people in this world are always so blindly confident. It seems they never believe that someone's strength can far exceed their imagination." Katarina didn't answer immediately. She continued walking until she found a flat stone to sit on, then slowly turned her head to look at Sig, a faint smile on her lips. "It's quite simple, Sig." Her voice was calm and profound. Humans tend to underestimate powers they don't understand. For those who live in their narrow world, it's difficult for them to accept that someone can surpass their cognitive boundaries. Their blind confidence is actually a defense mechanism to cover their inner fears and insecurities. She shook her head lightly, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. They are unwilling to acknowledge their ignorance, even less willing to face potential threats. So, when they encounter true strength, they often use mockery and disdain to mask their panic. However, this attitude ultimately leads to their destruction. Sig sat beside Katarina, listening intently to her words, nodding in agreement. You're right, Katarina. It's like an endless educational game. It's just that some people learn slowly and the cost is much higher. He sighed softly, gazing at the distant sea. We can't always save everyone, but at least we can prevent some unnecessary tragedies. Just as Sig and Katarina were immersed in their conversation, enjoying the tranquility of the mountaintop, sudden black smoke began to rise above the sea surface, breaking the silence. They both sensed the anomaly simultaneously, their gazes quickly turning to the sea. There, a sudden skirmish was unfolding, with pirate and navy ships intertwining, the booming of cannons and the sharp sounds of metal clashing intertwining into a chaotic symphony. The cannons on the pirate ship fired first, the cannonballs cutting through the sky with a deathly whistle as they fell onto the enemy ship, creating huge splashes of water. The Navy's counterattack followed closely, with artillery fire becoming more precise, leaving deep marks on the hulls of the pirate ships. On the sea, the waves surged, intertwining with the shock waves of explosions, creating a spectacular and terrifying scene. On the decks of the two ships, pirates and Navy soldiers engaged in fierce close combat. Amidst the flashing blades, blood splattered, and every clash of swords was accompanied by sparks flying. The duel between skilled fighters was particularly eye-catching. As they darted across the chaotic battlefield with astonishing speed and strength, each confrontation a battle of life and death. Among them, the pirate leader, with his wild fighting style and cunning tactics, sought to gain the upper hand on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the Navy commander, with his calm strategic vision and exceptional leadership, worked hard to maintain order and morale within his ranks. The intensity of the battle exceeded both sides' initial expectations. What was originally a chance encounter quickly evolved into a struggle for survival due to mutual hostility and positions. The wind on the sea seemed to cheer for the battle, stirring up greater waves, causing each ship to sway unsteadily in the tumult, increasing the difficulty and danger of the fight. Sig and Catalina stood atop a hill, gazing at all this, marveling that even on a remote island, one could not escape human conflict. On the deck, the standoff between pirates and navy was like two irreconcilable forces, thick with hostility and hatred. Every word felt like a poisoned arrow, weaving through the tense atmosphere, ready to ignite new conflicts at any moment. The pirate leader, a burly man with a bearded face, stood at the bow of the ship, his voice booming like thunder across the sea. You righteous lackeys dare to disturb my source of income. Today it's either you die or we live. The Navy commander, a neatly dressed officer with a determined gaze, responded without backing down. Justice will ultimately prevail. Pirates, your crimes end here. Lay down your weapons and surrender. Or perhaps you might receive mercy. Mercy? Huh. The pirate leader laughed heartily. In the world of pirates, there is no mercy, only the survival of the fittest. Come on, let me show you real power. The Navy soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, their gazes unwavering, showing no signs of retreat. A young Navy officer shouted loudly, "For the peace of the ocean, for the safety of the innocent, we will not take a step back." The pirates on their ship roared in response, wielding various weapons, from curved swords to pistols, with some even shouldering heavy cannons, ready to fire again. The pirate known as Mad Axe Morgan swung his heavy double-bladed battle axe like a whirlwind towards the Navy ship's captain, Hammer Atlas. Atlas did not back down, firmly gripping his massive hammer as he faced Morgan's assault. Two powerful forces about to collide. On the deck, the figures of the two men intertwined in a blur of light and shadow under the sun. Morgan's battle axe traced silver arcs in the air, each swing carrying enough force to split boulders. Atlas's hammer, like a moving mountain, crashed down with a thunderous roar that made even the sea tremble. Morgan swung down with his axe, aiming directly at Atlas's chest, but in that instant, Atlas suddenly sidestepped, swinging his hammer horizontally and striking Morgan in the waist. However, Morgan's muscles were as hard as steel. He staggered, but did not fall. He immediately counterattacked, executing a backflip to regain his footing, followed by a swift spinning slash. The axe wind howling as it targeted Atlas's head. Atlas reacted quickly, raising his hammer to block, the clash of metal producing an ear-piercing sound. The two became locked in intense hand-to-hand combat, each contact shaking the ground, while the surrounding soldiers and pirates held their breath, not daring to be distracted. During the battle, both displayed their ultimate skills. Morgan's Stormbreaker, a series of rapid and fierce slashes, was like waves in a storm, one wave rising after another. Atlas's Thunderstrike, a powerful blow after gathering strength, was decisive enough to break gold. Amidst the chaos, their fight gradually became the focus on the deck. Each time their weapons clashed, sparks flew, reminiscent of a battle between deities, drawing gasps from the crowd around them. As the fight continued, both were covered in wounds. Yet their eyes showed no signs of retreat. Morgan's axe gradually stained with blood, while cracks appeared on Atlas's hammer from the continuous impacts. Ultimately, when both struck with all their might once more, the entire deck seemed to tremble. A massive shockwave spread out, forcing the surrounding soldiers and pirates to step back to avoid the onslaught. When Mad Axe Morgan realized he was at a stalemate with Hammer Atlas, a sense of unease rose within him. Unlike the Navy, which could quickly assemble a fleet, pirates often fought individually, unless there were common interests or threats. It was difficult to form a united front. This meant that once they fell into a stalemate, they could not expect reinforcements, while the Navy ships could call in more vessels at any moment, creating an overwhelming advantage. Morgan's gaze became more resolute, pouring more power and skill into each strike, trying to find a breakthrough before a prolonged battle ensued. Yet Atlas seemed unfazed, effortlessly managing his attacks, each defense perfectly timed, with each counterattack nearly putting Morgan in crisis. "You people will eventually meet the fate of Impelled Down," Atlas said, his tone filled with undeniable confidence. Pirates always overestimate their strength and underestimate the power of justice. You may escape for a time, but justice will ultimately track you down to every corner. Hearing this, Morgan's anger was completely ignited, no longer holding back. Channeling all his fury and determination into his axe, letting out a thunderous roar, each swing more powerful than the last, attempting to overwhelm his opponent with sheer momentum. However, Atlas's calm responses render Morgan's every move ineffective. "Do you think justice is your Navy's exclusive domain?" Morgan roared. "We have our reasons, our dreams too." "Reasons and dreams cannot be an excuse for crime," Atlas replied, his voice revealing unwavering belief. "Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent." Their dialogue was interspersed with the clashing sounds of weapons, each collision seeming to debate the essence of justice and freedom. Morgan began to realize that relying solely on personal strength, he might not defeat his current opponent, let alone the entire Navy's power. But he also knew that giving up was not an option for a pirate. Even if the road ahead was tough, they would fight to the end. Below the deck, in the Navy ship's communication room, the tense atmosphere was as thick as the confined air within the cabin. Flickering screens and complex instrument panels reflected the focused faces of the operators, their fingers flying across the keyboards, sending out urgent distress signals. In the communication channel, apart from the urgent commands, there was the ticking sound of the radar scanning, intertwining to create an invisible symphony that heralded the impending storm. This is the Hammer of Justice, encountering a massive pirate resistance, requesting all available warships nearby to immediately head to coordinates X-35. 2-67. 9 for support. The communications officer's voice was calm and firm. Despite the pressure that could break an ordinary person, he maintained the professionalism expected of a Navy. On the other end of the communication room, a young female officer focused intently on the radar screen, frequently adjusting parameters to ensure she could capture any approaching hostile signals. Target confirmed. Multiple pirate ships were closing in, speed increasing, expected contact within 3 minutes. The report came with a sense of urgency. At this moment, Captain Atlas of the warship took a brief respite from battle and contacted the communication room through his headset. "Received. Continue monitoring the surrounding waters. Prepare for battle. I need all available firepower concentrated on the port side, ready for potential impact." On the deck, Navy soldiers quickly responded to the order, repositioning heavy artillery and machine guns, the targeting systems aligning with the radar's directions. The entire warship resembled a massive steel beast, poised and ready to face the upcoming challenge. All hands, all hands. The support fleet will arrive in 10 minutes. Hold on." Atlas's voice echoed in every corner of the warship, injecting a shot of adrenaline into the soldiers, keeping their morale up for the imminent fierce battle. Meanwhile, the situation on the sea became increasingly complex. The previously scattered pirate fleet was now gathering into a formidable force, closing in on the Hammer of Justice. They knew this would be a tough fight, but they also believed that if they could repel this warship, they would open the door to freedom. As the battle heated up, the sea surface boiled like a pot. Every inch of air filled with the scent of gunpowder and sea salt. Both the Navy and the pirates had pushed their resources to the limit. Supply lines were tight. Casualties were increasing, and ships were damaged. Yet neither side showed any intention of retreating. Morgan's Mad Axe crew found a strange balance in the standoff with Atlas's naval elite, with each clash seemingly building energy for the final showdown. On the pirate side, although they usually acted independently, under Morgan's prestige and promises, the temporarily assembled crew began to display astonishing combat power. Some pirate ships rushed from all directions, motivated by treasure, fame, or simply the thrill of battle. These newly joined pirate ships, though not well-trained, possessed a raw fighting spirit and reckless courage. However, the pirates on land were not satisfied with mere combat. They began to present harsh conditions to Morgan, demanding higher shares and additional rewards. A pirate leader named One-Eyed Jack, with a sly smile, sat amid a pile of scattered gold coins, counting his treasure while shouting to Morgan, "Hey Morgan, you want us to help you fend off the Navy? That'll cost you more. Your treasure vault is way richer than mine." Morgan clenched his fists, a mix of anger and helplessness etched on his face. In this situation, he had no room to bargain. If he refused, these temporary allies might turn against him at a critical moment. One-Eyed Jack's outrageous demands made him grit his teeth, but he had to make a decision. After all, the situation before him allowed no room for hesitation. "All right, Jack, you win," Morgan finally said in a deep voice. "I will give you double the share, but you must ensure your men give their all, otherwise." His words trailed off, but the unspoken meaning was clear to One-Eyed Jack and the other pirates. Defying Morgan would lead to catastrophic consequences. At this moment, the Navy's reinforcement fleet finally appeared on the horizon, clearly outnumbering the pirates. Atlas stood on the deck, his gaze piercing. This would be a decisive moment. He shouted, "All hands prepare, guns aimed at the enemy flagship. We must weaken their firepower in the shortest time possible to pave the way for subsequent actions." As both sides continued to pour resources into the battle, the intensity reached its peak. The waves were torn apart by cannon fire and sword light, the air thick with the smell of gunpowder, each explosion accompanied by the shouts and wails of soldiers. The Navy's Hammer of Justice collided with the pirates' flagship in waves, like two giant beasts wrestling. Each contact seemed to tear the other apart. The Navy's heavy artillery roared, shrapnel and flames flying everywhere, while the pirates' rockets and oil barrels rained down like a meteor shower, turning the Navy's defenses into scorched earth. On the sea, small boats darted between the massive ships, like cheetahs among wolves, seeking opportunities for a deadly strike. In the air, seagulls screamed in terror, fleeing from this hell on earth. Amid such chaos, the confrontation between Morgan and Atlas also reached a boiling point. With each clash, both seized the opportunity to taunt each other, trying to gain the psychological upper hand. Morgan swung his battle axe, each strike infused with the determination to destroy everything. "Atlas, your justice is nothing but chains that bind freedom, destined to be broken." Atlas blocked the attack with his shield while countering with his hammer. "Morgan, your so-called freedom is merely chaos and anarchy, ultimately leading to destruction. At least in our world, the strong have a voice. Unlike you, bound by rules, unable to breathe without looking at others' faces." Morgan roared, the axe creating trails in the air. "Rules protect the weak and restrain the strong. This is the cornerstone of society. Your so-called law of strong is just a barbarian's revelry." Atlas countered fiercely. Each of their retorts was precise and powerful. Their words were like blades, sharp and provocative, as soldiers around them joined in this war of words. The mutual taunts and provocations intensifying the brutality of the battle. The pirates mocked the Navy's rigidity and dullness, while the Navy ridiculed the pirates' greed and ignorance. As the fight continued, both sides' losses mounted, but no one was willing to give an inch. Although the Navy's reinforcement fleet had arrived, they were delayed by the pirates' tenacious resistance. Every moment consumed both sides' patience and resources. In this chaotic battle, the bravery and spirit of sacrifice of the Navy soldiers gradually emerged, steadfastly holding their positions with almost blind loyalty and unwavering belief. Despite the pirates' guerrilla tactics continually disrupting the Navy's lines, the Navy's formation remained solid, rebuffing the pirates' assaults time and again with their well-trained discipline and teamwork. On the sea, Navy ships navigated through the cannon fire, with sailors maintaining their posts even when the hulls were damaged and comrades fell, safeguarding the ship's safety with their lives. On the deck, soldiers used their bodies as shields, blocking the pirates' arrows and darts, protecting the gunners and medical personnel to ensure that combat and rescue efforts could continue. In contrast, while the pirates are brave, their actions often resemble a pursuit of profit. Many of them, especially those who join temporarily, tend to look for opportunities during battles, scavenging valuables from the dead rather than fully committing to the fight. A watch, a knife, or even an elaborately decorated coat could motivate their adventures. These pirates move on the battlefield like ghosts, appearing and disappearing, sometimes joining the fight, and at other times vanishing into the crowd to focus on their own interests. The battle between Morgan and Atlas continues against this backdrop. Morgan begins to feel fatigued, realizing that he is not only facing a powerful opponent, but also the resilience of the entire Navy system. Atlas, on the other hand, seems to grow more courageous with each fight. Every successful defense strengthens his resolve, and every counterattack sends the pirates retreating. Amid the chaos, a pirate skiff quietly approaches the Justice Hammer, with pirates on board fixated on the corpses on the deck, ready to seize the loot amidst the turmoil. However, their actions do not escape the Navy's notice, and several Navy soldiers quickly respond, using bows and pistols to thwart the pirates' greedy actions, once again demonstrating the Navy's discipline and commitment to duty. As the battle escalates, the confrontation between Morgan and Atlas enters its most intense phase. Both realize that to achieve a decisive victory in this fight, they must unleash their most powerful techniques. With determination burning in their eyes, the entire world seems to stand still at this moment. Morgan takes a deep breath, channeling all his strength into the battle axe in his hand. The light gathering on the blade shines like the rising sun, dazzling and brilliant. He shouts loudly, his voice echoing over the sea, resonating with everyone's heartstrings. As he swings the battle axe, a massive wave of energy radiates from him, tearing through the waves and creating towering surges. Atlas refuses to back down, firmly planting his feet on the deck, gripping the iron hammer tightly, his eyes flashing with resolve. Gathering all his energy, electricity coils around the hammer, and every strike seems to resonate with lightning. He takes a deep breath, then concentrates all his power into one final swing. The hammer strikes like a thunderbolt, carrying destructive force toward Morgan's battle axe. In the moment of impact, the entire sea seems to be torn apart. A massive shockwave radiates from their collision, instantly evaporating the seawater and forming a vast vacuum zone. Surrounding soldiers, whether Navy or pirates, are knocked unconscious by the shockwave, with some even thrown directly into the sea, unable to awaken. As the dust settles, both Morgan and Atlas kneel on the ground, their weapons slipping from their hands, buried deep into the earth beside them. Both are injured in multiple places, blood staining their clothes, but their gazes remain resolute, silently narrating the glory of battle. The surroundings fall silent, with only the sound of waves lapping against the ship and the distant cries of seagulls breaking this eerie tranquility. With both Morgan and Atlas down, a brief silence envelopes the battlefield. This silence is soon shattered by the noise of a group of approaching pirates. Initially hoping to seize loot or expand their influence amidst the chaos, they now witness the downfall of the fearsome Morgan, stirring complex emotions within them. Damn, Morgan went down so easily, a bearded pirate captain said angrily. His voice stands out sharply in the noisy crowd. I thought he could hold on longer and buy us more time. Is this the so-called candidate for nearby pirate leadership? Another scrawny pirate scoffed disdainfully. I see he's nothing special. We better not become scapegoats. Let's quickly gather what we can and retreat. That's right, brothers. Listen up. We didn't come here to die. A third voice chimed in, this time a female pirate speaking decisively. We need to be smart and not let the Navy focus on us. Morgan has fallen. We need to look after ourselves. The surrounding pirates began to busily scavenge the battlefield for valuables, including weapons, gold coins, and even the gear of fallen soldiers. However, they exhibited a unique discipline among pirates, avoiding excessive destruction to prevent provoking a strong counterattack from Navy. Hurry, get those usable gunpowder and cannonballs on the ship. An experienced pirate commanded. Don't forget to check for injured comrades. We can't leave our people behind. Amid the chaos, some pirates began helping each other, showcasing a rare sense of unity. In this battle, survival is the priority. Despite potential competition among themselves, they understood the importance of cooperation when facing a common threat. Listen up, everyone, a younger pirate shouted. If we don't leave now, once the Navy regains their footing, we won't have a chance. We need to get out of here while they haven't fully recovered. Exactly, the bearded pirate captain agreed. Our mission is complete. There's no need for unnecessary sacrifices here. Let Morgan deal with his own issues. Thus, this group of pirates began to withdraw in an orderly manner, using skiffs to drag their heavy loot into the depths of the sea. As they departed, the atmosphere on the battlefield gradually calmed, leaving behind a scene of devastation and battered soldiers. As the climax of the battle receded, exhausted Navy soldiers remained on the battlefield. Many of them were injured in the fierce clashes with the pirates, some lightly wounded, while others required urgent treatment due to severe injuries. Despite their brave resistance against the pirates' assault, at this moment, there was no leader as powerful as Atlas stepping forward to lead them in pursuing the escaping pirates. Soldiers on the Justice Hammer leaned against the broken ship walls, some lying on the deck receiving first aid from comrades, while more were trying to repair the damaged ship, preparing for potential follow-up battles. Their eyes displayed fatigue. Yet there was also a sense of unwillingness and regret. Regret for not being able to completely defeat the enemy and unwillingness to just watch the pirates escape. Are we just going to let them go? A young Navy soldier asked, his voice filled with confusion and frustration. You see our situation, a senior Navy officer replied, his tone reflecting both helplessness and rationality. Our manpower and resources are limited, and most of us are injured. Pursuing them means greater risk, and we don't know if the pirates have set traps. The priority now is to ensure our safety and repair the ship in preparation for possible follow-up attacks. The soldiers fell silent, knowing the officer's words made sense, yet the dissatisfaction in their hearts remained difficult to quell. On the surface of the sea, the pirate ships were gradually sailing away, leaving behind a few faint trails, mocking the Navy for their unfinished tasks. At least we held onto the hammer of justice. Another soldier tried to boost morale. We did not let the pirates succeed. And the duel between Captain Atlas and Morgan has proven our strength. Yes, the officer nodded in agreement. Our performance today is enough for any enemy to remember the power of the Navy. Now, let's first take care of the wounded and then assess the damage. We will repair the ships. Under the officer's command, the soldiers began to carry out their tasks in an orderly manner. They tended to the wounded, cleared the battlefield, and checked weapons and equipment, while closely watching the horizon for any sudden pirate attacks. Although they were unable to pursue at this moment, the Navy's morale was not dampened. This was just a minor episode in a long struggle. The fight for justice would never cease. Amidst the aftermath of the battle on this sea, a pirate ship named the Ghost Kiss silently slipped away from the battlefield under the cover of night. The captain, a man known as the Shadow Helmsman Raven Snyder, stood on the deck with eyes sparkling with greed and victory. Raven was tall, with dark skin and messy dark brown hair blowing in the wind. A sly smile was on his face, as if the whole world was under his control. Crew, tonight, we are going home with our holds full. Raven's voice pierced the night sky, echoing on the ship, immediately provoking cheers from the crew. His subordinate, a tall and lean man named Casper Lightning Lincoln, known for his speed and agility, immediately approached, his eyes also sparkling with excitement. Captain, we really did a great job this time. Morgan's loot is even more valuable than we imagined, Casper replied, his tone filled with joy. I just counted, and besides those weapons and ammunition, we found several crates of gold and jewels, enough for us to celebrate in the nearest port. The crew erupted into cheers at this news, some whistling while others drummed on nearby barrels, creating a festive rhythm. An uncontrollable excitement filled the deck as everyone looked forward to the upcoming revelry. What they had stolen from Morgan's ship was not just wealth, but also a sense of freedom and glory, the most cherished things for them as pirates. As for the initial help, it was merely an excuse. Ransacking the wealth of other pirates and the Navy was what these pirates were truly meant to do. "Hey, Casper, remember to leave some rum for old Jack. He loves that aged rum," shouted a female pirate named Erica. She was a shrewd navigator, her short hair whipping in the wind, her eyes revealing determination and confidence. "No problem, Erica," Casper replied, his laughter full of camaraderie. "Tonight, everyone can drink their fill. We have to celebrate properly." Captain Raven looked around at his crew, filled with pride. Although they were pirates, a deep bond connected them, a brotherhood forged in the face of life and death. Tonight's victory was not just about plundering wealth, but also a testament to their courage and unity. "All right, mates," Raven raised his voice so everyone could hear. "Let us set sail towards the nearest port. Tonight, we will be the brightest stars in the harbor. And let those landlubbers see the power of the Ghost's Kiss." As time passed, the excitement aboard the Ghost's Kiss did not wane. Instead, it soared higher with the thirst for freedom. Captain Raven ordered to increase the speed, and the crew busily adjusted the sails to maximize the wind's push on their journey. Although the harvest was exhilarating, the real challenge was not over. Avoiding the Navy's pursuit was crucial to ensure all the spoils were safely secured. "Stay vigilant, mates," Captain Raven's voice echoed in the night, reminding every crew member. The Navy's patrol boats could be nearby, like sharks smelling blood, once they spotted us. They would not let us go easily. Casper Lightning Lincoln stood at the bow, his sharp gaze scanning the waters ahead, adjusting his telescope from time to search for enemy ships that might be lurking in the darkness. Even after this battle, the Navy's reconnaissance methods should not be underestimated. "We have to be like ghosts," Casper whispered, his voice carried away by the sea breeze. Silent and without a trace. Erica, the clever navigator, was busy at the stern with the compass, her fingers skillfully turning it to calculate the best course. "I have plotted the route," she announced, her voice full of confidence. "We will avoid known Navy patrol areas and proceed along this route, which should greatly reduce the risk of being discovered." "Great job, Erica," Raven nodded in approval. "Let us follow your plan. We trust your judgment." As the Ghost's Kiss sailed along the route Erica had plotted, the atmosphere on board became both tense and exciting. The crew took turns watching for movements around them, while others seized the time to rest and recharge for any possible emergencies ahead. Once they shook off the Navy's pursuit, countless treasures awaited them in the prosperous port cities, places with the best taverns, gambling houses, and various entertainment venues where they could indulge with tonight's spoils. Captain Raven stood beside the helm, gazing out at the sea ahead, filled with hope for the future. "As long as we can reach the next port smoothly," Raven muttered to himself, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. "Those mad dogs won't catch us again." Just as the crew of the Ghost's Kiss was immersed in the excitement of reaching a safe harbor, two unfamiliar figures caught everyone's attention. A man and a woman, clearly not part of the crew, quietly stood in a corner of the deck, like ghosts suddenly emerging from the waves. The man, named Sig, was burly with a rugged face and a wild glint in his eyes. The woman, Katarina, had a graceful figure and deep, mysterious eyes. The crew stopped their tasks, their gazes fixed on these unexpected guests. A sense of vigilance filled the air. After all, at such a moment, any unidentified person could bring trouble. "Hey, who are you two?" Casper Lightning Lincoln was the first to speak, his voice particularly clear in the night. "How did you get on our ship?" Sig and Katarina exchanged glances, having anticipated such a question. They smiled slightly, and Sig began to answer. "We are merely passing travelers. Seeing your ship at sea, we thought we might hitch a ride. We hope we won't cause you any inconvenience," Catalina added. "We mean no disturbance. We just want a place to rest until we safely reach our next destination." However, the smirk of provocation at the corner of Sig's mouth made the crew feel somewhat displeased. This was clearly not the attitude one would expect from ordinary travelers, especially at such a sensitive time. "You better tell the truth," Captain Raven's deep and powerful voice emerged from the cabin as he stood in front of the two. Otherwise, I will have to take measures to ensure the safety of my crew and cargo. Sig shrugged, his smile unchanged, seemingly unconcerned by the captain's warning. Captain, we truly mean no harm, he said casually, though the provocation was still evident. We just want to borrow your ship, and after reaching our destination, we will leave without causing you any trouble. Catalina gently touched Sig's arm, signaling him to tone it down a bit before turning to Captain Raven. Please believe us. We have no hostility. We are willing to pay for the ride or offer any help we can in exchange. The crew whispered among themselves, curious yet wary about the identities and intentions of the man and woman. Captain Raven fell into deep thought, weighing the situation before him. Ultimately, he made a decision. All right, Raven said slowly, a hint of barely perceptible caution in his tone. Since you assure us you won't cause trouble, you may stay on the ship for now. But I must warn you, if there is any suspicious behavior, you will bear the consequences. On the Ghost Kiss, the arrival of Sig and Catalina undoubtedly became the center of discussion among the crew. Sig's rebellious appearance and provocative attitude did not earn him the respect of the crew. On the contrary, he became the subject of ridicule. However, when their gaze turned to Catalina, the situation was entirely different. Her curvaceous figure and that indescribable air of mystery instantly ignited the desires deep within the crew. Hey, buddy, a young pirate named Toby said, wiping his sword while eyeing Catalina sideways. Are you sure your friend is just here for a ride? She looks more like a lamb in need of protection. Several pirates nearby laughed raucously at this, clearly attracted by Catalina's beauty and figure, beginning to fantasize about various possibilities. However, they did not know that this seemingly fragile woman actually concealed unknown strength. Sig's expression grew increasingly displeased. He clearly did not like the pirate's gaze and comments about Catalina, but he did not react immediately. Instead, he observed the surroundings from the corner of his eye, seemingly assessing the situation. Catalina remained calm, her deep-set eyes wandering among the pirates, completely indifferent to their frivolity. With elegance and composure, she appeared nothing like a stranger stepping onto a pirate ship for the first time. You better show some respect, Sig finally spoke, his voice low and warning. Catalina is not someone you can toy with. We are merely passers-by who do not want to cause trouble, but we are not afraid of it either. This statement was like a stone thrown into calm waters, instantly creating ripples among the crew. As night deepened, the atmosphere on the ship grew increasingly tense. Those pirates who initially harbored inappropriate thoughts about Catalina began to escalate their provocation towards Sig, emboldened by alcohol. They gathered together, their words filled with disdain and insult. In their eyes, Sig was utterly unworthy of Catalina's captivating charm. Look at that guy, Toby sneered, holding a glass of rum with a provocative glint in his eyes. He can't even protect his own woman. I really don't know how she ended up with such a loser. The surrounding pirates burst into laughter, beginning to mimic Sig, and some even started discussing how to rescue Catalina from this softie. The atmosphere became increasingly restless, needing just a small spark to ignite chaos on the ship. However, just as they were preparing to further humiliate Sig, he suddenly turned and left the deck, heading straight for the cabin. This action stunned the pirates. They did not expect Sig to give up retaliation so easily, which undoubtedly deepened their contempt for him. Look, he doesn't even dare to face us, one pirate mocked. His voice sounded particularly harsh in the night wind. A man like him doesn't deserve a beauty like Catalina. Catalina stood quietly in place. There was no trace of panic in her eyes, but rather an elusive calm. She seemed indifferent to everything around her, occasionally glancing at the pirates with a subtle smile, as if contemplating something. Catalina's sudden transformation was like dropping a heavy bomb into calm waters, instantly igniting the passions of all the male pirates on the Ghost Kiss. That once seemingly indifferent attitude now transformed into an enticing temptation, her bright eyes glimmering on the dim deck, capable of seeing through every man's soul. You brave pirates. She spoke, her voice languid yet irresistibly charming. Is there anyone willing to spend this long night with me and share an unforgettable time? Her words were bold and direct, paired with the subtle reveal of her skin, making the already heated blood of the pirates surge even more. The pirates exchanged glances, incredulous as they stared at Catalina. They had never imagined such a bold woman would appear on their ship, let alone extend such an invitation. "Why, you're serious?" Toby stammered, unable to believe his ears or what he saw before him. Catalina smiled slightly, a hint of cunning in her expression as she let her strap slide down, revealing more skin, undoubtedly launching a fatal blow to the pirate's last line of defense. The movement was elegant and provocative, making the surrounding air feel as though it had become scorching hot. "Of course," she replied, her voice clearly teasing, "but I will only choose one. Whoever wins my heart will be the lucky one." The pirates began to stir, some arguing, others boasting of their experiences, trying in various ways to attract Catalina's attention. However, she simply observed quietly, a mysterious smile lingering on her lips, seemingly waiting for a specific reaction. Just then, Sig reappeared on the deck, fully aware of everything happening before him, but his expression remained unusually calm. He walked over to Catalina, speaking softly to her for a few moments. Their interaction was filled with mutual understanding, as if they were executing a carefully planned script. Catalina turned to the pirates, her smile now tinged with more mystery. "It seems I have made my choice, looking finally at Sig. Good night, you brave pirates." Sig took Katarina's hand, and the two left the deck together, leaving a group of stunned pirates behind. Standing in place, they remained unable to shake off their shock, their hearts filled with confusion and resentment. They never expected that it was all just a meticulously designed game, and they merely pawns within it. As Sig and Katarina departed, silence fell over the deck, only broken by the sound of a rum bottle shattering, echoing in the night sky and disrupting the brief tranquility. The flush on the pirates' faces was not just from alcohol, but more from anger and humiliation. They felt mocked, their dignity challenged like never before. "Those two bastards!" Toby roared, his voice nearly drowning out the sound of waves crashing against the ship. "How dare they do this to us?" The pirates echoed in agreement, the air thick with tension before the storm. Clenching their fists, their eyes burned with the flames of revenge, ready to erupt into chaos at any moment. However, amidst the anger, a few rational voices tried to quell the impending outbreak of violence. "Calm down, mates," an older pirate said. His tone, though weary, revealed a steadiness born of experience. "We can't let these two get away with this, but we also need to keep our wits about us." Yet, most of the pirates were beyond hearing. Faced with the sudden attack, Sig and Katarina displayed their adaptability and combat skills as top adventurers. Having anticipated possible confrontation, they were prepared before leaving the deck. Sig quickly turned, a short sword in his hand, which had appeared out of nowhere, moving as fast as lightning to easily deflect the first pirate's blade. The clash of metal echoed in the narrow corridor, sparks flying. While Katarina drew a delicate dagger from behind, her movements graceful yet lethal, evading incoming attacks as if dancing. "You underestimate us." Katarina's voice was cold. Her eyes sparkled with determination under the dim light. Katarina's actions were like a ghost in the night, silent yet utterly deadly. While Sig was busy fending off frontal attacks, she swept through like a chilling wind, every movement precise and fatal, as if the dagger had come to life, dancing in the darkness with her will. Each swing a judgment on life. Those attackers, who had thought their numbers would easily subdue Sig and Katarina, never anticipated that death would arrive so swiftly. Katarina's movements were so quick that the attackers barely had time to react before feeling a chill at their throats, followed by the rapid loss of life force. Blood appeared particularly vivid under the dim light, dripping from the blade and staining the cabin floor. There was no trace of pity in Katarina's gaze, only calmness after completing her task. The pirates' attacks were no child's play. The consequences of failure were unthinkable. Thus, she took the most effective measures without hesitation to protect herself and Sig. As the last faint gasp faded away, the battle abruptly ceased. Sig and Katarina stood in silence, surrounded only by the heavy sounds of breathing and the soft patter of blood dripping. Katarina sheathed her dagger, wiping the blood from the blade with a cloth. Her movements clean and efficient, just like her demeanor, cold and effective. "We need to clean up the scene," Sig said, his voice a bit hoarse after the tension. "Then find a captain and explain what happened." Katarina nodded, her gaze scanning the fallen pirates to confirm there were no survivors before she began assisting Sig with the cleanup. They moved swiftly, relocating the bodies to a concealed spot, trying to minimize the bloody traces to avoid unnecessary panic. As the night deepened, the tense atmosphere on the deck had not completely dissipated but was replaced by a new emotion: awe. The previously drunken pirates had sobered up considerably. Their eyes no longer filled with provocation and disdain, but with deep surprise and vigilance. Sig and Katarina's earlier actions had been like a lightning bolt splitting the night sky, revealing the true strength of this duo to everyone. Who are they, really? A pirate whispered to his companion, his voice filled with disbelief. I've never seen such skill. Another pirate responded, his face marked with awe. They were like the legendary assassins, ruthless, yet capable of defeating enemies in an instant. The pirates began to murmur among themselves, exchanging various speculations about Sig and Katarina. Some believed they were once renowned pirate hunters, while others guessed they might be orphans of a powerful pirate crew, and some even linked them to ancient pirate legends, thinking they were warriors favored by the sea goddess. They are not ordinary people, an experienced pirate said, his voice unusually solemn in the night breeze. To be able to dispatch so many enemies in an instant and with such clean and efficient methods. They must have undergone countless life and death struggles. Sig and Katarina's sudden appearance stirred the power dynamics aboard the ship. The initial disdain and contempt for them had now turned into respect and even fear. The pirates began to realize that opposing this duo might lead to unpredictable consequences. In this atmosphere, the mood on the ship became complex and subtle. Some pirates began to actively avoid Sig and Katarina, while others tried to connect with them, hoping to learn something from these mysterious figures. After all, in these dangerous seas, strength meant everything, and Sig and Katarina obviously possessed a power that was highly coveted. Sig and Katarina remained vigilant about the changes around them, but they were not in a hurry to reveal more. True strength is not for show. It is meant to protect oneself and those one values in critical moments. In the days to come, they would continue to keep a low profile while closely monitoring the dynamics on the ship to guard against any potential threats. For those pirates still lurking in the shadows, Sig and Katarina had become a mystery, one that was both frightening and fascinating. Inside the captain's quarters, the atmosphere was equally tense. High-ranking members gathered around a large wooden table, which was strewn with nautical charts, compasses, and some bottles of liquor, but at that moment, no one had the heart to touch them. Their gazes constantly drifted to Sig and Katarina, especially the first mate, whose face was particularly pale, for he recognized Katarina's identity. Do you know who she is? The first mate whispered to the few ship's advisors beside him, his voice trembling slightly. That is Katarina, a woman who once held an important position under Big Mom. She controls a casino empire, with a bounty several times higher than our captain's. Upon hearing this, the others in the room fell silent, beginning to realize that they might have inadvertently become embroiled in a storm they were completely ill-equipped to handle. For these pirates who made their living at sea, encountering someone like Catalina was akin to facing a real sea monster, evoking both fear and awe. We must proceed with caution, said an older advisor, his voice deep and authoritative. Catalina and Sig are clearly capable of protecting themselves. If we act rashly, we will only invite greater trouble. The captain, a burly man with a thick beard, tapped his fingers on the table, contemplating their strategy. Once Catalina's identity became known on the ship, they would face not only internal instability, but also the potential for external enemies, even the pursuit of the Navy. We need to keep a low profile. The captain ultimately decided. Outwardly, we must pretend to know nothing about Catalina and Sig's identities. Internally, we must emphasize discipline and prohibit any form of provocation. I hope we can coexist peacefully until we reach our destination. The senior members nodded in agreement, aware that this was the only viable plan for now. However, everyone harbored a question in their hearts. Why were Catalina and Sig here? What were their true intentions? After the meeting, the captain personally arranged a secret conference, inviting Sig and Catalina to his private office. There, he hoped to gain a deeper understanding of the duo while expressing his sincerity in maintaining peace on the ship. As Sig and Catalina entered the captain's quarters, they felt a different kind of tension compared to the deck, but both remained calm, knowing that maintaining their stance and principles was paramount, regardless of the situation. "We are willing to cooperate," Catalina spoke, her voice calm and resolute. "But we also have our bottom line. We are here to seek a common goal. As for our past, that is part of a story that has no bearing on the present." The captain nodded, fully aware that at sea, everyone had their secrets. As long as those secrets did not threaten the ship's safety, he was willing to afford them sufficient respect and space. "Then let us sail together until the storm passes." The captain extended his hand to shake with Sig and Catalina, symbolizing the beginning of a new alliance. From that moment on, the situation aboard the ship seemed to ease. In the life of this pirate ship, the deaths of those dozen crew members became an unspoken secret, like a dark cloud hanging over everyone's hearts. After all, they would reach their destination by tomorrow morning, but how this man and woman would treat them remained an unanswered question. The pirates began to carefully avoid mentioning the events of that night. It was an untouchable red line. Even the roughest men would tread lightly past Sig and Catalina, try to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. On the deck, the once boisterous and arrogant atmosphere was replaced by a stifling silence. Those who had once jumped around like monkeys, eager to showcase their skills before others, had now toned down significantly. They learned to keep a low profile in front of Catalina and Sig, even beginning to practice more practical combat techniques in private, hoping to improve themselves and avoid becoming the next tragic protagonist. Amidst the casual chatter among the pirates, discussions about Sig and Catalina became more cautious. People began to share rumors about the duo. Some said they were betrayed pirate nobles, while others believed they were bounty hunters from distant seas, specifically tracking down the rogues on the bounty lists. But regardless of how the rumors changed, everyone agreed on one point. Sig and Catalina were formidable presences, and opposing them was akin to courting death. As time passed, this delicate balance gradually stabilized. The pirates began to grow accustomed to Sig and Catalina's presence and even, to some extent, began to respect them. During an unexpected storm, Sig and Catalina, with their excellent nautical knowledge and combat skills, helped the fleet successfully avoid danger, earning the crew's gratitude and trust. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the sea surface, a spectacular sight came into view. It was a vast and vibrant island, bustling with ships coming and going, a thriving metropolis on the sea. The variety of vessels was impressive, ranging from well-equipped pirate ships to large merchant ships laden with cargo, all contributing to the island's unique scenery. Sig's gaze was drawn to this lively spectacle, and he turned to a nearby pirate to inquire about the island. The pirate he questioned appeared noticeably nervous, standing straight as if afraid to make any mistake in his answer. In his mind, Sig and Catalina were not to be underestimated, and every question they posed deserved serious consideration. "This island is called Golden Harbor," the pirate answered cautiously, his voice trembling slightly in the morning sea breeze. "It's a paradise for pirates and merchants to trade, and many strange and exotic goods can be found here. It's called a treasure trove because gold and silver are as common as sand here. Pirates come here to spend, enjoy various entertainments, and it's also a good place to resupply." Sig nodded. He was no stranger to such places. Having sailed the seas for many years, he had seen many similar locations. But Golden Harbor was clearly larger and more influential. It was one of the centers of the pirate world, gathering wealth and information from all directions. "Is there any particular power or individual we should be wary of here?" Sig continued to inquire, his tone calm, but revealing an underlying vigilance. "Oh well." The pirate thought for a moment before beginning to list. "The largest power on the island is controlled by a pirate leader named Black Shark. He was once a high-ranking naval officer who later defected to become a pirate. His influence spans the entire island, holding a wealth of information and resources. Additionally, there are some independent pirate crews and smugglers. They often have frictions, but usually avoid fighting on the island to prevent disrupting its prosperity." Sig and Catalina exchanged a glance, understanding that entering Golden Harbor meant stepping into a complex web of politics and interests. They needed to tread carefully, utilizing the resources here while avoiding unnecessary conflicts. "Thank you for the information," Sig politely nodded and then turned to Catalina. It seems we need to formulate a detailed plan to ensure our actions are both efficient and safe. Catalina gently nodded, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. For her, such places were always filled with opportunities and challenges, and she and Sig were precisely the type to thrive and grow in such environments. As the ship slowly approached Golden Harbor, Sig and Catalina began to mentally outline their next steps. As the pirates disembarked at the docks of Golden Harbor, they were filled with confusion and caution. The worst-case scenario they had anticipated did not occur. Sig and Catalina not only refrained from attacking them, but also displayed incredible politeness and friendliness. When the ship docked, the two waved goodbye to the crew, thanking them for their company along the way, which left everyone's face marked with bewilderment. However, they also knew that the man and woman before them were undoubtedly ruthless and skilled killers. The best course of action was to leave this so-called Golden Harbor immediately without looking back. After hurrying in, they were now hurrying out at top speed from the island. Sig and Catalina strolled through the streets of Golden Harbor, surrounded by various shouts and sales pitches. The place felt like a massive melting pot, gathering merchants, pirates, adventurers, and dreamers from all over the world. Every few steps, enthusiastic salespeople or casino staff in flamboyant outfits would stop them, smiling broadly and inviting them to gamble or experience the island's various entertainment activities. Esteemed guests, would you like to try your luck? We have the most thrilling dice games here that will surely leave you delighted. A man in bright clothing said enthusiastically, shaking a string of glimmering chips in his hand. Catalina smiled, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, but she did not respond immediately. Sig appeared more composed, simply waving his hand politely to decline the invitation. They had more important tasks at hand than indulging in transient entertainment. Thank you for your kindness, but we have other arrangements today, Sig replied courteously, his tone firm yet respectful. They continued onward, the sights along the way dazzling them. Street performers showcased daring acrobatics, vendors shouted about freshly baked delicacies, and various shops offered everything from rare gems to mysterious potions. Just as Sig and Catalina navigated the intricate streets of Golden Harbor, preparing to gather intelligence at a well-known casino, they were suddenly drawn to a commotion. The source of the noise was an open square, which should have been a gathering place for gamblers during their leisure time, but now it had turned into a battlefield. A group of pirates stood face to face, divided into two different pirate factions, the tension between them palpable. The leaders of both sides stood at the forefront of their respective groups, their gazes fierce, as if they could pierce through each other as souls, with the air thick with the smell of gunpowder. One of the pirate leaders, a muscular giant wielding a heavy double-bladed axe, thundered across the square. You cowards dare to challenge my authority on the territory of Golden Harbor. Today, you will learn who the real master here is. The opposing pirate leader, a lean man with sharp eyes, held a jeweled rapier, a cold smile curling at his lips. Your so-called authority is built on the fear of the weak. Today, I will end your reign and restore order to Golden Harbor. As soon as he finished speaking, both factions of pirates erupted simultaneously, the sounds of roars, metal clashing, and curses intertwining into a chaotic and violent symphony. Blades struck, sparks flew, gunfire erupted, bullets whizzed through the air, each shot potentially lethal. Sig and Catalina paused, not rushing to intervene in the battle, but quietly observing the situation. Catalina's gaze was sharp as a hawk's. She noted the movements of several key figures while assessing the strength comparison between the two sides. Sig furrowed his brow, thoughts racing as he contemplated how to leverage the chaos to create favorable conditions for their plans. In the center of the fight, a pirate swung a curved sword, attempting to slash at an opponent, only to have the latter dodge skillfully. Just then, a pistol was aimed at his chest, but at the moment the trigger was pulled, a bullet flew in from another direction, striking the gunman's wrist and forcing him to drop his pistol. Everyone in the battle remained on high alert. Any minor mistake could lead to fatal consequences. Suddenly, a sharp whistle cut through the noise of the fighting, and all the pirates temporarily halted their attacks, turning to look in the direction of the sound. A mysterious figure dressed in black appeared at one corner of the square, holding a delicate whistle that seemed to instill a sense of fear in everyone. Enough, the figure commanded in a deep voice. Your fighting here has drawn unnecessary attention. If you don't want to be captured by the guards of Golden Harbor, cease this farce immediately. Under the black-clad figure's intimidation, the two pirate factions reluctantly sheathed their weapons. They glared at each other for a few seconds before choosing to retreat temporarily. The aftermath of the battle slowly settled, leaving only a mess and the lingering smell of gunpowder in the air. As the chaotic street fight gradually calmed down, Sig and Catalina's attention returned to the casino they had originally intended to visit. This casino was located in the heart of Golden Harbor, its exterior seemingly understated, contrasting sharply with the surrounding bustling streets. The outer walls were made of dark stone, only outlined by carefully designed lights at night, giving it a low-key and mysterious appearance. Above the entrance hung a pure silver sign, inscribed with the casino's name, the Shadow Hall, in ancient script, reflecting a faint glow in the night, both eye-catching and dignified. But the moment they stepped inside the casino, the sight before them completely overturned the external low profile. The interior was extravagantly decorated, with gold and deep red tones intermingling, creating a captivating atmosphere. Massive crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, each crystal sparkling brilliantly under the lights, while the floor was laid with high-quality marble, every step echoing crisply. The walls were adorned with famous oil paintings, each worth a fortune, telling tales of pirates and the sea. And the exquisite carvings and decorations made one feel as if they were in a hall of art. In the center of the casino, various gaming tables were neatly arranged. From traditional roulette and poker to more unique gambling methods, everything imaginable was available. Around the tables, people were clustered, each face reflecting anticipation, tension, or pride. The sounds of chips clashing, cheers, and sighs of disappointment intertwined into an exciting melody. The waitstaff, dressed in matching uniforms, moved gracefully through the crowd, serving the gamblers with elegant and precise movements, as if every detail had been rigorously trained. As Sig surveyed the surroundings, a sense of déjà vu washed over him. He struggled to recall, trying to dig out clues from his memory related to this scene. After wandering through the casino for a while, Catalina and Sig observed the diverse gamblers, listening to snippets of their stories, attempting to gather more information about Golden Harbor and the entire Golden Island. Suddenly, Katarina stopped in her tracks, her eyes fixed on a small group whispering in the corner, as if she had caught some crucial information from their conversation. "Say," she said quietly, her tone carrying a hint of seriousness. "I just heard them mention the name Raimondo. You might not be familiar with that name, but in our line of work, he is quite a prominent figure." Sig frowned, clearly unfamiliar with the name. He shook his head, signaling Katarina to continue, evidently willing to listen to her explanation. Katarina proceeded. "Raimondo Blackwood, known as Black Gold, is a legendary pirate. It is said that his influence spans several major casinos. His fleet is not only known for its combat strength, but also for its ability to plunder gold and treasures. Raimondo operates discreetly, and few have seen his true face. Yet his influence is everywhere. Gold Harbor, as the largest trading hub on the island, is likely the center of his power." As Sig listened to Katarina's introduction, he began to construct an image of this pirate in his mind. Although he had not heard of Raimondo Blackwood before, as an experienced adventurer, he knew that someone capable of establishing such a vast influence in the pirate world must possess extraordinary means and unfathomable strength. If Gold Island is indeed his territory, then we need to be more cautious in our actions here, Sig said, his gaze sharpening. "We don't know if Raimondo and his men are aware of us, nor do we know how many dangers are hidden on the island. We need to gather more intelligence while avoiding unnecessary attention." Katarina nodded in agreement, adding, "Exactly. Intelligence is key. We can start with the well-informed individuals in the casino. Perhaps we can find some clues. Additionally, we might try to contact some local residents. They may know more about Raimondo and some secrets of the island." Standing at the entrance of the Shadow Hall, Sig looked into the brilliantly lit interior, feeling a sense of reflection. Despite having spent many years at sea and encountered countless storms and adventures, in this new world filled with pirates and powerful figures, there were always corners he had not touched and names he had not heard. Raimondo Blackwood, or Black Gold, was indeed a stranger to him, but that did not mean he lacked judgment or courage. Turning to Katarina, her familiar and confident face appeared particularly vivid in the interplay of light and shadow in the casino. Sig had to admit that Katarina's understanding of the new world far surpassed his own. Not only was she well-versed in the various rumors and histories within the pirate circles, but she could also quickly identify useful information amid complex data of valuable experience accumulated over her long maritime career. It seems the new world indeed harbors hidden talents. Sig said softly, his tone filled with admiration. Katarina, I admit your understanding of these waters is much deeper than mine. I believe we will need to rely on your wisdom and experience for this mission. Katarina smiled slightly, her eyes sparkling with intelligence. We are partners, Sig, she replied gently. Everyone has their strengths and blind spots. Your courage and combat skills are indispensable to us, while my understanding of these waters can guide us. We just need to complement each other, and we can overcome any difficulties. Sig nodded, understanding the meaning behind Katarina's words. In this world filled with uncertainties and challenges, the power of teamwork far outweighed that of individuals, and the trust and cooperation between them would be their most valuable asset. Thus, the two delved deeper into the Shadow Hall, this time with a clearer purpose. Katarina began to navigate through the casino, utilizing her connections and keen insights to seek out those who might know more about Black Gold Raimondo, skillfully engaging in conversations with various individuals. Her seemingly casual dialogues were actually gathering all possible clues. Sig stood at the edge of the casino, not participating in the gambling, but closely observing the movements inside and outside, alert to any potential threats. In such a place filled with competing interests, acquiring information often came with risks. He needed to be ready to protect Katarina's safety while ensuring they did not get entangled in unnecessary disputes. As time passed, Katarina and Sig gradually gathered more information about Raimondo Blackwood, discovering that Black Gold not only controlled Gold Island, but also had a vast intelligence network. His influence reached various corners of the New World. This information not only provided them with a more comprehensive understanding of Raimondo, but also served as valuable reference for their subsequent plans. Eventually, when night fell, the two met at their designated location, sharing the intelligence they had collected and jointly formulating their next strategies. They knew that to establish themselves on Gold Island, and even achieve their goals, they needed to be more cautious and clever, utilizing all available resources while avoiding direct conflict with Raimondo and his forces. In the oceans of the New World, every decision could mean the difference between life and death, and Sig and Katarina were preparing to face greater challenges. Primarily, Sig understood that although he was a top-tier power, he couldn't personally handle every single matter. Thus, he intended to find some individuals willing to serve as loyal subordinates. As for this guy called Black Gold, he wanted to give him a chance to become his faithful lackey. If he proved to be uncooperative, then he would simply hang his head in the center of this so-called Gold Harbor. Sig suddenly felt that he was indeed being merciful and kind. If it were under normal circumstances, he would have surely bloodied the entire Gold Harbor. Sig and Katarina decided to leverage their advantage at the Shadow Hall Casino, not just for entertainment, but also to raise funds and divert attention to facilitate their plans. Sig's observation Haki, as an extraordinary ability, made him nearly flawless at the gambling table. Predicting the outcomes of the dice was as natural to him as forecasting tomorrow's sunrise. This made their process of winning chips exceptionally smooth. Katarina played her part, interacting with other gamblers in the casino with her charming yet cautious smile. Her words wove a web of friendly pretense while cleverly guiding the conversation to gather more information about Black Gold Raimondo. Sig sat at the gambling table, his eyes seemingly casual yet sharp as a hawk, as if he could see through the dice cupped to the outcomes to come. With each bet, he accurately hit the mark, causing his pile of chips to grow into a small mountain. However, he did not display any boastfulness. On the contrary, he remained calm, occasionally deliberately losing a round or two to avoid drawing excessive attention from the casino management. Katarina, meanwhile, flitted between different gambling tables, enjoying the thrill of the game. Yet was actually on the lookout for opportunities to connect with potential informants. Sig, sitting at the gambling table, appeared nonchalant, but his gaze was as keen as a hawk. Every bet is precise and powerful, the chips in his hand like a secret weapon, thrown onto the table with undeniable confidence. In the past 9 bets, Sig has not missed once. Each sound of the dice landing is accompanied by the astonishment of the surrounding audience and the increasingly heavy breathing of the dealer. The dealer's hands begin to tremble, each die shaking in his hands as if fighting against fate. Sweat drips from his forehead, soaking the collar that struggles to maintain professional calm. But the fear and unease deep within are impossible to hide. Having worked in a casino for many years, he has seen countless ups and downs of gamblers. But no one has been able to achieve what Sig has, winning 9 consecutive bets, each one a double victory. Sig's keen observation allows him to foresee the outcome of the dice, but that is not his only weapon. His aura, his gaze, silently conveys a message. He is the invincible presence. The surrounding gamblers begin to whisper. Some start to follow Sig's bets, hoping to catch a bit of his luck. Katarina observes from the side, elegantly sipping her drink, a faint smile on her lips. She knows that Sig's victories are not just about accumulating funds, but also about establishing an unforgettable image in the shadowy halls, a figure that is both intimidating and full of mystery. The dealer picks up the dice cup again, his movements noticeably slower and more cautious than before. This next throw could determine his fate for the night. Taking a deep breath, he tries to calm his nerves, then gently shakes the cup, letting the dice spin inside. Finally, he throws. Sig's gaze is firmly locked on the dice cup, his heartbeat not accelerating with the impending result. He already knows this will be his 10th consecutive victory. The moment the cup is lifted, the numbers on the dice confirm his prediction once again. Despair spreads across the dealer's face, while thunderous applause and cheers erupt around him. The anxiety and unease in the dealer's eyes finally catch the attention of the casino's upper management. A sharp-eyed supervisor in a crisp suit steps out from the back, quickly scanning the crowd before locking on to Sig, realizing that this player's performance is too abnormal. The continuous victories raise the casino's alert. The supervisor signals the surveillance room to enhance monitoring, requesting them to replay and closely examine every round of Sig's games. The staff in the surveillance room immediately spring into action. Their eyes are glued to the screens, like a pack of hounds tracking their prey. Every shot is magnified, every frame scrutinized in an attempt to find any signs of cheating from Sig. However, no matter how carefully they observe, they find no flaws in Sig's behavior. His betting movements are natural and fluid, with no signs of deliberate concealment, and his expression remains calm, showing no signs of the tension or panic typical of a cheater. Each of Sig's victories seems like a blessing from luck. He himself is like an elusive ghost in the casino, leaving the surveillance personnel feeling confused and frustrated. Meanwhile, Katarina also senses the tense atmosphere within the casino, observing the surroundings with her peripheral vision and noticing several plainclothes security personnel approaching their direction. But she shows no signs of panic, instead continuing to chat with the gamblers around her, using her smile and words to divert everyone's attention. Sig also feels the change in the air, but he does not interrupt his game. Instead, he raises the stakes to demonstrate his strength and determination to the casino. Each throw of the dice is accompanied by the audience's breathless anticipation. The landing of the dice always seems to land precisely on the numbers he desires. This almost miraculous performance driving the onlookers wild. As the night deepens, Sig and Katarina's actions create a stir in the casino. The staff in the surveillance room begins to suspect that they may not be facing an ordinary con artist, but rather a formidable opponent with extraordinary abilities. In the dimly lit surveillance room, only the blue light from the screens illuminates the staff's serious faces, their eyes red and dry from prolonged focus. The air is thick with a tense and heavy atmosphere. Everyone is waiting for the answer to be revealed. The head of the surveillance room, a seasoned man with graying hair named Jack Hopkins, rubs his tired eyes, trying to dispel the bloodshot veins. He turns to the young technician beside him and says, "Replay it again, this time in slow motion. I want to see every detail." The young technician nods and quickly types on the keyboard, replaying the gambling scene involving Sig, but this time in slow motion. The dice roll, the cards are dealt, the chips stack up, and every subtle movement is magnified several times. "Look here." Jack points to Sig's finger on the screen. "Is it possible he is switching cards?" The technician adjusts the contrast and brightness of the image, observes carefully, and shakes his head. I checked repeatedly. There's nothing unusual. His actions are the same as the other players, nothing special. Jack sighs, resting his chin on his hand. Lost in thought. This is impossible. No one can win like this under our noses unless... Unless what, Jack? The technician presses. Unless he really is just incredibly lucky, or he has abilities we don't know about. Jack's words carry uncertainty. Superpowers? The technician scoffs. Are you kidding? No. Jack replies seriously. Although it sounds ridiculous, we've seen too many strange things. In this industry, you never know what you might encounter. Other members of the surveillance room join the discussion, debating and analyzing, but ultimately they all return to the same conclusion. Sig's victories cannot be explained by conventional means. Their eyes have lingered on the screen for so long that even when they close their eyes now, they can still see those images flickering in the dark. All right, Jack finally declares, let's compile this report and submit it to the supervisor. If he deems it necessary, he will report it to higher-ups. We've done our best. The rest is not our concern. The staff in the surveillance room begin to bustle about, organizing data and writing reports. Although they have found no concrete evidence of Sig cheating, this unusual situation is enough to draw the attention of higher management. For them, the work of a night is far from over, and everything happening in the casino may just be the beginning. The supervisor, meanwhile, is deep in thought, considering whether it is necessary to report this matter to the true owner behind the casino, Black Gold Raimundo Blackwood. But for Sig and Katarina, this is just a part of their plan. They are proceeding according to their established strategy, gradually infiltrating the core of the shadowy halls, getting closer to their target. At this moment, they have already become the brightest stars in the casino, and neither friends nor foes can ignore their presence. In the casino, as Sig continued his string of victories, the atmosphere became exceptionally lively. The seasoned gamblers, who had witnessed countless ups and downs, found the sight of a winning streak like Sig's to be a rare spectacle. At first, some might have felt a twinge of jealousy, but soon that emotion was replaced by pure admiration and excitement fueled by the fervor of the crowd. An elderly man in a floral shirt, his hair already gray yet still spirited, raised his glass and shouted towards Sig, "Young man, you are truly a miracle. Let us have another round and see where your limits lie." His voice cut through the noise, drawing agreement from those around him, with applause and cheers rising and falling like waves. Nearby, a few women, originally just spectators in their glamorous evening gowns, were also swept up in the joy of victory, clapping their hands and beaming with smiles, as if Sig's success had brought them good fortune too. At the other end of the crowd, a burly man with a full beard and eyes sparkling with disbelief paused, having been ready to leave, but stopped to rejoin the onlookers at the table. He whispered, "This guy is a master, a true master. Watching him operate is simply a pleasure." Sig had become a star in the casino, his calm demeanor and unhurried manner captivating everyone present. Even those who hadn't placed bets on him were mesmerized by his extraordinary skill, beginning to realize that sometimes watching an exciting gambling performance could be just as enjoyable as participating themselves. At that moment, it seemed everyone in the casino had forgotten their personal gains and losses. Their hearts moved by a shared feeling, admiration for the brilliant gambling skills and a yearning for the favor of Lady Luck. Each of Sig's victories not only earned him wealth, but also infused the entire casino with an indescribable energy and passion. Faced with Sig's continued wins, the casino manager began to feel the pressure, especially considering he couldn't immediately contact the casino's real owner to discuss strategies. With each round that ended, the chips on the table flowed towards Sig at an accelerating pace, putting immense strain on the casino's financial chain. The doubling odds meant that any failure would result in double the loss, a scenario no casino manager wished to face. The manager decided to intervene personally, trying to ease the situation. With a smile, he aimed to keep his tone light and friendly to avoid provoking this evidently lucky gambler. He slowly approached Sig, standing beside him, and quietly said, "Young man, you are indeed lucky. Even the heavens seem to be making way for you. But you know, there's an old saying in the casino, win fast, lose fast, slow wins last. Betting like you does bring excitement, but it carries great risks if you hit a rough patch. You could lose everything in an instant. As the manager of this casino, I would recommend a more gradual approach, which can maintain the fun of the game while allowing the fruits of victory to accumulate over time. The manager's words were filled with wisdom as he tried to guide Sig to change his strategy and adopt a more conservative betting style. If Sig truly took the advice, the casino's losses might be controlled, and he could enjoy the thrill of gambling for a longer period rather than reaching a peak and quickly falling. However, the manager knew that Sig was currently in what gamblers call a hot hand state, where many are reluctant to change their strategy, believing their luck will continue. Whether Sig would heed the advice depended on his willingness to listen to an outsider, especially while he was reveling in his winning streak. In response to the casino manager's suggestion, Sig showed neither the expected compliance nor hesitation. Instead, he responded with a calm, yet slightly mocking attitude. His eyes conveyed a confidence that suggested he fully understood what he was doing and held a firm belief in his strategy. Sig's lips curled into a subtle smile as he slowly spoke, his voice calm and strong. "Mr. Manager, I am well aware of your concerns, but you should know, I'm not here for slow wins. I am here to challenge myself and feel the thrill of instantly determining victory or defeat. I am willing to take risks because that is what makes victory meaningful." The manager was momentarily speechless, taken aback by Sig's certainty in his decision and his blatant disregard for traditional gambling advice. The manager's face flushed red and then pale, a mix of embarrassment and frustration crossing his features. Ultimately realizing that further persuasion might only damage his dignity, he chose to step back, reluctantly leaving Sig's side. Turning away with a heavy gait, he headed towards the back of the casino, perhaps to seek other countermeasures or simply to take a moment to calm his emotions. Black Gold, the mysterious ruler behind this casino, was currently immersed in his private world of luxury, far removed from the casino's clamor. Inside his private palace, the lighting was dim and ambiguous, and the air was filled with the scent of exotic spices. Sitting on a throne adorned with jewels, surrounded by a group of carefully selected beauties dressed in sheer fabrics like sprites in the night, each movement exuded an alluring charm. Black Gold's fingers lightly brushed over a woman's skin, savoring the delicate sensation, while he tasted exotic fruits presented to him on a golden platter by another woman. These fruits came from distant lands, each one a rare delicacy, meant to satisfy his discerning palate. Occasionally, his gaze would shift from the beauties to the stage in front of him, where a troupe of dancers was gracefully moving to the melodious music. The dancers' movements were fluid like water, combining the softness of ancient Eastern grace with Western exuberance. Every spin and jump was precise and powerful, telling stories of desire and conquest. Black Gold's eyes roamed among the dancers, and whenever his gaze lingered on a particular dancer, that woman would feel an invisible pressure to showcase her charm even more vigorously. However, in this moment of sensory indulgence, Black Gold's thoughts were not entirely absorbed in the pleasures before him. One hand held a customized communication device, linked to his vast business empire, including the casino. Through this device, he received real-time updates from the casino, learning of Sig's astonishing performance and the manager's reports. Although he appeared fully immersed in the enjoyment around him, inside, he was like a cunning leopard, ever alert to potential threats. Sig's victories had piqued his interest sufficiently. Anyone capable of continuously defeating the casino either harbored extraordinary luck or possessed exceptional skills. Black Gold's gaze sharpened like a blade, slicing through the languid atmosphere of the room, revealing his inner coldness and ruthlessness. The pupils seemed to penetrate all hypocritical appearances, striking at the deepest fears within the heart. That evil smile, though seemingly cynical, actually hides a bloodthirsty desire. This is his nature, honed over years in the dark world, a true predator, harboring an almost perverse excitement for any act that challenges his authority. The air around him seems to freeze, and even the women who have long accompanied him, despite having seen countless storms, feel an unprecedented chill at this moment. This man's anger is often accompanied by blood and pain, and his methods of revenge are cruel and unrelenting. At this moment, even breathing becomes cautious, fearing to provoke his wrath and become the target of his release. He slowly stands up, each step seeming heavy yet powerful, his silhouette casting a long shadow under the light, foreshadowing the impending gloom. He does not speak immediately, but silently surveys the surroundings, ensuring that everyone feels his dissatisfaction and determination. His gestures are understated, but sufficient to cause the temperature in the room to drop sharply. Then he speaks, his voice deep and magnetic, each word slicing through the air like an icy blade. To dare to cause trouble on my territory. They do not know they are playing with fire. His words reveal an undeniable authority and contempt for the provocateurs. He turns to his personal bodyguard, his gaze conveying a clear and direct message. Go investigate. I want to know all the details, especially the background of the one who dared to challenge me. The bodyguard understands and immediately takes action, swiftly disappearing into the shadows to carry out the order. Meanwhile, he returns to his throne, picking up a piece of fruit again. But this time his movements are no longer leisurely, but laced with urgency. He needs to remain calm and think about the next strategic move. This sudden challenge is not only a defense of personal honor, but a test of his ruling position. He will not allow anyone to disrupt everything he has painstakingly built. Whoever it is will pay a heavy price. In the casino, just as Sig's winning streak reached its peak, suddenly, several discordant figures intruded into the people's view. They were black gold subordinates, appearing with an unmistakable sense of oppression that immediately made everyone present feel a strange tension. These individuals walked straight towards Sig's table with firm and powerful steps, each footfall seeming to strike at people's hearts. Their sharp gazes scanned the surroundings, finally locking onto Sig. One of them, clearly the leader of the group, cleared his throat and, in a deliberately lowered voice, broke the casino's noise. Sir, we have noticed that your luck tonight seems to be too good to be true. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding gamblers fell silent. All eyes focused on the leader, and Sig did not respond immediately. Instead, he slowly raised his head, his eyes showing no signs of panic, but rather exuding a calm confidence. He gently placed his cards down and tapped the table lightly, the crisp sound silently conveying something. Are you implying that I am cheating? Sig's tone carried a hint of mockery, but it did not diminish the sharpness of his words. Each word was pronounced with conviction, seemingly challenging the doubters before him. We are not saying you are cheating, the leader corrected, but we must ensure the fairness of the game. If you are willing, we can conduct a check to confirm that everything is fine. Sig's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a cold smile that had long anticipated this moment. He slowly stood up, surveying the surroundings with an undeniable firmness in his gaze. You can check, he said, but I hope you remember, once I am proven innocent, I expect a formal apology. Furthermore, your suspicions have also made me lose interest in continuing to play here. As Sig's words fell, the casino fell into silence. Everyone held their breath, waiting for what would happen next. Black gold subordinates clearly did not expect Sig to accept the checks so calmly, but they had no choice but to proceed according to protocol. The checking process was quite quick but thorough. The casino staff carefully examined Sig's clothing, searching for any possible hidden devices, and even inspected the table itself to prevent any unknown mechanisms. After a thorough inspection, the result was in. There was no evidence that Sig had used improper means. Faced with this result, black gold subordinates appeared somewhat embarrassed. They were infuriated to the point of boiling by Sig's victory and subsequent provocation, their eyes burning with rage, muscles tense, ready to pounce on Sig and subdue him. Their shouts echoed in the casino, threats and intimidating words raining down on Sig like hail, attempting to overwhelm him with force. Kid, you're asking for death. One subordinate shouted, his eyes wide and fists clenched, seemingly ready to throw a punch at any moment. Do you think this is a place for you to run wild? Another subordinate scolded sharply, his voice filled with unbridled arrogance. However, in the face of this sudden threat, Sig maintained an inexplicable calm. He showed no signs of fear, but instead wore a faint smile that carried a sense of disdain for the intelligence of his opponents. Gentlemen, Sig began slowly, his voice steady and clear, cutting through the noise of the casino. If you believe I have violated the rules, then please call for someone who can make the final decision. I believe Mr. Blackgold would not want his subordinates to lay hands on a guest without permission. Sig's words struck like a heavy hammer, crushing the pride of these subordinates. Sig was right. They indeed had no authority to make any decisions here, especially when it came to the rules and order of the casino. Blackgold was an extremely rule-oriented person. He did not allow his subordinates to act arbitrarily, especially in handling incidents that could lead to greater trouble. "Are you questioning my orders?" One subordinate shouted angrily, but uncertainty had already begun to show in his voice. "No, I am just reminding you of your authority. If you think I have a problem, then it should be handled according to the process, shouldn't it?" Sig countered. His attitude remained an otherworldly calm, everything under his control. Sig's demeanor put the subordinates in a dilemma. They did not want to embarrass themselves in front of everyone, nor did they wish to violate Black Gold's strict regulations. Ultimately, reason triumphed over impulse, and they realized that Sig's words were not without merit. They glanced at each other, and one of them pulled out a communication device, quickly dialing a number to request instructions from their superiors. As they awaited a response, the atmosphere in the casino grew even tenser, everyone holding their breath, observing the development of the situation. Sig stood in place, his gaze calm, already foreseeing every subsequent move in the game. The heavy air seemed to be wrapped in a layer of invisible tension. Here is Black Gold, the underground emperor of this city, whose power and wealth are as heavy and alluring as the dark metal implied in his name. At this moment, he tightly grips an exquisite crystal wine glass, the amber liquid gently swaying within. The voice on the other end of the phone tightens his brow. It is a report from his subordinate about a series of misfortunes happening at the casino. Black Gold's gaze is like a sharp blade, cold and piercing, revealing an undeniable authority. As the call progresses, his grip gradually tightens until, with a crisp sound, the silence of the room is shattered. The glass in his palm shatters, the amber liquid splattering onto the expensive carpet like a silent warning. "Handle it personally." Black Gold's voice is low and firm, each word seeming to emerge from the abyss, filled with an irresistible commanding force. He stands up, his tall figure casting a long shadow under the light, the black suit perfectly tailored, every detail showcasing his status and power. The air around him is filled with a stifling silence, with a few beautiful women accompanying him, dressed in luxurious attire, their makeup exquisite, yet at this moment they resemble startled birds, lowering their eyes and not daring to meet his gaze. They can sense the anger permeating the air, a force that makes one's heart race, making it clear that in Black Gold's world, the rules are set by him, and any violation will come with a heavy price. Black Gold strides into the backstage of the casino, his steps firm and powerful, each one seemingly proclaiming his arrival. With a physique that is hard to ignore, standing nearly 2 meters tall, his muscular lines are taut and resilient. Even under a tailored suit, his strength is hard to conceal. However, what truly draws attention is not merely his physique, but the unique traits of the serpent people that lie hidden beneath his human exterior. His eyes, like two brilliant pieces of obsidian, are deep and sharp, but under certain lights, his pupils reveal a slender vertical shape, resembling those of a snake, glimmering with an unusual light. This unusual pupil not only adds to his mysterious aura, but also instills an indescribable sense of oppression in onlookers. Whenever he locks eyes with someone, that gaze feels like a predator's fixation before a strike, sending a chill down their spine. Beneath his skin, subtle scales can be discerned, especially around his wrists and the back of his neck, where the skin appears smoother than elsewhere, reflecting a faint sheen as if covered by delicate scales. Although these features are cleverly concealed in everyday social situations, their presence cannot be completely hidden under specific lights or angles. Most strikingly, he occasionally displays the unique abilities of the serpent people. For instance, during extreme emotional fluctuations, the tips of his fingers may slightly bend, and his nails become sharp like a serpent's claws, revealing a primal power. Such moments are fleeting, but enough to instill awe in witnesses, making them realize that the man before them is no ordinary person. As Black Gold enters the casino, his presence immediately captures everyone's attention. The aura he exudes, combined with the serpent people's unique mysterious traits, makes him stand out in the crowd like a star in the dark night, both distant and captivating. With Black Gold's appearance, the noise in the casino seems to drop to a minimum in an instant, all eyes converging on this unexpected guest. Gamblers, initially immersed in games and alcohol, stop their actions, turning to look at the towering figure that suddenly invaded their sight. In the casino, whether seasoned veterans or newcomers, Everyone is affected by this sudden, solemn atmosphere, their whispers filled with surprise and awe. Is he the legendary Black Gold? A young gambler whispers to his friend, disbelief evident in his tone. The words hit the crowd like a drop of water falling into a calm lake, quickly stirring up ripples. As people begin to quietly discuss the true ruler behind the casino, they say he has serpent eyes that can see through everything in the dark. A middle-aged woman says in an almost worshipful tone, her gaze closely following every movement of Black Gold, hoping to catch a glimpse of something extraordinary. And I heard he is a descendant of the serpent people, possessing incredible abilities. Another man adds, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of curiosity and fear. Clearly, the rumors about Black Gold have permeated every corner of the casino culture. However, Black Gold seems to be oblivious to everything around him, his gaze piercing through the crowd, directly locking onto the issues he needs to address. His very presence is a form of intimidation, a force that compels everyone to reassess their actions. Sig, the unexpected guest in the casino backstage, reveals an unusual confidence and arrogance. His gaze, sharp as an eagle's, is fixed on Black Gold, who is dressed in a custom deep blue suit, the silver cufflinks sparkling under the light. Black Gold, Sig begins, a hint of disdain in his voice. I give you a chance to stand by my side, pledge your loyalty to me, or else. The words hang in the air, the threat unspoken but clear. Everyone present is stunned by this scene, hardly believing their ears. Black Gold, the underground king of this city, is being confronted by someone demanding his submission. The gamblers exchange glances, unable to comprehend what they are witnessing, and even the air is thick with a heavy silence. Black Gold does not respond immediately. He simply stands quietly, his serpent-like pupils appearing unusually deep in the dim light, slowly raising one hand, as if gauging Sig's weight. He then curls his lips into a cold smile, filled with disdain and mockery. Sig, Black Gold's voice is deep and powerful. You dare to be so audacious in front of me because you have some so-called allies behind you? Or do you think that with your little cleverness, you can shake my foundation? Black Gold's tone reveals an undeniable authority as he continues. In this world, the way to survive is not through bravado, but through strength. If you want to challenge me, then show your true abilities. Otherwise, you will only become a laughingstock at others' tables. The crowd begins to murmur, quietly discussing Sig's background and why he dared to challenge Black Gold. Some speculate that Sig may be a representative of some opposing force, while others believe he might possess leverage that could threaten Black Gold. Regardless of the reason, everyone understands that this will be a life-and-death struggle. Facing Sig's provocation, Black Gold's deep, night-like pupils slightly narrow, two slender slits shooting forth a cold light. His body trembles slightly, not from fear, but from anger and excitement. Muscles ripple beneath the suit, and faintly, the scales under his skin rustle softly, a manifestation of the power within him and the awakening of his serpent people's nature. Suddenly, Black Gold erupts into a thunderous laugh, filled with contempt and mockery. The deep and powerful voice echoed in every corner of the casino, making everyone's hearts tremble in response. Ha ha, Sig! Black Gold stopped laughing, his gaze piercing as he stared directly at Sig. You, a mysterious stranger, dare to provoke me? Do you even know what you're saying? His words carried an undeniable authority, each one striking Sig's heart like a heavy hammer. Black Gold slowly stepped forward, each step seemingly crushing Sig's self-esteem as well as the floor beneath him. In this world, strength is the only truth. Do you think a few hollow threats can make me yield? You're wrong, very wrong. Black Gold's voice grew increasingly harsh. His presence was like a mountain, pressing down on everyone present. The crowd around them held their breath, having never seen Black Gold so furious. His anger erupted like a volcano, hot and destructive. Gamblers, staff, and even those who usually had close ties with Black Gold fell silent, afraid to speak out. You, Sig, since you dare to challenge me today, you should be ready. Are you prepared? Ready to die here today? Black Gold's voice was like a cold blade, piercing through Sig's defenses and striking at his core. The air was thick with a tense, suffocating atmosphere that seemed to freeze time itself. Everyone was waiting for Sig's response, more precisely, waiting for the final outcome of this confrontation. As the standoff between Black Gold and Sig intensified, the atmosphere between the two grew increasingly tense. distorting the entire space of the casino. The energy around them began to release, like two invisible storms colliding and pressing against each other, each trying to dominate. This contest of power was manifested not only in their eye contact, but also created a tangible pressure in the air, affecting everything around them. The chips on the table, those small discs representing wealth and dreams, began to tremble uncontrollably, even bouncing. They seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, swaying left and right like a small boat in stormy seas. The cards on the gambling table were also disturbed by this force, some even flying up into the air, then slowly falling back down, rearranging into new patterns. The gamblers in the casino were stunned by this scene. They stopped their activities, their eyes wide, mouths agape, unable to believe what was happening before them. Some instinctively stepped back, trying to distance themselves from this unknown energy center, while others, driven by curiosity, leaned in closer, ignoring the danger, eagerly watching Black Gold and Sig, wondering what would happen next. The staff were equally horrified. Some tried to approach to intervene in the conflict, but were quickly pushed back by this force, helplessly standing on the periphery, watching the situation unfold. The air between Black Gold and Sig thickened, solidifying into a transparent wall that separated them from the rest of the world. The distance between them seemed short, but at that moment, it felt like miles apart. Every breath, every heartbeat became part of their clash. This surge of power was not merely a collision of wills, but also an awakening of their inner potentials. Black Gold's serpent bloodline, combined with Sig's mysterious but clearly formidable strength, turned this confrontation into something beyond a typical power struggle, evolving into an unimaginable supernatural duel. The gamblers began to whisper among themselves, speculating about the backgrounds of these two powerful figures and how this contest would ultimately end. And Black Gold and Sig were like two volcanoes ready to erupt, poised to unleash their long-simmering energy and alter the fate of the entire casino. As the standoff reached its climax, the air seemed to be pierced by an invisible current, reaching a peak of tension. Suddenly, both figures moved simultaneously, like lightning striking through the stillness of the night. Black Gold's form moved like a spirit serpent in the shadows, swift and precise, each step calculated to perfection, without any excess. Meanwhile, Sig, refusing to back down, drew a gleaming metallic object from inside his suit jacket. A short sword, its sharpness astonishing, clearly not an ordinary weapon. At the moment they drew their weapons, the atmosphere in the casino exploded. The surrounding patrons, whether gamblers or onlookers, were taken aback by this sudden action, stepping back in shock, some even screaming. People began to look for cover, some ducking behind tables, others throwing themselves to the ground in an attempt to minimize their chances of being hurt. Those who failed to react in time were caught in the wave of suddenly released energy, pushed off balance, with a few stumbling and falling. The items on the gambling table, chips, dice, playing cards, were swept into this vortex of power as if controlled by some mysterious force. They spun and collided in the air, finally scattering across the floor with a crisp sound, intertwining with the screams of the patrons to form a chaotic symphony. "Oh my God, what's happening?" A lady shouted in panic, her eyes wide and her face filled with fear. "Run! Something big is about to happen here." Another voice cried out from the crowd, accompanied by hurried footsteps and rapid breathing. In the midst of this chaos, the staff seemed at a loss, trying to calm the patrons, but their voices were drowned out by the noise. The casino manager shouted from a distance, attempting to organize the staff to regain control. But in the face of this overwhelming power, all efforts seemed futile. The clash between Black Gold and Sig had escalated beyond a duel between two individuals. It now involved the safety of the entire casino and could even affect the balance of the city's underground world. The fear reflected in the patrons' eyes was mixed with confusion and regret, regretting why they had chosen to come to this place on this night. Against this backdrop, the duel between Black Gold and Sig became even more captivating, with every move they made resonating with the hearts of everyone present. They seemed to become the center of this storm, while everything around them transformed into their battlefield. As their movements quickened, the items in the casino continued to be affected: shattered glass, toppled chairs, scattered chips, all narrating the intensity of this battle. Just then, a flash of light sparked, followed by a dull collision sound, and then a brief silence. As the confrontation between Black Gold and Sig escalated, the entire casino seemed to be pulled into the center of a massive whirlpool. Their movements were as fast as lightning, each clash accompanied by the sound of tearing air, causing the very space to tremble under their strength. Black Gold's serpent nature was fully displayed at this moment, his body twisting gracefully in the air like a giant python weaving through a storm, each attack precise and deadly. Fists and kicks left afterimages in the air, every touch capable of bending steel. Sig, on the other hand, moved like a leopard stalking through the night, his short sword alive in his hand, each swing accompanied by a faint hum, leaving silver trails in the air. The movements were unpredictable and elusive, at times vanishing like a ghost in the sight of Black Gold, only to reappear from unexpected angles, launching a fierce offensive. Their dialogue intertwined with their clashes, filled with sharp taunts and provocations. Your speed is nothing special, Black Gold scoffed after a dodge. Your so-called strength is just flashy moves. Sig performed a flip in the air, his short sword tracing a perfect arc, the blade cutting through the air. And you, the so-called underground king, are merely relying on brute force and intimidation. Look around you. Your kingdom is crumbling. Crumbling? Black Gold's voice dripped with disdain. What I see is your foolishness in digging your own grave. Foolishness? At least I don't need to rely on hypocritical loyalty and weak rule. With each exchange of words, their movements quickened, the battle between them growing more intense. Every attack from Black Gold was like a landslide, while each counter from Sig was like a storm. Their powers collided in the casino, causing massive destruction. The poker table was overturned, chairs shattered, the lights flickered erratically, and broken glass and wood splinters flew through the air, creating an apocalyptic scene. The guests had long since scattered, leaving only a few brave souls or those unable to move, cowering in corners, watching the epic duel in terror. As the fight continued, the breathing of Black Gold and Sig grew heavy, sweat dripping from their foreheads, but there was no sign of fatigue in their eyes. Only burning fighting spirit and a thirst for victory. Do you think you can win? Black Gold's voice was deep and powerful. You underestimate my determination. Win? Sig's lips curled into a cold smile. I came here to make you realize that everything you have will turn to nothing. As their confrontation reached a fever pitch, both summoned the last reserves of their strength, preparing to unleash the ultimate strike that would decide the outcome. Black Gold's eyes sparkled with indomitable light, while Sig wore a calm smile, everything under his control. Black Gold struck first, channeling all his power into a single point, ready to unleash his most lethal skill. An oppressive aura filled the air. Even time seemed to halt at that moment. His movements were swift and decisive, like a furious beast, prepared to deliver the final blow to his foe. However, Sig's movements were even more bizarre. He seemed to predict Black Gold's trajectory, making subtle adjustments at the last moment, causing Black Gold's full force strike to miss. At the same time, Sig's arm extended like a spring, his short sword carving a perfect arc in the air, aimed straight for Black Gold's vital points. Their techniques collided in the air, producing a deafening roar that echoed like thunder throughout the casino. Then, a powerful shockwave radiated from their center, shattering the surrounding debris once more, dust swirling and smoke filling the air. When the dust settled, Sig stood firm in place, while Black Gold lay in the deep pit formed from their earlier battle, his body seemingly bearing unimaginable pressure, most of his bones shattered, blood frothing from his mouth. His eyes lost their former brilliance, replaced by deep unwillingness and shock. You actually... Black Gold used the last of his strength to force out a few words, his voice weak and trembling, looking at Sig in disbelief, unable to accept the reality. Sig slowly approached the edge of the pit, looking down at Black Gold, his gaze devoid of the arrogance of a victor, but rather filled with complex emotions. Black Gold, he said calmly, in this world, the strong survive and the weak perish. This is an unchanging law. You lost not because you weren't strong enough, but because you were too arrogant. Black Gold struggled to say something, but ultimately his body slumped down weakly, losing consciousness. As Black Gold fell, The once boisterous casino gradually fell silent, replaced by a suffocating stillness. The guests stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. The once unrivaled Black Gold, the ruler of the casino, had been defeated by an unknown challenger. Sig stood there, the blade of his short sword still glinting coldly in the dim light. His breath had calmed. The fierce battle had been mere child's play for him. His gaze swept over everyone present, his confidence and calm sending chills down their spines. The guests began to whisper among themselves, their words filled with awe and disbelief. Black Gold was once a tyrant on the seas, someone murmured. Who would have thought he would stumble here? Looks like this Sig is no pushover either, another voice chimed in. I wonder how he develops such skills. What now? Will the casino change hands? Who knows, but it seems this newcomer doesn't intend to let it go. These murmurs quickly spread throughout the casino, with everyone beginning to speculate about Sig's origins and his next moves. Some shrewd gamblers had already started to pack their things, preparing to leave this place of trouble to avoid being caught in deeper issues. The casino staff appeared at a loss, looking at each other, unsure how to handle the sudden turn of events. The casino manager's face was pale. This not only meant a shift in power within the casino, but could also herald a reshuffling of the entire underground order of the city. Sig's gaze turned to the casino manager, his tone calm yet firm. Tell everyone that this place now belongs to me. Anyone who disobeys will get the lesson they deserve. The manager swallowed hard, nodded, and began to announce the new order to the guests in a trembling voice. Upon hearing the news, some guests hurried to leave, while others remained, curiously observing the unfolding situation. Sig stood at the spot where Black Gold had fallen, surveying his new territory. Winning this battle was just the beginning. He would face more challenges ahead and must prove himself not only capable of defeating Black Gold, but also of managing this complex underground world. Black Gold subordinates, those who had fought and died under his banner, now had disbelief in their eyes, mixed with anger and despair. They witnessed their leader, once an invincible symbol, being taken down by a stranger. This was undoubtedly a heavy blow to their faith. Tears welled in their eyes, but no one dared to let them fall, knowing that at this moment, tears would only be seen as a sign of weakness. Boss, one of the subordinates murmured, his voice filled with pain. We can't just let him fall like this. Another subordinate, muscular and scarred, gripped his long knife tightly, his voice like a growl from deep within. We must avenge the boss and make this guy pay for defeating Black Gold. Yes, we will make him pay in blood. The others echoed. The voice was filled with the flames of revenge. The gaze became sharp, like a cheetah locking onto its prey, every movement revealing a firm determination. They scattered around, surrounding Sig, forming an impenetrable circle. The glint of blades flashed under the dim light, and the air was filled with a cold metallic atmosphere. You dare to harm our boss. One subordinate gritted his teeth and said, You will pay for this. Even if we all fall, we will drag you into hell. Sig faced this group of angry warriors with no change in expression, having anticipated all of this long ago. He held his short sword firmly in his hand, his calm gaze sweeping over each opponent, as if assessing their strength. Your loyalty is commendable. Sig's voice was clear and firm. But blind revenge will bring no change. If you must fight, then I will accompany you to the end. As soon as he finished speaking, one subordinate could no longer contain himself, roaring as he charged at Sig, the blade carving an arc in the air. Sig slightly tilted his body, easily dodging the attack, and countered with a sword strike, forcing the opponent to retreat. This brief clash acted as a fuse, igniting the battle fervor in the entire venue. The subordinates of Black Gold launched a fierce attack, blades clashing, the air being torn apart with sharp howls. They wagered their lives, vowing to put Sig to death. However, Sig's movements were as graceful as a dance. Each counterattack precise and deadly, each dodge perfectly timed. The short sword in his hand seemed to come alive, each swing instilling terror in his opponents. As the battle escalated, everything in the casino seemed to become part of the battlefield. Broken gambling tables scattered chips. Even fallen chairs became weapons or obstacles. Yet amidst this chaos, Sig maintained absolute calm. Every action of his was like playing a death song. Though Black Gold's subordinates were valiant, they fell one by one before Sig's superior skills. Their grief and courage seemed so insignificant in the face of absolute power. Ultimately, when the last subordinate fell in a pool of blood, Sig stood in the center of the devastated casino, his gaze devoid of the arrogance of a victor, only a deep regret for the lost lives. Sig stood in the center of the casino, surrounded by wreckage and silence. Only the sound of his breathing was clearly audible. There was no ecstatic joy of a victor in his eyes, but rather a subtle weariness hidden deep within. Slowly retracting his short sword, the tip lightly touched the ground, making a slight sound, as if marking the end of this battle. Facing the fallen Black Gold and his subordinates, Sig's tone carried a hint of indifference and disdain. I gave you a chance to be a dog, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Now, you will never have the chance to enjoy this beautiful world again. His voice echoed in the empty casino, carrying an undeniable authority. Beside him, Katarina slowly applauded, her eyes sparkling with admiration and awe. As a seasoned woman of the battlefield, she could feel the unusual aura emanating from Sig, one that could only be possessed by someone who had undergone countless life and death trials. Her applause, though light, rang particularly loud in the silence of the casino, celebrating Sig's victory. My boss is truly remarkable, Katarina exclaimed. Her tone held a hint of teasing, but more was genuine admiration. She took a few steps forward, walking to Sig's side, looking up at him with an indescribable meaning in her eyes. Sig slightly turned his head, giving Katarina a meaningful smile, which contained his recognition of her. Turning to face the casino manager, his voice carried an irrefutable command. Clean up the scene, notify all relevant parties. This is now my territory. The casino manager nodded tremblingly, quickly beginning to direct his subordinates to clean up. Other surviving staff members also sprang into action. Though still somewhat fearful, Sig's decisiveness and strength made them dare not slack off in the slightest. As the cleanup progressed, order gradually returned to the casino, but a tense atmosphere still lingered in the air. Sig stood there like a statue, his presence instilling a sense of new order throughout the casino. Meanwhile, Katarina quietly stood beside him, her eyes filled with anticipation, seemingly waiting for Sig's next instruction, while also filled with confidence for the future. Sig's victory was not just a personal conquest over Black Gold, but a declaration to the entire underground world. His name would become a new legend in this city in the days to come, and Katarina, as his capable assistant, would play an indispensable role in this transformation. Sig's gaze swept over everyone present, his expression calm and profound, contemplating something important. His words fell like a stone suddenly dropped into a calm lake, breaking the inner fear and unease of the crowd, allowing them to recover slightly from their earlier shock. You're just employees hired by Black Gold. It's not worth risking your lives for his death. Sig's voice was not loud, but it was clear enough for everyone present to hear. His words carried a peculiar power that could dispel the gloom in people's hearts, instilling a sense of inexplicable reassurance. Upon hearing this, the crowd's previously tense nerves finally relaxed a bit. They understood that Sig did not intend to eliminate everyone, which gave them a glimmer of hope. However, they also realized that their future fate would be determined by this man's words. Yet, Sig did not immediately provide an answer. Instead, he posed another question. Tell me, are there any other large pirates like Black Gold in the surrounding seas? This question clearly caught everyone off guard, and for a moment, they were stunned, exchanging glances. But soon, they realized that if they wanted to survive, they had to answer truthfully. Thus, a seemingly bold person stepped forward, his voice slightly trembling. There are a few, but they usually don't come near this sea area because this is Black Gold's territory. Sig nodded, signaling the person to continue. The man swallowed hard and continued. In the northern sea area, there's a pirate group called Bloodhand. Their captain is a cruel person who likes to collect all sorts of strange things. The eastern sea area is the territory of the ghost ship, where the captain is said to be able to manipulate fog, making ships invisible at sea. And in the south, there is the Twin Stars Pirate Group, led by a pair of brothers who excel in using cannons and are incredibly fast, making them hard to track. After listening, Sig fell silent for a moment, then said calmly, I see. You now have two choices. Either join me or leave here and never come back. Choose. Hearing these words, the crowd showed hesitation, but soon they realized that for those who lived on the edge of a knife, Finding a new powerful figure to rely on might be the best way out. One by one, they chose to stay under Sig's command, hoping to find a place to survive in this dangerous world. Sig nodded with satisfaction, knowing that he had not only gained a group of subordinates, but, more importantly, acquired a broader perspective on the secrets and potential foes of this sea area. In the future, he would no longer be content with this small territory, but would venture into the vast ocean to conquer the legendary pirates and make his name resound throughout the world of the seas. Standing in the center of the casino, Sig's figure was highlighted by a beam of light, making him appear exceptionally tall. His thoughts returned to reality, his eyes glinting with a cold light, a unique confidence and arrogance of a victor. The downfall of Black Gold would be shocking news, soon spreading across major sea areas and becoming a topic of conversation among pirates. But it was more than just gossip. It signified a reallocation of power and a mix of fear and respect for the new strongman. Black Gold certainly didn't believe I would come to him personally. Sig said in a low voice. He thought he was hidden deep enough, that his strength was sufficient for him to reign supreme in this sea area. But the facts proved he was wrong, and very thoroughly so. As soon as he finished speaking, a subordinate cautiously presented Black Gold's head, the once imposing face now frozen in an expression of fear and despair. Sig took it, casually tossing it up and catching it again, as if toying with a worthless trinket rather than the remains of a once powerful pirate leader. But now, Sig continued, I have turned him into my trophy. So, the great pirates from other sea areas should be able to understand my sincerity, right? The surrounding pirates detected the sarcasm in Sig's words and exchanged knowing smiles. Sig's so-called sincerity was, in fact, a blatant display of power. In the world of pirates, strength is everything. No one would refuse an invitation from someone stronger than themselves, especially when that strong man wields weapons capable of easily taking their lives. Unless they have the confidence to survive under my longsword, Sig said, slowly drawing the longsword from his waist, the blade reflecting cold light under the dim lamp, sending chills down spines. Gently stroking the sword's body, it was as if comforting an old friend seasoned by countless battles. This sword, he said, has witnessed countless life and death moments. Each swing signifies the end of one era and the beginning of another. It will not easily forgive any challenger, nor will it refuse any strong person willing to submit. Sig's words were like a verdict, resonating with authority. He knew that once the news spread, the great pirates in those sea areas would have two reactions. One would be fear, choosing to submit and become Sig's henchman. The other would be anger, attempting to challenge Sig to prove their strength. But no matter the reaction, Sig was already prepared, his longsword at the ready, his will as solid as rock. Sig sheathed the longsword again, turning to face his new crew, his eyes filled with anticipation. We have many things to do, many sea areas to conquer. But before that, let us first celebrate our victory, celebrate a new beginning. As Sig's words fell, cheers erupted in the casino, pirates raising their goblets in celebration of their victory. Meanwhile, Sig stood alone, his gaze once again cast upon the boundless ocean, silently reciting the names of those who would soon become his targets for conquest. At this moment, Sig could see that Katarina could drink far better than he could. That barrel after barrel of high-proof rum seemed like mouthwash to her. Not to mention that her rosy cheeks showed no signs of change, not even a hint of the delusion that alcohol might bring. On the vast ocean, two giant pirate ships faced each other in a thick fog, like two giants silently waiting for the horn of battle. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, golden rays spilling onto the surging sea surface, flickering with glimmers of light. Against this spectacular backdrop, red-haired Shanks, one of the legendary four emperors, stood at the bow of his flagship. The Red Force engaged in a century-long battle with another notorious pirate. The opponent's name was Black Iron Garrett, known for his indestructible defense and ruthless nature as a pirate king. His ship, named the Unyielding Shield, resembled a floating fortress, its hull covered in scars from battles, each telling countless legendary stories. The atmosphere of the battle was tense to the extreme, the air filled with the salty taste of seawater and the sparks of steel clashing. Red-haired Shanks wielded his longsword, Griffin, each strike accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder, while Black Iron Garrett responded with his massive black warhammer. Each smash sending shockwaves that churned the sea and shook the heavens. Every clash between the two was like a volcanic eruption, drawing surrounding ships and waves into this breathtaking fight. Seagulls scattered in fear, and even the clouds in the sky seemed to avoid this powerful aura. The crews of both sides watched the battle with tension, filled with admiration for their respective captains and a fear of the unknown outcome. Red-haired Shanks' red hair billowed in the wind, his gaze unwavering, each breath filled with a desire for battle. Meanwhile, Black Iron Garrett, despite his mask obscuring most of his expression, revealed his determination and anger through his tightly gripped warhammer. As the battle intensified, the contest between red-haired Shanks and Black Iron Garrett transcended mere physical confrontation, evolving into a clash of will and wisdom. Each collision of sword and hammer was accompanied by verbal exchanges, their dialogue sharp as blades, both a provocation to the opponent and a declaration of their own beliefs. Red-haired Shanks' sword tip traced arcs in the air, each swing embodying his yearning for freedom and understanding of justice. We are both kings of the sea, but the true overlord is not forged by iron armor and violence, but defined by the beliefs within our hearts. Garrett, no matter how hard your shield is, it cannot block the weakness within. Black Iron Garrett's response was equally powerful. Each strike of his heavy war hammer seemed to underscore his words. Shanks, your so-called beliefs are merely the excuses of the weak. In this world of the survival of the fittest, only strength is truth. Your idealism is worthless here. Look at my hammer. It represents reality. The truth you will never reach. Their words were like sharp arrows, leaving deep marks in each other's hearts. Yet the intensity of the battle did not diminish. Red-haired Shanks unleashed a sword technique called the Crimson Lotus Slash, the sword light burning like flames, piercing the air with a sharp howl, aimed directly at Black Iron Garrett's vital points. Garrett responded with a groundquake, his war hammer smashing into the ground, triggering a powerful shockwave that sent waves churning, making the entire battlefield tremble. However, red-haired Shanks was no ordinary foe. He dodged this strike with astonishing speed and, mid-air, executed another ultimate technique, Storm Vortex. The sword blade spun in the air, creating a small tornado that sucked in the surrounding air and water, sweeping towards Black Iron Garrett. As Black Iron Garrett saw this, he immediately activated his unyielding barrier, an invisible energy shield forming around him in an attempt to withstand this furious power. However, red-haired Shanks' offensive was too fierce. Even the sturdiest barrier began to show cracks. Garrett, what you seek is merely the surface of power, while I pursue the soul behind that power. Shanks' voice echoed through the storm, each word accompanied by the flicker of his sword light, like a lighthouse guiding the way. As the duel between red-haired Shanks and Black Iron Garrett reached its climax, the crew members on both massive ships no longer stood by idly and began to join this epic battle. In an instant, the clash of swords and blades wove a series of intense scenes, various techniques and skills blossoming in the air like brilliant fireworks illuminating the sea. The members of the red-haired pirates were all seasoned warriors, each with a unique fighting style, but sharing a common trait of bravery and fearlessness. Ben Beckman, Shanks' first mate, was renowned for his precise shooting skills and calm tactical command. His sniper rifle in battle was like the eye of death, each trigger pulled hitting its target accurately, chilling the hearts of enemies. On the other side, Black Iron Garrett's crew was equally formidable, known for their robust physiques and brutal fighting methods. Each one seemed like a battle machine, charging fearlessly at the enemies. Among them, a warrior named Iron Fist Robert stood out, his fists forged like steel, each strike carrying the power to shatter mountains and split rocks. At the start of the battle, the red-haired pirate sniper, Lucky Roo, was the first to strike, bullets raining down like torrential rain, forcing Black Iron Garrett's crew to seek cover. Following that, the red-haired pirate's combat expert, Yasopp, joined the fray. Although his shooting skills were not as precise as Beckman's, his barrage of firepower similarly overwhelmed the enemies. Black Iron Garrett's crew naturally would not sit idle. Iron Fist Robert leaped out, charging into the enemy ranks with his astonishing close combat ability, each punch accompanied by deafening roars, making even the strongest defenses seem weak under his fists. Meanwhile, Garrett's gunners were not idle either. They operated the ship's cannons, firing fireballs at the red-haired pirates' vessels, trying to blast the enemy ships to pieces. In the midst of this chaos, red-haired Shanks swordsmanship master, Raggy Lou, displayed his strength, his swordplay flowing like clouds in water, each swing generating a gust of wind that repelled the enemies one by one. Black Iron Garrett's swordwoman, Katarina, responded with her agile movements and sharp sword techniques. Their sword lights intertwining in the air, elegant like a dance yet filled with deadly threats. On the other side of the battle, the female warrior Yonko from the red-haired pirates clashed with Black Iron Garrett's female warrior, ironclad Emily. Yonko wielded her flexibility and speed as weapons, while Emily relied on her nearly indestructible armor and heavy punches. Their battle resembled a contest between a lion and a cheetah, each collision sending chills down the spine. As the fight intensified, the sea and sky appeared to be torn apart. The entire world seemed to tremble under this surging energy. The waters between the two massive ships, once calm, were stirred up like boiling lava. Waves surged and splashed, each wave seeming to carry the warriors' roars and determination. The duel between red-haired Shanks and Black Iron Garrett transcended mere physical combat. Each clash of sword lights was accompanied by twisted air, as if space itself bore the unbearable weight. The surrounding crew members were also inspired by this momentum, the intensity of the battle reaching unprecedented heights. Black Iron Garrett's crew member, Iron Fist Robert, after a fierce punch, created a deep crack on the sea surface, instantly parting the water and revealing the deep seabed below. Meanwhile, the red-haired pirate's Beckman unleashed a continuous barrage of bullets that traced silver arcs through the air, each bullet creating a sharp whistling sound, as if even the sky was being sliced. In such an environment, the fighters' moves became more dazzling and deadly. Red-haired pirates combat expert Yasop used smoke bombs to create chaos, then shot a series of explosive bullets from within the smoke, raining down like a meteor shower, knocking the enemy crew off balance. On the other hand, Black Iron Garrett's Katarina utilized the wind to accelerate, her form ghostly, each touch of her sword triggering chain explosions that sent massive water columns soaring, the entire ocean lamenting under her sword. During the battle, red-haired pirate's female warrior, Yonko, executed a unique form of soft martial arts, her body becoming seemingly boneless, attacking from impossible angles, leaving her opponents defenseless. Simultaneously, ironclad Emily's heavy punches struck the sea, each impact creating towering waves, as if the ocean itself responded to her power. In the sky, red-haired pirate sniper, Lucky Roo, used his special ammunition to fire a bullet capable of summoning lightning. When it hit its target, thunder and lightning erupted in the sky, as if a sudden storm was born in that moment. Meanwhile, Black Iron Garrett's gunners pushed the ship's heavy cannons to their limits. Continuous cannon fire covering a vast sea area, turning the battlefield into a sea of flames. As the battle continued, a hellish scene composed of fire, lightning, and giant waves formed around the two massive ships. Seagulls were frightened into chaotic flight. The clouds in the sky dyed strange colors by the light of the battle, as the entire natural world bore witness to this epic confrontation. At the peak of the battle, red-haired Shanks sensed the urgency of the situation, sharply realizing that if this continued, his crew might suffer unnecessary injuries. Thus, Shanks' momentum suddenly surged, like a volcano about to erupt, the power that had been building for so long reaching its peak at this moment. Facing the siege from Black Iron Garrett and his crew, Shanks' gaze became extremely resolute, his red hair flying in the fierce wind like an unyielding flag. Taking a deep breath, an invisible pressure emanated from him, so powerful that even the surrounding waves were forced to retreat, leaving an unusually calm surface of water. God avoid! Shanks' voice resonated through the heavens, like a deity descending, each syllable filled with an unshakable majesty. With this shout, an astonishing Conqueror's Haki erupted from within him, a skill that only true kings could master, capable of directly affecting the souls of others, causing them to lose consciousness in an instant. The air around Shanks began to distort, countless invisible tendrils spreading outward. Wherever they passed, whether it was enemy crew members or Black Iron Garrett himself, Even the weapons in their hands were shaken by this invisible force, causing them to collapse to the ground. Those who had not yet lost consciousness were filled with disbelief and fear, unable to comprehend why merely one person's momentum could render them so powerless. The move Shinbai not only showcases red-haired Shanks' absolute strength as one of the four emperors, but also serves as a psychological intimidation. It is not merely a physical attack. It resembles a judgment of the soul. Anyone daring to challenge Shanks' authority will feel an unprecedented sense of oppression in the face of this power. At this moment, the battlefield freezes, the once chaotic scene becomes silent, and all eyes are focused on red-haired Shanks. His figure appears exceptionally tall, as if even the heavens and the earth are yielding to him. Those affected by Shinbai seem to be frozen in place, unable to move, not even able to entertain thoughts of resistance. Eventually, as the effects of Shinbai gradually dissipate, only the members of the red-haired pirates remain standing on the battlefield, their eyes shimmering with infinite respect for Shanks. Meanwhile, Black Iron Garrett and his crew lie on the ground, pale and filled with awe at Shanks' strength. This battle ends with Shanks' Shinbai, not just as a display of power, but as a spiritual baptism, allowing everyone present to deeply understand what it means to be a true overlord. Shanks proves with his actions that a true strong person possesses not only unmatched power, but also a heart-shaking spiritual strength. Under the lingering might of Shinbai, Black Iron Garrett slowly stands up, his eyes reflecting both defeat and a profound recognition of Shanks' strength. In the face of such overwhelming power, even a rebellious pirate like him must admit his limitations. Taking a deep breath, he speaks in an unprecedented calm tone. Shanks, I, Black Iron Garrett, acknowledge your strength. In this sea, only true strong individuals are qualified to be called the Four Emperors. Today's battle has made me understand what true power is and the will that supports it. What we are fighting for is not just a title, but a responsibility and glory. And you have undoubtedly proven yourself worthy of it. Garrett's voice echoes over the sea, and as his words fall, the surrounding crew members, both his and Shanks, fall into a brief silence. Soon, Shanks' crew erupts into enthusiastic cheers, proud of their captain and ecstatic about the victory. For Black Iron Garrett's crew, although they must accept the reality of defeat, there is not much resentment in their hearts, for they have witnessed how a true strong person displays their strength and dignity. Garrett continues, my companions, we may not be able to leave here with smiles, but at least we can hold our heads high. Though we are defeated, we have our honor, for we have fought against a true king. Remember this moment. Let it become the motivation for us to grow stronger in the future. After speaking, Black Iron Garrett turns and walks towards his ship. Though his back is lonely, it is incredibly resolute. This moment of defeat does not signify a permanent low point, but rather a turning point on the path to becoming stronger. And those who once supported him may temporarily leave him now, but true strength and belief will eventually attract more followers. Red-haired Shanks looks at Garrett's departing figure and feels a trace of respect in his heart. True battle is not just about defeating opponents, but also about how to face failure and achieve self-redemption afterward. Shanks turns to face his crew, his face glowing with the joy of victory, but also carrying a sense of contemplation. Partners, we have won this battle. But do not forget that true victory lies in our unwavering pursuit of freedom, our persistence in dreams, and our trust in each other. Let us continue to sail on this boundless ocean together, to explore the unknown and to create our own legend. As the news of Shanks using Shinbai to end the battle spreads rapidly, the Marine headquarters in Marineford is bustling. The Marines quickly organize the collected video footage and detailed battle reports and send them to Admiral Sengoku and other high-ranking officials, including the 3 Marine admirals, Akainu, Akiji, and Kazuru. In Admiral Sengoku's office at Marine headquarters, the setting sun casts a golden glow over Marineford. Sengoku sits at his desk, intently reading a report. His expression is grim, seemingly dissatisfied with the content. Suddenly, a Marine soldier rushes in, holding a new urgent report. Report, Admiral, this is a detailed report on the latest battle situation of red-haired Shanks. Please take a look. The soldier respectfully hands the report to Sengoku. Sengoku puts down the document he was holding and takes the new report, reading it carefully. As he delves deeper, his expression grows increasingly serious. Shinbai, Sengoku murmurs. This power is astonishing. He sets down the report, stands up, and walks to the window, gazing out at the distant sea. A hint of worry in his eyes. Red-haired Shanks' strength has once again surpassed our expectations. Sengoku's voice is low and powerful. Notify the 3 Marine admirals and convene an emergency meeting immediately. Upon receiving the news, Akainu immediately demands an increase in surveillance of the red-haired pirates and suggests reassessing the threat level posed by red-haired Shanks. Such power must be restricted. Akainu says firmly, we must take action and not let him roam free any longer. Akiji appears more composed, suggesting that the Marines should act cautiously to avoid unnecessary conflict with red-haired Shanks. Shanks' strength cannot be underestimated, Akiji says slowly. If we act rashly, we might bring about greater trouble. Kizaru, on the other hand, maintains a relaxed demeanor, his tone tinged with teasing. Oh my, how surprising. It seems Mr. Red-Haired's strength has increased quite a bit, Kizaru chuckles. In the large conference room of Marine headquarters, Admiral Sengoku gathers with the 3 Marine admirals and other senior officials. The atmosphere is tense as everyone awaits Sengoku's address. Sengoku stands at the conference table, surveying the crowd before speaking. Red-haired Shanks has demonstrated his shocking ability, Shinbai, in a recent battle. According to the report, this move can directly affect a person's soul, rendering them unconscious in an instant. We must reassess the threat that red-haired Shanks poses to us. Akainu stands up first to speak. Admiral, I believe we should take immediate action to enhance surveillance of the red-haired pirates and consider launching an attack. Akiji opposes. I believe we should not act hastily. Red-haired Shanks is not an ordinary pirate. His strength and influence are immense. We should seek more prudent ways to address this issue. Kizaru still keeps a relaxed attitude. Well, no matter what, we still need to collect more intelligence to understand the true power of Shinbai and whether Shanks has any other similar abilities. Inside the conference room, various voices rose and fell, engaging in heated debates. Ultimately, Admiral Sengoku decided to dispatch a special task force to enhance surveillance on the red-haired pirates and ordered the 3 admirals of the Navy to prepare their respective response plans. After the meeting concluded, the Navy's high command began to formulate specific action plans. Admiral Sengoku convened the department responsible for bounty matters to discuss how to set the bounty for Shanks and how to announce this news to the world. In Admiral Sengoku's office, several high-ranking naval officials were engaged in a lively discussion. Given the divine avoidance ability demonstrated by Shanks, we must reconsider the level of threat he poses to us, Sengoku remarked. Yes, Admiral, a bounty affairs officer responded. Based on past performances and the recent battle, we recommend raising Shanks' bounty to an unprecedented level. What specific amount are we talking about? Sengoku inquired. We suggest setting the bounty at 5 billion berries, the officer replied. After thinking for a moment, Admiral Sengoku nodded in agreement. That's a reasonable figure. It reflects Shanks' strength and the potential threat he poses to us. Now we need to spread this news across the world as soon as possible. We are ready to transmit the bounty notice via the Albatross network, another officer added. In the coming days, we will distribute the bounty notice to every corner through the Navy's Albatross network. All right, then let's proceed as planned, Admiral Sengoku decisively concluded. Several days later, naval ships set sail from Marineford, each carrying an albatross with the bounty notices. These albatrosses were trained to deliver information accurately to designated destinations. As the albatrosses took flight, the bounty notices began to spread gradually across the world. From bustling cities to remote islands, from naval bases to ordinary citizens. People were talking about the newly recognized Yonko, Shanks. In a tavern in the East Blue, a group of pirates and merchants gathered together to discuss this news. Have you heard? Shanks' bounty is now 5 billion berries. One pirate exclaimed excitedly. Unbelievable. It's hard to believe someone in this world is worth that much. Another person marveled. I heard he has an ability that can affect people's souls. What's it called? Divine avoidance. A young man wearing a straw hat interjected. Yes. It's said that if you're touched by that ability, you will instantly lose consciousness, someone next to him explained. As the news spread, Shanks' name and his ability, Divine Avoidance, became the focus of attention for pirates and the Navy worldwide. The enormous bounty on the notice also sparked interest among countless adventurers, who began to gear up to challenge this new Yonko. At Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku looked out the window, contemplating another issue. Although we have raised the bounty amount, it may only temporarily alleviate the problem. Shanks and his pirate crew remain a force to be reckoned with. We must stay vigilant at all times. The Navy's actions and the release of the bounty notice marked Shanks' formal entry into the ranks of the Yonko, signaling that new turbulence was on the horizon. In a distant sea, Shanks and his pirate crew were docked on a secluded island, resting. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting mottled shadows across the island. The sea breeze gently blew, carrying the unique salty scent of the ocean, refreshing the spirit. On such a tranquil afternoon, an albatross soared and landed on the deck of the red-haired pirate's flagship. A rolled-up paper was tied to the bird's leg, which was the bounty notice just issued by Navy headquarters. Shanks was chatting with several companions on the deck when he noticed the arrival of the albatross and curiously walked over to retrieve the paper. He unfolded the bounty notice, and there was his portrait alongside the shocking bounty amount, 5 billion berries. A glint of amusement flashed in Shanks' eyes as he handed the bounty notice to a companion nearby and then burst into laughter. "Look at this, guys. The Navy finally acknowledges my status," Shanks exclaimed, holding up the bounty notice for his companions to see. The surrounding pirates gathered around, and when they saw the high number on the bounty notice, they all displayed expressions of surprise and pride. "Wow, Captain, 5 billion berries. That's an unprecedented bounty amount." One pirate marveled. "It seems our captain is truly one of the Yonko," another pirate added. Shanks nodded with a smile. "Yes, this battle proved our strength. From now on, the red-haired pirates will be the brightest presence on the seas." The surrounding companions cheered, celebrating Shanks' achievement. They all knew this was not only recognition for Shanks personally, but also for their entire crew. However, Shanks changed his tone, his expression turning serious. "This also means we will face more challenges. The Navy won't let us off easily, and other pirates will be watching us closely. We must remain vigilant and continue to strengthen our power." Hearing Shanks' words, the companions nodded in agreement. They understood that even though they had achieved glorious success at this moment, the road ahead was still full of unknowns and challenges. As the sun gradually set, the red-haired pirates wrapped up the day amidst laughter and joy. The journey ahead would be filled with glory and trials. For Shanks, this moment marked his true ascent to the pinnacle of the Yonko. But he also knew that this was just a new beginning. As night fell, the island where the red-haired pirates were located was brightly illuminated by the light of the bonfire. The crew gathered on the beach, starting their night of revelry. The air was filled with the aroma of grilled meat, and various delicacies were spread across long tables, with barrels of beer and rum casually placed nearby for everyone to enjoy. Shanks sat in a large wooden chair by the bonfire, surrounded by a group of cheerful companions. They raised their glasses, sharing stories and adventures, each person immersed in the joy of victory. A member named Ben Beckman, holding a bottle of liquor, said while drinking, "Hey, have you heard? My bounty has now reached 2 billion berries." Another member, Lucky Roo, patted Beckman's shoulder and laughed. "Haha, what's that? My bounty has risen to 2 billion berries." As the night deepened, the atmosphere grew more festive. The pirates began to dance, sing, and some even jumped into the sea to play around. The bonfire was filled with laughter and song, and occasionally, excited shouts could be heard. Shanks watched all of this with a satisfied smile, picked up a bottle of liquor, walked to the center of the bonfire, and said loudly, "Come on, brothers. For our victory, for the rise of our bounty, cheers." Everyone raised their bottles high in response to Shanks' shout and downed their drinks. They then rejoined the revelry. In distant seas, other powerful pirate crews also received the news of the red-haired pirates' bounty skyrocketing. Among these crews were well-known, strong groups that looked down on the rise of the red-haired pirates and even underestimated them. In a base of the Shadow Pirates, Captain Marcos sat at a large wooden table scattered with various documents and bounties. He was discussing recent intelligence with several senior officers. Marcos picked up a bounty with Shanks' face printed on it, examined it closely, and then disdainfully tossed it aside, saying, "Humph, that guy Shanks has actually become one of the 4 emperors?" The world has really changed. A subordinate beside him, a man with a prominent scar on his face, sneered. Boss, do you remember? Last time we ran into them at the edge of the new world, Shanks was just a minor character. Now he actually has this kind of status, it's hard to believe. Another burly, muscular pirate chimed in, Boss, should we take the chance while they VE, just risen and haven't stabilized yet, to show them a thing or two? Marcos pondered for a moment and slowly nodded. That's not a bad idea. Although Shanks is quite strong, maintaining the status of a 4 emperor isn't easy. Our shadow pirates are no pushovers either. However, we mustn't underestimate them. After all, they became 4 emperors for a reason. Yes, the scarred man echoed. But the strength of our shadow pirates should not be underestimated. As long as we devise a thorough plan, we can deal a heavy blow to the red-haired pirates. Marcos stood up with a determined look. All right, let's teach those arrogant upstarts a lesson. Notify everyone, prepare the ships and supplies. We're heading to Shanks territory. Let everyone get ready for battle. We'll show them who the true ruler of the seas is. Everyone nodded and began to get busy. The entire base instantly filled with a tense atmosphere. The members of the Shadow Pirates started preparing weapons and checking ships, getting ready for the impending conflict. Meanwhile, in another location, the Windstorm Pirates also received the same news. Captain Adrian, upon learning this intelligence, displayed a similarly disdainful attitude and summoned his subordinates to discuss countermeasures. Did you all see? This guy Shanks has actually become one of the 4 emperors? What a joke. Captain, what should we do? One of the subordinates asked. Adrian sneered. Let us observe for a while. If the opportunity arises, we can ally with other forces to challenge them together. We need to prove that only true strongmen can stand in this ocean. As these large pirate crews began to plot actions, a storm against the red-haired pirates was quietly brewing. Sig, the notorious king of mountain bandits, never imagined that his face would become a symbol of provocation. Whenever some arrogant pirates dared to act presumptuously in front of him and extort money, he felt a surge of anger. This time, another foolhardy individual dared to provoke him. At this moment, the sun slanted over the horizon, casting golden rays across the deck. Sig stood on his flagship, the Shadow, gazing intently at a small pirate ship approaching from the distance. The flag on the ship fluttered in the wind, depicting a crow with its wings spread. This was the symbol of the provokers. Boss, those guys are back. One of Sig's subordinates, a man named Jack, said. They seem to think we're easy to bully. Sig's lips curled into a cold smile. Tell them to get lost, or they regret it. Jack nodded and shouted, Hey, you over there, you better turn around and leave now. This is the territory of Lord Sig. The opposing ship did not reduce speed. Instead, it sped up, and the people on board began to shout loudly. Hey, we heard the king of mountain bandits is a softy, and we're here to test his mettle today. One of the pirates yelled. Sig's expression darkened. It seems they can't understand human language. He quietly said to Jack, prepare for battle. Jack immediately turned and issued the order to prepare for combat. Sig slowly drew his sword from his waist, his eyes flashing with determination. He intended to use this opportunity to test the strength of his new crew members. He thought to himself, since he had already conquered them, now is the time to see if these pirate subordinates could truly be of use. As the opposing ship drew closer, Sig's gaze swept over his crew, his eyes conveying a silent command. The new pirates immediately understood, their expressions excited, as if they had been waiting for this moment. Boss, we're ready. One of the young new members said excitedly, gripping his long knife tightly, his eyes filled with eagerness and confidence. Sig nodded slightly and cast them a trusting glance. No need for more words, as these newly joined subordinates already understood his meaning. It's time to prove themselves. Go, let them see our strength. Sig's deep and powerful voice echoed across the deck. As his words fell, these new members sprang into action. They each took out their weapons, some wielding sharp curved blades, while others gripped heavy iron hammers. Most surprisingly, several members were able to perform one of the Navy's 6 styles, the moonwalk. They leaped gracefully into the air, seemingly supported by an invisible force, leaving behind silver trails. Watch me, one of the new members shouted. His figure streaked across the sky like a meteor, the blade in his hand glinting coldly in the sunlight as it accurately aimed at the pirates on the enemy ship. Other members followed suit, and in an instant, the sky was filled with moving figures, as if they were dancing in the air, catching the enemy off guard. As the battle unfolded, Sig's subordinates showcased various weapons and skills. Their exchanges were filled with provocation and mockery, adding a tense and thrilling atmosphere to the fight. A burly pirate brandished a massive battle axe, his steps steady, each leap accompanied by the howling of the axe slicing through the air. "Hey, you cowards! Are you ready to meet death?" he shouted loudly. Another pirate wielding dual daggers moved swiftly, his swordsmanship rapid and precise, darting through the air like a dance. "Are you guys just going to hide on the ship and shoot arrows?" he said while continuously using the moonwalk to evade enemy attacks. There was also a female pirate who wielded two slender short swords, her movements elegant and deadly as she flipped through the air. At the same time, she unleashed a series of rapid attacks with her short swords, not forgetting to taunt. "Humph, with this level, you dare to call yourselves pirates?" One of the pirates utilized the moonwalk, stepping into the air and leaving a silver trail. Suddenly, his body accelerated, shooting toward the enemy ship like a cannonball, his longsword transforming into a flash that instantly took down several pirates. Another pirate coated his fists with armament Haki, descending from the air, and smashed his fist onto the enemy ship's deck, creating a deafening sound as the deck cracked. There was also a pirate using observation Haki, his eyes shimmering with golden light, allowing him to foresee enemy movements. Thus, he easily dodged incoming bullets and blades in the air while accurately counterattacking. "Hey, that move is too slow. At least it's more useful than your windmill. Haha, you guys can only hide behind me. Don't get too cocky. I haven't shown my true skills yet." As the battle gradually approached its end, Katarina walked over to Sig and gently massaged his shoulders, her voice carrying a hint of ease and confidence. "At this rate, it should be easy for us to win again. The guys on that pirate ship seem to be all bark and no bite. They don't have anything impressive." Sig smiled slightly and turned to look at Katarina, his eyes revealing appreciation, knowing that she was not just his lover, but also a trustworthy partner. Her keen observation and accurate judgment made her an essential figure in the team. "Yeah, you're right," Sig replied, "but we can't let our guard down. Sometimes seemingly weak opponents can create significant trouble." As the battle continued, Katarina joined in, nimbly weaving through the air, her short swords dancing gracefully. Her movements were clean and sharp, each strike precise, posing a great threat to the enemies. "Hey, you guys think you're clever, huh?" Katarina said disdainfully, simultaneously dodging a cannonball with a sidestep, then using the moonwalk to leave a silver trail in the air as she charged toward the enemy ship. At this point, the pirates on the enemy ship appeared somewhat panicked. The captain was struck by one of Sig's subordinates while attempting to break through the defenses, falling onto the deck and losing his command ability. After losing their leader, the pirates began to scatter, some jumping into the sea to escape, others raising their hands in surrender. Sig's crew was in high spirits, shouting loudly as they chased after the fleeing enemies. The battle had entered its final phase, and victory was almost assured. Sig stood on the deck, surveying the surroundings with satisfaction. These new members not only had strong combat abilities, but also demonstrated good teamwork in actual combat. He nodded at Katarina, signaling her that it was time to end the fight. "Katarina, that's enough." Sig's voice rang out on the deck. Hearing this, Katarina immediately sheathed her short swords and gracefully returned to the deck of the Shadow. She walked over to Sig, and the two exchanged smiles. "Looks like we're going to add some new members again," Katarina said with a smile. "Yeah, but first we need to interrogate these people well to see if there are any bigger conspiracies behind them," Sig replied. After the battle, Sig's subordinates began to clean up the battlefield and capture the surrendering pirates. Some pirates were tied up and awaited interrogation. Sig and Katarina sat on the deck, enjoying the tranquility after the fight. "Everyone did well today. Let's take a break and prepare to head back," Sig announced loudly. The crew cheered and began to pack up, preparing for the return trip. Sig and Katarina quietly sat on the deck, enjoying each other's company. The sunset cast its afterglow on the sea, the golden light reflecting on their faces, making everything seem so beautiful. As the battle concluded, Sig stood on the deck, gazing at the distant horizon, a sense of indescribable feeling surging within him. Perhaps it was because he was too powerful that he couldn't find a true opponent in this world. leading to a deep sense of loneliness. For him, everything became normal because he had long been accustomed to standing alone at the peak. Sieg recalled some past events, feeling a surge of emotions. He had once sought thrills, doing many things that others dared not. If someone disobeyed his orders and refused to become his subordinate, he would mercilessly execute them. Though this approach was cruel, it was a norm in his world. Thinking of this, Sieg's gaze turned to Katarina, who was standing beside him, massaging his shoulders. He softly said, "Maybe it's because I'm too invincible, too lonely, that anything I do seems normal. If someone doesn't listen to me and becomes my subordinate, then they might as well be executed." Katarina nodded, understanding his feelings. She knew Sieg's sense of loneliness and recognized the necessity of having an iron-fisted approach to survive in such an environment. She comforted him, "You are the strongest. This is an undeniable fact. As for the Golden Port, it really didn't have any value to exploit. There's nothing to regret about giving it up. After all, the strongest guy there, Black Gold, was defeated by you." Upon hearing this, Sieg's lips curled into a slight smile, nodding in agreement. Black Gold had once been the overlord of the Golden Port, but he was defeated in his duel with Sieg and ultimately perished under Sieg's sword. This undoubtedly proved Sieg's formidable strength. "Well," Sieg said, "the matter of the Golden Port is settled. What we need to do now is return to base, handle these captives, and then plan our next move." Katarina nodded and turned to command her subordinates to deal with the aftermath of the battle. Sieg continued to stand on the deck, gazing into the distance. His thoughts drifted to the future, contemplating the upcoming goals and plans. As time passed, the sunset gradually descended, painting the sky with brilliant twilight hues. The flagship Shadow began to adjust its course, preparing to head back. The crew busied themselves, making final preparations for the return trip. As the Shadow slowly set sail back, Sieg stood on the deck, watching the sunset gradually fade into the horizon. A complex mix of emotions surged within him as he pondered his path and future direction. He often recalled the words spoken by this body in the past about slaying 56 emperors with a sword. Deep down, Sieg harbored a strong confidence that he might truly be able to achieve such a feat. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and then slowly exhale. When he opened his eyes again, they sparkled with determination. Sieg could feel his 3 types of Haki, armament, observation, and Conqueror, had reached a very high level, almost at a peak that seemed impossible to surpass. This power made him invincible at sea, but also brought him an unprecedented sense of loneliness. "Being invincible is truly lonely," Sieg murmured, his tone tinged with helplessness. Catherine stood beside him, understanding his feelings upon hearing his words. She gently stepped closer, leaning by his side, and comforted him. "Strong people are always lonely, but at least you are not alone. We will always be by your side, in battle or in peaceful days." Sieg smiled faintly, turned to Catherine, and nodded in gratitude. No matter how difficult the road ahead might be, at least he was not alone. Catherine and the others were his reliable companions. "Yes," Sieg said, "I know I'm not alone, but sometimes I still think, how wonderful it would be if I could find a true rival." Catherine chuckled softly. "You will find one. The world is so vast. There are always strong opponents you haven't encountered yet. Perhaps one day you will meet someone who can make you give it your all." Sieg nodded, his heart filled with anticipation. His strength was already formidable, but deep down, he still craved a battle that could unleash all his potential. As night fell, the starry sky shone brightly, and the sea sparkled. The lights on the Black Shadow ship gradually lit up, guiding the way for the night voyage. The crew was busy. Some were tidying up the deck, while others were preparing dinner, everything in good order. Sieg and Catherine stood side by side, gazing at the night sky, their hearts filled with aspiration for the future. For Sieg, the road ahead was full of uncertainties, but he firmly believed he could overcome all difficulties and reach a higher realm. "Let's go back," Catherine said softly. "Everyone is waiting for dinner." Sieg smiled and nodded, and the two walked towards the cabin together. As they left, only the sound of the night wind brushing over the sea and the occasional cries of seagulls remained on the deck. Everything felt exceptionally tranquil. In the days to come, Sieg and his crew would return to base to handle post-battle affairs and plan the next steps. For Sieg, seeking a true rival and pursuing greater achievements would be his eternal goal. The training methods of the mountain bandit King Sig could be described as legendary. His Conqueror's Haki was immensely powerful, enough to shake the heavens and the earth. On a vast and boundless island, Sig found the best place to hone his will and strength. This island was originally peaceful and beautiful, with lush trees and the sounds of birds and flowers. However, under the training of the mountain bandit King Sig, it underwent earth-shattering changes. Sig stood in the center of the island, hands on his hips, gazing up at the sky, his eyes shining with determination. Taking a deep breath, his muscles tensed, and his Conqueror's Haki erupted instantly. This Haki was like a tangible force, distorting the surrounding air. The creatures on the island felt this powerful aura and panicked, fleeing in all directions. However, Sig's Conqueror's Haki was too overwhelming. They had nowhere to escape. The animals, plants, and even microorganisms on the island gradually lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground under the impact of this Haki. Some weaker life forms even stopped breathing forever under this pressure. Sig did not stop. He continued to unleash his Conqueror's Haki, concentrating his power on the island's crust. As time passed, cracks began to appear, and the crust slowly split open. This scene was as if the creator was redefining the world's boundaries, shocking to behold. The cracks widened, and seawater surged in, dividing the island in two. This process was slow yet steadfast, just like Sig's will, unshakable. Ultimately, the island was brutally torn apart, and Sig stood on one of the fractured pieces, like a war god descending to oversee his masterpiece. The creatures on this island witnessed the Conqueror's Haki of the mountain bandit King Sig and also witnessed their own doom. Sig, in this training, once again proved his unparalleled strength. Standing on the fractured island, Sig's heart surged with the desire for conquest. His gaze pierced through the tumultuous sea, as if he could see the distant Navy headquarters, the center of the pirate world, a symbol of power and a place countless pirates dreamed of challenging. He imagined himself, like the Golden Lion, storming into the Navy headquarters, triggering a world-shocking event. This thought took root in his heart, igniting his blood. A wild smile crept across Sig's lips, and his eyes sparkled with the thrill of adventure. The pirate world is becoming more and more interesting, Sig murmured to himself, his voice echoing in the sea breeze. Filled with uncontrollable ambition, he began to devise his plan, imagining how to break through the Navy's defenses, how to stand out among strong opponents, and how to make the entire world remember his name. Sig's heart was filled with a thirst for the unknown. He wanted to challenge those legendary Navy admirals and see if they could withstand his Conqueror's Haki. Just like the Golden Lion, to become a legend? Sig chuckled softly, his laughter revealing a hint of arrogance and defiance. Such actions would bring endless dangers, but it was this very danger that excited him. He began to prepare, intensifying his training and enhancing his strength. Sig knew that to create a significant event at the Navy headquarters, he needed not only powerful Haki, but also unmatched wisdom and strategy. He started studying the layout of the Navy headquarters, understanding the abilities of those Navy admirals, and preparing his action plan. During this process, Sig's Haki matured further, and his gaze became even more resolute. He knew he had chosen a path of no return, but it was also the path to becoming the Mountain Bandit King. He looked forward to that day, anticipating the storm he would unleash at the Navy headquarters. "Wait for it, Navy, I will bring you unprecedented shock," Sig shouted at the sea, his voice filled with determination, already foreseeing the great battle that was about to come. And he, the Mountain Bandit King Sig, would become the most dazzling protagonist of this battle. In his heart, besides ambition for the future and the pursuit of power, there was also a lingering attachment. That was his lover, Catherine. Her disappearance felt like an invisible knife, stabbing at his heart from time to time. Catherine, the charming and clever woman, lingered in Sig's mind, refusing to fade. Her disappearance was sudden, just like her entrance into his life. The letter she left behind was beautifully written, yet full of mystery. She said, "Wait for me to finish my matters, and I will return." But who knew what those matters were, or how long they would take to resolve? Sig stood on the island, gazing at the endless sea, feeling a surge of helplessness in his heart. He, the Mountain Bandit King Sig, although possessing powerful Conqueror's Haki, lacked a vast force and numerous subordinates to send out in search of Katarina. He could only rely on himself. And searching for a person who intended to hide in this vast ocean was undoubtedly like finding a needle in a haystack. He had tried various channels to inquire about Katarina's whereabouts, but to no avail. The pirate world was too big and too complex, and his power seemed somewhat inadequate here. Sig had also considered giving up, but every time the night grew deep and quiet, when he was alone, Katarina's laughter and figure would appear in his mind, making it impossible for him to let go. "Katarina, where are you?" Sig often asked silently in his heart, his voice carrying a hint of barely perceptible tenderness. Despite this helplessness and concern in his heart, Sig did not stop his steps. Only by becoming stronger could he find Katarina in this cruel pirate world and protect her from harm. Therefore, he continued to train and enhance his strength, waiting for the day when Katarina would return to his side. Katarina, the delicate and emotionally rich woman, did not leave of her own volition. In her heart, Sig was her home, the person she was willing to weather storms with. However, fate often likes to play tricks, pushing her into a situation where she had to leave. In a corner of the New World, one of the four emperors, Big Mom, the woman who lived for sweets, had once been Katarina's protector. When Katarina was still an obscure casino operator, Big Mom was already her loyal customer and her umbrella. This relationship, although faded with the passage of time, was always remembered by Katarina for Big Mom's care. One day, a messenger from Big Mom found Katarina with a seemingly simple request. Big Mom wanted to taste the cream cake she had made. This request should have been an honor for Katarina. She had no reason to refuse and no reason to doubt Big Mom's motives. Katarina did not tell Sig, partly because she did not want him to worry, and partly because she believed she would return soon. Thinking this was just a simple meeting, a brief separation, she did not expect that this trip would turn into a long disappearance. On her way to Big Mom's island, Katarina was filled with anticipation, imagining Big Mom's satisfied smile as she tasted her cake. However, she did not anticipate that hidden behind this journey was an unknown conspiracy, and she had already stepped into a carefully laid trap. Sig knew nothing of all this. He only knew that Katarina had suddenly left, leaving behind a letter full of mysteries. Meanwhile, Katarina, upon realizing she was in trouble, was filled with longing and guilt for Sig. When Katarina stepped into Big Mom's territory, she still carried a hint of nostalgia for their old friendship and anticipation for their reunion. However, when she finally saw Big Mom's massive figure, her smile froze on her face. The warmth that used to be in Big Mom's eyes was replaced by cold fury and unabashed hatred. "Katarina, you've finally come." Big Mom's voice was like rolling thunder, echoing in the spacious palace. Katarina forced herself to calm down. Although she already had an ominous premonition in her heart, she still tried to respond politely. "Big Mom, I brought you your favorite cream cake." "Cake?" Big Mom laughed mockingly. "Do you think I still care about those sweets?" "You're wrong, Katarina. You betrayed me." Shock appeared on Katarina's face. She did not understand why Big Mom would say such things. "Betrayal?" "Big Mom, I don't understand what you mean." "You don't understand?" Big Mom's voice rose. Anger erupted like a volcano. "When you were running the casino, you chose to leave with that mountain bandit King Sig. Do you think I wouldn't know? Do you think you could still be my friend?" Katarina finally understood the source of Big Mom's anger and tried to explain. "Big Mom, I just wanted to pursue my own happiness. I never intended to betray you." "Pursue happiness?" Big Mom sneered. "Your so-called happiness is betraying me, betraying our friendship. Do you know that the day you left, you became a traitor in my eyes?" Katarina felt a chill run down her spine, realizing her situation was very dangerous. "Big Mom, I never intended to hurt you. I've always been grateful for your protection back then." "Grateful?" Big Mom stood up, her figure looming like a giant before Katarina. "Your gratitude is repaid with betrayal? Now that you've returned to my territory, don't think you can leave." Katarina's courage erupted at that moment. She stared directly into Big Mom's eyes. "Big Mom, I admit I left, but I never betrayed you. If you truly cared about our friendship, you wouldn't treat me like this." Big Mom's fury reached its peak, and she roared, "You dare to refute me? You are asking for death." Big Mom's rage was like a storm. Once unleashed, it could not be contained. Although Katarina was brave, her resistance seemed trivial before one of the four emperors, Big Mom. The battle was about to erupt. Big Mom's figure moved in an instant. Her speed almost impossible to catch. Katarina barely had time to raise her arm in an attempt to block, but Big Mom's power bore down on her like a mountain, leaving her no chance to breathe. Katarina, you are too naive. Big Mom's voice echoed in the air as she swung a heavy punch. Katarina barely dodged this blow, but Big Mom's assault was relentless. She could only keep retreating, trying to find an opportunity to counterattack. However, Big Mom's combat experience was vast. She would not give Katarina any chance to catch her breath. Big Mom, please stop. Katarina shouted while dodging, her voice filled with despair. Stop? You insult me. Big Mom sneered. Her palm was like an iron claw, gripping Katarina's shoulder tightly. Katarina felt a sharp pain. She exerted all her strength to try to break free. But Big Mom's power was too great. Big Mom's other hand had already gathered a powerful Haki. She struck out, aiming straight for Katarina's chest. This is the fate of betraying me. Big Mom's voice was cold and merciless. Katarina could not completely avoid this blow. The impact of Haki sent her flying like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily against the wall, a mouthful of blood spewing from her lips. Her body slid down weakly, and the severe injury nearly made her lose consciousness. Not enough. Big Mom did not stop there. She continued to launch attacks, each strike carrying devastating power. Katarina struggled on the ground, her gaze starting to fade, but she still tried to stand up. Say, I will return. Dream on. The old lady kicked again, and Katarina's body was sent flying like a rag, ultimately crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. The battle was brief yet intense. In just over a dozen moves, Katarina was severely injured and fell into a coma. The old lady's subordinates quickly stepped forward, dragging Katarina away to the dungeon. Lock her up. No one is allowed to let her out without my orders. The old lady commanded, her eyes devoid of any compassion. After Katarina was taken away, the palace fell silent once more. Only the heavy sound of the old lady's breathing echoed in the air, signaling that the cost of this betrayal had only just begun. Katarina lay on the cold stone floor, her breathing weak and labored, like a flickering candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Her body was covered in bruises, blood staining her clothes. Although her face was beautiful, it had lost its former luster, pale as paper, with traces of blood at the corners of her mouth, making her look particularly desolate. Her eyes were tightly shut, long eyelashes casting shadows in the dim light. Her brow slightly furrowed, as if she could still feel pain even in her unconscious state. Her limbs sprawled weakly, fingers slightly curled as if trying to grasp something, yet unable to hold onto anything. The dungeon's environment intensified Katarina's tragic plight. The damp air carried a nauseating stench of decay, a mix of mold, dirt, and death. Water dripped from the walls, creating a tick-tock sound, accompanied by the distant clanking of chains, forming a lament of the dungeon. Dim torches cast flickering shadows, yet could not dispel the darkness here. In the corners, mice and insects scurried about, indifferent to Katarina's presence, focused solely on their own foraging and survival. Cold wind seeped through the cracks in the stone walls, bringing a bone-chilling chill that made Katarina's body tremble involuntarily. This dungeon seemed like a forsaken place in the world, where no one cared about what happened here, only endless darkness and despair. Katarina's beautiful face appeared even more pale and helpless in such an environment. The flame of life flickering here, ready to extinguish at any moment. Perhaps in her heart, she was still silently praying to see that free sky again, to see the man she loved. In the old lady's territory, her condition was like a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Whenever she couldn't taste the food she desired, that restlessness and irritability surged forth like a tide, drowning all her rationality and emotions. That day, Katarina's experience was merely a trigger. Inside the old lady's palace, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Her children all knew that once the old lady's emotions spiraled out of control, the entire territory would fall into chaos. Mom, please calm down. A bold son attempted to soothe the old lady, but his voice trembled. The old lady's eyes were bloodshot as she stared at her son, as if seeing a completely unfamiliar face. Her lips twisted into a cruel smile. Do you want to betray me too? The son stepped back in fear, knowing that in this state, the old lady would not recognize him at all. In her world, only endless anger and a desire for destruction remained. Get away from me! The old lady roared, waving her hand, and the immense force shattered the surrounding furniture and decorations. Her children scattered in fright, no longer daring to approach. Within the palace, the old lady's figure was like a demon in a storm, each of her attacks aimless, merely venting her inner turbulence. Her fists struck the walls, leaving deep dents. Her feet kicked the floor, cracks spreading like spider webs. Why? Why does everyone want to betray me? The old lady's howl echoed through the palace, her tears and sweat mingling, yet unable to wash away her inner pain. In this state, the old lady was no longer the imposing four emperors, but a pitiful figure tormented by illness and anger. Her children watched silently from a distance, filled with helplessness and sorrow. They knew that only when the old lady had vented all her rage, or found the food she craved, would this storm subside. The old lady's fury resembled a wild beast out of control. Despite the fear in their hearts, her children bravely stood up in the face of danger, bound by blood ties. If they did not attempt to appease the old lady's wrath, the entire territory would suffer. Mom, please stop. We're your children. A daughter spoke with a trembling voice, tears glistening in her eyes, yet she tried to maintain her composure. However, the old lady's reason had been completely consumed by rage. Her gaze like a blade, ruthlessly sweeping over every figure before her. In that moment, her own children seemed to transform into her enemies. Shut up! The old lady's voice boomed like thunder, her fist carrying devastating force, unhesitatingly swinging toward the son who had spoken. With one punch, the son was knocked away like a kite with a severed string, crashing against the palace's hard stone wall with a dull thud. He curled up on the ground, groaning in pain, yet dared not resist in any way. Another son, witnessing this, although terrified, still braved himself to step forward, trying to shield the old lady with his body. Mom, we love you. Please don't do this. The old lady's eyes held no warmth. Her fist swung out again. And this son also fell victim, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Their bodies slid across the floor for a distance before finally collapsing weakly, their fates uncertain. The other children in the palace witnessed this scene, their fear reaching a peak. They dared not approach easily, only circling around the old lady from a distance, looking at her with helpless and pleading eyes, hoping she could awaken from her madness. Each of the old lady's attacks felt like a blow to their hearts, painfully suffocating. They understood that this once powerful mother had now turned into a monster capable of harming her own flesh and blood. All they could do was wait, waiting for the storm to pass, waiting for the once loving mother to return. Charlotte Perispero, Charlotte Katakuri, Charlotte Brile, and Charlotte Smoothie, these four favored children, quickly acted upon realizing the old lady's emotions were about to spiral out of control. Only the old lady's favorite food could quell her anger. Perispero held the caramel cream cake that the old lady loved most, the rich sweetness enticing even amidst the chaos. Katakuri carried a plate of fragrant baked cookies, each piece baked by him, filled with heartfelt intention. Brile carefully held a bowl of sweet candied fruits, the dessert the old lady was most likely to accept when angry. And Smoothie had a basket of freshly baked bread, the aroma irresistible. The four of them moved like warriors on the battlefield, weaving through the palace corridors, with only one goal: to calm the old lady down. When they burst into the old lady's sight, she was preparing to attack again, but the familiar scent made her pause. Mom, look at what we prepared for you. Perispero shouted loudly as he accurately tossed the caramel cream cake into Big Mom's open mouth. Instinctively, Big Mom bit down on the cake, and the sweet flavor exploded in her mouth, causing her expression to soften. Soon after, Katakuri's baked cookies flew over, and Big Mom ate them one after another, her anger gradually replaced by satisfaction. Brile and Smoker also joined in, with candied fruits and warm bread being devoured by Big Mom. A smile gradually appeared on her face, radiating genuine joy. Delicious, delicious, Big Mom said between bites, her voice devoid of the previous coldness and anger. replaced by a childlike satisfaction and happiness. The tense atmosphere in the palace dissipated with Big Mom's emotional shift, and her children sighed in relief, exchanging smiles. The crisis had temporarily passed, all thanks to their understanding of Big Mom and their love for family. Sitting on her throne, Big Mom contentedly indulged in the food. Her gaze once again soft, as if her earlier fury had been just a dream. Big Mom's massive figure made her a standout among the giants, her body resembling a moving mountain, each step seemingly capable of triggering an earthquake. During those few minutes of her rage, her destructive power was fully displayed, subjecting the once glorious palace to unprecedented devastation. Her anger flowed like burning lava, reducing everything in its path to nothingness. The hefty figure rampaged through the palace, each punch carrying overwhelming force. The tall columns of the palace snapped like brittle twigs under Big Mom's impact, the massive stone pillars crashing to the ground, shattering the floor tiles and kicking up a cloud of dust. Her heavy footsteps left deep imprints on the floor, the intricate patterns and designs becoming fragmented under her tread. The murals and tapestries, once the pride of the palace, were now in tatters due to Big Mom's destruction. With a casual sweep of her giant hand, she could tear the artwork from the walls into shreds, the vibrant colors and delicate lines instantly reduced to a pile of debris. The exquisite furniture, once akin to works of art, had become targets for Big Mom's rage. The heavy stone throne was shattered under her wrath, the meticulously carved armrests and backrests reduced to a heap of useless stone. The palace's dome, once towering into the clouds, now bore several large holes from Big Mom's force, sunlight pouring through the openings and illuminating the chaotic battleground. Fragments and dust swirled in the air, contrasting against Big Mom's colossal silhouette, creating a particularly desolate scene. Each of Big Mom's roars was accompanied by the palace's tremors, her destructive power leaving not only physical damage, but also profound psychological scars on the palace. The once splendid rooms were now left with broken walls and ruins, the formerly smooth floors now riddled with cracks and pits. After this destruction, the palace's glory was no more, replaced by a wasteland and Big Mom's gradually calming massive form. The destructive force was undoubtedly a cruel reminder to the palace and its residents. Before Big Mom's power, everything was rendered meaningless. In the aftermath of Big Mom's rampage, the palace lay in ruins as her children emerged from their hiding places, glancing at one another, filled with helplessness and fear. They wiped the cold sweat from their brows, and despite their displeasure and worry, no one dared to openly discuss Big Mom's mental illness. Charlotte Perispero shook his head gently, a hint of fatigue in his eyes. Big Mom's condition was a taboo subject within the family. Although they were all her biological children, mentioning it would mean challenging her authority. Charlotte Katakuri's expression remained stoic, but he unconsciously clenched his fists. Like his siblings, he was fully aware of Big Mom's condition, but they all chose to remain silent. They feared that speaking out would not only fail to change the situation, but might also provoke Big Mom, leading to even worse consequences. Charlotte BRL gently patted her chest, her heartbeat still racing. Watching Big Mom contentedly eat, she felt relieved, yet realized that this temporary calm came at a price. This was not a long-term solution, but no one dared to voice dissent. A flicker of dissatisfaction crossed Charlotte Smoker's eyes as she suppressed her worries about Big Mom's condition. In this family, the importance of strength was undeniable, yet Big Mom's illness made everything unstable, forcing them to carefully maintain a facade of harmony. They exchanged glances, each understanding the helplessness in the other's hearts. They were all Big Mom's children, each possessing great power, but in the face of her illness, they felt utterly powerless. They could only silently clear the palace ruins, repairing the scars left by Big Mom's rage while praying that such days would not last too long. In this family, Big Mom's unpredictable moods had become a part of their lives. They learned how to survive through the storm and how to remain silent in fear. Despite their dislike and concern, under Big Mom's rule, they had no choice but to choose obedience and endurance. In Big Mom's territory, although her children were all siblings, they were not from the same father, but rather children born from Big Mom with different men. This family structure complicated their relationships. and Big Mom's attitude became even more nuanced. The children of the Charlotte family maintained a facade of unity, but deep down, they all understood Big Mom's favoritism. In her eyes, they were not equals, but distinctly divided into valuable and worthless children. Valuable children were typically those with outstanding abilities who could bring benefits to Big Mom or enhance the family strength. For instance, Perispero was favored for his wisdom and dessert-making skills. Katakuri's formidable strength and loyalty also granted him a significant position in the family. BRLE's intelligence-gathering abilities and Smoker's combat prowess were highly valued by Big Mom. Conversely, those deemed worthless were often seen as lacking special talents or unable to make significant contributions to the family. They might remain unnoticed in the family, frequently overlooked by Big Mom. In her heart, these children's existence was minimal, and their feelings and needs were seldom considered. This differential treatment intensified internal competition within the family. Each child worked hard to prove their worth, hoping to gain Big Mom's recognition and favor. However, Big Mom's concern was always limited. Her attention was predominantly focused on those who could bring her benefits. In such an environment, the relationships among the children became complex. They shared deep sibling bonds. It also experienced jealousy and dissatisfaction stemming from Big Mom's favoritism. They understood that, in Big Mom's eyes, they were not equal individuals, but rather pawns to be measured and compared. Her attitude undoubtedly introduced an element of instability into the family. Each child cautiously maintained their status while secretly observing, waiting for opportunities that could change their fortunes. In this family filled with power struggles and emotional entanglements, everyone must learn how to survive in the cracks, how to find one's place under the rule of Big Mom. His skin appeared healthy and slightly tanned from long training in the Revolutionary Army. His physique was robust, with defined muscles that showcased his strength and agility. According to the orders of the Revolutionary Army leader, Dragon, Sabo was dressed in the standard uniform of the Revolutionary Army, with the symbol of the Revolutionary Army on his chest, looking solemn and serious. On this day, he bore an important mission to visit the infamous mountain bandit king, Sig. Sabo crossed the mountains and forests, arriving at Sig's stronghold. His steps were steady, and there was no hint of fear in his eyes. This meeting represented not only himself, but also the will of the Revolutionary Army. When Sabo stood before Sig, his expression was calm, and his gaze met that of the mountain bandit king directly. Sig sat on his throne, sizing up the unexpected guest, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Sabo's demeanor was different from that of an average revolutionary soldier. He possessed an innate leadership quality. "Lord Sig, I am Sabo from the Revolutionary Army, sent by my boss, Dragon, to pay my respects to you." Sabo's voice was firm and powerful as he politely bowed, yet his posture remained upright. Sig looked at the young revolutionary officer, secretly admiring him. Although Sabo was young, his demeanor and speech surpassed many of his peers. "What brings you here, revolutionary kid?" Sig asked casually. Though his tone was teasing, his eyes became serious. Sabo stated his purpose directly. "We, the Revolutionary Army, wish to collaborate with you to jointly combat the oppression of the world government. We know you have significant influence in this area, and your involvement is crucial for us." Upon hearing this, a complex expression flashed in Sig's eyes. He expected the Revolutionary Army to take interest in him, the mountain bandit king. However, looking at the young sworn brother before him, he couldn't help but recall Luffy and Ace, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Sig's brows furrowed, revealing mixed emotions of anger and worry. Katarina was not merely a woman to him. She was his only vulnerability in this chaotic sea. He had never imagined that one day she would be caught up in the turmoil of the Four Emperors. "Big Mom?" Sig's voice was deep, almost squeezed out from the depths of his throat. He could hardly believe the news. Big Mom was one of the most brutal of the Four Emperors, and if Katarina fell into her hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sabo nodded, his expression serious. "Yes, Lord Sig. According to our intelligence, Ms. Katarina has been taken by Big Mom's subordinates and is currently in her territory." Knowing this news weighed heavily on Sig, but as a member of the Revolutionary Army, he had to convey the truth. Sig's hand unconsciously tightened around the armrest of his throne, a flicker of determination in his eyes. "Tell me, What plans does the Revolutionary Army have? How do you intend to fight Big Mom? Sabo took a deep breath, knowing this was a critical moment, and he had to persuade Sig to join the Revolutionary Army. We are gathering strength, preparing to launch a raid on Big Mom's territory. If we can gain your assistance, especially considering your influence in these waters, our chances of success will greatly increase. Sig pondered for a moment, a calculating glint flashing in his eyes. All right, Sabo, I will join you, but I want to lead the team myself. I must rescue Katarina personally. Sig's resolve was firm. He was willing to risk opposing the 4 emperors for Katarina. Sabo smiled slightly. He knew the Revolutionary Army had gained a powerful ally. Of course, Lord Sig. We will plan this operation together to ensure everything goes smoothly. With Sig's inclusion, the Revolutionary Army's plans began to unfold gradually. Meanwhile, within the Charlotte family, Big Mom's children continued their power games, unaware that a storm was about to arrive that would shake the very foundations of the family. At the Revolutionary Army headquarters, the atmosphere was tense yet orderly. Dragon's gaze swept over the map as his fingers lightly tapped the table, contemplating the next course of action. The plan was far more complex and cautious than Sig had imagined. Our goal is to establish a temporary cooperative relationship with Big Mom, not to initiate a full-scale war. Dragon's voice was calm and firm, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. Big Mom's power should not be underestimated. If we act recklessly, it will only lead to our destruction. The senior officers of the Revolutionary Army nodded in agreement, fully aware of what it meant to confront one of the 4 emperors. Negotiation, though difficult, was currently the most feasible option. We need certain resources from Big Mom, especially her influence over the world government, Dragon continued. Through negotiation, we can strive for a favorable outcome without unnecessary sacrifices. However, Sig's thoughts were entirely different. His mind was filled with anger and thoughts of revenge, imagining fighting alongside Dragon to utterly destroy Big Mom's power. What he wanted was a complete victory, not compromise. Standing at the bow of the ship, Sig gazed resolutely into the distance, his silhouette appearing particularly tall in the sunset's afterglow. In this vast ocean of the New World, he understood the immense power of the Revolutionary Army, and every step he took had to be cautious and decisive. There could be no hesitation, nor could he allow those pirates he had conquered to become obstacles on his path. Thus, he decisively issued the order, his voice cold and filled with undeniable authority. Full speed ahead, target Big Mom's territory. The enslaved pirates looked terrified, their eyes filled with both fear of the unknown journey and disbelief at the iron-fisted leader before them. They had once been reckless marauders at sea, and now they had become pawns in someone else's game. This contrast filled them with complex emotions. Sig's gaze swept coldly over the group of pirates, his eyes sharp as blades, capable of piercing each person's soul. He said little, yet his mere presence made everyone hold their breath, the atmosphere on the ship suddenly becoming oppressive and heavy. In the face of absolute authority, even a most arrogant pirate dared not resist. Sig's orders were their fate. No matter how unwilling they were, they could only grit their teeth and comply. In this vast sea, only the strong could survive, and Sig was undoubtedly the strong one who set the rules. In this oppressive atmosphere, the pirates began to stir. Some of them exchanged furtive glances, calculating whether there was a possibility to break free from Sig's control. Their pirate instincts made them crave freedom, unwilling to forever submit to someone else's will. A seemingly leading old pirate, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes, quietly approached a few reliable companions and whispered in an almost inaudible voice, "We can't let this man manipulate us like this. We need to find a chance to rebel and reclaim our freedom." However, just as the spark of rebellion ignited in their hearts, Sig seemed to have already seen through their thoughts. Suddenly turning around, his eagle-like eyes locked onto them, as if he could see through all their schemes. The invisible pressure caused all the pirates who attempted to resist to freeze in place, their courage extinguished like flames doused with cold water. The pirates began to realize that the man before them was no ordinary leader. His strength and means exceeded their imagination. They had heard rumors about Sig, knowing he had once challenged powerful enemies alone and always emerged victorious with overwhelming force. In the face of such absolute power, any resistance seemed feeble and powerless. After a moment of silence, the old pirate finally lowered his head, and his companions also gave up their resistance. Now was not the time to fight. Preserving their lives was the only way to possibly regain their freedom in the future. With a command from Sig, the pirates began to get busy. The canvas flapped violently in the wind, the oars cut through the water, and the pirate ship began to sail at full speed. Their movements were filled with reluctance. Yet they were exceptionally skilled and swift. In this vast ocean, they could only temporarily set aside their pride and follow this powerful man to face the challenges ahead. On this seemingly slender yet robust pirate ship, several spies from the Revolutionary Army quietly hid in the concealed corners of the cabin. Their movements were swift and practiced. Holding an ancient transponder snail, a unique communication tool in the New World capable of transmitting information across vast oceans. One spy gently adjusted the transponder snail's antenna, and its eyes instantly lit up, emitting a faint glow. He leaned close to the microphone and reported in a low, urgent voice. "Headquarters, this is the spy team. That man Sig has set off personally, targeting Big Mom's territory." At the Revolutionary Army headquarters, several operators and commanders were busy handling various intelligence and orders. Suddenly, the sound of the transponder snail interrupted their work. They quickly answered the call and heard this shocking news. What? Sig is going to Big Mom's territory himself? A commander stood up in surprise, his eyes revealing a deep understanding of Sig's character. They all knew that Sig's personality was like that of a raging tiger, both fierce and hard to control, and every decision he made was filled with unpredictability. This guy always acts unilaterally. Another operator frowned, his voice carrying a hint of helplessness. They understood that Sig's actions often exceeded the headquarters' expectations and control, but his strength and influence forced them to pay attention to every move he made. The commander quickly made a decision, ordering, "Immediately notify all relevant personnel, adjust our plans. Sig's actions may impact the entire situation. We must be prepared." With the order given, the headquarters staff immediately got busy. Sig's actions undoubtedly dropped a heavy bomb in the chess game of the New World, and they had to keep pace with this raging tiger to ensure the Revolutionary Army's plans could be executed smoothly. In this tumultuous sea, every battle could be the key to determining victory or defeat. In a high-level conference room of the World Navy headquarters, the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. An intelligence officer hurriedly entered the conference room, holding an urgent report with a serious expression that couldn't be ignored. "Report." The intelligence officer's voice interrupted the ongoing meeting. "We have received news that Sig is heading to the territory of the 4 Emperor Big Mom. His actions have drawn our attention." The senior generals in the conference room exchanged glances. The name Sig was not unfamiliar to them. He was the man who had clashed with Admiral Akainu on the battlefield without falling behind. His combat power was exceptionally formidable, even displaying shocking strength during the Celestial Dragon incident. "Say, the madman who can contend with Akainu?" a vice admiral asked solemnly, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. "Exactly," the intelligence officer confirmed. "His strength warrants our utmost attention. Moreover, his destination this time is the territory of the 4 Emperor Big Mom, which raises suspicions about his true intentions." The conference room fell into deep thought. Sig's behavior was undoubtedly dangerous. His strength and motives made the Navy headquarters uneasy. A warrior capable of contending with an admiral, if he were to join the ranks of the 4 emperors or ally with Big Mom, would be a tremendous threat to the Navy. "We must clarify his intentions," the admiral commanded solemnly. "Dispatch reconnaissance fleets to closely monitor Sig's every move. At the same time, inform Admiral Akainu to be ready for immediate deployment." "But, Admiral, why is Sig going to see Big Mom?" A general raised a question. "Is he seeking an ally, or does he have other motives?" "That is precisely what we need to clarify," the admiral replied. "Regardless of his purpose, we cannot allow such power to fall into the hands of the 4 emperors. Sig's actions must be monitored, and, if necessary, we must take measures to stop him." With the order issued, the Navy headquarters swiftly sprang into action. Meanwhile, far out at sea, Sig's ship was advancing at full speed, its figure appearing solitary yet resolute. Unafraid of the impending storm, in the conference room of the Navy headquarters, the atmosphere grew even more heated. Several top combat-capable admirals and the admiral began discussing Sig's potential actions and their consequences. They all knew Sig's strength could shake the balance of the New World, and his relationship with the Four-Emperor Big Mom became the focal point of discussion. If Sig teams up with Big Mom, it would be a disaster, a vice admiral said anxiously. Their combined power could shake the entire world. Indeed, the admiral nodded in agreement. We must consider the worst-case scenario. Sig's collaboration with Big Mom would pose a significant threat to the Navy. Everyone in the conference room wore serious expressions, fully aware of the Four Emperor's strength. And a warrior like Sig joining them would undoubtedly increase the Navy's pressure. However, what if they don't cooperate, but instead confront each other? A strategist offered a different perspective. Sig's personality is proud. He may not be willing to submit to anyone. If he clashes with Big Mom, it could actually be a good thing for us. This idea slightly eased the atmosphere in the conference room. The generals began to imagine what it would be like if Sig and Big Mom actually fought. The battle between two powerful individuals would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of their strength, presenting a celebratory opportunity for the Navy. If they really fight, we might as well pop the champagne to celebrate, another vice admiral said half-jokingly. Such infighting could at least give us a temporary breather. The admiral smiled faintly, but quickly returned to a serious expression. However, all of this is just speculation for now. We cannot pin our hopes on their infighting. We must prepare ourselves, strengthen monitoring, be ready to intervene at any time, and ensure that the Navy's interests are not harmed. As the discussions came to an end, the generals in the meeting room busied themselves, preparing for any possible situation. In this vast ocean, whether it is Sig's all-or-nothing gamble, the ruling power of Big Mom, or the Navy headquarters' tight surveillance, all weave together into a magnificent tapestry on the stage of the New World. Within Big Mom's territory, the atmosphere began to tense up on the majestic Cake Island. Sig's fleet, like a giant dragon, carved waves on the sea, heading straight for Big Mom's domain. Such a sensational advance naturally attracted widespread attention and discussion among Big Mom's pirates. Have you heard? Sig is coming our way. One pirate shouted excitedly on the ship's deck. Sig? The man who fought against Akainu? Another pirate showed a surprised expression. What is he coming here for? Is he looking for Big Mom to settle the score? Settle the score? What qualifications does he have? A loyal subordinate of Big Mom said disdainfully. Don't forget, Big Mom captured his woman, Katarina, and she is still in our prison. This news exploded like a bomb among the pirates, as they all knew the importance of Katarina to Sig. Sig is a man who can go against the world for love. His woman being imprisoned by Big Mom undoubtedly lit the fuse of a powder keg. If Sig really came for Katarina, then things could get serious. An old pirate frowned and said, he is notorious for being a berserker. He could do anything for a woman. In Big Mom's palace, this news quickly reached her ears. Sitting on her throne, her eyes flickered with complex emotions. Big Mom is a powerful emperor, her strength enough to shake the entire New World, but Sig's arrival still made her feel a hint of unease. Akainu and Kizaru, two Marine admirals, set out from Navy headquarters, leading their elite vice admirals and elite Navy soldiers toward the outskirts of Big Mom's territory, fully aware of the mission's importance. If Big Mom and Sig joined forces, the consequences would be unimaginable. Akainu, known for his lava powers, had a serious expression, his eyes shining with determination. Dressed in crimson armor, he looked like a blazing flame, demonstrating his unwavering will. Fully aware of the difficulties of this operation, he was willing to pay any price to maintain world peace. Kizaru, known for his speed, wore a smile that hinted at a sense of ease. However, behind that ease lay a thoughtful consideration of the situation. Dressed in yellow battle attire, he shone like lightning, symbolizing his unmatched combat power on the battlefield. The key to this operation was to quickly defeat the enemy and prevent Big Mom and Sig from joining forces. The elite vice admirals led by the two admirals were among the best in the Navy. They followed closely behind Akainu and Kizaru, their gazes firm and their fighting spirit high. The elite Navy soldiers were also fully equipped, their morale strong, ready to face the challenges ahead. Along the way, Akainu and Kizaru exchanged glances, both understanding the worries in each other's hearts. If Big Mom and Sig truly joined forces, it would not only be a huge threat to the Navy, but also a disaster for the entire world. Therefore, they were determined to prevent this alliance from happening at all costs. As the fleet continued to move forward, the sense of responsibility in Akainu and Kizaru's hearts grew heavier. The success or failure of this operation would directly impact the peace and tranquility of the world. To protect justice, they were willing to forge ahead, even in the face of great difficulties, to do their utmost to defeat evil forces. During the march, Akainu and Kizaru began to discuss the potential threats they would face in low voices. Although their voices were not loud, the seriousness and concern in their tone were unmistakable. If Big Mom and Sig really join forces, we will face an unprecedented crisis, Akainu said solemnly, his brow furrowed and his lava-like eyes flashing with thought. Kizaru nodded slightly. Although his expression remained relaxed, his eyes revealed a hint of gravity. We've already experienced Sig's strength. His performance in the Celestial Dragon territory proves he has Emperor-level combat power. Being able to fight him to a standstill is already quite remarkable. Akainu furrowed his brow slightly, recalling the intense battle he had with Sig, a confrontation that nearly changed the color of the heavens and the earth. He had to admit that Sig's power was indeed beyond imagination. Had he not gone all out, the outcome could have been unpredictable. Big Mom's strength is even more unfathomable, Kizaru continued. Her position in the New World is unshakable. Her power and influence are issues we cannot ignore. If she joins forces with Sig, our pressure will multiply. Akainu took a deep breath. His fists clenched as if he could feel the tension of the impending battle. We cannot let this situation happen. We must find a way to stop them before they reach an agreement. Kizaru nodded in agreement. Yes, we must be fully prepared. We not only need to consider their personal strengths, but also the power of their subordinates. Once they join forces, their influence will greatly expand, and we must deploy strategically. The discussion between the two admirals made the surrounding vice admirals and soldiers feel the pressure as well. Although they had not participated in the discussion, they clearly realized that the upcoming battle would be the most severe test of their careers. In this world composed of oceans and countless islands, the Navy is undoubtedly one of the greatest forces. Its reach extends to every corner, and its influence is unparalleled. Therefore, when Akainu and Kizaru discussed the possibility of Sig potentially allying with Big Mom, they quickly recognized the absurdity of this assumption. Far away at Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku, an experienced veteran, couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing the current admiral's discussion. The laughter echoed in the empty office, revealing a sense of relief and ease. Sig allying with Big Mom? That's simply impossible. Admiral Sengoku shook his head, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Have you forgotten that Big Mom once imprisoned Sig's woman, Katarina? Such deep-seated hatred cannot be easily resolved. Sengoku's words plunged everyone present into contemplation. Indeed, the enmity between Big Mom and Sig is built on blood and betrayal. Katarina's imprisonment is undoubtedly an insurmountable chasm between the two. This means that the struggle between the emperors has become unavoidable. Sengoku's tone grew serious. The conflict between Big Mom and Sig could become an opportunity for our Navy. If we can cleverly utilize this, perhaps we can achieve our goals without expending too much effort. Akainu and Kizaru, through their communication devices, heard Admiral Sengoku's analysis, and a glimmer of understanding flashed in their eyes. Indeed, if a struggle occurs between the four emperors, the Navy can seize this opportunity to consolidate its position and possibly weaken the power of the four emperors, thereby better maintaining world peace. Marshal, do you mean we should sit back and watch the tiger fight? Akainu asked, with a hint of probing in his voice. Sengoku, the fleet admiral, smiled slightly and replied, "No, we are not going to stand by idly. Rather, we will wait for the right moment to act. At the appropriate time, we can intervene to ensure that this struggle does not affect the innocent, while also maximizing the interests of the Navy." Kizaru added, in other words, we need to be prepared for both scenarios, to guard against a possible alliance between them and to be ready to intervene when they engage in battle. Exactly. Sengoku nodded in agreement. Now, your primary task is to head to Big Mom's territory, closely monitor the developments, and ensure that our plans are executed smoothly. Following Sengoku's instructions, Akainu and Kizaru confirmed their missions once again. Every step ahead is crucial. not only for the future of the Navy, but also potentially for the entire world order. In Sengoku's office, Vice Admiral Garp, who seemed to be nonchalant, was carelessly picking his nose, completely unconcerned. His loud voice, laced with mockery, broke the serious atmosphere of the office. If that's the case, we just need to sit back and enjoy the show. Vice Admiral Garp waved his hand, seemingly not worried about the impending struggle between the four emperors. Sending out 2 admirals and then asking this old man to carry out a mission? I think Sengoku, you might be doing this on purpose. Sengoku was already used to Garp's teasing and merely smiled, his eyes reflecting a deep understanding and respect for the old general. Although Garp appeared to be carefree, he had an unwavering sense of justice and responsibility deep down. Garp, you're wrong to say that. Sengoku shook his head with a light laugh. You are a legend in our Navy. We can't do without you at such a critical moment. Your experience and strength are indispensable for this mission. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Garp maintained his lazy demeanor, but a flicker of seriousness crossed his eyes. Spare me that. But since you put it this way, I'll reluctantly step up for one more mission. But don't expect this old man to do things by the book. You know my style. Sengoku knew that despite Garp's words, once the mission began, he would be more serious and reliable than anyone else. This is why, even though Garp often acted nonchalant, the Navy's high command maintained a high level of trust and respect for him. Then I'm counting on you. Garp, Sengoku said solemnly. I don't need to emphasize the importance of this mission. I believe you can handle it well. But remember, safety first. We cannot afford to lose you, old general. Garp nodded. Although his expression remained relaxed, his eyes had turned resolute. Don't worry, Sengoku. I won't let you down. But when I come back, make sure to prepare some food and drinks for me. I plan to relax properly after this mission. Sengoku smiled and agreed to Garp's condition. Their conversation filled with the camaraderie and trust of old friends. With Garp preparing to set off, the Navy's next course of action officially commenced. In a strategic meeting at Navy headquarters, aside from the situation concerning Big Mom and Siggy, there was another factor that could not be overlooked: the other for Emperor, Kaido. Sengoku was well aware that the relationship between Kaido and Big Mom was extraordinary. Their emotional bond was an important aspect that any strategic deployment must consider. We also need to send someone to intercept Kaido, Sengoku said in a deep voice, scanning every senior officer present. The feelings between Kaido and Big Mom are evident to us top-tier fighters. Their bond is as pure as that of siblings. The atmosphere in the meeting room immediately grew serious, as everyone understood that Kaido's involvement could complicate matters further. Kaido's strength and arrogance were notorious. If he learned that Big Mom was in trouble, he would undoubtedly take action. Kaido's loyalty and feelings for Big Mom cannot be ignored, Akainu interjected, his voice revealing his apprehension toward Kaido. If Big Mom truly faces a crisis, Kaido will definitely step in without hesitation. We must take action before he intervenes. Kizura nodded lightly, adding, moreover, Kaido is powerful. If we do not stop him, he could become a variable on the battlefield. We need to deploy enough strength to intercept him, at least to delay his intervention. Sengoku pondered for a moment, and then turned his gaze to Vice Admiral Garp. Garp, this task is yours alone. Your experience and strength are sufficient to handle a strong enemy like Kaido. I need you to lead an elite force to intercept Kaido and prevent him from intervening in the conflict between Big Mom and Siggy. Garp put away his usual nonchalance and nodded seriously. Don't worry, Sengoku. I know how to prioritize. Leave Kaido to me. I'll make him understand that the Navy's authority is not to be provoked. With Garp accepting the mission, the Navy's full mobilization began. In the face of top-tier fighters like the Four Emperors, every detail was crucial. Garp's deployment undoubtedly increased the Navy's odds. In this complex situation involving multiple Four Emperors, every member of the Navy felt unprecedented pressure. But they also understood that only by standing united and fully utilizing everyone's strength could they maintain justice and peace in this turbulent world. Kaido and Big Mom, both of whom had roamed the seas for many years, always looked down upon the newly emerged mountain bandit king, Siggy. They never believed that an unknown mountain bandit could possess enough strength to match the admirals of the Navy, let alone escape openly during battle. That Siggy is just a jumping clown, Kaido disdainfully remarked during a gathering with his subordinates, drinking as he spoke. Those useless admirals of the Navy actually let him escape. What a disgrace to the Navy. Big Mom had also mocked Siggy's abilities in front of her children on her territory. Siggy? Huh, how much can he possibly weigh? He actually dares to challenge me. He really doesn't know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. When they learned that Siggy was going to challenge Big Mom, both Kaido and Big Mom appeared unusually excited. They were not worried, but rather looked forward to witnessing Siggy's failure, even beginning to predict how long it would take for him to be defeated. I bet that Siggy won't be able to withstand even one of my moves. Kaido laughed heartily, his voice echoing across the island. What do you think? How many seconds can he last under my club? Big Mom, in an even more mocking tone, spoke to her subordinates. You all should take a good look at that Sig's head. In no more than 3 moves, it will hang in my territory, becoming part of my collection. Their confidence is not without reason. As one of the 4 emperors, they have proven their strength in countless battles. So at this moment, Kaido is not worried about Big Mom at all. Instead, he simply expresses the feelings of how long it has been since they last met through this snail phone. And Sig, despite holding the title of Mountain Bandit King, is just a small character trying to challenge a giant in their eyes. However, their disdain does not affect the Navy's respect for Sig. As admirals, Akainu and Kizaru understand that Sig being able to fight to a standstill with Akainu means he possesses formidable strength. Therefore, they do not underestimate him like Kaido and Big Mom, but are preparing seriously for the upcoming battle. The mockery from Kaido and Big Mom, while reflecting Sig's status in their eyes to some extent, also reveals that they may have overlooked an important factor. That is, never underestimate any opponent in battle. After all, in this unpredictable world, any slight negligence can lead to unexpected consequences. In a turbulent sea, Big Mom's territory appears particularly busy. Here, it is her territorial waters, and every ship must follow her rules. At this moment, the crew under Big Mom is busy moving around their posts, their eyes filled with awe for Big Mom and disdain for other pirates. Suddenly, a pirate ship rushing in breaks the tranquility of this sea area. The ship's flag is flying, and the emblem of Sig's pirate crew is prominently carved on its hull. Big Mom's crew immediately notices this uninvited guest, their eyes flashing with contempt and impatience. Look at that ship, it's running like its butt is on fire. A crew member scoffs, pointing at Sig's pirate ship. Humph, these clueless clowns think they can just barge in here? Another crew member coldly snorts, shaking his head disdainfully. Suddenly, the ship's communication device rings, and a crew member answers the call, his voice revealing undeniable authority. This is Big Mom's territory. If you know what's good for you, get lost. On the other end of the line, the crew members of Sig's pirate crew exchange glances, clearly not expecting such a fierce response. Sig stands at the bow of the ship, his face dark, but he does not back down due to the other party's threat. Let me tell you, Big Mom, I am Sig, the Mountain Bandit King. I am here to discuss important matters with her, not to get entangled with her little lackeys. Sig's voice comes through the communication device, filled with arrogance and confidence. Upon hearing this, Big Mom's crew displays even more disdain on their faces. They start mocking Sig's arrogance, and a few curious ones even begin to aim the ship's cannons at Sig's pirate ship, as if at a moment's notice, they would blow it to pieces. Sig? Huh, who do you think you are? On Big Mom's territory, you're just a bug. The voice from the communication device is filled with derision. Hearing Sig's arrogant words, the crew members under Big Mom show expressions of anger and disdain. They quickly take action, adjusting the ship's position while using the communication device to contact other pirate crews in the surrounding waters, informing them that an arrogant Mountain Bandit King Sig dares to cause trouble in Big Mom's territory. Hey, is this Red? Tell your boss that a guy named Sig is being reckless here. Let him get ready for a show. A crew member loudly states into the communicator. Brothers over at Bloodhand Ray, let them know that Big Mom's territory is not a place where any Tom, Dick, or Harry can just barge in. Another crew member hurriedly contacts, his tone filled with contempt for Sig. This group of guys on the ship, having long been under Big Mom's protection, are used to the authority and power of the 4 emperors. In their eyes, any other force besides the 4 emperors is like an ant, not worth mentioning. They mock Sig as if toying with a trapped prey, appearing completely at ease. Haha, this Sig really doesn't know what death is. He thinks he can act tough in front of Big Mom just because he defeated a few small fries. A crew member laughs heartily. His companions echo him, their laughter echoing over the sea. He even calls himself the Mountain Bandit King. To us, he is just a clown. Another crew member dismissively curls his lips, as if Sig's identity and strength are worthless in his eyes. Their mockery and disdain are not just because of Sig's identity, but also because they firmly believe that in this strength-respected maritime world, Big Mom's power is unmatched. And they, as Big Mom's subordinates, naturally look down on others. In this vast sea, Big Mom's crew quickly contacts the surrounding pirate crews through communication devices. Meanwhile, Sig bluntly states on the other end of the phone that Big Mom is just a naked fat woman. If it were the Big Mom of the past, she could still be considered a beauty. Now she is at most a creature that has become more refined than an old sow. Their voices are filled with anger and disdain. Regarding Sig's arrogance, they decide to teach this clueless mountain bandit king a lesson. Did you hear that? That's Sig. He actually dared to mock us and said Big Mom is just a fat woman. A crew member's voice spreads through all the allied pirate ships via the communicator. He is looking for death. Let's show him some colors. Another crew member responds, his voice filled with rage. They begin preparing to counterattack. The pirates move to the cannon positions, press their hands on the cannonballs, take a deep breath, and then start to gather the Haki within them. Their palms gradually become covered with a layer of faint armed Haki, which is as hard as iron and can greatly enhance the destructive power of the cannonballs. Come on, let that Sig see that our 4 Emperor subordinates are not to be trifled with. A crew member grits his teeth, attaching the armed Haki to the cannonballs, and his companions do the same. Are you ready? Fire together. With the commander's order, the pirates respond in unison, their eyes flashing with fierce light. Just then, Sig's voice once again comes through the communicator, filled with mockery and disdain. Haha, Big Mom subordinates are nothing but this. You bunch of useless fools. Are you afraid to fire your cannonballs? This sentence ignites the anger in the pirates' hearts like a spark. They can no longer hold back, pushing the firing levers, the cannonballs, glowing with armed Haki, cutting through the air towards Sig's pirate ship. Zik! A crew member roars, his face twisted with rage. Let you know the consequences of mocking Big Mom. Another crew member shouts loudly, his voice filled with loyalty to Big Mom and hatred for Sig. The cannonballs pour out like a torrential rain, each shot carrying the pirates' anger and determination. The attachment of armament Haki caused these cannonballs to streak through the air, leaving dazzling trails of light, like deadly arrows heading straight for Sig's pirate ship. On Sig's ship, the crew watched in terror, having never witnessed such a dense and powerful barrage of cannon fire. Sig stood at the bow, maintaining his calm demeanor. But inside he couldn't help but feel a thrill at the impending attack. Facing the downpour of armament Haki cannonballs, there was no trace of fear in Sig's eyes, only a sense of calm and confidence. Taking a deep breath, he tensed his muscles and activated his observation Haki. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. Sig's senses expanded greatly, allowing him to clearly perceive the trajectory and speed of each cannonball. His body moved gracefully across the deck, guided by some mysterious force. Each movement perfectly timed to evade the incoming cannonballs. Whoosh! A cannonball grazed the hem of Sig's clothing, but he didn't even blink as if he had anticipated it. His figure danced through the cannon fire, elegant yet dangerous. How is this possible? How is he doing this? A pirate stared in disbelief as Sig effortlessly dodged the cannonballs, rubbing his eyes in suspicion. That ability. Could it be observation Haki? Another pirate muttered, his face filled with shock and disbelief. The surrounding crew members began to whisper among themselves, discussing what they had just witnessed. What did I just see? How did Sig evade those cannonballs? A crew member asked his companion, his voice full of confusion. This is insane. It's like he's playing a game with the cannonballs, another crew member responded. On his eyes, Sig's outstanding performance forced the pirates present to reevaluate his strength. They had thought Sig was just an ignorant mountain bandit king, but it was clear now that his abilities far surpassed their expectations. While the pirates were still murmuring, Sig had successfully dodged all the armament Haki cannonballs. His figure suddenly stopped at the bow, turning to face the pirates who had fired the cannonballs, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Is that all your cannonballs can do? It seems Big Mom's subordinates are nothing special after all. Sig's voice echoed through the battlefield via the communicator, causing the pirates' faces to fluctuate between red and white. In an instant, Sig's figure vanished from his original spot, moving so quickly that it was almost impossible to catch. Using the advanced combat techniques of shave and moonwalk, he darted across the sea like a phantom, instantly covering the distance between ships. The next moment, he appeared on one of Big Mom's subordinate pirate ships, so suddenly that the pirates didn't even have time to react. They only felt a blur before Sig stood before them. "He's here!" a pirate screamed, quickly drawing his sword and slashing at Sig. The movement was swift and decisive. But against Sig, such an attack seemed too ordinary. Sig smiled slightly, his body swaying gently as he easily dodged the pirate's blade. The movement was fluid and elegant, as if he were performing a dance. The pirate's attacks appeared to be in slow motion before him. "You're too slow," Sig said softly, his voice carrying a hint of coldness. He then initiated his counterattack. His hands shot out like lightning, each contact claiming a life. Powerful and precise, every strike hit vital points. The pirates barely had time to scream before they fell into pools of blood. "No, it's impossible." A pirate's eyes filled with disbelief and fear as he fell. Sig's movements were too fast to react to, and each of his attacks was lethal. The pirates on the ship began to panic. Against an opponent like Sig, they had no chance of winning. "Run! He's a monster!" a pirate shouted. But his voice was quickly drowned out by Sig's onslaught. In this asymmetric battle, the pirates under Big Mom seemed to have no other option but death. Sig's figure darted across the ship, each appearance claiming several lives. His coldness and strength instilled a deep sense of despair in everyone present. Sig moved across the deck like a wraith, each strike carrying a decisive killing intent. His moves were precise and powerful, each attack bursting with armament Haki, elevating his offensive power to new heights. "Gale Slash!" Sig shouted, swinging his blade in a magnificent arc that summoned a fierce wind, slicing several pirates in half simultaneously. Blood erupted, splattering across the deck and creating a brutal scene. The surrounding ship's hull began to splinter under the force of Sig's Haki, wooden shards flying everywhere, as if it could not withstand his violent power. Cracks spread across the deck like a spider's web, the entire ship teetering on the brink of collapse under Sig's assault. "Look, that's Sig. His moves are terrifying." On a distant pirate ship, a crew member pointed in Sig's direction, his voice trembling. We're no match for him," another pirate said, his face pale and filled with fear. Sig's attacks showed no signs of stopping. With each leap and every swing of his blade, he claimed a life. Where he passed, only death and destruction remained. "I don't want to die. I want to live," a pirate shouted desperately, throwing himself into the sea, preferring to face the dangers of the ocean rather than stay on a ship that was about to become a grave. "Run. The farther away, the better." Another pirate followed suit, abandoning ship to escape Sig's slaughter. On the distant pirate ship, fear spread like a plague. The pirates saw Sig's figure, akin to a god of death, and each one turned pale, not daring to resist any longer. "What should we do? Should we run too?" A crew member's voice quivered with tears. "No, we can't flee. We are under the 4 emperors. We must fight." A seemingly leading figure attempted to rally the morale, but his voice could not mask the fear within. However, Sig's terrifying strength had already taken root in their hearts, and their courage dissipated under his blade. More pirates chose to flee, preferring to become deserters at sea than to become the souls lost to Sig's blade. Sig's gaze was sharp as a hawk. He scanned the surrounding sea, those attempting to escape becoming his next targets. His figure moved again, this time not just for self-defense, but to hunt down those who had previously attacked him. His feet lightly tapped the deck, his body shooting out like an arrow, each jump covering great distances, heading straight for the fleeing pirate ships. The speed was so fast that it seemed even time had frozen. "Don't let him catch up to us," a terrified pirate captain shouted, directing his crew to row faster, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't compare to Sig's speed. Sig caught up with a pirate ship, his figure flashing past the ship's side, the blade in his hand cutting through the night sky like lightning. The pirates on the deck didn't even have time to react before they were decapitated. Their bodies fell into pools of blood, and the panic and chaos on the ship reached a peak. "No, don't come over." A pirate retreated in fear, gripping his weapon, but facing Sig. He didn't even have the courage to raise it. Sig's slaughter was ruthless and efficient, each of his attacks a precise, fatal blow. The ship's structure began to collapse under the force of his onslaught, the sail shredded, the mast broken, and the entire vessel gradually turned into a pile of ruins. On the distant pirate ship, the crew witnessed this scene, their faces filled with fear and despair. They watched their comrades fall one by one, listening to the screams, filled with endless dread. "Oh my God! He's not human. He's a devil." A pirate trembled as he spoke, his voice filled with terror. "We can't resist at all. What should we do?" Another pirate almost cried out, their morale completely shattered under Sig's massacre. The ships on the sea began to scatter. The pirates could no longer maintain formation. They just wanted to escape this hellish place, to flee from Sig, who was like the Grim Reaper. On a lookout tower suspended over the sea, several pirates stared wide-eyed through their telescopes as they witnessed Sig's grim reaping. Fear struck them like a cold wind. One pirate's legs trembled, almost unable to stand, nearly falling from the high lookout tower. Quickly notify the captain." He stammered, his voice filled with panic. Another pirate hurriedly grabbed a nearby transponder snail, rapidly pressing the communication button. The transponder snail's antennae flashed with light. Soon, they got in touch with a notorious pirate on the island, a man with a bounty of 500 million, known as Bloody Jack. "Jack, something's wrong." The pirate's voice trembled, nearly breaking into tears. Bloody Jack's voice came through the transponder snail, sounding somewhat impatient. "What is it? Did you see something interesting?" "And no, it's not interesting, it's terrifying. Sig. That's Sig, he's slaughtering our fleet on the sea." The pirate spoke urgently, panic unmistakable in his voice. Bloody Jack was silent for a moment, then let out a cold laugh. "Say, that rumored mountain bandit king? He's just a person. Can he be fiercer than us sea beasts?" "No, Captain, you don't understand. He's simply a monster. Our comrades are being torn apart like toys in front of him, his blade. It's like the Grim Reaper's scythe." The pirate nearly screamed. Bloody Jack finally realized the seriousness of the situation, his tone becoming serious. "Tell me the details. We need to prepare a response." The pirates on the lookout tower all pointed their telescopes at the massacre on the sea, their faces pale as paper, lips trembling, relaying every detail of Sig's merciless slaughter to Bloody Jack. The atmosphere on the island instantly became tense. Everyone felt an unprecedented threat. Bloody Jack knew well that he had almost no chance of winning against an opponent like Sig. He had never imagined that Sig would dare to openly attack Big Mom's pirate crew, which was undoubtedly a huge provocation to Big Mom's authority. However, at this moment, he had to remain calm and find a way to survive this storm so that he could later expose Sig's crimes in front of Big Mom. He quickly made a decision, turning to his trusted subordinates and issuing orders. "Listen, Sig's attack means war. We can't sit idly by. I need you, my elite crew, to intercept this madman. You are my most trusted subordinates, and also pirates with bounties over 100 million. He pointed to several burly men with determined eyes, their bounties all exceeding 100 million, the elite under Jack. "You guys immediately lead a team to intercept Sig, try to delay him. Don't let him get close to this island." The named pirates nodded, knowing it was a dangerous task, but as pirates, they had long put life and death aside. They quickly prepared their ships and weapons, ready to set off. Meanwhile, Bloody Jack began to plan his next move, turning to the remaining subordinates and saying with righteous indignation, "I must go to headquarters and report the situation here directly to Big Mom. This is a betrayal against us. Big Mom must know everything." His words were filled with loyalty and determination. Despite the fear deep within, he knew that showing a firm stance was key to surviving in Big Mom's pirate crew. "You hold the line here. Don't let anyone through. I will return with Big Mom's wrath and power, and then we will avenge our fallen brothers." Jack's voice was firm and powerful. Although his subordinates were afraid, they were also inspired by this. Jack quickly packed his things and boarded a fast ship heading towards Big Mom's headquarters, silently praying that his elite subordinates could hold Sig off and buy him precious time. As for himself, he had to come up with a perfect plan on how to expose Sig's crimes in front of Big Mom while preserving his own status in life. Bloody Jack's few trusted subordinates were all seasoned veterans, and they showed little fear regarding the upcoming battle. As pirates, facing strong enemies was a common occurrence. and their bounties over 100 million were a testament to their strength proven in countless battles. One of them, wielding a massive chainsaw sword, revealed a hint of a mocking smile and casually said, "Mountain Bandit King? Sound impressive, but whether he's as powerful as everyone says, we'll have to see in action." Another lightly patted the dual pistols at his waist, excitement shining in his eyes. "I want to see if this Sig can really cut through the waves with a single strike." The third subordinate was checking his heavy crossbow while sneering. "Strong or weak? It doesn't matter. As long as he dares to block our way, he's our enemy." Their words revealed a desire for battle and curiosity about the unknown opponent. These trusted subordinates were not blindly confident. They understood that only by facing the enemy directly could they truly gauge their strength. With Jack's orders, one by one, they activated their abilities, some through devil fruit powers, others through powerful martial arts, their figures flickering in the air like phantoms, instantly disappearing from the lookout tower. On the coast, the air suddenly rippled, and their figures appeared one after another. Every person's arrival carries a strong momentum, as if even the sea breeze pauses for a moment. They swiftly boarded the fast boat that had long been prepared, starting the engines and heading at full speed towards the sea where Sig was located. On the surface of the sea, the fast boat cut through the waves, leaving behind a white wake. The faces of these trusted subordinates showed no fear, only anticipation for the upcoming battle. This battle was not only about their own lives, but also about the honor and status of the Big Mom Pirates. Regardless of the outcome, they would be key players in this fight. On the sea, several pirate ships that had once been arrogant and provocative were now reduced to floating wreckage and drowned corpses. Sig's attacks were like a storm, completely destroying these ships, leaving no chance for survival. The seawater was dyed red with blood, and the floating debris and severed limbs silently narrated the brutality of the recent battle. Sig stood on the last enemy ship, coldly glancing at the surrounding chaos, then lightly leaped back onto his own pirate ship, his body floating back as lightly as a feather. His movements were graceful and calm, as if the slaughter just witnessed was merely a casual drill. The pirates on the ship saw Sig return, their eyes shining with awe and admiration. They gathered around him, their faces filled with reverence. Some even dared not look directly at Sig, instead casting furtive glances at their powerful leader. "Boss, you're amazing," one pirate exclaimed excitedly, his voice full of admiration. "Yes, Sig. Are you tired? Do you want us to prepare something to eat or take a break?" Another pirate asked with concern, carefully observing Sig's expression in hopes of catching his attention. Sig scanned the crowd and noticed the respectful gazes of his crew, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly into an imperceptible smile. Shaking his head, he replied calmly, "It's just a small matter, nothing to mention. I only did what I had to do." Although his voice was calm, it resonated with strength and confidence in the ears of the pirates. The few trusted subordinates sent to intercept Sig all understood how cruel Big Mom's methods could be. They knew that Big Mom never showed mercy to the defeated. Failure meant death, or even more brutal punishment. They exchanged glances, each seeing the worry in the other's eyes. One subordinate said gravely, "If we fail, Big Mom subordinates won't leave us any way out. We all know that Bloody Jack is just a waste who only knows how to indulge himself. He doesn't understand combat, let alone the kind of enemy we are facing." Another subordinate scoffed and added, "Yeah, going to complain to Big Mom now is like seeking death. Her wrath is far more terrifying than Sig's. At least Sig is a warrior, and his opponent is clear. But Big Mom, her emotions are as unpredictable as a storm. If we're not careful, we could become her sacrificial victims." They all understood that their fate was now in their own hands. If they could defeat Sig here, there might still be a glimmer of hope, but if they failed, a fate more terrifying than death awaited them. "So we cannot fail," one subordinate declared passionately. "We can only win. For ourselves, and for the brothers still waiting for us on the island." They each checked their weapons, silently resolving that no matter what, they would leave their names on this sea, even if it meant fighting against a legendary strongman like Sig. Although these trusted subordinates were wary of Sig's strength, they were also pirates who had emerged from countless battles. Fear could not be an obstacle. Only by giving their all could they hope to survive this fight. They stood firmly at the bow of the ship, watching the approaching figure of Sig. ready to face the imminent life and death battle. Sig stood at the bow, the sea breeze stirring his clothes, his gaze calm and profound, able to see through everything. Turning to the group of pirates beside him, all of whom he had conquered, some were once his enemies, while others were followers drawn by his reputation. He spoke, "Listen, brothers." His voice calm, yet powerful, clearly reaching everyone's ears. "Soon, there will be other experts coming to intercept us. They are Big Mom's elite, but to me, they are nothing but a bunch of clowns." A slight smile crossed his face, revealing an undeniable confidence. "Today, I will show you what true domination looks like." Hearing Sig's words, the pirates' eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. Though they felt nervous about the upcoming battle, they had almost a fanatical trust in Sig's strength. This man, this god of war, had never let them down. "Sig, we believe in you," a pirate shouted loudly, his voice filled with fervor. "Yes, we follow you, we fear nothing." Another pirate waved his weapon, his spirits high. Sig's words not only quelled their fears but ignited their fighting spirit. They began to admire this charismatic man even more. His calmness, his strength, and his confidence captivated them. The atmosphere on the ship instantly became lively, as the pirates began to encourage each other, preparing for the upcoming battle. As long as they followed Sig, nothing was impossible. They were willing to fight and conquer all enemies for this man and their shared belief. Sig stood at the bow, his gaze coldly fixed on the approaching ships. He had initially thought that Big Mom would send real experts to intercept him. After all, he had appeared in this sea as a challenger and should have been given enough attention. However, when he saw the faces of those so-called experts coming to intercept him, Sig couldn't help but feel a wave of disappointment and even contempt. The bounties of these people barely exceeded 100 million compared to them. Those pirates he had previously defeated didn't seem much different, merely stronger trash. A sneer of disdain curled at the corners of Sig's mouth, filled with mockery. Is this what Big Mom's subordinates look like? Is this her so-called elite? He felt that his name on the sea wasn't loud enough, that he hadn't killed enough strong opponents. Otherwise, why would she send such lowly opponents to intercept him? His emotions began to boil, a violent rage akin to an erupting volcano. Sig believed that he hadn't killed his opponents quickly enough or with enough ruthlessness, which led Big Mom to underestimate him and send such opponents. In that case, let me show you what real fear is. Sig's voice was deep and filled with murderous intent, his eyes flashing with dangerous light. He had begun to look forward to the upcoming battle, not only to defeat his opponents, but also to prove his strength to the entire world. Sig knew that only when he made Big Mom truly feel pain, when she began to fear his name, could he establish a foothold in this sea. Sig's hands clenched tightly, an invisible killing intent seemingly enveloping his body. His opponents had no idea what kind of monster they were about to face. Meanwhile, Sig was ready to showcase his power again, making these so-called experts understand the fate that awaited them. His gaze was sharp as a hawk, locking onto the four ships gradually approaching him. His body was taut, like a bowstring pulled to its limit, storing boundless strength. The opponents had yet to show their stance. Perhaps they were still weighing their options, hesitating, but under Sig's fury, all of that seemed trivial. Suddenly, Sig moved. His actions were so fast they were almost impossible to capture, as if time itself had frozen around him. His body transformed into a flash of lightning, soaring into the sky, hands clasped in front of his chest, gathering all his anger and power. Then, he abruptly spread his arms, unleashing a dazzling light, a shockwave containing destructive force. He named this move heaven-shattering and earth-cracking, his ultimate technique born from rage. The heaven-shattering and earth-cracking radiated from Sig, wreaking havoc in all directions. The power surged like the wrath of a deity, tearing apart the sea surface. Compressing the air, even the sky seemed to tremble at the might of this move. The four ships appeared as fragile as paper against this onslaught. In an instant, the ship bodies disintegrated, with splinters and metal shards scattering everywhere. Those pirates still on the ships, attempting to resist. Didn't he even have time to scream before being torn to pieces by this force? The might of this move lay not only in its destructive capability, but also in the anger and determination it showcased from Sig. In this moment, He perfectly fused his fury and strength into an unbeatable attack. The ships were destroyed, lives lost, all in the blink of an eye. On the sea's surface, only floating debris and residual waves remained, bearing witness to the grandeur and terror of Sieg's strike. The experts who had come to intercept left no trace of resistance. They had disappeared from this sea altogether. Sieg's figure slowly descended back to his ship, and a profound silence enveloped the area, broken only by the howling sea breeze and the waves crashing against the hull. His gaze remained cold, but the ferocious aura had slightly subsided. The atmosphere on the sea suddenly became exceptionally intense as pirates whispered to one another, their eyes filled with awe and shock. Sieg's name spread like an unstoppable storm across the waters. Did you hear? That Sieg took out Big Mom's elite with a single move. One pirate said incredulously, shaking his head in disbelief. Yeah, it's hard to imagine. That kind of power could probably tear apart the ocean itself. Another pirate responded, his voice trembling visibly. The pirates on the ships, even those once renowned for their ferocity, now felt a deep shock. Sieg's strength had surpassed their imaginations. His name had become synonymous with terror and power. The bounty of over 1 billion seems to have underestimated him. A seasoned pirate mused, stroking his chin with a contemplative glint in his eye. Taking out several experts with bounties over 100 million was as easy as stepping on ants. This kind of power must have touched the legendary realm. A young pirate sighed, his eyes filled with longing. The discussions on the sea grew louder. Sieg's name carried a certain magic that made everyone who heard it feel a thrill of fear. Those who had once mocked his high bounty now fell silent, realizing that Sieg's strength no longer needed any bounty to prove itself. That man is simply against the heavens in strength. A pirate exclaimed, excitedly waving his weapon, his voice filled with fervor. On a distant naval ship, several naval scouts witnessed Sieg's astonishing strike, their faces betraying their uncontainable terror. They quickly relayed this information to the generals at Navy headquarters via radio. Akainu and Kizaru sat in the conference room of their ship, listening to the scouts' report, their expressions revealing different reactions. Akainu frowned deeply, while Kizaru appeared contemplative. It seems this guy Sieg has grown strong enough to change the balance of power at sea, Akainu said in a low, serious tone, his eyes glinting with scrutiny. Kizaru lightly tapped the table, a smile playing on his lips. It seems the alliance between Big Mom and Sieg is impossible now. This way, we've saved ourselves a lot of trouble. After hearing this, a hint of a smile also appeared on Akainu's stern face. Indeed, they are both overlords of the sea, each possessing formidable power. Now that they are opposed to each other, we just need to watch them fight it out and wait for them to weaken each other before we step in to clean up the mess. The two exchanged a knowing smile, the atmosphere feeling much more relaxed than before. Akainu continued, in that case, let us formulate a plan. As long as we intercept one of them, the other will naturally fall into our grasp. Kizaru nodded, a sly glint in his eyes. Yes, whether Sieg or Big Mom survives, the one left will be at their weakest, and we can easily take them down. The atmosphere in the conference room lightened as the two generals began discussing detailed action plans. This battle at sea was set to be a grand feast, and the Navy would emerge as the ultimate victor. Meanwhile, on the sea, Sieg's name swept across the entire area like a storm, pirates buzzing with chatter, while the Navy secretly laid its plans. A battle concerning maritime hegemony was quietly brewing, and Sieg had undoubtedly become the center of this storm. After making their decision in the conference room, Akainu and Kizaru issued commands. They knew well the terrifying strength of Big Mom and the astonishing power Sieg had just displayed, which are not easy to handle. Relay the order. All naval forces must not act recklessly. Just follow from a distance and observe their movements. Akainu's voice was deep and powerful. The command was transmitted through communication devices to every naval ship. Kizaru added, remember, our goal is ultimate victory, not impulsive actions. Big Mom's power is formidable. Even we do not have absolute confidence in taking her down alone. After receiving the order, although filled with fighting spirit, the naval soldiers understood the admiral's concerns. They knew that Big Mom was not only one of the four emperors, but also possessed power that could shake the world. Her monstrous children, her powerful fleet, and her nearly invincible abilities were all entities the Navy had to be wary of. On the Navy's ships, soldiers began strictly following orders, maintaining a certain distance, following Big Mom and Sig's ships from afar. They dared not get too close, fearing unnecessary conflict, while also preparing to react swiftly at critical moments. Akainu and Kizaru remained on their flagship, closely observing the dynamics of the sea through scouts' reports and binoculars. This battle could change the balance of power in the entire world, so they had to proceed with caution. We must patiently wait for the best moment. Akainu said to Kizaru, his gaze fixed on the distant sea. Kizaru nodded in agreement. Yes, we wait for them to injure each other, and then it will be our Navy's time to act. Before that, we must remain calm and not give them any opportunity. Under the command of these two admirals, the Navy forces were like lurking cheetahs, quietly waiting for the prey's weaknesses to be exposed. On the sea, Big Mom and Sig were like two giant beasts about to collide, their every move tugging at the Navy's nerves. This struggle for maritime dominance had quietly begun. Information spread like wildfire across the sea, soon reaching Big Mom's territory and falling into the ears of her cadre. These senior cadres were all Big Mom's children. When these cadres heard that Sig dared to openly challenge Big Mom's authority at sea, different expressions immediately appeared on their faces. Katakuri furrowed his brow, his eyes revealing a hint of seriousness. As one of Big Mom's strongest sons, he was absolutely confident in his own strength. But Sig's actions were undoubtedly a provocation to the entire family. Smoothie let out a cold laugh, her eyes flashing with anger. As Big Mom's daughter, she would not allow anyone to insult her mother. Daifuku's expression darkened, his hands clenched tightly, clearly suppressing his anger at the unimaginable audacity of someone to challenge Big Mom. Ichiji looked incredulous, shaking his head as if he could not believe someone would be foolish enough to challenge the authority of one of the four emperors. Sig actually dares to be so rampant, Katakuri said in a deep voice, revealing disdain and anger towards Sig. He's looking for death, daring to disrespect our mother. Smoothie gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with murderous intent. We must teach this Sig a lesson. Let him know the consequences of challenging Big Mom. Daifuku's voice was filled with determination. Although Ichiji did not speak, his expression said it all. Like the other cadres, he was ready to fight for the family's honor. In the Revolutionary Army's secret base, several senior cadres also learned about Sig's open challenge to Big Mom. As these cadres gathered to discuss Sig's actions, they could not hide their joy. I never expected that Sig actually dared to take action against Big Mom, Sabo said with a smile, his eyes sparkling with admiration for Sig's courage. Bello Betty clapped her hands softly, her voice filled with excitement. This is fantastic. Their battle will weaken the power of the four emperors, and for us, this is an excellent opportunity. Haku nodded in agreement. Indeed, the conflict between Big Mom and Sig means we can gain an advantage amidst their chaos. The fisherman benefits from the fight. This is exactly what we want. Kira's eyes sparkled as she said, Sig's actions will undoubtedly trigger a series of chain reactions. Once the balance between the four emperors is broken, the power distribution on the sea will be reshuffled. We just need to wait and see, waiting for the right moment. Sabo analyzed calmly, revealing anticipation for the future. The cadres of the Revolutionary Army began discussing their upcoming action plans, knowing that the battle between Big Mom and Sig was not just a conflict between pirates, but a potential key moment to change the world order. We must be prepared. Once the time is right, we will take the opportunity to expand the Revolutionary Army's influence. Bello Betty said, her voice filled with determination. Haku and Kira also expressed their agreement, aware that this battle could bring unprecedented opportunities for the Revolutionary Army. In this secret meeting room, the cadres of the Revolutionary Army felt joy from Sig's challenge, seeing hope for overthrowing the world government's rule and the possibility of a freer and more equal world. All of this would gradually unfold after the battle between Sig and Big Mom. The sea was calm, as if time had slowed down. The sunlight spilled over the shimmering sea, reflecting dazzling light. In this tranquil sea area, there was not a ripple, only the occasional fish jumping out of the water breaking the silence. However, Beneath this seemingly calm surface, a tense atmosphere was hidden. Vice Admiral Carp, the hero of the Navy, had led his troops to the boundary of Kaido's territory. They were on high alert here, ready to intercept any Kaido forces attempting to support Big Mom. Carp stood at the bow of the ship, his gaze like a sharpened eagle's eye, fixed on the distant horizon. His hands clenched into fists, those iron fists ready to face any challenge. Carp's face showed no expression, but his eyes revealed unwavering determination. The surrounding Navy soldiers also maintained the highest level of vigilance. Their bodies were tense, like drawn bowstrings, ready to launch at any moment. The ship's cannons were fully loaded, aimed at the distance, just waiting for the command to unleash a deadly strike. The Navy fleet on the sea was neatly arranged, forming an indestructible defense line. The distance between the ships was just right, allowing for mutual support without interference. The Navy's flags fluttered in the wind. That symbol of justice stood out particularly in this sea area. Stay vigilant. No one is allowed to relax. Carp's voice was low and powerful. The command spread throughout the entire fleet. The soldiers responded with determined gazes and silent nods. Carp's presence here meant they had a solid backing. This legendary Navy hero's existence itself was an invisible encouragement. In this tranquil sea area, the Navy waited, their heartbeats synchronized with the rhythm of the waves, their breaths intertwined with the sea breeze. They knew that once Kaido's forces made a move, they would not hesitate to launch an attack, using their iron fists to protect the peace of the sea. Deep in the cold and damp prison, Katarina was confined in a dimly lit cell. The air was filled with the smell of mold and decay, and the dripping sewage from the walls made a ticking sound, accompanied by the heavy footsteps of guards in the distance. A guard, with an impatient and contemptuous expression, pushed a cart filled with dirty prison food slowly down the long corridor. He tightly gripped a crumpled piece of paper, which he had brought at great risk. His eyes occasionally scanned the cells on either side, ensuring no other guards noticed his unusual behavior. When he reached Katarina's cell, the guard quickly looked around, confirming no one else was present, and swiftly stuffed the paper into the plate of prison food. The action was skilled and quick, clearly not the first time he had done such a thing. Katarina sat on the cold stone floor, her eyes vacant. But when she saw the prison food handed over by the guard, her gaze suddenly became sharp. Taking the plate, she felt something unusual beneath it, and her heart stirred, instantly understanding the guard's intention. The prison guard said little, just gave a slight nod, and then hurried away as if nothing had happened. After he had walked far away, Katarina cautiously took out the note. The handwriting on the note was rough, but the information was clear. Sig has already attacked Big Mom's territory and is coming for you. Prepare to escape. We will rescue you. Katarina's hands trembled slightly, and her eyes sparkled with hope. Her man, Sig, the powerful mountain bandit king, was fighting for her. This meant her freedom might be within reach. Katarina sat in the corner of her cell, the note crumpled tightly in her grip. Her brow was furrowed, and a deep worry was etched on her beautiful face. She knew Sig's strength was extraordinary. He had once faced Admiral Akainu alone and had not been at a disadvantage, becoming a legend at sea. However, challenging a complete Yonko crew was an entirely different matter. Sig, you are so foolish, Katarina murmured to herself, her voice tinged with a hint of reproach, but more filled with concern and affection. She imagined Sig facing Big Mom's vast power alone, those formidable children, her loyal subordinates, and Big Mom herself with her unfathomable strength. A wave of unease surged within Katarina. She knew that no matter how strong Sig was, facing such an opponent, he could easily overlook something. This sexy and fiery woman, who usually presented herself as strong and confident, could not hide her worry for Sig at this moment. Her hands unconsciously clenched tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms, as if this could alleviate her inner anxiety. Why is he doing this? Is it for me? Katarina's heart was filled with complex emotions. She was moved by everything Sig had done for her, but feared he would fall into an irreversible situation because of it. She knew that if Sig failed, not only would he lose his life, but her future would also become even more uncertain. Katarina didn't want to see such an ending. She wanted to get out and fight alongside Sig, even if it was just to support him a little. Sig's gaze pierced through the mist over the sea. revealing a deep understanding of the Yonko's territory. The vastness of this sea exceeded his imagination, with countless islands, ships, and pirate crews scattered throughout, each potentially within Big Mom's influence. Even traveling at full speed, crossing the sea would take at least several days. Big Mom, you'd better not do anything crazy. Sig murmured to himself, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Though his voice was low, it was filled with undeniable determination. For him, Katarina's safety was more important than anything. If Big Mom dared to lay a hand on her, he would not hesitate to bring her down, even if it meant confronting a Yonko. Sig's hand gently caressed the hilt of his sword, his trusty weapon that had accompanied him in countless battles. Seeming to sense its master's resolve, the sword in its sheath began to emanate a deep black glow, a sign of the power gathering and a portent of the impending battle. Cutting down a Yonko? How hard can it be? A cold smile curled at the corners of Sig's mouth. Confidence is not born out of nothing. At sea, his name alone was legendary. Countless strong foes had fallen beneath his sword. This time, even facing one of the Yonko, Big Mom, he would not retreat. The sea breeze howled, making Sig's figure appear even more resolute as his clothes fluttered in the wind. Every step ahead could be fraught with danger, but he knew that for Katarina, he must forge ahead no matter what awaited him. In Sig's heart, love and anger intertwined, and his sword was ready. News spread like wildfire across Big Mom's territory. Thousands of subordinates, from ordinary lackeys to high-ranking officials, were discussing the audacious fool who dared to invade Big Mom's domain, Sig, the Mountain Bandit King. They were either excited, angry, or contemptuous with varying emotions, but they all shared a common goal: to capture or kill Sig. Have you heard? There's a guy named Sig who actually dares to run wild in Big Mom's territory. A burly pirate sneered. Ha! He must not know the heights of heaven and depths of earth, thinking he's something special. Another subordinate laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. They gathered in taverns or on decks, discussing the rumors about Sig. To Big Mom subordinates, Sig was merely an arrogant bandit unworthy of comparison to Big Mom's power. I heard he calls himself the Mountain Bandit King. What a joke. In front of our Yonko, he's not even worth a scrap. A female pirate scoffed, her tone filled with disdain. I would love to bring back this Sig's head and show everyone the consequences of challenging Big Mom. A burly man stepped forward, his eyes shining with a desire for recognition. Count me in. I want to see what this so-called Mountain Bandit King is capable of. Another voice chimed in. They all eagerly volunteered, wanting to showcase their strength by defeating Sig in front of Big Mom, perhaps earning promotions and rewards. In their eyes, Sig was just a prey delivered to them, a reckless fool unaware of his fate. However, their contempt and mockery did not reach Sig's ears. He remained calm and continued on his path, with only one goal in mind: to rescue Katarina. Anyone who stood in his way would be cut down by his sword. Big Mom's subordinates did not know what kind of opponent they were about to face, a true legend of the sea. In this sea ruled by Big Mom, the arrogant pirates mocked Sig's name, firmly believing that this so-called Mountain Bandit King was merely a fictitious title made up by others. Their words were filled with scorn and disdain, as if Sig were just an ant that could be crushed at any moment. Ha, Mountain Bandit King? I bet he can't even beat our ship's cook. A pirate captain laughed loudly, and his men joined in with raucous laughter. Yeah, these so-called legends are just stories made up by a bunch of cowards to scare children. Another pirate officer derided, with a look of disdain for Sig. The ports on the islands became unusually busy as pirate ships set sail, all dispatched to intercept Sig. These pirates were eager to prove their strength and show off in front of Big Mom, hoping for more bounty and status. This time we'll make this Mountain Bandit King understand the consequences of challenging Big Mom. A captain shouted, raising his fist to his crew. On the sea, the ships swarmed towards the location where Sig might appear, like an enraged hive of bees. Their flags flapped in the wind, each representing Big Mom's formidable power. However, these pirates had no idea what kind of opponent they were about to face. Sig's sword had long proven its sharpness in countless battles, and Sig's determination was as solid as a rock. As more and more ships joined the interception, the atmosphere on the sea became increasingly tense. But no matter how many opponents there were, Sig would not back down. His ship cut through the waters, leaving a white wake behind. and his gaze was as sharp as a cheetah's, surveying the surrounding sea. Several pirate ships quickly approached, their flags fluttering in the wind, and the pirates shouted excitedly, thinking they had caught a big fish. However, they were mistaken. Sig was not the prey they imagined, but a true hunter. With a low, deep roar, Sig's body suddenly leaped from the bow of the ship, like a black lightning streaking across the sky. His sword, a gleaming weapon radiating black light, shone dazzlingly in the sunlight. Sig's swordsmanship was swift and fierce. His first move was a powerful sword energy attack, Wave Break Slash. The sword's edge sliced through the air as if it were being torn apart, and a transparent sword energy surged forward like a wave, directly hitting the nearest pirate ship. The hull split open in an instant, with splintering everywhere, seawater pouring in, and the pirates on board didn't even have time to scream before they sank to the seabed with their ship. Immediately after, Sig's figure flipped in the air, sword tipped down, executing his signature move, Meteor Fall. The sword light fell like a meteor, striking the deck of another pirate ship with destructive force. It was at that moment that the pirates on the deck truly saw Sig's face, filled with fear and disbelief. As the sword light descended, the deck was pierced. The hull collapsed in an instant, and the pirates realized at the last moment that they had underestimated this mountain bandit king. No, it can't be. A pirate captain struggled in the water, his eyes filled with regret and despair. He had thought he could easily capture Sig, but never expected to pay with his life. Sig's sword showed no hesitation. Each of his strikes was precise and lethal. His figure darted between ships, and with every swing of his sword, a life was taken. Ships on the surface of the sea were destroyed one after another, and Sig's name and his sword became the last memories of these pirates. In this sea area, Sig's strength made all who dared to challenge him pay a heavy price. Their regret and fear were swallowed by the sea along with the sunken ships. Meanwhile, Sig remained calm and determined as he continued his journey toward Big Mom's territory. In the distance, the Navy fleet quietly followed Sig's battle trajectory. Admiral Akainu and Admiral Kizaru stood at the bow of their ship, observing Sig's every move through high-powered telescopes. Their faces were no longer the usual ease and confidence, but gradually replaced by seriousness and gravity. This man, his strength far exceeds our estimates, Akainu said quietly, his eyes flickering with respect for the strong. As one of the Navy's top combat powers, he rarely evaluated an opponent like this. Kizaru nodded slightly, his gaze fixed tightly on Sig's long sword. Look at that sword. It is completely covered by black Haki. Such a level of Haki is rare even among the four emperors. Every swing of Sig's sword carried earth-shattering power, and that black long sword seemed capable of cutting through everything. The overwhelming pressure emanating from its might could even be felt by the observing Navy. If he goes all out, he might really defeat Big Mom. Akainu pondered, a hint of barely perceptible worry in his tone. As the Navy, their mission was to maintain world peace, but in the face of such a powerful force, even they had to prepare for the worst. Kizaru put down the telescope, his gaze becoming resolute. No matter the outcome, we must stop this battle. We cannot allow the conflict between the four emperors to disrupt the balance of the entire world. The two exchanged a glance, seeing the determination in each other's eyes. They knew that if Sig truly engaged Big Mom, it would be a battle capable of shaking the world. And they, as the Navy's top combat forces, must be ready to intervene to prevent the situation from worsening. The battle on the surface continued, with Sig's sword light like the Grim Reaper's scythe, constantly reaping lives. Akainu and Kizaru, along with their Navy fleet, were like a taut bowstring, ready to shoot a decisive arrow in this storm at sea. Both admirals pondered the same question in their hearts: how to deal with a powerful opponent who wielded all three types of Haki and could cultivate his Haki to the level of an ultimate sword. Akainu clenched his fists, a serious expression on his face. His magma fruit ability was indeed powerful, but in the face of such profound Haki, he was unsure if his ability could fully suppress it. Imagining Sig's black sword light slicing through the sky, he mentally simulated various counter-strategies. Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, Observation Haki. The combination of these three Haki made this person's combat power immeasurable, Akainu thought. If he really faced Sig, He would have to unleash all his power and even be prepared to use his strongest moves. Kizaru was contemplating how to use his light fruit ability to counter Sig's attacks. He was the fastest in the Navy, but if Sig's sword was fast enough, even light speed might not be able to completely evade it. This man's Conqueror's Haki must be very strong. Being able to elevate his weapon to the level of an ultimate sword in such a short time meant that his mental strength and willpower had reached an astonishing level. Kizaru thought to himself, knowing that any small oversight against such an opponent could lead to defeat. Both admirals weighed in their minds that if a battle did occur, they must quickly identify Sig's weaknesses and use their advantages to strike. At the same time, they had to protect themselves to avoid being harmed by Sig's fierce sword techniques. We must understand his abilities more deeply and develop a detailed combat plan, Akainu said solemnly, his gaze fixed firmly on Sig's figure through the telescope. Kizaru nodded. Against such an opponent, relying solely on individual strength was not enough. They needed the collective wisdom and strength of the Navy. Yes, we need to be fully prepared. Such an enemy should not be underestimated. On this turbulent sea, both admirals felt an unprecedented sense of challenge. They knew that if they truly faced Sig, it would be a battle worthy of being recorded in history, and they would do whatever it takes for justice and peace. Sig's intuition was like a sharp blade, cutting through every subtle change in the sea breeze. He could certainly sense the Navy trailing behind him. The auras of those two admirals felt like two unquenchable flames, easily detected by Sig, even from a distance on the sea. A cold smile crept across his lips. He was indifferent to his pursuers. If they merely wanted to watch this spectacle, Sig was more than happy to let them observe. After all, his target was Big Mom, not the Navy. As long as they don't interfere, I can let them see what true power really is, Sig thought to himself, his gaze fixed on the horizon ahead, where Big Mom's territory lay, his destination. However, if the Navy dared to block his way, Sig would not hesitate. He knew that once war broke out, it would mean a full-scale conflict with the Navy, a battle that would shake the world. Akainu, Kizaru, if you want to stop me, then come on. Sig silently challenged the two admirals in his heart, his tone filled with provocation and disdain. His hand gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, the black longsword seeming to sense its master's fighting spirit, radiating an even deeper glow. Sig's Conqueror's Haki surged within him, like a sleeping giant ready to awaken and show its fangs to any enemy daring to challenge him. Sig's determination was as solid as a rock. Neither Big Mom nor the Navy would be obstacles for him. The goal was to rescue Katarina. Anyone standing in his way would fall to his sword. The sea breeze howled, and the corners of Sig's clothes flapped as his figure appeared, even more resolute and unshakable in the sunlight. He was ready. Whether for negotiations with Big Mom or battles with the Navy, he would give it his all for the woman he loved, for their shared future. On this vast ocean, Sig's momentum was like the unstoppable dawn light. His name and the overwhelming force that could kill gods and Buddhas alike had already spread like wildfire in the pirate world. Big Mom's crew was no exception. The sound of din din mushy rang out, and every pirate whispered on their extensions, discussing this legendary swordsman. Their voices were filled with surprise and fear, as if Sig's name itself carried an undeniable power. Have you heard? That's Sig. He really has that 100 kill efficiency and power. A pirate's voice trembled through the din mushy. Yes, I heard he even makes the Navy admirals wary. Our boss, Big Mom, is probably in for a tough fight this time. Another voice responded, laced with unease. Who is this man? Why haven't we heard of him before? Did he suddenly emerge from some unknown place? A third voice was filled with confusion. The discussions in the din mushy grew more intense. Sig's image in their minds gradually became more grand and mysterious. They couldn't believe that there really was someone in this world who possessed such terrifying power, as if all enemies before him were mere weeds. Sig paid no attention to the discussions behind him, his gaze always locked on the target ahead. The greater his reputation, the stronger the deterrent effect on Big Mom. He wanted everyone to know that for Katarina, he was willing to go against the world. And in Big Mom's territory, those usually arrogant pirates now felt like frostbitten eggplants, wilting one by one. Sig's arrival meant an unprecedented storm was about to come. Whether they could survive this storm was still an unknown. Sig's aura hung over the pirates like the sword of Damocles, ready to fall at any moment, cutting down their faith and courage. And this swordsman aimed to use this absolute power to tell everyone that he, Sig, was the true king of these seas. On this turbulent sea, those pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million felt a chill in the face of Sig's might. They witnessed the transformation of the nameless sword beside Sig. The pitch-black supreme blade, as if it was formed from darkness, exuding a suffocating aura. This sword was no longer an ordinary weapon. It had become the embodiment of Sig's Conqueror's Haki, a symbol of his will and power. That deep blackness, like light that devours everything, was impossible to look at directly, let alone ignore. Is this real? His sword has reached the level of a supreme blade? A pirate with a bounty over 100 million stammered, his eyes filled with disbelief. Not only that, look at that sword body. It's the condensation of Conqueror's Haki. Only absolute Conqueror's Haki can make the blade take on such form. Another experienced pirate analyzed in a deep voice, his tone revealing profound respect. If this is true, then this man named Sig has surpassed our imagination with his Haki. Could he really have mastered all 3 types of Haki like our leader Big Mom? Another pirate exclaimed, his voice echoing through the din mushy, resonating with everyone. Big Mom, as one of the 4 emperors, her mastery of the 3 types of Haki is already famous worldwide, the cornerstone of her rule over the seas. Now, Sig's emergence undoubtedly poses a challenge to her hegemony. The pirates began to realize that they were facing not just a powerful opponent, but a presence that could change the landscape of the pirate world. Sig's strength was not only reflected in his sword, but also in his unmatched Haki. In the face of such overwhelming aura, even these battle-hardened pirates felt their insignificance. They started to reassess their position, thinking about how they should conduct themselves in the impending storm. Sig's name shone like the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating the sea and making all pirates realize that a new era might be quietly unfolding. And Sig would undoubtedly be one of the leaders of this era. In that sea area, once greedy and confident pirates rushed towards Sig recklessly in pursuit of speed and power. Yet, under Sig's sword, they fell like leaves, easily wilting away. Those pirates of comparable strength bore witness to everything. The shock and fear in their hearts surged like a tide. How could they still have the courage and confidence to pursue him in the face of such a powerful Sig? Those once invincible pirates were now left with a profound sense of helplessness and a desire to survive. They shrank back like seabirds frightened by a storm, retreating into their nests, preferring to hide on their respective islands until they received orders from Big Mom. In this sea, the laws of survival suddenly became cruel and real. No one wanted to become a soul under Sig's sword. On the island, pirates gathered together, their eyes flickering with fear and confusion. They discussed incessantly, yet could not find a solution. What should we do? That Sig is too powerful. We are simply not his match. A pirate's voice trembled. Yes, those who were our equals are dead. What can we do? Another pirate echoed, his eyes filled with despair. Now we can only wait for Big Mom's orders. Without her instructions, we better not act rashly. An experienced pirate said in a deep voice, his words revealing a desire to survive. They know that Sig is unstoppable now, and any attempt to obstruct his actions is futile. They are unwilling and dare not challenge such a powerful figure who has almost reached the pinnacle of the pirate world. In this sea area, a stifling atmosphere spreads. The hearts of the pirates are filled with waiting and unease. They know that Sig's arrival will bring unprecedented turmoil to the sea. All they can do is choose to watch and wait for the storm to pass or for a new order to be born. In every corner of the ocean, the powers of the 4 emperors are like lighthouses on islands, each illuminating a piece of sea. When news of Sig's reckless behavior and challenge to Big Mom reaches the ears of Shanks, Kaido, and Whitebeard, their reactions vary, but without exception, they all furrow their brows. Shanks, playing with his iconic straw hat, frowns deeply, a rare seriousness showing in his eyes. Sig's actions are not merely a provocation of Big Mom. This is undoubtedly a challenge to the entire order of the pirate world. This man is truly audacious. Shanks murmurs to himself, pondering Sig's true intentions and the potential chain reactions this upheaval may bring. Kaido, the 4 emperor known as the strongest creature on land, hears this news in his castle. His brow tightens, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Kaido is known for his toughness and brutality, and he never tolerates any challenge to his authority. This reckless kid dares to provoke Big Mom. Does he not regard us four emperors? Kaido's voice booms like thunder in the castle. His subordinates tremble in fear, afraid of angering this tyrant. Whitebeard, the four emperor hailed as the strongest man in the world, hears about Sig on his island. He frowns, a hint of worry on his face. Whitebeard values family and comrades, remaining highly vigilant against any actions that could endanger his crew. This man's behavior will bring unnecessary chaos to the sea. Whitebeard says solemnly, his words revealing a longing for peace and concern for the impending turmoil. Although the four emperors have vastly different personalities, they all understand that Sig's actions are not merely a personal grudge. There may be deeper motives hidden behind this, potentially affecting the balance of the entire pirate world. They know they must closely monitor the development of this matter, and, if necessary, they may need to personally intervene to maintain the existing order. In Big Mom's territory, in her magnificent castle, she sits on her throne surrounded by her pirate legion and countless desserts. When information about Sig's provocation flies in like snowflakes, she merely smiles slightly, her eyes revealing a condescending disdain. Big Mom, known for her iron-fisted cruelty, is no stranger to challenges and provocations. She leisurely picks up a piece of cake and takes a gentle bite. The sweet taste seems to relax her even more. Sig is just a fleeting flower. Big Mom's voice is calm and indifferent, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. He thinks that with a little cleverness and tricks, he can stir up waves in this sea. She puts down the cake, her disdain even more evident in her gaze. When he appears before me, he will understand the consequences of challenging me. Big Mom's words are filled with confidence and arrogance. She knows her strength and is fully aware that the dignity of the four emperors is not to be infringed upon. To her, Sig's challenge is merely a farce, and she will be the one to end this farce. I will make him understand that even the strongest sword cannot sever the rule of the four emperors. Big Mom continues, her tone revealing a hint of cold, killing intent. The pirates around her listen to her words. Although they harbor some fear of Sig's strength, Big Mom's confidence also reassures them. Big Mom's power is unmatched, and any challenger will ultimately turn to ashes under her wrath. A sharp edge is hidden in Big Mom's smile as her gaze pierces through the castle's high walls. Looking out toward the distant sea, she waits for Sig's arrival, waiting for the moment when she will make that man, who dares to provoke her, pay with his life. In the Revolutionary Army's secret base, several cadres and their supreme leader, Dragon, sit around a worn wooden table discussing the latest intelligence about Sig. The Revolutionary Army's information network spans the globe, even keeping track of the movements in the pirate world. Dragon's face bears his usual calmness, and his deep gaze sweeps over the cadres before he slowly speaks. This man, Sig, is indeed not to be underestimated. If the intelligence is correct, he may truly have the ability to defeat one of the four emperors, Big Mom. The cadres exchange glances, knowing that such strength means Sig will become a key factor in the pirate world. Their goal is to overthrow the world government and liberate the oppressed people, and Sig's emergence undoubtedly adds an element of uncertainty to their plans. If we use Sig, will it backfire on us? One cadre expresses his concerns. His strength is formidable, but we do not understand his character or motives. If he turns against us, it could be troublesome. Another cadre nods in agreement. Yes, Sig's style is too aggressive. We cannot predict his next move. If he can indeed defeat Big Mom, then his ambitions may further swell, and we, the Revolutionary Army, could become his targets. Dragon remained silent for a moment, his fingers gently tapping the table as if pondering every decision that could affect the future of the Revolutionary Army, even the global landscape. Sig is a dangerous piece on the chessboard, but also a double-edged sword. Dragon finally speaks. We can observe for a while. There is no need to rush into an alliance with him. We must ensure that no matter what actions he takes, they do not affect the overall situation of our Revolutionary Army. The cadres nod in agreement, understanding Dragon's concerns. On the path of revolution, every step must be cautious. Even when facing a powerful figure like Sig, risks cannot be taken lightly. We need to devise a plan that can both utilize Sig's strength and ensure we do not become his victims. Dragon continues, his words revealing a firm determination. The cadres of the Revolutionary Army begin to get busy, knowing that Sig's appearance will be an important variable in their plans. They must be fully prepared to ensure that in the future turmoil, the flames of the Revolutionary Army can continue to burn, illuminating the path to liberation. Under the planning of the Revolutionary Army, rumors about Sig begin to spread throughout the New World. These rumors spread rapidly like a virus, with every corner discussing Sig's ambitions and his derogatory remarks about Big Mom. It is said that Sig openly provokes Big Mom, claiming that she merely occupies the position of a fore-emperor, while he is the true ruler of the seas. Such remarks are whispered in the corners of taverns, docks, and markets. Sig claims to possess the power to defeat Big Mom, intending to replace her as the new emperor. Pirates gather around the campfire, treating these rumors as conversation fodder, discussing them with fervor. The Revolutionary Army cleverly exploits the curiosity and gossiping nature of the pirates. These rumors spread not only throughout the New World, but even reach the ears of the Navy, creating widespread anticipation for the conflict between Sig and Big Mom. Within Big Mom's territory, these rumors naturally create stir. Her anger is ignited by these words, as her pride and status face an unprecedented challenge. To her, Sig is merely a jumping clown, yet this clown now threatens her reign. Sig is well aware that these rumors are likely a ploy by the Revolutionary Army to sow discord, but he doesn't mind, as his target is Big Mom. These rumors only accelerate the clash between them. The world becomes unstable due to these rumors, with pirates speculating on how the showdown between Sig and Big Mom will end. Meanwhile, the Revolutionary Army quietly observes from the sidelines, waiting for the right moment. The more chaotic the world becomes, the more opportunities arise for us, Dragon said at a secret meeting. The conflict between Sig and Big Mom, regardless of the outcome, will create favorable conditions for our plans. The Revolutionary Army cadres nodded in agreement. Only in times of chaos can they seize the opportunity to push the tide of revolution. As the rumors spread, the atmosphere between Big Mom and Sig grows increasingly tense, and an inevitable showdown seems imminent. The Revolutionary Army quietly lays out their strategies behind the scenes, waiting for that moment to arrive. At the World Navy headquarters, senior officers gather in the command room, where a large screen displays satellite images of Big Mom's territory and the Revolutionary Army's base. Upon learning that the confrontation between Big Mom and Sig is intensifying, the atmosphere in the command room becomes unusually lively. This is truly a godsend. A Navy Vice Admiral excitedly pounds the table. The confrontation between these two powerful figures will undoubtedly weaken the pirate's strength. Another officer nods in agreement. Yes, Vice Admiral. Such a level of battle will not only deplete their resources, but also result in the deaths of numerous pirates. For us, this is a win-win situation. The officers in the command room begin to discuss, each appearing exceptionally excited. For them, infighting among pirates is the best way to reduce maritime threats. They can effectively diminish pirate power without the Navy having to intervene directly. We just need to sit back and watch them fight it out, then swoop in to clean up the mess after they've both suffered. An intelligence officer analyzed, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. Admiral Sengoku stood up, his voice steady and powerful. Everyone, our task is not just to observe. We must ensure that this battle lasts as long as possible, depleting their strength as much as we can. At the same time, we must closely monitor the movements of the Revolutionary Army to prevent them from seizing the opportunity to expand their influence. Yes, Admiral. The officers in the command room responded in unison, their expressions serious and resolute. Subsequently, the Navy headquarters began a series of deployments. They intensified reconnaissance near Big Mom's territory and the Revolutionary Army's base to ensure they could grasp the latest battlefield developments in a timely manner. At the same time, the Navy also secretly mobilized troops, preparing to intervene at the right moment to completely eliminate those pirates who would be worn out by the battle. In this confrontation between the strong, the Navy seems to be the biggest beneficiary. However, they also understand that such opportunities are rare, so they must proceed with caution, ensuring that every step is precise to maintain the Navy's absolute authority. Meanwhile, in a corner of the sea, the conflict between Big Mom and Sig is raging. with each clash unwittingly paving the way for the Navy's general offensive. The Revolutionary Army waits quietly in the shadows, their goals grand. And this battle is merely a small step on the road to ultimate victory. Deep within the Revolutionary Army's secret base, Dragon and his 4 cadres sit around a dimly lit conference table. There's no trace of relaxation on their faces, because the confrontation between Big Mom and Sig is also a rare opportunity for them. Comrades, the battle between Big Mom and Sig is not just a matter between the two of them. It represents a shift in the entire world order. Dragon's voice is low and powerful. His gaze sweeps across the cadres, each word filled with strength. If we can seize those islands, the islands that were once under Big Mom's control, our power will greatly increase. One cadre said excitedly, his eyes sparkling with hope for the future. Another cadre continued to analyze. Those islands are not only strategic locations, but also rich in resources. If we can control them, we will provide more support for the revolution. Moreover, Big Mom's attention is now completely drawn to Sig, and her defenses will inevitably weaken. Dragon nodded in agreement. His fingers lightly tapped the table, as if contemplating a grand blueprint. We need to formulate a detailed plan, ensuring the operation's secrecy while completing the occupation in the shortest time possible. A tactical expert offered his views. Dragon stood up, his figure appearing even taller in the dim light. We must act quickly, but not impulsively. First, we will send reconnaissance teams to assess the defensive situation of those islands. Then, we will dispatch elite forces to seize them in a flash. The cadres nodded in agreement, knowing that the success or failure of this operation would directly affect the future development of the Revolutionary Army. If we can successfully take these islands, it will add another asset to our efforts to overthrow the world government. As the plan gradually takes shape, the Revolutionary Army's reconnaissance teams begin to silently infiltrate those islands, carefully gathering intelligence to prepare for the upcoming actions. Meanwhile, the battle between Big Mom and Sig continues to rage, with each clash providing cover for the Revolutionary Army's operations. In this tumultuous world, every force is fighting for its own beliefs and goals. The Revolutionary Army's presence is like a flash of lightning in the night, about to break through the sky and illuminate the path to freedom. At the highest point of the palace, Big Mom sits on her throne adorned with candy and pastries, her eyes revealing a rare interest. She waves her hand, signaling the attendants nearby to withdraw, and then turns her gaze to her son, who stands beside her. Her second son, Katakuri, better known as Katakuri. Katakuri is tall, serious in demeanor, and recognized as one of the strongest in the family. His presence always conveys an invisible sense of pressure. His abilities are even more fearsome. Katakuri, my son. Big Mom's voice echoes in the palace, carrying an undeniable authority. I have a task for you. Katakuri slightly bows his head, indicating his readiness to obey. Mother, please command. That arrogant little brat Sig dared to run wild in my territory and challenge my authority. Big Mom's tone carried a hint of anger, but more than that, it was laced with mockery. I want you to intercept him or capture him and bring him before me. A glimmer of battle intent flashed in Katakuri's eyes. As you wish, Mother. I will make him understand the consequences of challenging the Big Mom pirates. Big Mom nodded in satisfaction, then stood up from her throne and walked towards Katakuri. She gently patted Katakuri on the shoulder, a rare display of affection that showed her trust and expectations for him at that moment. Katakuri, you are my strongest son, and I believe you can accomplish this task perfectly. There was pride flickering in Big Mom's gaze. However, do not underestimate Sig. His strength should not be underestimated. You must be cautious. I understand, Mother, Katakuri replied, his voice firm and calm. I will not disappoint you. With Big Mom watching, Katakuri turned and walked towards the exit of the palace, his figure gradually disappearing in the long corridor. This action was not only a challenge to Sig, but also a demonstration of the Big Mom pirate's strength. He must make Sig realize the foolishness of challenging their family with absolute power. Back in the palace, Big Mom sat back on her throne, her face revealing an expectant smile. Katakuri would not disappoint her, and Sig's arrival would only become a new dish on her dessert table. Deep in the dark prison controlled by Big Mom, the damp air was filled with a nauseating stench. Thick dew condensed on the walls, and moss grew wildly in the corners, making the entire space appear even more gloomy and desolate. The dim light barely illuminated the narrow corridor, but more corners remained hidden in darkness, as if they were an abyss that swallowed everything. The environment inside the cell was extremely harsh. The iron bars were rusted, and the floor was filled with sewage and food scraps, mingling with the stench of excrement that was unbearable. Rats and cockroaches scurried through the filth. Having long since become accustomed to the harsh environment, Katarina had been imprisoned in such an environment for several days. Her long hair had lost its former luster, becoming greasy and tangled, sticking to her cheeks and shoulders. Her skin was covered in dirt, and her once magnificent clothes were now tattered, stained with the mud and mildew of the dungeon. The foul odor emanating from Katarina was the result of several days without a bath combined with the filthy air of the cell. The scent from her body was enough to make one retch. It was a mixture of sweat, dirt, and fear. Sitting on the cold stone floor, leaning against the cold wall, she tried to distance herself as much as possible from the crawling creatures. Her breathing was heavy, a consequence of being in such a harsh environment for an extended period. Katarina's brow furrowed slightly as her mind raced, trying to find a thread of clue in the chaos of her thoughts. The appearance of the guard undoubtedly broke the silence in her cell. And Big Mom's summons was even more unexpected. The Yonko Big Mom wouldn't summon a prisoner for no reason, especially someone like her who had been imprisoned for days. Could it be Sig? A thought flashed through her mind. This possibility made her heart race. She tried to remain calm, but her fingers unconsciously tightened. If it really was Sig, then he must be risking a lot to save her, which meant she might have a chance to escape this foul prison. Katarina took a deep breath. Despite the nauseating smell in the air, she tried to find a hint of freedom within it. She followed the guard through the dark corridor, each step feeling particularly heavy as memories of her past with Sig replayed in her mind. Their vows, their dreams, and his promises to her. If it really is you, Sig, then you must be careful. She silently prayed in her heart, while also preparing for the unknown that was about to come. Big Mom was an unpredictable person. Her summons could be a trap or an opportunity for her escape. Following the guard's footsteps, Katarina was brought to Big Mom's palace. Katarina, you have finally arrived. Big Mom's voice echoed in the palace, filled with mockery and sarcasm. Katarina straightened her back, her gaze firm. Although her body was exhausted, her spirit was exceptionally focused. A hint of a mocking smile curled at the corners of Katarina's lips, her eyes sparkling with unconditional trust in Sig. When she heard that Big Mom had sent Katakuri to intercept or capture Sig, she couldn't help but laugh out loud, her laughter sounding particularly harsh in the palace. Big Mom, do you really think Katakuri can stop Sig? Katarina's tone was disdainful, as if discussing something utterly absurd. Sig is someone who can hold his own against Akainu. How could that man, Katakuri, possibly be his opponent? Her words revealed her absolute confidence in Sig's strength, and she could already envision Katakuri's failure. Although Katarina reeked of filth, her mockery and disdain pierced Big Mom's dignity like a sharp blade. Big Mom's expression darkened slightly, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes, but it was quickly suppressed. She coldly stared at Katarina, her tone carrying a hint of warning. Katarina, do not get too carried away. Katakuri is my son. His strength is beyond your comprehension. Yet Katarina showed no fear. She stood tall, her spirit undiminished despite her weakened body. Big Mom, you overestimate your son and underestimate my man. Sig will not lose. He will show all of you what a true, strong person is. Her sarcasm and refusal to give Big Mom any face immediately tensed the atmosphere in the palace. The surrounding attendants and pirates dared not make a sound, knowing that Big Mom's anger could erupt at any moment. Big Mom sat quietly on her throne, her eyes glinting with dangerous light, but the corners of her mouth slowly curled into a smile. She seemed to be enjoying this game of cat and mouse, waiting for Sig's arrival and Katarina's disappointment. This confrontation was nothing more than an amusing farce to her, and she was the director of this farce. Inside Big Mom's palace, Katarina's mockery was like a spark falling into a pot of oil, instantly igniting the fury of the Yonko. A sinister look crossed Big Mom's face. Her patience had been completely exhausted. In an instant, Her movements were as quick as lightning as a powerful force surged toward Katarina. Katarina didn't even have time to react before the immense power struck her. Her body flew like a kite with a broken string, crashing violently against the hard wall. The stones of the wall shattered upon impact, dust and smoke instantly filling the air. Katarina's body left a clear dent in the wall before sliding down to the ground, blood spilling from her mouth, clearly suffering a fatal blow. Her gaze began to dull, her body weakly sprawled on the ground, unable to utter another word. Her beauty was overshadowed by pain and blood at that moment, with only her faint breathing proving she was still alive. The old lady coldly watched everything unfold, her face showing no sympathy. With a wave of her hand, she casually ordered the guards, as if shooing away a fly. Take this fool back to the dungeon and let her reflect properly. In a few days, let's see if she still has the strength to spout such nonsense. The guards immediately stepped forward, carefully lifting Katarina from the ground. Her body was weak, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth, forming a shocking trail. They dragged her back to the dungeon, while the old lady returned to her throne, her eyes revealing a hint of cold satisfaction. For her, this was merely a small lesson, a reminder to everyone of the consequences of challenging her authority. Sig, the infamous mountain bandit king, moved through the old lady's territory as if it were uninhabited. His name became synonymous with terror, and any force attempting to obstruct him evaporated before his absolute power. His steps were firm and unstoppable, as if every inch of land trembled beneath his feet, acknowledging his dominance. In this vast sea, rumors spread like wildfire as people whispered about Sig's legendary longsword. Once an ordinary weapon, it had now transformed into the mythical Supreme Blade. This sword absorbed Sig's Conqueror's Haki, extraordinarily sharp, shining with a chilling light. Have you heard? Sig's sword is now the Supreme Blade. One pirate exclaimed excitedly. Yeah, I've heard too. The sword's aura seems capable of tearing apart the sky, and Sig's Conqueror's Haki is simply unbelievable. Another pirate responded, a flickering in his eyes. Sig's Conqueror's Haki felt like an invisible storm swirling around his longsword. Each swing was like an emperor declaring sovereignty. That kind of power, that kind of pressure, made anyone daring enough to meet his gaze involuntarily submit. To cultivate his weapon to such a level in such a short time, Sig's strength had undoubtedly reached a height that commanded admiration. In this sea, where the strong were numerous, Sig's name shone like a brilliant star illuminating the night sky. His title was no longer just a label of a mountain bandit king. It had become a symbol of fear, a taboo on the seas. Even more chilling was the notion that this rampaging powerhouse seemed to harbor even deeper, unfathomable strength. So far, Sig had only displayed his armament Haki in battle. That iron-like defense, that ability to cut through everything, was more than enough to make him invincible on the seas. The notorious pirates with bounties in astronomical figures. Those myth-like beings in the eyes of other pirates were like grass before him, easily decapitated, their heads hung on his flagship as proof of his illustrious achievements. Have you heard? Sig has never even shown his Conqueror's Haki, and yet he's already dealt with those pirates as if they were cutting vegetables, said a pirate who had witnessed Sig in battle, still shaken. God, if he can do this with just his armament Haki, how terrifying must his Conqueror's Haki be? Another pirate gasped, unable to imagine the true extent of Sig's power. Sig's armament Haki had become so powerful that it was hard to believe. Every strike was precise and forceful, capable of piercing through the ends of the world. His enemies often fell before they even caught a glimpse of his figure. Rumors on the seas grew increasingly fervent. Some said that once Sig's Conqueror's Haki was unleashed, the world would change color and the oceans would boil. His Haki was not just a symbol of strength, but also a pressure that could intimidate souls. Sig had yet to unleash it, perhaps waiting for a worthy opponent or a battlefield where he could fully unleash his power. Within the old lady's territory, everyone felt an unprecedented pressure. Sig's footsteps grew nearer, his longsword sharper, and his Conqueror's Haki felt like a slumbering giant waiting for the moment to awaken. When that time came, all obstacles would become stepping stones, and all challenges would turn to dust before his might. In the distance, two admirals of the navy, Kizaru and Akainu, followed Sig like shadows. Their eyes were filled with seriousness. Even as top-tier powerhouses, they could not help but feel apprehensive in the face of this mountain bandit king's extreme strength. The scene before them was a battlefield littered with severed sails, split decks, and heads hanging from flags, all telling the tale of Sig's terrifying power. Every attack felt like divine punishment, unstoppable and inescapable. Kizaru, known for his speed, spoke with a rare intensity. Akainu, do you see? That man's armament Haki has reached perfection. Every strike is filled with destructive power. I've never seen such pure strength. Akainu, known for his magma-like ferocity and absolute destructiveness, frowned and replied solemnly. Not only is armament Haki, we have yet to witness his Conqueror's Haki. If he truly unleashes it, it will be a disaster. The two admirals exchanged glances, seeing the same conclusion reflected in each other's eyes. In a one-on-one fight, neither of them felt confident in defeating this man named Sig. His strength had surpassed that of regular strongmen, reaching the pinnacle of the Four Emperors level. His power has transcended the realm of mere pirates, Kizaru continued. If this continues, he might disrupt the balance of the entire world. Akainu nodded, determination flashing in his eyes. We cannot stand by and watch. Even if it takes both of us, we must stop him. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. The two admirals spoke in low voices, yet their resolve was unwavering. Faced with an opponent like Sig, they had to give their all. In their hearts, they couldn't help but feel a sense of awe towards the strength of this mountain bandit king. At Navy headquarters, the atmosphere in the command room was extraordinarily tense. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, a leader with vast experience and exceptional wisdom, sat at the command platform, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized the reports before him. Akainu, Kizaru, is the Sig you described really just a mountain bandit king? Sengoku's voice was deep and powerful, revealing his profound understanding of the situation. Akainu and Kizaru responded through the den mushi. Admiral, Sig's strength far exceeds our expectations. His armament Haki has reached its peak, and we suspect he may be hiding even stronger powers. Sengoku nodded slightly, his brow furrowing as he began to inquire further. Has this man ever consumed any mythical zone-type devil fruit? His strength does not seem to come solely from Haki. Kizaru replied, Admiral, our intelligence shows no record of Sig consuming a devil fruit. However, his power is indeed extraordinary, leading us to consider other unknown factors. Akainu continued, moreover, Sig's fighting style seems not to rely on the powers of a devil fruit. Every strike he delivers is filled with pure Haki and strength, reminiscent of ancient warriors. Admiral Sengoku pondered for a moment, and a glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes. If he hasn't consumed a mythical zone fruit, then the source of his power is even more worthy of investigation. Perhaps he has mastered some lost ancient martial art, or possesses some special physique. The atmosphere in the command room grew heavier, and Sengoku's words made everyone realize that Sig's strength was not a coincidence, but contained deeper reasons. In any case, we must find out the truth as soon as possible, Admiral Sengoku ordered. Sig's existence poses a threat to the world government's rule. Akainu, Kizaru, be prepared. If necessary, even if it means deploying the full power of the Navy, we must subdue this man. In a noisy tavern, Kaido sat alone at a rickety table surrounded by empty bottles, the air thick with the smell of alcohol. This pirate, hailed as the world's strongest creature, wore a hint of drunkenness on his face, yet his gaze remained sharp as a knife, and his body was as strong as a beast. Even under the influence of alcohol, he maintained a terrifying authority. Just as Kaido was about to raise his cup for another drink, a subordinate rushed in, breathless, and reported, Sir, news has arrived. A dead old man has appeared near our territory. It's Vice Admiral Garp. Kaido's hand paused slightly, the cup hovering in the air for a moment before he slowly set it down with a soft clink. A playful gleam flickered in his eyes, and a subtle smile crept onto his lips. Oh, that old immortal Garp? What brings him to my territory? Is he here to drink with me? The subordinate nervously replied, No, sir. According to our spies, Vice Admiral Garp seems to be monitoring our movements, and he might be related to that recently infamous mountain bandit, Sig. Upon hearing this, Kaido let out a rough laugh that echoed throughout the tavern, startling everyone present. Ha, monitoring? That old man is still as meddlesome as ever. However, for someone like Sieg to catch Garp's interest, he must indeed be something special. Kaido stood up. His tall figure stood out even in the dim tavern. Tell everyone below not to pay any attention to Garp. If he dares to cause trouble, let him taste the might of the world's strongest creature. However, I do want to see what this Sieg is capable of to make that old stubborn Garp take action personally. The subordinate took his leave, and Kaido returned to his seat, picking up the bottle and taking another large gulp. A gleam of anticipation sparkled in his eyes, as if he was excited for the impending storm. For Kaido, both Garp and Sieg were worthy opponents for him to face personally. In this vast ocean, only true strongmen could ignite his fighting spirit. Kaido, the pirate hailed as the world's strongest creature, may appear rough and act wildly, but he is far from foolish. His intellect is as solid as his strength, shrewd and cunning. A legendary figure like Garp would never appear in his territory without reason, and he certainly wouldn't be here for a casual stroll. Kaido's gaze pierced through the tavern's window, staring out at the distant sea, his thoughts ebbing and flowing like the waves. Knowing Garp's personal arrival meant things were far more complicated than they appeared. Garp's surveillance was undoubtedly a warning and a test for him. That old fox Garp is personally involved. He certainly isn't here just to monitor, Kaido murmured to himself, his voice tinged with contemplation. Is he assessing my movements or preemptively guarding against my actions? After a moment of thought, his gaze sharpened as if he had thought of a possibility. Could there be a problem with Big Mom? Is Sieg truly strong enough to trouble Big Mom? He recalled the intelligence he had gathered recently. Sieg's name swept through Big Mom's territory like a storm, unstoppable. If Big Mom truly couldn't withstand Sieg, it would be a significant shock to the entire power structure on the sea. If Big Mom really couldn't hold back Sieg, then the balance of the world would be shattered. A flash of insight crossed Kaido's eyes. This could be an opportunity for me, or perhaps a threat. He raised the bottle again, but this time he didn't drink deeply. Instead, he gently placed it on the table. Kaido knew he could no longer indulge in alcohol. It was time to face the impending storm with clarity. Regardless, I must be prepared. Kaido's voice was firm and powerful. Whether it's Sieg, Big Mom, or that old immortal Garp of the Navy, whoever dares to stand in my way will know that the name world's strongest creature is not easily shaken. As Kaido sat at the bow of the pirate ship, ready to intercept Sieg, he appeared relaxed and at ease, as if everything was under his control. Dressed in a magnificent cape fluttering in the wind, adorned with the symbol of the Big Mom pirates, it showcased his identity and status. Kaido's posture was elegant, legs crossed, back straight, playing with a slender pipe in his hand, occasionally blowing out a puff of smoke that formed various shapes in the air before dissipating into the ocean breeze. His expression was calm, a confident smile gracing his lips, as if telling the world that he had absolute confidence in the upcoming battle. The crew around him held him in awe. They knew that this second-in-command of the pirate crew was not only a capable assistant to Big Mom, but also a powerful warrior. His presence often signified the end of a battle, as few could withstand his strength for long. Kaido's gaze scanned the horizon, as if he could already see Sieg's figure approaching. There was no tension or fear in his eyes, only a cool anticipation. He knew Sieg was a formidable opponent, but it was precisely such an opponent that could ignite his inner desire for battle. Sieg, you are destined to become the stepping stone on my path to the peak, Kaido whispered to himself. Though his voice was soft, it was filled with undeniable determination. In this vast ocean, Kaido existed like a proud prince, his aura proclaiming his strength and confidence to the world. The upcoming clash with Sieg would undoubtedly be another noteworthy battle in the world of pirates. In the sea dominated by Big Mom's powers, a group of pirates gathered, discussing animatedly. When they learned that Kaido, the man hailed as the strongest under Big Mom, was personally going to capture Sieg, shock and disbelief were written all over their faces. Is it true? Lord Kaido is personally going to catch Sieg? A pirate widened his eyes and repeatedly confirmed the authenticity of the news with his subordinates. Indeed, the news had spread far and wide. Lord Kaido had set off. His subordinates replied firmly. This news was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating ripples. The pirates began to discuss among themselves. Kaido's name was well known in the pirate world, and his strength was beyond doubt. Under Big Mom, almost no one could rival him. The fact that such a powerful figure was personally taking action undoubtedly shook the entire sea. Should we also go and take a look? Maybe we'll have a chance to show our faces, suggested an ambitious pirate. Yeah, if we can impress Lord Kaido, we might even gain Big Mom's favor. Another pirate's eyes flashed with greed. Thus, this group of pirates eagerly prepared to follow in Kaido's footsteps to witness this sensational capture operation. They felt both awe and anticipation in their hearts, unsure of what opportunities this action would bring them. In their minds, Kaido was already firmly established as the number one under Big Mom, an unshakable position. To them, Kaido was a symbol of invincibility. As long as he wouldn't lose, they might have a chance to shine in this operation and even gain Big Mom's favor. The pirates gathered together, excitedly discussing Kaido's record, trying to remember even a single instance of his failure. Lord Kaido, he has never been defeated, one pirate exclaimed, his eyes filled with admiration. Yes, in every battle, he is unstoppable, invincible, another pirate echoed, his voice revealing strong belief in Kaido's strength. Their conversation was filled with worship for Kaido, as if, in their world, he was the man who forever stood atop the peak of victory. This belief made them even more certain that following Kaido would give them a chance to shine in the pirate world. Excitement quickly spread among the pirates. They could hardly wait to participate in this action that could change their fates. So, they began to get busy, ordering their subordinates to quickly prepare equipment and supplies for the pirate ship. Hurry up, don't dawdle. We need to reach the destination before Lord Kaido, so we can have a chance to help, shouted a leading pirate. Upon hearing this, the subordinates moved even faster, knowing that this operation was of great significance to them. Each one silently vowed to showcase their strength before Lord Kaido. Even just assisting him would be an unparalleled honor. The flag on the pirate ship fluttered in the wind, symbolizing their ambitions and desires. With a command, the ship slowly sailed out of the harbor, heading toward Kaido's direction. The pirates were filled with anticipation. Their eyes were resolute as they envisioned themselves bravely fighting alongside Lord Kaido. All of this was built upon their unwavering belief. Kaido, that powerful man, would not lose. At this critical moment, this group of pirates deep within Big Mom's territory was inspired by Kaido's actions, and they began to mobilize, unite, and form an impressive force. Although they did not have hundreds of ships, the scale of 70 or 80 pirate ships was still quite astonishing. Each member of these pirate crews was a notorious pirate with bounties in the hundreds of millions, all having resounding names and fearsome records on the sea. These pirates swore solemnly, gathering at the bows of their ships, their eyes firmly gazing into the distance, as if they could already see Lord Kaido's heroic figure. Listen up, brothers. This time, not only are we going to capture Zeke, but we're going to let the whole world know that our pirate crew under Big Mom is the strongest, shouted a burly pirate captain, waving his fist at his subordinates. Yes, we need to showcase our strength before Lord Kaido. Another pirate captain echoed, his eyes sparkling with a desire for battle. The morale among the pirates was high as they began checking weapons and organizing equipment to ensure everything was in top condition. The connections between the ships grew tighter. They devised a series of action plans on how to cooperate with Lord Kaido and how to encircle Zeke, meticulously examining every detail. In the hearts of these pirates, this operation was not merely a capture, but also an opportunity to prove their strength. If they could achieve merit in this operation, their status within Big Mom's forces would be even more solidified, with the possibility of gaining more territory and resources. As the sound of horns echoed, the pirate fleet set sail grandly. Their flags flew in the wind, each with different designs, but all conveying the same message: their determination and courage. These formidable pirates, driven by respect for Kaido and a thirst for victory, headed toward Zeke's direction, ready to write their own legend on the sea. Among this group of seasoned pirates, who had weathered storms and experienced countless changes on the sea, they held a more mature and cautious view of this operation. On their respective ships, they exchanged thoughts, shaking their heads with a hint of mockery at the young, impulsive pirates. Look at those guys, all so eager for quick success. They're simply fools, said a pirate with a bushy beard to appear beside him, his voice dripping with disdain for the youngsters. Exactly, without experienced leaders like Lord Kaido to guide them. How do they have the qualifications to fight against those who dare challenge the four emperors? Another pirate agreed, his eyes shining with admiration for Kaido. These seasoned pirates understood that battles at sea were not just about strength. They were also about wisdom, experience, and strategy. They had once been those impulsive young men, but time had tempered them into more composed individuals. We old fellows may be aging, but at least we know when to strike and when to hold back, said an old pirate, stroking his beard, his eyes reflecting the wisdom of the years. They understood that Kaido's strength was not only due to his power, but also because of his calm mind and rich combat experience. This operation was not just a simple capture. It was a test of the entire Big Mom pirate crew's strength. This time, following Lord Kaido, we must perform well and show those young ones what the true way of a pirate is, another pirate asserted, his words filled with determination. Kaido, the pirate who had never missed a shot, stood at the bow of the ship, his clothes billowing in the sea breeze, his face devoid of any expression, only his cold eyes revealing his inner resolve and pride. Listening to his subordinates' reports about the reactions of Big Mom's pirate crews upon learning he would take action personally, Kaido merely sneered in disdain. That bunch of people, relying on their mother-s name, can only engage in such opportunistic antics. Kaido's voice was cold, filled with disdain for these pirates. He recalled the time when he ordered them to intercept an enemy. Their performance was as if they were deaf, pretending not to hear the commands or making various excuses to delay and avoid actually carrying out the task. They thought that following Big Mom would allow them to live in comfort without putting in real effort. Kaido's gaze grew even colder, deeply disgusted by the laziness and opportunism of these pirates. He looked down on this group from the bottom of his heart, firmly believing that true, strong individuals are those who are unafraid of hardships and dare to face challenges head-on. In his eyes, these pirates were nothing but a bunch of garbage relying on others' power, lacking backbone and dignity. Did they think they could get a share of the spoils just by following me? Kaido sneered. I will let them know that without strength, they can only watch from the sidelines. His words revealed his determination and confidence in his own strength, as well as a clear understanding of his goals. He did not need those who only knew how to flatter and shift with the wind. He needed real partners who could fight alongside him at critical moments. As the ship sailed, Kaido's mind was entirely focused on the upcoming battle. Only through his own hands could he capture Sig, prove his strength, and make those worthless pirates understand what a true pirate is. And he, Kaido, would always be the one standing at the peak, looking down on all. As the pirate fleet approached their destination, most of the captains began to give their crews a final pre-battle mobilization. They stood at the bow, facing their crew with a tone that exuded wisdom and self-preservation. Listen, brothers, we just need to provide support from the periphery. One captain waved his hand to his men. We don't need to rush to the front. Let Kaido handle those tricky matters. Another captain issued a similar directive to his team. Let Kaido deal with the direct confrontation. We just need to do our part and not provoke that madman. These captains were well aware that Sig's strength was formidable, and a direct confrontation was almost equivalent to suicide for them. None of them believed they had the qualification to withstand 10 moves against Sig and survive. We are not Kaido. We don't have that kind of strength, one captain said realistically. So, we need to be smart, protect ourselves, and not die in vain. The crew listened to their captain's words. Although somewhat unwilling, they understood this was the most rational choice. Many of them had families, wives, and children waiting for them to return, and there was no need to take risks for so-called honor. Remember, our task is to support, not to take the lead. Another captain emphasized, Kaido can handle it on his own. We just need to provide help when he needs it. Although these pirates feared Kaido's power, they also valued their own lives, knowing that survival in this cruel sea was the most important thing. Therefore, they accepted the captain's arrangements, preparing to maintain distance in battle and avoid a direct confrontation with Sig. As the battle approached, the captains of these pirate crews made their preparations. Their ships formed a surrounding circle on the periphery, waiting for Kaido to signal action. In the hearts of these pirates, their respect and trust for Kaido deepened, for they knew that only a strong individual like him could truly roam freely across these seas. Sig's subordinates, although notorious in the sea, were fully aware of the strength of the Big Mom pirates. They knew that Sig's actions had crossed Big Mom's bottom line, and she would definitely send heavyweights to stop him. In a dim cabin, Sig's subordinates sat together, their faces filled with worry. They cautiously offered their suggestions, trying to prepare for the upcoming battle. "Boss, Big Mom 1T, just sit back and watch," one subordinate said nervously. "Shouldn't we change our tactics and not charge straight in?" Another subordinate echoed. "Yeah, boss, we should adopt guerrilla tactics, using our knowledge of this sea area to maneuver around them." Sig sat in the center of the cabin, his eyes flashing with fierce light. But he was not dismissive of his subordinate suggestions. He knew that a head-on clash might not benefit him, especially facing a formidable enemy like Kaido. Guerrilla warfare? Sig murmured to himself, lightly tapping his fingers on the table as if weighing the pros and cons of the proposal. A proud smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Wielding his sword in a wildly arrogant manner, he shouted to his subordinates, "The so-called Big Mom is just a preparation for the souls beneath my sword." Sig's voice was filled with disdain and confidence, as if he had already foreseen the outcome of the battle. "No matter what kind of strong enemy comes to stop me, their fate will be the same, their heads hanging on their flags like those previous fools." Sig's words were like thunder in a storm, shaking every subordinate present. The group was stunned by Sig's arrogance, exchanging glances but unable to speak. In their eyes, Sig's pride was not baseless. His strength indeed allowed him to act recklessly at sea. Such powerful words could only come from a man of absolute strength, instilling both fear and an inexplicable sense of exhilaration in them. "This is our boss, the unbeatable Sig." One subordinate couldn't help but whisper in admiration, his eyes shining with worship. "Yes, with a leader like him, what do we have to fear?" Another subordinate mustered the courage to respond. Sig's bravado, while unsettling to his subordinates, greatly boosted their morale. They began to believe that even when facing heavyweights from the Big Mom pirates, their boss Sig could fight to the end and even achieve victory. As Sig's wild laughter echoed over the sea, his subordinates rallied, gripping their weapons tightly, ready to follow Sig into the upcoming battle. In this dangerous and challenging sea, they would take Sig as their example, showcasing their courage and strength. Sig's arrogance was like a double-edged sword, capable of inspiring but also potentially leading to disaster. On the sea, the waves surged, and the flag of the Big Mom pirates fluttered in the wind. Except for the silent giant Charlotte Katakuri, the other pirates could no longer contain their restlessness, clamoring loudly. "Sig, you better surrender quickly." A burly pirate with a face full of scars shouted loudly. The sound echoed across the sea, particularly harsh. "Don't think you can act recklessly just because you have a bit of fame in front of our Big Mom pirates." Another pirate shouted immediately, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. "How could someone like you challenge Lord Katakuri's strength?" A female pirate sneered, her gaze revealing absolute trust and awe for Katakuri. The pirate's words were like arrows, aimed directly at Sig standing opposite them. Katakuri remained silent, his gaze calm as water, but within his unfathomable eyes. A storm threatened to erupt at any moment. He didn't need to say much. His very existence was a silent deterrent. The pirate's clamor was merely irrelevant noise to him. His eyes remained fixed on Sig, waiting for the other S decision, ready to strike at any moment to showcase his unparalleled strength. A hint of disdain appeared on Sig's face, his gaze filled with arrogance and determination. Straightening his back, the sword in his hand glimmered coldly under the sunlight. His voice thundered across the sea, filled with undeniable momentum. "You rabble dare to yell in front of me?" Sig scoffed angrily, his tone revealing contempt for the members of the Big Mom pirates. "Whoever wants to come and die, feel free to step forward. No matter who it is, I will cut them all down with my sword." Sig swung his sword, the tip pointing to the sky as if declaring war on the heavens. His eyes grew hotter, his voice carrying a touch of tenderness, but more so an unwavering determination. "I, Sig, fight to find my woman Katarina. Anyone who dares to obstruct me deserves death." Sig's words were like a proclamation, declaring his fearlessness against strong enemies and his determination to achieve his goals at any cost. His figure appeared particularly proud on the ocean surface, and the courage and persistence he fought for love allowed everyone present to feel his resolve and strength. The members of the Big Mom Pirates were intimidated by Sig's arrogance and determination, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. A flicker of unusual light flashed in Katakuri's eyes, seemingly admiring Sig's courage and persistence. But his expression remained calm. He had to uphold the dignity of the Big Mom Pirates, regardless of who the opponent was. The sea breeze howled, storm clouds gathered, and a battle for love and glory was about to unfold on this turbulent sea. The corner of Katakuri's mouth lifted slightly, revealing his signature sharp teeth, and his eyes held a hint of mockery and disdain. Though his voice was not loud, it was filled with power, each word striking like a heavy hammer on the hearts of everyone present. "There are indeed fools who dare to challenge the Big Mom Pirates," Katakuri said coldly, his gaze piercing like a blade into Sig's heart. "Let me see how much strength you possess." As soon as Katakuri finished speaking, his figure moved in an instant. His movement was so fast that it was nearly impossible to catch, as a silhouette streaked across the sea, leaving behind a series of phantoms. Armament Haki condensed in the air, forming an invisible shockwave, and the surrounding atmosphere seemed to grow heavier under his overwhelming presence. Katakuri's fingers gently curled, preparing to unleash his machi fruit abilities. There was no fear in his eyes, only a thirst for battle and confidence in victory. He was not in a hurry to strike, but was waiting for Sig's first move to launch his attack at the most opportune moment. The other members of the pirate crew stepped back, clearing space for the impending confrontation. Once Katakuri made his move, it would undoubtedly be a devastating blow. And Sig, facing such a formidable foe, gripped his sword tightly, ready to meet this life-and-death battle. If he fails to recognize the situation, he would face a dead end, and he could only barely survive. In the face of absolute strength, these seemingly flashy moves would only lead to a quicker demise. The tension reached its peak as the gazes of the two locked in the air, a contest of power and what was about to unfold over this vast ocean. The wind over the sea suddenly fell silent, as if even nature held its breath, awaiting this impending showdown between the strong. Sig and Katakuri's gazes clashed like two sharp swords, silently crossing in the air. Sig struck first, his sword light carving a silver trajectory across the sea. The sword tip aimed directly at Katakuri's heart. The movement was quick and fluid, the swordplay containing years of combat experience and immense determination. Katakuri stood his ground, his body slightly leaning forward as if waiting for the best moment. His gaze remained calm, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He appeared unruffled in the face of Sig's attack. Sig's sword surged like a storm, each strike carrying a strong momentum, the sword winds stirring up waves on the sea. The tip of his sword sparkled under the sunlight, as if igniting the surrounding air. Katakuri's body moved like melting wax, effortlessly dodging Sig's attacks, his arms extending, transforming into soft yet resilient machi-like tentacles, countering Sig from incredible angles. Sig's sword danced like leaves in the wind, the shadows of the sword heavy, each strike carrying the force of a tempest, splashes of water leaping into the air from the sword's energy. He swung his sword down towards the sea, and a massive wall of water rose up, sweeping towards Katakuri. Machi shield. Katakuri casually waved his hand, as chunks of machi quickly hardened into an indestructible shield, blocking Sig's sword energy. Machi spiral. His arm rotated and elongated, transforming into a spiraling machi tentacle, coiling towards Sig like a giant python. The battle raged on, the waves on the sea rising higher under the forces of the two, and the clouds in the sky thickened under the turbulent air currents of the fight. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the clouds, casting shadows of the two combatants on the sea. Ultimately, after an intense exchange, Katakuri's machi fruit abilities gained the upper hand. He transformed into a giant machi figure and swung a fist down towards Sig. Sig exerted all his strength, the sword tip pointing skyward, attempting to block this devastating blow. However, in the face of Katakuri's power, he could not withstand it, and was struck by the punch. A massive splash of water erupting on the sea, marking the end of this battle. Katakuri stood atop the waves, calmly watching the place where Sig had disappeared, his figure appearing even more imposing in the twilight of the setting sun. The The members of the pirate crew looked on at the outcome of this battle, filled with awe for Katakuri's strength. Sig slowly rose from the water, his sword tip dripping with seawater, yet he appeared unusually composed, gently waving his sword. The earlier defeat was merely a minor issue to him. His eyes conveyed an undeniable confidence, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Katakuri, if you leave now, I can spare your life and not harm you. Sig's voice was calm and resolute, as if offering the other a tremendous favor. He paused, the sword tip aiming at Katakuri, continuing, but if you insist on obstructing me, then you will only meet with the least maiming. The words spoken from his mouth seemed like an established fact, rather than a threat. Such audacious remarks stirred up a commotion among the pirate crew, with many pirates beginning to mock Sig, believing he was just putting on a show without any real strength. Listen to what this guy is saying. Who does he think he is? One pirate sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. Haha, it's laughable. Defeated by Lord Katakuri and still daring to talk big. Another pirate joined in the laughter, and the sounds of mockery echoed around them. Yet Katakuri remained silent, his gaze unwavering, unaffected by Sig's words. He simply stood there quietly, waiting for Sig's next attack, ready to respond to this audacious challenge with strength. The sea breeze continued to blow, carrying a salty dampness, while the waves seemed to mock Sig's arrogance. In truth, Sig already understood that he had challenged Katakuri merely to test the strength of this man, hailed as the second strongest of the Big Mom pirates. But now, he realized that this battle could not leave any room for leniency. It was time to get serious. Katakuri stood there quietly, sensing an unimaginable aura emanating from the seemingly disheveled man before him. It was an aura forged through countless battles, walking the edge of life and death. Sig's gaze sharpened, exuding a dangerous aura as if a awakened beast, ready to unleash all its power. The surrounding pirates continued to laugh, unaware of the change in Sig, lost in their own mockery. To them, Sig was just an ignorant challenger, while Katakuri was an invincible powerhouse. Katakuri's expression turned serious as he began to take his opponent seriously. In this vast ocean, beneath the weight of reputation, there was indeed no underestimation. Even a seemingly unremarkable opponent could hide astonishing strength. Thus, this man also began to take things seriously. His body sank slightly, lowering his center of gravity, preparing to meet Sig's next attack. Katakuri's hands began to gather armament Haki, his gaze locking onto every movement of Sig, not missing any subtle changes. The atmosphere above the sea grew tense once again, as if the wind had stopped blowing at that moment, with only the sound of waves crashing against the ship and the laughter of pirates echoing in the air. But all of this was about to be drowned out by the impending battle. The true confrontation between two strong fighters, Sig and Katakuri, was about to begin. As their momentum rose, the battle erupted once more, this time evolving into a truly earth-shattering contest. Sig took the initiative, his sword light slicing through the sea like bolts of lightning, creating unfathomable cracks in its surface. Each swing of his sword carried a piercing shriek, as if to split the entire ocean in two. The attacks were swift and sharp, each aimed at Katakuri's vital points, showing no mercy. Facing Sig's storm-like onslaught, Katakuri remained calm. His body flowed like liquid, skillfully evading the edge of Sig's sword. His counterattacks were equally fierce. The machi fruit's power made his strikes unpredictable, each punch and kick capable of creating massive waves on the sea. Sig's sword energy formed gigantic walls of water, crashing down like a tsunami towards Katakuri, with each impact generating a deafening roar. Katakuri's body continuously transformed, sometimes into a giant fist, sometimes into sharp spikes. Each of his attacks carried immense power, colliding with Sig's sword energy and producing dazzling sparks. Both fighters refused to back down, and the battle grew increasingly intense. Sig's swordsmanship became more wild, his eyes shining with determination, telling Katakuri that he would never easily retreat. Katakuri responded with his actions, showcasing the full extent of his machi fruit abilities in this battle, each transformation filled with strength and beauty. However, as the battle progressed, an astonishing fact gradually emerged. Sig's condition was far better than Katakuri's. His breathing remained steady, His swordsmanship showed no signs of disorder, and he was growing more courageous with each exchange. In contrast, while Katakuri still maintained formidable fighting strength, his breath began to show signs of disarray, and the speed of his transformations had slightly decreased. Sig's tenacity and perseverance were perfectly embodied in this battle. Each attack was filled with determination, telling everyone that he was not just a challenger, but a true powerhouse. Katakuri, despite his incredible strength, had to start confronting the difficulty of this battle against such an unyielding opponent. The group of pirates, who had originally mocked Sig's arrogance, now looked on with shock and fear. They watched as this man named Sig wielded his sword with an artistic fluidity, yet filled with deadly power, leaving them in awe of his strength. God, this man's swordsmanship! One pirate couldn't help but exclaim softly, his voice laced with uncontainable reverence. Another pirate swallowed hard, fear evident in his eyes. He imagined that if he were to face Sig, it wouldn't take many moves before his head would be separated from his body, without him even realizing it. Sig's sword was too fast, too ruthless. Each strike carried absolute killing intent, making it impossible to evade. We were too careless earlier. This Sig is not an ordinary opponent. A female pirate said with a pale face, her gaze fixed firmly on Sig, fearing she might miss any detail. The pirates began to realize how ignorant their previous mockery had been. Each of Sig's sword swings and evasions seemed to demonstrate to them what true combat skills were. Strength was not merely physical power, but also a profound combat wisdom. Even the members of the Big Mom Pirates began to see Sig in a new light. They understood that anyone who could fight Katakuri to this extent was certainly not to be underestimated. Sig's performance forced them to reevaluate this man's strength. A flicker of surprise crossed Katakuri's eyes, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, a rare occurrence in past battles. The man before him, named Sig, truly possessed strength that was on par with his own. At that moment, their breaths seemed to synchronize, and they roared at each other before plunging back into the whirlpool of battle with even more ferocity. Sig's sword light shone like the dawn, slicing through the darkness with endless sharpness. The sword tip danced in the air, each swing accompanied by brilliant flashes of light, as if to tear the entire world apart, unleashing a storm of sword shadows that swept towards Katakuri like a tempest. Katakuri, refusing to back down, twisted and contorted his body like rubber, fully utilizing the Machi fruit's powers as he transformed into a massive iron hammer, striking down on Sig's sword light with a thunderous force. The clash of their attacks produced a deafening roar, as if the very sky were about to shatter. The battle grew more intense, with Sig's swordsmanship becoming sharper, his figure darting across the battlefield like a ghost, each strike precisely aimed at Katakuri's vital points. Katakuri, on the other hand, skillfully dodged Sig's attacks thanks to the transformation abilities of the Machi fruit, countering with his own strikes. His fists fell like meteors, each impact causing the sea to tremble. The clash of their magnificent techniques resembled shooting stars streaking across the night sky, leaving spectators breathless. The pirates widened their eyes, witnessing this heart-stirring battle, filled with awe. Such a fight had surpassed their imagination, revealing to them how true warriors fought upon these seas. What kind of battle is this? One pirate exclaimed, "Is this the power of the second strongest of the Big Mom Pirates? It's terrifying." Another pirate said, his voice trembling. The intensity of the fight exceeded everyone's expectations as Sig and Katakuri intertwined in the air, their powers not only wreaking havoc on the sea surface, but also lifting the battlefield into the azure sky. With each clash, the surrounding air seemed to tear apart, creating visible ripples. Suddenly, the sky darkened, thick clouds gathering as if even the heavens sensed the shock of this battle, bringing forth thunder and lightning. Bolts of lightning illuminated the silhouettes of the two strong fighters, each of their attacks accompanied by thunderous roars, as if they were vying for supremacy with the heavens. Sig's sword tip sparked with electric light, his swordsmanship appearing even more ferocious against the backdrop of thunder, each strike seemingly capable of splitting the sky. Katakuri transformed amidst the lightning, his body twisting in the electric glow, the power of the Machi fruit allowing him to move freely through the storms. each of his attacks carrying the force of electricity, striking awe into the hearts of onlookers. Below on the sea, dozens of pirate ships bobbed in the waves. The pirates nervously watching the aerial battle, filled with trust in Katakuri and a longing for victory. They shouted loudly to cheer on their captain, hoping he could defeat this formidable foe. "Katakuri-sama, go for it," one pirate shouted, waving his fists. "Defeat him and prove the strength of our Big Mom pirates." Another pirate called out excitedly. The wind and waves on the sea grew fiercer, seemingly angered by the battle above, with the waves crashing against the ship's sides, roaring with fury. Yet none of this could overshadow the sounds of the fight in the sky. The intertwining of lightning and sword light drove every pirate to madness. In the sky, Sig and Katakuri appeared as two brilliant shooting stars, using the techniques of moonwalk and shave to move swiftly in the air, engaging in an epic duel. Each leap and dodge they made traced dazzling trajectories across the sky, as if painting a magnificent battle scroll. Sig's sword light burst forth in the night sky, like a brilliant galaxy hanging upside down, each strike accompanied by a sound of breaking air, slicing through the surrounding clouds, causing even the thunder to retreat. Katakuri, like a deity wielding the powers of nature, flexibly transformed in the air. The machi-machi fruit's power, enabling him to instantly change the angle and force of his attacks. Each move was accompanied by thunder and lightning, calling upon the forces of heaven and earth to counter Sig's sword light. As the battle reached its climax, Sig unleashed a powerful technique, Heavenly Dragon Flash. His body spun and ascended in the air, the sword light swirling like a tornado, forming a dazzling pillar of light that shot into the clouds. Katakuri, refusing to back down, felt his body swell instantly, transforming into a gigantic fist wrapped in the power of lightning, striking fiercely towards Sig's light pillar. The two forces collided in the air, creating an earth-shattering explosion, as if the entire world had paused at that moment. The shockwave from the explosion spread out, even dispersing distant clouds, revealing the bright moonlight. The people on the pirate ships were stunned into silence by this power, their mouths agape as they watched the spectacular scene of the battle. In this grand confrontation, Katakuri felt unprecedented pressure. He realized that his strength was gradually being suppressed in the duel with Sig, each of his attacks skillfully neutralized by Sig, while Sig's swordsmanship became sharper and increasingly difficult to withstand. A sense of shock surged within Katakuri. He never imagined he could truly be overpowered by the man named Sig before him. A fleeting moment of doubt flickered in his eyes. But soon his fighting spirit ignited once more. He could not fall here. He must continue to fight for the honor of the Big Mom Pirates and for his own beliefs. Amidst the fierce battle, Katakuri finally exhausted his strength. Losing balance in the air, and with a heavy thud, he fell directly onto the deck of a pirate ship. The sound was like a boulder hitting the ground, causing the ship to tremble. The surrounding pirates were dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes as the man hailed as the second strongest of the Big Mom Pirates fell like this. They covered their mouths, fearing any sound might shatter the stunned silence. On the deck, Katakuri lay motionless, a deep sword wound visible from his shoulder down to his abdomen. Blood staining his clothes and slowly dripping onto the deck. Blood spilled from Katakuri's mouth, his eyes filled with disbelief and confusion. Struggling to lift his head, he looked up at Sig in the sky, using his last ounce of strength to hoarsely ask, "What kind of warrior are you?" Sig stood above, sword tip dripping with blood, his figure appearing particularly lonely yet powerful in the moonlight. He did not answer, only gazing down at Katakuri with a complex emotion in his eyes, a mixture of respect for his opponent and a firm conviction in his own strength. The pirates surrounded Katakuri, their faces filled with fear and unease. This man, who had always been their faith and support, now lay fallen before them. They could not accept this reality, but the deep sword wound and the blood from Katakuri's mouth ruthlessly told them that in this battle, their captain had lost. Is this real? One pirate trembled, tears in his eyes. Katakuri-sama. Another pirate knelt down, hands clasped together, praying for their captain. Sig slowly descended from the sky onto the deck, the sword light fading, replaced by a profound tranquility. Looking at Katakuri, he He finally spoke. "I come from a corner you have never heard of. My name will become your new nightmare." Katakuri's fall was like the flag of the pirates being torn down, leaving them without the courage and direction to fight. Those pirates who had followed Katakuri, upon seeing their captain gravely injured and fallen, felt a tide of shock and fear wash over them. They exchanged glances, none daring to take a step forward to confront the Sig standing on the deck. Sig's gaze was cold and sharp as he scanned the surrounding pirates. Those once arrogant and overbearing pirates now lowered their heads, afraid to meet his eyes. They could only watch helplessly as this powerful man walked step by step back to his pirate ship, each step firm and resolute. Sig's ship was not far away, and his companions cheered upon his return. Sig's victory meant that their influence would advance further across these seas. After boarding the ship, Sig wasted no time and immediately ordered the sails to be raised, setting course directly for Big Mom's location. The sea wind howled, the sails filled with air, and Sig's pirate ship darted across the water like a sharp arrow, cutting through the waves with incredible speed. Standing at the bow, Sig's gaze was piercing. He had only one thought in mind: to reach Big Mom and engage in a true contest. The pirates following Katakuri watched as Sig's ship quickly disappeared from view, knowing that this man would pose an unprecedented challenge to Big Mom. The fear in their hearts gradually transformed into an uneasy anticipation, wondering what changes this upcoming confrontation would bring to these seas. What should we do?" a pirate asked, trembling. "First, take care of Lord Katakuri then. Then we can only follow Big Mom's orders," another pirate replied, his voice revealing helplessness and confusion. In this turbulent sea, a new storm was brewing. The news of the battle's outcome spread like wildfire through the phone bugs on dozens of pirate ships, rapidly reaching every corner of the ocean. Eventually, this shocking news reached Big Mom's ears. Sitting on her throne, she listened to the voice coming from the phone bug, echoing in her ears like the most improbable nightmare. Big Mom's expression darkened, a hint of barely perceptible shock flashing in her eyes, which quickly turned cold and cruel. She could not accept this fact. Her beloved son, the nearly invincible Katakuri, could not possibly lose to an unknown Sig. Anger and disappointment spread like a burning flame in Big Mom's heart. She suddenly extended her hand, grabbing the phone bug in front of her and crushing it with force. The shards of the phone bug scattered, emitting a final series of beeps before falling into a dead silence. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Big Mom's voice echoed in the empty room, powerful enough to shake the surrounding air. She stood up, her towering figure exuding a suffocating sense of oppression, her gaze sharp as a blade, as if it could pierce through this false news. Big Mom's anger was not just due to her son's failure, but also because this failure challenged her authority. She would not allow anyone to run rampant on her seas, nor would she permit anyone to harm her family. Her hands clenched tightly, joints cracking with the pressure, her heart filled with a killing intent directed at Sig. "Prepare the fleet for me. I want to see for myself what this pirate who dares to challenge me is capable of," Big Mom commanded, her voice filled with undeniable authority. Katakuri's injuries were far more severe than they appeared. The sword wound was not just a physical pain, but a deep-seated corrosion. The ship's doctors surrounded him, their faces marked with anxiety and seriousness. They knew that this injury was no trivial matter. If not treated quickly, it could threaten Katakuri's life. The doctors sprang into action, using all their knowledge and skills to try to prevent the sword wound from worsening. They first washed the wound with clean water, attempting to remove the corrosive traces left by the sword energy, then applied a special ointment in hopes of neutralizing the rare sword energy. "This sword energy is truly terrifying," one doctor remarked while treating the injury, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, clearly under immense pressure. "We must get the Lord to the island as soon as possible. Only the medical facilities and herbs there can save him," another doctor suggested, urgency evident in his voice. The surrounding crew could feel the gravity of Katakuri's injuries, silently praying for their captain to pull through. Katakuri lay on a makeshift bed, his face pale, lips devoid of color, the deep pain causing his body to twitch intermittently. Despite the doctor's best efforts, Katakuri's condition showed no obvious signs of improvement. They knew this sword energy was unlike typical physical damage. It seemed to possess a life of its own, rampaging within Katakuri and continuously eroding his vitality. "We can't give up. Lord Katakuri is the strongest. He will definitely pull through," a crew member declared firmly, his words inspiring everyone to keep striving. In this ocean, every moment was filled with uncertainty and danger, but the members of Big Mom's pirate crew had never lost hope. They believed that as long as there was breath in him, Katakuri would rise again and lead them to conquer these seas. Meanwhile, all they could do was get Katakuri to safety as quickly as possible for better treatment. With Big Mom's orders issued, the atmosphere within the entire pirate crew instantly tightened. The crew members put away their usual laxity, each person moving like a tightly wound machine, busy and orderly executing their tasks. On the deck, blacksmiths swung their hammers, the clanging sounds ringing out as they reinforced the ship's weak points, ensuring it could withstand greater impacts in case of an attack. Carpenters busily repaired and strengthened the ship's defenses, every plank nailed down securely, leaving no gaps. In the armory, crew members responsible for weapon management sharpened swords and filled ammunition to the brim. They knew Sieg's sudden attack could come at any moment, so they had to be fully prepared. In the ship's tactics room, strategists gathered around maps, discussing possible tactics and countermeasures. They analyzed Sieg's course of action, predicting the attack methods he might employ, and based on this, they arranged a tight defensive formation. "We need to add more cannons to the sides of the ship to ensure we can deliver a fatal blow to the enemy as they approach," one strategist suggested. "Additionally, we should deploy elite troops at the bow and stern. Once Sieg appears, we will intercept him immediately," another strategist added. Big Mom personally inspected every defensive facility, her gaze sharp as a knife, allowing no room for error. Sieg was a cunning and powerful opponent. Any slackness could cost the entire pirate crew their fate. "Everyone, stay alert." Big Mom's voice echoed in the night sky. "We will make that man Sieg understand that challenging Big Mom's pirate crew is the biggest mistake of his life." In this tense atmosphere, the crew's hearts were filled with both fear and anticipation. They feared Sieg's strength, but also looked forward to proving their worth in this battle. As night fell, the pirate ship was brightly lit, like a series of brilliant pearls illuminating the dark sea and their steadfast beliefs. In a corner of the New World, the communicators of various pirate crews buzzed incessantly as the news of Katakuri's defeat spread like a storm to every corner. Those forces that had previously clashed with the Big Mom pirates now displayed shock, unable to believe that such a powerful man could fall to the Revolutionary Army. Charlotte Linlin, known as Big Mom and one of the Four Emperors, had maintained her position in the New World as solid as a mountain. However, Katakuri's defeat undoubtedly sowed seeds of doubt among other pirates. They began to whisper in secret whether the strength of the Big Mom pirates was truly as invincible as rumored. Red-haired Shanks, upon hearing the news, smiled slightly and thought to himself, "It seems this world is about to stir up another storm." His subordinates also lamented the rise of the Revolutionary Army and the unpredictable changes in the world situation. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, stood on a secluded island, his gaze penetrating the distant sea, as if he could feel the aftershocks of that battle. His face showed little emotion, but inside, waves were stirring. He knew that Shiki, hailed as the strongest man in the Revolutionary Army, possessed a power that could make even the Four Emperors wary. Dragon understood that Shiki's strength was not only a threat to enemies, but also the key to the Revolutionary Army's rise. After pondering for a moment, he began to weigh the pros and cons. If they could incorporate Shiki's power into the Revolutionary Army, then overthrowing the world government would no longer be an unattainable dream. Shiki's strength might truly be what they needed, Dragon whispered to himself, his eyes shining with determination. In his heart, Dragon was not sure if he could match Shiki, but as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, he had to think about the future of the revolution. He began to formulate a plan on how to approach Shiki after the battle with Big Mom, looking for the right timing and method to see if there was a chance to win him over to their side. "We must be prepared once the battle ends. Shiki may be in his weakest state, and that will be our best opportunity to act." Dragon ordered his trusted aides to closely monitor the movements of the Big Mom pirates and Shiki. At the same time, he began to consider how to leverage Shiki's personality and his hatred for the world government to foster a sense of identification with the Revolutionary Army. Siggy was not someone who could be easily persuaded, but as long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would not give up. In the following days, the Revolutionary Army began to discreetly mobilize resources, preparing to act swiftly after the battle between Siggy and Big Mom. Dragon's plan was not only to ensure Siggy's safety, but also to show him the strength and determination of the Revolutionary Army. Siggy, if you truly are the one who can change the world, then I hope you can become one of us, Dragon silently thought, his eyes revealing infinite expectations for the future. Dragon quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind, knowing that Katarina held unusual significance for Siggy. If the Revolutionary Army could capitalize on this, it might be easier to win Siggy's trust. He turned to his intelligence officer and issued an order. Immediately notify the undercover agents under Big Mom to give special attention to Katarina in prison. Let no one know this is our doing. This matter must be kept confidential. The intelligence officer quickly left to relay Dragon's instructions. Dragon knew that these undercover agents were valuable assets to the Revolutionary Army, but compared to a power like Siggy, sacrificing some pawns was necessary. Siggy, you dare to challenge Big Mom for that woman. Such emotions might be precisely what we can exploit, Dragon mused, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Then, Dragon spoke to his lieutenant. Prepare an elite team. Once the battle between Siggy and Big Mom is over, regardless of the outcome, ensure he can leave safely. We need him alive. We need his strength. The lieutenant nodded, though he was somewhat puzzled by the order. He believed deeply in Dragon's decisions. Every decision Dragon made was for the ultimate goal of the Revolutionary Army, to overthrow the world government and bring true freedom to the world. In Dragon's heart, Siggy was not just a powerful warrior, but potentially a crucial part of the Revolutionary Army. If they could successfully win Siggy over, the strength of the Revolutionary Army would experience a qualitative leap, and the struggle against the world government would enter a new phase. Meanwhile, in another corner of the world, Katarina, imprisoned, might still be unaware that her fate was about to change due to Siggy's courage and the Revolutionary Army strategy. Everything was under Dragon's control. Like a meticulously crafted chess game, each step aimed at the ultimate victory. On this island, Big Mom's subordinates were bustling about, their faces tense and solemn. They knew that Siggy's arrival meant an unprecedented battle was imminent. Big Mom's children, those powerful executives, were busy at their posts, setting traps, adjusting forces, and reinforcing defenses, viewing Siggy as a formidable opponent. Every blade of grass and tree on the island was meticulously checked, and every possible attack route was closely monitored. Although Big Mom's subordinates were usually arrogant, they did not dare to let their guard down in the face of a powerful figure like Siggy, even the four emperors. Big Mom did not dare to underestimate this man. However, even though the island's defensive preparations were in full swing, the guards at the prison did not reinforce their defenses. To Big Mom's subordinates, the prisoners were merely defeated foes, not worth much effort. Their focus was more on how to welcome Siggy's challenge rather than guarding those already defeated. Katarina was held in this seemingly lax prison. Although the cell was sturdy, the guards were not dense, providing the Revolutionary Army's undercover agents with room to operate. Dragon's calculations were correct. The defenses here were relatively weak, allowing the undercover agents to approach Katarina more easily, providing her with necessary protection and support. The Revolutionary Army's undercover agents began to act, subtly improving Katarina's treatment without drawing attention. These small gestures might become key to winning Siggy over after the battle with Big Mom. Big Mom's subordinates were busy dealing with the impending battle and had no time to spare, which gave the Revolutionary Army's undercover agents an excellent opportunity. They carefully executed Dragon's orders, waiting for the moment that could change the world's landscape. On this tense and unpredictable island, every moment could be the beginning of a storm. Every move made by the Revolutionary Army was quietly pushing the fate of this world toward an unknown future. Katarina sat in the cleanest room of the prison, somewhat confused as she surveyed her surroundings. The environment here was vastly different from what she had imagined a prison to be. Not only was the room tidy, but they even provided relatively palatable food. She frowned, filled with doubt. Whenever the guards brought food or conducted inspections, their eyes always seemed to flicker as if trying to convey some kind of message. Katarina initially thought this was due to their intentions toward her beauty. Keeping her distance, and preparing to respond to any potential misconduct. However, as the days passed, the guards showed no signs of misconduct apart from their meaningful glances. There seemed to be a hidden respect in their attitude, and sometimes they would intentionally ease their surveillance on her, which left Katarina even more puzzled. She began to observe every movement and glance of the guards carefully. Gradually, she realized that there was no greed or desire in their eyes. Instead, there was a sense of encouragement and support. Their lips would occasionally curl into a smile, as if hinting at some secret she had yet to perceive. A glimmer of hope slowly rose in Katarina's heart. She began to suspect that these guards might be undercover agents of the Revolutionary Army. Or perhaps they were influenced by some power to treat her with such care. In this world of pirates, anything could happen, especially in Big Mom's territory, where such treatment was undoubtedly unusual. Determined to remain vigilant, she began to attempt more in-depth communication with the guards, hoping to find clues from their reactions. Katarina sat in her clean cell, her curiosity growing like vines, deciding to directly ask the guard to try to unravel this mystery. During a meal delivery, she opened her mouth and asked, "Why did you move me from that filthy cell to here? What is the reason?" The guards exchanged glances, and one who appeared to be the leader hesitated for a moment before answering. "The time is not right. We cannot tell you the reason now. You just need to know that this is for your own good." Katarina frowned. This answer only confused her further. She could sense that the guards seemed to be protecting her, but the motivation behind that protection was a mystery. "Do you have some ulterior motive?" Katarina pressed, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. The guards did not respond directly, only smiling, a smile that made Katarina feel both reassured and uneasy. They collected the trays and prepared to leave the cell, and the leading guard turned back before exiting and said, "Be patient. Everything will be revealed." Katarina sat on the edge of the bed, filled with doubt. These guards must know something, but they clearly would not easily disclose it. She could only continue to observe and wait for the right moment to arrive. In this mysterious cell, Katarina began to contemplate her situation, considering that she might be part of a larger plan, one that could be related to the Revolutionary Army or to the imminent arrival of Sig. On Kaido's territory, a tense atmosphere permeated the air. Kaido sat on his throne, his gaze revealing a rare seriousness. Beside him were his most trusted subordinates. The elite underlings gathered under his command, each exuding a powerful aura. "We finally received accurate news." Kaido's deep voice echoed in the spacious hall. "That lunatic Sig is not just one person. Admiral Akainu and Admiral Kizaru are also in Big Mom's territory." Upon hearing this, the faces of the subordinates turned serious. The names of Akainu and Kizaru were known throughout the seas, and their presence indicated that the Navy was highly concerned about Big Mom's pirate crew and might have already taken action. This complicates the situation. One of Kaido's subordinates said solemnly, "Big Mom's relationship with the Revolutionary Army has always been tense, and now the Navy is getting involved. This situation is no longer a simple pirate conflict." Kaido nodded, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. "We must prepare for the worst. The Navy's involvement means that the world government may be about to take action against the four emperors. We cannot sit idly by. We must be ready." "Yes." The subordinates replied in unison, their eyes sparkling with the fire of battle. Kaido stood up, his towering figure resembling a beast ready to hunt. "Notify everyone to strengthen the defenses of our territory and send people to closely monitor the movements of the Navy and Big Mom's pirate crew. We do not need to intervene in their conflict, but when necessary, we must also show our strength." With Kaido's orders issued, the entire territory quickly sprang into action. Soldiers began to strengthen patrols, reconnaissance teams were dispatched to various key locations, and Kaido's subordinates started to develop various counter-strategies. In this tumultuous new world, the intertwining of the four emperors, the Revolutionary Army, and the Navy made the situation even more elusive. As one of the four emperors, every decision Kaido made could impact the balance of the entire pirate world. Kaido furrowed his brow, a rare worry evident in his eyes. Garp, that legendary Navy hero, is a deterrent in his very existence. Kaido knew well that Garp's iron fist represented not just strength, but also an unwavering belief and dedication to justice. "That old man always appears at critical moments," Kaido murmured to himself, his voice carrying a hint of awe and helplessness. Garp's name was thunderous in the Navy. Even the four emperors could hardly ignore his presence. Kaido knew that if Garp truly decided to stop him, then a clash would be an unavoidable and earth-shattering battle. The calmness of the sea would be shattered, and the surging waves would become the stage for combat, while their powers would shake the entire new world. "We cannot let our guard down," Kaido said to his subordinates. "Garp is not the kind of opponent who will easily give up. We must be fully prepared to respond to even the worst-case scenario." The subordinates exchanged glances. They understood Garp's formidable nature, but were also filled with confidence in Kaido's strength. They began to urgently deploy, reinforcing the defenses on the periphery of the four emperors' territory, while sending their most powerful forces to prepare for potential conflict. The winds on the sea began to grow fierce, and the clouds thickened, as if foreshadowing an impending storm. Kaido's flagship surged in the waves, his figure appearing exceptionally imposing on the deck. He gazed into the distance, where Garp might appear. "Garp, if you truly want to fight, then let us have a thrilling battle." Kaido's voice echoed in the wind, his eyes sparkling with the fire of battle, both a challenge and a respect for the Navy hero. On this tumultuous night, the balance of the pirate world seemed to be quietly shifting. Kaido's heart was filled with contradictions. Big Mom, whom he respected like a sister, was now facing an unprecedented crisis. The alliance of Admirals Akainu and Kizaru was enough to make any pirate wary, not to mention the elusive Aokiji, whose strength could not be underestimated. "The situation on Big Mom's side is not optimistic," Kaido said in a deep voice, his fists clenched, knuckles cracking. "I cannot stand by and do nothing. But she also needs support from here." A glimmer of determination flashed in Kaido's eyes. He knew that if Big Mom fell, the entire pirate world would undergo a drastic transformation. The balance of the four emperors would be shattered, and the powers of a navy and the revolutionary army would expand as a result. "We must come up with a win-win solution," Kaido ordered his subordinates. "On one hand, we need to ensure our territory is secure. On the other hand, I need an elite force ready to support Big Mom at any moment." The cadres quickly sprang into action, aware of the urgency of the situation. An elite force composed of the strongest warriors from Kaido's territory began to assemble. Each of them was carefully selected, capable of stirring up a storm on the seas. Meanwhile, Kaido was also contemplating the movements of Aokiji. Aokiji, the man who was once an admiral in the Navy, possessed freezing abilities that could change the course of battle. His mysterious disappearance had always been a puzzle within the Navy, and now he could become a key factor in this struggle. "Aokiji, what exactly are you planning?" Kaido muttered to himself, a hint of vigilance in his eyes. "Regardless of which side you stand on, your appearance is enough to change everything." At this critical moment, Kaido knew he had to decide whether to defend his territory or take the risk to support Big Mom. This decision would affect the future of the entire pirate world. Ultimately, Kaido made up his mind, his voice firm and powerful. "Prepare to set sail. We're going to support Big Mom. But before that, ensure our backyard doesn't catch fire. If Aokiji appears, we must be adequately prepared to deal with him." Kazan stood on the deck of the Navy warship, the sea breeze blowing through his graying hair, his gaze piercing through the waves as if he could see scenes from years ago. Back then, Kaido was just a young man following Big Mom, his eyes filled with admiration and dependence on her, much like a younger brother. Kaido back then was still a passionate youth. Kazan murmured to himself, his voice carrying a hint of the passage of time. The devil fruit he possessed was also given by Big Mom, a kindness he had always remembered. In Kazan's memory, Kaido grew from a strong youth into a maritime overlord, his power and ambition growing alongside him. Now, as Kaido gathered his subordinates, ready to face potential battles, Kazan realized that today's confrontation was inevitable. Just how much has this man's strength increased? Kazan pondered silently, knowing that Kaido was not just a powerful warrior, but also a candidate for the Pirate King with Conqueror's Haki. Kazan's fists clenched tightly, his eyes flashing with determination. As a hero of the Navy, he had never feared any battle, but facing an opponent like Kaido, he understood it would be a tough fight. "Kaido, you're no longer that young man following Big Mom," Kazan muttered softly, his voice carrying an undeniable resolve. "But no matter how much your power has grown, I have a duty to stop you." Behind Kazan, the Navy flag fluttered in the wind, his figure standing firm on the deck. He knew that today's battle was not just for the glory of the Navy, but also to uphold the peace and order of the world. The atmosphere on the sea grew increasingly tense as Kaido's fleet and the Navy warships prepared for the impending battle. Kuzan stood at the bow of the ship, his gaze sharp as a sword, staring into the distance, waiting for the moment to arrive. Whether it was Kaido's strength or his determination, Kuzan was ready to meet the challenge with his iron fists. The soldiers on the Navy warship felt a chill in their hearts as they faced the threatening Kaido pirate crew. Kaido's name was like a nightmare on the seas, a powerful figure among the four emperors whose strength was enough to make even the bravest warriors feel fear. As night fell, the wind on the sea carried a salty scent, stirring the soldiers' hearts. They tightened their grips on their weapons, their eyes revealing fear and unease for the upcoming battle. The Kaido pirate crew's fleet approached like a giant steel beast in the darkness, an overwhelming sense of pressure bearing down on them. "Steady! We are the elite of a navy." The officers shouted loudly, trying to stabilize the morale, but even so, in the face of the four emperors' reputation, the soldiers' hearts could not be completely calm. Kuzan stood at the bow, his presence providing some comfort to the soldiers. The existence of this legendary hero was like a stabilizing force, reminding the soldiers that even when facing a powerful enemy, they were not fighting alone. "Get ready, soldiers." Kuzan's voice was steady and powerful, piercing through the silence of the night. "Tonight, we will face a tough battle, but remember, we are the guardians of justice. Behind us stands the peace of the entire world." The soldiers were inspired by Kuzan's words, taking a deep breath to adjust their mindset, preparing for the impending battle. They knew that this battle would be an epic confrontation between pirates and the Navy, two powerful forces clashing on the seas, leading to a chaotic and intense war. The atmosphere on the sea grew more tense, and in the night, on the flagship of the Kaido pirate crew, Kaido's figure became faintly visible, his presence like an insurmountable mountain. Meanwhile, on the Navy warship, Kuzan stood firm as a mountain, his eyes shining with determination, ready to defend the Navy's honor with his iron fists. As the two forces drew closer, the calmness of the sea was broken, and a shocking battle was about to unfold. The soldiers' hearts raced. Tonight, the sea would be illuminated by countless flashes of light, and countless shouts would ring out. They would be the protagonists of this battle. As the distance between the two ships gradually closed, the figures of Kaido and Kuzan became clearer in the night. Across the turbulent sea, they began the anticipated dialogue. "Kuzan, I didn't expect to meet you here." Kaido's voice rumbled like thunder, echoing across the sea. Kuzan's gaze was resolute as he replied, "Kaido, I guess you might come. This place, I won't let you pass." Their dialogue was concise and direct, free of unnecessary pleasantries. Kaido let out a cold laugh. He had long anticipated that Kuzan's purpose was to intercept him, and he was well aware of this old rival's stubbornness and persistence. "Kuzan, you are still so stubborn," Kaido mocked. "Do you think you can stop me all by yourself?" Kuzan's reply was firm and powerful. "I am not alone. Behind me stands the justice of the entire Navy. Kaido, your ambition will come to a halt here." The conversation clearly became tense, the atmosphere thickening. Both knew that the verbal exchange was merely a prelude. The real battle was about to begin. A fierce glint flashed in Kaido's eyes, his voice filled with menace. "Kuzan, you are seeking your own death. I advise you to step aside. Otherwise, I will show you the true power of the four emperors." Kuzan was undaunted, his response equally resolute. "Kaido, I have never backed down in my life. Today, even you must leave a mark on this sea." The fierce words of the two echoed in the night sky, and both pirates and Navy warriors could feel the impending battle intent. As the conversation ended, Kaido and Carp began to prepare for combat. They each took a deep breath, and their haki began to surge within them, forming a hard, iron-like aura around their bodies. A black mist seemed to swirl around Kaido, his haki powerful and fierce like the claws of a beast, ready to tear apart enemies, his gaze sharp like a cheetah, revealing endless fighting spirit and wildness. Carp was equally unyielding, his haki as unbreakable as steel, enveloping his body and radiating a cold light, his eyes steadfast as rock, showing no sign of retreat. Only endless determination and justice. The momentum of the two clashed in the air, Although there was no physical contact, the invisible collision had already made the surrounding air tense. The once calm waves on the sea began to rise slowly under the impact of the two strong presences, as if the seawater sensed the impending ferocity of battle. Rolling restlessly, waves crashing against the ship's sides with a thunderous sound. Both Navy and pirate warriors could feel the oppressive atmosphere. Their heartbeats quickened as they gripped their weapons tightly. The confrontation between Kaido and Carp felt like the prelude to a storm, foreshadowing an incredibly fierce battle ahead. The sea breeze howled, and the clouds in the night sky began to gather, as if even the heavens were preparing for this upcoming duel of the strong. Under the gaze of everyone, Carp suddenly leaped, his figure like a cannonball breaking free from its chamber, slicing through the night sky and shooting into the clouds. His arm muscles taut, Haki condensing on his fist, forming a layer of hard light. Iron Fist Rocket Punch. Carp's voice echoed in the air, filled with power and determination. His fist like a burning meteor, carrying the force to annihilate everything, striking fiercely towards Kaido. This move was Carp's signature skill, Iron Fist Rocket Punch. It not only contained Carp's profound Haki, but also condensed decades of his battle experience and strength. Where the fist wind passed, the air seemed to tear apart, forming a visible wave. The power of this punch was enough to shake mountains and crush all obstacles. Faced with Carp's unstoppable blow, Kaido did not dare to be careless. With a low growl, his Haki surged wildly, and the Kanabo in his hand, the world-renowned powerful weapon, began to emit a fierce aura. Kaido swung his massive Kanabo directly towards Carp's Iron Fist Rocket Punch. The tip of the Kanabo shimmered with a cold light. It was not only incredibly heavy, but also contained Kaido's unparalleled strength. With the enhancement of Haki, this blow seemed capable of shattering stars and making the sea tremble. "Break for me," Kaido roared, the Kanabo striking down with a sound that pierced the air. The two powerful forces collided in the air, producing a deafening roar, like the thunder of heaven and earth, shaking everyone's soul. At this moment, the waves on the sea grew even fiercer, the warships swaying in the tumult. And the duel between Carp and Kaido resembled a natural storm, showcasing the limits of human strength. The warriors held their breath, for the outcome of this battle would determine the future of the sea. This massive clash of power was like a contest between gods and sea beasts, triggering an unprecedented disaster on the sea surface. The sea surged with colossal waves from the collision of Carp and Kaido, as if it were about to overturn the entire world. The towering waves reached dozens of meters, like continuous mountains, spreading outwards with overwhelming force. The seawater became incredibly violent at this moment, angrily crashing against the ships, trying to swallow everything. On the pirate fleet, soldiers stumbled and swayed, desperately grabbing onto ropes and railings to avoid being swept into the sea by the massive waves. The sailors on the deck turned pale, exerting all their strength to stabilize the ship, but in the face of such natural power, human strength seemed so insignificant. "Hold on tight. Don't fall off," the pirate officers shouted loudly, their voices nearly drowned out by the wind and waves. The ships bobbed up and down in the swell, as if they would be swallowed by the giant waves at any moment. On the Navy's ships, the situation was equally grim. Soldiers clung tightly to the deck, their fingers turning white from excessive exertion, their eyes filled with fear and unease. Officers struggled to maintain order, but in the face of nature's wrath, their commands seemed powerless. "Steady. We are the elite of the Navy." Although the officers tried to boost morale, even the well-trained Navy felt pressure in the face of such a natural disaster. Carp and Kaido's battle had transcended the confrontation of two strong individuals, affecting the entire battlefield. On Big Mom's Island, the atmosphere was tense and deadly. The entire island had entered a state of high alert, awaiting the arrival of Sig. Every inch of land here was filled with traps and fire points, as if a lurking giant beast was ready to devour any intruder. Surrounding the island, various cannons were densely arranged. The massive cannons had their dark muzzles pointed towards the sea, seemingly ready to unleash furious flames at any moment. Mortars and rocket launchers were also strategically placed in concealed corners, their range covering every inch of the island. Additionally, countless heavy machine guns and automatic turrets, operated by experienced gunners, were ready to unleash merciless fire on targets. The patrolling status on the island was exceptionally dense. Armed soldiers were divided into small teams. Weaving between dense forests and buildings, their gazes sharp, alert to any potential threats. Each soldier was equipped with the most advanced communication devices. Once enemy activity was detected, they could quickly report and launch an attack. As night fell, the patrol teams were also equipped with infrared and night vision devices to maintain high vigilance in the darkness. Above the island, drones and hot air balloons continuously conducted reconnaissance, with cameras monitoring the surrounding sea area without dead angles. Should any suspicious ships be discovered, human patrol teams and artillery would immediately carry out precision strikes. Meanwhile, underwater, the diving units were also always ready, tasked with preventing any enemy attempts to infiltrate. The entire island resembled a gigantic war machine, with every component operating efficiently, ensuring that once Sig set foot on this land, he would fall into a whirlpool of death. Big Mom's subordinates understood that their mission was not only to defend the island, but also to uphold Big Mom's absolute authority. Therefore, their resolve was firm. They were like iron, waiting for Sig, who dared to challenge Big Mom's majesty. Within Big Mom's sphere of influence, Sig's name had become a taboo. Every movement of this madman sent ripples through the entire pirate network. No matter where he sailed his pirate ship, Big Mom's spies were like a spider web spread across every corner. Whenever Sig's ship appeared near an island or was sailing on the sea, the pirates ruled by Big Mom would immediately spring into action. They either hid in the secluded parts of the island or lurked at sea, quickly pulling out communication bugs to report their location and situation nervously once they detected Sig's presence. Big Mom's command center was located in the heart of the island, a solid fortress with tight security. Inside the command center, a busy and orderly scene unfolded. A massive map occupied an entire wall, densely marked with various islands and sea areas. Several senior officials sat around the map, their brows furrowed and eyes sharp, constantly monitoring every movement on the map. Report: Sig's ship has appeared in the southeast, about 50 nautical miles from us. A pirate's voice came through the communication bug, laced with tension. Received, continue to monitor. Do not act rashly. A senior official in the command center responded calmly, marking Sig's position on the map with his finger. Soon after, another communication bug buzzed with news. This is the Northern Sea area. Sig's ship just passed by, moving fast. It seems to be fleeing. Confirmed in the Northern Sea area. Adjust fleet deployment. Block all possible escape routes. The officials quickly issued orders. Operators in the command center immediately became busy, adjusting the fleet's movements. Communication bugs in the command center rang one after another as each pirate's report was quickly recorded and analyzed. Big Mom's influence was vast, yet her intelligence network functioned like a precise instrument, ensuring every corner's dynamics were promptly relayed to the command center. Sig, you can't escape. This sea is all Big Mom's territory. When the officials on the island learned that the madman Sig was approaching Big Mom, the atmosphere in the conference room instantly became heavy. Every face looked like a storm was brewing. Tension and unease filled the air. Sig's arrival was not just a simple conflict, but a heavyweight clash that could shake the entire pirate world. Sig, how dare he come here? One official gritted his teeth, unconsciously clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white. This madman, doesn't he know he is facing Big Mom? Another official's voice was filled with disbelief and anger. They all knew that Sig was not to be underestimated. His arrogance and strength were enough to instill fear. But here, they were Big Mom's officials, the guardians of this island, and their duty was to quell the storm before it arrived. We cannot let Sig see Big Mom easily. The senior official presiding over the meeting said solemnly, his gaze revealing an unyielding determination. He is our enemy. Before challenging Big Mom, Sig must first get past us. The officials in the conference room nodded in agreement, understanding that this was a battle concerning honor and loyalty. They had to showcase the strength and unity of Big Mom's crew, making Sig realize that challenging Big Mom meant challenging the entire Big Mom pirates. Strengthen the defenses around the island. Ensure every fire point is in optimal condition. An official responsible for defense immediately issued orders. The reconnaissance team must be doubly vigilant. We cannot give Sig any openings. The head of the intelligence department also quickly made arrangements. All combat teams enter a state of full combat readiness, prepared to engage at any moment. The battle commander stated with a firm and powerful voice. Every corner of the island became tense due to Sig's approach. Soldiers busily moved between various posts, checking weapons and reinforcing defensive fortifications. The officials gathered in the command center, their eyes fixed on Sig's location on the map, ready to respond to anything that might happen. This impending clash was not only a contest of strength and courage, but also a test of loyalty and unity for the Big Mom pirates. The officials all understood that no matter the cost, they must stand in front of Big Mom and make this madman Sig realize that challenging Big Mom was equivalent to challenging the ruler of the entire sea. In the intricate intelligence network of the New World, the Revolutionary Army naturally had its channels of information as well. Upon learning that Sig would confront Big Mom today, they immediately recognized it as a golden opportunity. The leaders of the Revolutionary Army knew that Big Mom's attention would be drawn to Sig, making it the perfect time for them to launch their rebellion. Thus, on a certain island within Big Mom's territory, the Revolutionary Army's actions commenced. They quietly spread the message among the civilians, calling on those who had long been oppressed to rise up and resist Big Mom's rule. Revolutionary Army officials moved swiftly and cautiously through every corner of the island to avoid drawing the attention of Big Mom's subordinates. As night fell, a secret meeting took place at a hidden location on the island. Revolutionary Army officials gathered with civilians, their eyes sparkling with hope. Despite the fear in their hearts, the will to resist strengthened their resolve. Brothers and sisters, Big Mom's rule has lasted long enough. It's time for us to reclaim our freedom. A passionate Revolutionary Army official declared. Sig's arrival will distract Big Mom. This is our best opportunity to act. Another official added, determination filling his voice. The civilians present were deeply moved by these words, responding enthusiastically and preparing to take action under the Revolutionary Army's leadership. The Revolutionary Army officials began distributing weapons. Although these weapons could not compare to Big Mom's forces, in the hands of those seeking hope amidst despair, they became symbols of resistance. In the dark of night, the Revolutionary Army's ranks began to take action on the island. They attacked several key outposts, disarming Big Mom's subordinates and controlling important traffic routes. Simultaneously, they ignited the flames of rebellion in civilian areas, with more and more people joining this sudden uprising. For freedom, for the New World. The cries of the Revolutionary Army and the people echoed in the night sky. The actions were swift and decisive, catching Big Mom's forces off guard. Sig stood at the bow of his ship, gazing at the increasingly clear island ahead. Through conversations with his subordinates, he learned that this land was indeed Big Mom's territory. A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes, and a proud smile crept across his lips, seemingly looking forward to the upcoming challenge. It seems we arrived just in time. Big Mom's island has already sensed our presence and is starting to get nervous, Sig said loudly, his voice revealing arrogance and disdain. As the ship gradually approached, the state of readiness on the island became even more apparent. Towering turrets, dense defensive fortifications, and the pirates patrolling the shore all made Sig feel the strength of Big Mom's forces. However, he did not back down. Instead, he became even more excited. Just as Sig's ship entered the island's fire range, the island's artillery suddenly roared. A barrage of cannons shattered the night sky, hurtling towards Sig's ship with devastating force. Cannonballs whistled across the sea, the explosions illuminating the night sky like fireworks at a festive celebration, yet carrying lethal power. "Watch out!" Sig shouted loudly as his subordinates quickly took action. Some maneuvered the ships to evade, while others raised their shields, ready to withstand the impact of cannon fire. Shells fell beside the ships, creating huge water columns, and some directly hit the vessels, causing severe damage. Sig's ships rocked violently on the water, debris flying everywhere, but miraculously, they did not sink. Sig himself stood at the bow, facing the cannon fire without a trace of fear, instead feeling even more exhilarated. Is this the welcome gift from Big Mom? It's too lacking in enthusiasm. Sig laughed heartily. A layer of solid protection formed around him, powered by his Haki, blocking the fragments of shells. The cannons on the island continued to roar, weaving a net of death with their fire, attempting to engulf Sig's ships. But Sig and his subordinates survived this fierce bombardment through their extraordinary strength and courage. They knew this was just the first wave of the island's defenses. The real battle had only just begun. On Big Mom's Island, several high-ranking officers stood on the defensive platform, their gazes piercing through the night like arrows, tightly locking onto the approaching Sig amidst the cannon fire. Their expressions were grim, filled with anger and disdain for the audacious intruder daring to trespass into Big Mom's territory. "Say, you ridiculous fool! How dare you invade Big Mom's territory?" One officer waved his fist, his angry voice still clear amidst the thunder of cannon fire. "You're seeking your own death. Kneel and beg for mercy now, and perhaps Big Mom will show some compassion and spare your life." Another officer sneered. Their words dripped with arrogance and disdain. These officers were well aware of Sig's arrogance and strength, but they were even more aware of Big Mom's power. To them, Sig's actions were tantamount to suicide. As Big Mom's right-hand men, they naturally had to demonstrate their contempt for the enemy and loyalty to Big Mom in this battle. "Say, you are challenging the entire Big Mom pirates. What do you think you are?" The officers' voices rose one after another. Their shouts echoed in the night sky, as if aimed to tear Sig apart with their words. Standing on the ship, Sig listened to the officers clamoring from the platform, showing no fear on his face, but instead revealing an even more arrogant smile. "Haha, spare my life? Do you think I would be afraid?" Se responded lewdly, his voice equally filled with provocation. "Let me tell you, Big Mom, I did not come here to beg for mercy, but to take her head." Sig's stance was wild and unrestrained. His words were like blades in a storm, piercing the hearts of the officers. "You guys are nothing but dogs under Big Mom, and you dare to bark in front of me?" Sig's mockery only fueled the officers' anger, but they understood that this battle was unavoidable. After the verbal clash, a true bloodbath would follow. The officers ceased their words, knowing that only through strength could they silence the reckless Sig. They gave orders for even fiercer attacks, and the cannons on the island roared again, unleashing a torrential barrage upon Sig's ships. Meanwhile, Sig stood firm amidst the cannon fire, ready to face the impending challenge. Facing the officers' anger and the fierce cannon fire, Sig no longer held back. He took a deep breath, feeling the powerful force surge within him, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes, and then unleashed his most intense Conqueror's Haki. In an instant, the entire sky seemed to tear apart, a black-red aura swirling like a violent tornado, enveloping the entire island. Sig's Conqueror's Haki was powerful and domineering. It was not just a display of strength, but a psychological oppression, a destruction of will. This intense and thick Conqueror's Haki instantly made the atmosphere on the island oppressive and terrifying. 99% of the pirates on the island, those who lacked the strength to resist the Conqueror's Haki, lost consciousness under the impact of this power, collapsing to the ground. Although the officers were stronger, they also felt unprecedented pressure. They had to activate their own Haki to resist Sig's Conqueror's Haki fully, lest they also fall into unconsciousness. Even so, they felt dizzy and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. What a powerful Haki. One officer struggled to support himself, his face pale, eyes revealing shock and fear. "Sig, you truly are a monster." Another officer gritted his teeth, enduring the pressure of the Haki, trying to stabilize his troops' morale. However, Sig's Conqueror's Haki surged like a tidal wave, affecting not only the pirates on the island, but even the animals and plants, all sensing the terror of this power. Falling into silence, Sig stood at the bow, the black-red aura swirling around him, his figure appearing even taller and more terrifying in the night. A satisfied smile crept onto his lips. His strike had already thoroughly shaken his opponents, and the real battle was about to begin. Akainu and Kizaru stood on the deck of the Navy's ship, their eyes fixed on the distant island, where a shocking display of Conqueror's Haki was unfolding. In the night, that red-black aura was like an invisible giant beast, bearing its fangs and claws, devouring everything. Akainu, known for his molten-hot and ruthless demeanor, furrowed his brow at this moment, a rare seriousness flashing in his eyes. His fists clenched against the Haki power radiating from Sig. What a test it would be if such power were directed at him. "Akainu, can we really withstand this Conqueror's Haki?" Kizaru's voice contained a rare hint of doubt. This admiral, known for his light-speed prowess, usually wore a relaxed smile, but at this moment, his expression was unusually grave. Akane took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Kizaru, we are both seasoned admirals who have faced countless strong enemies, but this power truly exceeds the norm. I have no certainty whether we can withstand this Conqueror's Haki if it strikes us. Kizaru nodded, a glint of contemplation in his eyes. Even for strong individuals like them, the odds of survival against an opponent like Sig were minuscule. The probability is less than 1 in 1,000. Akainu muttered to himself, his voice carrying an undeniable determination. But even so, we cannot retreat. We are the pride of the Navy, the embodiment of justice. No matter how powerful the enemy, we must step forward. That is our duty. After hearing this, Kizaru's eyes flashed with resolve as he adjusted his stance, preparing to respond to the battle that might come. Big Mom, the powerful pirate ruling the island, sat on her throne, her gaze deep and sharp, able to see through everything. When she sensed the red-black Conqueror's Haki, her brow slightly raised, revealing a hint of surprise. Oh, this Haki! Big Mom's voice was deep and powerful. She was toying with a piece of candy in her hand, but her movements suddenly stopped. She hadn't expected that the man named Sig would be able to unleash such powerful Conqueror's Haki. Big Mom was well aware of the rarity and strength of the 3 types of Haki. She herself was a top-tier powerhouse, possessing all 3. However, the density of Sig's Haki even made her feel a hint of pressure, forcing her to reassess the strength of this uninvited guest. It's even more intense than my Haki. Big Mom's self-talk carried a trace of disbelief, but her gaze quickly turned resolute. Standing up, her tall and imposing figure radiated an invisible aura that subtly clashed with Sig's Conqueror's Haki. The air around them seemed to solidify, and Big Mom's subordinates sensed the clash of energy between the 2 powerful figures, revealing anxious expressions. This battle would be an epic showdown, potentially altering the fate of the entire island. There was no fear on Big Mom's face, only the will to fight. In the face of such an opponent, any retreat would be a disrespect to her own strength. She adjusted her robe, her eyes, which sparkled with brilliance, fixed firmly on Sig's direction. Say, if you dare to challenge me, be prepared to pay the price. Big Mom's voice echoed over the island, her imposing aura intertwining with Sig's red-black presence, creating a shocking scene. Sig's figure moved like a ghost in the night, effortlessly crossing the seemingly impregnable coastal defenses using the advanced movement technique known as Soru. His movements were swift and precise, rendering time ineffective. Every instant of movement was perfectly timed. The guards along the coastline, who should have been vigilant with their eyes wide open and weapons ready, now resembled sleeping statues. Sig's Conqueror's Haki had plunged them into a deep coma, foaming at the mouth, unconscious on the ground, becoming mere spectators of this battle. Sig's gaze was cold. He felt no sympathy for those who had lost their combat ability. In this sea, only the strong have the right to survive. He did not come to conquer, but to challenge, to prove his strength, and more importantly, for his woman, Katarina. A few squad leaders, though barely able to resist the onslaught of Conqueror's Haki with their own strength, appeared weak in front of Sig. Sig's attacks were concise and efficient, each strike aimed at vital points, and after just a few exchanges, these squad leaders fell one after another, unable to rise again. Every time Sig struck, it was as if he was telling them that not only did he possess Conqueror's Haki, but his martial arts and combat skills were also formidable. Moving through the night, every appearance was accompanied by the fall of a squad leader, becoming an undeniable terror in this battle. Smuggy stood atop the city wall, her silhouette appearing particularly upright in the night, her gaze sharp and her tone exuding undeniable authority as she coldly addressed Sig below. Don't force me to make a move, Sig. I don't want to shed blood here. Upon hearing this, Sig merely smiled lightly, his gaze fixed firmly on Smuggy, the sword in his hand glinting with cold light. He never relied on verbal threats, only believing that his sword could cut through all obstacles. There was no fear in his eyes, only determination and fighting spirit. The gazes of the two met in the air, as if sparks were flying. Smuggy furrowed her brow slightly. She could sense Sig's unyielding fighting spirit, igniting her own battle intent. She knew that this fight was inevitable. Suddenly, Smuggy moved, her speed transforming her into a streak of light. charging straight towards Sig below the city wall. Unbeknownst to her, a blade had already appeared in her hand, its edge aimed at Sig, accompanied by the sound of slicing through the air. Sig faced Smuggy's rapid assault with calmness, his sword drawing a graceful arc in the air, accurately meeting her blade. The sound of metal clashing echoed in the night, and the two powerful forces collided fiercely at that moment. As their blades crossed, both felt each other's strength. A hint of surprise flashed in Smuggy's eyes. She hadn't expected Sig's swordsmanship to be so exquisite, capable of matching her. Sig's conviction grew even stronger. He knew that only by defeating the opponent before him could he continue to move forward. Smuggy quickly retreated, her figure shifting positions in mid-air, trying to find a flaw in Sig's defenses. Sig remained as steady as a mountain, his sword movements creating a nearly impenetrable defensive net. The battle between Smuggy and Sig intensified in the night. Every clash was accompanied by the sound of metal striking and energy erupting. Smuggy moved agilely, like a phantom, weaving around Sig, her blade slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Sig, your courage is commendable, but before this power, you are nothing but an ant. Sig remained expressionless, each swing of his sword carrying the force of thunder. Power is not everything, Smuggy. A true warrior is one who does not give up even in despair. The two swords clashed again, and this time, the shockwave of their collision distorted the surrounding air. Behind Smuggy, the stones of the city wall began to crack, and debris scattered. Your confidence will only lead you to destruction faster. Smuggy shouted angrily. Liquid power gathered on her blade, and with a single strike, it seemed she aimed to cut Sig in half. Sig advanced rather than retreated, his sword enveloped in the glow of Haki, directly meeting Smuggy's liquid attack. Then let me see if your blade is faster or my sword is harder. The clash of sword and blade produced a tremendous explosion, shaking the surrounding buildings. Smuggy's liquid attack was blocked by Sig's Haki, unable to advance an inch. Yet, Sig's sword could not penetrate Smuggy's defenses either. How much longer can you hold on, Sig? Smuggy taunted. The attacks grew more ferocious, each strike carrying the power to destroy everything, until the very last moment. Sig's reply was short and resolute, his sword intent growing wilder with every swing. An invisible force spread outward, shattering the ships of Big Mom's pirate crew. The battle between the two escalated, their destructive power shaking the entire island. Smuggy's liquid attack began to alter the surrounding environment, turning the ground into a swamp, while Sig's Haki blazed like flames, turning everything in its path to ash. Is this what you call justice, Sig? Smuggy roared. The attacks became increasingly reckless. This is my conviction. Sig responded, his sword light flashing like lightning, piercing towards Smuggy's chest. In this clash of power, both gave their all. Their battle had transcended ordinary conflict, becoming a contest of belief and strength. The intensity of the battle escalated once more, and the confrontation between Smuggy and Sig had surpassed previous boundaries. Each attack was filled with destructive power, and their dialogue grew increasingly heated. Smuggy's breathing became rapid. Her attacks, though still fierce, found no opportunity to break through Sig's defenses. The clothes were already soaked with sweat, beads of perspiration hanging from the forehead, and the eyes revealed anxiety and unwillingness. Sig, do you really think you could defeat me? Smuggy roared. More power gathered on her blade as she attempted to overwhelm Sig with destructive force. Yet, Sig remained calm, effortlessly deflecting Smuggy's attacks with his longsword, showing no signs of panic on his face, not even a drop of sweat, as if this battle was merely a light warm-up for him. Your power is indeed strong, but lacks precision. Smuggy, you rely too much on your abilities, Sig said, his voice calm and strong, as if teaching a novice warrior. Smuggy gritted her teeth in anger, her attacks becoming more frenzied, but Sig's swordsmanship was like a wisp of thread, gently deflecting her onslaught at the most critical moments. Shut up. You don't understand my power at all. Smuggy screamed. The blade sent rippling waves of liquid, tried to engulf Sig. Sig simply smiled slightly, his longsword tracing a beautiful arc in the air, blocking all of Smuggy's attacks. It seems you've lost your composure, Smuggy. How can you win in this state? Smuggy's attacks grew more intense, but her strength appeared so feeble before Sig. Each of Sig's counterattacks was perfectly timed, forcing Smuggy to retreat repeatedly, her steps becoming increasingly disordered. I will not lose to you. I won't. Smuggy's voice was tinged with a sob. The attacks had lost all structure, completely instinctual outbursts. A hint of sympathy flashed in Sig's eyes, but his hand showed no sign of relaxation. Smuggy, you have lost to your own emotions. In this battle, you have already been defeated. As soon as the words fell, a flash of Sig's sword light appeared, and Smuggy's blade broke in response. She stood frozen in place, unable to believe her broken sword. Sig maintained his relaxed posture, as if he had never truly invested in this battle. Smuggy stood on the shattered battlefield. Her tall and voluptuous figure, curves graceful, could not hide her feminine charm even in the heat of battle. However, her current state was far from good, gasping for breath. Her chest rising and falling violently, sweat sliding down her forehead, dampening her disheveled hair. Her clothes clung tightly to her body, revealing the exhaustion and helplessness from the fight. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness and defeat. The once confident face now appeared somewhat pale, her lips trembling slightly, as if still trying to calm her emotions. Hands tightly gripping the broken handle of the sword, though she was reluctant to admit it in her heart. Her body had already clearly told her that she was at a disadvantage in this battle. In contrast, Sig appeared exceptionally composed. His sturdy build and defined muscles showed agility as he lightly tapped the ground with his long sword, his expression calm, even devoid of any fatigue. There was no joy of victory in his eyes, only a faint determination. You should leave now. Smuggy, you're not my opponent. Sig's voice was calm and powerful. There was no mockery in his tone, only a factual statement. Sig's composure made Smuggy feel an unprecedented sense of defeat. She knew that this man before her far surpassed her in both strength and mindset. Her pride had taken a significant blow, but she also understood that continuing to fight would only lead to further humiliation. Smuggy gritted her teeth, trying to maintain her last bit of dignity, and slowly released the broken sword from her hand, letting it fall to the ground with a crisp sound. She shifted her gaze away from Sig, looking into the distance, taking a deep breath, seemingly to adjust her emotions. Say, today I admit defeat. Smuggy's voice was low, each word seeming to take all her strength. In this battle, she lost with full acceptance. Smuggy's gaze refocused on Sig, a hint of concern flashing in her eyes. Perhaps due to being a member of the Big Mom Pirates, she instinctively worried about Katakuri's safety. Swallowing hard, she asked in a slightly hoarse voice, Sig, when you fought Katakuri, was he alive or dead? Did you show any mercy? Sig's eyes flickered slightly, seemingly recalling the battle at that time. He gently shook his head and replied, Smuggy, my battle with Katakuri was very intense, but I did not take his life. Given his strength, he's likely not dead. Smuggy's brows furrowed tightly. A wave of complex emotions surged in her heart. Katakuri was not only her brother, but also a powerful asset in the pirate crew. Hearing that he might still be alive, her mood relaxed a little, but then became tense again. Then what is he doing now? Do you have any news of him? Smuggy pressed on, her voice tinged with urgency. Sig's expression became somewhat subtle. He sighed lightly and said, after our battle ended, he disappeared. I haven't seen him since, and I don't know his current situation. If he is not dead, then with his abilities, he should be able to find his way back. A hint of worry appeared on Smuggy's face. She knew Katakuri's strength, but also understood that anything could happen in these dangerous seas. She was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded, seemingly making some decision in her heart. Alright, say, I will remember what you said today. If Katakuri is still alive, I will find him. I hope that the next time we meet, it won't be as enemies. Smuggy's words carried a hint of subtle softness. She knew that despite their differing positions, Sig was not an unreasonable villain. On that dimly lit street shrouded in night, dilapidated houses were scattered. Inside each room, several formidable pirates were hidden. They either sat or stood, their cold gazes fixed on the movements in the street through the weak light filtering in through the windows. These pirates showed no fear on their faces, but rather a hint of anticipation. They knew that tonight they would welcome a feast, waiting for the madman named Sig to pass by. Sig, a name that struck fear into the hearts of many, renowned for both arrogance and strength. However, these pirates were not afraid, for they knew that if Sig could really make it this far, he would surely be at his last gasp. Exhaustion and significant physical consumption would prevent him from maintaining his peak condition. At that time, they would only need to make a slight move to easily pick off and defeat this legendary madman. As the night wind blew, the atmosphere on the street grew increasingly tense. The pirates waited quietly, their eyes flickering with greed and desire, already envisioning the scene of Sig lying in a pool of blood. And this hunt had only just begun. There were more than a dozen pirates, their wristwatch din mushy flickering with faint light, serving as their communication tool and the key to planning this ambush. They whispered to each other, the sound transmitted through the watches to each other's ears, the air filled with the scent of conspiracy. Wait, once he appears within our sight, we must act quickly. A voice came from the wristwatch communicator. It was their leader, speaking with a calm and confident tone. Remember, we are not to clash head-on. We will use every corner and shadow here. Another pirate responded, his fingers lightly tapping on the windowsill, a cunning glint in his eyes. I will lie in ambush on the roof. Once he enters my range, I will make him lose his balance at the first opportunity, said a sniper pirate coldly, his fingers gently caressing the firearm in his arms, as if comforting a partner on the verge of victory. I've set some traps at the basement exit. The moment he triggers them, he won't be able to move an inch, a trap master pirate said with a sinister smile. The plan had been rehearsed countless times in their minds. We just need to strike when his stamina is exhausted, and we can take him down effortlessly. The leader's voice echoed again, invigorating everyone. They knew victory was beckoning them in this battle. The pirates busily prepared, their figures flickering in the dim room. Every detail meticulously honed, every plan repeatedly scrutinized. They were like a pack of leopards lying in wait, ready to strike their prey with a deadly blow. As time ticked by, Sig's footsteps seemed to grow closer. The curtain of this ambush was about to rise. When Sig's figure finally appeared at the end of the street, his face gradually becoming clear under the dim lights, the pirates exchanged glances, their eyes revealing uncertainty. They had expected Sig to look exhausted and fleeing, but the Sig before them was completely unexpected. His steps were relaxed, his posture upright, and he even wore a faint smile, as if he wasn't fleeing but enjoying a pleasant journey. There was no trace of fatigue in his eyes, only a disconcerting calm and confidence. How is this possible? One pirate couldn't help but mutter. His hand instinctively tightened around his weapon as unease surged within him. Wasn't he supposed to have fought his way here? Why does he look like he just came from a hot spring? Another pirate frowned, struggling to mask his shock. The leader peered through the window's gap, staring intently at Sig, his brow furrowed, his doubts growing heavier. The intelligence they received clearly indicated that Sig had endured a series of fierce battles. Logically, he should be at his limit. But now, Sig seemed to be in better shape than any of them. Could our intelligence be wrong? A hint of unease flashed in the leader's mind, but he quickly suppressed it, taking a deep breath and quietly commanding, regardless, we will proceed as planned. Be wary of his tricks. Though shocked, the pirates swiftly adjusted their states, returning to their positions, ready to launch an attack as originally planned. However, Sig's relaxed demeanor and mysterious smile were like a heavy bomb dropped on their previously solid confidence, filling the beginning of this ambush with uncertainty and variables. The guards along the coastline were powerful stars, with extraordinary strength and a formidable reputation. The pirates knew that if even such beings couldn't stop Sig, then this man before them might be even more terrifying than the legends described. Could Sig really have escaped all the way to this place? One pirate shook his head in disbelief, confusion filling his eyes. If he really fought his way here, how terrifying must his strength be? Another pirate swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. They couldn't understand how Sig maintained such a relaxed state after a series of battles, but regardless, they had no way out. Tonight, operation had to proceed. After a brief hesitation and silence, the pirates responded softly into their wristwatch communicators. Go! The voices, though low, were filled with determination and resolve. A fierce glint flashed in the leader's eyes. He knew that no matter how strong Sig was, they had to give it their all tonight. Attack! The command echoed through the wristwatch communicator, signaling action to every pirate. Instantly, the atmosphere on the street grew tense. The pirates stealthily emerged from every corner, their figures moving swiftly in the night like cheetahs preparing to hunt, silently closing in on their prey. Sig seemed unaware of the impending crisis, maintaining his relaxed posture as he walked slowly down the dim street. But at that moment, the pirates' attack descended like a sudden storm, and the ambush against Sig was finally underway. The night was as dark as ink, the streetlights flickering, adding an eerie atmosphere to the upcoming battle. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the night's tranquility. It was the signal for the pirates to attack. Instantly, shadows surged from all directions, leaping out from the darkness to launch a fierce surprise assault on Sig. A burly pirate swung a massive chain hammer, bursting out from Sig's left side, the hammer carving deadly arcs in the air aimed directly at Sig's head. At the same time, a window on the right side was violently pushed open, and a skilled archer stood on the windowsill, drawing his bow to aim, the arrow shooting towards Sig's heart like a shooting star. On the rooftop, a sniper pirate steadied his rifle, the crosshairs in his scope tightly locking on his Sig's back, his finger gently resting on the trigger, waiting for the perfect moment. On the ground, a trapmaster pirate pressed the remote in his hand. With a click, the ground beneath Sig suddenly cracked open, revealing sharp steel spikes, like a bloodthirsty maw ready to devour its prey. The environment around Sig instantly turned perilous. Broken bricks, precarious signs, and dim streetlights all became the backdrop for this battle. The night wind howled, stirring up dust from the ground, making the already dim street even more indistinct. However, at this critical moment, a cold smile crept on his Sig's lips, as if he had anticipated all of this. He slightly tilted his body, easily dodging the hammer's fierce strike. Next, he rolled to evade the arrow's attack. As the ground cracked open, he kicked off the nearby wall, using the force to leap and avoid the deadly trap. The pirates' attacks came like a raging storm, but Sig moved with the ease of a leisurely stroll, each action appearing effortless. His figure darted through the night, each dodge accompanied by the pirates' gasps of surprise and disappointment. This battle was filled with suspense and shock from the very beginning. The pirates had expected an easy ambush, but were confronted with such a formidable opponent. The battle in the street intensified. Every counterattack from Sig put unprecedented pressure on the pirates, and the outcome of this fight no longer seemed so clear-cut. The repeated attacks from the pirates were effortlessly neutralized by Sig, causing their confidence to waver and their eyes to fill with disbelief. They began to question why Sig, after so many battles, still appeared so relaxed, as if his fighting power had never been depleted. How could this be possible? Weren't you the one who fought your way here? One pirate shouted in frustration, his voice filled with confusion and anger. Sig stopped in his tracks and turned to face the group of shocked pirates, showing not a hint of panic, but instead a calm smile. He brushed off the dust from his clothes, seemingly indifferent to the earlier attacks. What kind of body do I have that I need to explain to a bunch of insects like you? Sig's voice was calm and powerful as his gaze swept over every pirate present, standing like a god looking down from the clouds. The pirates were enraged by Sig's words, but they also realized that this man before them was not the prey they had imagined, but an unfathomable foe. His ease and composure were the greatest mockery of their own strength. Don't listen to his nonsense. Let us attack together. We can definitely take him down. The leader shouted, trying to rally their spirits, but even he could feel that the confidence he once had was crumbling in the face of Sig's aura. Sig did not speak further. His figure moved again, this time taking the initiative to attack with lightning speed. Each punch and kick carried immense power, and the pirates found themselves unable to resist despite using all their strength. The battle in the streets grew more intense. Sig's figure was like a flash of lightning in the night, each strike accompanied by the screams of pirates and their collapsing forms. His fighting power seemed endless, while his opponents began to taste despair. This battle was no longer the ambush the pirates had anticipated, but a one-sided massacre. Sig's strength surpassed their imagination, and his name was destined to become a nightmare in the hearts of these pirates after this night. As the battle approached its end, more and more corpses littered the streets. Those once confident pirates who had prepared to ambush Sig were now reduced to just a few. Their eyes no longer held the previous ferocity and greed, replaced instead by deep fear and endless despair. They watched their companions fall one by one, blood staining the streets. And that sense of powerlessness left them disheartened. Faced with a strong opponent like Sig, they finally realized their insignificance and foolishness. The last few surviving pirates trembled, their knees buckling as they knelt before Sig, begging for mercy in hopes of a slim chance of survival. "Please, spare us." One pirate's voice trembled, tears mixed with snot streaming down his dirt and blood-stained face, looking utterly miserable. "We were wrong. We won't dare again." Another pirate curled up, clutching his head, like a wounded animal trying to protect himself. Sig stood before them, his gaze indifferent. Although he bore signs of battle, he still appeared unruffled and high above compared to these kneeling, pleading pirates. "Pitiful insects." Sig disdainfully uttered those 3 words, his voice devoid of any sympathy. He felt no compassion for those who could betray their companions without hesitation for profit. Hearing those words, the pirates trembled even harder, knowing their fate was already sealed. Their former arrogance and pride had now turned into humility and pleas. The wind on the street seemed to grow colder, and the sounds of pleading and crying in the night became the final notes of this battle. Sig's gaze swept over the pirates, his eyes showing no fluctuation, as if he were not facing lives, but a pile of insignificant weeds. Knowing he would leave no potential threat behind, he decided to grant these pirates a swift end. He raised his hand, the weapon in his grasp gleamed coldly in the night. Without any unnecessary words, Sig's movements were quick and decisive. Beams of light cutting through the darkness, accompanied by the last few screams. Everything fell silent. On the street, only the stench of blood lingered in the air, a nauseating smell that bore witness to the brutality of the battle. The pirates' bodies lay scattered across the ground, their faces still reflecting fear and despair. While life had already departed from them, Sig stood amidst the corpses, his face showing no joy of victory or satisfaction from the slaughter, only a deep indifference. He turned to leave the place where the battle had just ended, leaving behind a sense of endless desolation. The night wind blew, stirring up the dust and blood on the ground, and the streetlights seemed to dim, as if even the light feared to approach this cruelty. The doors and windows of the surrounding houses were tightly shut. No one dared to peek out to see what was happening. The entire block resembled a dead city, with only the sound of Sig's footsteps echoing through the empty streets. The end of this battle did not bring any relief. Instead, it enveloped the place in an even heavier and gloomier atmosphere. Sig's figure gradually disappeared at the end of the street. Everything here would become a permanent nightmare of that night. In this desolate street, behind every closed door and window, the residents held their breath, covering their mouths tightly with their hands, afraid to make any sound that might attract Sig's attention. Their hearts raced, and their eyes were filled with fear, as if the slightest noise would bring the mountain bandit named Sig before them in an instant. Sig's reputation had long spread throughout the region. He was not just a bandit, but a monster that seemed to have stepped out of legends, with power and ruthlessness that terrified everyone. They knew well that challenging Sig was equivalent to suicide, and no one wanted to become the next victim lying in a pool of blood. The residents secretly observed the grim scene outside through the gaps in the doors and windows. They saw Sig's cold gaze and emotionless demeanor, feeling only relief and dread in their hearts. They were grateful that they had not been as foolish as those pirates who had challenged this invincible opponent. "He is a monster. How can we possibly defeat him?" one resident silently thought, their body trembling involuntarily. Those pirates were too stupid, thinking that numbers could win. What happened? They all became corpses. Another resident whispered to their family, their voice filled with obvious fear and relief. In the night, Sig's figure disappeared at the end of the street, but his terrifying aura seemed to linger in the air. In this fear-infested neighborhood, the residents, in the silence after Sig's departure, felt a subtle curiosity and anticipation arise in their hearts. Though fearful, they couldn't help but begin to wonder what would happen if this nearly unbeatable Sig encountered their overlord at sea, Big Mom. Big Mom, a name that echoed across hundreds of nearby islands. She was one of the 4 emperors, ruling over vast seas with power and authority that no one dared challenge. Although the residents live on land, they have heard of Big Mom's legend and know what a terrifying presence she is. What would happen if Big Mom fought against Sig? One resident pondered quietly, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Big Mom is the queen of the sea, but this mountain bandit king is incredibly strong. It's hard to say who would win if they clashed. Another resident whispered, revealing a mix of fear and anticipation in his words. They imagined the potential battle. With Big Mom's immense power and Sig's ruthless nature, if they were to face off, it would surely shake the entire sea. Although they were afraid, they also yearned to know who the true strongman was in this cruel world. The residents began to discuss privately. Some believed that Big Mom's unshakable position and her experience in ruling would be the key to defeating Sig. Others felt that Sig's displayed strength was too astonishing, and he might pose an unprecedented challenge to Big Mom. Perhaps this battle could reveal who the true overlord is, a bolder young man couldn't help but say. However, they also understood that such a showdown might never happen, or if it did occur, it would be a disaster beyond their imagination. Nonetheless, the names of Sig and Big Mom had already left a deep mark on this land, and their confrontation became an unsolvable mystery in the hearts of the residents. Big Mom sat on her throne, a seat carved from countless treasures and corals, showcasing her power and status. Her expression was as dark as the sky before a storm, with a dangerous glimmer in her eyes. Her massive figure on the throne exuded an undeniable aura of dominance, with every movement radiating authority. A soldier stood trembling before the throne, his voice quaking as he reported to Big Mom about Sig's movements. Reporting Big Mom. Sig is advancing like a hot knife through butter and is about to reach the palace. Although the soldier's voice was small, it was exceptionally clear in the silent hall. Big Mom's brows furrowed tightly, her fists clenched on the armrests of the throne. The force was so great that it nearly crushed the armrests, and her expression revealed a rare seriousness. Evidently, Sig's rapid approach posed an unprecedented threat to her. Sig, that mountain bandit king, dares to challenge my authority? Big Mom's voice was deep and powerful, laced with undeniable anger and a hint of barely perceptible excitement. It had been too long since she had faced a true challenger, and this sudden appearance of Sig was undoubtedly a test of her dominance. The surrounding ministers and soldiers dared not breathe, knowing Big Mom's temper, afraid of angering her at such a moment. The atmosphere in the hall was tense to the extreme, with everyone silently speculating how this sea overlord would respond to the impending strong enemy. Big Mom slowly stood up, her height nearly touching the palace ceiling, the oppressive feeling making everyone present feel short of breath. Prepare to welcome our guest, she said coldly. I want Sig to understand the consequences of challenging one of the four emperors. Big Mom's expression grew even darker, and a flash of killing intent crossed her eyes. Clearly displeased with Sig's approach, she decided to teach everyone present a lesson, making them understand that any information, especially bad news, must be conveyed with the utmost caution. Big Mom gently raised her hand, her fingers curling as if plucking an invisible string in the air. This was the power of the soul fruit, a terrifying ability to manipulate others' souls. The movement, though simple, carried deadly force. An invisible wave was released from Big Mom's hand, instantly crossing the space and directly striking the reporting soldier. The soldier's expression froze in fear, as if his life was suddenly grasped by an invisible hand, then ruthlessly reaped. The soldier's body slowly fell, his life disappearing without a trace under the power of the soul fruit. Those around witnessed this scene, their faces turning pale with fear, their bodies trembling involuntarily. They knew that Big Mom's wrath was something no one could withstand, not even her most trusted allies and soldiers. The entire palace fell into a deathly silence. No one dared to make a sound. Even their breathing was kept as light as possible. Big Mom's majesty and power were fully displayed at that moment. Under her rule, even the slightest resistance would be ruthlessly suppressed. Big Mom's gaze swept through the hall, and everyone her eyes touched lowered their heads, daring not to meet her gaze. The expression in her eyes revealed not only anger, but also anticipation for the upcoming battle. Sig's challenge would be an opportunity for her to prove her position as the overlord, and she was already prepared. Sig stood on the road leading to the palace, his eyes revealing disdain and contempt. He surveyed the territory belonging to Big Mom, discovering that not a single respectable pirate crew dared to intercept him, which made him doubt Big Mom's ruling power. Is this the territory of one of the four emperors? Sig sneered, his voice filled with sarcasm. It seems that so-called loyalty is merely a fragile verbal agreement among pirates. Once faced with a true threat, this so-called loyalty scatters like sand. Sig's steps were firm and powerful, his silhouette appearing especially lonely in the night, but that loneliness carried an air of unmatched pride. He was not afraid of Big Mom's power. Rather, he looked down on such false loyalty. Big Mom, your rule does not seem as solid as the rumors suggest. Sig muttered to himself, his eyes sparkling with a desire for battle. Let me unveil your true face and see if you are worthy of being called one of the four emperors. He continued forward, each step seeming to declare his arrival to all the residents of this sea. Sig's aura was powerful. Even the pirates and residents hiding in the shadows could feel his undeniable dominance. Sig's confidence was not unfounded. His strength had already been proven in previous battles. He was about to face an unprecedented challenge, but he also believed that only through such challenges could he prove his worth. As Sig drew closer, the atmosphere around Big Mom's palace became even tenser. The pirates and residents lining the road held their breath, knowing that when Sig stepped into the palace, it would mark the beginning of a storm that would turn everything upside down. And this storm might alter the power dynamics of the entire sea. Akainu and Kizaru, two renowned admirals of the sea, had been quietly following Sig from behind. Their mission was to monitor Sig's every move and provide intelligence to Big Mom. However, even they did not expect Sig to be so bold as to head directly towards Big Mom's palace. Akainu, a man known for his explosive temper and immense strength, had an expression flickering with surprise and a hint of barely noticeable admiration. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he whispered to the nearby Kizaru, "This Sig, truly a reckless madman. He really dares to go meet Big Mom directly." Kizaru, known for his speed, also appeared somewhat tense at this moment. His usual nonchalant smile was replaced by a serious and grave expression. It seems our earlier estimates were wrong. Sig is not an ordinary mountain bandit. His courage and strength exceed our imagination. The two admirals understood that once Sig stepped into Big Mom's palace, this conflict would be inevitable. They knew of Big Mom's might, but they had also witnessed Sig's arrogance and power. This upcoming showdown could very well become a legend on the sea. We must be prepared. This battle may be extremely brutal, Akainu said, already adjusting his state, ready to intervene in the possible fight at any moment. Kizaru nodded slightly, leaning forward as if already gathering momentum. Yes, this island will soon distinguish between life and death, but no matter the outcome, we must not let this battle affect Big Mom's rule. The two admirals silently followed Sig. Their presence was like a hidden sword, ready to strike at a critical moment. Meanwhile, everyone on this island, whether pirates or residents, was waiting for that moment that would change their fate. Akainu and Kizaru understood that regardless of the outcome of the confrontation between Big Mom and Sig, their primary task would not change: arrest any escaping pirates. This was their duty and the reason they remained calm in this moment of chaos. No matter who wins, our goal must not waver, Akainu stated firmly, his gaze locked on the target. He knew this battle would present the best opportunity to capture fugitives, as there could be deserters regardless of the victor or loser. Kizaru nodded slightly, his expression serious, already planning how to utilize his speed advantage to swiftly catch any fleeing pirates. Yes, such an opportunity is rare. We must seize this chance, otherwise, it will be difficult to catch them later. Although they were tracking Sig, their attention was not entirely focused on him. They were also mindful of the surroundings, observing potential escape routes and pirates who might turn into fugitives. Their plan was to maintain a certain distance when the battle between Big Mom and Sig erupted, avoiding being caught in the center of the fight while ensuring no one could escape amidst the chaos. Akainu's magma abilities and Kizaru's lightspeed attacks were both powerful tools for capturing fugitives, and they were prepared to play their part in the ensuing chaos. "Are you ready?" Akainu asked softly, his body tense and ready to strike at any moment. "Always on standby," Kizaru replied, his posture relaxed, but his eyes revealed a hawk-like sharpness. As they approached Big Mom's palace, The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. At the entrance of Big Mom's palace, the guards could clearly see the so-called mountain bandit king striding forward. Sig's demeanor was calm and collected. Every step he took seemed exceptionally firm, as if he could crush any obstacles in his path. His expression was indifferent, as if he were not here to challenge the overlord of the sea, but rather like a lion surveying his territory. That confidence and arrogance sent shivers down people's spines. There was no hint of fear in Sig's eyes, but rather a desire for the impending battle. The guards gripped their weapons tightly, their bodies trembling slightly, but no one dared to act rashly. Sig's reputation had long spread throughout the seas. They knew this man was not easily dealt with. As Sig's footsteps drew closer to the palace entrance, his gaze even swept over the guards, but he showed no sign of stopping. These fully armed guards were nothing more than insignificant bugs in his eyes. His arrival was like an unstoppable whirlwind sweeping through the tranquility of the palace. The guards instinctively parted to make way for him, as they dared not, and could not, stop the steps of this mountain bandit king. A slight smirk appeared on Sig's lips, revealing a mocking smile as he enjoyed the feeling of being in control of everything. His arrival was undoubtedly a blatant provocation to Big Mom's authority, and he was prepared to face the wrath of this Yonko. As Sig stepped into the territory of the palace, the atmosphere became even more tense. Big Mom's palace, a fortress that once no one dared to challenge, now welcomed an uninvited guest. The outcome of this showdown would determine the future of the sea. Navy hero Garp and Sea Overlord Kaido, two legendary figures, were about to clash. Garp stood at the bow of the ship, his gaze firm, exuding an overwhelming aura. Clenching his fists, his muscular build resembled an indestructible fortress. Kaido floated in mid-air, emanating terrifying Conqueror's Haki, his eyes reflecting a thirst for battle. Kaido, you have committed heinous acts, undermining world peace. Today, I will bring you to justice. Haha, Garp, you're truly ridiculous. In this world, who can stop me? You're just an aging Navy officer. Before the words fell, Kaido transformed into his dragon form, opening his massive jaws and spewing flames toward the sea where Garp stood. Instantly, thick smoke billowed from the surface of the sea, flames spreading for miles. Look at my fist. Garp leaped up, swinging his iron fist with a whooshing sound, striking fiercely at Kaido. Where his fist passed, the seawater was instantly pushed back, forming a gigantic wall of water. Boom! A deafening sound erupted as Garp's fist collided with Kaido's scales, creating a thunderous noise. The sea surface exploded, giant waves surged, as if wanting to engulf the entire world. Not bad, but that's not enough to defeat me. Then let me show you what the iron fist of justice looks like. The two clashed again, every punch landing with a resounding thud, shaking the heavens. The sea surface rose in towering waves, as if cheering for this battle. The fight continued for several hours, with neither side able to determine a victor. While Garp and Kaido engaged in their earth-shattering duel, fierce battles broke out elsewhere on the sea. Kaido's group of ruthless warriors, capable users, and giant beasts clashed with brave Navy soldiers in a life-and-death struggle. On the surface of the sea, ships collided, splintering wood flying, as Navy warships and Kaido's pirate ships intermingled, creating a chaotic battlefield. Soldiers and sailors drew their weapons or operated the ship's cannons, unleashing thunderous cannon fire. A Navy vice admiral wielded a long sword, fiercely engaging a warrior armed with a spear. The flashes of swords and shadows of spears danced, and every clash sparked flames, forcing the surrounding soldiers to retreat. You pirates will never understand the meaning of justice, the Navy vice admiral roared, the tip of his sword tracing an arc and pushing the warrior back. In the distance, a devil fruit user was unleashing powerful abilities, manipulating flames to create a fire dragon that wreaked havoc on the sea surface. Navy soldiers fought back with water guns and fire extinguishers, but the fire dragon remained difficult to tame. At that moment, Kaido's pirate crew had fervent glimmers in their eyes, as if they could already see the dawn of victory, believing that the Navy before them was no match for their immense power. The air was thick with tension and the scent of bloodshed, with every pirate gripping their weapons tightly, ready to annihilate the Navy. However, at this critical moment, a subtle chill suddenly surged from the ship's cabin of the Navy warship. This icy aura spread silently like a ghost, instantly cooling the previously sweltering battlefield. The pirates who were touched by this faint breath of ice hadn't even had the chance to scream before being instantly frozen. Their expressions were locked in moments of fear, anger, and disbelief, their bodies transformed into true ice sculptures. The crystalline ice encased them, sealing away their power and arrogance. On this battlefield, these ice sculptures became a bizarre and spectacular sight, making the other pirates and Navy soldiers shudder. The once clamorous battlefield grew eerily quiet due to this sudden influx of icy air. Kaido's pirate crew widened their eyes, watching their comrades turn into ice sculptures, a wave of inexplicable fear surging in their hearts. Meanwhile, the Navy seized the opportunity to adjust their formations, preparing to face this unforeseen turn of events. On this battlefield, where ice and fire intertwined, no one knew what fierce battle would ensue next. The source of this mysterious icy aura became an unsolvable mystery in everyone's minds. The pirates suddenly erupted into a panicked outcry, their voices filled with confusion and anger. They couldn't comprehend the bizarre phenomenon occurring before them. What on earth was happening? How could their comrades, who had just been bloodthirsty and ready to fight, turn into ice sculptures in an instant? What was going on? One pirate shouted loudly. The voice echoed in the cabin. Who? Who is hiding in the shadows? Another pirate roared angrily. His eyes scanned around, attempting to locate the mysterious figure daring enough to attack their brothers. The atmosphere in the cabin grew tense and oppressive, filled with the pirates' fears of the unknown and worries for their comrades. They began to suspect each other, searching for possible hiding spots, but found nothing but ice sculptures and frozen air. Come out. If you dare to attack our brothers, don't hide like a coward. A burly pirate shouted, waving his weapon. If you release our brothers from the ice, we might consider sparing your life. Another pirate attempted to negotiate, his voice revealing a hint of urgency and helplessness. Though filled with anger, the pirates knew they couldn't confront this unknown power. They could only hope that the person hiding in the shadows would show mercy and lift this eerie freeze. The silence in the cabin was broken by the pirates clamoring and the uneasy atmosphere, while the ice sculptures stood quietly as the only witnesses to the chaos. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the mysterious figure's response or the next shocking turn of events. Amidst this confusion and panic, Kaido's cadres remained remarkably calm. There was no fear on their faces, only deep contemplation and seriousness. They understood that this icy breath was not to be underestimated. Such power was not something an ordinary Navy soldier or pirate could possess. This aura, could it be, one cadre said solemnly, a hint of gravity flashing in his eyes. Indeed, this is definitely the ability of Admiral Haki, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy. Another cadre immediately chimed in, his voice filled with undeniable certainty. Kaido's cadres were seasoned fighters who had experienced countless battles, possessing profound knowledge of the Navy's top combat strength. Haki, the admiral known for his freezing abilities, ranked among the best in the entire pirate world, capable of turning so many pirates into ice sculptures in an instant. They couldn't think of anyone else who could do it. Haki, how could he be here? One cadre frowned, clearly feeling a significant threat from this discovery. It seems the Navy was well prepared. We walked into an ambush. Another cadre analyzed solemnly. Their gazes began to scan the surroundings, searching for possible hiding spots. Kaido's cadres quickly exchanged glances. They knew that if Haki was indeed here, the situation of the battle would change dramatically. They had to come up with a countermeasure, quickly. Or not only would those who had turned into ice sculptures be lost, but all of them could be wiped out here. Everyone be careful. Haki's strength is incredibly powerful. We can't act recklessly anymore. One cadre calmly directed, while they also began to prepare their defenses, anticipating Haki's next move. In this cold cabin, the atmosphere grew even tenser. Though the pirates felt fear under the leadership of the cadres, they gradually began to calm down, preparing for the potentially more brutal battles to come. And the Admiral Haki, hidden in the shadows, was like an iceberg pressing down on everyone's hearts. Just as the pirates' heartbeats felt like they were about to stop, a figure suddenly flashed from the darkness of the cabin. was Aokiji, one of the three admirals of the Navy. His appearance seemed to carry a chilling aura, instantly dropping the entire cabin's temperature to freezing point. The silhouette of Admiral Aokiji loomed large under the dim light, exuding an undeniable sense of oppression. His gaze was deep, as if it could penetrate one's soul. But the colors within it were impossible to discern, only endless coldness and determination. His arrival felt like the Reaper descending, instilling unprecedented fear in the pirates present. That extreme suppressive force weighed heavily on their hearts, causing even these battle-hardened pirates to tremble involuntarily. Aokiji, a pirate, stammered the name. His voice trembled, and his hands unconsciously tightened around his weapon, only to find he couldn't move at all. Admiral Aokiji's gaze slowly swept across every pirate present. There was no killing intent, yet it exuded a calmness more terrifying than death. Each step he took felt like a weight on the hearts of the pirates, making them feel overwhelmingly heavy. Your choices determine your fate. Aokiji's voice was like the cold northern wind, devoid of emotion, yet clear for everyone to hear. In that moment, the pirates felt despair. They knew that facing such an opponent, their chances of victory were nearly non-existent. Yet they were Kaido's subordinates, those who roamed the seas with impunity, even in despair. They would not easily surrender. Everyone attacked together. We can't just give up like this. A pirate gathered his courage and shouted loudly, trying to inspire his comrades' fighting spirit. However, facing an opponent like Admiral Aokiji, their courage seemed so pale and powerless in the face of such overwhelming pressure. The pirates' resistance appeared to be a futile struggle, as Admiral Aokiji stood like an insurmountable mountain, quietly waiting for the final showdown. Doubts and unease filled the hearts of the pirates and Kaido's senior officers. They couldn't understand why the Navy's Admiral Aokiji would choose to hide in this place instead of directly participating in the confrontation with Kaido. This unexpected appearance completely disrupted their plans and made them feel an unprecedented crisis. Why has he been hiding here? Is he waiting for the right moment? One officer muttered, furrowing his brow, trying to come up with a reasonable explanation. They had always believed that, aside from Vice Admiral Garp, who was fighting Kaido, the Navy would not send any stronger combat forces into this battle. After all, each of the three admirals of the Navy is a formidable presence that shakes the seas, and their deployment usually signifies a significant military operation. We were too careless. We didn't expect the Navy to send Admiral Aokiji. Another officer lamented. Their intelligence had clearly suffered a serious error. Now, this situation had completely exceeded their control. Aokiji's appearance was undoubtedly a heavy blow to them. They knew that, facing such an opponent, even Kaido's immense power might not guarantee an easy victory. Various speculations and fears began to surge within the pirates. They thought of the intense battle between Kaido and Vice Admiral Garp, the potential consequences of this battle, and their own fates. At that moment, they realized they might be facing a life-and-death choice. We can't just surrender like this, one pirate shouted, his eyes flashing with unwillingness and defiance. Yes, we still have Lord Kaido. As long as he wins, we have hope. Another pirate clenched his fists, trying to rally morale with Kaido's name. However, no matter how they tried to encourage themselves, Admiral Aokiji's cold aura still pressed down on them, making it hard to breathe. The direction of this battle was no longer under their control. All they could do was brace themselves for the impending challenge. The battle in the sky was incredibly fierce and spectacular as Kaido, in his dragon form, engaged in an epic duel with Vice Admiral Garp. Each collision shook the heavens, causing thunder and lightning, and changing the colors of the sky and earth. At this critical moment, Kaido suddenly sensed an extremely powerful aura rising from the sea. It was a force that even he had to take seriously, a unique presence belonging to an admiral of the Navy. He hadn't expected another admiral to join this battle, making the already tense situation even more complicated. Kaido's heart sank slightly, his attention distracted by this sudden aura. He knew that if Aokiji really joined the fight, he would have to reassess the entire situation and might even need to adjust his strategy. Just as Kaido was distracted, Vice Admiral Garp seized the opportunity, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. He mocked Kaido, his voice laced with sarcasm and disdain. "Ha ha, Kaido, you dare to relax at this moment? Before his words fell, Vice Admiral Garp swung his powerful fist straight at Kaido's dragon scales. This punch contained years of combat experience and immense power, and even an enemy as strong as Kaido could not afford to be careless. Kaido instantly snapped back to attention, quickly adjusting his stance to try to use his hard dragon scales to block Garp's attack. However, Garp's punch was like a battering ram, directly hitting Kaido's body with a deafening roar. "Take this punch from me." Garp's shout echoed in the air. His fist sank deep into Kaido's body, forcing this powerful pirate to let out a painful roar. This blow was not only a physical strike against Kaido, but also a challenge to his pride. Kaido angrily swung his dragon tail, trying to shake Garp off, and the battle in the sky became even more intense and chaotic. The clash of these two powerful figures would undoubtedly become the most dazzling highlight of this fight. Kaido endured Vice Admiral Garp's powerful punch, the tremendous impact causing this invincible giant to spit blood. His massive body lost balance under the strike like a meteorite that had been hit, rapidly plummeting from the sky. The dragon form traced an arc in the air, carrying a sense of destruction, and crashed directly into the surging sea. At the moment of contact with the sea, it was as if time had stopped. Kaido's body struck the seawater, instantly creating a terrifying giant wave. The tsunami, like a giant beast awakened, spread wildly around Kaido. The wall of water reached hundreds of meters high, blocking out the sun, as if it wanted to swallow everything within. Everything on the sea, whether ships or creatures, appeared insignificantly small in the face of this force. Both pirates and Navy soldiers were stunned by the sudden disaster, helplessly watching the terrifying tsunami rush toward them. Where the tsunami passed, the sea roiled and foam splashed, as if it wanted to turn the entire world upside down. Even observers far on the shore could feel the thunderous roar and heart-pounding power. Kaido struggled to rise from the sea, his body soaked, blood mixing with seawater, making him appear even more ferocious. His eyes flashed with anger and wildness. Despite being severely injured, he still did not give up the will to fight. This battle was far from over, and Kaido, hailed as the strongest creature, would once again prove his terror with his power. Beneath the colossal tsunami triggered by Kaido, the sea became wild and dangerous, but for Admiral Aokiji, it merely added a backdrop to the battle. Calmly standing on the turbulent surface of the sea, it was as if he were on solid ground. Aokiji's aura was powerful and cold. His presence was undoubtedly a disaster for the pirates below. Aokiji's fighting style was simple and efficient. His abilities made him almost unmatched in naval battles. With a gentle wave of his arm, a cold aura spread out, freezing the pirates who attempted to resist one by one. Those ordinary pirates did not even have time to let out a scream before they were turned into crystal-clear ice sculptures under Aokiji's freezing ability, and soon shattered under the crashing waves, sinking to the bottom of the sea. For those slightly stronger pirates, Aokiji showed no mercy either. Every move he made was precise, each strike containing a despairing chill. They might barely withstand a few blows, but before Aokiji's absolute power, within 10 moves, none were spared from becoming cold sculptures. Victims of this battle, only those truly high-ranking officers could barely withstand the onslaught of this Navy admiral. They either dodged with extraordinary speed or shattered the ice with immense strength, engaging in fierce confrontations with Admiral Aokiji. However, these battles were merely a back-and-forth exchange. They knew that against an opponent like Aokiji, their hopes of victory were extremely slim. Every move Aokiji made was like a meticulous carving by an artist, and the battlefield became his stage to showcase his power. The pirates were filled with fear, beginning to realize how insignificant their so-called courage and strength were in the face of a marine admiral. Before this ice general, they felt like autumn leaves, helplessly awaiting their fate to be swept away. Faced with Aokiji's coldness and strength, the morale of this group of pirates plummeted. Their eyes were filled with terror, their bodies trembling involuntarily, having once thought themselves unbeatable on the seas. Now, confronted with the top combat power of the Navy, they felt an unprecedented helplessness. When they saw their Captain Kaido being struck by Vice Admiral Garp, his massive body plummeting to the ocean floor like a kite with a severed string, despair surged within them. Kaido's strength was their last pillar of confidence, but now it seemed to be crumbling. The pirates began to whisper among themselves, their voices shaking with evident anxiety. What should we do? Kaido has been defeated. Can we still win? A young pirate's voice trembled with a hint of tears. Shut up. Don't shake the morale here. A senior officer whispered harshly, but his voice also revealed uncertainty and fear. We need to think of a way. We can't just wait to die. Another officer suggested, his eyes searching for possible escape routes. Perhaps we should surrender. Admiral Akiji is not someone we can deal with. A timid pirate said quietly, but his suggestion was immediately met with angry rejection from his companions. We are pirates. Pirates do not surrender easily. A firm voice rose, though its owner was also slightly trembling. We need to unite. Perhaps we can still have a glimmer of hope. We can't fight individually. We need a plan. An experienced old pirate proposed. The pirates began to discuss urgently, knowing that if they did not act soon, once Akiji finished clearing the outer battles, they would have no chance of survival. They discussed various possibilities, from retreating to counterattacking, from dispersing to escape to concentrating their forces to break through. But every plan was filled with uncertainty. In this urgent moment, they had to make a choice, and that choice could determine their lives or deaths. Fear and despair enveloped them, but the instinct to survive forced them to continue struggling, seeking that sliver of hope. Just as the pirates were sinking into panic, discussing how to cope with the imminent crisis, a powerful force suddenly erupted from the darkness of the sea. Kaido, who seemed to have been struck to the ocean floor by Vice Admiral Garp, surged back to the surface with astonishing speed and power, appearing like a tyrant of the sea, radiating an unstoppable fury. The seawater splashed in all directions under Kaido's impact, creating a massive whirlpool. In his dragon form, shimmering with a metallic sheen under the sunlight, his crimson eyes burned like flames, fixated on Admiral Akiji. Kaido opened his enormous mouth, gathering a breath imbued with destructive power, and then released it in an instant. This powerful move was like the roar of heaven and earth, directly hitting Admiral Akiji, who was fighting the pirates. Although Akiji reacted quickly, Kaido's attack was too sudden. He could only barely raise his arm and release an ice shield to withstand the force. However, Kaido's strike was too powerful, and even Akiji's ice shield cracked in an instant. The air above the sea seemed to solidify, everything drawn in by Kaido's blow. The clouds in the sky were shattered by the shockwave, sunlight pouring down to illuminate the battlefield. The sea surged violently, and a massive water column was lifted by Kaido's power, crashing down heavily and splashing countless droplets. The pirates' ships swayed under this force, as if they would be torn apart at any moment. That is Lord Kaido. He has returned. A young pirate could hardly believe his eyes, his voice filled with shock and hope. My God, he can still stand up. Is this really Lord Kaido? So terrifying. Another pirate's voice trembled. But this time, the trembling was no longer from fear, but from awe of Kaido's power. Look, Lord Kaido is directly attacking Admiral Akiji. We have a chance. An officer exclaimed excitedly, his voice brimming with the desire to fight. We can't just sit here and wait, while Lord Kaido is holding Akiji back. We must take action. Another officer waved his weapon, rallying his companions around him. At that moment, the pirates' emotions underwent a dramatic change, shifting from despair to hope, from fear to the courage to fight. Kaido's return undoubtedly gave them new strength, reigniting their fighting spirit. Vice Admiral Garp stood to the side, witnessing the spectacular scene of Kaido bursting forth from the sea, showing no surprise, but instead revealing a barely perceptible smile. This seasoned Marine Vice Admiral possessed an intuition and calmness in battle that far surpassed ordinary people. He calmly adjusted his military uniform and then shouted, Kaido, your opponent is me. As soon as Garp's words fell, his body shot toward Kaido like an arrow released from a bow. His movements were swift and decisive, each step leaving deep marks on the surface of the sea. Kaido and Garp, these two powerful adversaries, once again engaged in a battle that shook the heavens and the earth. Each clash between them released powerful Haki, creating turbulent waves on the sea. Garp's fists struck Kaido like cannonballs, while Kaido's dragon claws mercilessly reached for Garp. Their battle was not just a contest of strength, but a clash of wills and beliefs. The air around them warped due to their fight, the tremors of Haki spreading across the entire battlefield. Both pirates and marines were shocked by the scale and intensity of this battle, retreating as far as possible from the center to avoid being caught in the crossfire. In the aftermath of this battle, many weaker pirates and marine soldiers did not escape unscathed. They either suffered internal injuries from the tremors of Haki or were swept into the depths of the sea by the shock waves, with some being crushed to dust in the clashes between Garp and Kaido. The destructive power of this battle exceeded many people's imaginations. Fear filled the hearts of both pirates and marines as they realized that the outcome of this battle would determine their fate. As Kaido engaged in the fierce battle with Vice Admiral Garp, his mind gradually became clearer. He realized that being unable to shake off this marine hero meant he could not support another emperor, Big Mom. This realization cast a heavy shadow over Kaido's heart, but he quickly accepted this reality. In the brief moments between battles, Kaido, in his dragon form, raised his head high and let out a deafening roar. The sound was filled with anger and determination, as if he were declaring his resolve to the entire world. The Navy had officially declared war on the four emperors. Kaido's voice echoed over the sea, shaking every person present. His words were not only directed at his opponent, Garp, but also meant for everyone there, including his crew members, Navy soldiers, and even distant pirates and the world government. Kaido knew that at this moment, the alliance with Big Mom faced an unprecedented challenge. The pirates, upon hearing Kaido's words, were filled with unease and tension. They realized that this battle was no longer a simple conflict between pirates and the Navy, but a war that could potentially change the entire landscape of the pirate world. The Navy's intervention meant that the struggle among the four emperors had escalated, and each of them could become a pawn in this war. Vice Admiral Garp wore a serious expression. He did not respond to Kaido's words, but his eyes revealed a firm determination. As a member of the Navy, he deeply understood his responsibilities, and even in the face of formidable enemies like the four emperors, he would never back down. Kaido's declaration reverberated across the battlefield. This fight was no longer just a contest of strength, but a clash of beliefs and stances. The war between the four emperors and the Navy had quietly begun. After Kaido announced the Navy's official declaration of war on the four emperors, the atmosphere on the battlefield became even more tense and heavy. Both the Navy and the pirates were shocked by this sudden proclamation, incredulously whispering to their companions about this world-altering event. Navy soldiers exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion and unease. Some of them murmured, "How is this possible? Are we really ready for a full-scale war with the four emperors?" It seems the higher-ups have made their decision. What we are about to face could be an unprecedented war. Another Navy soldier replied seriously. The pirates were equally astonished, exchanging glances and discussing the unsettling news. Is what Kaido said true? Does the Navy really dare to declare war on the four emperors? If this is true, what should we do? The power of the four emperors is unmatched. Is the Navy seeking its own doom? A worried pirate said, "Perhaps this is what they call the age of chaos. We have been living under the illusion of peace, and now the real storm is coming," a seemingly experienced pirate pondered. On this battlefield, fear and excitement intertwined. Some feared the impending chaos and destruction, while others felt exhilarated at the prospect of witnessing and participating in this monumental change of era. Are we witnessing history? In such an era, can we small fry also become part of legend? A young pirate's eyes sparkled with uncertainty. No matter what, we must be prepared. Whether life or death, this war will change everything, a senior officer said solemnly. His words conveyed a firm determination for the future. At this critical moment, everyone realized they were standing at a turning point in history. The question of whether the age of chaos was truly upon them echoed in everyone's hearts. The answer would gradually unfold in the battles and conflicts to come. Sig, the mountain bandit king who made the mountains tremble, stood like an enraged lion at the entrance of Big Mom's palace. Exuding a rugged aura, his wide-open eyes sparkled with fierce intensity. Puffing out his chest and with his hands on his hips, he bellowed loudly into the palace, "Little Big Mom, listen up. Get out here and face your death. Either release my woman right now, or all that awaits you is a dead end." I, Sig, swear to make you pay the price." After saying this, he laughed maniacally, his laughter echoing over the palace, heralding the arrival of bloodshed and chaos. The atmosphere inside the palace instantly grew tense. The previously boisterous voices of the pirates gradually quieted, replaced by whispers and fearful breaths. They exchanged glances, their eyes revealing fear of Sig and curiosity about what was about to happen. "Did you hear? That mountain bandit king Sig actually dared to act so recklessly here," a timid pirate said, trembling. "Yeah, he's notorious for being a madman. And even the Navy can't do anything about him," another pirate agreed, frowning. "I heard his bandits are all desperate men. Now that he has come personally, it seems he means trouble." An experienced pirate analyzed the situation, his tone revealing unease. "Big Mom won't back down like this, will she? She's our captain. How could she be intimidated by a mountain bandit king?" A loyal pirate clenched his fists. Despite his firm voice, his eyes still betrayed worry. "Who do you think the woman he mentioned is? Could it be some important figure captured by Big Mom?" Someone curiously raised the question. "Enough chatter. Everyone get ready. At Big Mom's command, we must drive this arrogant mountain bandit king out." A leading pirate waved his weapon, attempting to boost morale. In the shadows deep within the palace, Big Mom stood as steady as a mountain. Her silence was more powerful than any command. The pirates needed no instruction from her. They had already concluded that Sig must have some trick up his sleeve. Otherwise, how could he dare to challenge this powerful palace alone? For a moment, the pirates inside the palace sprang into action, drawing their curved swords, raising their firearms, or summoning their own abilities. Each person unleashed their signature skills, determined to defeat Sig before he could take further action. "Watch my flame tornado slash," a pirate with half-white hair shouted. The long sword in his hand ignited in scorching flames, slashing fiercely towards Sig. "Taste my freezing cannon." Another pirate swung his arm, unleashing a freezing gust from his palm, shooting straight at Sig's face. "By the power of thunder and lightning, hear my call." A devil fruit user clasped his hands together. Dark clouds quickly gathered in the sky, and lightning intertwined, striking directly at Sig's position. "Wrath of the Wind God, come forth." A pirate with a scarred face waved his hands, summoning a howling whirlwind, attempting to engulf Sig within. Various colorful attacks erupted around Sig like brilliant fireworks. The entrance of the palace was illuminated by the brilliance of these abilities, and the roaring sounds were deafening. However, Sig stood at the center of the storm. His madman-like figure remained unyielding and even wore a wild grin, as if he was oblivious to these attacks. "Haha, with this little skill, you dare to show off in front of me, Sig?" Sig laughed heartily. His laughter was filled with disdain and provocation, ready to meet greater challenges. Facing the torrential attacks coming at him, Sig did not use any flashy techniques. He simply took a deep breath, tensed his muscles, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Then he spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the entire world, and an invisible pressure erupted from within him. This pressure was Sig's proudest weapon, the thick Conqueror's Haki. It spread out like a tangible force, creating an invisible shockwave that swept out in all directions. The attacks flying towards Sig appeared trivial in the face of this Haki. The pirate's powerful moves, upon contact with the Haki, were like pieces of paper torn apart by a violent wind, instantly losing their strength and dissipating into the air. The attacking pirates were directly impacted by the Conqueror's Haki, as if struck by an invisible hammer, frothing at the mouth, their eyes rolling back, their bodies uncontrollably flying backward, eventually crashing to the ground and losing consciousness. The battlefield at the entrance of the palace fell silent in an instant. The remaining pirates stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before them. They watched their comrades fall one by one, their fear reaching a peak. Sig's Conqueror's Haki not only stunned the attackers, but also intimidated everyone present, making them realize that this mountain bandit king's strength far exceeded their imagination. Sig stood there unharmed, his gaze cold and resolute, telling everyone that he was the ruler here. The subtle aura of dominance he exuded made everyone in attendance feel the majesty of the mountain bandit king. Big Mom, one of the four emperors who shook the seas, could no longer remain seated. Her massive body slowly rose from the throne, and an invisible pressure spread with her movement. A flicker of anger crossed her eyes. She could no longer remain silent in the face of Sieg's challenge. Big Mom took a deep breath, her aura rapidly rising, as her Conqueror's Haki awakened like a slumbering dragon, erupting instantly. The clash of this Haki with Sieg's Haki created a nearly visible wave in the air. Humph. A mere mountain bandit king dares to be arrogant before me. Big Mom's voice echoed in the palace like thunder, her Conqueror's Haki raging like a storm, fiercely counterattacking Sieg's Haki. The confrontation of these two Haki forces shook the entire palace. The ceilings and floors began to crack under the impact of this power, as if they could collapse at any moment. Fragments fell down, reflecting the battle between the two conquerors. Big Mom's Haki was as vast and imposing as her power, her gaze resolute and her expression stern as she faced Sieg. Sieg, however, did not show weakness. He still wore that arrogant smile, seemingly having anticipated Big Mom's counterattack. This clash of Conqueror's Haki was not just a collision of power, but also a contest of will and authority. The duel between these two powerful figures gave everyone present an unprecedented sense of oppression. As Big Mom stood up, releasing her powerful Conqueror's Haki, the pirates seemed to see a glimmer of hope. Many of them, who had wavered, felt their confidence reignited at this moment by Big Mom's actions. Big Mom is making her move. Big Mom is making her move. One pirate shouted excitedly. His voice was filled with admiration and trust. Ha Sieg, you finally hit a wall. Our Big Mom is one of the four emperors. How could you possibly be her match? Another pirate laughed, waving his weapon while cheering for Big Mom. Long live Big Mom. Big Mom will win. The pirates shouted in unison, their voices merging into a powerful wave that echoed in the palace, as if it would break through the roof and soar into the clouds. Although these pirates felt fear at Sieg's strength, their faith and loyalty to Big Mom remained unwavering. In their hearts, Big Mom was an unbeatable symbol, their leader, their support on this ocean. With the cheers and encouragement, the pirates' morale surged, and they quickly regrouped, ready to support Big Mom or seize the opportunity to deal a fatal blow to Sieg. The fire of battle reignited in their eyes, and they believed that in this confrontation between conquerors, the final victory would surely belong to their Big Mom. Big Mom herself, facing the pirates' cheers and support, became even more imposing. Big Mom was secretly surprised. She did not expect this unknown mountain bandit king Sieg to possess a conqueror's Haki that could rival her own. This was beyond her expectations, as she believed there were few who could reach such a level of strength. This kid's Haki is indeed remarkable, capable of contending with mine, which is rare. Big Mom assessed in her heart. A flicker of appreciation flashed in her eyes, but quickly turned resolute. However, Big Mom knew that while Conqueror's Haki was powerful, physical combat was equally crucial in a real battle. She had absolute confidence in her physical skills, honed through countless battles. However, merely having Conqueror's Haki is not enough to defeat me. A cold smile crept across Big Mom's lips. She began to slowly retract her Haki, preparing to demonstrate to Sieg what true power was through action. Big Mom's body slowly descended, her feet firmly planted on the floor, each step seemingly carrying 1,000 pounds of force. Her hands began to move, joints making slight cracking sounds. This was her preparation for the upcoming hand-to-hand combat. The pirates saw Big Mom's movements and became even more excited. They knew that once Big Mom utilized her physical skills, it would be a nightmare for the enemy. Each attack contained earth-shattering power, enough to terrify any opponent. Big Mom's gaze locked onto Sieg, revealing a fierce look as if she was about to pounce on her prey. Sieg, the mountain bandit king who dared to challenge her, would soon understand that fighting one of the four emperors was not just a contest of Conqueror's Haki, but a comprehensive showdown of physical skills, intelligence, and will. In this confrontation, Big Mom was ready to showcase her true strength. In the depths of Big Mom's palace, in a dimly lit prison, Katarina was locked behind cold iron bars. Her gaze was determined, but it could not hide her longing for freedom. Suddenly, she felt that familiar Conqueror's Haki. It was a unique aura that only she could recognize. This is Sieg's Haki? Katarina's heart raced, and a flicker of shock crossed her eyes, followed by deep worry. Sieg had charged into Big Mom's palace at all costs for her. This courage and determination made her both touched and afraid. Katarina tightly grasped the iron bars, her face revealing a worried expression. "Sieg, why are you doing this? It's too dangerous here." Her voice was low, filled with helplessness and concern. At this moment, Katarina knew she couldn't help Sieg. She could only silently pray in her imprisoned cell. "Sieg, you must be safe." Tears shimmered in her eyes, and her heart was filled with longing and worry for Sieg. Katarina's prayer was like a light in her heart. Though weak, it was full of strength. Sieg was a brave man, and every challenge he faced was to protect himself and those he loved. Now, she could only place her hopes on the overwhelming Conqueror's Haki that was rampaging through the palace, hoping it would bring Sieg back safely. Big Mom's gaze was appraising as she looked Sieg up and down, a flicker of curiosity and scrutiny passing through her eyes. As a mother with many children, she had an unusual interest and passion for procreation. The powerful Haki and bravery displayed by Sieg garnered her unusual attention towards this mountain bandit king. This kid. His Conqueror's Haki is so strong. His physical condition must be good as well, Big Mom mused to herself. A meaningful smile appeared on her lips. Big Mom slowly stepped forward, her voice suddenly becoming gentle, yet the power behind it was undeniable. "Sieg, you're quite a man. I have dozens of children. They are all descendants of me and other strong individuals. Your courage and strength impress me." She paused, her eyes revealing a hint of cunning. "Are you interested in marrying into our family, becoming one of my husbands? Your bloodline might bring new strength to my family." Big Mom's words echoed in the palace, shocking the pirates present. They had never thought Big Mom would make such a proposal to an enemy, which undoubtedly was a high acknowledgement of Sieg. Sieg himself was taken aback. He didn't expect Big Mom to pose such a question in this situation. A look of confusion crossed his face, but soon, his expression returned to calm, a determined light flickering in his eyes. "Big Mom, I, Sieg, did not come here to join anyone's family. I fight for my woman, for freedom." Sieg's voice was firm and loud, without a hint of hesitation. Upon hearing this, Big Mom smiled slightly, seemingly not surprised by Sieg's response. She knew that a man like Sieg would not easily submit to anyone, and that was one of the reasons she admired him. The battle seemed inevitable. In Sieg's heart, it wouldn't have mattered if it were a younger Big Mom. But the current Big Mom looked like a massive mound of neatly formed fat. How could Sieg, who had a sexy and fiery woman like Katarina, possibly be attracted to a big fat pig like her? Standing before Big Mom, Sieg's eyes sparkled with an indomitable light, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he fearlessly met Big Mom's gaze, his tone laced with disdain as he spoke. "Big Mom, are you joking? Look at yourself. You're old, and your spirit is no match for me, this young and strong lad. Your figure, is like a moving mountain. I need to think carefully about whether I'd sink if I stepped on you." He deliberately paused, looking around as if searching for something, then continued, "Besides, I have a fiery and sexy woman like Katarina. Every curve of hers is full of life. How could I possibly be interested in a beauty like you?" As soon as Sieg's words fell, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, and Big Mom's followers exchanged glances, not daring to make sound. Big Mom's face turned ashen, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a smile hidden beneath her fat palms. "Haha, Sieg, you're quite an interesting kid." Big Mom feigned calmness, laughing, but there was a clear hatred in her voice. "However, you seem to forget that in this world, power is the ultimate arbiter. Your beautiful lover is probably still waiting for you to save her." The atmosphere in the palace became extremely tense as Big Mom's children rushed forward. Some softly tried to persuade her, while others looked terrified, attempting to calm Big Mom's anger. They all knew that once Big Mom's temper exploded, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Mother, please calm down. This Sieg is just an ignorant madman, not worth your anger," an older-looking son hurriedly said, worry evident in his eyes. "Yes, Big Mom. Why bother with such a small fry? Your status is so noble. Why stoop to fight him?" Another daughter quickly chimed in, her voice trembling, clearly intimidated by Sieg's boldness. Big Mom's children spoke one after another, trying to calm her down, but her expression remained dark as water. She coldly scanned her children, her gaze seeming to say that they dared to plead for an outsider. "You all shut up." Big Mom finally exploded, her voice echoing like thunder in the palace, ringing painfully in people's ears. This Sieg dares to be so arrogant in front of me. Who does he think he is? Big Mom's fury swept over like a storm, causing her children to retreat, not daring to utter another sound. Once Big Mom's anger was ignited, it was hard to quell. Sieg stood his ground, facing Big Mom's wrath with an unchanging expression, but his hand unconsciously tightened around the hilt of his sword. His mockery had touched Big Mom's sore spot, and the coming battle would be a fight to the death. Big Mom, since I, Sieg, dared to speak, I am not afraid to bear the consequences. Sieg's voice was firm and calm, his gaze fixed on Big Mom without the slightest retreat. But let me tell you, no matter if you're one of the 4 emperors or whatever, I will not yield. For Katarina, for freedom, I am willing to fight to the end. Sieg's bold words echoed in the palace, his courage and determination shocking everyone present. Meanwhile, Big Mom was furious to the extreme, a fierce light flashing in her eyes. Having already decided Sieg's fate, Big Mom's anger reached its peak. She no longer spoke, quickly forming hand seals, the power of the soul fruit surging through her. Her gaze turning cold and ruthless, the air around her seeming to distort due to her power. Sieg, let me show you the power of the soul fruit. Big Mom's voice was like a call from the abyss, filled with irresistible authority. As she shouted, the power of souls began to gather in the palace, forming invisible waves. Big Mom's children retreated, knowing how terrifying the next strike would be. Soul summon, candy warriors. With Big Mom's command, countless candy beans suddenly appeared in the air, quickly coalescing into armed warriors, each possessing great strength. These candy warriors lined up and charged toward Sieg. Facing the sudden attack, Sieg did not panic. He took a deep breath, all his muscles tensed, and the Conqueror's Haki erupted, forming an invisible shockwave that sent the nearby candy warriors scattering. You think you could defeat me with such tricks? Big Mom, you're far from it. C'est ton tête. Meanwhile, his sword was already dancing in his hand, slicing through the candy warriors one by one with sharp sword energy. However, Big Mom's attack did not stop. She swung her arm again, this time with even more ferocity. Soul Summon, Giant Candy Man. A massive candy man appeared before Sieg, towering and comparable to the pillars of the palace. Wielding a gigantic candy cane that came crashing down towards Sieg, seeing the candy man charging at him. Sieg quickly retreated while gathering all his strength, slashing at the candy man's legs. Break for me! With his roar, the sword light flashed, and a crack appeared in the candy man's legs. But it still did not fall. Instead, it became even more frenzied in its attacks. The battle intensified as Sieg continuously dodged the candy man's aggressive strikes while searching for weaknesses. Big Mom's speed was unexpectedly fast. Her massive and powerful body charged at Sieg like an out-of-control tank, shaking the palace floor with each step as if to flatten all obstacles. Just after Sieg severed the Candyman's legs and had no time to catch his breath, he felt a powerful impact from Big Mom. He immediately turned to evade this force, but her speed was too great. At the moment of collision, Big Mom swung her arm, which was covered in a thick layer of armament Haki, turning it into a hard black substance, as if made of steel. This blow, if it hit Sieg, would be enough to break his bones. Take this, Conqueror's impact. Big Mom's roar accompanied her attack, as that black arm surged towards Sieg's face. Seeing he could not evade in time, Sieg had no choice but to take the hit. He quickly adjusted his posture, gripping his sword with both hands, and used all his strength to block upwards. The armament Haki also gathered on his sword, forming an indestructible barrier. Clang! A loud metallic clash echoed within the palace as Big Mom's black arm collided with the tip of Sieg's sword, sparking a fierce shower of sparks. Sieg's feet sank into the ground, but he gritted his teeth and held his ground, refusing to let Big Mom's attack advance even an inch. Big Mom's strength was so immense that even Sieg felt tremendous pressure. His body began to tremble, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, but he still would not take a step back. Is that all you've got, Sieg? Big Mom taunted, her arm's power increasing as she tried to overwhelm him. I will not lose. For Katarina, for freedom, Sieg shouted in his heart, giving everything he had. The Conqueror's Haki boiled within him, and the tip of his sword began to push back, surprisingly forcing back Big Mom's assault. Big Mom's children were stunned, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. They had known their mother-esque strength since childhood, aware that few could survive against her power. Yet, this man named Sig was managing to withstand her mountain-like attacks, and even counter her offensive, which far exceeded their imagination. Is this real? How could he have such power? One daughter covered her mouth, unable to believe her eyes. Mom is one of the 4 emperors. He can actually take Mom's Conqueror's impact? A son shook his head, filled with doubt. Is this Sig's strength really at this level? Another child muttered to themselves, waves of shock rising within them. They looked at Sig, who, despite trembling, maintained a determined gaze, his sword tip still steady, like a stubborn rock that would not fall despite the crashing waves. Big Mom's children began to realize that they might have underestimated this man's courage and strength, which exceeded their expectations. This Sig might truly be capable of being a formidable rival to their mother. Mom, will she be okay? A younger child couldn't help but ask worriedly, their voice trembling. Shut up. Mom is invincible. An older child immediately scolded, but their voice also revealed a hint of unease. Under the watchful eyes of their children, the battle between Sig and Big Mom continued, and Sig's persistence began to shake their understanding of power. The fire of rage in Big Mom's eyes gradually shifted to a new emotion, one mixed with surprise and respect. She looked at Sig, who, despite her Conqueror's impact, had not fallen, but instead displayed incredible resilience and strength. Sig, you truly are not an ordinary opponent, Big Mom said with rare appreciation in her voice. Your body is like the hardest steel, not the kind that crumbles easily. However, appreciation or not, Big Mom would not hold back. Instead, she decided to unleash an even crazier and more powerful attack to test Sig's limits. Taking a deep breath, her soul fruit powers surged wildly, and the atmosphere of the entire palace became even more oppressive and tense. Sig, let me show you the true power of the 4 emperors, Big Mom shouted, as countless soul powers suddenly appeared around her, like controlled threads swirling in her vicinity. Big Mom's arm shot forward, and those soul powers quickly coalesced into a pair of gigantic candy fists, each larger than Sig's body. These fists rolled through the air with a devastating momentum, crashing down towards Sig Candy Meteor. Big Mom's voice echoed like thunder within the palace. The giant candy fists seemed to carry endless gravity, aiming to crush Sig and the entire palace together. Facing this unprecedented attack, Sig's expression grew serious. This blow was not to be taken lightly. Even he found it difficult to withstand. He quickly retreated while gathering all his strength, preparing to meet this deadly strike. Come on, Big Mom, Sig roared. His sword traced brilliant arcs in the air, and the Conqueror's Haki erupted from him, forming a powerful storm. Big Mom's candy fists finally descended, and Sig's sword light collided with the candy fists, producing a deafening roar. The entire palace trembled from this strike, dust rising and vision becoming blurred. At that moment, everyone held their breath, waiting for the outcome. Big Mom's children watched in horror as the palace swayed precariously in the aftermath of their mother and Sig's battle. Dust and debris danced in the air, and the immense noise was deafening. The entire world was on the brink of collapse. Not good. The palace is going to collapse. Run. A quick reacting son was the first to respond, shouting loudly to awaken his stunned siblings. Everyone run. Run now, or we'll be too late. Another daughter screamed, her voice filled with fear and urgency. Big Mom's children seemed to wake up from a dream. They no longer hesitated and scattered to escape, trying to find a way to survive the aftermath of the battle between their mother and Sig. If they stayed here any longer, they might really die in a fight. Quick, go out the back door, an older child commanded, leading the way toward the back of the palace. Don't look back, just run. Another child reminded the others as they dashed through the dimly lit palace, each one doing their utmost to distance themselves from this disaster. The palace structure had reached its limit under the continuous attacks. Huge beams began to crack, and the roof tiles fell like rain. The fight between Big Mom and Sig continued, but her children could no longer pay attention to it. They just wanted to save their lives. In the chaos, some children were unfortunately hit by falling debris, while others fell while fleeing, but they all gritted their teeth, got back up, and continued to run forward. Only by escaping could they have a hope of survival. The pirates and Big Mom's children who escaped stood in the clearing outside the palace. panting and glancing back at the collapsing structure with lingering fear. The terror and anxiety were evident on everyone's faces, their hearts filled with shock from the recent battle. That was terrifying. That kind of power was like a god fighting. A pirate wiped the sweat from his forehead, his voice trembling. That man named Sig is just too strong. Although he hasn't reached the level of an emperor, I feel like he's very close. Another child of Big Mom remarked, while filling his eyes. Indeed, to fight with Mom to this extent, Sig is definitely not an ordinary person. A daughter echoed, her face pale, clearly not fully recovered from the earlier scare. They exchanged glances, seeing the same emotions reflected in each other's eyes. Shock at Sig's strength, fear of Big Mom's power, and curiosity about the outcome of the battle. Will Mom be the victor, or will Sig create a miracle? A son muttered, his eyes revealing concern over the unknown outcome. Regardless of the result, this battle will definitely go down in history. An older pirate took a deep breath, his voice tinged with respect. Whether it's Mom or Sig, they're both true powerhouses. Just as they were talking, a thunderous roar came from within the palace, and the entire structure collapsed at that moment, dust flying, blocking out the sun. A subtle ripple of uncertainty crossed Big Mom's eyes, stirring a delicate wave in her heart. The man named Sig before her had exceeded her expectations and even made her begin to doubt the final outcome of this battle. Is this guy really just an ordinary challenger? Big Mom questioned herself, her brow slightly furrowed, a rare moment of uncertainty for her. As the dust from the battle began to settle, the figures of Big Mom and Sig appeared hazily among the rubble. Big Mom's hands still enveloped the power of the soul fruit, those souls waiting like loyal soldiers for her next command. However, her gaze was no longer brimming with confidence. It now held a hint of caution and gravity. Sig, you surprise me. Big Mom's voice was low, laced with a rare respect. Your strength is already enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Emperor's. Sig stood opposite Big Mom, breathing slightly hurriedly, but his gaze remained firm. The tip of his sword pointed to the ground, the warmth of battle flowing along its blade, the Conqueror's Haki flickering around him, as if proclaiming his indomitable spirit. Big Mom, the reason I stand here is to prove that I am worthy of fighting you. Sig replied, his voice weary yet filled with determination. Big Mom took a deep breath, her gaze once again resolute. This battle could not hold back any longer. She had to give it her all to maintain her reputation as one of the Emperors. Then let us end this. Big Mom roared, her body once again surging with powerful soul energy. This time, her attack was even more ferocious and crazed than before. Sig was also prepared, knowing that the upcoming attack would be an unprecedented challenge for him. Gripping the hilt of his sword, he gathered all his strength at one point, ready to face Big Mom's full-force strike. Come on, Big Mom. Show me your true power as an emperor. Sig shouted, his voice echoing over the ruins, colliding fiercely with Big Mom's overwhelming presence. On a distant high ground, Navy Admirals Kizaru and Akainu quietly observed this heart-stirring battle. Their eyes reflected astonishment at the intensity of the fight, while also concealing a self-examination of their own strength. Kizaru, known for his speed, wore an unusually serious expression, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes as he imagined himself facing Sig. That man named Sig, if it were me fighting him, how would I respond to his unwavering will and immense power? Kizaru pondered, unconsciously rubbing his bald head, a habitual gesture when he was deep in thought. Akainu, as the absolute symbol of the Navy's power, had eyes filled with fighting spirit. He had fought Sig to a standstill in the residence of the Celestial Dragons, giving him a profound understanding of Sig's strength. Sig, the man who could match me in battle, is indeed formidable. Akainu murmured to himself, his fists clenched, the magma-like flames dancing in his palms, as if anticipating another clash with Sig. Both admirals knew that Sig was not just a powerful opponent, but also a warrior worthy of respect. His presence undoubtedly brought new challenges to the Navy and prompted Akainu and Kizaru to reassess their battle strategies. If I were to fight Sig, would my light fruit ability keep up with his speed and strength? Kizaru contemplated quietly, curiosity about the unknown battle flickering in his eyes. And my magma fruit, could it maintain an overwhelming advantage against Sig's indomitable will? Akainu's heart was similarly filled with questions. In witnessing this battle, both Kizaru and Akainu felt an invisible pressure. The fight between Sig and Big Mom was not merely a clash of power, but a collision of will and belief. Such a battle would undoubtedly inspire them to further refine their own strengths to face potentially stronger opponents in the future. In the distance, the battle between Big Mom and Sig continued, each attack shaking the earth, each defense revealing astonishing resilience. And in witnessing this battle, both Kizaru and Akainu planted a seed in their hearts, a pursuit for greater strength. The confrontation between Big Mom and Sig undoubtedly reached the peak of battle. The clash of their Conqueror's Haki seemed to transform into a tangible shockwave, ruthlessly tearing apart the sky and the ground. In the sky, the originally blue and clear sky was stirred up by their Haki, resembling a turbulent sea, as dark clouds were ripped apart, revealing the deeper cosmic darkness behind. The force of the Conqueror's Haki intertwined in the sky, forming stunning bolts of lightning, accompanied by deafening thunder, as if the very heavens were trembling for this battle. On the ground, where Big Mom and Sig's Conqueror's Haki collided, cracks appeared in the earth, resembling the end of the world. These fissures were like the claw marks of a monster, bottomless and spreading everywhere, mercilessly destroying the surrounding buildings and terrain. Dust flew and debris scattered, turning the entire battlefield into a scene of apocalypse. Big Mom's eyes flashed with rage and astonishment as her power was released like never before. Her Conqueror's Haki was like a raging storm, attempting to suppress Sig's momentum. And Sig, the resilient warrior, had his own powerful Conqueror's Haki, like an indomitable flame burning fiercely even in the tempest. Ha ha ha. Sig, can you feel it? This is the might of an emperor. Big Mom laughed loudly, her voice filled with arrogance and confidence. Sig did not respond, his gaze firm, muscles taut, as his Conqueror's Haki surged, fiercely countering Big Mom's. Pointing his sword toward the sky, the blade emitted a dazzling light, as if to pierce through the sky, torn by their Haki. Come on, Big Mom, let's settle this. Sig roared, his voice brimming with endless fighting spirit. At that moment, the Conqueror's Haki of the two reached its zenith, enveloping the entire battlefield in their powerful forces. The surrounding pirates and naval soldiers turned pale, feeling an unprecedented sense of oppression. Some could no longer bear the pressure and knelt on the ground, unable to move. In this fierce clash of Conqueror's Haki, the willpower of Big Mom and Sig intertwined like two violent tornadoes above the battlefield. This level of confrontation exceeded the tolerance of ordinary people, causing other nearby pirates to succumb to a deep sleep induced by the overwhelming pressure of the Conqueror's Haki. On the battlefield, apart from Big Mom and Sig, other pirates fell one after another, their faces still bearing expressions of fear and disbelief. Although their bodies collapsed, they were not injured. They were merely forcibly subdued by this immense willpower, falling into a deep sleep. Those fallen pirates curled up, while others maintained their posture from before falling, as if experiencing this earth-shattering battle in their dreams. In reality, they could no longer participate in any part of this fight. The swirling Conqueror's Haki between Big Mom and Sig formed a vortex in the air, like an invisible black hole, devouring everything around it. The dust and debris caught and it spun around, creating whirlpools that seemed to narrate the brutality and ruthlessness of this battle. Is this the true power of Conqueror's Haki? A pirate about to fall asleep murmured, his eyes filled with awe and helplessness. In this contest of willpower, both Big Mom and Sig demonstrated an extraordinary resilience and determination. Every breath, every heartbeat was accompanied by the surge of Conqueror's Haki, as if their lives had merged with this power. Say, you're really strong. Big Mom's voice became low at that moment, revealing a rare respect in her gaze. But I am an emperor. I will not fall here. Sig gritted his teeth, his eyes showing no sign of retreat, maintaining a fighting stance even under such pressure. Big Mom, I won't lose either, he replied, his voice filled with determination and defiance. At this moment, shock appeared on Big Mom's face for the first time, her eyes wide, pupils constricted, unable to believe what she was seeing. Her lips trembled slightly, and she let out a sharp scream from deep within her throat, shattering the silence of the battlefield. filled with shock and disbelief. No, this is impossible. How can Sig's Conqueror's Haki still be rising? Big Mom's scream was mixed with fear and confusion as a storm surged in her heart. The surrounding air seemed to freeze at her scream, and Big Mom felt an unprecedented pressure, the oppressive sensation brought by Sig's rising Conqueror's Haki. This pressure caused even the Empress to feel a twinge of panic. Her body involuntarily took a step back, trying to maintain distance from Sig. Sig stood there, his figure seeming to grow taller, the light of his Conqueror's Haki swirling around him like a blazing flame, becoming more vigorous. In his eyes there was no fear, only endless fighting spirit and a desire for victory. Big Mom, can you feel it? This is my true power. Sig's voice echoed like thunder across the battlefield, his Conqueror's Haki crashing against Big Mom's defenses. Big Mom's face no longer bore the previous arrogance and confidence. It was replaced by shock and unease. She had never encountered such a situation, where an opponent's Conqueror's Haki could continuously rise during battle, surpassing her comprehension. This man? What kind of monster is he? Big Mom screamed in her heart, her hands beginning to tremble uncontrollably, a physical reaction to facing an unprecedented foe. At this moment, Big Mom realized that she might have underestimated Sig's determination and potential. This man might truly become her greatest threat in her life. A flicker of resolve crossed her eyes, knowing that the upcoming battle would be a life-and-death struggle. In the next moment, Sig's sword light pierced through the darkness of the battlefield like the dawn's first light, its tip charging toward Big Mom with an unstoppable momentum. Faced with the power of this strike, Big Mom surprisingly lost her balance. Her body was propelled backward by the immense force. The power of this strike exceeded imagination. Even with her strong physique and Conqueror's Haki, she could not fully resist it. Her body traced an arc in the air, accompanied by the splintering of dust and debris, crashing heavily into the distant ruins. Big Mom's face was filled with disbelief, her eyes brimming with shock and confusion. She could not comprehend why Sig, who did not appear to be a devil fruit user, possessed such immense strength. What? How can you be so powerful, Sig? Big Mom struggled to stand up from the rubble, her voice trembling, revealing her first obvious weakness in battle. Sig stood in place, his sword tip pointing down, the light on the blade gradually fading. Breathing slightly rapid, but his gaze remained firm. He did not immediately respond to Big Mom's question. Instead, she took a deep breath to adjust her state. Big Mom, the source of power is not just the body and the devil fruit. Sig finally spoke, his voice deep and powerful. True strength comes from the belief and will within. When you're willing to sacrifice your life to protect important people, you become incredibly strong. Big Mom was stunned. She had never considered that a pirate's belief and will could be this powerful. She always thought her strength was enough to dominate the seas. But now she began to doubt whether her belief was strong enough. Is that why you defeated me? Big Mom asked. There was no longer any arrogance in her voice, replaced by a deep reflection. Sig said nothing more. He simply stood there quietly, his presence and strength already providing the best answer. This battle was not just a contest of power, but also a contest of belief and will. And Sig had proven through his actions what true strength is. In the distance, Akainu and Kizaru also showed signs of shock in their eyes. As the top combatants of a navy, they had seen countless powerful opponents. But the strength displayed by Sig still filled them with unprecedented pressure. Akainu's brow furrowed, a serious look flashing in his eyes. As someone with the magma fruit ability, he could naturally sense the terrifying power of Sig. He remembered his encounter with Sig, who was already strong at that time. But now it seemed that Sig's strength had far surpassed that level. That man, has his strength reached this point? Akainu muttered to himself, his fists clenched tightly, magma leaping in his palms as if responding to his unease. Kizaru, on the other hand, wore a face of surprise. His speed was unmatched in the navy. But facing an opponent like Sig, he even began to doubt whether his speed could keep up. He lightly rubbed his bald head, a habitual action when he thought. Even if I teamed up with Akainu, it would probably be impossible to match this man. This thought surged in Kizaru's mind, revealing a rare sense of wariness in his gaze. Akainu and Kizaru exchanged glances, and they saw the same emotion in each other's eyes, acknowledgement of Sig's strength and vigilance towards the potential battles to come. This man named Sig had undoubtedly become an opponent they must take seriously. It seems we need to reassess this Sig, Akainu said solemnly, revealing a new determination in his words. Yes, he is no longer just a powerful opponent we can contend with. He is a presence that could change the landscape of the pirate world. Kizaru replied, his gaze becoming sharper. Akainu and Kizaru stood at a corner of the battlefield, their eyes locked tightly on Sig and Big Mom in the distance. The expressions of the two Navy admirals grew serious as they began to discuss the possibilities ahead in low voices. If one of them, Big Mom or Sig, falls in this battle, how confident are we that we can capture the other one who is heavily injured? Akainu's voice was low, his eyes flickering with thoughtful light. Kizaru frowned slightly. He rubbed his head and pondered for a moment before responding. If it's a heavily injured Big Mom, we have enough forces to surround her. But if it's Sig, the situation is different. His swordsmanship and willpower are too strong. Even if injured, it would probably not be easy to capture him. Akainu nodded, a flicker of flame passing through his eyes, as if imagining the battle with Sig's combat power is indeed hard to measure. The strength he displayed in battle has exceeded our expectations. Such a strong opponent would likely find it easy to break through our blockade. And don't forget his belief. Kizaru added, a man willing to sacrifice his life to protect important people will see his combat power further elevated in despair. What we are facing is not just a swordsman, but a warrior with a firm will. Akainu and Kizaru exchanged glances, and they saw the same determination in each other's eyes. If it really comes to that, they must go all out. Even so, the odds remain slim. We must be prepared and devise a more rigorous plan, Akainu said solemnly. We cannot let any strong person escape, whether it is Big Mom or Sig. They both pose a threat to the balance of the world. Yes, we need to reassess our strategy, Kizaru agreed with a nod. We must consider all possible variables, including their alliance or the intervention of other pirates. The words of the two admirals reflected a serious attitude towards the challenges ahead. Every step that follows is crucial. Even a slight misstep could trigger turmoil in the entire pirate world. And they, as the top combat strength of the Navy, must always be ready to fight for justice and peace at all costs. In another corner of the battle, a reconnaissance team from the Revolutionary Army was secretly observing this shocking duel. Their eyes closely followed every movement of Sig and Big Mom, and one member was responsible for operating an ancient mechanical camera, faithfully recording every moment of the battle. Despite the intensity of the fight exceeding imagination, the waves of Haki were enough to intimidate surrounding creatures, but the purely mechanical camera remained unaffected, continuing its mission. The camera focused on the battlefield, gears turning and film rolling, capturing Sig's sword light, Big Mom's shock, and every impact in the battle. However, just as the battle reached its climax, the Revolutionary Army member operating the camera was accidentally swept by the aftermath of the fight. Although he tried his best to protect the precious device, he ultimately could not withstand the impact of Haki and fainted. Fortunately, he had previously set the camera to automatic recording mode. Therefore, even if he fell, the camera continued to work, missing no exciting moment. After the battle ended, other members of the Revolutionary Army quickly rushed to the camera. They checked the unconscious companion, confirming that he had only temporarily lost consciousness and was not in danger of life. They then carefully removed the camera and their unconscious companion from scene to avoid being discovered by the Navy. The footage of this battle was an invaluable treasure for the Revolutionary Army. It not only documented the strength of the two powerful figures, but could also become crucial data for analyzing opponents and formulating strategies. Once this footage is made public, it will undoubtedly cause a stir in the entire pirate world. In a safe place, the members of the Revolutionary Army sat around the camera, replaying the battle that had just occurred. Shock and awe were written all over everyone's faces. In the dim, underground hideout of the Revolutionary Army, the flickering light and shadow on the screen reflected the shocked faces. The battle footage on the tape was played repeatedly, each replay making the members of the Revolutionary Army feel a sense of palpitations. "Oh my God, look at that sword light!" One member couldn't help but exclaim, eyes wide open as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. "Is that man Sig really this strong?" Another member murmured, unconsciously stroking his chin as he tried to digest the scene before him. His sword is like a blade cutting through time and space. It's astonishing how easily that Big Mom fell before him. A female member gasped, her voice tinged with disbelief. This isn't just a display of power. Look at his eyes. That determination and resolution. That's where his true strength lies, an older member said solemnly, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. If only Sig were on our side. Someone sighed, their voice revealing a longing for the powerful figure. Let's not forget, his opponent is Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors. That he's able to achieve this already speaks volumes about his strength. Another member added, his tone laced with awe. The atmosphere in the room became exceptionally tense, as everyone clearly realized they had just witnessed a battle that could potentially change the power dynamics of the pirate world. Sig's name resonated like a heavy bomb, creating a significant ripple within the Revolutionary Army. We must analyze this footage as soon as possible to understand the source of Sig's power and his fighting style. The leader of the Revolutionary Army finally spoke, his voice calm and resolute. If we can recruit such a powerful ally, we might truly shake the foundations of the world government. The members nodded in agreement, knowing that the upcoming task was crucial. They needed to act swiftly, analyzing every detail in the footage to better comprehend Sig's strength and find potential allies for future battles. In the Revolutionary Army's conference room, the atmosphere grew even more tense as they discussed the battle footage. The leader's words reminded everyone of the previous rescue mission. The woman whose fate was intertwined with Sig, Katarina. Thank goodness we rescued Katarina from the dungeon in advance. If she had still been there, she would likely have met with disaster in the aftermath of this battle, one member said with lingering fear. Indeed, the destructive power of such extreme strongmen is enough to annihilate everything. We're truly fortunate to have saved her in time. Another member nodded in agreement, still showing signs of anxiety. Sig dared to challenge Big Mom for her sake. That emotional strength is something we cannot overlook, a female member remarked, her eyes reflecting appreciation for the deep bond between Sig and Katarina. It's not just about emotions. Katarina's significance to him could be an important part of his fighting will. If anything were to happen to her during the battle, Sig's rage and grief could plunge the entire battlefield into deeper chaos, the leader analyzed, revealing a profound understanding of the situation. Now we finally understand why Sig has become so powerful. Behind him, there's not only unwavering conviction, but also a woman for whom he is willing to sacrifice everything. A member stated, his tone respectful of such feelings. We must ensure Katarina's safety. She is not only Sig's Achilles heel, but also a potential bridge for our future collaboration with him. The leader commanded, his gaze firm and decisive. The members of the Revolutionary Army sprang into action, knowing that protecting Katarina was not just for Sig, but also for their own interests. In this game among the strong, every detail could be critical to the final outcome. Meanwhile, in a safe place, Katarina sat quietly, clutching a photo of Sig, her eyes filled with worry and anticipation. She didn't know how Sig was doing, but she believed that he would overcome all difficulties and return her side. The Revolutionary Army's rescue not only saved her life, but perhaps also indirectly protected the world within Sig's heart, allowing him to fight without worries. Katarina sat in the dimly lit room, her thoughts racing as she recalled the events of her rescue. She had never imagined that it would be members of the Revolutionary Army who would save her from that cold, damp dungeon. Her heart was filled with confusion, like a fog obscuring her path ahead. The Revolutionary Army. Why did they save me? Katarina murmured to herself, furrowing her brows as she tried to find answers in her memories. She recalled the days spent with Sig, those sweet yet fleeting moments. Sig's laughter, his warmth, and every promise he made were vivid in her mind. But it seemed Sig had never mentioned the Revolutionary Army. Their conversations always revolved around their future, their dreams, and Sig's relentless pursuit of justice. Could there be a secret between Sig and the Revolutionary Army that I don't know about? A sense of unease surged within her. She didn't know where this feeling came from, but she sensed a hidden truth. She tried to sort through her thoughts, but the more she pondered, the more chaotic it became. Sig's image in her heart had always been so upright. He wouldn't hide anything important. At least, that's what she had always believed. Perhaps this is all just a coincidence. Katarina tried to console herself, but deep down, she knew that coincidences were rare in this world. She stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the dim sky outside, filled with longing for Sig and uncertainty about the future. I can't stay trapped in these questions. I need to find answers. The only way was to wait for Sig to appear or for the Revolutionary Army to provide an explanation. Katarina took a deep breath, determined to face whatever happens with strength. My man is Sig, the brave, steadfast, and fearless Sig. If he really has any ties with the Revolutionary Army, then I will stand by his side and face it together. Sig, where are you? I'm waiting for you to return and tell me the truth, Katarina whispered, her eyes shining with determination, awaiting the return of the man who could dispel all the fog. Sig stood in the center of the battlefield, his gaze piercing through the dust, landing on the unconscious Big Mom. The surroundings were in chaos, with fallen pirates and innocent destruction marking the traces of his battle. There was no joy in victory, only deep helplessness and a tinge of regret. He sighed, his voice heavy with fatigue, his thoughts returning to before the battle. If Big Mom had chosen to surrender Katarina back then, perhaps none of this would have happened. Sig's gaze swept across the environment. Those who had fallen due to his strength. Their existence reminded him of the brutality of battle. He never intended to harm the innocent. But in this world filled with turmoil and strife, sometimes violence seemed to be a means of resolving issues. I don't want this, but to protect those important to me, I have no choice. Sig's heart was filled with determination. He knew his choice was correct, even if it meant he had to bear more burdens. Sig's gaze swept through the smoke on the battlefield, clearly identifying the two men in Navy Justice uniforms on the hillside, Akainu and Kizaru. Their eyes, like sharp arrows, were firmly locked onto him. Sig didn't know their intentions, but he could sense the scrutiny and vigilance in their gazes. However, now was not the time to dwell on the intentions of the admirals. There were more important matters at hand. Sig stepped forward, heading toward the fallen Big Mom. He knew that although this emperor was unconscious, her power was still not to be underestimated and needed to be dealt with quickly. Reaching Big Mom's side, Sig hesitated not for a moment, extending his hand to firmly grasp her collar, pulling her hefty body off the ground. Big Mom's cheeks appeared somewhat slack from unconsciousness, and Sig raised his hand, slapping her face twice with force, the loud sound echoing amidst the surrounding ruins. "Wake up, Big Mom." Sig's voice was cold and hard, his eyes revealing an undeniable determination. Red handprints were left on Big Mom's cheeks as her eyes slowly opened, filled with confusion and anger. For a moment, she couldn't understand why she was in such a disheveled state, but as her consciousness gradually cleared, she recalled the previous battle and Sig's lethal sword strike. You dare to hit me?" Big Mom's voice was hoarse, her eyes flashing with a fierce light. Sig did not answer. He simply released his grip, allowing Big Mom to steady herself. The two slaps were not only meant to awaken her, but also served as a warning. Even the strongest pirate could be defeated one day. "You need to wake up." "Big Mom," Sig said coldly. "This battle is not over, and our grudge is far from settled." Big Mom glared at Sig, her body trembling slightly with anger. But deep down, she had to admit Sig's strength. Today, she encountered a true opponent. Meanwhile, on the hillside, Akainu and Kizaru exchanged glances, their wariness growing as they observed Sig's actions. They understood that Sig was not only a powerful warrior, but also a man who knew how to control the situation. Such a man was undoubtedly one of the greatest threats to the Navy's future. Sig stood before Big Mom, his gaze firm and sharp, staring directly at the Emperor who had just awakened from her coma. His voice was deep and powerful, carrying an undeniable momentum as he asked, "Big Mom, tell me, where is Katarina? Where have you hidden her?" Big Mom shook her dazed head, trying to dispel the dizziness from the battle. Her eyes still held a hint of confusion. But upon hearing Sig mention Katarina's name, a sly smile flashed across her face. "Huh, you think I would tell you?" Big Mom mocked. Although her voice still held a hint of hoarseness, her former arrogance had returned. Sig's brow furrowed. His patience was gradually wearing thin. He knew Big Mom would not easily reveal Katarina's whereabouts, but he could not give up. He had to find Katarina and ensure her safety. "Big Mom, I don't have time to play games with you." Sig's voice became even colder. "If you don't tell me, I will find her myself, no matter where she is hidden. Big Mom's eyes widened, a cruel smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Try it, Sig. On my turf. No one can find what they seek unless I allow it. Sig's fists clenched tightly as he suppressed the anger boiling within him. Big Mom was deliberately provoking him, trying to make him lose his composure, but he would not fall for it. He had to remain calm to find Katarina. Do you think you've won, Sig? Big Mom continued. But remember, I am one of the 4 emperors. The power I possess far exceeds your imagination. Katarina is my pawn, and I will use her to achieve my goals. Sig's pupils constricted, and a dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. Your goals? Don't forget, Big Mom. You almost died here today. Your power is not invincible. The tension between Big Mom and Sig reached its peak. Their gazes clashed like 2 sharp swords, sparking an invisible fire. Sig knew it would not be easy to extract Katarina's whereabouts from Big Mom, but he was prepared to pay any price to find his woman. Big Mom's smile widened, her eyes flickering with a cruel light, seemingly enjoying the current situation. Watching Sig's anxious and determined expression, her pleasure deepened. Ha, Sig, do you really think you're the savior? Big Mom mocked, her voice laced with a condescending arrogance. You want to know Katarina's location? She paused deliberately, her gaze fixed on Sig's face, savoring every change in his expression. Then, are you willing to kneel and beg me? Big Mom continued, her tone filled with provocation. If you kneel now and show me your loyalty, perhaps I might consider telling you. Sig's muscles tensed, and there was not a hint of retreat in his eyes, only a more resolute determination. He knew Big Mom was deliberately humiliating him, trying to crush his will, but he would not let her succeed. A flicker of pain and struggle crossed Sig's eyes, but for Katarina, he had to make this humiliating choice. His knees slowly bent, muscles resisting the movement, but ultimately, he knelt before Big Mom. His face showed no expression, but the anger and helplessness within him burned like a fierce fire. Big Mom looked at Sig kneeling. Her smile became even more arrogant, and the smugness in her eyes was almost palpable as she reveled in this moment of victory, enjoying Sig's submission. Ha, Sig, it seems you're not so tough after all, Big Mom taunted. Her voice was filled with the joy of victory. Since you're so sincerely kneeling and begging me, I'll graciously tell you. Sig gritted his teeth, enduring the humiliation in his heart as he awaited Big Mom's answer. That little girl, Katarina, is locked away in the deepest part of my prison. Big Mom finally spoke, her tone carrying a hint of mockery. That place is specifically designated for holding important prisoners, and finding her won't be so easy. Sig's steps suddenly faltered, and images from the battle flashed through his mind. The fierce clash, Big Mom's immense power, and the destruction he had unleashed made his heart sink. A terrifying thought rapidly formed in his mind. That prison had already been destroyed in their battle. Turning back to look at Big Mom, his eyes filled with shock and anger, his voice nearly squeezed out from deep within his throat, filled with pain and disbelief. That prison doesn't exist anymore, does it? Big Mom's smile froze on her face as she realized Sig had figured out the truth. A glint of cunning flashed in her eyes, followed by an indifferent coldness. Oh, that? Just a little incident during the battle. The prison is destroyed, but my plan is not. Sig's fists clenched tightly, his body trembling with anger. His earlier submission and the humiliation of kneeling were all in vain. And what he couldn't accept even more was that he might have personally caused Katarina's death. You made me kneel on purpose. You made me beg you. Sig's voice was filled with anger and a sense of betrayal. Katarina, has she already? The old lady shrugged, her expression cold and cruel. There will always be some inevitable losses in battle, Sig. You're too obsessed with that woman. It will cost you more. Sig's fury erupted like a volcano, disregarding everything else as he charged at the old lady with only one thought in mind: to make this cruel woman pay. He could not accept that Katarina had died because of this battle, nor could he accept the old lady's mockery and deception. Old lady, you are seeking death, Sig shouted. The attacks came like a torrential storm towards the old lady. She was not to be outdone, facing Sig's anger head-on as their battle erupted once more. This time, Sig's heart was filled with sorrow and the flames of revenge, with no reservations left. He had made up his mind that the old lady would not survive. The fight between Sig and the old lady had escalated into a life-and-death duel, with both unleashing all their power, moving rapidly across the battlefield. Each clash was accompanied by deafening sounds and bursts of energy. "Is it all you've got, Sig?" The old lady mocked, her voice still clear amidst the chaos of battle. Her moves were wild and unrestrained, each attack carrying immense destructive force, tearing apart the ground around her, sending rocks flying. Sig paid no attention. His eyes filled only with a firm, killing intent. "Your mouth is still so tough, old lady," he coldly replied, his weapon slicing through the air, creating dazzling flashes of light. Each strike was precise and deadly, aimed straight at the old lady's vital points. Their moves collided fiercely in the air, creating shockwaves that caused nearby buildings to collapse, as if the entire world was trembling from their battle. The old lady's attacks were like a storm, her palms striking out, compressing the air into a solid mass that instantly destroyed a forest. Sig countered while dodging, his sword light flashing like lightning, cutting through the old lady's attacks. Aiming for her throat, the old lady sidestepped, kicking out with such force that it left deep gouges in the ground, dust flying everywhere. "Do you think your attacks can hurt me?" The old lady scoffed. Her figure moved like a ghost, skillfully dodging Sig's strikes. "I will make you pay. Say you what it." The sword's momentum grew fiercer, each strike fueled by his anger and determination. The sword's energy swept across, cleaving a cliffside apart, rocks raining down like raindrops. The old lady's smile became more sinister as she brought her hands together, then suddenly spread them apart, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that spread outwards, destroying everything in its path. Trees were uprooted, houses collapsed, and even the clouds in the sky were torn to shreds by this force. Sig did not retreat in the face of this power. He gathered all his strength and thrust his sword, the sword light shooting up to collide head-on with the old lady's energy wave. The clash of their powers produced a massive explosion, engulfing the entire battlefield in light and smoke, the powerful shockwave forcing distant spectators to retreat. This battle had evolved beyond a personal grudge between two individuals. It had turned into a ruthless destruction of the natural environment. But in Sig and the old lady's eyes, there was only the figure of each other, only victory or death. In this ultimate attack, the old lady's figure gradually blurred in the light and smoke. With a thunderous roar, the half-island where they fought began to collapse, the crumbling edge seemingly cleaved by an invisible giant axe, massive rocks and soil plunging into the sea, stirring up towering waves. Sig's attack was like the roar of heaven and earth, the sword light slicing through the sky, completely shattering the old lady's power. The old lady's maniacal laughter gradually faded in this destruction, her figure sinking along with the island into the depths of the sea, disappearing into the surging waves. The surrounding ocean seemed to feel the terror of this battle. The surface was no longer calm, and monstrous waves surged, as if mourning the end of this fight. Fragments of the island scattered, some even flying hundreds of meters away, landing on nearby islands and causing a chain reaction. Residents on distant islands were shocked by this sudden disaster. They watched the apocalyptic scene in the distance, seeing the sky light up with a dazzling glow, followed by billowing smoke and dust, as if the world were ending. The tremors from the island's collapse could be felt clearly even from the coast. "What is that? Is it the wrath of the gods?" Someone trembled and asked. Their faces were filled with fear and disbelief. "No, that is a power more terrifying than the gods," another person replied, his voice filled with deep reverence. In the aftermath of this battle, the creatures on the island scattered in panic. Birds flew away, beasts fled, and the entire ecosystem was greatly impacted. Those who witnessed it all etched this day deeply into their memories as the beginning of future legends. Sig stood at the edge of the crumbling island, his body covered in dust and blood, but he had no time to feel the joy of victory. His gaze pierced through the thick smoke, looking into the depths of the sea, filled with worry for Katarina and uncertainty about the future. Although this battle had ended, its shadow would loom over his heart for a long time. Sig stood atop the ruins of the island, his breathing heavy, his chest heaving violently, as he could hardly believe that his earlier rage could cause such immense destruction. With one strike, not only had the old lady's figure vanished from this world, but half the island she was on had also sunk into the sea. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, the tip still trembling slightly as if responding to the shock within him. A flicker of self-doubt passed through Sig's eyes. But soon, this doubt was replaced by a new realization. He truly possessed the strength to challenge the four emperors. I really did it, Sig murmured to himself, his voice laced with disbelief, but more so with determination and pride. He knew that this battle had deeply etched his name in history, making him a legendary figure capable of challenging and even defeating the four emperors. Meanwhile, on the distant sea surface, Admiral Akainu and Kizaru witnessed it all. They had come merely to observe, wanted to understand Sig's power, but they never expected to witness such a heart-shocking battle. Akainu's brows furrowed tightly, his fiery hand clenching unconsciously, the flames in his palm flickering as if expressing his inner unease. That man's power is unexpectedly this strong, he said in a deep voice, a glimmer of wariness flashing in his eyes. Kizaru, on the other hand, looked shocked. Although his body was not tense like Akainu's, his expression was exceptionally serious. Sig, he has become an existence we cannot ignore, Kizaru said softly, his tone revealing deep contemplation about the future. Both of them knew that this battle with Siggy would change the balance of power in the world. The fall of Big Mom, one of the four emperors, would not only have a huge impact on the order of the New World, but would also force them, the Marine admirals, to reassess their positions and strategies. Akainu and Kizaru exchanged glances, both seeing the determination in each other's eyes, whether to uphold the dignity of the Marines or for their own interests. They understood that the name Siggy would forever be etched in their minds from this day forward. Standing on the surface of the sea, their gazes firmly locked on a Siggy in the distance. Any previous disdain had vanished. The man before them had surpassed their understanding of conventional combat. We can no longer view Siggy with the same perspective as before, Akainu said solemnly, his eyes flickering with a fiery light, a sign of his respect for the strong and his thirst for battle. His power had already exceeded the limits of ordinary people. Kizaru nodded. Although his body remained still, his mind was highly focused, ready to respond to any situation that might arise. Yes, a man capable of decapitating a four-emperor is absolutely able to treat our heads like soccer balls. Both of them understood that the strength displayed by Siggy was a significant threat to them. They were the highest combat power of the Marines, but facing such an opponent, they had to reevaluate their battle strategies. Akainu's fingers unconsciously brushed against the hilt of his sword, weighing in his heart whether he would have enough confidence to win if he truly fought Siggy. Flames danced in his palm, as if foreshadowing the impending battle. Kizaru was quickly calculating various possibilities in his mind. Speed was his advantage, but if Siggy's power truly reached that level, speed might no longer be the key to victory. We must be prepared. If Siggy becomes our enemy, we will face unprecedented challenges, Kizaru calmly stated, his gaze sharp and deep like a cheetah's. Akainu took a deep breath, his expression resolute, ready to face the challenge. No matter what, we are Marine admirals. It is our responsibility to protect the peace of the world. Even if the opponent is Siggy, we cannot retreat. The two stood quietly in this battle-ravaged sea, their figures appearing particularly steadfast in the glow of the setting sun. The road ahead would be fraught with thorns, but no matter how many strong enemies lay ahead, they would be the strongest defense in this world. However, the world's landscape is always filled with unexpected twists. Siggy not only challenged Big Mom, but also, with unforeseen resolve, defeated her to the point of her fall. This news exploded like a bomb on the calm surface of the water, instantly stirring up waves. The shocking news spread rapidly across every corner of the world, as if it had grown wings. Pirates, Marines, and even ordinary citizens were all discussing this seemingly impossible fact. Siggy, a name that had once been obscure, now became the focus of everyone's attention. The Marines' response time was astonishing. After confirming the accuracy of the news, they immediately reported this intelligence to Marine headquarters. When Fleet Admiral Sengoku received the report, his hand trembled slightly as he held the pen, his eyes widening as he repeatedly verified the contents of the report. How is this possible? Sengoku's voice was tinged with unmistakable shock. Siggy really defeated Big Mom? Akainu, standing beside him, replied with a serious and resolute expression. Yes, Admiral. We witnessed it with our own eyes. Siggy's sword light pierced the sky, and Big Mom's power completely collapsed before him. Sengoku's expression became complex, his eyes reflecting both awe for Siggy's strength and confusion about his actions. Why is Siggy so reckless? Doesn't he understand what defeating a four-emperor means? This will disrupt the balance of the world and trigger endless chaos. Akina paused for a moment before slowly speaking. Perhaps Siggy is not acting out of arrogance, but rather has his own beliefs and reasons. In this era, relying solely on power cannot maintain order. Siggy's actions may be a challenge to this world, telling us that a new era has arrived. Sengoku sighed deeply. From this moment on, the order of the world would inevitably change. The Marines would also face unprecedented tests. Siggy's name would be like an indelible mark, etched in the history of the Marines, becoming a powerful opponent they must face. Siggy, once known for his calmness and determination, was now lost in the fog of alcohol, with the pain and guilt in his heart binding him like invisible chains. The news of Katarina's death was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue, shattering all his hopes and future. In recent days, Siggy's tent was filled with the strong smell of alcohol, with various bottles scattered on the ground, some completely empty, others containing only a few drops of golden liquid. He cared not for the quality of the alcohol, seeking only to numb his mind temporarily and escape the unbearable pain. Siggy's life had lost all rhythm. Day and night held no distinction for him. He often wandered between drunken stupor and brief awakenings under the influence of alcohol, his gaze becoming murky. Once sharp as an eagle, now filled with confusion and sorrow. Under the intoxication of alcohol, Siggy's mind replayed memories with Katarina over and over again. Her smile, her tenderness, her departure, each recollection felt like salt on his unhealed wounds. He tried to drown these memories in alcohol, but they surged forth like a tide, unrelenting. Moreover, the greater likelihood was that Katarina had died at his own hand. This added to Siggy's profound sorrow and the rage that had no outlet. In this turbulent world, Kaido's fury erupted like a volcanic explosion, shaking every corner. The very name represented supreme power and dominion, but now his eyes burned only with the flames of vengeance. Kaido, the invincible powerhouse, was shocked and enraged by Big Mom's death. He could not accept this fact and could not bear to let the murderer go unpunished. He stood on his throne, his copper-like eyes flashing with ferocity, roaring orders to his subordinates. Find that dog Siggy for me, at all costs. I want him torn to pieces. In Kaido's worldview, Big Mom was not just his ally, but also his sister, a bond that transcended blood relations. When he learned that Big Mom was in crisis, Kaido had prepared without hesitation to rush to her aid. However, fate seemed to mock him. Marine Vice Admiral Garp and Akiji, two formidable opponents, teamed up to block his path. Their battle was fierce and prolonged. Although Kaido was immensely powerful, he could never break through the encirclement due to their coordinated efforts. That battle remained vivid in Kaido's memory, his fists crashing against the ice walls, yet unable to reach the battlefield far away. The roar echoed through the sky, yet could not change Big Mom's fate. Kaido was filled with regret and self-blame. If he had been able to break through the obstacles at that time, perhaps Big Mom would not have met such an end. Now, Kaido's fury had reached its peak. Not only did he want to avenge Big Mom, but he also wanted the whole world to know that anyone daring to challenge him would pay a heavy price. His subordinates received their orders, and the entire world trembled under Kaido's wrath. And Sig, that name had become an unforgivable enemy in Kaido's heart. In this whirlpool of revenge, Sig's path to awakening would be easier, and he not only had to face his inner struggles, but also the relentless pursuit from the world's strongest enemies. Although the Revolutionary Army's network spanned the New World, finding a top-tier powerhouse deliberately hidden in this vast ocean was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Sei, the former warrior, knew how to vanish in the corners of the world, how to hide his tracks amidst the surging crowds. He could choose any remote island, any inconspicuous town, or even a secret realm hidden deep beneath the sea, allowing himself to become part of legend. Although the Revolutionary Army was powerful, they also understood that an existence like Sig could not be easily located by numbers alone. He was like a drop of water merging into the ocean, completely untraceable. Members of the Revolutionary Army were scouting everywhere, being cautious, fearing to alert Sig, and even more afraid of leaking information that could bring unnecessary trouble. Especially regarding news about Katarina, the Revolutionary Army was particularly tight-lipped. They understood what Katarina meant to Kaido. If Kaido were to find out that Katarina was in their hands, the flames of revolution would be consumed by the fury of the beast's pirates. Kaido's retaliation would be devastating. He wouldn't care about any cost, only wanting Sig to experience the feeling of losing family or loved ones. Therefore, while searching for Sig, the Revolutionary Army was also carefully protecting Katarina. Every corner of the New World was now spreading the same news. Kaido, the captain of the beast pirates, had gone mad. His fury was like an uncontrollable wildfire, rampaging across every island and every sea. His atrocities were known to all, and everyone avoided this furious king. The reason Kaido's anger was so hard to quell was largely due to Sig's unique situation. Unlike other great pirates, Sig had no large subordinates or prominent power. He was like a solitary wolf, wandering alone on the edge of the world. Such an opponent left Kaido nowhere to vent his anger, making it even more intense due to the lack of a clear target. Unable to find Sig meant Kaido could not release his fury through a satisfying battle. This feeling of frustration made him like a caged beast. Every roar was filled with helplessness and anger. His subordinates could feel their captain's fury, and they were cautious, fearing to become innocent victims of this wrath. In Kaido's heart, that anger was like burning coal, accumulating thicker and burning hotter. He could not accept this reality. A trivial Sig could make the mighty king of beasts so helpless. He continuously sent his subordinates to search, leaving no potential lead unexamined, but each time returned disappointed. This endless search and waiting made Kaido's anger even harder to control. He rampaged on his island, using alcohol and violence to numb his reason. But no matter how he vented, the fire in his heart could not be extinguished. Until one day, when he could find Sig and crush this challenger beneath his feet, his rage would finally be released. And now, the entire New World was waiting for this inevitable conflict, awaiting the ultimate showdown between two powerful beings. Katarina sat in a simple room at the Revolutionary Army base, gently playing with a silver coin that Sig had given her before leaving. Her eyes were filled with complex emotions, both astonishment at Sig's abilities and worry over his disappearance. He really did it, Katarina murmured to herself, her voice tinged with disbelief. He killed Big Mom, the legendary woman. Although Sig's feat shocked the entire world, Katarina could not feel happiness. Sig's disappearance weighed heavily on her heart like a stone. She knew that in this turbulent world, Sig's unknown whereabouts meant he could be facing danger at any moment. At the Revolutionary Army base, people came and went, busy yet orderly. They were preparing to overthrow the world government, gathering intelligence, planning actions, training soldiers, but Katarina felt isolated from this world, her heart drifting far away with Sig's disappearance. "Katarina, are you okay?" A member of the Revolutionary Army asked with concern, breaking her reverie. She shook her head slightly and forced a smile. "I'm fine, just a little worried." "Don't worry, we're doing everything we can to find Sig," the member reassured her. "The Revolutionary Army's network spans everywhere. As long as he is still in this world, we will definitely find him." Katarina nodded. She knew the strength of the Revolutionary Army. But Sig was like a drop of water in the ocean, completely elusive. Sometimes she even wondered if Sig was deliberately hiding his tracks because he knew how much danger his actions would bring to those around him. Days passed, and Katarina lived a relatively safe yet idle life at the Revolutionary Army base. She tried to keep herself busy, helping the Revolutionary Army with whatever she could. But every time the night fell silent, her heart was occupied with thoughts of longing and worry for Sig. Until one day, a Revolutionary Army intelligence officer rushed into her room, holding a worn map and a sealed letter. "Katarina, we may have found a clue to Sig," the officer said excitedly. Katarina's heart leaped as she quickly stood up to take the map and letter. The letter was unsigned, but a voice inside her told her this could be a clue left for her by Sig. "Where's this?" Katarina asked eagerly, her eyes shining with hope. A remote island, discovered by a reconnaissance team of the Revolutionary Army while on a mission, the officer replied. A surge of impulse welled up in Katarina's heart. She knew she had to go find Sig herself. No matter how many difficulties lay ahead, she had to find him because she understood that in this turbulent world, only by finding Sig could her heart find a home. Sig's days passed in the midst of alcohol and the scent of meat. Life seemed to be a descent into depravity, but in reality, it was an escape from the past. He chose a way to exile himself, letting himself indulge in simple sensory pleasures, trying to bury those heavy memories and emotions deep within. On an unknown island, sunlight filtered through the leaves of palm trees, casting light on the beach. Shiga lay on a worn-out recliner, a half-full bottle of wine in hand, a self-deprecating smile at the corner of his mouth. Scattered around him were several empty bottles and some leftover meat bones. The sea breeze blew by, taking away some of the fishy smell, but couldn't carry away the loneliness in his heart. Ah, how boring, Shiga muttered, downing the wine in one gulp. The liquid slid down his throat, bringing a slight warmth, but also taking away a moment of clarity. When the bottle was empty and the meat had been consumed, a glimmer of cunning flashed in Shiga's deep-set eyes. He knew it was time to showcase his other skill again, being a thief. Shiga's figure moved like a ghost through the night, light on his feet and agile in his movements. Even the most skilled guards found it difficult to catch his trace. He wasn't after wealth. He just wanted to keep his life from becoming too monotonous, or, perhaps, to seek some excitement, a way to prove he was still alive. He had infiltrated noble estates, stealing precious artworks. He had blended into naval bases, stealing confidential documents. Each action was flawless, each escape clean and swift. Shiga's reputation in the underground world grew louder, but he himself was indifferent to these achievements. In this world, he had nothing left to lose. He had no family, no friends, not even a fixed target for enemies, like a solitary boat adrift in a vast sea, without direction or destination. Yet every time the night grew quiet, when the fog of alcohol lifted and the smell of meat faded, a sense of indescribable emptiness surged in Shiga's heart. He began to doubt if this was the life he truly wanted. Was this carefree freedom merely a disguise for self-exile? However, these questions fleetingly passed through Shiga's mind. Shaking his head, he cast these thoughts aside and immersed himself once again in the embrace of alcohol and meat, along with the thrills and dangers of thieving. In this world where no one cared for him, Shiga chose the simplest way to spend each day, living in the moment, without considering the future. The Revolutionary Army's search operation continued, but every clue seemed to lead to a dead end. The pirates or mountain bandits they found that resembled Shiga were merely interludes in this search game, each disappointment further undermining the confidence of the Revolutionary Army members. The atmosphere within the base grew increasingly tense. Everyone handled information about Shiga with utmost caution, fearing that a careless move would provoke this hidden top-tier powerhouse. The presence of Catalina was like a ticking time bomb, capable of igniting an unpredictable disaster at any moment. We can no longer search blindly like this, a senior commander of the Revolutionary Army said sternly in an emergency meeting. We must reassess our strategy to ensure our actions do not attract Shiga's attention. In the meeting room, everyone wore serious expressions, knowing that once Shiga learned of Catalina's location, his wrath would come crashing down on the Revolutionary Army's base without hesitation. We need to set some bait, create some illusions to make Shiga believe Catalina is not here, another intelligence officer suggested. They began to plan a series of misleading operations, spreading false information and arranging seemingly realistic scenarios to confuse the enemy. However, no one could be sure if such a scheme would succeed. Meanwhile, Catalina's days grew increasingly difficult. She knew the Revolutionary Army was doing everything possible to protect her, but she couldn't ignore the anxiety within her. Often at night, she would walk alone to the edge of the base, gazing up at the starry sky, silently praying for Shiga's safety. He must still be alive. I know he will be, Catalina whispered to herself, her eyes shining with determination. As the Revolutionary Army busied themselves with setting up bait, Shiga's whereabouts remained a mystery. He lived a seemingly decadent life on some remote island, but a sliver of clarity always remained in his heart. The world would not forget him, and his enemies would not stop searching for him. One deep night, After Shiga completed another perfect theft, he heard rumors about Catalina, and his heart tightened. Those emotions he had worked hard to suppress surged to the surface. Catalina. Shiga's whisper was lost in the night wind. No matter where you are, I will find you. He began to doubt the truth of these rumors, but he couldn't take any risks. Shiga decided it was time to end this life of evasion. He had to personally confirm Catalina's safety, even if it meant directly facing the revolutionary army and perhaps even Kaido's wrath. Thus, in this turbulent world, two forces slowly converged around the same person, and an unavoidable conflict was quietly brewing. Shiga, the top powerhouse of this world, was about to step out of his hiding place and walk towards the eye of the storm that belonged to him. Shiga, the fearsome mountain bandit, was tall and imposing, standing under a towering tree, his eyes sharp and insightful. At this moment, he casually drew the precious sword from his waist, its cold light glinting, sending chills down spines. In Shiga's hands, the sword was like a toy. With a gentle swing, it stirred up a gust of wind. With a slight lift of his mouth, carrying a hint of mockery, he fixed his determined gaze on the towering tree before him. He gently shook his wrist, and the sword light flashed swiftly, as if breaking through the boundaries of time and space. The tree that had stood for many years instantly became fragile under Shiga's sword light. With a blade passed, the trunk snapped in response, with chips flying. In just a few seconds, the once lush tree was reduced to a pile of neatly arranged wooden planks. Shiga did not stop. He continued to wield the sword in his hand, the light of the blade dreamlike and dazzling. Under his skilled hands, those wooden planks seemed to come to life, assembling one after another. In no time, a small, exquisite sailboat appeared before everyone's eyes. Though small, this sailboat was incredibly delicate, like a work of art. Shiga clapped his hands in satisfaction, sheathing the sword back at his waist, standing beside the sailboat, overlooking the mountains and rivers beneath him, as if he had already mastered the entire world. And this sailboat was the starting point of his conquest of the world. Under Shiga's craftsmanship, every detail of this small sailboat showcased ingenuity. The hull was made of dark hardwood, smooth to the touch, with a natural luster on its surface. The bow was slightly raised, carved with a soaring eagle, symbolizing freedom and strength. The stern bore a series of mysterious patterns, seemingly telling ancient tales. On the sailboat, the exquisite mast stood tall, the white canvas gently swaying in the wind, waiting for the sails to be raised. On both sides of the gunwales, there were neatly arranged oars. Though small, they appeared exceptionally sturdy. Inside the cabin, the space was not large, but the layout was sensible enough to accommodate several people, and it was thoughtfully equipped with the necessary navigation tools and supplies. Shiga stood on the shore, holding the sailboat's rope with one hand, lifting it lightly with the other, as if he was not lifting a sailboat, but a lightweight toy. The lines of his muscles became more defined in the motion, the beauty of strength evident. With a light shout, Siggy lifted the sailboat high and then threw it forward with all his might. The small sailboat traced a beautiful arc through the air, accompanied by a whistling sound, and accurately landed in the turbulent sea. The moment the hull touched the water, a splash of sparkling droplets erupted, and then it floated steadily on the surface like a light seabird. Without hesitation, Siggy leaped into the sea and swam towards the sailboat. His movements were agile and powerful, and he quickly reached the side of the sailboat, lightly jumping aboard and standing firmly on the deck. At this moment, Siggy's eyes sparkled with determination. He knew that this sailboat would take him to the unknown distance in search of his beloved woman, Katarina. He swiftly adjusted the angle of the sail, capturing the power of the sea breeze. The sailboat began to move slowly, and as the wind strengthened, its speed increased. Siggy stood at the bow, his hair blowing in the wind, his gaze resolute and his expression steadfast, as if he had become a conqueror of the sea. On this vast ocean, Siggy independently navigated the small sailboat, embarking on his journey of pursuit, determined not to give up no matter how difficult the road ahead might be. For he held a belief in his heart to find Katarina and spend the rest of his life with her. At the World Navy headquarters, within the Grand Building, the office of Admiral Sengoku appeared exceptionally busy. At this moment, Admiral Sengoku furrowed his brow, feeling overwhelmed by the mountain of intelligence reports before him. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting light on his weathered face, yet could not dispel the gloom in his heart. On the Admiral's desk, various intelligence documents piled up, each recording the heinous actions of Kaido and his pirate crew. Kaido, the Mad Emperor, had completely lost his sanity, recklessly commanding his pirates to rampage through the New World in search of the legendary Shiki. This mad behavior had put unprecedented pressure on the entire Navy headquarters. Admiral Sengoku understood that Kaido's actions not only caused great trouble for the Navy, but also plunged innocent civilians into a dire situation. He clenched his fists, the joints turning slightly white with anger, filled with deep hatred. The atmosphere in the office was exceptionally heavy. Sengoku's subordinates dared not make sound, fearing to interrupt the Admiral's thoughts. Meanwhile, Admiral Sengoku silently vowed to bring Kaido, this madman, to justice and restore peace to the New World. However, facing such a vast amount of intelligence, he couldn't help but sigh. This battle was destined to be a grueling tug-of-war. In Admiral Sengoku's mind, Kaido's madness was already enough to give him a headache, but more troublesome matters followed. One of the Emperor's Big Mom had fallen. The death of this once powerful pirate, who held a position in the New World, undoubtedly brought greater chaos to the already unstable seas. Big Mom's territories, once protected under her iron-fisted rule, were now exposed to the dangers of the ocean without an umbrella. These territories were like tempting cakes scattered across the sea, drawing the attention of various forces, all eager to seize a share in the new power vacuum. The order of the New World was rapidly collapsing, and war spread like a plague. Once peaceful seas had turned into battlegrounds for pirates and the Navy. Various forces, in their scramble for territory, resorted to all means, burning, killing, and plundering without restraint. Innocent civilians suffered greatly in this struggle for power, becoming displaced. In Admiral Sengoku's office, new intelligence continued to pour in, each indicating another upheaval in the New World. His brow furrowed tighter, and his eyes sparkled with determination. He knew that the Navy could not sit idly by. Measures must be taken to maintain order and protect those innocent people. However, facing such a complex situation, even the experienced Admiral Sengoku found it challenging. To quell this turmoil, not only would strong military power be needed, but also wisdom and strategy. Admiral Sengoku stood up, his gaze firmly fixed on the turbulent sea outside the window, already beginning to plan the next course of action. This battle would be the most difficult one in the history of the Navy. The atmosphere in Admiral Sengoku's office was tense and serious. The three admirals of the Navy, Akainu, Kazuru, and Akiji, who represented the highest combat power of the Navy, were gathered around a round conference table, discussing how to handle the sudden turmoil in the New World. The iron-blooded admiral wore his usual serious and determined expression. His eyes revealed an undeniable resolve, and his voice was loud and firm. We must take strong measures to quickly suppress any forces that dare to challenge the authority of Navy. Only by demonstrating our power can we make those pirates tremble and maintain peace on the seas. Known for his speed, he now lacked his usual nonchalant smile, replaced by a rare seriousness. He slowly spoke. Akainu is right, but we cannot ignore the importance of intelligence. We need to understand the dynamics between the major forces. Use our speed advantage to strike quickly and catch them off guard. This calm admiral maintained his composure, even in such a tense atmosphere. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "We cannot rely solely on military force. We also need to consider political maneuvering. Big Mom's death has left a power vacuum. We can support some more moderate forces to balance those overly radical pirate crews. At the same time, we should strengthen protection for civilians to win their hearts." Admiral Sengoku listened to the opinions of the three admirals, weighing various possibilities in his mind. Each word was related to the future of the New World, and every decision could affect countless lives. He spoke solemnly. "All three of your proposals have their merits, but we cannot act in isolation. We need a unified strategy that combines military power, intelligence gathering, and political means to collectively respond to this crisis." The three admirals exchanged glances and nodded. Only by standing united could they find a way out of this chaos and restore order to the New World. In Admiral Sengoku's office, a decisive strategic meeting was underway. The outcome of this meeting would directly impact the peace and tranquility of the entire ocean. After the three admirals left, Admiral Sengoku's office returned to silence. Sitting alone behind a wide desk, he gazed out the window at the distant horizon where the sea met the sky. The sun had begun to set, stretching his shadow long across the floor. Admiral Sengoku sighed deeply, his voice filled with exhaustion and helplessness. What a chaotic and turbulent era this is. His words revealed deep concern for the current situation. As an experienced admiral, he had witnessed countless storms, but the chaos before him felt unprecedentedly challenging. He contemplated the future of the Navy, pondering how to create a safe sky for innocent civilians amidst the turbulent seas. Admiral Sengoku knew that their opponents were not only those reckless pirates, but also the turmoil and uncertainty of the times themselves. His fingers lightly tapped on the desk, as if searching for some rhythm to calm his inner anxiety. The warring states general understood that they were facing not just a war, but a struggle concerning justice, order, and freedom. As the leader of the Navy, he had to stand at the forefront of this contest. However, no matter how difficult it was, they could not give up. The warring states general muttered to himself, his voice low yet filled with determination. The existence of a navy was to protect these seas and safeguard those who could not protect themselves. He stood up, walked to the window, and his gaze pierced through the heavy fog, seeing the ultimate peace ahead. The warring states general knew that despite the difficult road ahead, there was no retreat. Only by moving forward courageously could they usher in true tranquility. He would spare no effort to achieve this goal. In the endless seas of the New World, there was a fearsome giant ship named the Ishao Mansion. This magnificent pirate ship, measuring 300 meters in length, was not only the ruler of the seas, but also a cunning mobile fortress. The bow of the Ishao Mansion was carved with a cunning sea serpent with its mouth wide open, its venomous fangs glistening coldly as if mocking any brave soul daring to challenge it. The hull was painted a deep night blue, and as the sun set, it seemed to merge into the darkness of the ocean, leaving only an elusive shadow. The sails were adorned with intricate maze patterns, symbolizing the endless tricks and strategies employed by the pirates aboard. Every inch of wood on the ship seemed soaked in cunning and wit, with the finely crafted details exuding an unsettling shrewdness. On the deck, the pirates moved about with sharp and sly eyes, each smile seeming to hide unfathomable schemes. They won through intelligence and outsmarted their enemies, turning the Ishao Mansion into an impregnable fortress on the sea. Inside the ship, it was filled with traps and mechanisms, each design aimed at confusing and capturing unwelcome intruders. Inside the cabin hung nautical charts and strategic layouts, each recording the Ishao Mansion's clever evasion of pursuit and successful plunder. The pirates aboard were not only adept in naval combat, but also masters of psychological warfare, using the ship's cunning aura to instill fear in their enemies even before a battle began. The Ishao Mansion left countless legends in the seas of the New World, its name becoming synonymous with cunning and wisdom. Every voyage aboard this ship was a carefully planned journey of deception. The Ishao Mansion glided leisurely across the sea, enjoying the unique atmosphere of tranquility and danger that coexisted in the New World. Suddenly, the lookout on the ship issued a low call, breaking the calm with a hint of barely perceptible tension, drawing the attention of everyone aboard. The captain ordered a fast-moving small boat to the northeast, less than 2 nautical miles away. The lookout's report quickly spread across the ship. The captain of the Ishao Mansion, a middle-aged man with a scarred face, immediately stepped out of the captain's quarters, his stride steady and swift as he took the telescope from his subordinate and aimed it in the direction reported. Through the lens, he saw a small and agile boat moving across the surface of the sea at an astonishing speed, leaving a white wake behind. The captain's brow furrowed as he adjusted the focus of the telescope to get a better look at the passengers on the boat. Suddenly, his pupils constricted sharply as he witnessed a shocking sight. The man on that small boat was wearing the legendary Supreme Great Knife. That knife. Could it be night? The captain murmured to himself, his voice tinged with undeniable shock. The value of that knife was at least several hundred million berries. enough to ignite greed and desire in any pirate. The pirates aboard heard the captains whisper and rush from their posts, each bringing their own telescope. They incredulously took turns looking through the telescope, eager to confirm what the captain had seen. "Oh my God, is that really the supreme great knife?" a young pirate exclaimed, his hands trembling as he struggled to hold the telescope. "If it's true, we really hit the jackpot this time." Another pirate's eyes sparkled with greed, his breathing quickening. "Everyone calm down." The captain sternly admonished the chatter. "We don't know the details about that man yet. Don't rush to take action. Let us observe first and devise a plan." Although the pirates aboard the Ishao mansion were excited, they understood that the captain's orders were not to be questioned. They returned to their positions, but each one was secretly plotting how to seize that priceless treasure. The small boat was like a giant magnet, attracting every pirate on the Ishao mansion toward an unknown adventure. The crew members of the Ishao mansion were all seasoned veterans of the sea, their names and appearances as unique as their personalities. First was the first mate, Harlock, a burly man with a full beard and a hook for a left arm, his eyes glinting with determination as he gripped the telescope, calculating how to snatch the supreme great knife without alarming the other party. Next was the navigator, Hades, who wore a monocle, his single eye revealing a shrewd glimmer as he lightly tapped the ship's railing, quickly calculating the small boat's course and speed, searching for the best moment to intercept. Then there was the fighter, Dex, a petite but incredibly strong female warrior, her twin blades shimmering with cold light in the sun. Her brow was furrowed as she considered how to use her speed and strength to swiftly subdue the man carrying the treasure knife. Lastly, there was the gunner Redis, a burly man known for his cannon skills in the pirate world. He caressed the cannon beside him, his eyes gleaming with desire for the knife. While contemplating how to create an opportunity with cannon fire without damaging the treasure, greed spread like wildfire among the crew. They began to rapidly assess whether they should take action to seize the supreme great knife. "We can't act rashly. The knife's owner is definitely not a good person," Redis said in a deep voice, exuding undeniable authority. "We can pretend to be friendly, invite him aboard, and then strike during the feast." He proposed a plan, his single eye sparkling with cunning. As Sig stepped onto the deck of the Ishao mansion, a murderous aura spread with his arrival, his gaze sharp like that of a cheetah, sweeping over every pirate present, his arrogant demeanor suggesting he was already the master of these waters. "You people on this ship will either submit to me or die." Sig's voice was cold and firm, echoing across the deck, causing the pirates present to instinctively grip their weapons tightly. Although the pirates aboard were astonished, they were seasoned veterans of battle and did not show any signs of fear in the face of Sig's threat. First Mate Harlock stepped forward, his hook glinting coldly in the sunlight, as he sneered, "Just one man dares to be wild on the Ishao mansion?" The navigator Hades stared at Sig with his one eye, quickly analyzing the opponent's strength and intentions in his mind. This man dared to challenge the entire ship alone, undoubtedly possessing extraordinary courage and means. The fighter Dex's twin blades spun in her hands, her eyes flashing with the desire for battle. She responded to Sig's bravado with a cold laugh, as if she could not wait to prove her strength in combat. The gunner Reyes stood quietly by the cannon, his gaze shifting between Sig and the treasure blade, weighing whether he should attack at that moment. The captain stood beside the ship's figurehead, his gaze piercing through Sig's arrogance. Focusing on the legendary Supreme Blade Knight, he knew that this battle was inevitable, but as captain, he had to ensure that every decision was the right one. "Sig, you dare to be so arrogant all alone?" the captain said in a deep voice, which carried an undeniable authority. "Do you think you can conquer the Yashafu just with a treasure blade?" Upon hearing this, Sig's lips curled into a mocking smile as he gently caressed the knight at his waist, as if soothing a beast about to be unleashed. "Conquer? No, I only need this blade. As for you, you are merely stumbling blocks on the road." As soon as he finished speaking, Sig's figure suddenly moved, so fast that the pirates present could barely catch a glimpse. The crew of the Yashafu immediately entered combat mode. A battle concerning honor and survival was about to unfold. Sig's movements were as swift as lightning, his blades slicing through the air, leaving trails of death. The high-ranking pirates didn't even have time to react before they met their demise. On the deck, there was a deathly silence, The remaining pirates stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend what had just happened. In that brief moment, the heads of over a dozen high-ranking members had already rolled to the ground, their bodies still upright, blood gushing like a fountain from their necks, staining the deck red. Sig's actions were clean and decisive, with not a single unnecessary movement, his precision chilling. The crew's eyes were filled with shock and fear. Their hands remained on their weapons. But they could not step forward to accept the reality that their once mighty leaders had lost their lives in an instant, without even a chance to resist. The first mate Halleck's hook was frozen in midair, his eyes wide in disbelief. Hades' single eye flickered with a hint of fear, his fingers unconsciously gripping the ship's railing. Dex's twin blades trembled slightly. Her fighting spirit was shaken by Sig's brutal methods. Reyes' face turned pale as he watched his comrades, who had once fought alongside him, fall in an instant. The anger and sorrow in his heart were indescribable, but he knew it was not the time for grief. They had to respond quickly. The captain stood at the bow, his expression grave. Sig's strength exceeded his expectations. Taking a deep breath to suppress his shock, he commanded loudly, "All hands on deck. Do not act rashly." The pirates on the deck snapped back to their senses, quickly grabbing their weapons to form a surrounding circle, trapping Sig in the center. But each of them knew that against such an opponent, they had no advantage. Sig looked around at the surrounding pirates with a cold smile, blood dripping from his blade, his eyes revealing a thirst for battle and disdain for life. He seemed to be waiting for the next brave soul to challenge him. At that moment, the fate of the Yashafa hung by a thread. Angry roars echoed across the deck, the pirates' eyes bloodshot, driven by their honor and survival instincts to launch their strongest attacks without hesitation. They showcased their best skills, various weapons slicing through the air with deadly trajectories. Rush Tawach say, First Mate Hallock swung his hook with overwhelming force, enough to tear through armor. Hades threw his hidden weapons, each laced with deadly poison, accurately targeting Sig's vitals. Dex's figure flickered like a phantom, her twin blades glimmering, trying to find a weakness in Sig's defense. Reyes did not hesitate. He lit the fuse, and the cannon roared, firing shells filled with smoke and flames towards Sig's position. Other crew members also unleashed their unique skills, attacking Sig from all sides. However, facing this tidal wave of assaults, Sig remained remarkably calm, moving like a phantom through the attacks, striking with precision each time. His blade, the legendary Supreme Blade Knight, seemed to possess its own will, effortlessly cutting through all attacks. Halleck's hook was severed in a single stroke. Hades' hidden weapons were knocked down one by one. Dex's twin blades were sent flying upon, colliding with Knight, and Rhea's cannonballs turned to nothing under Sig's blade light. Each of Sig's counterattacks claimed a life, his swordsmanship surpassing ordinary understanding, as if he were the embodiment of battle. One by one, the pirates on the deck fell, their strongest moves proving utterly ineffective against Sig. Each of Sig's kills seemed effortless, as if he were not engaged in a life-and-death struggle, but rather a leisurely practice. Soon, only the captain remained on the deck, his eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. Watching his crew fall one by one, his anger and sorrow reached a peak. He had to do something. Even if hope was slim, he needed to avenge his brothers on the Yashafu. The captain tightly gripped his sword, took a deep breath, and prepared for a final charge. But just then, Sig's blade was already pointed at his throat, the cold edge making the captain feel death's approach. The fate of the Yashafu seemed already sealed. Sig's gaze swept over the bodies sprawled across the deck, his eyes devoid of sympathy, only coldness and contempt. Looking at the captain, the man who once held supreme authority on this ship, now appeared like a lamb to the slaughter, powerless in the face of death. What a bunch of fools. Sig's voice was calm and cruel, as if commenting on a group of insignificant ants. Do you think you could defeat me with mere numbers and courage? True strength is not built on numbers. The knight in his hand gleamed coldly under the sunlight, as if mocking everything on the deck. Sig's tone revealed an air of arrogance, his eyes showing no ripples, as if he had long grown accustomed to the slaughter he caused. The captain gritted his teeth. Despite his heart being filled with anger and humiliation, he could not refute. Sig's strength indeed exceeded their imagination. Their attacks were like childish play before him. He knew he was about to meet his end, but his gaze still maintained a final dignity. You may be strong, but the dignity of a pirate is something a person like you cannot understand. The captain's voice was hoarse, filled with unwillingness and tragic resolve. Upon hearing this, Sig sneered, disdainfully replying, "Dignity? In the face of absolute strength, dignity is worthless. Your so-called courage is merely a synonym for stupidity." After speaking, Sig did not hesitate any longer. With a gentle flick of his blade, a flash of blood passed, and the captain's life came to an abrupt end at that moment. On the deck of the Yashafu, the last bit of resistance vanished. Sig stood on the blood-soaked deck, his figure appearing both lonely and powerful. He lightly wiped the blood from his blade, casting his gaze toward the distant ocean, seemingly contemplating his next target. The Yashafu, once a fearsome pirate ship, now had only a cold Conqueror and a dead silence remaining. Sig's footsteps echoed on the deck, and as he moved, blood dripped from the edge of his blade, each drop telling the story of the recent massacre. There was no trace of mercy in his eyes, only absolute confidence in his strength. He ascended to the lookout tower, the towering structure allowing him to overlook the surrounding sea. The sea breeze was fierce, stirring the blood-stained hem of his clothing, as if singing a dirge for the slaughter. Sig picked up the telescope, his calm gaze piercing through the morning mist, searching for any movement on the horizon. In the telescope, the outline of a merchant ship gradually became clear. The sailors on that ship had no idea what fate awaited them. A cold smile crept on Sig's lips. He needed no warning nor declaration of war. For him, this was merely another opportunity to prove his strength. It seemed there was new prey. Sig muttered to himself, his voice devoid of any emotion. He set down the telescope and turned to face the empty deck. Sig knew that the Yashafu had become a ghost ship. Its name would spread throughout the seas, becoming synonymous with fear, but he didn't care. He only believed in his knife, the supreme blade, Knight, which had never let him down. Sig stood on the lookout tower, waiting for the merchant ship to approach, his silhouette in the sunlight appearing solitary yet resolute. Like an unshakable statue, there was no hesitation in his heart, only a thirst for battle and certainty of victory. Sig's gaze through the telescope was firmly locked onto that unusual ship, lacking the flamboyance of pirate ships and the solemnity of naval vessels, instead appearing plain and unadorned. The emblem painted on its sails was not any known power's insignia. This ship was indeed rare. It resembled a solitary seagull searching for its home in the vast ocean. Interesting, Sig whispered to himself, his curiosity piqued. This ship seemed destined to become his new target. He set down the telescope, took a deep breath, and prepared to take action. Sig knew that with his abilities, approaching this ship would be effortless. He chose one of the Navy's 6 styles, the moonwalk, a high-level martial arts technique that allowed the user to briefly walk in the air as if flying on the moon. Sig leaped gently from the lookout tower, his body tracing an elegant arc in the air. His movements were light yet powerful, each step precisely landing on the invisible stairs in the air, his body merging with the rhythm of the ocean. His figure flickered in the sunlight. Each toe touching the air seemed to challenge the constraints of gravity. Sig's speed was astonishing. In just a few breaths, he had crossed the distance to the merchant ship. The sailors on the merchant ship were astonished to witness this scene. They could hardly believe their eyes. A figure descended from the sky, like a deity descending to earth or a demon arriving. Sig landed lightly at the ship's rail, his demeanor calm and unhurried, as if all this were merely routine for him. The atmosphere on the ship instantly grew tense. The sailors tightened their grips on their weapons. But they understood that facing such an opponent, their resistance would likely be futile. Sig surveyed his surroundings, his gaze icy, the knife firmly grasped in his hand, ready to unleash its cold light at any moment. The smile at the corner of his mouth was a mixture of anticipation for the impending battle and a merciless judgment on the merchant ship and its fate. Sig's gaze followed a man resembling a butler holding a white flag. His appearance slightly eased the previously tense atmosphere. This butler was clearly a person of higher status on the ship, his face filled with caution and fear, walking cautiously to avoid provoking this suddenly arrived reaper. "Please, spare us, my lord. We are willing to surrender." The butler's voice trembled slightly, but he tried to maintain politeness and composure. The raised white flag fluttered gently in the wind, as if pleading with Sig for some form of mercy. You can keep whatever you have on board. I do not want it. Sig's voice was as cold as ice, his gaze piercing through the butler, as if looking further beyond. But you must understand that encountering me on this sea is your misfortune. The butler's body involuntarily trembled. He knew the weight of Sig's words. Quickly scanning around, he saw his companions with pale faces, their eyes filled with helplessness and fear. My lord, we are a peaceful merchant ship, carrying no weapons. We only have goods and some innocent crew members on board. The butler hurriedly explained, trying to secure a glimmer of hope for his ship. If there is anything you need from us, please feel free to mention it, and we will cooperate fully. Sig nodded slightly, his gaze finally landing on the butler. He did not care about the ship's cargo. He was concerned about whether his reputation and strength could continue to expand in this sea area. Tell me, which power does your ship belong to? What is your route? Sig asked, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. The butler quickly replied, we belong to a private trading association, and our route is from the trading island in the east to the free trade port in the west. We are not vassals of any major power. We are merely a group of merchants struggling for a living. After hearing this, Sig fell silent for a moment. The knight in his hand shimmered with cold light in the sunlight, seemingly waiting for its master's command. Ultimately, he decided to spare this merchant ship, not out of mercy, but because he looked down upon attacking a group of unarmed merchants. Sig's gaze lingered on the butler for a moment, seemingly assessing his sincerity and reliability. The butler's eager to please, yet cautious demeanor satisfied Sig. He sheathed the knight, and the suffocating killing intent slightly diminished. Since you are so understanding, I will not be rude. Sig's voice remained indifferent, but his tone hinted at a sense of negotiation. I only need to eat, drink, and take care of my needs on this ship. You are responsible for arranging that. As long as you can meet my basic requirements, I will not harm your lives without reason. A look of relief appeared on the butler's face, and he nodded eagerly, as if Sig's words were the guarantee of his life. Of course, my lord. We will do our utmost to provide you with everything you need. Food, water, accommodation, it will all be the best. And Sig added, I need you to take me to my destination. Or if there are islands that interest me, I will also disembark. Until then, this ship is my temporary residence. Completely understood, my lord. The butler replied, already calculating his mind how to arrange everything for the unexpected guest without provoking Sig's displeasure. Sig then turned and walked firmly towards the cabin. This merchant ship would become his temporary refuge, and he would use this time to plan his next move. The sailors on the ship watched Sig's back with a mix of awe and unease. They knew that as long as this notorious pirate was on board, their lives would not be easy, but at least their lives were temporarily guaranteed. The butler acted quickly, directing the crew to prepare the best cabin for Sig and ensuring his needs were met. The ship's route was also adjusted to accommodate Sig's requests. Sig was led by the butler across the deck and into the cabin until he reached the room prepared for him. The door closed gently, shutting Sig's figure away from everyone's sight. It was only at this moment that the sailors on the ship dared to let out a long breath, relaxing their tense nerves. They gathered in a corner, whispering about the sudden, unexpected guest. The faces of each sailor still bore traces of fear and awe, exchanging glances as if confirming each other's feelings. Did you feel it? The overwhelming aura of that man made it hard to breathe. One sailor pressed his hand to his chest, as if trying to ease the pressure he had just felt. Yes. His eyes were like a beast driven mad by blood on the battlefield. I almost lost my footing. Another sailor echoed, his face still pale. I've heard that those kinds of pirates have gone through countless battles, crawling out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Every glance they cast could mean the end of a life. An older-looking sailor said in a deep voice, revealing his deep apprehension towards Sig. What should we do? Just let him stay on our ship? A young sailor asked worriedly, his voice trembling slightly. What do we do? The butler sighed and shook his head with a wry smile. In the face of such a strong man, we can only comply. As long as we obey, he should not harm us. The most important thing now is to ensure his needs are met and to get this ship safely to its destination. The sailors nodded in agreement. Although filled with fear, they understood they had no other choice. They began to busy themselves, some preparing food, others cleaning the room, each doing their part in hopes of satisfying the pirate. Meanwhile, Sig sat quietly in the room, his gaze through the window fixed on the distant horizon. In his heart, new plans were brewing. This merchant ship was merely a stepping stone to a larger stage for him. Sig surveyed his surroundings, his gaze lingering on every detail in the room. The cabin was much more spacious than he had imagined, with walls inlaid with dark, precious wood that emitted a faint fragrance. The wood's grain was delicate and smooth, clearly polished and maintained with care. In the center of the room stood a large bed, crafted from exquisitely carved oak, covered with soft silk and down bedding, its texture so fine that it made one want to lie down and rest. Sig gently touched the sheets, the luxurious feel causing him to frown slightly. It was a bit too comfortable for a pirate used to life at sea. Above the fireplace hung a nautical chart, densely marked with countless unknown islands and sea routes. A glimmer of interest flashed in Sig's eyes. This map might be more valuable to him than any decoration in the room. Looking at the other decorations, a delicate silver candlestick sat on the table, its candle casting a soft glow that illuminated the entire room. The walls were adorned with paintings depicting the grandeur of the sea and tales of maritime adventures, each like a priceless work of art. The floor was covered with a soft carpet, intricately patterned and exquisite. Each step felt as if one could sense its softness. Sig's boots made no sound as they touched the carpet. These merchants really know how to enjoy life, Sig muttered to himself, his voice laced with disdain, but more so with unfamiliarity towards this luxurious lifestyle. He was accustomed to the hardships and brutality of life at sea. This kind of luxury was a completely new experience for him. Sig walked to the window, pushed it open, allowing the sea breeze to sweep into the room, taking away some of the stuffiness and opulence. He took a deep breath of the salty sea air. This was the scent he was familiar with. His gaze turned back to the distant horizon, and he silently vowed that no matter how tempting these luxurious decorations were, he would not forget his goals and mission. The butler hurriedly dashed through the corridor, almost running to the noble lady's room. His heart raced as he knocked hurriedly on the door, his voice filled with tension and urgency. Miss, please open the door." The butler lowered his voice, but the urgency in his tone was unmistakable. The door was quickly opened, and the noble lady looked at the anxious butler with a puzzled expression. Her eyes still held a hint of sleepiness, clearly awakened by the butler's sudden visit. "What happened, butler? Why are you so flustered?" the young lady asked softly, her voice calm and steady, clearly accustomed to maintaining composure in crises. "Miss, you must return to your room immediately. Lock the door, and no matter what happens, do not come out and do not make any noise," the butler said, panting as he pushed the young lady into the room, carefully closing the door behind her. "Why? What is happening?" The young lady's voice held a hint of unease. She had never seen the butler so flustered. "There is a pirate. He has boarded our ship. He is a cold-hearted pirate, and they usually show no mercy towards beautiful women," the butler explained, his gaze fixed on the young lady, hoping she would understand the seriousness of the situation. The young lady's face instantly turned pale. She understood the butler's meaning. In pirate lore, beautiful women are often the most dangerous beings. They could become prizes fought over by pirates, or even face worse fates. "I understand, butler. I will do as you say, without any mistakes." The young lady's voice was firm, but her slightly trembling fingers betrayed her fear. The butler nodded and reminded her again. "Please be very careful, miss. We will do everything we can to protect you, but during this time, your safety is the top priority." With that, the butler gently closed the door and turned to leave, continuing to handle the various matters arising from Sig's arrival. Meanwhile, the noble lady sat quietly in her room, her heart racing, the butler's warning echoing in her ears, silently praying that everything would pass safely. The sea has been unusually calm for the past 3 days. Not even a ripple has emerged, as if the ocean itself is holding its breath. Sig has found a rare leisure in this tranquil life at sea. Sitting in the restaurant of the cabin, with the windows open, the sea breeze gently brushing past, bringing a hint of coolness. On the dining table lies a freshly cooked fish belly, caught by Sig himself using fishing gear from the sea. The fish belly is rich and juicy, and after simple cooking, it retains its original freshness. Sig gently slices off a piece with a knife and puts it in his mouth. The fish melts on his tongue, its delicious flavor causing him to involuntarily close his eyes slightly, savoring this gift from the sea. The atmosphere in the restaurant is relaxed, with the crew gathered together, drinking heartily and laughing loudly. Their voices echo in the cabin, intertwining with the whispers of the waves. Although Sig is accustomed to the hardships of life at sea, moments like this fill his heart with warmth. He gazes at the horizon outside the window, secretly grateful for the calmness of these 3 days. Such tranquility will not last long. Life at sea is always unpredictable, but at least for this moment. He can temporarily set aside his identity as a pirate and enjoy a delicious dinner like an ordinary person. After the meal, Sig stands up and walks to the window. Taking a deep breath of the salty sea air, his gaze once again directed towards the distance, where unknown adventures and challenges await him. As time goes on, the sailors on the merchant ship gradually lose their fear of Sig. Their interactions over the past few days have shown them another side of Sig. He is not the cold-blooded pirate of rumors, but rather appears easygoing and polite at times. They begin to realize that Sig is not so different from them. They're all just ordinary people trying to make a living in this vast ocean. In a corner of the restaurant, a few bolder sailors gather around Sig, their faces adorned with relaxed smiles, creating an exceptionally harmonious atmosphere. One sailor, holding a plate of freshly baked bread, musters the courage to ask Sig, "My lord Sig, have you been satisfied with the big fish these past few days? I wonder if our chef skills suit your taste." Sig looks up at the expectant gazes of the sailors and smiles. His smile carries a hint of a pirate's boldness, but also reveals a trace of genuine gratitude. Very satisfied, he replies, his voice tinged with rare gentleness. "Your chef skills are quite good. This fish belly is rich yet not greasy, and the flavor is excellent, better than what I've had before." Hearing Sig's praise, the sailors beam with pride, exchanging glances as if to say, "See, my lord Sig is not so terrifying after all. If you have anything special you would like to eat, please let us know, and we will do our best to prepare it for you," another sailor adds, his tone full of respect, yet no longer filled with the previous fear. Sig nods, feeling unexpectedly appreciative of his kindness. He never expected to receive such treatment on a merchant ship. After pondering for a moment, he says, "Then I would like some hard bread and dried meat. Life at sea is better suited to these durable foods." The sailors nod in agreement, indicating they will prepare it immediately. As they leave, they do not forget to cast a friendly smile at Sig. Sig turns his gaze back to the window, secretly contemplating that such peaceful days may be an unforgettable interlude in his maritime career. Deep in the cabin, the life of the noble lady is not as easy as that of the crew. She's trapped in her room, listening day after day to the whispers of the waves and the occasional creaks of the ship's planks. The luxurious decor of the room has lost its novelty for her and has instead become monotonous and oppressive. The lady sits on a soft bed, toying with a string of pearls, her brow furrowed and her mouth turned down, appearing somewhat anxious. She starts to complain about this endless wait and boring confinement. "This is simply torture," she murmurs to herself, her voice filled with dissatisfaction. "I've been cooped up here for 3 days. Even the sunlight feels unfamiliar." She stands up and walks to the window, peering through the gap in the curtains at the outside world, seeing a calm sea and free-flying seabirds, all of which intensify her longing. "Why must I hide here like a prisoner? Is that pirate really so terrifying?" She continues to complain, but her words reveal a hint of uncertain fear. Despite her heart being full of grievances, the lady always remembers the housekeeper's warning. She dares not defy the housekeeper's wishes and go outside. Her imagination involuntarily paints Sig as a reckless rogue, a villain who would not hesitate to violate her dignity and safety. What if he really is that kind of person? The lady thinks, shivering slightly. "I cannot take risks. I must remain vigilant until we safely reach our destination." So, despite her unwillingness, the noble lady returns to the bedside, sitting quietly and picking up a book, trying to distract herself with reading, but her thoughts always drift back to the pirate named Sig, imagining every move he makes on the ship and speculating about his true intentions. In this enclosed space, her fear and curiosity intertwine, making her days feel like years. Under the soft light, the young face of the noble lady appears even more exquisite, her skin as white as snow, with hardly a blemish. Her long eyelashes flutter gently, hiding her bright eyes filled with curiosity and fear. Her nose is tall, her lips rosy, and the slight pout at the corners of her mouth reveals her inner dissatisfaction and stubbornness. Her hair is a vivid red, as dazzling as flames, cascading in large waves over the soft pillow, looking both seductive and alluring. Her figure is curvaceous, even in a loose nightgown. It is difficult to hide her tempting outline. The neckline of the nightgown occasionally opens, inadvertently revealing a delicate neck and deep collarbone, making one unable to resist the urge to explore further. Lying on a soft bed, the lady's posture is lazy yet graceful, every movement exuding a noble temperament. Occasionally, when she adjusts her sleeping position, the hem of her nightgown gently rises, revealing a hint of spring, enough to make countless young men blush. Although the lady's heart is filled with unease and complaints, her exterior still maintains an air of nobility and allure. In this confined cabin, she is like a blooming flower, vibrant and striking even in solitude, exuding enchanting charm. Suddenly, a knock on the door breaks the tranquility of the cabin, causing the noble lady to sit up straight. Her heart races, a hint of tension flashing in her eyes, and the book in her hands slips onto the bed. She quickly straightens her nightgown, ensuring she looks presentable. Outside the door, the housekeeper's voice comes, tinged with seriousness and concern. "My lady, it's me. Please open the door." The lady stands up, gently walks to the door, and opens it. The butler's figure appeared at the door, holding a carefully prepared delicious meal and a glass of red wine. His eyes were filled with responsibility and concern as he carefully placed the food on the small table at the entrance and then looked up at the young lady. "Miss, you must stay here obediently," the butler said firmly. The situation outside remains unclear. Although that pirate Sig has been relatively friendly these past few days, we cannot let our guard down. The young lady nodded slightly, her gaze falling on the glass of red wine, a warm feeling rising in her heart. Despite being trapped in the room, at least someone remembered her needs. "I understand, butler," she replied softly, her voice tinged with gratitude. "I will follow your arrangements and won't cause you any trouble." The butler nodded in satisfaction, knowing that although the young lady was young, she possessed a maturity and sensibility beyond her years. He reminded her a few more times to adhere to safety measures before gently closing the door and continuing to attend to matters on the ship. The young lady returned to the bedside, sitting on the soft bed and beginning to enjoy the delicious food the butler had brought. Each bite brought her satisfaction, and the glass of red wine relaxed her tense nerves. Although her freedom was restricted, at that moment she felt a sense of warmth and comfort. If she patiently waited, one day she would regain her freedom. In the past few days, Sig had established a certain level of harmony with the crew, but he had not failed to notice some subtle abnormalities. He observed that during meals, the butler would discreetly remove certain foods, seemingly controlling the distribution of provisions. Sig's keen eyes and exceptional observation skills did not miss these small actions. However, he did not express excessive curiosity about it. In his view, everyone on the ship had their own secrets and considerations, including the butler. Sig understood that as a pirate, he would typically be met with suspicion and wariness. The butler's behavior might simply stem from cautious management of the ship's food supply, or perhaps there were deeper considerations, but that did not matter. Sig was confident that on this ship, no one could surpass him in strength. His power was his greatest reliance and the guarantee of his survival at sea, and he was not worried that the butler's small actions would pose a threat to him. On the contrary, he preferred to focus on more important matters, such as the nautical chart hanging in the room, marked with unknown waters and potential treasures. Sig maintained a relaxed mindset, believing that as long as he remained vigilant, no one could pose a real threat to him. As for the butler's behavior, as long as it did not interfere with his plans, Sig did not intend to delve deeper. In this vast ocean, everyone had their own way of surviving, and Sig respected that while also maintaining a pirate's pride and confidence. He continued to enjoy his life at sea, occasionally interacting with the crew, sharing stories of maritime adventures while also looking forward to the future. Once they reached their destination, his true adventure would just begin. After finishing the last sip of red wine, the noble young lady felt a warmth spreading from her throat throughout her body. But her mood did not lighten as a result. The alcohol made her cheeks flush, yet her eyes revealed a more pronounced anger and dissatisfaction. She gently placed the empty wine glass on the table, her voice low, almost as if talking to herself, but filled with resentment. That damn Sig. Why doesn't he go bother other ships? Why does he have to come to our merchant vessel? Although her voice was soft, each word was filled with curses directed at Sig. She imagined how this pirate was rampaging through her world, disrupting her once peaceful journey. Doesn't he know how much trouble and fear this brings me? The young lady continued to mutter under her breath, her fingers tightly gripping the bed sheets as if wanting to vent her anger through that action. She stood up and walked to the window, peering through the curtain's gap at the sea outside. The surface of the water shimmered, the twinkling lights reminding her of her hometown. There, she was carefree, unlike now, trapped in this small cabin, constantly worrying about her safety. I must be strong. I cannot let this pirate succeed, the young lady silently vowed to herself, a determined glimmer flashing in her eyes. Once this is all over, I will make him pay for what he has done. Despite being filled with anger and unease, the noble young lady knew that all she could do now was wait for this unexpected turmoil to pass, and for her to regain her freedom. As the effects of the alcohol began to take hold, she felt her cheeks heat up and her gaze became hazy. The influence of the alcohol made her demeanor more alluring and seductive, her movements unconsciously taking on a lazy and enticing quality. She swayed slightly as she stood up, unsteadily making her way to the bedside table, a surge of impulse rising in her heart, wanting to drown her sorrows in alcohol and forget the worries and fears of the past few days. Inside the drawer of the bedside table were several bottles of fine rum, saved for special occasions. But now she felt that there was no better occasion than to ease her worries. She gently opened the drawer, her fingers sliding over the bottles until she finally picked out a bottle of rum. She uncapped it, and the rich aroma of the liquor immediately filled the air, prompting her to take a deep breath. She poured a small glass, tilted her head back, and drank it all in one go. The fiery rum burned in her throat, sending a thrill through her. After a few glasses, the young lady felt her body relax even more, her thoughts becoming increasingly muddled. She leaned back against the headboard, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, the neckline of her nightgown slipping down carelessly, revealing a tantalizing expanse of skin. Her gaze became hazy, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips, as if mocking her own indulgence and helplessness. "Let it be. I'll finish this and sleep well," she murmured to herself, her voice slurred with drunkenness, yet carrying a sense of release. After all, these days are boring. I can't go out, so I might as well lose myself in alcohol and temporarily forget everything. She continued drinking until the rum bottle was nearly empty. The alcohol completely relaxed her, and she eventually fell into a deep sleep. In this enclosed cabin, the noble young lady spent a chaotic yet brief day under the influence of alcohol. Meanwhile, the outside world, whether it was the threat of the pirate Sig or the unknown that lay ahead, was temporarily set aside in her mind. Elizabeth Monstrous, the usually graceful, noble young lady, suddenly felt an urgent need to relieve herself due to the strong influence of the alcohol. Dazed, she stood up, her steps unsteady as if she were on a ship sailing the seas. Her fingers fumbled in search of the doorknob. Finally, she opened the door. The cold air outside rushed in, causing Elizabeth to shiver, but it did little to awaken her. Her consciousness remained foggy. All she knew was that she needed to find a restroom. Under the influence of alcohol, she barely realized she had left the room, staggering down the narrow corridor. The corridor was dimly lit, and Elizabeth's figure cast a long shadow on the wall. Her long hair, cascading over her shoulders as the hem of her nightgown swayed gently with her steps. One hand rested against the wall, trying to maintain her balance, while the other clutched her chest tightly to prevent her nightgown from slipping. "Where's the bathroom?" she murmured, her voice unclear. Elizabeth continued to walk forward, the alcohol clouding her sense of direction. She had even forgotten that the bathroom was at the other end of the cabin. Just as she was about to lose her way, a crew member happened to pass by and, seeing her in this state, immediately approached to inquire. "Miss, do you need help?" The crew member's voice was filled with concern. Elizabeth looked up, trying to focus her gaze. Her eyes were hazy, and a helpless smile played on her lips. I need to use the bathroom," she stammered. The crew member immediately understood the situation and carefully supported Elizabeth, guiding her toward the bathroom. Sig's sense of smell was sharp, like that of a seasoned hunter, exceptionally sensitive to any unusual odor. At this moment, he was sitting in a corner of the cabin, toying with a smooth pebble, a habit he had maintained for years to keep his fingers agile and strong. Suddenly, his nostrils flared slightly, and an almost imperceptible frown crossed his forehead. It was a scent that mixed alcohol and high-end perfume, which stood out starkly in the cabin filled with the smell of salt water and sweat. Sig felt a hint of doubt rising within him, quickly replaying recent events on the ship in his mind, but failing to recall any presence of women. In this vast ocean, the appearance of a woman was already rare, let alone one with such a strong perfume. Could it be that another ship had encountered them at sea? Sig muttered to himself, curiosity bubbling up within him. He stood up, deciding to investigate, his steps steady and strong as he quickly followed the scent to the corridor. At that moment, he saw Elizabeth Montrose being assisted by a crew member, making her way toward the bathroom. Sig's gaze locked tightly onto Elizabeth's flowing red waves of hair. Under the dim corridor lights, that vivid red seemed to leap out of the darkness, piercing his heart. The image of Katarina flashed in his mind. The woman he had once loved had hair just like that, in such vibrant waves. A powerful surge of emotion overwhelmed his rationality, and he almost forgot everything around him. Without waiting to think, Sig hurried forward, his steps quick and determined, as if he wanted to transform all his longing and worry into strength. The nearby sailor was startled by Sig's sudden movement. He hadn't expected this usually composed pirate to become so impulsive. The sailor's grip loosened, and Elizabeth stumbled slightly. Sig arrived in time to steady her. His heart raced. The woman before him and the shadow of Katarina intertwined in his mind, making it nearly impossible to distinguish reality from memory. However, the sailor felt that at this moment, Sig, having been a pirate for too long without seeing a woman, had become audacious. But the crew members knew they could not overpower this fierce pirate, so they stood awkwardly like wooden statues, watching Sig. The ship's steward, a middle-aged man with a serious and loyal demeanor, was dressed in a neatly tailored tailcoat, maintaining the poise expected of someone from a noble family. Even in the ship's turbulent environment, hearing the commotion in the corridor, he immediately set down the documents in his hands and hurried over. When the steward saw Elizabeth Montrose being tightly held by Sig, his heart tightened as if it would leap from his chest. His eyes widened, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He was well aware of how sensitive this young lady's identity was and knew that in such a maritime setting, even the slightest oversight could lead to irreparable consequences. "Miss," the steward called urgently, his voice trembling with a hint of reproach. He quickly approached Elizabeth and Sig, attempting to take Elizabeth from Sig's grasp while keeping a vigilant eye on the pirate. "What's going on? Miss, how could you appear here alone?" The steward's tone was anxious, his gaze darting between Elizabeth and Sig, trying to grasp the situation at hand. Sig's face lacked his usual fierceness, revealing a complex emotion. But the steward's concerns did not lessen. He knew Sig's reputation. The appearance of a pirate feared at sea posed a significant threat to Elizabeth's safety. "Please, Mr. Sig, understand that this is my young lady's oversight. She should not be here," the steward said, trying to remain calm and as polite as possible while secretly praying that the pirate would not take offense. The surrounding crew members and sailors watched the scene nervously, knowing that the steward would go to great lengths to protect the young lady. Yet Sig, the usually cold-hearted pirate, seemed hesitant at this moment. A hint of confusion flickered in his eyes, as if he were contemplating something. The steward was filled with worry, needing to get Elizabeth away from here quickly while ensuring that this pirate would not develop any ill intentions toward her because of tonight's events. He understood that every word and action from now on was crucial. The atmosphere on the ship was tense to the extreme. Sailors and crew members could sense the steward's anxiety, knowing Sig's temperament was unpredictable and no one could foresee what decision the pirate might make next. An older sailor, gathering his courage, stepped forward and spoke to Sig. "My lord Sig, if you are feeling unwell, we can make arrangements for you. On a nearby island, there are the finest courtesans. Their gentleness and talents will surely ease your mind." His voice was low but earnest, and other crew members nodded in agreement. Fearing that Sig's anger might spill over onto the innocent Miss Montrose and bring unnecessary trouble upon them, Sig remained silent for a moment, his gaze shifting away from Elizabeth to the pleading sailors. There was no anger on his face, but rather a deep weariness and bitterness. He gently shook his head, breaking the silence. "It's nothing. I mistook the person just now." Sig's voice was low, revealing a trace of subtle disappointment. "I'm going to my room to sleep. You need not worry." His words relieved everyone present, but they still watched Sig cautiously until he turned and walked heavily toward his room. Sig's figure gradually disappeared down the dim corridor, leaving a group of sailors and crew members exchanging glances. The steward quickly supported Elizabeth, softly comforting her while instructing several crew members to ensure the young lady's safety as they escorted her back to her room. Although tonight's incident seemed to have calmed for the moment, more turmoil might arise in the future, necessitating greater caution to ensure Elizabeth's safety. As soon as Sig's figure vanished from the end of the corridor, the sailors on the merchant ship eagerly gathered together, whispering among themselves. Their eyes were filled with confusion and curiosity, as everyone found Sig's reaction earlier unbelievable. "Did you see that? That man actually showed no interest in Our Lady," a young sailor exclaimed, his voice tinged with disbelief. "It's indeed strange," another sailor agreed. "He is a pirate, isn't he? Logically, he should have some designs on such a beautiful, noble lady." The way that man looked earlier, it seemed like he recognized Our Lady. An experienced sailor frowned, pondering aloud. His gaze clearly suggested he had seen her before. "Do you think he and the lady might have crossed paths in the past?" a curious crew member speculated. This immediately piqued the interest of the others. "Don't be ridiculous," the steward sternly interrupted their discussion. "The lady's status is so noble. How could she possibly be involved with such a person? You'd best forget everything you heard tonight and not mention it in front of the lady." The steward's words instantly made the sailors sober up. They understood his authority and realized that such baseless speculation could bring unnecessary trouble to the lady. "Yes, sir," the sailors replied in unison, before dispersing to continue their work. However, even though they stopped discussing it openly, the unusual reaction of Sig towards Elizabeth and his expression that seemed to recognize the lady had already planted the seeds of doubt in their hearts. On the vast ocean, the mysterious connection between Sig and Elizabeth became a new topic among them, quietly circulating among the crew during their long journey. Meanwhile, Sig himself sat in his lonely room, closing his eyes, replaying the scene from earlier and that red figure that stirred his emotions. That night, as Sig unexpectedly left calmly, the sailors on the ship gradually relaxed their tense hearts. Many of them had prepared for the worst amidst the atmosphere of fear and tension. The notorious reputation of pirates was well known. They were known for burning, killing, and plundering, with their greed for women being common knowledge. When their lady was unexpectedly discovered by Sig, they had almost foreseen a disaster, thinking they would meet their end at sea that night. Thus, on what seemed like a doomsday night, many sailors chose to indulge. They took out their cherished delicacies, those treats they usually hesitated to eat, now became the last enjoyment. They drank heavily and ate heartily, as if they wanted to numb their fear of the impending death with these foods. After the meal, they lay in their beds, closed their eyes, and awaited the final verdict of fate. However, as time passed second by second, the anticipated attack did not occur. The night quietly fell, and the dawn gradually brightened the sky. When the first rays of sunlight streamed into the cabin, illuminating their faces, the sailors opened their eyes in surprise. They found themselves safe and sound, the ship still calmly floating on the sea, with no signs of disaster. Could it be? We actually survived? One sailor rubbed his eyes, unable to believe his own words. "It seems that Sig is not the kind of pirate we imagined," another sailor remarked, his tone filled with a sense of relief from surviving a calamity. The sailors jumped out of bed, exchanging surprised and delighted glances. They began to busy themselves, preparing to start a new day. Although they still felt confused about Sig's true intentions, at least in that moment, they felt a glimmer of hope for the future and a newfound appreciation for life. This unexpected morning was like a miracle, prompting everyone on the ship to reevaluate their lives and the world around them. The mysterious pirate Sig had also left an indelible impression in their hearts. The sailors gathered on deck, basking in the morning sunlight, and began an enthusiastic discussion. Their voices were filled with questions and curiosity about what had happened the night before, each trying to find a reasonable explanation. "Do you think those legends about pirates are all exaggerated?" A young sailor scratched his head, looking puzzled. "Perhaps. Maybe Sig is not that greedy and brutal pirate after all." Another sailor chimed in, a hint of contemplation in his eyes. "But Our Lady is so beautiful. Logically, any normal man would not be indifferent," one sailor remarked, stealing a glance towards Elizabeth's room. "You don't think Our Lady has no allure to pirates, do you?" An older sailor teased, prompting laughter from those around. "Haha, maybe Lord Sig has some unspoken reasons, or perhaps he prefers." A mischievous sailor winked, but before he could finish, he was tapped on the head by someone nearby. "Stop talking nonsense, or you'll get caught by the steward," the sailor warned, then turned to the others. "But seriously, I think Lord Sig's reaction last night was really unusual." Yes, it was indeed unusual. Everyone nodded in agreement. They began to speculate on Sig's possible motives, but no matter how they discussed it, there was no definitive answer. Just then, the steward emerged, his gaze sweeping over the gathered sailors, who immediately fell silent and dispersed to continue their work. The steward knew that although the sailors' curiosity was understandable, such idle talk would not benefit the maintenance of order on the ship or the lady's dignity. He stood on the deck, looking at the shimmering sea while pondering Sig's unusual behavior. But as a loyal steward, he knew his duty was to protect the lady, not to delve into the mind of a pirate. So, he took a deep breath, temporarily putting aside his doubts about Sig, and focused on ensuring the upcoming journey would be safe and smooth. Elizabeth Montrose slowly woke up under the morning light, her head feeling a bit heavy, as the effects of last night's drinking seemed not to have fully worn off. She rubbed her temples, trying to recall the events after she got drunk. As fragments of memories gradually pieced together, her heart raced. She remembered Sig, the fearsome pirate of the sea. Nervously checking her clothing, she found it intact and let out a small sigh of relief. A scene from last night flashed in her mind. Sig's typically cold face had shown no signs of greed or brutality, but rather a complex emotion that left her puzzled. Elizabeth realized that Sig had not made any inappropriate advances towards her. In fact, throughout the entire process, he had maintained an indescribable respect. She also remembered that when she had collapsed in the corridor, it was Sig who had supported her, preventing her from falling. Moreover, he had not taken the opportunity to harm anyone else on the merchant ship, nor did he commit any killings or plundering. Could it be true, as the rumors said, that he was a reasonable pirate? Elizabeth pondered quietly to herself. She knew that pirates were usually known for their cruelty and ruthlessness, but Sig's actions clearly broke this stereotype. Sitting on the edge of her bed, she fell into deep thought. Sig's behavior confused her, while also sparking a bit of curiosity about this pirate. She wondered what allowed someone who survived in the world of piracy to restrain their desires and maintain such self-control. Elizabeth decided she needed to be more cautious. After all, anything could happen on these seas, but she couldn't deny that Sig's actions gave her a whole new perspective on this great pirate. Perhaps during this long journey, she could discover more unexpected things about Sig. The steward's face turned pale upon hearing Miss Elizabeth's decision. He was well aware that the outside world was full of the unknown and danger, especially for a noble lady of her status. He was eager to dissuade her, but Elizabeth's eyes revealed a firm resolve that was hard to contest. "Miss, please think it over. The wind is strong outside, while sunbathing is pleasant. Your safety is the most important." The steward spoke earnestly, almost pleading. However, Elizabeth gently shook her head, a hint of rebelliousness sparkling in her eyes. "Steward, you need not persuade me further. If that pirate truly wished to do something to me, even if I hid in my room, there would be no one to stop him. Since that's the case, I might as well take advantage of this calm, whether to go out, bask in the sun, and breathe in some fresh air." She stood up, adjusted her long skirt, and walked toward the door. The steward's gaze was filled with helplessness, but he knew that once this lady had made up her mind, not even a herd of oxen could pull her back. Elizabeth stepped onto the deck, where the sunlight bathed her in warmth and brightness. She took a deep breath of the sea breeze, feeling invigorated, and found a relatively secluded corner to sit down. Tried to avoid drawing too much attention. The sailors on the ship were surprised to see Elizabeth, but wisely chose to keep their distance, not wanting to disturb the lady who was clearly enjoying her moment of peace. The steward stood not far away, nervously observing the surroundings, fearing any unexpected occurrences. To his surprise, the day's sailing was exceptionally calm, and Sig did not appear, as if he truly was just a reasonable pirate with no ill intentions toward Elizabeth. Elizabeth closed her eyes, letting the sunlight dance across her face, and her mood relaxed. She began to think about the enigmatic man Sig and the stories he might be hiding. On this tranquil afternoon, a newfound sense of adventure surged within her, longing to uncover the secrets behind Sig. And it all began on this calm day of sunbathing. In the ship's dining room, the atmosphere was more lively than usual. Miss Elizabeth's presence made the already bustling breakfast time even more vibrant. The sailors admired the noble lady, but they were also aware of their identities and positions, and they couldn't help but have concerns about potential dangers. However, today Elizabeth chose to have breakfast with everyone in the dining room, undoubtedly giving them silent encouragement. Her actions seemed to convey that she did not place herself above them, but was willing to stand alongside them, which surprised and moved them. In the dining room, Elizabeth sat at one end of the long table with a gentle smile, her gaze sweeping over each person present. Although the sailors tried to maintain their composure, their eyes revealed admiration and a hint of worry for the lady. "Miss, what made you decide to have breakfast with us today?" A bolder sailor couldn't help but ask. Elizabeth smiled and replied, "On this ship, we are all partners sailing together. I hope to get to know you better and spend this time with everyone." Her voice was soft yet firm, stirring a warm current in the hearts of the sailors. They knew that if they truly faced danger, especially from the mysterious pirate Sig, their passionate bravery would surely drive them to step forward and protect the lady they admired. Breakfast proceeded in a cheerful atmosphere, with the sailors eagerly sharing interesting stories about life on the ship with Elizabeth. She listened with great interest, occasionally bursting into laughter like the sound of silver bells. Just then, the door to the dining room was gently pushed open, and Sig's figure appeared at the entrance. His arrival instantly tensed the atmosphere in the dining room. The sailors paused their actions, all eyes turning toward the pirate. Sig's gaze scanned the room before finally resting on Elizabeth. There was none of the usual ferocity on his face. Instead, it bore a subtle softness. He nodded, as if to greet her, and then found a corner to sit down, not interrupting everyone's meal. Seeing this, the sailors gradually relaxed, starting to realize that perhaps Sig was not as ferocious as they had imagined. Elizabeth, on the other hand, felt a surge of curiosity about Sig's behavior, her interest in the pirate only deepening. In this vast and unknown sea, it seemed everyone had a side that was unknown to others. Indeed, for Elizabeth, who had always lived in a sheltered environment, the existence of someone like Sig was undoubtedly captivating. The world was filled with adventures and freedoms she had never experienced, and his display of politeness and gentlemanly demeanor contrasted sharply with his pirate identity, igniting her curiosity deep within. After breakfast, Elizabeth sat on the deck, lightly fiddling with a flower she had just picked, her gaze inadvertently drifting toward the direction where Sig stood. He was standing alone at the bow of the ship, gazing out at the distant sea, his focused expression suggesting he was contemplating something profound. A surge of impulse arose within Elizabeth. She wanted to understand this man, to know what shaped his character and allowed him to maintain such composure in the bloody and turbulent life of a pirate. She stood up, gently adjusted her skirt, and walked towards Sig. Each step felt a bit hesitant, but her curiosity propelled her forward. When Elizabeth reached Sig's side, he seemed to sense her presence, turning to meet her gaze with calm eyes. There was no hostility nor the ruggedness she had imagined. Instead, there was a depth of wisdom in his eyes. "Mr. Sig, may I talk to you?" Elizabeth asked, mustering her courage. Her voice trembled slightly in the breeze. Sig nodded slightly, indicating that she could continue. I am very curious about how you live at sea. Also, why did you choose to become a pirate?" Elizabeth's questions spilled out, her eyes filled with a longing for the unknown world. Sig paused for a moment, seemingly contemplating how to respond. Then he slowly spoke, his voice deep and magnetic. Miss, life at sea is far more complex than you can imagine. Everyone has their own story, and I have simply chosen my own path. Although his words were simple, they resonated with Elizabeth in an inexplicable way. Sig's story must have been filled with hardships and challenges, and she wanted to be the one to listen to his tale. Thus, on this sunny morning, two individuals from different worlds began a wonderful conversation, which might just mark the beginning of an unbreakable bond between them. Miss Elizabeth, a noble woman in her 20s, was filled with curiosity about the world, yet she was unaware that sometimes this slight curiosity could be the starting point of all stories. Little did she know that her brief exchange with Sig today would plant a deep, unfathomable seed in her heart. This seed would quietly grow in the days to come, ultimately blossoming into unexpected flowers. Standing beside Sig, her flowing red waves danced gently in the wind. Her figure was graceful, and even in her conservative noble attire, her sensual charm could not be concealed. However, her gaze was youthful, revealing her naivety and ignorance of the world. Sig's words opened the door to a new world. His responses were filled with insight and wisdom, captivating Elizabeth as she listened, her eyes wide open, nodding from time to time as if trying to absorb every word, every sentence. Life at sea was not just about plunder and battle. It was also about the pursuit of freedom and the exploration of the unknown. Sig's words carried an indescribable passion, and his gaze became profound, as if he were reminiscing about past years. Elizabeth was entranced. She could feel the power in Sig's words, something she had never learned from books, something that could only be truly understood through experience. A surge of unprecedented impulse arose within her, wanting to follow Sig, to witness the vast, boundless sea, to experience a life full of adventure. The freedom you speak of, Elizabeth said softly, her voice tinged with longing. What does it feel like? Is it like standing on the deck, feeling the sea breeze and sunshine? Sig turned his head, looking at Elizabeth's eager eyes, and smiled slightly, a smile that held a touch of warmth and understanding. No, miss, it's far deeper than what you feel now. It's the liberation of the soul, complete control over oneself. Elizabeth was deeply drawn in by Sig's words, feeling as if she stood at a crossroads in her life, with a path before her that she had never considered. And Sig, this mysterious pirate, was like a guide on this path, leading her toward an unknown new world. As the days passed smoothly at sea, life on the ship became exceptionally tranquil. The sailors were incredulous about the smoothness of this voyage during their leisure time. They gathered to discuss this unusual situation. Have you noticed? This voyage is too quiet. Not even a single sea monster has appeared, one sailor remarked during dinner, his voice tinged with doubt. Another sailor nodded in agreement. Yeah, in previous years on this route, we would have encountered several waves of sea monster disturbances. Sometimes, we even had to fight them off, losing quite a few men and supplies. Could it be that Lord Sig's name has spread across the seas, and those sea monsters are afraid? A young sailor speculated, his eyes revealing awe for Sig. Perhaps Lord Sig is indeed no ordinary pirate. His reputation might have intimidated those sea monsters, an experienced sailor analyzed, his tone laced with respect. Amid their discussions, Miss Elizabeth would occasionally join in, her gaze always unconsciously drifting towards Sig. She noticed that Sig had a strong presence on the ship, yet his demeanor was exceptionally low-key. Most of the time, he was alone, either deep in thought at the bow or gazing out from the deck. Elizabeth began to attempt to learn more about life aboard the ship. She communicated with the sailors, learned navigation skills, and even began to show interest in the ship's affairs. This change surprised and worried the steward, who knew that the young lady's heart was no longer confined to that small, noble world. Sig, it seemed, also noticed Elizabeth's transformation. He would occasionally stand quietly beside her while she studied navigation charts or asked sailors questions, his eyes revealing a sense of approval, as if recognizing her curiosity and courage. Thus, life on the ship passed smoothly, and the sailors gradually relaxed their tense emotions. Meanwhile, a love for the sea and a longing for freedom quietly took root in Miss Elizabeth's heart. Sig stood alone at the bow, the sea breeze brushing against his face, his gaze firm and cold. Behind all this calmness lay his invisible aura of dominance. Those lurking beneath the sea, aiming to harass the ship, would retreat at the first whiff of his powerful presence or face a fate of death. Sig's dominance was his pride as a pirate, and it was also his survival rule at sea. There was no need to articulate any of it, as only true, strong individuals could sense his strength. The sailors and Miss Elizabeth aboard the ship were immersed in the smooth sailing, but could not perceive the secret power that Sig possessed. In the stillness of the night, Sig would stand alone on the deck, his gaze piercing through the darkness, staring at the tumultuous sea. Under his gaze, those sea monsters, like beasts spotting their prey, could only choose to flee. Sig's dominance was like an invisible barrier, protecting the ship and everyone on it. He had never mentioned his abilities to anyone. He was accustomed to bearing burdens alone and quietly guarding from the shadows. Once his true power was revealed, the way people on the ship viewed him would change entirely. He preferred the current way of interacting, where he could exist as an ordinary pirate among them. To the sailors, Sig's silence and low profile only added to his air of mystery. They only knew that since Sig boarded the ship, the voyage, once fraught with danger, had become remarkably smooth. They were grateful to Sig, even though they did not know the true reason. Miss Elizabeth was also filled with curiosity about Sig. She could sense an extraordinary aura about him, but she could not grasp the secrets behind it. She only knew that this man was far more complex than she had imagined, and his seemingly calm life at sea actually concealed tumultuous undercurrents. The merchant ship slowly sailed into the familiar waters of the deserted island, with sailors holding maps, their eyes revealing familiarity with the area. The sails gently swayed in the breeze. Sunlight spilled onto the sea surface, shimmering with a tranquil glow. With the sound of a melodious horn, the anchor sank into the sea, and the merchant ship steadied alongside the shore. The water here was crystal clear, and the soft, sandy beach glimmered golden under the sunlight. The sailors busied themselves, checking ropes and preparing to disembark to replenish fresh water. Their footsteps echoed on the deck, communicating with each other in concise language, every movement appearing skilled and orderly. A team of sailors, carrying empty water buckets, descended the ladder lowered from the ship, jumping onto the island one by one. Everything on the island appeared calm and tranquil, and the isolation brought a sense of comfort to the sailors accustomed to the tumult of the sea. They made their way through the dense jungle toward the island's only freshwater spring. Along the way, the chirping of birds and the buzzing of insects intertwined, adding a touch of vitality to this uninhabited island. The sailors arrived at the spring, where clear water flowed slowly from the crevices in the rocks, forming a small pond. They began to busy themselves, drawing water, filling barrels, and transporting them, their movements organized and efficient. The water in the barrels sparkled in the sunlight, resembling precious gems. "Hurry! While the weather is good, we need to gather more water," urged an experienced sailor to his companions. His voice echoed across the empty island. Their laughter and chatter broke the silence, temporarily infusing this desolate place with a sense of human warmth. Not far away, a curious seabird perched on a branch, watching these busy humans with its round eyes. Meanwhile, Sig stood alone at the bow of the ship, gazing deeply into the island's interior. Although it seemed peaceful here, the sea was always unpredictable, and they had to remain vigilant. Miss Elizabeth stood at the ship's railing, curiously observing the sailors, her heart filled with intrigue about this mysterious island and longing for the unknown world. While the sailors replenished their freshwater supply, another group armed with axes and saws ventured into the island's dense forest. Their task was to fell some trees to provide necessary timber for the merchant ship. In case of emergencies, sunlight filtered through the treetops, dappling their bodies, and sweat dripped down their foreheads, but they paid no mind, focusing intently on wielding their tools. With each chopping sound, trees fell with a crash, and wood chips danced in the air, releasing a fresh scent of timber. The sailors worked in perfect harmony, and soon, neat piles of lumber were stacked in a small clearing of the forest. However, they remained unaware that in every corner of this deserted island, pairs of eyes were secretly watching them and the merchant ship. These early arrivals, hidden in the shadows of the dense woods, seemed to blend in with the environment. They were part of the island itself. The eyes of these mysterious visitors glinted with cold intent, their purpose unclear. But they were evidently intrigued by the arrival of the merchant ship. They moved silently, as cautious as cheetahs and as cunning as snakes. Sig stood at the bow, his gaze seemingly penetrating through the trees and mist. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, an indescribable unease rising within him. His instincts told him that this seemingly calm, deserted island actually harbored dangers. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath, trying to sense the hidden malice in the wind. His intuition was not wrong. Although the sailors and Miss Elizabeth were absorbed in their tasks, oblivious to the impending danger, Sig's perception was far beyond the ordinary. He could feel the lurking gazes, the stares fixed upon them, like invisible arrows ready to strike at any moment. Sig slowly opened his eyes, his expression sharpening like a blade. Without alarming anyone else, he stood quietly, like a guardian, prepared to react at the first sign of danger. He murmured to himself, "It seems this stop is not as simple as it appears." Sig knew he had to remain vigilant while also protecting everyone on the ship, including the curious Miss Elizabeth, who bore a striking resemblance to his missing, possibly dead, wife. But the most striking similarity was still their flowing red hair. Deep within the deserted island, those pirates who had been exiled from other pirate ships had eyes gleaming with hunger and wildness. They huddled in concealed corners, among the bushes or behind rocks, whispering to each other about this unexpected prey. "Look at that canvas. No insignia. It shouldn't be a Navy ship," one pirate said quietly, excitement creeping into his voice. "Yeah, it looks like an ordinary merchant ship, but who knows? There might be plenty of good stuff inside," another pirate responded, his eyes sparkling with greed in the sunlight. One of them, clearly the leader of the group, had a more cunning and calm gaze. He raised a finger to signal silence, then lowered his voice. "Everyone be quiet. Don't let those on the ship find out. We still don't know their strength." The group of pirates nodded, their expressions turning serious. They knew that if they wanted to successfully take down this merchant ship, they had to be extremely careful and not alarm their prey. "We need to get closer and see if they have any weapons, or if there are any strong characters on board," the leader continued, scanning his companions to ensure everyone understood his meaning. They began to stealthily approach the merchant ship, using the island's terrain as cover, moving closer to the target with light and agile steps, like a group of predators closing in on unsuspecting prey. "If there are skilled fighters on board, we need to be careful. I don't want to end up dead because of a moment's impulse," said a more cautious-looking pirate. "Don't worry if we sense anything wrong. We'll retreat immediately. Overall, this operation needs to be cautious," the leader replied, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Just as these pirates were observing and discussing in secret, Sig continued to stand at the bow, occasionally sweeping his gaze across the island's jungle. Although he could not see the hidden pirates, he could feel the scent of danger approaching. He knew a potential battle was brewing. These exiled pirates on the deserted island had once been crew members of another pirate ship, but were abandoned for hoarding valuables. On this isolated island, they had spent countless days and nights, yearning for the day they could leave and regain their freedom. As time passed, their hopes gradually dwindled. They knew that if they couldn't find a ship to take them away, they might spend the rest of their lives on this deserted island, gradually devolving into savagery. This fear tortured them constantly, driving them to madness and despair. Their once splendid pirate attire was now tattered and filthy, covered in stains and tears. Long exposure to sun and rain had stripped these clothes of their original color, rendering them dull like the island soil. Their skin, long exposed to the scorching sun, had grown rough and dark, with some even showing signs of sunburn. Due to a lack of basic hygiene, the stench emanating from them was unbearable. Sweat and dirt mixed together, forming a thick layer of grime that clung to their skin. Their hair was unkempt, resembling wild grass that hadn't been trimmed in years, with some even infested with lice. In their eyes, besides the greed for wealth, there was also a hint of madness and beast-like ferocity. A long time spent in the wild had taught them how to survive in a brutal natural environment, but it had also stripped them of the gentleness and decorum inherent in humanity. "We can't go on like this. We must leave this place." One pirate gritted his teeth, his voice filled with reluctance and anger. "Yes, we can't just give up like this. This merchant ship is our chance." Another pirate echoed, his eyes shining with a desire for freedom. They knew that if this operation failed, they might truly become savages on this island, forever losing the opportunity to return to the civilized world. Therefore, though their clothes were tattered and they reeked, the desire within them and the yearning for freedom were stronger than ever. They were prepared to seize this opportunity and escape the deserted island at all costs. As these exiled pirates reached the edge of the jungle, their gaze pierced through the treetops and landed on that merchant ship. Their attention was immediately drawn to a noble lady standing by the ship's railing. She was as fair as snow, beautiful as a flower, and her long, wavy red hair shimmered in the sunlight, resembling a burning flame that instantly ignited the heat within them. "My God, who is that?" one pirate croaked, his throat dry and voice hoarse. "She looks like a noble lady. She's more beautiful than any woman we've seen at sea." The eyes of another pirate sparkled with greed, and a wicked smile unconsciously crept onto his face. This group of audacious pirates, having been trapped on a deserted island for so long, had long forgotten the constraints of civilization. The desires in their hearts spread like wildfires, and the appearance of the noble lady undoubtedly added more fuel to their flames. "If we can capture her, we can not only enjoy ourselves, but also use her for ransom." One pirate licked his lips, his tone filled with lewd thoughts. "Shut up. Now is not the time. We need to assess the situation first. Don't forget our target is the ship's goods. The woman is just an extra gain." The leading pirate coldly reprimanded, though his gaze was also hard to tear away from the noble lady. Their hearts raced, and each of them envisioned the scene of capturing the noble lady, but their rationality remained intact, knowing that now was not the time for impulsiveness. They needed to formulate a plan to ensure the success of their operation. The pirates began to observe the movements of the merchant ship more cautiously while also assessing the possible defenses on board. Their eyes scanned the ship, try to find any weaknesses they could exploit. The presence of the noble lady undoubtedly gave them greater motivation and made their operation more dangerous and unpredictable. The leader among the pirates was the strongest, experienced in combat, with a perception of danger that was extraordinary. His gaze was firmly fixed on the man beside the noble lady. That man appeared to be lazily standing there, but the leader could sense the hidden ferocity and killing intent behind his seemingly casual gaze. This man felt like a sword unsheathed, with a calm exterior hiding a deadly edge. A sense of inexplicable alertness surged within the leader. He knew that this man was definitely a master, a skilled fighter who could easily take their lives. Just then, the man seemed to casually glance in their direction, his gaze sharp as a blade, instantly slicing through the stillness of the jungle. The leader's heart tightened, feeling a chill rush from his feet to his head, and a cold sweat trickled down his neck, as if death had gently blown past him. "Damn it, he discovered us." The thought flashed through the leader's mind, and his body instinctively tensed, ready to respond to any potential attack. The leader's intuition told him that if they acted recklessly, this man would become their collective nightmare. He had to reevaluate the entire plan. This sudden variable complicated their originally simple looting scheme. "Everyone, be careful. That man is not simple." The leader lowered his voice, warning his companions, his tone filled with unprecedented seriousness and tension. Hearing the leader's words, the pirates put away their dismissive attitudes and began to observe and wait more cautiously, realizing that this operation might not go as smoothly as they had anticipated. The leader's feeling made them aware that they might be facing a true opponent this time, someone capable of taking lives silently and effortlessly. However, the other pirates, those audacious and reckless ones, dismissed the leader's warning. They exchanged contemptuous glances, some even laughed derisively. "What's there to be afraid of? That man looks like a butler. He might not even be able to hold a sword properly." One pirate sneered, showing disdain for the man's presence. "Exactly. Men like him from noble backgrounds spend all day around women. Their combat abilities have long been dulled by their luxurious lives." Another pirate echoed, filled with disdain for the nobility. In the eyes of these pirates, the man was refined and elegant, completely unlike a warrior who could survive on the battlefield. They believed that having fought many battles, dealing with such a seemingly weak man would be a piece of cake. "We've taken down men like this before in our pirate careers. They are usually the first to fall, lacking even the courage to resist." One pirate waved his weapon, seemingly eager to showcase his strength. The confidence of this group of pirates soared to the extreme, completely ignoring the leader's warning. Believing themselves strong enough to easily take down the merchant ship, steal the goods, and even the beautiful noble lady. However, their contempt and arrogance were the most dangerous factors. They failed to realize that the seemingly weak man might actually be a hidden master, and his presence could bring them devastating consequences. The leader looked at his unsuspecting companions, feeling anxious within. If they continued to underestimate their opponent, today's operation could lead to their demise on this deserted island. He had to find a way to wake them up, to make them recognize the impending danger. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. As night fell, the atmosphere on the island grew even tenser. Under the leader's command, the pirates silently devised a detailed plan. They decided to use the cover of darkness to subdue and bind the sailors who had landed on the island, in order to interrogate them and gather information about the merchant ship's specifics. In the dark of night, the pirates divided into several small groups, moving like ghosts through the jungle, gradually approaching the temporary camp set up by the sailors. These sailors had already experienced a pirate attack during their previous voyage. Although they had narrowly escaped, their vigilance had not diminished as a result. However, on this unfamiliar island, they were exhausted and let their guard down. The pirates, taking advantage of the night, silently approached the camp. They concealed their scent with leaves and dirt, gripping their weapons tightly, ready to launch an attack at any moment. The leading pirate made a gesture, signaling his companions to prepare for action. Suddenly, a sailor stood up to go to the bathroom and accidentally ran into a sneaking pirate. The sailor gasped, instantly breaking the night's tranquility. The pirates immediately sprang into action, charging toward the camp like tigers descending a mountain. Although the sailors were caught off guard, they still fought with all their might. For a moment, the camp was filled with the glint of blades, shouts, and the sounds of metal clashing together. The pirates quickly overpowered the sailors with their numerical advantage. The leading pirate personally intervened and swiftly subdued the most resistant sailor. After a fierce battle, the sailors were ultimately subdued by the pirates and tied to trees near the camp. The leading pirate approached a sailor who looked like he was in charge and coldly asked, "How much wealth is on your merchant ship? Are there any skilled fighters on board?" Although the sailors were scared, they knew the pirates' cruelty and dared not easily divulge information. Seeing this, the leading pirate's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He knew that without taking some measures, these sailors would not easily speak. At that moment, the beautiful figure of a noble lady suddenly appeared in the pirate's line of sight, seemingly awakened by the sounds of battle, running out of the tent in her nightgown, panicked. The pirates looked at her with greedy and desire-filled eyes. Seeing the sailors' pale faces and trembling bodies, the leading pirate smirked. These people had lost their courage to resist. They would obediently provide all information without any severe torture. "Speak up. What valuable goods are on the merchant ship? And where is your captain?" The leading pirate's voice was cold and firm, his gaze sharp as a knife, directly staring at the bound sailors. The sailors exchanged glances, and one younger crew member broke down first, tears streaming down his face as he began to confess in a trembling voice. "Our ship mainly carries silk and spices, as well as some precious medicinal herbs, all tributes to the kingdom. The captain, he was injured in the battle and is now recuperating on the ship." Upon hearing this information, the pirates' eyes gleamed with greed, and they began to whisper among themselves, excitedly discussing the wealth that was about to be theirs. The leading pirate nodded in satisfaction and then turned to the other sailors to confirm they were not withholding more information. These sailors were like drowning people struggling on the brink of death, eager to grab onto any lifeline. They hurriedly confessed, even embellishing the details to show their sincerity, making everything on the merchant ship sound richer. Also, there's a safe on board that contains the gold and jewels from this trade. One sailor, in a bid to save his life, revealed the secrets of the ship. The pirates laughed wildly upon hearing this. They laughed at the sailors' weakness, at how easily they had disclosed such important information, and at the wealth that was soon to be theirs. Their laughter echoed in the night sky, filled with arrogance and pride. The leading pirate raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, then said to the sailors, "You did well. As long as you cooperate, I won't harm you. But now, you need to take us to find that safe. The sailors nodded eagerly, indicating their willingness to cooperate. Under the watch of the pirates, they began to move toward the merchant ship. Meanwhile, the noble lady was being eyed by the pirates with even more greedy glances. Her fate already destined to be closely linked with this group of pirates. In the night, the noble lady's screams shattered the silence, filled with fear and despair. She saw a scene on the shoreline, where those savage figures were binding her sailors, and her heart nearly leaped out of her chest. Help us! We are being attacked. We are surrounded by pirates. The noble lady screamed while trying to wake the others on the ship. The crew and passengers of the merchant ship woke up from their sleep, hurriedly putting on their clothes, their faces filled with confusion and panic. Some even grabbed nearby weapons, ready to face any potential danger. What happened? What's going on? A drowsy crew member asked in panic, his voice trembling. It's pirates. They have kidnapped the sailors. Another slightly more awake crew member replied, his face pale, clearly frightened by the scene on the shore. People on the ship began to run around. Some went to wake the captain, while others tried to organize a defense. Panic spread like a virus on the ship, and everyone realized they might be facing life-threatening danger. Although the captain was injured, upon hearing the alarm, he endured the pain, quickly dressed, and grabbed a weapon, trying to stabilize the order on the ship. His voice spread through the night. Everyone, stay calm. Don't panic. We must unite to fight against these pirates. The noble lady was taken to a safe area on the ship, protected by several loyal guards. Her eyes were filled with tears, but she tried to calm herself. She knew this was not the time to be weak. The ship's lights gradually brightened, and the crew began to set up defenses at the ship's sides, holding bows and firearms, nervously watching the movements on the shore. The pirates' laughter and the screams intertwined, forming a strange and terrifying symphony. The sailors looked in shock at the usually gentle and polite steward, who at that moment was no longer the kind face they knew, but a fully armed warrior. Dressed in heavy armor and holding a sharp long sword, he suddenly appeared beside the noble lady, like a hero descending from the heavens. The steward's voice was firm and powerful as he said loudly, "Miss, do not panic. I will take care of the upcoming battle." His appearance invigorated the previously panicked sailors. The steward had always been seen as the elder on the ship, and his wisdom and experience made them feel deeply trusted. Now, seeing him step forward, the sailors felt as though they had found their backbone, and their fear lessened slightly. "Steward, you," a sailor said in surprise, unable to find his words. "I was also a warrior in my youth. These pirates are nothing to fear." The steward's gaze was resolute. His words conveyed an undeniable confidence. He walked to the edge of the ship, his eyes like torches, scanning the pirates on shore. The steward knew that this battle would determine everyone's fate, and he could not afford any mistakes. "Everyone, listen up. Protect the miss and hold your ground." The steward issued his command. His voice echoed in the night sky, inspiring every crew member. The sailors nodded one after another, rearranging their formation. Some operated the ship's catapult and bows, while others armed themselves with swords, ready to engage the pirates in close combat. The pirates on the shore were also intimidated by the butler's appearance. They hadn't expected this seemingly frail old man to be such a powerful warrior. The leading pirate's expression grew serious. This raid might not go as smoothly as they had imagined. "Watch out for that old guy. He is not an ordinary person," the leading pirate warned his companions. In the night, the tense atmosphere thickened as both sides waited for the other to make the first move. An inevitable battle was about to erupt on the shores of this uninhabited island. The butler stood at the ship's railing, his figure appearing particularly imposing under the moonlight. With eyes like lightning, he fixed his gaze on the pirates on the shore, his voice loud and firm, filled with undeniable authority. "You pirates, listen up," the butler declared resolutely. "Release my crew now, and we can let bygones be bygones. But if you persist in your folly and choose this irreversible path, then don't blame me for showing you the power of a heavy armored knight." The pirates were stunned by the butler's words, exchanging glances, their hearts intertwined with fear and resentment. They knew this butler was not just making empty threats. His heavy armor and the sword in his hand displayed his past combat experience and confidence in battle. The leading pirate furrowed his brow, weighing the pros and cons. He knew that if they truly fought this heavy-armored knight, Even with their numbers, they might not gain an advantage. Moreover, this knight seemed unafraid of them, which made him uneasy. Who do you think you are? An old knight past his prime? Do you think we will be intimidated by your threats? The leading pirate tried to mask his wavering with sarcasm. The butler remained unfazed, coldly responding, I am a guardian, protecting the young lady and everyone here. If you dare to act rashly, I will show no mercy. The atmosphere grew even tenser. The pirates gripped their weapons tighter, but their steps began to waver. None of them wanted to be the first to challenge this seemingly invincible knight. We leave. The leading pirate finally made a decision, realizing that tonight's raid might end in failure. He waved his hand, signaling his men to release the sailors, then slowly retreated into the jungle with unwilling and resentful glances. Once freed, the sailors rushed back to the ship, their eyes filled with gratitude and admiration for the butler. The noble young lady also looked at her usually gentle butler with admiration, surprised to see such a courageous side of him. The butler stood at the ship's railing, watching the pirates disappear into the jungle, knowing that the crisis of the night was temporarily averted, but the road ahead was still full of uncertainties and dangers. He sheathed his heavy sword, removed his armor, and returned to being the amiable butler, yet everyone could sense the hidden courage and strength within him. Sig stood in the shadows of the cabin, his eyes revealing newfound understanding and a hint of awe. He recalled the earlier signs, the noble young lady's trust and reliance on the butler, which now seemed so logical. Sig couldn't help but develop a new respect for the butler. Although the pirates had already fled into the jungle, their figures appeared particularly disheveled under the moonlight, like a pack of lost dogs. Sig knew that such enemies would not give up easily. Their retreat was only temporary. Once they found an opportunity, they would surely return with deeper resentment and more cunning plans. We must be prepared, Sig murmured to himself. He decided to step into the light and join the other crew members in strengthening their defenses. The pirates would not rest easy. He walked onto the deck and saw the butler directing the sailors to check the ship for damage and reinforce vulnerable points that could be attacked. Sig approached the butler and said, You have shown true strength. I underestimated you before. The butler looked up at Sig, nodded slightly, and said nothing more, but his eyes conveyed recognition of Sig's value. On this ship, everyone's strength is precious. Sig, your strength is also needed, the butler finally spoke. The pirates will not give up easily. We must unite and face the challenges ahead together. The pirates hid deep within the forest caves, the interior dark and damp, with only a few dim rays of light filtering through the cracks in the rocks. Their faces still bore the remnants of their defeat, but their eyes burned with the flames of revenge. The leading pirate pulled out makeshift bows and arrows from a tattered sack, the tips wrapped in flammable cloth, emitting a pungent odor. They knew these crude weapons could unleash unexpected power in the night. Light them, the leading pirate commanded, his voice echoing in the cave, filled with coldness and determination. The pirates quickly sprang into action, using flint to ignite the oil-soaked arrows. Flames leaped in the darkness, illuminating their twisted expressions. Everyone knew that once these arrows were fired, there would be no turning back. Our target is that ship. Let them know the cost of challenging us. The leading pirate roared, his gaze fierce as that of a wild beast. The flaming arrows flew through the night sky like fiery serpents, heading toward the merchant ship. The pirates' hearts brimmed with a desire for destruction. They intended to make those who mocked them pay. On the merchant ship, the butler and Sig were patrolling nervously when suddenly, a bright light streaked across the night sky, followed by more flames. The butler immediately sensed the danger and shouted, Fire! Quickly extinguish the source. The sailors reacted swiftly, grabbing buckets of water and wet cloths, rushing toward where the fire arrows might land. The butler and Sig stood at the ship's railing, ready to knock down the incoming fire arrows with swords and shields. If the flames landed on the ship, it would mean disaster. The butler knew they could not let the pirates succeed. This battle had just begun. With a determined gaze, he shouted to Sig and the other sailors, We won't let them succeed. For the young lady, for this ship, for our home, fight. In this sudden fire attack, everyone on the merchant ship fought desperately against the pirates amid flames and darkness. The butler silently weighed his own strength. Though he remained resolute, time was unforgiving. And facing this pack of fierce pirates, he knew that relying solely on his own power would be difficult to withstand for long. A hint of barely noticeable worry flashed in his eyes, but was quickly masked by his determined expression. The fire arrows fell like shooting stars across the night sky, trailing hot tails, piercing the darkness toward the merchant ship. The butler quickly adjusted his mindset, directing everyone on the ship to respond to this sudden attack. Protect the sails. Don't let the flames spread. The butler commanded loudly, brandishing his sword and knocking down rocket after rocket that came flying in. His movements remained agile, but with every leap and every swing of the sword, he felt a slight drain of his stamina. Rockets landed on the deck on the canvas, and some even directly struck the cabin. The crew members desperately tried to extinguish the flames, some covering them with wet blankets, others burying them with sand. The flames were extinguished time and again through their efforts, but the pirates' attacks grew increasingly ferocious. The butler stood at the edge of the ship, facing the dense barrage of rockets, took a deep breath, and swung his sword even faster. Sig observed the butler's every move silently, his eyes filled with scrutiny and assessment. When he saw that although the butler was skilled with the sword, he was beginning to show signs of fatigue against the relentless rocket attacks. A faint smile crept onto Sig's lips. In his view, this butler didn't seem as invincible as the sailors and the pirates had judged him to be. So this is all there is to it, Sig thought to himself, his confidence starting to swell. I thought he was strong, but it seems he is at most an opponent I can defeat in one move. Sig's hand unconsciously tightened around the hilt of his sword, and his gaze became sharper. If these pirates dared to press further, Sig silently vowed, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll go down and wreak havoc. Sig's body leaned slightly forward, as if ready to leap into battle, filled with a thirst for combat. He wanted to prove to everyone that he, Sig, was not to be trifled with. His presence was crucial for this ship and this battle. Meanwhile, although the butler was still striving to knock down rockets, he noticed Sig's unusual movements out of the corner of his eye. His heart tightened, unsure of Sig's intentions. At this critical moment, he couldn't allow any internal instability to affect the overall situation. Sig, the butler called out in a deep voice, briefly shifting his gaze to him. Now is not the time for infighting. Our enemy is those pirates. The noble lady furrowed her brow, lifting her delicate skirt and stepping closer to Sig. Her eyes filled with worry and expectation. The situation was urgent, and Sig seemed to be a figure not to be underestimated. Mr. Sig, you appear to be exceptionally clever. Do you have any good ideas to deal with these vile pirates? The noble lady's voice was gentle, but her tone carried a firm insistence that could not be refused. Sig turned his head and saw a glimmer of playful light in the eyes of this elegantly poised noble lady. He raised one eyebrow slightly, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his mouth, then teased in a relaxed tone, "Oh, noble lady, are you seeking my help? You should know that I'm quite adept at the whole hero-saving beauty thing. However, if I really drive those pirates away, how do you plan to thank me? Are you going to offer yourself in return?" The noble lady's cheeks immediately flushed with a faint blush. She hadn't expected Sig to be so bold in teasing her. She lowered her head slightly, biting her lip in embarrassment, then raised her head with determination in her eyes and replied, "Mr. Sig, if you can truly help Uncle Butler eliminate these pirates and protect our safety, then I will certainly be immensely grateful. Moreover, I believe my father will reward your brave actions handsomely." Upon hearing this, Sig burst into laughter, waving his hand as if to dispel the joking atmosphere. "All right, my lady, I will remember your words. Now let us think about how to deal with these fellows." His expression turned serious again as he began to contemplate the next strategy. The pirates' raucous shouts echoed in the night sky, their crude words revealing endless evil and greed. They laughed recklessly, their eyes gleaming with a beastly glint, showing no concealment of their violent intentions. "Kill all these crew members, take those women, and make this ship our trophy." A pirate leader roared, his voice hoarse and cruel. Under the dark glow of the flames, the faces of the pirates twisted and contorted, every scar and rotten tooth appearing particularly sinister. Their skin was roughened by the sea wind and sunlight, and the dirt on their faces glistened with a greasy sheen in the firelight, evoking disgust. On the faces of these pirates was written a tale of evil and brutality, their eyes revealing a thirst for blood and wealth. In this night sky, pierced by rockets, their laughter sounded like a demonic curse, sending chills down one's spine. The crew members faced this group of villains, filled with fear, but more so with anger. They knew that tonight's battle was not just for their own lives, but to protect the innocent lady and their companions. The sailors on the ship gripped their swords tightly, their eyes flashing with a resolute light. These usually gentle sailors had transformed into warriors ready to defend their home. They knew that tonight it was either life or death, with no retreat possible. For family, for honor, they would fight to the end. A young sailor shouted. His voice was filled with a tragic yet motivating power. The sailors responded in unison, forming a defensive line, ready to meet the charging pirates. The blades glinted coldly in the firelight, and every face was marked with determination. Even when facing the ferocious pirates, they showed no fear. The butler stood at the front of the line, his body beginning to feel fatigued, but his spirit remained resilient. He was acutely aware that his stamina no longer allowed for prolonged fighting. With every breath, he felt his body issuing warnings. But he could not back down at this moment. Even if it was only with his last breath, "I will never allow these scoundrels to succeed," the butler silently vowed. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, preparing to welcome the impending battle. His gaze swept over the crew members around him. Those young faces were filled with a thirst for the future, and they trusted him, depended on him, which strengthened his resolve even more. Even if his body was already overwhelmed, his sword remained sharp, and his heart remained steadfast. "Follow me," the butler commanded loudly, his voice resonating powerfully in the tense atmosphere. Every moment ahead could be critical for life or death, but he would not let his fatigue become a burden for the crew. He would protect the peace of these waters with his life. Sig's applause sounded particularly jarring in this tense atmosphere, his hands lightly clapping in a steady rhythm, as if he were admiring a splendid performance. This sudden action froze everyone in place. The crew members stopped their movements, and the pirates temporarily forgot their assault, all eyes turning to this calm man. The scene instantly fell silent, with only Sig's applause echoing in the night sky. The noble lady was stunned, looking at Sig with confusion in her heart. The butler furrowed his brow, unsure of Sig's intentions with this act. Sig slowly stopped clapping, his gaze shifting from the crew members to the noble lady. He smiled gently and spoke in a relaxed tone. "You must remember what you said, miss." Then, Sig turned his head, his gaze like a sharp sword pointing directly at the pirates, his voice suddenly becoming cold and filled with undeniable authority. "If you choose to take your own lives now, you can die easily later. Otherwise, I will let you know what true terror is." The pirates were intimidated by Sig's aura, exchanging glances, unsure why this man was so confident. But soon, their leader reacted, roaring in anger. "Who do you think you are to speak to us like that?" Sig merely smiled lightly, his hands slowly gripping the sword hilt, as if he had transformed into a different person in an instant. His eyes glimmered with a ruthless light, resembling a predator ready to strike. The sailors on the ship nervously tightened their grips on their weapons, their heartbeats quickening, their eyes reflecting both fear and curiosity. They had heard of the pirates' brutality and cunning, but at this moment of life and death, they also wanted to witness firsthand just how formidable these legendary pirates truly were. Their hearts were filled with contradictions. On one hand, they wanted to prove their courage, and on the other, they felt uneasy about the impending battle. Can this Sig really handle those pirates? A young sailor whispered to his companion, uncertainty in his voice. "I don't know, but he seems to have some skill," the other sailor replied, keeping a close watch on Sig, trying to find answers in his demeanor. Meanwhile, the pirates on the shore were whispering among themselves, speculating about Sig's strength. They saw his calm demeanor and confident gaze, which sparked a hint of doubt and wariness in their hearts. This man didn't seem to panic like the other crew members. Instead, he gave off an unfathomable aura. "Who is this guy? Why does it feel a bit off?" One pirate frowned and said to his companion, "Stop talking nonsense. Who cares who he is? We have so many people. Are we afraid of just one?" Another pirate waved his weapon, trying to mask his inner unease with arrogance. The pirate leader's gaze shifted back and forth between Sig on the ship and his own men. a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. He was an experienced pirate, well aware that sometimes outward calm might conceal real danger. He decided to stop delaying and waved his hand to command, "Charge. Let them see our might." With the leader's order, the pirates let out a bloodthirsty roar, charging toward the merchant ship like a tide, wielding their weapons. The sailors on the ship, under the butler's lead, stood ready to face the impending impact. Sig stood at the forefront, his gaze calm and determined, prepared to welcome this life-and-death battle. The pirates shouted thunderously, charging forward disdainfully, each one like a bloodthirsty maniac, loudly proclaiming their proudest techniques, trying to overwhelm their opponents with sheer momentum. Weapons waved in the air, glinting coldly, as if they could already foresee the dawn of victory. "Behold my invincible slash! Taste my whirlwind blade! Shattering wave slash!" Their shouts echoed one after another. But at that moment, Sig's movements appeared exceptionally composed. He gently drew his sword, the motion elegant and fluid, as if painting an invisible pattern in the air. His blade traced arcs in the night sky, seemingly devoid of killing intent, but possessing a certain mysterious rhythm. Suddenly, the charging pirates seemed to hit an invisible wall. Their movements froze in an instant, and the arrogance and ferocity on their faces turned to astonishment and fear. They tried to continue moving forward, but their bodies felt as if locked by invisible chains. Unable to budge, the pirates on the shore froze in place, their eyes filled with confusion and panic. They struggled hard but found that no matter how much effort they exerted, they could not take another step forward, as if time had stopped at that moment, and they had become statues frozen in place. Sig smiled slightly, the tip of his sword lightly touching the ground, as if completing a complex ritual. His gaze swept over the immobilized pirates, and he spoke in a calm tone, "Your pirate game is over." The sailors and the noble lady on the ship were stunned. They could not comprehend everything happening before their eyes. What kind of magic did this Sig use to render a group of fierce pirates unable to move in an instant? The outcome of this battle seemed to have been silently revealed. The butler's eyes were filled with shock and confusion. He could not believe what he was seeing. Even he, the strongest warrior on the merchant ship, could not help but be bewildered by the scene. He stared intently at Sig, a storm of emotions surging within him. What is happening?" the butler murmured. His gaze shifted back and forth between Sig and the immobilized pirates, trying to find answers. He had witnessed countless battles and faced numerous strong enemies, but he had never seen a scene like this before. Sig's movements seemed simple, yet they held an inexplicable power. The butler began to doubt. What kind of existence is this Lord Sig? Has his power surpassed the limits of mortals? The surrounding crew members began to discuss among themselves, their eyes filled with awe and curiosity, even in the face of life and death. They had never imagined such a miraculous scene would unfold before them. "Lord Sig, does he know magic?" a young sailor stammered, his voice filled with reverence. The noble lady looked on in shock, covering her mouth, unable to believe what she was seeing. She had only hoped that Sig could help resist the pirates, never expecting him to resolve the situation in such an incredible manner. The butler took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil within him. He knew it was not the time to ask questions, but rather to quickly understand the current situation and make the next decision. He turned to Sig, his voice tinged with respect. "Lord Sig, how'd you do it?" Sig merely smiled faintly, his gaze still resolute, as if he were not surprised by the effect he had caused. Sheathing his sword gently, he slowly said, "This is just a little trick. The real battle is only just beginning." Under everyone's watchful eyes, those pirates who had just been brandishing their weapons suddenly seemed to be struck by an invisible force, their bodies beginning to show fine cracks. These cracks rapidly expanded, ultimately causing the pirates' bodies to shatter like broken pottery. Each piece traced arcs in the night sky, accompanied by faint sounds, falling onto the deck with a crisp clatter. This scene exceeded everyone's imagination. They hadn't even seen how Sig drew his sword before the pirates had already fallen apart under the sword's aura. The sailors' eyes widened in disbelief. They could not believe their eyes. Those fierce pirates had been silently defeated. Sig's swordsmanship had surpassed their understanding, as if he were not fighting, but performing an art. The noble lady's fingers gripped the ship's railing tightly, her heart racing with both fear and awe. She had never imagined that a person's strength could reach such a level. A glimmer of light flashed in the butler's eyes. He finally understood where Sieg's confidence came from. Such power indeed qualified him to face any enemy. The flames in the night sky illuminated Sieg's figure. His sword had returned to its sheath, but that invisible sword energy seemed to linger in the air, sending chills down spines. There was no hint of pride on his face, as if all of this was within his expectations. The remnants of the pirates lay scattered, and the once arrogant atmosphere was now replaced by a deathly silence. This battle, before it had truly begun, had already ended. Sieg's presence left an indelible impression on everyone, like a hero from a myth. Sieg moved with ease. He turned around, smiling as he patted the shoulders of a few sailors beside him, speaking in a calm and casual tone as if the thrilling scene moments ago was just a daily interlude. Now, let's see what valuable treasures we can find on this group of pirates, Sieg said with a hint of jest. His eyes sparkled with interest in the upcoming harvest. The sailors were pulled back to reality by Sieg's words, waking from their shock and beginning to cheer. The tension and fear were replaced by joy and excitement. Smiles spread across their faces as they began to pat each other's backs, celebrating this sudden victory. "Yeah, they must have a lot of good stuff," one sailor exclaimed, his eyes glinting with a thirst for wealth. "Haha, I didn't expect it to be resolved so easily." Another sailor laughed heartily, eagerly stepping over the debris on the deck towards the still bodies of the pirates. The sailors sprang into action, rummaging through the pirate wreckage, hoping to find some gold coins, gems, or other valuable items. The deck became lively, the earlier silence replaced by the sounds of searching and laughter. The noble lady also recovered from her shock. She looked at the sailors' backs, filled with gratitude. Sieg's performance not only saved her life, but might also bring her unexpected wealth. The butler stood aside, his gaze never leaving Sieg. This man was not just a simple warrior. His strength and wisdom would be the greatest asset of this ship. Sieg himself stood by, smiling as he watched the sailors busying themselves. His eyes occasionally swept over the sea, seemingly vigilant for any potential follow-up threats, but in any case, they had won at sea tonight, and the fruits of this victory would greatly benefit them all. As the sailors scavenged, treasures from the pirates' bodies were uncovered one by one. These pirates had clearly plundered a considerable amount of wealth, hiding all sorts of valuable trinkets on them. Gold coins, silver coins, pearl necklaces, gem rings. Even exquisite pocket watches and embroidered handkerchiefs shone brilliantly in the firelight, dazzling the eyes. "Look here, I found a string of pearl necklaces," one sailor shouted excitedly, the necklace in his hand shimmering softly in the night. "Ha, I have gold coins, a whole bag." Another sailor proudly waved his pouch full of coins, his face beaming with satisfaction. "And this, look, the gem on this ring is at least half a carat." A third sailor boasted about his find, the gem ring sparkling enticingly between his fingers. The sailors began to show off their loot to each other, their shouts and laughter echoing in the night sky. They carefully collected these treasures and began to tally them up, each calculating the value of their discoveries. "Let's organize these, and we can distribute them to everyone when we return," the butler directed the sailors, his voice revealing concern for his subordinates. "Yes, my lord butler. We really hit the jackpot this time," one sailor responded excitedly, playing with a delicate brooch in his hand. The noble lady was also drawn to these treasures. She moved a bit closer, curiously looking at the sailors' spoils. Her eyes sparkled with surprise and joy, the value of these treasures clearly exceeding her expectations. Sieg, however, maintained his composure, standing aside with a deep gaze observing everything. These treasures meant a lot to the sailors. They were not just wealth, but proof of their courage and adventure. "All right, everyone did a great job," Sieg finally spoke, his voice silencing everyone. "But don't forget, our journey is not over yet. Keep these treasures safe and stay vigilant. We still have a long way to go." Although the sailors were filled with a desire for wealth, they understood that had it not been for Lord Sieg stepping forward and single-handedly slaying those pirates, they might not have had the chance to collect any treasures at all. Therefore, amidst their excitement and joy, they felt even more gratitude and respect for Sieg. One by one, they honestly placed their found treasures into the prepared wooden boxes, not one daring to hide or take anything for themselves. Though they had scavenged these treasures from the pirates with their own hands, they believed that it was all Lord Sieg's credit, and they had no right to distribute or possess them on their own. Lord Sieg, these treasures have been organized, the butler reported, his voice filled with admiration for Sieg. Sieg nodded, walking to the wooden boxes, his gaze sweeping over the treasures inside. These treasures were significant to everyone on the ship. But he knew even better that fair distribution was key to maintaining team harmony. "We will distribute these treasures according to the ship's rules," Sieg said calmly. "Everyone will receive their due share, including those comrades who sacrificed in battle. Their families will receive their portions." The sailors nodded in agreement upon hearing Sieg's words. They knew of Lord Sieg's fairness and generosity, and there were no objections to his decision. "Now, let's first count the total number of these treasures, and then I will work with the butler to formulate a distribution plan," Sieg continued. His words conveyed the authority and wisdom of a leader. The sailors immediately sprang into action, carefully counting each treasure to ensure nothing was overlooked. The deck became busy again, but this time the atmosphere was filled with order and respect. On this night, illuminated by the red waves, the noble lady Elizabeth stood at the edge of the ship, her gaze crossing the undulating sea and landing on Sieg. Filled with curiosity, she wondered what kind of background and story this man had to possess such immense strength. Elizabeth gently bit her lower lip, her brow furrowing slightly as thoughts surged like tides. Remembering Sieg's calmness and composure in battle, that demeanor as if he controlled everything, left her in awe. His swordsmanship, his aura, even his mysterious abilities, sparked a deep curiosity within her about this man. "Lord Sieg, can you tell me how you possess such immense power?" Elizabeth finally couldn't hold back and cautiously approached Sieg to ask. Sieg turned his head, his gaze was gentle, and in response to Elizabeth's question, he simply smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed by his own strength. "Miss, it's a long story," Sieg began slowly, his voice deep and magnetic. "Maybe one day I will tell you. But for now, our priority is to safely reach our destination." Elizabeth could sense the reservations in Sieg's words. She knew he was unwilling to reveal too much at that moment, but she was even more certain that he harbored unknown secrets, possibly related to his extraordinary power. "I understand, Lord Sieg." Elizabeth nodded slightly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity about the unknown and admiration for Sieg regardless. "I am grateful for your protection tonight. I will patiently wait for the day you are willing to share." Waves of emotion surged in Elizabeth's heart as she recalled her butler uncle, the always steady and composed elder who had privately told her that he would likely struggle to fend off even a single blow in front of Lord Sieg. Such an evaluation, coming from her butler, was shocking and hard to believe. What terrifying strength! Elizabeth pondered, her heart racing uncontrollably. In her understanding, her butler was already a representation of martial prowess, yet he was so humble in front of Sieg, which spoke volumes about the depth of Sieg's strength. She imagined those fearsome pirates who intended to raid merchant ships, crumbling before Sieg like ants, not even realizing how they met their demise, defeated silently and effortlessly. This scene filled Elizabeth with both terror and awe. "I have never seen such a top-tier powerhouse," Elizabeth muttered to herself, her eyes shining with admiration and curiosity for Sieg. She began to imagine how powerful it would be if someone like Sieg became her ally. But she also realized how terrifying it would be if such a powerhouse became an enemy. Elizabeth knew she could no longer view Sieg merely as an ordinary travel companion. He was clearly a legendary figure, and his presence might be more significant than her journey's destination. She began to consider how to better interact with Sieg, and, at the right time, explore the story behind him and the source of his mysterious power. On this turbulent night, Elizabeth planted a seed of curiosity in her heart, hoping it would take root and lead her into Sieg's unfathomable world. And Sieg, this mysterious man, had undoubtedly become the most noteworthy presence on her sea journey. As Sieg demonstrated his extraordinary strength, the sailors on the ship felt an overwhelming admiration for him. They began to see this mysterious man in a new light. His name became legendary among them. Now, these sailors were indeed braver on the sea. They were no longer cowards who panicked and fled at the sight of a pirate ship, because they knew, on their boat, there was a super killer as if a god had descended. Sieg. With Lord Sieg here, What do we have to fear from pirates? A young sailor exclaimed, brandishing his knife, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Yes, we won't run away anymore. Another sailor echoed, his voice filled with determination and courage. The sailors began actively participating in the ship's defense, practicing swordsmanship, checking weapons, and even taking turns on watch at night to guard against potential dangers. Sig's presence acted like a shot of adrenaline, raising the entire crew's morale to unprecedented heights. The butler stood by, watching the sailors' transformation, his heart filled with emotion. Sig not only saved their lives, but also ignited their inner courage and fighting spirit. Lord Sig, you have given them hope, the butler said as he approached Sig, his tone filled with gratitude. Sig simply smiled faintly, his gaze still fixed on the distant horizon, as if contemplating a deeper future. Courage and hope are the best weapons against fear, he said calmly. As the ship continued its voyage, the sailors' admiration for Sig deepened. They began to recount his deeds, telling how he single-handedly defeated pirates and protected them in this dangerous sea. And Sig, the taciturn powerhouse, became their irreplaceable hero. As the ship moved forward, the distance to the celestial dragon's territory grew closer. The winds and waves on the sea seemed to sense the impending tension, becoming more fierce. Sig stood at the bow, gazing into the distance, a glimmer of cold light flickering in his eyes. He knew that once they reached the celestial dragon's domain, they would face more challenges and unknowns. Those celestial dragons, who prided themselves on being the nobles of the sea, were infamous for their arrogance and cruelty throughout the waters. Sig's purpose for this journey was not merely to escort the noble Lady Elizabeth. He had deeper plans. It seems it's time for me to cause a commotion, Sig murmured to himself. His voice was calm, but the determination and courage within it were enough to shake hearts. Sig began to prepare. He checked his equipment, ensuring everything was in optimal condition. His sword, that deadly weapon that had never left his side, glimmered coldly in the moonlight, ready to witness another storm's arrival. The sailors on the ship also sensed the impending change. Seeing Lord Sig's serious expression, they knew something significant was about to happen. They silently reinforced the ship's defenses and adjusted their battle formations. Though some fear lingered in their hearts, they believed that as long as Sig was there were no difficulties they couldn't overcome. Elizabeth stood at the stern of the ship, her gaze closely following Sig's figure. She could feel the unusual aura emanating from him, a power about to erupt. She didn't know what Sig planned to do, but she believed every decision this man made was to protect them. Lord Sig, what do you need us to do? The butler stepped forward and asked respectfully. Sig turned around, his gaze sweeping across the butler's face, then each sailor. Protect yourselves and this ship. The upcoming battle may be far more brutal than you imagine. His words were concise and powerful, revealing an undeniable authority. As the ship gradually approached the celestial dragon's territory, Sig's aura grew stronger. He's like a bomb about to detonate. Once it reaches its target, it will unleash an unpredictable storm. This sea area will also undergo an unprecedented transformation due to his arrival. On the shimmering surface of the sea, several massive Navy warships are slowly approaching, resembling steel behemoths of the ocean, majestic and imposing. Each of these warships is over 100 meters long, their grand hulls leaving white trails on the water, as if the sea silently acknowledges their might. The exterior of the ships is painted in deep gray, a color that blends well with the surrounding waves, making it difficult for enemies to spot them from distance. The hulls are made of hard steel, with thick armor plates layered upon one another, protecting vital areas inside the ships. The bow of each ship is engraved with the Navy's emblem, an eagle with outstretched wings, symbolizing freedom and strength. On the decks of these warships, neatly arranged gun ports resemble the fangs of a giant beast, ready to unleash deadly flames at any moment. Each cannon is forged from high-quality steel, shining with a cold luster. The dark cannon mouths seem to be able to swallow everything. These cannons are meticulously maintained, coated with anti-rust oil, ensuring they remain in optimal condition even in harsh maritime environments. The gun ports on the warships are arranged in multiple layers, from the bow to the stern, from a main deck to the superstructure, forming a three-dimensional firepower network. On both sides of the ship, heavy main guns stand proudly. They are the ship's fists, possessing a range and destructive power far beyond other artillery. Between the main guns are rows of medium-caliber secondary guns, responsible for medium to close-range strikes and support. The light rapid-fire guns on the upper deck are used to defend against enemy aircraft or swiftly moving small targets. When these warships sail in formation, their orderly gun ports create a chilling sight. Under the sunlight, the cannon barrels reflect dazzling rays, as if proclaiming the Navy's strength and inviolability to the world. The very existence of these warships is a deterrent, a display of power that sends shivers down the spine of any enemy with intentions to challenge. In this tumultuous sea, merchant ships are like floating leaves, fragile and insignificant. However, when these Navy warships appear in their shipping lanes, a sense of security rises in the hearts of the merchants. These massive warships are their guardians at sea, a strong backing against pirate threats. The merchant ships are usually made of wood, their sails flapping in the wind, laden with various goods that are their source of livelihood. Under the protection of the Navy warships, they can safely traverse this perilous sea without excessive worry about the unpredictable pirates. Pirates, those marauders roaming the seas, typically operate in the shadows, targeting weaker prey. Faced with these steel behemoths of a navy, unless they are insane, they would not dare to show themselves easily. The gun ports on the Navy warships are like pairs of stern eyes, constantly vigilant against any misconduct. Pirates are well aware that once targeted by these warships, they will face devastating consequences. Occasionally, some audacious pirates attempt to challenge the Navy's authority, but their fate is often to dissolve into a wisp of smoke under powerful gunfire. The Navy's gunners are well-trained and quick to react. Just a few precise shots can send those daring pirates to the depths of the sea. Therefore, every time merchants see the silhouettes of Navy warships, they feel genuine relief. They know that as long as these warships are present, the pirates will not dare to act recklessly. In the face of such powerful Navy forces, the pirates' courage is instantly crushed, unless they are willing to gamble with their lives. In this sea area, the presence of the Navy symbolizes order and safety. On the turbulent ocean, the flag of the world government flies atop every Navy warship, representing supreme authority and power. These warships, like guardians of the sea, faithfully execute their mission to protect the merchant ships of the allied nations and uphold their interests. However, for those ships not belonging to the allied nations, these steel behemoths are a nightmare on the seas. On a dilapidated merchant ship from a non-allied nation, sailors anxiously gaze at the outline of the Navy warship in the distance. They know that it is not their protector, but a potential source of trouble. The captain grips the helm tightly, revealing a look of helplessness and worry. Maintain course. Do not approach them. The captain orders softly, his voice trembling slightly. The merchant ship sails alone on the sea, like a leaf without shelter, vulnerable to being swallowed by the surging waves at any moment. They envy the Allied ships that safely navigate under the Navy's protection, while they can only cautiously avoid the Navy's gaze. Suddenly, a Navy warship changes course, beginning to approach the non-Allied merchant ship. The soldiers on board were expressionless faces, their eyes filled only with orders and duty. The cannons on the warship slowly turn, aiming at the panicked merchant ship. You have entered the waters of the Allied nations. Change course immediately, or we will take necessary measures. A sailor on the warship loudly announces, his voice echoing across the silent sea. The sailors on the merchant ship exchange glances, knowing that these cannons are not for decoration. The captain helplessly shakes his head and orders a change in course, moving away from this threatening area. The soldiers on the Navy warships seem accustomed to this scene. They skillfully operate the cannons, occasionally firing blank rounds as a warning. The roar of the cannons reverberates across the sea, shaking the hearts of everyone on the non-allied merchant ship. This is the Navy of the world government. Our existence to them is perhaps less than dust, a sailor mutters, his eyes reflecting endless sorrow. On this vast ocean, the cannon mouths of Navy warships serve as swords, delineating the boundary between allied and non-allied nations. For those forced to drift at sea, the Navy of the world government is both an insurmountable obstacle and an eternal pain in their hearts. On the shimmering sea surface, inside the bridge of a Navy warship, a naval brigadier stands before the window, coldly observing a merchant ship from the allied nations through the thick glass. The brigadier's expression is grim, his eyes revealing a glimmer of greed and malice. A cold smile forms at the corners of his mouth, a mixture of power and desire. The brigadier's fingers lightly tap the window frame, seemingly contemplating some ominous plan, devoid of justice or compassion, only a thirst for power and contempt for the weak. The brigadier turns around and issues orders to the officers in the bridge. Aim the cannons at that allied merchant ship and let them know this is our territory. Any disobedient ships will be punished. Although the officers have reservations, military orders are absolute, and they have no choice but to comply. Following the brigadier's command, the soldiers on the ship begin to busy themselves, adjusting the angle of the cannons, aiming at the defenseless merchant ship. The cannon's barrel slowly rose, the dark muzzle resembling the eyes of death, fixated on the distant target. The brigadier general's gaze followed the cannon's mouth, and a morbid sense of satisfaction surged within him. He imagined the scene of innocent merchant crew members struggling in fear, and this imagination gave him a twisted pleasure. On the merchant ship, the sailors noticed the naval warship's movements in the distance, and panic and unease spread among them. They raised their hands high, trying to signal their harmlessness. But to the brigadier general, it was merely a display of weakness. The brigadier general finally gave the order, and the cannon erupted with a deafening roar. Flames and smoke spewed from the muzzle as the shell, carrying the force of destruction, flew towards the non-allied merchant ship. At that moment, the brigadier general's greed and evil reached their peak, betraying the Navy's mission to protect the innocent, casting aside the Navy's glory and justice. On the sea, the shell struck the merchant ship, and the explosion's firelight and thick smoke rose instantly as the innocent crew members screamed in terror, their lives and hopes ruthlessly destroyed in that moment. Meanwhile, the naval brigadier general coldly watched this unfold from the bridge, feeling no remorse, only a heightened pursuit of power. In the wreckage of the merchant ship, the seawater was stained dark red, with broken planks and cargo floating. The naval brigadier general stood on the bridge, coldly observing the disaster he had caused, feeling no compassion, only a greedy desire for merit. He ordered the diving team to retrieve all the bodies. The brigadier general's voice was cold and firm. The order sent shivers down the spines of the surrounding officers, but they dared not disobey. The diving team quickly sprang into action. Soldiers in diving gear jumped into the sea to search for and retrieve the bodies. The bodies in the water were bound with ropes, dragged onto the warship like objects. These once vibrant sailors were now merely tools for the brigadier general to achieve his goals. The brigadier general stood on the deck, watching as body after body was pulled up, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. He ordered the bodies to be dressed up as pirates, adorned with tattered cloth and fake weapons to conceal their true identities. Remember, these people are all pirates. We are executing justice, the brigadier general told his subordinates, trying to cloak his actions in legitimacy. The soldiers silently carried out this repugnant task, filled with doubt and disgust, but under the brigadier general's tyranny, they could only obey. The bodies were arranged in combat poses, as if they had fiercely resisted before death. The brigadier general knew that once back at base, these pirate corpses would serve as proof of his heroic deeds, earning him accolades and promotions. He imagined the glory of himself at the celebration banquet, where alcohol and praise would be the best rewards for his greedy and evil actions. On this naval warship, the soldiers' emotions were complex and contradictory. Many had long grown accustomed to the brigadier general's atrocities and greed. Such scenes no longer surprised them, and some were even somewhat numb. However, when they heard the brigadier general announce that they could salvage cargo from the merchant ship, a gleam of greed flickered in their eyes. The brigadier general's words were like a fire, igniting the desires within the soldiers. How much you can salvage is up to you. This statement caused a stir among the soldiers. They knew this was a special reward from the brigadier general, an opportunity to disregard rules. The soldiers quickly took action, eagerly shedding their naval uniforms to reveal their clothing underneath. Their movements were rough and hurried, like a pack of hungry wolves spotting prey. They scrambled down the rope ladder, jumped into the sea, and swam towards the floating cargo of the merchant ship. On the surface of the sea, wooden boxes, cloth bags, and various goods gently swayed with the waves. These items had originally belonged to the non-allied merchant ship, but now became objects of contention among the soldiers. They paddled furiously, using knives to cut the ropes, dragging the cargo towards the warship. "Hurry, that box looks valuable," one soldier shouted. His companions immediately surrounded him, eager to claim the box. "Don't push me, that's mine," another soldier retorted, shoving others aside in an attempt to pull a cloth bag onto the ship. In this chaos, the Navy's discipline and honor were thrown to the winds. The soldiers only cared about how much they could gain from this disaster. Their faces were alight with greedy smiles, completely disregarding the innocent merchant sailors who had perished and ignoring that their actions had violated the Navy's principles. On the bridge, the Brigadier General coldly observed everything, a satisfied smile on his lips. Such behavior allowed him to better control these soldiers, for they too had become accomplices, unable to turn back. As night fell, the looting on the sea gradually came to an end. The soldiers returned to the warship with their respective spoils, although their actions were shameful. Under the Brigadier General's tacit approval, they seemed to forget what justice and shame were. And this naval warship, which should have been a righteous force guarding the seas, had now become a symbol of greed and evil, leaving a dark stain on the ocean. As the last body was placed on the deck, the Brigadier General turned to the officers and said, "Prepare to return. This time we have brought glory to the Navy and justice to the allied nations." The warship slowly turned, leaving behind a scene of devastation and the souls of the innocents drifting in the sea. The naval Brigadier General, with his spoils and swollen ambitions, sailed towards the port, ready to receive the accolades he felt he deserved. However, the winds and waves at sea seemed to whisper, foreshadowing that one day, this Brigadier General's crimes would face the judgment they deserved. In this vast ocean, such scenes had become commonplace for a few naval soldiers. They had witnessed too many similar atrocities and plunders, and these actions gradually became numbing to their hearts. They knew that all this happened simply because those merchant ships came from a country that had not joined the allied nations. These countries, for various reasons, failed to gain recognition and protection from the world government, and thus, in the eyes of the Navy, their existence seemed dispensable. Their ships were like rootless duckweed, every voyage on the sea filled with uncertainty and danger. They were not part of the allied nations, so they were not protected. This was a prevailing theory in the Navy, a cold and ruthless worldview. Under this influence, some soldiers began to believe that plundering and oppressing these non-allied merchant ships was justified, even in natural elimination of the weak. In the hearts of these naval soldiers, the lines between justice and morality became blurred. They started to view plunder as a right, a reward for their execution of justice. They forgot that the Navy's duty was to protect, not to harm, to maintain order, not to create chaos. This was the game rule of war. Either be strong or be conquered, as an experienced naval soldier put it, his tone revealing a resigned acceptance of this cruel world. In the eyes of the merchant ships and crews from the non-allied nations, the world government's Navy is no longer a force for peace, but a group of plunderers cloaked in the guise of justice. They fear the Navy's flag, as it no longer represents safety, but heralds impending disaster. In such an environment, ships from non-allied nations have learned to navigate the seas cautiously, trying to avoid attracting the Navy's attention. They have learned to hide, to evade, and to some extent, to surrender, because they know that in this world, order dominated by allied nations, they have no voice and no power to protect themselves. Meanwhile, those Navy soldiers continue to carry out their duties at sea, their souls gradually corroded by greed and power. They have forgotten the glory of the Navy, forgotten the oceanic freedom and justice they once swore to protect. In this tumultuous sea, only the strong can survive, while the weak can only become victims of the historical tide. As the warships slowly docked in the harbor, the Navy soldiers on deck could no longer contain their joy. They carried spoils plundered from non-allied merchant ships, their faces beaming with satisfaction. The harbor lights illuminated their faces, and barrels of fiery rum awaited their arrival at the dock. The soldiers jumped off the warships, their steps light as if they had shed all burdens. They gathered on the dock, opened the rum barrels, and the rich aroma of alcohol immediately filled the air. They raised their cups, clinking them together with a crisp sound, laughter echoing in the harbor. "Cheers! To our victory!" One soldier shouted, and the others responded, downing their rum in one gulp. Their faces flushed, the alcohol heightened their spirits. They seemed to have long forgotten the fate of that non-allied merchant ship. No one mentioned the bodies floating in the sea, nor the shattered hopes and dreams. In the eyes of these soldiers, those merchant ships were merely a stage to display their power, insignificant entities. "Those non-allied guys aren't worth any sympathy," one soldier drunkenly remarked, a disdainful smile on his lips. "Exactly. They don't understand submission, and that's their fate," another soldier echoed. Their tone was filled with arrogance and disregard. As night deepened, the soldiers' laughter and singing grew louder, immersed in the joy brought by alcohol, completely indifferent to the outside world. Their hearts were filled only with the joy of victory and the worship of power, while the tragedies of the non-allied merchant ships were merely inconsequential interludes to them. Meanwhile, on the distant sea, those from non-allied nations who had lost loved ones and homes could only mourn in silence in the dark. Their cries and prayers seemed especially pale and powerless amid the celebrations of the Navy soldiers. On this vast ocean, the civilians from non-allied nations were like drifting leaves, without roots and protection. Their lives and value had become insignificant in this world dominated by allied nations. For them, survival was an endless struggle, and each voyage could be a gamble for life. The Navy soldiers were well aware of this, and their actions at sea were almost unrestrained. Killing these civilians was like hunting defenseless prey, easy and without guilt. They viewed these people as expendable commoners, their lives worth little in their eyes. "Look, that ship is practically a gift," one soldier mocked. His eyes revealed excitement for the impending plunder. "Yeah, they won't even resist. It's too easy," another soldier agreed, his weapon seemingly eager to taste blood. Plundering their goods was merely an easy task in the daily work of these Navy soldiers. They skillfully boarded the merchant ships, roughly driving the crew away, loading cargo onto their warships piece by piece. For those civilians attempting to protect their property, they used violence mercilessly until the other party surrendered or fell silent forever. "These goods could make us a fortune." One soldier greedily gazed at the gold coins in his hand, his eyes filled with a desire for wealth. "This is our right. They are the weak, destined to be conquered," another soldier coldly said, as if stating an unchangeable natural law. On this sea, the civilians from non-allied nations were forced to accept such a fate. Their ships were looted, their loved ones killed, their freedom stripped away, and all of this was merely a routine for those Navy soldiers. A series of victories in their game of power and violence. In such an environment, the goodness and compassion in human nature were ruthlessly suppressed, leaving only barbarism and greed to ravage the seas. In this ocean ruled by power, the flames of revolution quietly burned in the hearts of the people from non-allied nations. They had witnessed too much injustice and atrocity, knowing that only by uniting could they overthrow the world government that oppressed them. The flag of the Revolutionary Army became a beacon in the hearts of those who had lost hope, guiding them toward the path of resistance. "We must unite against those oppressors," the leader of the Revolutionary Army passionately declared in a secret meeting. His voice was filled with determination and conviction. "Yes, we are tired of being treated as commoners. Our lives are equally valuable," a merchant from a non-allied nation echoed, his eyes shining with a desire for freedom. However, the path of revolution was not smooth. They faced enormous challenges and needed a long time and sufficient manpower to build strength. The people from non-allied nations were scattered across vast seas, and many of them had been conquered by fear and despair, hesitant to easily join the ranks of resistance. "We need patience to accumulate strength bit by bit," the planner of the Revolutionary Army calmly stated, knowing that every step must be cautious to avoid attracting the world government's early attention. They began to operate in the shadows, passing information through secret channels, contacting those willing to join the resistance. They gathered under the cover of night, sharing strategies, planning one small-scale struggle after another, hoping to ignite the flames in the hearts of the people. "Every small victory is a confirmation of our beliefs," a revolutionary soldier said after successfully sabotaging a Navy warship. Although his face was weary, His eyes were filled with hope. As time passed, the strength of the Revolutionary Army gradually grew. They recruited more members from the civilians of non-allied nations, including those who had once been crew members of merchant ships, who had first-hand experience of the Navy's atrocities and deep hatred for them. Our numbers are increasing. Our voices will no longer be ignored. The leader of the Revolutionary Army inspired morale at a rally, motivating everyone to believe that the future belonged to them, despite the long road ahead. The members of the Revolutionary Army knew that as long as they persisted, one day they would gather enough strength to ignite a profound transformation, overthrowing the oppressive world government and winning the dignity and freedom that everyone deserves. Until that day arrives, they would continue to move forward in the darkness, tirelessly fighting for the bright future to come. On this merchant ship of the Alliance, the steward was an experienced and meticulous person. He had witnessed countless changes in the sea and had long heard of the Navy's brutal actions. When he saw the conspicuous blue and white emblem on the distant naval ship, his heart tightened, immediately thinking of Sieg on board. Sieg, a former pirate, had a past filled with violence and bloodshed, but he had also shown another side of himself on this ship. He had helped repel attacks from other pirates and navigated through several crises, gaining the trust of some on board, even being regarded as a half-guardian. Yet his identity remained an unspeakable secret, especially in front of the Navy. "Quick, we must hide Sieg," the steward whispered to the crew member beside him, his eyes revealing urgency and concern. The crew members immediately sprang into action, knowing that if the Navy discovered Sieg, not only would he be arrested, but everyone on the ship could be implicated. They quickly guided Sieg into a concealed cabin, filled with various goods and boxes, a place that was not easily discovered. Sieg furrowed his brow, looking at the steward with a hint of confusion, and asked in a low voice, "Why? Why do I have to hide in this place? I, Sieg, have never feared anyone, not even the Navy." The steward sighed, a glimmer of worry flashing in his eyes. He understood Sieg's temperament, but also recognized how dangerous the current situation was. He slowly spoke, his tone firm and sincere. "Sieg, you know your identity. You were once a pirate, and that is something the Navy will never forget. The ship ahead, they will not spare anyone who has ever violated their rules. Your past could put us all in danger." A complex emotion flashed in Sieg's eyes. He understood the steward's concerns, but his pride made it hard for him to accept such a reality. With a cold laugh, he said, "So, am I to hide forever? I Sieg, maybe a pirate, but I also have my principles. I have never harmed the innocent." The steward gently shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of consolation. "It's not about hiding forever, but now is not the time for a head-on confrontation. We must protect everyone on this ship, including you. When the time is right, we will find a better solution." Sieg fell silent for a moment and finally nodded. He knew the steward's words made sense, although his heart was filled with reluctance. He did not want to implicate others because of himself. Taking a deep breath, he said softly, "All right, I will hide for now, but not for long." The steward smiled slightly, patting Sieg on the shoulder to show understanding and support. He then checked the door of the hidden cabin to ensure there were no overlooked traces and said softly, "Don't worry, we will be careful. Once the Navy leaves, we will make our plans." Under the steward arrangement, Sieg temporarily hid in the shadows, while outside, the shadow of the naval ship gradually enveloped the merchant ship, signaling the brewing of a possible storm. The naval ship, about 50 to 60 meters long, was painted with conspicuous blue and white stripes, and its flag fluttered in the wind, exuding an imposing presence. However, beneath this majestic exterior lay an unbearable truth. The crew and officers on board stumbled, reeking of alcohol, with flushed faces and dazed eyes, clearly having just come from a wild celebration. On the bridge, the helmsman held the wheel with one hand and a half-full bottle of rum with the other, his gaze hazy and nearly unfocused. He occasionally chuckled to himself and shook the wheel vigorously, as if playing with the sea. Around him, other crew members were also swaying, some leaning against the wall, half asleep, while others sat directly on the deck, clutching their bottles tightly. The officers were no better. Their uniforms were stained with alcohol, collars open, and hats askew. Many of them were loudly celebrating and singing off-key tunes even as the ship sailed, completely disregarding the safety of the vessel. Such a naval ship, though well-equipped, had its combat effectiveness greatly diminished in this state. Their enforcement of maritime rules became casual and brutal. In this ocean, they had become unrestrained beasts running amok, while innocent merchant ships and civilians became targets for their violence. Among this group of drunken sailors, there were a few sober ones, either worried or angry. But faced with such a situation, they felt powerless and could only endure silently or choose to join in for self-preservation. The approach of this naval ship was undoubtedly a disaster for everyone on the merchant ship. The drunken soldiers and officers wore displeased expressions, mumbling their discontent. They swayed their bodies, some leaning against the ship's railing, others resting on the gun turret, all complaining in slurred voices fueled by alcohol. That damn base commander dragged us out of our warm beds in the middle of the night to patrol this godforsaken sea, grumbled an officer with a full beard, his words filled with disdain and anger. A soldier beside him picked up the thread, a mocking smile on his lips. Yeah, doesn't he know we just celebrated our victory last night? Now we can't even get a decent sleep. Another shook his head, his speech slightly slurred by drink. That old stubborn base commander only knows how to sit in his office and give orders. He has no idea how hard it is for us out here in the wind and rain. Their complaints echoed back and forth, as if competing to express their dissatisfaction more intensely. Some soldiers even waved their bottles, as if the liquid inside was the source of their grievances. "We are the Navy, not as dogs to command," shouted a young officer, his face full of arrogance and defiance. "Exactly. We have made great contributions. What right does he have to treat us this way?" Another officer chimed in, his eyes flashing with discontent. However, despite their constant complaints, under the strict discipline of the Navy, they still had to carry out orders. Yet, this execution was filled with apathy and dissatisfaction. Their patrols were more about idling on the sea than true vigilance. In such an emotional state, their attention waned and their alertness significantly decreased. This posed a huge safety risk for the waters they were supposed to monitor, and all of this provided an opportunity for those waiting in the shadows. As the night deepened, visibility over the sea was extremely low, and the gaze of this group of naval soldiers drifted across the undulating waves. Suddenly, they noticed a dark silhouette floating in the distance, causing their hearts to race. "What is that?" One soldier shouted nervously, instinctively raising his weapon and aiming in that direction. The other soldiers followed suit, their expressions tense, fingers tightly gripping the triggers, ready to fire at any moment. As the ship gradually approached, the soldiers finally realized that it was not the pirate ship they feared, and their tension eased slightly. They exchanged glances, showing signs of relief, with a few soldiers even lowering their weapons and patting their chests. However, this sense of relief did not last long. Due to the darkness and fog over the sea, they could not accurately determine the nationality of the ship. Whether it was friend or foe became unclear at that moment. "What if we can't see the flag?" One officer frowned, pressing his binoculars tightly to his eyes, trying to discern the details of the vessel. "Stay calm. Remain vigilant," another experienced officer calmly ordered, simultaneously signaling the soldiers to prepare the signal lights to send an identification signal to the other ship. The soldiers quickly sprang into action, the signal lights flashing in the night sky, beams of light sweeping across the surface of the sea, attempting to attract the attention of the other vessel. The people on board held their breath, their eyes fixed on the unidentified ship, hoping for a response. In this tense atmosphere, the outline of the ship became clearer, but the flag continued to flutter in the wind, making it difficult to identify. The hearts of the naval soldiers rose into their throats. They knew that every moment that followed could determine whether they were to welcome friends or face enemies. As the distance closed further, the naval soldiers' gazes finally pierced through the night and fell upon the deck of the other ship. Their eyes widened in an instant as they saw a noble lady dressed in splendid attire standing there, her skirt billowing in the sea breeze, forming a striking wave of red. This lady exuded elegance and beauty, shining brightly even in the dim light, like a star in the night sky, instantly capturing the attention of all the naval soldiers. The eyes that had been dulled by alcohol now sparkled with greedy light in response to her stunning presence. The soldiers couldn't help but swallow hard, their throats bobbing, desires igniting like a raging fire. Some even forgot their weapons, completely enchanted by the charm of the noble lady. "My God, who is that?" one soldier whispered, his voice filled with longing. "This can't be a dream, can it? A beauty like this on the sea?" Another soldier rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. Although the officers tried to maintain their composure, their gazes couldn't be torn away from the lady. Her appearance undoubtedly caused greater chaos among this already undisciplined naval crew. At that moment, they were no longer the formidable navy, but rather a group driven by desire. Their minds filled only with greed and possessiveness for the lady. As her figure became clearer on the deck, the officers' eyes grew hotter, their desires ignited like a wild fire. Uncontrollable, the beauty of this lady exceeded their imagination. Even the most popular women in the brothels could hardly compare. Such beauty is a gift from heaven. One officer licked his dry lips, the wicked thoughts in his mind spreading like vines. Another officer narrowed his eyes, calculating an evil plan, muttering to himself, "On a night like this, with such visibility, if something happens, no one will know the truth." They exchanged a knowing glance, and a dirty plan began to take shape in their minds. The officers began to devise a perfect excuse, a lie that could shift the blame onto the innocent. Just say it was a pirate attack. Who could prove otherwise? One officer sneered, his eyes revealing cunning and cruelty. Their lips curled into wicked smiles, filled with greed and malice. They began to fantasize about the upcoming scene, how to claim the noble lady as their own under the cover of night, and then fabricate a story to pin all the blame on the innocent pirates. The moral decay of these officers had reached such a point that they had forgotten their duties and honor as naval soldiers, leaving only the most primal desires and ambitions. Under their leadership, the soldiers' discipline completely vanished. They seemed to become true pirates, ready to unleash their violence at the command of their officers. The night became their best cover, while the noble lady remained blissfully unaware of the danger looming over her. A tragedy driven by desire was quietly unfolding on this vast sea. As the officers issued their orders, the soldiers, though doubtful, still raised their weapons in the face of strict military discipline, preparing to fire. Even though some soldiers recognized that it was a merchant ship from the Allied nations, and they saw the unarmed merchants and sailors on deck, the authority of their officers made it impossible for them to resist. "But that's a ship from the Allied nations." One soldier protested, his voice filled with hesitation and fear. "Shut up. Follow orders." The officer barked sharply, his eyes flashing with undeniable ferocity. The soldiers, helpless, pulled the triggers, gunfire ringing out in the night, shattering the calm of the sea. Bullets sliced through the darkness, flying toward the innocent merchant ship with deadly trajectories. The merchants and sailors on deck were caught off guard by the sudden attack, screams and cries for help erupting instantaneously. Flames flickered in the night, illuminating the conflict and pain on the soldiers' faces. They knew that at this moment, they were betraying their oaths as naval soldiers, but under the officers' tyranny, they were reduced to mere instruments of slaughter. The noble lady's face appeared even more terrified and helpless in the firelight. Her beauty had become a death knell. The merchant ship's hull was struck by bullets, splintering wood flying, canvas burning, and a massacre incited by desire and power was unfolding. The officers stood by, coldly observing it all, their hearts devoid of any compassion, only the thrill of imminent gratification. They knew that once it was all over, they could use the lie of pirate attack to cover their crimes, and that noble lady would become the sacrificial victim of their selfish desires. However, justice and truth are not easily concealed. This tragedy orchestrated by the naval officers would ultimately bring them unforeseen consequences. On this vast sea, everyone would pay for their actions. The steward on the merchant ship, realizing the urgent situation, quickly squeezed out a smile amidst the chaos. He tightly grasped the flag of the Allies and waved it vigorously in the night wind, hoping to signal his identity and avoid unnecessary conflict. His actions were desperate and urgent, and the flag, illuminated by the flames, appeared particularly striking. However, he soon discovered that the actions of the naval warship across from them did not ease because of his gesture. On the contrary, the atmosphere aboard the warship grew tenser, as if it were a beast poised to pounce, showing no intention of inspection or mercy. The steward's smile gradually froze on his face as he heard the heart-stopping sound, the dull thud of cannons being loaded. The sound echoed in the night sky, like the mocking of death, heralding imminent destruction. The sailors on the merchant ship also heard this sound, their faces instantly turning pale as they sensed the danger. They knew that once the cannons fired, they would face a devastating blow. These sailors, though usually brave and fearless, seemed so small and powerless in the face of real gunfire. "Get away! They're going to fire!" A seasoned sailor shouted loudly, his voice filled with panic. People scattered, seeking possible cover, but where could they hide on this narrow deck? Some sailors began to attempt to lower the lifeboats, hoping to escape, while others could only cling tightly to the deck, praying that the cannon fire would spare them. The steward sighed deeply, knowing that tonight's encounter might become the end for all of them. He waved the flag one last time, hoping for a miracle. But the cannons on the naval warship were already aimed, and the shadow of death was slowly enveloping the innocent merchant ship. At this critical moment, a figure emerged like a ghost from the shadows of the cabin and appeared on the deck. It was Sig, his appearance so sudden that all the sailors were momentarily stunned. His eyes sparkled with a cold light, and his expression was resolute, as if he had returned from another world, ready to face the impending disaster. "Lord Sig," a sailor recognized him and exclaimed in surprise. "It's them. They're going to attack us." Another sailor pointed at the distant naval warship, reporting excitedly. Sig's gaze quickly swept across every person on the deck, revealing an undeniable leadership. Seeing Sig, the sailors felt as if they had found a savior, and the flame of hope reignited in their hearts. Sig's reputation and past deeds made them believe that even in the face of naval cannon fire, there was a glimmer of survival. "Everyone, don't panic." Sig's calm and firm voice began to restore order to the chaotic deck. He strode to the edge of the ship, his sharp gaze fixed on the distant naval warship, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. Sig knew that these naval forces were not coming for justice. Their motives were impure, and their methods were despicable. "Prepare to respond," Sig ordered, his voice filled with power. The sailors immediately sprang into action. Some adjusted the sails, trying to make the ship move faster, while others prepared defensive tools, even though they knew these tools might be insignificant against cannon fire. The commander stood on the bridge, coldly watching the busy figures on the merchant ship, viewing it all as a futile struggle. He disdainfully shook his head, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and then unhesitatingly issued the order to fire. "Fire!" His voice was cold and resolute. As the order was given, the gunners ignited the fuses, flames flickered, cannon fire roared, and the shells, with the wails of death, tore through the night sky, heading straight for the innocent merchant ship. However, what happened next left every officer and sailor present dumbfounded, shocked into silence. They watched the flying shells, which, at the moment they were about to hit their target, inexplicably exploded in mid-air between the merchant ship and the naval warship, as if blocked by some invisible force. The explosion lit up the night sky, illuminating the surrounding sea. It had caused no substantial harm to the merchant ship. The soldiers on the naval warship exchanged glances, unable to comprehend the miracle unfolding before them. A surge of fear and confusion filled their hearts. What kind of power could easily neutralize their bombardment? For the first time, a look of panic appeared on the commander's face as he stared in disbelief at the area of the explosion, an unprecedented unease welling up inside him. Their attack, their advantage, seemed laughable and useless at that moment. "What is going on?" a shocked officer exclaimed, his voice filled with fear. Could it be before another officer could finish his sentence? He was stunned into silence by this incredible spectacle. In this mysterious and dangerous sea, it seemed that some force was protecting the merchant ship. Sig stood on the deck, his gaze piercing, steadily moving forward while coldly observing the shocked and fearful faces of the naval sailors, showing no sign of panic, but rather an unhurried calm, as if he had already mastered the rhythm of the battle. He stopped at the very front of the ship, his voice calm, yet powerful, cutting through the night sky and clearly reaching the ears of everyone on the naval warship. "I'm afraid this time next year will be your Memorial Day." Sig's words carried no emotion, as if announcing an unalterable fact. This statement was as chilling as ice, making the naval forces, already shaken by the unexplained explosions, even more unsettled. They looked at Sig, this mysterious and powerful man, who now appeared to them like the embodiment of death. His calmness and confidence instilled an unprecedented fear in them. The naval soldiers began to panic, some even forgetting their weapons, their eyes filled with confusion and unease. The commanders attempted to regain control of the situation, loudly issuing orders, but their voices had lost their former authority, trembling and unstable. Sig's words were like a sharp knife, precisely piercing their psychological defenses. They began to doubt their decisions, question the justice of this battle, and even wonder if they would survive to see the sun rise tomorrow. In this turbulent sea, Sig's declaration was like an irresistible prophecy, heralding the approaching storm. And this storm might be fiercer than any of them could imagine. With the commander's orders, the drunken soldiers mechanically raised their firearms. Their eyes glazed with alcohol and battle frenzy, fingers tightly gripping the triggers. These commanders were enraged by Sig's defiant attitude and his audacity to challenge naval authority, determined to respond in the most direct way. Fire! The commanders' voices echoed in the night wind. In an instant, the muzzles of the rifles spewed forth angry flames, and the gunshots rang out in the darkness, like fireworks bursting in the sky on New Year's Eve, brief yet brilliant. Sparks traced bright arcs in the night sky, illuminating the tense faces of the soldiers, and the unwavering figure of Sig. Bullets whizzed through the air, carrying a deadly whistle, heading straight for Sig. Yet, he stood there as if he had anticipated everything, his posture appearing even taller and more inviolable in the flickering light of gunfire. After the gunshots, smoke swirled, and the flames in the night sky gradually faded, while Sig's figure remained steadfast at the ship's railing, and scathed, as if those bullets had never come close to him. The eyes of the officers and soldiers were wide open, incredulously staring at this scene. Their attack, which they had thought would easily take down this madman, seemed to be blocked by some invisible force. At that moment, a deep fear surged within them, a profound confusion and awe regarding Sig's mysterious power. The course of this battle seemed to have begun to deviate from their expectations. Officer A leaned against the railing of the bridge, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. He turned to the officer beside him, his voice trembling. What's going on? Where are bullets? How'd he do it? Officer B looked equally shocked, shaking his head and stammering in response. I don't know, this is impossible. No one can remain unscathed under such firepower. A nearby Navy soldier, A, holding a smoking musket, turned pale and whispered to Soldier B beside him. Did you see that? Those bullets exploded in front of him like they hit an invisible wall. Soldier B swallowed hard, his voice laced with obvious fear. Yes, I saw it. This must be a curse, or some kind of sorcery from the sea. Another slightly older soldier C, his face filled with shock and confusion, interjected. We are well-trained and have never missed, but today, what is going on? Who is that man? Officer A took a deep breath, trying to regain his composure, and ordered, cease fire. This is not an ordinary enemy. We need to redeploy our tactics. Officer B furrowed his brow, adding, yes, we must find his weakness. A foe like this cannot be dealt with through firepower alone. The soldiers exchanged glances, their confidence severely shaken. Many of them began to doubt whether this battle was truly for justice and glory, as the officers had claimed. The figure of Sig standing on the merchant ship felt like an insurmountable obstacle, presenting them with an unprecedented challenge. Officer A, exasperated, walked among the soldiers, his palms striking the helmets of several soldiers with a sharp metallic clang. His voice rose slightly, tinged with an acknowledgement of awe. You fools, can't you see? That guy is definitely a powerful being with the ability of observation Haki. His strength is beyond what you lowly minions can comprehend. Seeing this, Officer B immediately changed his stance, his attitude shifting 180 degrees, a flattering smile plastered on his face, his voice becoming smooth. Everything that just happened was just a joke. Everyone, if you need firearms or ammunition, we have everything you could possibly want. The soldiers were bewildered by the officer's sudden change, exchanging confused glances, but no one dared to voice their doubts. Soldier A muttered quietly, a joke? This is quite a big joke. It almost cost us our lives. Soldier B shook his head with a bitter smile in response. It seems this gentleman has realized that we are not facing an ordinary person. However, firearms and ammunition. What we need most now is how to deal with that guy. Officer A looked around, trying to stabilize the morale of the troops, and continued, now. Everyone listen carefully. We can no longer fire blindly. We need to devise a new plan and find his weakness. As for supplies, I will immediately send someone to arrange it, ensuring everyone has enough equipment. Officer B echoed from the side, his tone tinged with urgency. Yes, we must outsmart him. Although Sig is powerful, there will always be flaws. Everyone, don't panic. Let's think of a way together. Although the soldiers still had doubts in their hearts, under the officer's reassurance, they began to slowly regain their composure, preparing to face the upcoming challenge. Sig stood at the ship's railing, the sea breeze gently brushing across his face. His wavering smile resembling a strange glimmer in the night. His gaze was deep and cold, as if it could penetrate the hearts of men, causing chills. He slowly spoke, his voice deep and powerful, each word striking like a hammer on the hearts of the Navy soldiers. Did you think that just compensating for some losses would suffice? Sig's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. His gaze swept over the Navy's ship, and the soldiers involuntarily took a step back under his watchful eyes. At that moment, Sig's aura was unleashed without reservation, a powerful and kingly presence emanating from deep within, standing tall like an unshakable mountain. His words sliced through the tranquility of the air like a sharp blade. What I want is not just your weapons and supplies, Sig continued, his voice echoing in the night sky like thunder. What I want is by this time next year, all of you in your graves, listening to the people outside weeping for you. As his words fell, an invisible pressure radiated from him, an oppressive sensation that made it nearly impossible to breathe. The Navy soldiers felt a powerful aura, as if an invisible force was squeezing their chests, rendering them immobile and unable to resist. Sig's kingly presence reached its peak at that moment, his eyes shining with unwavering determination, a desire for victory, disdain for his enemies, and absolute confidence in his own power. His existence was like an irresistible natural force, evoking both awe and fear. In the face of this powerful momentum, despair rose in the hearts of the Navy soldiers. They began to doubt whether they could truly defeat such an opponent. Sig, like a war god descending from another world, with every movement and glance proclaimed his dominance and absolute control over this battle. Despite facing Sig's suffocating momentum and kingly presence, these Navy soldiers were, after all, an elite force trained rigorously, not easily subdued. After a brief panic, their fighting spirit reignited, and they began to counter Sig's psychological assault. Haha, Lord Sig, you may be mighty over there, but there's still a vast sea between us. A bolder soldier laughed loudly, trying to undermine Sig's intimidation with words. Another soldier followed up with a taunt. You are so powerful. Can you really take our lives from a distance? Here you are, making threats, not afraid that the wind will slip your tongue. The soldiers began to chatter among themselves, their voices laced with disdain and contempt, as if they aimed to use collective mockery to fend off the pressure brought by Sig. Right, if you have the ability, come over here and see if we can let you taste the might of the Navy. A soldier resembling an officer waved his musket, his eyes glinting with provocation. The Navy soldiers raised their weapons, their faces still showing a hint of tension, but more so an awakened desire to fight. They knew that despite Sig's extraordinary abilities, the vast ocean itself provided a form of defense. Don't think we will be intimidated by your mere words, a soldier shouted. We are the proud Navy, not those softies who can be scared off by words. Amidst the taunts and confidence of the Navy soldiers, they reorganized their formation, prepared to face a possible attack. They believed that even if Sig was powerful, he could not easily pose a substantial threat to them in this expansive sea. What they needed to do now was hold their ground, wait for the opportunity, and give Sig an unforgettable lesson. Sig's figure swept through the night sky like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on the deck of their warship. This scene exceeded everyone's imagination. They widened their eyes, unable to believe their sight. Sig's presence felt like a sudden cold wind, sending shivers down the spine of everyone present. The fear in the soldiers' hearts peaked at that moment. as they clearly realized that the man before them possessed the power to slaughter them all. His appearance was undoubtedly the most direct threat to their lives. Without waiting for the officer to give the order, the Navy soldiers instinctively raised their muskets, knowing that every second could determine life or death. The muzzles of their muskets gleamed ominously as their fingers tensed on the triggers. There was no time to think or hesitate, only instinctive reactions. Fire! Someone shouted, and immediately, a barrage of gunfire erupted in the night sky, merging into a single sound. The flames spewed from the muskets illuminated every corner of the deck. Bullets rained down on Sig like a violent storm. Sig stood there, facing the storm-like attack, his face betraying not a hint of panic, his posture still upright, his eyes revealing not only calmness but also a thirst for battle. He was waiting for the opportune moment to give these Navy soldiers a lesson they would never forget. On this dark night, Sig's hands became synonymous with blood and violence. Every strike was resolute and merciless, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, reaping lives among the Navy soldiers. The smoke from the muskets filled the deck, but Sig's figure darted through the haze like a specter, his movements so fast they were almost impossible to capture. Every time his hands swept through, a life was taken. The Navy soldiers were terrified to find that, despite their fierce firepower, they could never touch this man. One by one, soldiers fell to Sig's attacks. Their screams echoed in the night wind, but could not overshadow the cold determination of Sig's actions. On the deck, bright red blood appeared especially glaring under the moonlight, flowing like a river, staining the originally smooth deck. Sig's movements were simple and efficient, without a single unnecessary action. Every strike landed precisely on the enemy's vital points, his eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuations, as if executing a task he was already accustomed to. For him, these Navy soldiers were not enemies, but props on the stage for him to display his power. The officers attempted to organize an effective resistance, but in front of Sig, their efforts seemed so pale and powerless. They watched their soldiers fall one by one, their fear and despair continuously rising. This battle was no longer a contest of strength, but a one-sided massacre. Sig's footsteps did not pause. His figure moved swiftly across the deck, and with every appearance, more lives were taken. That night, he was like an unstoppable killing machine, and the Navy's deck became the arena for him to showcase his power. Faced with Sig's nearly unstoppable attacks, some Navy soldiers had already given up resisting. Their faces were etched with fear, and their eyes reflected a deep terror of the impending death. They watched Sig, the figure weaving through the blood, with only one question left in their hearts. How could this man be so powerful? Why? Why are you so strong? A young soldier asked, his voice trembling. He held an empty musket, but could no longer raise it. Sig paused his actions, his gaze sweeping over the terrified soldiers. There was no sympathy in his eyes, only coldness and determination. Power comes from belief and resolve, he said, his voice deep, as if carrying an indescribable magic. In your hearts, there is only fear of death, while in mine, there is only a thirst for victory. Another soldier, tears and blood streaked across his face, choked on his words. We are just obeying orders. Why do you have to do this to us? Sig sneered coldly, his gaze as piercing as ice. In this world, everyone has their own choices. You chose to be loyal to those abusing their power, so you must pay the price for your choice. In the eyes of these soldiers, Sig's figure seemed to grow taller and more inviolable. His strength was not only physical, but also mental. They realized that facing such an opponent, they had no chance from the very beginning. I don't want to know who you are, nor do I want to understand why you are so strong. An older soldier closed his eyes, accepting his fate. I just hope you can give us a quick end. Sig did not answer. He merely glanced deeply at these soldiers before turning to continue his slaughter. That night, his name and fear were etched deeply into the hearts of every surviving Navy soldier. On this Navy warship, silence enveloped every corner. The once busy deck now lay in desolation. Not a single Navy soldier survived. The entire ship had turned into a floating graveyard. The smell of blood filled the air, nauseating. On the deck, blood flowed like a winding stream, pooling into deep red puddles. Under the moonlight, these bloodstains reflected a disquieting sheen, as if recounting the recent tragedy. Limbs and severed arms lay scattered everywhere, some still clutching extinguished muskets. while others hung limply over the ship's edge. The bodies of soldiers lay in disarray on the deck, their faces still showing expressions of terror and despair, their eyes frozen in the last flicker of life. Torn military uniforms and fragments of clothing fluttered in the wind, as if mourning for these lost lives. Some of the corpses bore wounds deep enough to expose bone, their flesh and blood a ghastly blur, making it unbearable to look at. Those once vibrant young lives now lay as cold corpses at the mercy of the sea breeze. The smoke of gunfire had dissipated, but the scent of gunpowder lingered in the air. Bullet casings littered the ground, witnesses to this one-sided massacre. On the mast of the ship, a tattered flag flapped in the wind, seemingly wailing the final lament for this tragedy. In this bloody battlefield, Sig's figure had long since vanished. What remained were only those unclosing eyes and the cries for help that could never be uttered. Under the night sky, this Navy warship, stained with blood, moved slowly like a lonely ghost across the dark ocean, carrying a ship full of deathly vibes toward an unknown shore. Deep within the cabin, the chirping of the telephone bugs rose and fell, their sounds echoing in the empty space, adding an eerie atmosphere. These telephone bugs, as tools of naval communication, continuously sent inquiries from the naval base, their voices filled with urgency and anxiety. "This is the naval headquarters. Please report the situation. What has happened? Please respond. Have you encountered enemy attack? Captain, please answer immediately. We need to understand your status." However, no matter how incessantly the telephone bugs chirped, no matter how anxiously the commander's inquiries came, the only response was a deathly silence. Sig left no feedback. His existence felt like a nightmare, leaving only traces of fear and death. The dim lights in the cabin reflected the mechanical and monotonous actions of the telephone bugs, their tentacles incessantly dialing the communication device, trying to reach anyone, but the soldiers who should have answered the calls had forever fallen asleep in pools of blood. Occasionally, the chirping of the telephone bugs would be interrupted by the sound of waves crashing against the hull, a sound that felt like nature's elegy for this tragedy. The atmosphere in the cabin grew heavier, and the chirping of the telephone bugs became increasingly helpless and desolate. As time passed, the sound of the telephone bugs gradually weakened, as if they too had realized the horrific reality aboard this warship. The commanders at the naval base, those sensing an ominous premonition, were still unwilling to give up hope, continuing to send commands through the telephone bugs, hoping for even the slightest response. But Sig, that man like the Grim Reaper, had long since left the blood-soaked warship, disappearing into the night, leaving behind a battlefield filled with death and silence, along with those desperate cries that could never be conveyed. Sig's figure traced an arc across the night sky, leaping lightly as if his body had no weight, effortlessly landing back on a merchant ship, his movements smooth and graceful, in stark contrast to the bloody massacre just witnessed aboard the Navy warship. The sailors on the merchant ship witnessed this scene, their hearts filled with shock and fear. They saw Sig leap back from the warship, his body devoid of any bloodstains, as if the slaughter moments ago had merely been an illusion. The sailors' eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of existence was this man? Sig stood on the deck of the merchant ship, his figure appearing exceptionally clear under the moonlight. His clothes were tidy, unblemished, not even a wrinkle, creating a stark contrast with the bloody scene aboard the warship. His face was calm, his gaze profound, as if everything that had just transpired had nothing to do with him. The sailors were terrified, not daring to approach, only watching him from a distance. They knew this man possessed extraordinary power, and his very presence was a threat, but at the same time, they couldn't help but admire him. What a powerful man he was! He moved through the battlefield as if it were uninhabited, easily taking the lives of enemies while remaining unscathed. Sig paid no heed to the sailors' gazes. He simply stood quietly, looking out toward the distant horizon, seemingly lost in thought. His powerful aura was enough to make those around him feel oppressed, even without uttering a word. The atmosphere on the merchant ship grew exceptionally heavy, and the sailors dared not make a sound, fearing to draw the man's attention. They could only silently pray that this powerful man would not unleash his wrath upon them. Sig's return brought not only fear, but also reverence. On this night, His name and power became an indelible memory in the hearts of everyone aboard the merchant ship. With Sig's return, the tense atmosphere on the merchant ship gradually eased. Although the sailors still felt trepidation, they had grown accustomed to Sig's presence. Knowing his strength was their solid backing. Thus, they began to break the silence, casting admiring glances at Sig, some even unable to resist praising him aloud. "Say, you are truly the strongest man we have ever seen," one sailor exclaimed loudly, his voice filled with respect and admiration. "Indeed, without you, we might have been in serious trouble tonight," another sailor echoed, a grateful smile on his face. The sailors began to chatter animatedly, praising Sig while also recalling the dangerous situation they had just faced. "Those Navy drunks, if it weren't for you, we might really have been blasted to bits," an experienced old sailor remarked, trust shining in his eyes. "Yeah, that bunch of drunks doesn't deserve to be called Navy. They only bully the weak," another young sailor said indignantly. Sig stood by, only nodding slightly at the praise and discussions, his expression still calm, as if he had long since grown accustomed to such compliments. His gaze occasionally swept over the sailors, revealing a hint of faint concern, but more so a sense of determination and calmness. "Let's keep moving," Sig finally spoke. His voice was not loud, but filled with an undeniable authority. The sailors immediately returned to their posts, beginning to busy themselves. They knew that with Sig aboard, this merchant ship had an added layer of safety, and even in the face of the fiercest storms, they felt confident they could weather it. In the night, the merchant ship slowly sailed away from the blood-soaked Navy warship. Sig's figure on the deck appeared especially lonely yet resolute. The sailors' hearts were filled with awe. They knew this man was not only their protector, but also a legend in these tumultuous seas. In a corner of the merchant ship, some sailors with weaker psychological endurance could not suppress their inner fear and shock. They had witnessed Sig's massacre aboard the Navy warship, and that bloody scene was deeply etched in their memories. At this moment, they could not control their bodily reactions and began to vomit on the deck that had once been filled with laughter. "Oh my God, that was terrifying." A young sailor leaned against the railing, his face pale, the contents of his stomach pouring out. Another sailor tightly covered his mouth with his hand, struggling to suppress the spasms in his throat, but ultimately could not hold it back, bending over to vomit. Their bodies trembled violently from the intense vomiting, tears and snot mingling, making them appear particularly disheveled. The atmosphere on the deck became complicated. On one side were the sailors' awe and admiration for Sig, while on the other was the unbearable bloody reality. Those vomiting sailors, their bodily reactions exposed their inner fears before this man. Any master was as fragile as soft tofu, easily crushed. "I never thought a person could be this powerful," a sailor who had barely recovered whispered, his voice still trembling. "Yes, Lord Sig. He is simply a monster," another sailor quietly echoed, his eyes filled with fear and reverence. Sig showed no dissatisfaction or sympathy for these vomiting sailors. His gaze remained indifferent, as if he had long been accustomed to such scenes. In his world, strength is everything. The weak can only submit to the strong. This is an unchanging law. As the night breeze blew, the smell of blood on the deck gradually faded, but the shadows in the hearts of those sailors would not dissipate so easily. Sig's power not only intimidated enemies, but also left his companions with a deep sense of helplessness. In this journey filled with danger and challenges, they could only rely on this man, hoping his strength could protect them from harm. In the luxurious cabin of the merchant ship, the only woman, the noble Miss Elizabeth, watched through the window as Sig accomplished feats on the naval warship. There was no fear in her eyes. Instead, they were filled with excitement and pride. To her, every move Sig made was so graceful and effortless, his strength like that of a hero from myth, making her swoon. "Oh, my hero!" Elizabeth couldn't help but whisper in admiration, her cheeks flushed with excitement. She tightly gripped the window frame, her eyes fixed on Sig's figure. Seeing him effortlessly defeat those rogue sailors, a surge of unprecedented pleasure welled up in her heart. In this dangerous world, Sig was her protector, and his strength made her feel incredibly safe. He was like a knight from legends, so handsome and so brave. Elizabeth's heart was filled with affection for Sig. She imagined standing by his side, facing all the challenges of the world together. Under his protection, she could fear no enemy. Elizabeth's gaze sparkled with visions of the future. She believed that with Sig around, her life would be filled with endless possibilities. When Sig returned to the merchant ship, Elizabeth eagerly stepped out of the cabin to greet him. Her steps were light, her eyes full of admiration. Standing in front of Sig, she looked up at him with adoring eyes. "You are truly amazing." Sig. Elizabeth's voice was filled with joy and pride. "Seeing you deal with those rascals like that, I feel immensely honored." Sig looked down at Elizabeth, a hint of softness flashing in his eyes, but it quickly returned to calm. He merely nodded slightly at Elizabeth's praise, saying little, but a warm current flowed through his heart. In another corner of the merchant ship, the old steward, once regarded as the ship's top master in heavy armor, expressionlessly witnessed the earlier scene. His eyes showed little fluctuation, as if he had long anticipated Sig's strength. The old steward gently adjusted his glasses, seemingly trying to regulate his inner emotions, then shook his head indifferently. "Miss, it's time to sleep." The old steward spoke to Elizabeth in his calm and gentle voice, with a tone that held an undeniable authority. He stepped forward, gently guiding Elizabeth's arm to lead her away from the deck. The old steward knew that although Elizabeth was now thrilled, such bloody scenes could easily give her nightmares at night, affecting her mood and health. "These matters, miss, need not concern you too much," the old steward continued, intentionally avoiding the bloodstains on the deck with his gaze. "You should maintain elegance and composure, leaving these coarse matters to us servants to handle." Although Elizabeth felt a bit reluctant, she understood that the old steward's advice came from concern for her. She nodded, obediently allowing the old steward to lead her back to the cabin. "All right, I understand, Steward Hansen," Elizabeth replied softly, her eyes revealing a hint of dependence on the old steward. The old steward Hansen nodded in satisfaction. He knew his responsibility was not only to protect the Mrs. Safety, but also to shield her heart from contamination. In this world filled with violence and bloodshed, maintaining a pure and kind heart was incredibly precious. As night deepened, the merchant ship continued to sail on the sea, the smell of blood on the deck gradually blown away by the sea breeze. Old Steward Hansen watched Elizabeth enter the cabin, then turned back to his post, continuing to silently guard the peace of the ship's people. In his heart, regardless of how the world changed, protecting the Miss would always be his primary task. In the control room of the naval base, closest to the merchant ship, a tense atmosphere was spreading. The operators wore serious expressions, their eyes glued to the radar screen, trying to find out why the naval warship had suddenly lost contact. "Radar search, full power operation." An officer issued the order, his voice revealing an undeniable urgency. The dots on the screen began to move quickly, radar waves penetrating the night, searching the surrounding sea, but on the screen, aside from the usual sea surface reflections, no abnormal signals were found. The warship seemed to have disappeared from the surface of the sea, with no response. "Sir, we have lost contact with the warship, and there is no signal feedback," an operator reported, with a hint of unease in his voice. The atmosphere in the control room grew heavier, and the officers exchanged glances. They all knew that such situations often meant the worst outcome. The silence in response had already sketched out a bloody scene that might be occurring on the sea in their minds. "Activate the emergency plan and dispatch reconnaissance planes for low-altitude searches." The officer quickly made a decision, his expression stern, prepared to face the worst possible scenario. Soon, the reconnaissance planes took off, flying at low altitude above the sea, with their reconnaissance equipment operating at full capacity, trying to find traces of the warship. The pilots were filled with unease. They knew that once they found the warship, they might face a gruesome sight. Hours later, the reconnaissance planes returned with news, confirming the naval base's most unwelcome speculation, that there were no signs of life on the warship, and the likelihood of total loss was high. The cameras on the planes captured the tragic scene on the warship's deck, with blood, corpses, and damaged equipment, all indicating that a fierce battle had taken place. The commanders at the naval base wore grave expressions. They knew this news had to be reported quickly, and they also needed to start investigating the cause of the incident. Who has such powerful strength to annihilate all the naval soldiers on an entire warship? This question weighed heavily on everyone's heart like a heavy stone. Although Sig's name had not yet been mentioned, it had begun to spread among the high ranks of the Navy, becoming an undeniable presence. The steward faced the sailor's doubts with a calm demeanor, but a hint of concern flashed in his eyes. He stood at the bow of the ship, surveying the sailors gathered around him, and then replied in his steady voice, "Gentlemen, we are indeed a merchant ship of the Alliance, flying the flag of the Alliance. However, this world does not always operate according to rules. The authority of the Alliance is not respected in every corner, especially in these waters where pirates and rebels still run rampant." The steward paused to let the sailors digest his words before continuing. "As for the naval attack, this is likely a misunderstanding or perhaps someone deliberately creating chaos. The Navy of the Alliance should be our protector, not our enemy. But as you have seen, sometimes things are not as simple as they appear." One sailor couldn't help but interject, "Steward, what should we do now? Should we consider breaking away from the Alliance and seeking our own way?" Steward Hansen shook his head and said firmly, "Now is not the time to discuss breaking away from the Alliance. Our primary task is to ensure the safety of the merchant ship, delivering cargo and passengers safely to their destination. As for the issues with the Alliance, that is for the government and high-ranking officials to resolve. Our duty is to stay at our posts and protect this ship." He paused again, his gaze sweeping over each sailor, emphasizing, "Remember, we are a united team. No matter how turbulent the outside world is, we must remain calm and united. As for those money-grabbing bastards, their actions will eventually meet with the punishment they deserve. But for now, we must focus on our responsibilities." The sailors exchanged glances. Although they still felt uneasy, the steward's words temporarily calmed them. They knew that regardless of how the outside world changed, they had to rely on each other to face the unknown dangers together. After reassuring the sailors, the steward turned back to the cabin, but he was deep in thought about more profound issues. The world was changing, the authority of the Alliance was being challenged, and their merchant ship seemed to be at the center of this turbulent storm. He had to be more careful to ensure that Elizabeth and everyone on board could safely weather this crisis. The sailors gathered in small groups, whispering to one another, their voices carried away by the sea breeze, tinged with a hint of unmistakable fear and anger. They once held the Navy in high regard, believing it to be the last bastion of maritime order, but now that belief was beginning to waver. "Did you hear? Those Navy men actually attacked civilian vessels. What's the difference from pirates?" One sailor said indignantly, his voice filled with disappointment. Another sailor chimed in, "Yeah, I have a cousin on another merchant ship. He said they were also extorted by the Navy. If they hadn't paid the protection fee, they would have nearly been wiped out as rebels." Protection fee? More like a buying your life fee, an older sailor scoffed. "These guys put on that uniform and think they can do whatever they want, forgetting who they are supposed to protect." Their low conversation did not escape Steward Hansen's ears. He knew these words represented the sailors' true feelings. Their dissatisfaction and fear were real, but as steward, he had to maintain stability and order on the ship. "Gentlemen, I understand that you have grievances, and I can empathize with those feelings," the steward said calmly. "However, we must be clear that not all Navy personnel are like that. What we encountered was just a small number of scoundrels. Most Navy soldiers are still loyal to the Alliance and uphold their duties." He paused again, then continued, "Moreover, we should indeed be grateful to Lord Sig. Without his bravery, we might have really faced misfortune. His strength and courage are our shield." Mentioning Sig visibly eased the sailors' emotions. They recalled Sig's gallant presence on deck, like a knight from legend, a source of reassurance in these treacherous waters. "Yes, thanks to Lord Sig," one sailor said emotionally. "He is like our guardian angel." "Exactly. With Lord Sig around, we can at least feel a bit more secure," another sailor agreed. The steward nodded, knowing that Sig's presence had an irreplaceable effect on the crew's morale. He also silently rejoiced that a strong individual like Sig was aboard this ship. "All right, everyone go back to work. Stay vigilant, but do not let fear and anger cloud our judgment." Although they still felt uneasy, they knew that as long as they united with Lord Sig and the steward, they could get through the challenges ahead. Steward Hansen was acutely aware that if these discussions about the Navy reached the ears of those with ill intentions, it could bring unnecessary trouble to the merchant ship. even provoking retaliation from the Navy. He decided to take action to ensure these conversations did not continue to spread. He raised his voice to the sailors on deck, saying, "Gentlemen, I understand your concerns and anger, but now is not the time to discuss these matters. We must remain cautious to avoid unnecessary trouble. From now on, I do not want to hear any more negative remarks about the Navy. These discussions are limited to us and must not be shared outside." The sailors fell silent, understanding the steward's point. In these turbulent times, any inappropriate remarks could invite disaster. We are all members of this ship. Our primary task is to ensure the safety of our voyage. Therefore, I ask you to focus on your work and not let external matters distract us. The steward continued, his tone firm and resolute. The sailors nodded, although still feeling reluctant. They knew the steward's words were for their benefit. They began to disperse, returning to their posts, preparing to endure this long night. The steward stood on the deck, watching the sailors leave. He knew that this night could be peaceful, but it might also conceal unknown dangers. He decided to enhance the patrols to ensure the merchant ship's safety. As night fell, the sea was calm, and the merchant ship moved slowly under the starlight. The lanterns on deck flickered with a faint glow, adding a touch of warmth to the night. The sailors each performed their duties, with only the sound of waves lapping against the hull and the occasional wind breaking the tranquility. The steward patrolled between the cabin and the deck, his gaze sharp, remaining ever vigilant. He knew that only his calmness and wisdom could protect the ship and its people from external threats. On this night, the merchant ship was like a solitary vessel floating on the surging sea, but with the steward's guardianship, at least for this night. The people on board could temporarily forget the turmoil of the outside world and enjoy this rare peace. At the nearest naval base to the merchant ship, the command room remained brightly lit throughout the night. The officers were nervously busy, their faces filled with seriousness and shock. The disappearance of an entire naval ship was an unprecedented disaster for the Allied Navy. The commander stood in front of a large nautical chart, his finger tracing over the map, pausing at every possible location, trying to find clues. "We need to act immediately. Investigate every ship that has passed through this area. No suspicious vessel, whether merchant or pirate, can be overlooked." He turned and gave orders to the operators. "Send immediate instructions to all patrol ships to check passing vessels. At the same time, notify all naval bases to raise alert levels and enhance monitoring of the waters." The operators sprang into action. The sounds of keyboards clacking and communication devices buzzing echoed in the control room. On the screens, radar blips began to flicker, showing the movements of ships in the nearby waters. "Commander, we've just received a report from the reconnaissance aircraft. They found a small amount of debris and blood near the wrecked warship, but no trace of any vessels." An officer reported. The commander's brow furrowed. He realized the severity of the situation. This means the attackers may have escaped the scene. "We must expand the search area. Notify all ships to conduct a thorough search. And I want to know which vessels have recently passed through this area." The naval bases acted swiftly and efficiently, gathering intelligence and compiling a list of ships that had passed through the nearby waters. Merchant ships, fishing boats, cargo vessels, and even known pirate ships became subjects of investigation. "We need to pay special attention to those with strong combat capabilities or those with reasons to be enemies of the Navy," the commander instructed. There might be a deeper conspiracy behind this incident. As the investigation deepened at the naval bases, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The officers knew they were facing more than just a simple attack. It could be the prelude to a larger conflict. On this night, the wind at sea seemed to pick up, as if foretelling an impending storm. For the sailors on the merchant ships, they were unaware that they had become the subjects of the Navy's investigation, and this peaceful night might be the last calm before the storm. The commanders at the naval base faced the nautical charts, their brows furrowed, their gazes sweeping over every possible area where suspicious vessels might be hidden. Since no pirate ships had been found, attention naturally turned to the merchant ships from non-allied nations. If we assume that pirate ships won't brazenly sail under their flags, then these non-allied merchant ships become highly suspicious, the commander analyzed. They could be thugs disguised as merchant ships or hidden pirates. He turned to the communications officer and ordered, "Immediately issue instructions to all naval vessels to conduct thorough inspections of non-allied merchant ships. Any vessel that refuses to be inspected or behaves suspiciously must be detained immediately. The naval vessels began a frenzied search. Like enraged beasts, their searchlights sweeping across the sea under the night sky, radar systems running at full power, trying to capture any suspicious vessels. We need to let these potential enemies know that the Allied Navy is not to be trifled with. The commander's voice revealed determination and resolve. Even if it's like finding a needle in a haystack, we will find those murderers. The naval ships began to operate in groups, expanding their search radius centered around the location of the wrecked warship. Each warship received strict orders to conduct a thorough reconnaissance without leaving any blind spots. At sea, the merchant ships felt the tense atmosphere of the Navy. Those non-allied merchant vessels especially felt the pressure, frequently being stopped and inspected by naval ships. The crew members were filled with unease, fearing they would become victims of this manhunt. Look at those warships. They seem to be looking for something, a sailor from a merchant ship said anxiously, gazing at the distant naval vessels. Yes, they are looking for those who attacked the Navy, another sailor responded. Hopefully, they don't take us for suspects. In this tense maritime area, every merchant ship stopped by the Navy underwent detailed inspections. Cargo was rummaged through, crew members were interrogated, and throughout the process, the naval soldiers remained highly vigilant. For those suspected merchant ships, only by passing the Navy's rigorous scrutiny could they prove their innocence. In this turbulent sea, everyone clearly realized that until the truth was revealed, no one could remain unscathed. The Navy's search operations proceeded tensely on the sea, with warships methodically checking every suspicious vessel. However, they were unaware that the real culprit was not the pirates or thugs they were searching for, but their own comrade, Lord Sieg. Lord Sieg, a warrior with legendary power at sea, was now hiding aboard an Allied merchant ship, a fact the Navy could never imagine. He was neither a pirate nor a rebel. He was simply forced to defend himself due to a misunderstanding, which led to the destruction of the naval ship. On the merchant ship, Lord Sieg remained low-key. Only a few knew of his presence. Elizabeth and the steward were aware, but they tacitly kept this secret. Lord Sieg was like an invisible guardian, only revealing his prowess in the most critical moments. The naval search teams were busy around the merchant ship, checking cargo and interrogating crew members, but all their efforts were in vain. They found no anomalies because Lord Sieg's presence left no trace. He seemed to have become part of the ship, breathing alongside the crew, facing the unknown challenges together. It seems the ship has no issues, a naval officer reported after completing the inspection. Proceed to the next one. We cannot let our guard down, the commander responded, his voice revealing a sense of frustration and confusion. Under the night sky, the Navy's warships continued to traverse the sea, while the Allied merchant ships slowly sailed away from the search area, continuing toward their destination. Lord Sieg stood at the ship's railing, watching the distant naval vessels with a complex expression in his eyes. He knew that this misunderstanding could provoke a larger storm. But he also understood that he must hide his identity until the day the truth was revealed. In this vast sea, Lord Sieg's secret was guarded by the sea breeze and the waves, and the Navy's search operation ultimately became a futile chase. As time passed, the merchant ship carrying Lord Sieg slowly sailed away from that tense area. The waves lapped against the ship's side as if bidding them farewell. In the night, the Navy's searchlights continued to sweep back and forth across the sea, but their targets seemed forever hidden beneath the endless waves. In this vast ocean, Lord Sieg's secret was like a giant stone sunk to the deep sea, unreachable by anyone. He stood at the stern of the ship, watching the Navy warship gradually disappear from view, filled with complex emotions. He knew that the truth of that night might never be known to anyone. The wind over the sea continued to blow, taking away the traces of the ship and the memories of that massacre. The Navy's search operation became increasingly distant, turning into a legend on the sea. The crew members of the sunken warships became an unsolvable mystery through their sacrifice. Their stories had only a beginning with no ending. As time passed, people's memories of that event began to fade. Non-allied merchant ships continued their voyages, while Navy warships returned to their patrol routes. Lord Sieg's name was no longer mentioned. His strength and courage became a secret known only to a few. On this boundless sea, new stories happened every day, But some stories, like treasures sunk to the seabed, remained forever buried deep, unreachable by anyone. Lord Sig, once a warrior, was now just an ordinary passenger on a merchant ship, his past buried by the sea wind and waves. Perhaps one day, when the waves gently lapped against the rocks on the shore, someone would recount that forgotten history. But until then, Lord Sig's secret and the truth of that night at sea would sleep forever in the vastness of time. As the merchant ship sailed smoothly, days passed, and the sea remained calm. There were no pirate attacks, nor troubles from Navy warships. This journey was unexpectedly peaceful. During this time, Lord Sig often immersed himself in thought, gazing into the distance as if planning future actions. Finally, the moment came to part ways. Lord Sig said a simple farewell to the captain and crew of the merchant ship, his steps firm, his eyes revealing an undeniable determination. They each sailed towards different routes. Lord Sig had his own mission and goals. His destination was the startled.I Islands, a place full of legends and adventures. Lord Sig knew that if his woman, Katarina, were still alive, she would surely notice his actions here. He planned to create a stir in this place, not only to attract attention, but to make the whole world aware of his existence. The name startled.I Islands had long been passed down at sea, a dreamland for countless pirates and adventurers. When Lord Sig arrived at the islands, it was a sunny afternoon. He stood at the bow, gazing at the land illuminated by golden sunlight, a surge of heroism swelling in his heart. He ordered the crew to lower the sails, and the ship slowly entered the harbor. The dock was bustling with people coming and going, including merchants, adventurers, and even pirates in hiding. As soon as Lord Sig disembarked, he began his carefully planned actions. He deliberately stirred up trouble in the taverns and markets of the island, challenging the local powers with his strength and courage. News spread like wildfire across the island, with people discussing and speculating about the origins and intentions of this suddenly appearing strongman. Everything Lord Sig did was for one person, Katarina. He believed that as long as the commotion he caused was loud enough, Katarina would surely notice in this sea full of opportunities and dangers. Lord Sig's legendary story was just beginning. Sig, the battle-hardened and formidable man, stood there like an unshakable mountain, emanating an awe-inspiring aura. At that moment, facing the celestial dragon, there was not a hint of fear or submission in his rock-solid gaze. His hand gripped the hilt of his sword, moving as fast as lightning. In the astonished eyes of everyone present, Sig's blade flashed by. The speed was so quick, it seemed to break the boundaries of time and space, causing every person there to feel a sense of dread. The celestial dragon was split in two, blood gushing out like a fountain, instantly staining the ground red. In the midst of the bloody storm, the surrounding civilians were shocked into silence by this sudden display of violence. Soon, sharp screams and panic conversations echoed throughout the scene. How dare someone kill a celestial dragon? This statement quickly spread through the crowd, like a stone thrown into a lake, creating ripples upon ripples. Sig's action was undoubtedly a challenge to the authority of the celestial dragons, a rebellion against oppression and a desire for freedom. His figure, illuminated by blood, appeared even more towering and mighty, as if heralding the arrival of a new era. News of this shocking event spread like wildfire, igniting every corner of the Navy headquarters. In the conference room, corridors, and offices, Navy soldiers and officials whispered to each other, their faces filled with disbelief. The killing of a celestial dragon was an unprecedented act of rebellion, an outrageous deed. As the name Sig gradually became clearer in discussions, the atmosphere in the headquarters grew even tenser. However, in this tense atmosphere, one person remained unusually calm. The Navy Admiral, Akainu, sat in his office, playing with a piece of a human fruit in its civilian form, his eyes revealing a hint of seriousness, but nothing more. This madman really might be something. Akainu's voice was calm and deep, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. His words conveyed recognition of Sig's strength, as well as a complex emotion towards this formidable foe. He recalled his encounter with Sig, a clash of power and will, a fierce confrontation between Navy justice and pirate freedom. Despite Akainu's immense strength, he had failed to subdue Sig during that battle, deepening his understanding of this man. Sig was not just a formidable opponent. He was a madman willing to challenge authority. Akainu knew that this incident would not end easily. The Navy headquarters would take action, and the name Sig would become the #1 target on the Navy's wanted list. A greater storm was slowly unfolding. This shocking event, like a flyer carried by seagulls, quickly spread across every island in the grand pirate journey. Posters fluttered in the wind, with clear writing revealing Sig's exploits. His name and image became the focus of discussions, whether in bustling ports or remote fishing villages, where people spoke of this brave man who dared to challenge the celestial dragons. Katarina, the stunning female pirate, felt her heart leap when she saw Sig's name on a poster that had fallen onto the deck. She finally realized that her beloved man, Sig, was right there, at the center of the incident. The blood and blade light on the poster made her instantly understand Sig's situation. A glint of determination flashed in her eyes, and she had made up her mind. Katarina knew she could not sit idly by, could not let Sig face the approaching storm alone. She had to rush over, whether for love or for their shared beliefs. She quickly gave orders to adjust the course and urged the crew to speed up. The canvas flapped in the wind. The ship sliced through the waves, and Katarina's heart had long flown to Sig's side, her face bearing a hint of anxiety, but more so a sense of determination and expectation, because she knew that as long as they could meet again, they would be able to fight together against any enemy. As events unfolded, the latest news in the newspapers shocked the entire world. The headline boldly proclaimed, "The 3 admirals of the Navy join forces, yet fail to capture Sig." This information was undoubtedly a tremendous challenge to the authority of the Navy and an extreme testament to Sig's strength. The newspaper detailed the thrilling battle, where the 3 admirals, Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji, each possessed powerful abilities and impressive records, representing the top combat strength of the Navy. However, these 3 powerful leaders were unable to capture Sig, even when working together. The report mentioned that the battle took place on a desolate island, where Sig faced the 3 admirals, their combined powers wreaking havoc on the battlefield, each swing of his sword carrying immense force. Akainu's magma abilities, Kizaru's lightspeed kicks, and Akiji's freezing powers intertwined, yet they could not subdue Sig. The battle lasted for hours, the terrain of the island completely devastated, while Sig remained steadfast and strong, leaving everyone in shock. Ultimately, after an intense confrontation, Sig managed to break free from the siege of the 3 admirals and vanished into the vast sea. This report was like a bombshell, causing a huge uproar in the pirate world. People began to reassess Sig's strength and his status in the eyes of the public sword. Meanwhile, the Navy had to face the consequences of this failure and figure out how to restore their credibility in future actions. However, while the information in the newspaper was shocking enough, the reality was even more unbelievable. In a secret interrogation room at the Navy headquarters, the 3 admirals, Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji, who were renowned for their might at sea, were now bound next to Sig, their expressions complex, a mix of unwillingness and shock. The Navy headquarters felt extreme embarrassment and panic regarding this matter. They could not reveal such a truth to the outside world, that the Navy's top combat strength had been completely defeated. To maintain the Navy's dignity and authority, they had no choice but to suppress the news and publicly claim that the 3 admirals were on other secret missions to cover up this unprecedented failure. Within the Navy, this news was kept strictly confidential, known only to a few high-ranking officials. They understood deeply that if the world learned that the 3 admirals had been captured by a single person, the Navy's credibility would suffer a fatal blow. At sea, strength is everything, and even the power of the 3 admirals could stand against the 4 emperors. How could there be such an extraordinary powerhouse capable of defeating them in one fell swoop? Sig's existence had begun to shake the foundational strength of the Navy, seeming to surpass the limits of humanity, becoming a legend. The Navy headquarters planned their next steps in anxiety. They had to find a way to regain face while also identifying Sig's weaknesses to prevent such disasters from happening again. In the pirate world, Sig's name had become a new legend. People began to speculate about his true identity, his intentions, and what kind of power he possessed. In this turbulent era, Sig's appearance undoubtedly added a mysterious color to the adventure stories on the seas. although Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji were bound next to Sig. Their curiosity and warrior instincts were not restrained. They began to take turns asking questions, wanting to learn from Sig how he had cultivated to such an extraordinary level. Akainu's eyes flickered with flames as he spoke first, his voice laced with unwillingness and confusion. Sig, how did you do it? The three of us combined couldn't capture you so easily. Kizaru's usual nonchalance was replaced by serious inquiry as he added, indeed, that power. It was like a door to another world opened before us. Can you tell us what it is? Akiji appeared thoughtful, his eyes hiding curiosity about the unknown and respect for greatness. That move, I can still vividly recall it. It was not just pure strength, but a technique we have never seen before. Sig stood there, not displaying the pride of a victor, but rather a calm and composed demeanor as he slowly spoke. His voice deep and powerful. There are countless paths to cultivation, and everyone has their own road to walk. The reason I have reached this level today is that I have never stopped pursuing power and exploring the world. He paused and continued. What you saw in that move is the crystallization of years of cultivation, a new understanding of Haki, the realm of merging the forces of nature with one's own will. I call it the realm of absoluteness. The three admirals listened to Sig's words, and although they still had questions, they began to reflect on their own paths of cultivation. Sig's words acted as a key, opening the door to a new realm of power in their hearts. Even though they were captured now, this encounter would become an important lesson for their future growth. As Sig's voice fell, the atmosphere in the interrogation room became even more serious, his gaze piercing through the walls as if looking towards a distant place, where there was the woman he loved and the reason he waited. Everyone's fate is different. Sig's voice was filled with profound philosophy. I stand here not to showcase my power, nor to challenge the Navy. I am simply here waiting for a woman. His words revealed an indescribable depth of affection and determination that moved the three admirals. Sig continued, if such shocking news cannot bring her to my side, then even if I die, this world would have no reason to exist for me. Sig's words made the three admirals realize that although his power was immense, his heart held deeper ties than strength. In this world where might is revered, Sig's love for that woman became the source of his power and the motivation for his battles. Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji exchanged glances, seeing surprise and a hint of respect in each other's eyes. They had once thought that a powerhouse like Sig should be unburdened and solely focused on pursuing strength. But now they understood that even such a strong individual has a softer side, a profound love for which he is willing to sacrifice everything. If it weren't for the life note of Katarina in Sig's hand, he might never have come to this place of strife, nor displayed his incredible strength. But fate is so clever. That thin, wing-like life note was like a guide of destiny, leading Sig's steps. At that moment, the paper seemed to be summoned by some mysterious force, slowly floating up and swaying gently, as if paving the way for Katarina's arrival. Sig's gaze was fixed on the paper, and his heart raced at that moment, for he knew it meant Katarina was close. Sure enough, not long after, a figure appeared at the door of the interrogation room. The first thing that caught the eye was her vibrant red wavy long hair, and as she approached, the undulating waves at her chest became impossible to ignore. Katarina's appearance was like a spring breeze, instantly breaking the silence in the room. The two embraced tightly, but just as they were about to say something, they could hear the inappropriate remark from the man with the red dog. Your wife is back. Can we let the three of us go now? This man and woman suddenly felt a bit awkward, and Sig used a bit of his power to silence him. The grand finale had come, and flowers were scattered. To maintain the Navy's dignity and authority, they had no choice but to seal off the news and publicly declare that the three admirals were executing other secret missions to cover up this unprecedented failure. Within the Navy, this news was kept strictly confidential, known only to a few high-ranking officials. They understood well that if the world found out that the three admirals had been captured by one person, the Navy's prestige would suffer a fatal blow. At sea, strength is everything, and the power of the three admirals could still fight against the four emperors. How could there be such an extraordinary powerhouse capable of defeating them in one fell swoop? Sig's existence had begun to shake the foundational power of the Navy. as if he had surpassed human limits and become a legend. The Navy headquarters was anxiously planning their next move. They had to find a way to regain face while also finding Sig's weaknesses to prevent such disasters from happening again. Meanwhile, in the pirate world, Sig's name had already become a new legend. People began to speculate about his true identity, his motives, and what kind of power he possessed. In this turbulent era, Sig's emergence undoubtedly added a mysterious color to the adventure stories on the sea. The red dog, yellow monkey, and green pheasant, the three top forces of the Navy, though bound alongside Sig, were not restrained in their curiosity and warrior instincts. They began to take turns asking questions, eager to learn from Sig how he had trained to such an extraordinary level. The red dog, with a fiery gaze, spoke first, his voice tinged with reluctance and confusion. Sig, how did you do it? The three of us teamed up, and yet we were simply captured by you in one move. The yellow monkey's usual nonchalance was replaced by a serious inquiry as he added, exactly, that kind of power. It was like a door to another world opened in front of us. Can you tell us what that was? The green pheasant appeared contemplative, his eyes hiding curiosity about the unknown and respect for the strong. That move, I can still clearly remember. It wasn't just pure strength, but a technique we've never encountered before. Sig stood there, his face devoid of a victor's pride, instead showing a calm and serene demeanor as he slowly spoke. His voice deep and powerful. There are countless paths to cultivation, and everyone has their own road to walk. The reason I have reached this level today is that I have never stopped pursuing power and exploring the world. He paused and continued. What you saw in that move is the crystallization of my years of training, a new understanding of Haki, a realm where the power of nature and one's own will are fused as one. I call it the absolute realm. The three admirals listened to Sig's words. Although they still had questions in their hearts, they began to reflect on their own cultivation paths. Sig's words were like a key that opened the door to a new realm of power in their hearts. Even though they were captured now, this experience would become an important lesson for their future growth. As Sig's voice fell, the atmosphere in the interrogation room became heavier. His gaze penetrated the walls, as if looking towards a distant place, where there was the woman he loved and the reason he waited. Everyone's fate is different. Sig's voice was filled with profound philosophy. The reason I stand here is not to showcase power, nor to challenge the Navy. I am just here waiting for a woman. His words revealed an indescribable deep affection and determination that moved the three admirals present. Sig continued, if even such shocking news cannot bring her to my side, then even if I die, there is no need for this world to exist for me. Sig's words made the three admirals realize that although his power was formidable, his heart had deeper ties than strength. In this world where strength is respected, Sig's love for that woman became the source of his power and the driving force behind his battles. The red dog, yellow monkey, and green pheasant exchanged glances, seeing surprise and a hint of respect in each other's eyes. They had once thought that a powerhouse like Sig should be unburdened, solely pursuing strength. But now they understood that even such a strong figure could have a softer side and a deep love for which he was willing to give everything. If it weren't for the life paper in Sig's hand that held Katarina's life, he might never have come to this place of strife, nor would he have showcased his incredible strength. But fate is so clever. That thin, wing-like life paper was like a guide of destiny, leading Sig's footsteps. At that moment, the paper seemed to be summoned by some mysterious force, slowly floating up and swaying gently, as if paving the way for Katarina's arrival. Sig's gaze was fixed on the paper, and his heart raced at that moment, for he knew it meant Katarina was close. Sure enough, not long after, a figure appeared at the door of the interrogation room. The first thing that caught the eye was her vibrant red wavy long hair, and as she approached, the undulating waves at her chest became impossible to ignore. Katarina's appearance was like a spring breeze, instantly breaking the silence in the room. The two embraced tightly, but just as they were about to say something, they could hear the inappropriate remark from a man with the red dog. "Your wife is back. Can we let the three of us go now?" This man and woman suddenly felt a bit awkward, and Sig used a bit of his power to silence him. The grand finale had come, and flowers were scattered, to maintain the Navy's dignity and authority. They had no choice but to seal off the news and publicly declare that the three admirals were executing other secret missions to cover up this unprecedented failure. Within the Navy, this news was kept strictly confidential, known only to a few high-ranking officials. They understood well that if the world found out that the three admirals had been captured by one person, the Navy's prestige would suffer a fatal blow. At sea, strength is everything, and the power of the three admirals could still fight against the four emperors. How could there be such a monstrous powerhouse capable of defeating them in one fell swoop? The existence of Sig has begun to shake the foundational strength of the Navy, as if he has surpassed the limits of humanity and become a legend. The Navy headquarters is anxiously planning their next move. They must find a way to regain their face while also discovering Sig's weaknesses to prevent such a disaster from happening again. In the world of pirates, Sig's name has already become a new legend. People begin to speculate about his true identity, his motives, and what kind of power he possesses. In this turbulent era, Sig's appearance undoubtedly adds a mysterious color to the adventure stories on the sea. Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji, the three top combatants of the Navy, although bound next to Sig, are not restrained in their curiosity and warrior instincts. They start to take turns asking questions, wanting to know from Sig how he cultivated to such a monstrous level. Akainu, with flames flickering in his eyes, speaks first, his voice laced with a hint of unwillingness and confusion. Sig, how did you do it? The three of us joined forces and yet were captured so easily by you. Kizaru, usually nonchalant, now wears a serious expression of inquiry. Indeed, that kind of power. It was like opening the door to another world right before our eyes. Can you tell us what that was? Akiji appears contemplative, his gaze hiding a curiosity for the unknown and respect for strong individuals. That move, I can still vividly recall it. It wasn't just pure power, but a technique we have never witnessed before. Sig stands there, his expression devoid of a victor's pride, instead exuding a calm and indifference as he slowly speaks. His voice deep and powerful. The path of cultivation has countless roads. Everyone has their own path to follow. The reason I have reached this level today is that I have never ceased my pursuit of power and exploration of the world. He pauses before continuing. What you saw in that move is the crystallization of my years of cultivation, a new understanding of Haki, a realm where the natural forces and ones will become one. I call it the realm of absolute. The three admirals listen to Sig's words, still with questions in their hearts, but they begin to reflect on their own paths of cultivation. Sig's words act as a key, unlocking a door to a new realm of power in their hearts. Even though they are captured now, this encounter will become an important lesson for their future growth. As Sig finishes speaking, the atmosphere in the interrogation room grows more solemn. His gaze pierces through the walls, as if looking toward some distant place, where there is the woman he loves and the reason he waits. Everyone's fate is different. Sig's voice is filled with profound philosophy. The reason I stand here is not to showcase my power, nor to challenge the Navy. I am simply here waiting for a woman. His words reveal an indescribable deep affection and determination that move the three admirals present. Sig continues, if even such shocking news cannot bring her to my side, then even if I die, this world holds no meaning for me. His words make the three admirals realize that although his power is formidable, his heart has deeper ties than strength. In this world where power is paramount, Sig's love for that woman becomes the source of his strength and the motivation for his battles. Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji exchange glances, seeing surprise and a hint of respect in each other's eyes. They once thought that a powerhouse like Sig should be carefree, solely pursuing strength. But now they understand that even such a strong individual has a softer side and something he is willing to give everything for. If it weren't for the fact that Sig held the life note of Katarina in his hands, he might never have come to this place of strife, let alone showcase his unbelievable, monstrous power. But fate is so clever. That thin, wing-like life note acts as a guide of destiny, leading Sig's steps. At that moment, the note seems to be summoned by some mysterious force, slowly floating up, gently swaying as if paving the way for Katarina's arrival. Sig's gaze follows the note intently, his heartbeat accelerating at that moment, for he knows this means Katarina is drawing near. Sure enough, not long after, a figure appears at the door of the interrogation room. Her vibrant red wavy hair is the first thing that catches the eye, and as she approaches, the waves on her chest are impossible to ignore. Katarina's appearance is like a spring breeze, instantly breaking the silence in the room. The two embrace tightly, but just as they are about to say something, they can hear Akainu's inappropriate remark. "Your wife is back. Can you let us three go now?" The sudden awkwardness between the man and woman prompts Sig to use a bit of power to silence him. The grand finale. The end, confetti falls. To maintain the Navy's dignity and authority, they can only choose to lock down the news, publicly claiming that the three admirals are executing other secret missions to cover up this unprecedented failure. Within the Navy, this news is kept strictly confidential, known only to a few high-ranking officials. They are well aware that if the world learns that the three admirals were captured by one person, the Navy's prestige would suffer a fatal blow. At sea, strength is everything, and the power of the three admirals is enough to face even the four emperors. How could there be such a monstrous powerhouse capable of defeating them in one fell swoop? Sig's existence has begun to shake the foundational strength of the Navy, seeming to have surpassed the limits of humanity and become a legend. The Navy headquarters is anxiously planning their next move. They must find a way to regain their face while also discovering Sig's weaknesses to prevent such a disaster from happening again. In the world of pirates, Sig's name has already become a new legend. People begin to speculate about his true identity, his motives, and what kind of power he possesses. In this turbulent era, Sig's appearance undoubtedly adds a mysterious color to the adventure stories on the sea. Akainu, Kizuru, and Akiji, the three top combatants of the Navy, although bound next to Sig, are not restrained in their curiosity and warrior instincts. They start to take turns asking questions, wanting to know from Sig how he cultivated to such a monstrous level. Akainu, with flames flickering in his eyes, speaks first, his voice laced with a hint of unwillingness and confusion. "Sig, how did you do it? The three of us joined forces and yet were captured so easily by you." Kizuru, usually nonchalant, now wears a serious expression of inquiry. Indeed, that kind of power. It was like opening the door to another world right before our eyes. "Can you tell us what that was?" Kazan had a contemplative expression, his eyes hiding a curiosity about the unknown and a respect for the strong. That move, I can still clearly envision it. It was not merely power, but a technique we had never witnessed before. Zieg stood there, his face devoid of a victor's pride, instead radiating a calm and indifference as he slowly spoke, his voice deep and powerful. "The paths of cultivation are countless, and everyone has their own road to walk. The reason I have reached my current level is that I have never stopped pursuing power and exploring the world." He paused, continuing to speak. "The move you saw is the culmination of my years of training, a brand new understanding of Haki. A realm where the power of nature and one's own will are fused into one. I call it Absolute Realm." The three admirals listened to Zieg's words. Although they still had doubts in their hearts, they began to reflect on their own paths of cultivation. Zieg's words were like a key, opening the door in their hearts to a new realm of power. Even though they were captured now, this encounter would become an important lesson for their future growth. As Zieg's voice fell, the atmosphere in the interrogation room became more serious. His gaze pierced through the walls, as if looking towards a distant place where the woman he loved awaited him, where his reason for waiting lay. Everyone's fate is different. Zieg's voice was filled with profound philosophy. "The reason I stand here is not to showcase power, nor to challenge the Navy. I am here waiting for a woman." His words revealed an indescribable depth of emotion and determination that moved the three admirals present. Zieg continued, "If even such shocking news cannot bring her to my side, then even if I were to die, there would be no need for this world to exist for me." Zieg's words made the three admirals realize that although his power was immense, his heart was bound by deeper ties than strength. In this world where power is revered, Zieg's love for that woman became the source of his strength and the motivation for his battles. Akainu, Kizuru, and Kuzan exchanged glances. They saw the surprise and a hint of respect in each other's eyes. They had once thought that a strong person like Zieg should be unencumbered, solely pursuing power. But now they understood that even such a strong individual has a soft side and a deep love for which he is willing to give everything. If it weren't for the life paper of Katarina in Zeeg's hand, he might never have come to this place of turmoil, nor would he have displayed his incredible, otherworldly strength. But fate is so clever. That thin, wing-like life paper was like a guide from destiny, leading Zeeg's steps. Just then, the paper seemed to be summoned by some mysterious power, slowly floating up, gently swaying, as if paving the way for Katarina's arrival. Zeeg's gaze followed the paper closely, his heartbeat quickening at that moment, because he knew it meant Katarina was approaching. Sure enough, not long after, a figure appeared at the door of the interrogation room. The first thing that caught the eye was her vibrant red wavy hair, and as she drew closer, the waves at her chest were impossible to ignore. Katarina's appearance was like a spring breeze, instantly breaking the silence in the room. The two tightly embraced, but just as they were about to say something, they could hear Akainu's inappropriate remark. "Your wife is back. Can you let us three go now?" This man and woman suddenly felt a bit awkward, and Zeeg used a bit of power to silence him. The grand finale, the end, confetti falls. To maintain the Navy's dignity and authority, they could only choose to block the news, declaring to the outside world that the three admirals were on another secret mission to cover up this unprecedented failure. Within the Navy, this news was kept strictly confidential, known only to a few high-ranking officials. They understood that if the world knew the three admirals had been captured by one person, the Navy's prestige would suffer a devastating blow. At sea, strength is everything, and the power of the three admirals, even when facing the four emperors, had the capability to fight back. How could there be such an extraordinary powerhouse capable of defeating them so easily? Zeeg's existence had begun to shake the foundation of the Navy, as if he had surpassed human limits, becoming a legend. The Navy headquarters was anxiously planning their next moves. They had to find a way to salvage their face, while also uncovering Zeeg's weaknesses to prevent such disasters from happening again. Meanwhile, in the pirate world, Zeeg's name had become the new legend. People began to speculate about his true identity, his purpose, and what kind of power he possessed. In this turbulent era, Zeeg's emergence undoubtedly added a mysterious color to the adventure stories on the sea. Akainu, Kazuru, and Kazan, the top combatants of the Navy, although bound next to Zeeg, their curiosity and warrior instincts were not restrained. They began to take turns asking questions, eager to learn from Zeeg how he had cultivated to such an extraordinary level. Akainu's eyes sparkled with fierce flames as he spoke first, his voice filled with a hint of reluctance and confusion. "Zeeg, how did you do it?" "The three of us teamed up and were simply captured by you in one move." Kizaru's usual nonchalance was replaced with a serious inquiry as he added, "Exactly. That kind of power, it was like opening the door to another world right in front of us. Can you tell us how that happened?" Kazan appeared contemplative, his eyes reflecting curiosity about the unknown and respect for the strong. "That move, I could still clearly envision it. It was not merely power, but a technique we had never witnessed before." Zeeg stood there, his face devoid of a victor's pride, instead radiating a calm and indifference as he slowly spoke, his voice deep and powerful. "The paths of cultivation are countless, and everyone has their own road to walk. The reason I have reached my current level is that I have never stopped pursuing power and exploring the world." He paused, continuing to speak. "The move you saw is the culmination of my years of training, a brand new understanding of Haki, a realm where the power of nature and one's own will are fused into one. I call it Absolute Realm." The three admirals listened to Zeeg's words. Although they still had doubts in their hearts, they began to reflect on their own paths of cultivation. Zeeg's words are like a key, opening the door in their hearts to a new realm of power. Even though they were captured now, this encounter would become an important lesson for their future growth. As Zeeg's voice fell, the atmosphere in the interrogation room became more serious. His gaze pierced through the walls, as if looking towards a distant place where the woman he loved awaited him, where his reason for waiting lay. "Everyone's fate is different." Zeeg's voice was filled with profound philosophy. "I stand here not to showcase my strength, nor to challenge the Navy. I am here waiting for a woman." His words revealed an indescribable deep affection and determination that moved the three admirals present. Sid continued, "If such shocking news cannot bring her to my side, then even if I die, This world has no reason to exist for me. Sig's words made the three admirals realize that although his power was immense, his heart held deeper ties than strength. In this world where power is revered, Sig's love for that woman became the source of his strength and the motivation for his battles. Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji exchanged glances, seeing surprise and a hint of respect in each other's eyes. They had once thought that a powerful being like Sig should be unencumbered, solely pursuing strength. But now they understood that even such a strong person has a soft side, a deep love for which he is willing to sacrifice everything. If it weren't for the life note of Katarina in Sig's hand, he might never have come to this place of conflict, let alone showcase his incredible, extraordinary strength. But fate is so clever. That thin, wing-like life note seemed to guide Sig's steps. At that moment, the note appeared to be summoned by some mysterious force, slowly floating up and gently swaying, as if paving the way for Katarina's arrival. Sig's gaze followed the note closely, his heartbeat quickening at that moment, for he knew it meant Katarina was nearing. Sure enough, not long after, a figure appeared at the door of the interrogation room. The first thing to catch the eye was her vibrant red wavy hair, and as she drew closer, the waves of her chest were impossible to ignore. Katarina's appearance was like a spring breeze, instantly breaking the silence in the room. The two embraced tightly, but just as they were about to say something, Akainu's voice, inappropriate for the moment, broke in. "Your wife is back. Can you let the three of us go now?" The sudden interruption made the man and woman somewhat awkward, prompting Sig to use a bit of his ability to silence him. The conclusion of the story. To maintain the dignity and authority of the Navy, they could only choose to seal off the news, publicly declaring that the three admirals were on other secret missions to cover up this unprecedented failure. Within the Navy, this news was kept strictly confidential, known only to a few high-ranking officials. They understood well that if the world knew the three admirals had been captured by one person, the Navy's prestige would suffer a fatal blow. At sea, power is everything, and the strength of three admirals could even contend with the four emperors. How could there be such a formidable being capable of defeating them in one blow? Sig's existence had begun to shake the foundations of the Navy, as if he had surpassed human limits, becoming a legend. The Navy headquarters was anxiously planning their next steps. They had to find a way to regain face, while also identifying Sig's weaknesses to prevent such a disaster from happening again. In the pirate world, Sig's name had become a new legend. People began to speculate about his true identity, his intentions, and the kind of power he possessed. In this turbulent era, Sig's emergence undoubtedly added a mysterious color to the adventure stories on the sea. Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji, the top combatants of the Navy, although bound next to Sig, did not let their curiosity and warrior instincts be restrained. They began to take turns asking questions, eager to learn from Sig how he had cultivated to such an extraordinary level. Akainu's eyes flickered with fierce flames as he spoke first, his voice carrying a hint of reluctance and confusion. "Sig, how did you do it?" "The three of us joined forces and were simply captured by you in one move." Kizaru's usual nonchalance was replaced by serious inquiry as he added, "Indeed, that kind of power. It was like opening a door to another world right in front of us. Can you tell us what that was about?" Akiji, appearing contemplative, held a gaze that hid curiosity about the unknown and respect for the strong. "That move I can still vividly recall. It wasn't just pure power. It was a technique we have never encountered before." Sig stood there, devoid of a victor's smugness, instead exuding a calm and serene demeanor as he slowly spoke, his voice deep and powerful. "There are countless paths to cultivation. Everyone has their own road to walk. The reason I have reached this level today is that I have never ceased my pursuit of power and exploration of the world." He paused and continued, "What you saw in that move is the crystallization of my years of cultivation, a brand new understanding of Haki, a realm where the natural power merges with one's own will. I call it the realm of absoluteness." As the three admirals listened to Sig's words, although they still had doubts in their hearts, they began to reflect on their own paths of cultivation. Sig's words were like a key, opening the door to a new realm of power in their hearts. Even though they were captured now, this experience would become an important lesson for their future growth. As Sig's voice fell, the atmosphere in the interrogation room grew heavier. his gaze piercing through the walls, as if looking toward some distant place, where the woman he loved awaited, where his reason for waiting lay. Every person's fate is different. Sig's voice filled with profound philosophy. I stand here not to showcase my strength, nor to challenge the Navy. I am here waiting for a woman. His words revealed an indescribable deep affection and determination that moved the three admirals present once again. Sig continued, "If such shocking news cannot bring her to my side, then even if I die, this world has no reason to exist for me." Sig's words made the three admirals realize that although his power was immense, his heart held deeper ties than strength. In this world where power is revered, Sig's love for that woman became the source of his strength and the motivation for his battles. Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji exchanged glances, seeing surprise and a hint of respect in each other's eyes once more. They had once thought that a powerful being like Sig should be unencumbered, solely pursuing strength. But now they understood that even such a strong person has a soft side, a deep love for which he is willing to sacrifice everything. If it weren't for the life note of Katarina in Sig's hand, he might never have come to this place of conflict, let alone showcase his incredible, extraordinary strength. But fate is so clever. That thin, wing-like life note seemed to guide Sig's steps. At that moment, the note appeared to be summoned by some mysterious force, slowly floating up and gently swaying, as if paving the way for Katarina's arrival. Sig's gaze was tightly fixed on the paper, his heartbeat quickening at that moment, for he knew it meant that Katarina was close. Sure enough, not long after, a figure appeared at the door of the interrogation room. The first thing that caught the eye was her vibrant red wavy long hair, and as she drew closer, the undulating waves at her chest were impossible to ignore. Katarina's appearance was like a breath of spring, instantly breaking the silence in the room. The two embraced tightly, but just as they were about to say something, they could hear the inappropriate words of the man with the Kainu. "Your wife is back. Can you let us three go now?" The man and woman suddenly felt a bit awkward, and Sig used a bit of his power to silence him. The grand finale, the end, let the flowers fall. In order to maintain the dignity and authority of the Navy, they could only choose to block the news, publicly claiming that the three admirals were on other secret missions to cover up this unprecedented failure. Within the Navy, this news was kept strictly confidential, known only to a few high-ranking officials. They understood deeply that if the world knew that the three admirals had been captured by a single person, the Navy's prestige would suffer a fatal blow. At sea, strength is everything, and the power of the three admirals could stand against the four emperors. How could there be such an extraordinary powerhouse capable of defeating them in one fell swoop? Sig's existence had begun to shake the foundational strength of the Navy, as if he had surpassed the limits of humanity, becoming a legend. The Navy headquarters was anxiously planning their next move. They had to find a way to regain face while also uncovering Sig's weaknesses to prevent such a disaster from happening again. Meanwhile, in the pirate world, Sig's name had become a new legend. People began to speculate about his true identity, his intentions, and what kind of power he possessed. In this tumultuous era, Sig's appearance undoubtedly added a mysterious touch to the adventurous tales of the sea. Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji, the three top combatants of the Navy, although bound next to Sig, their curiosity and warrior instincts were not restrained. They began to take turns asking questions, wanting to know from Sig how he had trained to such an extraordinary level. Akainu, with a fiery gaze, was the first to speak, his voice filled with reluctance and confusion. "Sig, how did you do it?" "The three of us teamed up. You were captured so easily by you." Kizaru's usual nonchalance was replaced by serious inquiry as he added, "That's right, that kind of power. It was as if a door to another world opened before our eyes. Can you tell us what that was?" Akiji appeared thoughtful, his eyes hiding curiosity about the unknown and respect for the strong. "That move, I can still clearly recall it. It wasn't just pure power, but a technique we have never seen before." Sig stood there, his face not showing the pride of a victor, but rather a calm and serene demeanor as he slowly spoke, his voice deep and powerful. "There are countless paths to cultivation, and everyone has their own path to walk. The reason I have reached this level today is because I have never stopped pursuing power and exploring the world." He paused and continued. What you saw in that move is the crystallization of my years of training, a new understanding of Haki, a realm where natural power and one's own will are fused into one. I call it absolute realm. As the three admirals listened to Sig's words, although still filled with questions, they began to reflect on their own paths of cultivation. Sig's words were like a key, opening the door in their hearts to a new realm of power. Even though they were captured now, this encounter would become an important lesson for their future growth. As Sig's words fell, the atmosphere in the interrogation room became more serious. His gaze penetrating the walls, as if looking toward some distant place where the woman he loved was, where his reason for waiting existed. Everyone's destiny is different. Sig's voice was filled with profound philosophy. The reason I stand here is not to display power, nor to challenge the Navy. I am simply here waiting for a woman. His words revealed an indescribable deep affection and determination that moved the three admirals present. Sig continued, "If even such shocking news can't bring her to my side, then even if I die, this world would have no reason to exist for me." Sig's words made the three admirals realize that although his power was immense, his heart held deeper bonds than strength. In a world that revered power, Sig's love for that woman became the source of his strength and the motivation for his battles. Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji exchanged glances, seeing the surprise and a hint of respect in each other's eyes. They had once thought that a powerhouse like Sig should be unencumbered, solely pursuing strength, but now they understood that even such a strong individual had a softer side, someone he was willing to give everything for. If it weren't for Sig holding the life paper of Katarina, he might not have come to this troublesome place, let alone display his incredible power. But fate is so clever. That thin paper, light as a wing, was like a guide from destiny, leading Sig's steps. At that moment, the paper seemed to be summoned by some mysterious force, slowly floating up and gently swaying, as if paving the way for Katarina's arrival. Sig's gaze was tightly fixed on the paper, his heartbeat quickening at that moment, for he knew it meant that Katarina was getting close. Sure enough, not long after, a figure appeared at the door of the interrogation room. The first thing that caught the eye was her vibrant red wavy long hair, and as she drew closer, the undulating waves at her chest were impossible to ignore. Katarina's appearance was like a breath of spring, instantly breaking the silence in the room. The two embraced tightly. But just as they were about to say something, they could hear the inappropriate words of the man with the Kainu. "Your wife is back. Can you let us three go now?" The man and woman suddenly felt a bit awkward, and Sig used a bit of his power to silence him. The grand finale. The end let the flowers fall. In order to maintain the dignity and authority of the Navy, they could only choose to block the news, publicly claiming that the three admirals were on other secret missions to cover up this unprecedented failure. Within the Navy, this news was kept strictly confidential, known only to a few high-ranking officials. They understood deeply that if the world knew that the three admirals had been captured by a single person, the Navy's prestige would suffer a fatal blow. At sea, strength is everything, and the power of the three admirals could stand against the four emperors. How could there be such an extraordinary powerhouse capable of defeating them in one fell swoop? Sig's existence had begun to shake the foundational strength of the Navy, as if he had surpassed the limits of humanity, becoming a legend. The naval headquarters is anxiously planning their next move. They must find a way to regain their face while also identifying Sig's weaknesses to prevent such disasters from happening again. In the pirate world, Sig's name has already become a new legend. People begin to speculate about his true identity, his motives, and what kind of power he possesses. In this turbulent era, Sig's emergence undoubtedly adds a mysterious color to the adventure stories on the sea. Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji, the three top fighters of the Navy, though bound next to Sig, are not restrained by their curiosity and warrior instincts. They start to take turns asking questions, eager to learn from Sig how he cultivated to such an extraordinary level. Akainu, with flames flickering in his eyes, speaks first, his voice tinged with reluctance and confusion. "Sig, how did you manage to do it? The three of us teamed up, yet we were simply captured by you with one move." Kizu, usually indifferent, now wears a serious expression, adding, "That's right, that kind of power. It's as if a door to another world opened right before our eyes." "Can you tell us what that's about?" Akiji appears contemplative. his gaze hiding curiosity about the unknown and respect for the strong. That move, I could still vividly recall it. It wasn't just pure power, but some technique we've never encountered. Sig stands there, his face not showing the pride of victor, but rather a calmness and tranquility as he slowly begins to speak. His voice deep and powerful. There are countless paths in the journey of cultivation. Everyone has their own road to walk. The reason I've reached today S level is that I never stopped pursuing power and exploring the world. He pauses, continuing. What you saw in that move is the crystallization of years of cultivation, a new understanding of Haki. A realm where the power of nature and one's will are fused as one. I call it the realm of absoluteness. The three admirals listen to Sig's words. Although they still have doubts, they begin to reflect on their own cultivation paths. Sig's words act as a key, unlocking the door to a new realm of power in their hearts. Even though they are captured now, this encounter will become an important lesson for their future growth. As Sig's voice falls, the atmosphere in the interrogation room becomes even more solemn. His gaze pierces through the walls, as if looking towards a distant place where the woman he loves and the reason he waits are located. Everyone's destiny is different. Sig's voice is filled with profound philosophy. The reason I stand here is not to showcase my power, nor to challenge the Navy. I am simply here waiting for a woman. His words reveal an indescribable depth of affection and determination that moves the three admirals. Sig continues, if even such shocking news cannot bring her to my side, then even if I die, this world holds no meaning for me. Sig's words make the three admirals realize that although his power is formidable, his heart has deeper ties than strength. In this world where power is revered, Sig's love for that woman becomes the source of his strength and the motivation for his battles. Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji exchange glances, seeing surprise and a hint of respect in each other's eyes. They once believed that a powerful figure like Sig should be carefree, solely pursuing power. But now they understand that even such a strong person has a softer side and something he is willing to sacrifice everything for. If it weren't for the life note of Katarina in Sig's hand, he might never have come to this place or displayed his incredible strength. But fate is so clever. That delicate life note acts as a guide, leading Sig's steps. Just then, the note seems to be summoned by some mysterious force, slowly floating up and gently swaying, as if paving the way for Katarina's arrival. Sig's gaze follows the note closely, his heartbeat quickening at that moment, for he knows this means Katarina is drawing near. Sure enough, not long after, a figure appears at the door of the interrogation room. The vibrant red wavy hair first catches the eye, and as she approaches, the waves at her chest are impossible to ignore. Katarina's appearance is like a spring breeze, instantly breaking the silence in the room. The two embrace tightly, but just as they are about to say something, Akainu's voice, inappropriate for a man, interrupts. Your wife is back. Can you let us three go now? The sudden exchange between the man and woman creates an awkward moment, and Sig uses a bit of power to silence him. Introduction. I am the strongest mountain bandit king. Lord Sig, speak my name, and I'll shock you. I am the 56th Emperor Slayer, the mountain bandit king with an 8 million bounty. If you ask who is the most arrogant in the East Sea, only I, Sig the mountain bandit king. Though the bounty is 8 million, my Haki and style are the strongest. With a wine bottle in hand, I swing at the four emperors, and with my feet, I step towards the future Pirate King. If I do not encounter the Near Sea King, the story of the Pirate King will end in 4 episodes.